Those who have been Ultraman know that Ultraman can be strong or weak. But in this world where everyone has the opportunity to become a giant of light, some people choose not to pick the first single-body Ultraman, Ultraman Zero, who is claimed to be the best below the gods, or the young Noah's Light, Nexus, but instead choose the original Ultraman, or even feel disappointed by choosing the ancient Ultraman, Ultraman Tiga. All because no one in this world has seen Ultraman and does not know the difference in their strength. In my past life as a senior Ultraman fan, I sneered at this. At this moment, on the bus heading towards the Plasma Spark Tower, the teacher began to guide the students who were about to awaken. The legacy of light is your chance to defy fate. I emphasize once again, how to choose. Those with a red body color belong to the combat type, with stronger combat power, while those with a blue body color belong to the intelligence type, with weaker strength. You must choose the red one. The more red on the body, the stronger the combat power. Try to avoid those Ultramen who look strange. The teacher talked eloquently in the front row. Hearing this, I curled my lips. Blue Ultraman weak? Check out Gauss Ultraman, Torgia. Just at this moment, the bus had already arrived at the Plasma Spark Tower at the college entrance examination site, where numerous reporters and students' parents gathered, and even Xia country's officials had started a live broadcast. I followed the majority of my classmates into the examination room. 10 minutes later, the first candidate successfully touched the Plasma Spark Tower. At the moment when his consciousness was pulled into the light relic, the scene inside the light relic was displayed on the big screen outside the Plasma Spark Tower. The three lights that the candidate saw in the relic were three different Ultramen, but these three Ultramen seemed to be extras, and I couldn't even name them. The candidate hesitated for a long time and chose an Ultraman with the most red color on its body. As his consciousness returned to his original form, a burst of light erupted from his body, eventually transforming into the appearance of that extra Ultraman, flying into the sky, circling once in the air before returning to the examination room in human form. The staff in front of the Plasma Spark Tower said expressionlessly, "Unnamed Red Tribe Ultraman, first stage of the power of light." Soon, the second candidate also touched the Plasma Spark Tower, but the three unnamed extra Ultramen still appeared in the relic. At that moment, I was really worried. If I entered the relic later and also encountered three extra Ultramen, I might as well hit myself with a tofu and start over. The awakening speed was fast. Among the nearly 300 candidates from the first 6 classes, only 3 Ultramen that I recognized appeared: the first light of the universe, the young body of Noah Ultraman, Nexus Ultraman, the light of hope, Dija Ultraman, and finally the fighting king, Liu Ultraman. Unfortunately, the people here knew too little about Ultraman. When Nexus appeared, many candidates thought that the strange-looking Ultraman was just cannon fodder, and that candidate didn't even look at Nexus and chose a cannon fodder Ultraman. As for the candidate who drew Dija Ultraman, it was even funnier. He thought that Dija, with its red, white, and purple colors, was definitely not as powerful as a cannon fodder Ultraman with an all-red body, and he missed the light of hope, Dija Ultraman, without a second thought. As for Leo Ultraman, he was selected, but the one who chose Leo was Zhang Quanba from the next class, the idiot who has been pursuing my former girlfriend, Liu Ruyan. I have to say, this kid's luck is not bad. Just as Leo Ultraman's power awakened, the staff gave a high evaluation of the first stage of the 6th stage. From the moment Zhang Quanba awakened the power of Leo, the principal's office at Tianhai City's No.1 high school was flooded with phone calls, and numerous top universities from Xia country offered olive branches, all wanting to admit Zhang Quanba. Now, the top combat power in Xia country, those 10 adults are all 6th stage powerhouses, and the 6th stage of the earth represents that as long as they don't die prematurely, they will be the T1 level combat power of the entire Xia country in the future. The official live broadcast room has also exploded. Damn it, the light of Leo, the wind god who died in battle over 100 years ago, has a successor now. Leo is the strongest in terms of physical skills among all Ultramen. I didn't expect that a genius like this could emerge in Tianhai City this year. At this moment, after the highly anticipated Zhang Quanba removed his transformation state, he had already put on the ring representing Leo's lion eye on the ring finger of his left hand. He walked down the Plasma Spark Awakening platform with a smug look on his face, and went straight to Liu Ruyan. He said affectionately, "Ruyan, I have awakened the 6th stage of Leo's light. My future achievements are destined to be extraordinary. Forget about that waste, air zone, and be with me, okay?" I, who was not far behind Liu Ruyan, heard this clearly in my ears and was itching with anger. Because of Zhang Quanba's awakening of Leo's eye, all eyes were on him, and almost all the students in the school noticed the situation here. Air zone, that self-destructive waste? It is said that this guy couldn't accept his parents' death, and then wasted his youth indulging in debauchery. Liu Ruyan's association with such a person is really a dark history. If only I had Liu Ruyan's looks. What is Liu Ruyan still hesitating for? He is a genius who will at least become a 6th stage powerhouse in the future. Where else can you find such a good boyfriend? There were classmates around who mocked, watched the show, gloated, and many locked their eyes on me, wanting to see me in a rage. I used to look down on these classmates because my father was the captain of the Tianhai security team. Now Erzong also has his day. I was about to close my eyes and cover my ears with a black face, but then I heard Liu Ruyan's cold voice saying word by word, "I don't like you. Give up on me. Don't come to me in the future." Zhang Quanba looked at Liu Ruyan in disbelief. Why? I am the 6th stage talent of Leo's light. Liu Ruyan still maintained a cold attitude and replied mercilessly, "I don't want to explain to you, and forgive me for being blunt. If I had already awakened the Ultraman light, I would have slapped you for calling Ergu a waste." Zhang Quanba was furious. What's good about a self-destructive waste like him? At this moment, I was also stunned. In my memory, Liu Ruyan was indeed quite good to the original owner, but with so many negative factors, self-destructive behavior, alcohol abuse, insults, and even physical abuse, this girl still protected him? What kind of sci-fi plot is this? After sorting through my memories, I guessed it must be because of the original owner's parents. Because the original owner's father was not only the captain of the Tianhai security team, but his parents were also the human forms of Ace Ultraman and Jack Ultraman. They sacrificed themselves to seal Gitanathor in the deep sea, ensuring that Tianhai City was not destroyed. At this moment, Liu Ruyan turned around and walked towards me, coming to my side. "Little brother, I have been thinking for a long time these days. It seems that I can feel some of your pain. I shouldn't have left you and run away that day." Faced with such a considerate and beautiful school flower, I naturally had no resistance, but before I could speak, Liu Ruyan hugged me directly. "Let's make up, okay? Don't do that again in the future. Captain Duanmu will be sad if he knows." I nodded heavily, then let go of Liu Ruyan, turned my head to continue looking at the awakening platform, and Zhang Quanba had already left without making a fool of himself. The awakening is still going on, because it will soon be the turn of Class 7 of the 3rd year. Time is tight. I said a few words in Liu Ruyan's ear, including the characteristics of Maxis and Dagar, who were missed by 2 candidates before, and many powerful Ultraman. Although Liu Ruyan didn't know where I got this strange information that was completely different from what was taught in the textbooks, he was somewhat romantic and actually believed it. It was soon time for Liu Ruyan to awaken. When Liu Ruyan's consciousness entered the remnant of light, 3 huge figures appeared in front of the live screen. Ace, respectively, Jack, Dija. Even Duanmu Xian looked at the 3 giants with an unbelievable face. What kind of luck is this Liu Ruyan? None of the 3 are dragons, and actually drew Dija again. Another thing is that his parents used to be the earthly bodies of Ace and Jack. The audience in the live room directly exploded. Crap, Ace Ultman, Jack Ultraman, these 2 were once the top powerhouses of the Summer Kingdom. God has blessed my Summer Kingdom. The light of Ace Senpai and Jack Senpai, who once died in battle, has finally been reintroduced. Ace Ultraman is known as the Ultraman who is a zombie-splitting maniac, and I don't know how many vicious and infamous monsters he has killed with a vertical guillotine blade in one hand. Jack Ultman is also not simple. The legend of the return to the man spark a flash. In the strong monsters also have to head to the ground. Pick Ace. What are we waiting for if not Ace here? Pick Jack. Return to man sparks in a flash. Wait, how did Fish Schoolgirl walk towards that Ultraman with 3 colors on his body? Don't. An Ultraman with so many colors on his body may have a pretty high face value, but his strength is definitely not as good as Ace Jack. It's over. Confused. How did Schoolgirl Fish go and touch that tricolor Ultraman? However, Liu Ruyan's consciousness in the ruins of light couldn't hear the outside world. All she knew was that just now her Duanmu Xian brother had told her that Dija was strong, stronger than any Ace Jack. She barely even hesitated as she reached her hand directly to Dija Ultraman. Far away in the capital is watching the live broadcast of Liu Ruyan's father Fish Daoxian see their own baby girl actually put Jack Ace do not go to choose a never seen dragon set Ultraman. Angry Beard are trembling. Fish Daoxian was none other than one of those adults with the topmost power in Xia, the earthly body of Saiwan Ultraman. As a result, in the next second, a light that shone even brighter than Rio illuminated the live broadcast room with almost zero visibility. Everyone was shocked, and Fish Daoxian's mouth was wide open, looking at the dazzling light with a face full of incredulity. Everyone shut up. With the shocked expression on the staff's face, the trembling words came out about the Dija Ultraman measurement. Deja Ultraman, First Order, 7th Stage. Holy cow! Witness history. The students at the high school site were frozen. Crap. This Ultraman with 3 colors on his body is actually this strong. It's not logical. Yeah, The purer the color on the book we've been reading all these years, the stronger the Ultraman becomes a joke. Ooh, just now when I awakened there was this Ultraman. I see 3 colors on him, directly give a pass. I regret it. Witnessing history. All this time we thought that the 6th order was already the limit, and it was impossible for a single 7th order AoE to be born. Right. Generally speaking, the 7th order is a fused AO. For example, more than 100 years ago the Super Terra that fused the power of Ultraman, Jack, Saiwon, Ace, and Zophie to reach the peak of the 7th order. I didn't realize that there was actually a single 7th order AO that actually existed. Although the limit may not reach the peak of the 7th order, and may only be at the level of the early or mid-late 7th order, it's still a span of a class. Not to mention the scene of the college entrance exam now. The live broadcasting room was also exploding, with all kinds of pop-ups flying all over the place, which was even more terrifying than Zhang Quanba awakening Leo's light just now. And at the high school entrance exam, Dija Ultraman felt his own power for a moment, and suddenly his mind wandered and he crossed his arms in front of his forehead. Only the crystal on Deja's brow emitted a red glow, followed by Deja's body turning red. The staff below was shocked, having just turned into light. They actually had a level close to the 2nd rank, capital of a country. Yu Xiandao had already put on his sailor glasses, which were capable of observing the exact values of other Ultraman. Right at the moment when Deja Ultraman's entire body turned red, Fish Dogen sensed that this Ultraman was unusual. At this point, Dija Ultraman's power value had almost doubled. Is it actually this strong? Being able to increase one's power in battle, though the relative speed is diminished. It's not over yet. After turning into a red form, the crystal in Deja Ultraman's brow once again emitted a purple glow, followed by another purple form. Fish Daoxian was shocked. It can still be like this? This time it's the speed that's almost doubled, but the power is relatively diminished. This Ultraman can completely change his form and thus fight depending on the enemy he's facing. It seems that my family has produced an exceptional daughter of heaven. After experimenting with the 3 forms, Liu Ruyan exited her transformed state and returned to the high school entrance exam. At this time, a divine light rod representing the light of hope had already appeared in her hand. Her eyebrows smiled, happy as can be, quickly stepped to the front of Duanmu Xian a hand to give him a hug and said, "Bravo Duanmu Xian, you'll be able to look up to my might in the future. With me around, I'll see who else dares to speak ill of you in the future." This was said by Liu Ruyan in front of the live broadcast audience, and it was obvious that this was pointing out Zhang Quanba. And Zhang Quanba, who was watching the live stream, turned pale. Fuck, what's so good about this Duanmu Xian? 7 stage a higher level of potential than those adults in Xia. Why do you still need to bring this dragger? Can't figure it out. Duanmu Xian didn't say anything because the staff had already called his name. Next candidate number 310. Duanmu Xian. To the stage. Duanmu Xian moved the arm that was around his neck away, then his gaze was resolute as he looked at the mysterious plasma spark tower and walked forward quickly. The moment he reached out and touched the plasma spark tower, Duanmu Xian only felt an irresistible force forcibly dragging his consciousness within the plasma spark tower. When he came to the ruins of light, the first thing that caught his eyes was the 3 light curtains, and as the light curtains slowly dissipated, the figures of Zophie Ultraman and Terra Ultraman appeared in front of Duanmu Xian, and to the right of Zophie and Terra, there was a plain-looking toy sword floating. That's crap. Galaxy sparks. That is, Duanmu Xian couldn't hear the sounds from outside at this time inside the ruins of light, and the outside world had now exploded. Crap. Zophie Ultraman, the owner of the M87 ray, which was called the strongest single ray years ago. Daring, how dare you call that lord by his name? It's so damn hard to choose. Zophie is the strongest single ray, and Terra can merge with the other 5 Otter brothers to become Super Terra, which is the peak of the 7th order. What the hell is the point of choosing? Just go straight to that lord. Don't. Super Terra, that's a 7th order existence. There's no way for Super Terra to appear without that lord's power, right? The conditions for Super Terra are too harsh and it's a big burden on the body, so it's better to use that lord. As for that next to the Galactic spark, although the relics of light appeared props is the first time, but it is clear that a broken toy cannot compare to that adult, and the merger can become the peak of the 7th order of the Super Terra cannot compare. The eyes of all the live viewers and candidates were all drawn to Zophie and Terra. The heavens are unjust. How can a Duanmu Xian who poses every day have such good luck? That's fucking Terra, and that lord. Hey, maybe his parents in heaven spirit blessing it. After all, his parents to save the whole Tianhai city in exchange for this good luck. No words. Wait, what is he going to do? Crap, my brother. Terra, don't you even want it? Zophie, you're going to touch that toy you've never even seen. My brother, don't. Don't you even want that lord's power? Although it's very rare for props to appear in the ruins of light, do you want to be a conspicuous bag compared to that lord? Hasty. His parents' heavenly souls have blessed him, and even the grave is smoking, and he's going to press that smoke alive. Inside the ruins of light, Duanmu Xian couldn't hear the skepticism outside, and even if he did he would only say one thing. Question a little louder. I can't hear you. What's a galaxy spark? That is the level of the ultimate AOA. Galaxy TV inside the back of the mountain galaxy, that is what strength level? In the Spark Wars, Dark Spark turned all the Ultraman and monsters of all time and space into spark mannequins, including Noah, the first light of the universe, Raijido, the will of the great universe, the king of the Ultras, Sega, and the mysterious 4Os all rolled into one. The Plasma Spark Tower can grant everyone the power to become Ultraman, and Galactic Ultraman is covered in plasma crystals. What kind of concept is this? Galactic Ultraman is the real ultimate O. Spell the setting with Galaxy and Noah will have to bow down when he comes. Galactic Ultraman is set from 0 to infinity. A true silver giant god. That is, after the theatrical release, Galaxy proper is gone and Co can't play. Otherwise Galaxy could have soloed all the bosses in the later Otter series. When the Galaxy Spark was held in his hand, an arcane mark appeared on the back of Duanmu Xian's hand. The method of using the Galaxy Spark was instilled into Duanmu Xian's brain in an instant. Galaxy Spark's power is such that it can turn all Ultramen and monsters into flash dolls, and by the same token, it can be used to turn all Ultramen and even monsters. But the will of the Galactic Spark is the opposite of the Dark Spark, whose will is to stop all time, space and life form eternity. Galactic Sparks, on the other hand, is the belief that life should continue naturally. However, there are conditions to become Galactic Ultraman, and you can only transform when you have a strong belief in your heart or the will to protect others. The short answer is that you can only turn into Galaxy when it counts, not just any time. So I can't even fucking transform at any time? I'm really convinced. Suddenly, a bad idea appeared in Duanmu Xian's mind and turned his gaze to Zophi and Terra, who were on the side. Taking out Galactic Sparks, he used Spark Ray on Zophi, and in the next second, Zophi Ultraman's silhouette did turn into a glittering doll held in Tuan Kaiken's hands. Crap, it really works. Just as Tuan Kaiken was planning to turn Terra Ultraman into a flash doll to carry with him as well, Galaxy Ultraman's voice rang out in Tuan Kaiken's mind. Duanmu Gen, you already have the power of Zophi Ultraman, so leave Terra's power to the others. Duanmu Xian froze, but then he also withdrew his intention of preparing to turn Terra Ultraman into a doll, and after putting away the Galactic Sparks, soon Duanmu Xian's consciousness returned to his body. He raised the Galaxy Spark in his hand and aimed the feet of that Lord's sparkly mannequin at the Galaxy Spark. Super Fusion, Shafrin, a dazzling light flashed. Zophi Ultraman appeared at the entrance exam. The staff was shocked, not so much because of that toy and Tatsuki Gen's choice of Zophi Ultraman. Rather, it's because of the data. Zophi Ultraman, First Order, 7th stage. I don't think so. I remembered that Zophi was only at the 6th stage of the First Order in the data. Could it be that the prop can strengthen Ultraman? As Zophi Ultraman's stats were released, the whole internet was shocked that that prop could actually strengthen Ultraman's power. Moreover, within just one day, the 7th class of Tianhai City's first high school directly appeared 2 strong people with 7-segment potentials, and 7-segment potentials meant that the future achievements of these 2 people would surpass those adults to reach the level of the 7th rank. The live streaming pop-ups were non-stop, and far away in the capital city of Shangqing Sanglong, 2 of the top universities of the summer country's president directly cannot sit still. However, they saw 2 red lights rushing up into the sky, and Primordial Ultraman and Severn Ultraman appeared in the sky above the capital, and the 2 O's coincidentally flew at full speed in the direction of Tianhai City. The 2 O's used their minds to voice each other as they flew through the air. Severn Ultraman Earthly Body Fish Dogen preempted the attack. You Tianma, don't bother going to Tianhai for nothing. Ruyan Lu is my daughter. She will definitely study at my Sanglong University in the future. As for that kid called Duanmu Xian, who is my future son-in-law no less, surely he will also come to my Sanglong to study. Ultraman Earthly Body Yu Tianma disliked back unwillingly. You fart, old fish. Not that I'm saying you're too greedy. Since the monsters invaded the blue planet and we Xia developed the plasma spark, the entire world has only produced so many 2-7 Dan geniuses. This means 2 future monolithic AO 7th level. And you alone want to collect both? It would be better for me, Shanqing, to merge directly with you, Sanlong. Then you may be doomed to a wasted trip. After saying this, Saiwan Ultraman directly shook off Ultraman at full speed and headed towards Tianhai City first. An hour later, the 2 O's arrived at the Plasma Spark Tower in Tianhai City. At this time, all the Tianhai City high school candidates had all completed the selection of the Relic of Light, and all possessed the power to turn into Ultraman. But unfortunately, apart from Zhang Quanba's First Order, 6th Dan Lei Ottoman and Liu Ruyan and Duanmu Xian's First Order, 7th Dan Dija and Shafurin, the others are all Dragon Troopers. and there are only a handful of them that can even reach the 5th stage of the First Order. But that being said, this is pretty much the norm. By the time Yu Daoxian and Yu Tianma arrived at the entrance exam site, all the candidates would be preparing to enter the ruins of light once again to undergo the test of light. This is the second stage of the high school exam. The plasma spark tower will unleash an illusion based on the power of light each candidate has gained. Each candidate will face a random monster in the fantasy world. As for the strength of the random monsters, it depends on how strong the power of the light one gets is. The stronger the power of light, the stronger the power of darkness becomes. A level like First Order second stage would probably run into some cannon fodder monsters, or one could even say that they were all cute monsters, like Bermuda, Bulgy for example. And what kind of monsters the 7th Order would face could be an unknown. After all, the hardest tests in history have all been the machine monster Kinkobridge that severed Ultraman's earthly body. Fish Dogen, faced decades ago. This session is normally invisible to others as it is done with all the candidates, but since there are 3 geniuses of the 6th Order as well as above this year, so when all the candidates entered the ruins of light to undergo the test, the plasma spark tower would show the images of these 3 people undergoing the test. The monster Zhang Quanba faced was the blood-sucking monster Batman, a mid-second order level with moderate strength, a notch weaker than the Jin Guqia that Fish Daoxian had faced the first time he turned into Saiwan Ultraman, and the monsters Ryuyan faced were outrageous. The monster Golzan that could make the earth crumble as well as the monster Melba that made the sky crumble. Both monsters belonged to the peak level of the 2nd rank, and Jin Guqia was only at the level of the late 2nd rank. Seeing this scene, Yu Daoxian couldn't help but sweat for his daughter, facing 2 monsters for her first transformation, and both were peak 2nd rank monsters. But when they saw the monster that Duanmu Xian was facing in the 3rd light screen, the entire room went silent, only to hear an oppressive beast inside slowly emerge from the black fog and let out a dull grunt. Jetton. When Yu Tianma heard this scalp-numbing voice, he directly thought of the battle decades ago, the cosmic dinosaur Jetton that nearly made him die in the battlefield. Although Yu Tianma was only at the peak of the 4th rank at that time, he was beaten without a fight against the cosmic dinosaur Jetton, who was also at the peak of the 4th rank. Instantaneous movement, 1 megadegree fireball, ability to ignore light and octaves of the light wheel. Jetton, how is it possible? How could a monster of this level appear in the ruins of light? Crap, are you kidding me? Jetton the cosmic dinosaur, the monster that once sent one of those adults, Ultraman, into a state of fake death for a time. Why would this kind of monster appear inside the ruins of light? What's going on with the plasma spark tower? Is Duanmu Xian being punished by the heavens? A peak 4th rank Jetton appeared inside the trial of light? Is this reasonable? For a while, all the parents of the candidates present as well as the people in the live broadcast room secretly sweated for Duanmu Xian, to the extent that no one cared about Zhang Quanba facing the vampire next to him or Liu Ruyan facing the 2 peak 2nd order monsters. Even Yu Daoxian, as a father, was unable to focus on his own daughter's examination, and instead stared at Duanmu Xian's image with unblinking eyes. In the ruins of light, Duanmu Xian wanted to curse in anger as he looked at Jetton's oppressive stance. Worry, you immortal board. Jetton, peak of the 4th order. Is it reasonable for you to ask me, a 7th stage of the 1st order, to fight Jetton, who is at the peak of the 4th order? But without waiting for Duanmu Xian to complain, Jetton's 1 megadegree fireball had already been launched towards him, and he felt the blazing heat that hit his face. Duanmu Xian quickly raised Galaxy Spark, Super Fusion, Chafrin, the flames dispersed, and Zophie Ultraman was knocked straight out of the room by a megadegree fireball and fell to the ground in a heap. The color timer starts flashing red straight away. The audience who saw the scene was dumbfounded. The red light flashes just after the transformation, but it all makes sense when you think that the opponent you're facing is Jetton the cosmic dinosaur. It's over. It's over. This shouldn't be making history. Yeah, the first genius in history to die inside the ruins of light examination. No, the test of the ruins of light should be reasonable. No matter what, it wouldn't be enough to create this kind of test that is completely unequal in terms of strength. AI, the fall of genius. Land of the ruins, in the Phantasmagoria. Duanmu Xian felt his body's injuries some strange. Why? It does not hurt, but the injuries on the body are real. Is it not my own stamina that the super fusion into Ultraman drains? Thinking of this, in order to verify his suspicions, Duanmu Xian crawled up in a donkey roll and raised his fist as big as a sandbag and rushed at Jetton. Just as a punch was about to hit Jetton, Jetton appeared behind Duanmu Xian in an instant. Unlike Hippogriff Jetton, which has no CD for instantaneous movement, regular Jetton instantaneous movement has a few seconds of CD. Right at the moment Jetton disappeared, Tuan Kaikan directly used the M87 ray, which was known as the strongest single ray, to strike behind him. Jetton's arms moved forward, and the terrifying M87 light was directly absorbed by Jetton. Seeing this scene, Yu Tianma despaired. Damn it, Does this Duanmu Xian not learn a bit of high school common sense? Why do you need to put light rays on when you're hitting Jetton? Because of the test, Duanmu Xian directly output the M87 light ray at full power. Although he was now only at the first rank level, the M87 light ray was known as the strongest light ray for a single body. The energy consumption was not normally high, and Duanmu Xian used up all the energy after only 30 seconds or so of release. But Jetton remained unharmed. And then Jetton's arms waved M87 light was returned to Duanmu Xian by Jetton as it was. There was a loud boom. The invincible Zophie fell. The figure dissipated into dots of light particles. And after Zophie disappeared, Duanmu Xian's figure appeared in the same place. But miraculously Duanmu Xian's body was unharmed. And the Galactic spark was also unharmed. If there's any difference from before they came in, it's that Zophie Ultraman's glittering dolls look dull at this point with the energy of consuming light. It may take a long time to recover from this. Sure enough, it's just as I guessed. Duanmu Xian muttered. And the outside world has blown up. Crap. Witness history. The first genius ever to fail in the ruins of light test. Forget it. I won't spray it if there are extenuating circumstances. I don't have any chance of winning even if I go to fight the peak of the 4th rank when I'm shelved at the 1st rank. After dispersing Zophie, Jetton didn't disappear, but instead rushed at where Duanmu Xian was and unleashed another 1 megadegree fireball. The smell of death was approaching. Duanmu Xian was even going through his head already. All the images of his life playing in his mind. No, how could I possibly fall in a place like this? I still have $1 billion of inheritance to spend. I've been a social animal all my life. And it's not easy for me to be reborn in this world. I was looking at a great swinging life beckoning me, with a gorgeous girlfriend waiting for me. I absolutely cannot die here. Sensing Duanmu Xian's strong will to survive, the galaxy spark finally gave a response, erupting in a dazzling greenish-blue light. 1 trillion degrees of fireballs were instantly broken by this light blocking them. The BGM plays. Galaxy sparks opens and Galaxy Ultraman's flash doll pops out. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Xian smiled. He had gambled correctly. From the beginning he knew that this Jetton was not at all the test that the Relic of Light was preparing for Zophie Ultraman. This start is a test of the standard Galactic Ultraman. If he couldn't inspire a strong will to transform into Galactic Ultraman here, he would lose. So from the very beginning Duanmu Xian never thought that becoming Zophie could win Jetton, but instead he tried to find ways to stimulate his own potential, and exploded his powerful will to become Galaxy between life and death. Holding the Galactic Ultraman doll in his hand, he aimed it at Galactic Spark. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. A radiant galaxy erupted from within Duanmu Xian's body, forming a miniature greenish-blue galaxy from which Galaxy Ultraman's godly figure emerged. Sarah! Galactic Ultraman let out a battle cry and charged towards Jetton, slamming his fist against his head. Jetton disappeared again in a flash, intending to do the same trick. Who knew that the next second Galactic Ultraman's figure also flashed along with Jetton, and that punch was also a solid hit on Jetton's head. The sheer power of Galactic Ultraman's punch dented Jetton's head directly. The figure flew out thousands of meters away with it, and before Jetton could land, another instantaneous shift appeared behind him. A build-up uppercut sent Jetton flying thousands of meters straight up, and then Galaxy crossed his arms, his plasma crystals radiating a yellowish glow, and then his left hand shot up into the sky. The entire sky of the ruins was suddenly covered in dark clouds, and all the lightning gathered into a golden mass of lightning. Galactic Lightning Strike. As the Galactic Lightning Strike struck Jetton in the air, a loud boom was heard and Jetton the cosmic dinosaur was blown to pieces. Galaxy's divine figure stood in the ruins of light, and not even the color timer flashed red. The crew below the plasma spark tower was shocked. Far away from the central location of the capital city's capital city police force, several men in military uniforms were sitting in the conference room watching the live broadcast of the college entrance exam. Everyone, this Ultraman, the potential can't be predicted, but it definitely exceeds the 7th stage. It should be the legendary 8th stage potential, or maybe even the 9th stage. However, this Ultraman is extremely unstable, and it's possible that only Duanmu Xian can transform when he encounters a life-threatening crisis. Ed is right. Yes, or else Tuan Kaiken wouldn't have turned into Zophie in the first place. And that sword should have the ability to turn other Ultraman into flash dolls, and also turn into the appropriate Ultraman through those flash dolls. What a dangerous and terrifying ability. Just 1 rank. To be able to abuse a peak 4th rank Jetton, even without the color timer flashing red. The light used by this Ultraman is also not light in the traditional sense. Unlike Ultraman's Spectrum Light and Saban's Cluster Light, when he used that Galactic Lightning Strike, the entire weather of the ruins changed. If he reused this move when he reached the 6th rank, I'm afraid that the power would not be weaker than the fusion rays of our Otter brothers. How about it? Should we just make an exception and recruit him into our capital city police force? Jonias, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Ultraman and Saban have already left for Skyhaven. Let him grow up in Shangqing or Xianglong for a while before he enters us. As Urian said, his power is not stable. If he goes straight to the battlefield and faces so many vicious monsters, if he dies prematurely at his first rank level, you'll be a sinner for the ages. Jonia said after a moment of silence. Okay, listen to you. After finishing the Ruins of Light examination, Duanmu Xian's consciousness returned to his main body, and at this time, the other candidates had also finished their exams one after another. The Plasma Spark Tower will give each candidate a score based on their performance in the relic. This score will be finalized based on the strength of the monster, the time spent in battle when defeating the monster, and the battle damage ratio. The highest score of 720 points. Among the candidates so far, the highest score was only 650 points, which was also set by the current president of Tsanglong University, Fish Daoxian, because even if the battle process was beautiful, Jin Guqia was only a second-order monster. At one point, Fish Daoxian said that to get a perfect score on the entrance exam, unless the relics gave third-order as well as higher-order monsters, and even if you meet a third-order monster, whether you can fight it or not is also a problem. The Relic of Light test is a test after all, and it's impossible to run to take your life. At this moment, all of the students were traveling in pairs, exchanging information together about the menacing sights they had just witnessed inside the Ruins of Light. Because the students were unaware amongst themselves what the relic test the others were facing was, the candidates present didn't know that just now Duanmu Xian had single-handedly swiped the cosmic dinosaur Jetton inside the relics, and the lights weren't even on. But it's also fortunate that they don't know, or else today Duanmu Xian is afraid to be blocked by fanboys and fangirls at the college entrance exam site. But at this point the live broadcast had already exploded, and the nation's netizens had basically witnessed the scene that could be called a miracle. A rookie Ultraman warrior solo Jetton, the cosmic dinosaur that once nearly killed Ultraman. Duanmu Xian, which university do you want to go to after the college entrance exams? With our talent, it must be all the top universities in the entire Xia kingdom at random. Beside Duanmu Xian, Liu Ruyan looked at him with a smile and asked the question that had concerned him the most during the month he had been separated from him. Duanmu Xian scratched his head. He hadn't thought about this. His original body had already given up on itself for half a year before he crossed over. Crossing over to awaken the galactic spark is only a few hours. Before that he was even afraid of awakening a dragon-set Ultraman to continue to be a social animal for life. However, according to the original body's memories, it seemed that Xianglong University and Shangqing University were the best schools in the entire Xia kingdom. Let's choose between Xianglong and Shangqing. According to our unprecedented talent, it is expected that they will both come to compete for us, and then we'll see which one of them is more sincere. Liu Ruyan frowned slightly, as if she didn't quite understand what Duanmu Xian meant. More sincere? What do you mean? Just to see which one of them pays more. Ruyan Liu was thunderstruck. No way. Just you. Young Master Duanmu. Are you still short of money? Duanmu Xian smiled mysteriously and touched her head in passing. You don't understand this. Do you want? What long hair and short insight? Is it money I want? I want their attitude. Oh. Liu Ruyan nodded with seeming understanding and followed Duanmu Xian out of the examination room of the college entrance exam. In order to maintain the order of the entrance examination, there were countless police officers in front of the entire Plasma Spark Tower clearing a path for the candidates of the entrance examination. This also avoided the consequences of Duanmu Xian being blocked as soon as he left the examination room. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan didn't act as conspicuous packets, just silently following the crowd out of the examination room. He had just crossed over to this world after all. And after being a social animal all his life and his previous life, he hadn't dared to spend lavishly for himself even once until he died. In this life he wanted to make up for the regrets of his last life, but it was a pity that the heavens were not in his favor. The two had just walked out of the examination room when they were stopped by two middle-aged men in executive jackets holding thermos cups. These two middle-aged men are exactly the Ultraman human body Yu Tianma, president of Shangqing University, and Severn Ultraman human body Yu Daoxian, president of Xianglong University, blocked from far away from the capital. Seeing Yu Daoxian, Liu Ruyan's complexion visibly panicked for a moment. It had been almost 3 years since she had seen this busy father of hers for a single moment. Because Fish Daoxian was one of those top few powerhouses in the Summer Kingdom, he was simply too busy to take time off during the weekdays, so he could rarely meet with Liu Ruyan. This also indirectly led to Liu Ruyan's withdrawn personality. But as the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Liu Ruyan has her father's excellent genes. So she is a self-respect and self-improvement absolutely will not tend to influence the people. Dad, what are you doing here? Fish Daoxian flashed a confident smile at Yu Tianma beside him and then said, I'm not thinking about my precious daughter. Just watched the live broadcast. Good girl. Really worthy of being my cub. Really did not give your old man shame. First order, 7th stage. never before seen, and a first order, 7th stage boyfriend who's never before seen. Liu Ruyan's ability to detect words and colors is still very strong. Can see that his father and next to the president of Shangqing University Yu Tianma. This atmosphere is not right. Dad, you have something to say. No need to beat around the bush. Fish Daoxian awkwardly coughed twice. Should not say that it is not worthy of being his daughter. In this case, Dad is not going to beat around the bush with you. You also know that Dad is the president of Sanglong University. When you and your boyfriend fill out your aspirations, both of you fill out Sanglong University, the tuition fee is completely free, and the resources are at your disposal. Once Liu Ruyan heard that it was true, she then turned her gaze to Duanmu Xian. Duanmu Xian gave Liu Ruyan a wink, and Liu Ruyan instantly understood. I'll listen to Xian. I'll go wherever he goes. Duanmu Xian hemmed and hawed. This niece was on the right track. He had suffered losses in his previous life. If he studied at a school that might be his future father-in-law, was it different from working for his old man? This is a big taboo. So when he heard that Yu Daoxian was the president of Sanglong University, he already had a decision in his heart. Fish Daoxian heard this heart immediately a little unhappy. This niece have not even married out how to be like this. That kid, come to my Sanglong University, I'm your girlfriend's father, and I'll definitely teach you everything you need to know. Our Sanglong University has the best resources in the entire Xia Kingdom, where your talent will definitely be put to the best use. When the time comes, the nation's resources are prioritized to supply you. Duanmu Xian pondered for a moment and said, really? Fish Daoxian patted his chest and assured, that's a must. As the president of Sanglong University, I can guarantee that I'll do what I say. Okay, Uncle Fish, I got it. Yu Tianma, who was on the side, finally couldn't sit still and interjected, kid, if you come to our Shangqing University, you'll have the same treatment. And if you come to our Shangqing University, not only will your tuition fees be completely free, I'll also send you a set of on-campus villa, as well as prioritizing the supply of resources from the whole country. Fish Daoxian was anxious at the sound of it. Hey, Yu Tianma, do you still have some conscience? Liu Ruyan is my daughter, and Duanmu Xian is also my future son-in-law. This you want to rob? Yu Tianma didn't pay attention to Fish Daoxian adding to Duanmu Xian, and Duanmu little friend, you have to know, if you go to that Sanglong, that can be in your little girlfriend's father's eyes. At that time maybe a word or action, I'm afraid that some people will be quite a word. You can think, well compared to this, coming to my Shangqing society would be a better choice for you. Hearing this, Yu Daoxuan's temper directly exploded and he began to argue fiercely with Yu Tianma. Seeing the situation, Liu Ruyan frowned and retreated behind Duanmu Xian. Shen! Duanmu Xian laughed lightly, whispering to her as the two principals argued. It's okay, Wan. By the way, Dija Ultraman should have an instantaneous movement skill, if you know what I mean. Liu Ruyan's eyes really lit up, and then directly took out the divine light rod from her bosom to transform into the equalizer DJ. While Fish Daoxian and Yu Tianma were still arguing, pulling Duanmu Xian directly left the college entrance examination site with an instantaneous movement. Fish Daoxian and Yu Tianma directly froze. Dija Ultraman actually even knows a skill like instantaneous movement. Yu Tianma, it seems like you'll shorten your lifespan if you use this move. On the Pegasus Road. That's true, but Dija Ultraman's instantaneous movement is different from mine, and I can feel that it's not the lifespan that should be consumed. Forget it, Fish Daoxian. Let's not argue. It's only for these 2 days. Let these two kids choose for themselves. Anyway, we'll all see when the volunteer results come out. Humph, don't even need to think about it. It must be my pale old university that was chosen. After all, Ruyan Lu is my own daughter. Yu Tianma smiled slightly at it and didn't retort. If it came to combat power, he might be a little weaker than Yu Daoxian, but when it came to brains, Fish Daoxuan's one-track mind couldn't compare to his. Fish Daoxuan's home was in the neighborhood of Tianhai First High School, as Fish Daoxian himself was from Tianhai City, but had always lived in the capital because he was a Saiwan Ultraman. After bidding farewell to Yu Tianma, Yu Daoxian did not return to the capital, but turned his head back to his home. As a father who hadn't been home once in 3 years, there was some shame in his heart. As a Saiwan Ultraman he could afford the people of Xia, but as a father he was sorry for her long-dead mother. It was hard to go home once, also for his daughter and that melon child to go to Sanglong University. When I got home, I looked at the neat as new furniture in the house, the spotless floors, and even my own room was cleaned up. This kid, even though I haven't been home for 3 years, still keeps all the rooms so clean. Just as well, I'll prepare a little surprise for her return tonight. Fish Daoxian thought like this, but his plan was probably going to fall through. Tianhai City, as the most prosperous city in the entire summer country, is illuminated by neon lights at night with endless streams of people, and it has the tallest buildings and the busiest business district in the entire summer country. What's more, Blue Star's technology level was to be better than Duanmu Xian's previous life. Naturally, crossing over Duanmu Xian was going to enjoy the pleasures that he hadn't enjoyed in his previous life. Originally, Duanmu Xian was planning to let Liu Ruyan hurry home, but this niece was dead set against it. Had no choice but to bring it to her. But at this time, the two went out with hats and masks, for no other reason. This morning's college entrance exam shocked the entire network. Even Liu Ruyan herself did not expect Duanmu Xian's test to be so outrageous. She originally thought that she was already invincible against the two peak second-order monsters, Golzin and Melba, but she didn't realize that there was someone even braver than her. Now if Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan were to register an account on a certain voice, I'm afraid that one night would make them 10 million level internet celebrities. So if they don't wear hats and masks, they're just afraid they'll be rounded up on the street for photo ops. The two of them first went to the highest building in Tianhai Pearl, to hit the card to take pictures to commemorate the occasion, and then rode the largest cruise ship on the Huanglong River, blowing the wind from the East China Sea towards the river, eating jade plate delicacies. Champagne wine opened a bottle after a bottle. It wasn't long before both of them were a little tipsy, waiting off the cruise ship, and then went to a trip to the most prosperous business KTV in Tianhai City, where the little princesses all look like flowers in jade, and their posture is also 1,000 charming. It's just a pity that Liu Ruyan is beside her to give Duanmu Xian a stare. Duanmu Xian has to restrain his expression at all times, which is why after finishing the entrance exam Duanmu Xian wants to detach her. There she was next to Duanmu Xian, happy, can only transfer the depressed mood to the wine above, a cup after a cup constantly down. By the time this one was over it was 3 in the morning. At this time in Liu Ruyan's house, Yu Daoxian sat motionless on the sofa with a gloomy face. Where did this damn asshole take my daughter at night? Not coming home at 3 in the morning. At this moment, there was a box on the coffee table in front of Fish Daoxian, and inside the box were all the potions and equipment used for special physical training. It was no wonder that Fish Daoxian lost his temper, as he was one of the top few figures in Xia. Even the ones from the capital police force could only be his equals. Never only Fish Daoxian pigeon other people, which have other people pigeon him. However, it is not like pigeon. After all, he did not go home for 3 years. This girl's usual habits and what time to go home he really does not know. Also embarrassed to call, after all, has not called for 3 years. If not the first of every month he will punctually to Liu Ruyan account 5 million. Liu Ruyan will collect the money. Father and daughter have not been any other communication between. No, it's 3 in the morning. Better make a phone call. Thinking of this, Fish Daoxian took out his cell phone and flipped through the address book for half a day before flipping to Liu Ruyan's phone and calling. The other half, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan two hooked shoulders to Tianhai City Xinqianipin and go. These two people are drinking a lot. That is, after becoming an otter warrior physical fitness enhancement otherwise early down. Ruyan Lu's cell phone rang. Because of the small amount of wine he had drunk, Duanmu Xian's tone was still a bit punchy. What dumbass called you in the middle of the night? Ruyan Lu took out her cell phone and took a look. Strange number in the capital. Duanmu Xian directly understood when he heard the words unfamiliar number. Probably a scam call. Ruyan Lu said, should I hang up then? Duanmu Xian, however, stopped Liu Ruyan's movements and said, hey, happy day, let me tease this liar. Then as soon as he took the phone he hit the answer button, then turned on the speakerphone. Hey, who is it? Fish Daoxian on the other end of the phone. For a moment is a man's voice, and this drunken tone. The fire came up, but thought that after all, 3 years did not call his daughter. Is not it a mistake? He asked tentatively. Excuse me, is this Ruyan Lu's cell phone? Liu Ruyan froze. Why is this voice a bit familiar? But because of the reason of drinking a lot of wine, reaction slow, also did not think too much. Duanmu Xian put his cell phone aside to whisper in Liu Ruyan's ear. Look, scammers are getting more and more advanced these days. Big data is getting scary now. They know your name. You are grow a pair. Be careful of getting ripped off later. Watch me. Ruyan Lu nodded with seeming understanding. Then Duanmu Xian brought the cell phone in front of him again and said, Yes. Who are you? Why are you calling in the middle of the night? I'm her father. Where is she now? Liu Ruyan's heart thumped when she heard this, but before he could think about it too much, Duanmu Xian directly opened his mouth. Bah, I'm still your father. Let me tell you, Lao Dang. My family Wanwan's father is a Saiwan Ultraman. That's an existence that's equal to that lord. Where did you come out as an onion and dare to pretend to be her father? Who doesn't know that Saiwan Ultraman has a lot of work to do in the daytime and has no spare time to make scam phone calls at 3 in the morning? Liu Ruyan realized after hearing this. Yes, she knew how busy her father was. There was absolutely no way he would call her at 3 in the morning. And on the other end of the phone Fish Daoxian was already on fire. I don't want to bullshit you, kid. Where's Ruyan Lu? Put her on the phone. Duanmu Xian quickly tossed the phone aside to heckle Ruyan Lu. Look, look, look. This crook is in a hurry, hurry, hurry. Then Duanmu Xian brain flashed a good idea. In Liu Ruyan ear muttered a few words. Liu Ruyan that little face directly blush. Normally she would have refused. But today, after all, she'd had a lot to drink and she actually agreed. Then Duanmu Xian took the phone to the side and said, Old Den, Wan is asleep next to me, but since you want to listen to her, I'll fulfill you. The fish Daoxian on the other end of the phone took a deep breath and said, Let her talk. There was a snap on the other end of the line immediately afterward. Then he heard his daughter's slightly drunken and lazy voice come through. Baby, what are you doing? Don't pinch me there, it hurts. Let me sleep. I'm really tired after all that time. With a loud rumble, the coffee table was smashed by Fish Daoxian, whose face turned green with anger. His baby girl is by and large already spoiled by this bastard boy. The night does not come back when in fact he has already vaguely some guesses, but cannot believe it. Now that this voice on the phone had given it a sit down, could he not be angry? And this kid was still calling Olden with every mouthful. There was an eerie aura coming from the dark, pitch black stairway, and a crow flew out from it, giving Duanmu Xian, who was planning to get on the elevator, a fright. The galaxy spark emitted a burst of light, and a voice filled with divinity resounded in Duanmu Xian's mind. There are aliens in your neighborhood building. Unfortunately, at this time, Duanmu Xian was disoriented because of the wine and the wind, and even Liu Ruyan was the same, walking in a wobbly manner. So although he heard Galaxy's voice, Duanmu Xian's brain was confused because he was ridiculously drunk from drinking too much. After all, who could not be drunk on the night of his high school graduation? The elevator is coming very slowly at this point for some reason, and the family lives on the third floor anyway. Duanmu Xian said directly, Forget it, waiting for the elevator is too slow. Let's take the stairs. Wan. Ruyan Lu expressed no opinion, opened the half-hidden door of the stairway next to the elevator. Due to the development of technology, basically no one took the stairs in the buildings built in the new era. So just after opening the door of the stairwell, there was a gloomy wind with a little dust drifting out. A few crows flew out of it. Duanmu Xian was blown by the wind and his head was dizzy, and he immediately felt sleepy. I've had too much to drink. Ruyan Lu frowned and pushed the stairwell door completely open with a fierce push of one hand. Rushing behind him, Duanmu Xian said, I'll go ahead. You can follow me. You've had too much to drink. I'm better. Duanmu Xian hummed. Following Ruyan Lu's movements, he stepped into the eerie stairwell. The entire stairwell was awfully quiet, except for the sound of the two men's footsteps. The only sound was the sound of water dripping onto the stone tiles from a leaky pipe on some unknown floor of the stairwell. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. It had been going up 4 or 5 floors and nothing out of the ordinary had appeared, when suddenly the footsteps of 2 people became the footsteps of 3. Yes, there was an extra footstep, because it was impossible to tell exactly where it was coming from in the openness of the stairwell. Liu Ruyan also gave a fright. Her heart had jumped into her throat. This kind of terror is completely different from monsters. The unknown is the most terrifying. Just then, Duanmu Xian sat on his butt on the steps because he was so weak from drinking too much. Wan, take a break. Next time let's not drink so much. It's true that I can't carry it off a bit. Ruyan Lu turned back and came over to Duanmu Xian's side. I'll carry you up then. But hang on, don't throw up in the stairwell. It's too dusty to clean. Don't worry. It's not so much throwing up. It just feels like it's going to be heavenly, said Duanmu Xian. Closed his eyes, wanting to squint a little bit, but once his eyes were closed he actually fell directly asleep. Liu Ruyan skimmed her mouth, shook her head helplessly, and was about to stand up and move her body to carry him on her back. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw the legs of a man in leather shoes and pants through the stairwell compartment. Is there someone in this stairwell? Ryu thought so. Turning his gaze upward, a raven-like face appeared before him. It was a head with the appearance of a crow, with large yellow eyes, but it had the body of a human. If Duanmu Xian would be awake this time he would definitely be able to recognize it. This is the Raven Man who doesn't do slavery in the 13th episode of the Dija Ultraman. The Lecker Man. The eyelids under those dim yellow eyes didn't blink like normal humans who blinked with their upper eyelids. It blinked with its lower eyelids upwards. Obviously, it's an alien that doesn't appear in the monster files. Creaking strange sounds came out from its mouth, frightening Liu Ruyan to stagger and nearly fall to the ground. Backhandedly took out the divine light rod, just intending to put it on his chest to transform into an equilibrium Dija. Who knew that the crow man moved faster? The sizable ray gun in his hand directly emitted light to collect Liu Ruyan and Duanmu Xian into the inner space together. Together with the fact that Liu Ruyan had already been drinking, she fell together with Duanmu Xian in space and collapsed on the floor of the space, her head sinking and fainting. On the other hand, an enraged fish Daoxian copied his belt and headed out the door. He was going to personally recapture this asshole kid who had trashed his daughter. And his daughter actually followed this bastard boy learn to drink. and 3 o'clock in the morning to drunk and not sober, caught back to get a good beating. Early morning the next day, an abandoned factory in the western part of Tianhai City. This is the lair of the Lapitians. Duanmu Xian woke up to find himself locked in a small box while his body was tied to special ropes that prevented him from moving. There were more than 30 underage children tied up in this box beside him. From the side came the voice of Ruyan Lu. Duanmu Xian, you can finally wake up. Duanmu Xian was confused. What's the situation? Didn't we go home? How come we're all tied up here? Ruyan Lu explained to Duanmu Xian what happened last night. At that exact moment, a red-eyed raven man poked his head in front of the box. Since the current Duanmu Xian's body had been shrunk, the crow man's head appeared very large at this point, and the wrinkles and disgusting mucus on this crow's head could be seen clearly, giving Duanmu Xian a jolt of fear. He wanted to reach out and pull out the galaxy sparks in his arms, but since his body was tightly bound by a special rope he couldn't move at all. It seems that at this point, you humans who have awakened the power of light are no different from those who haven't. Duanmu Xian now cannot move, but also cannot touch the arms of the galaxy sparks. Damn. Drinking although happy but misuse Who the hell can think of just graduated from high school on the same night to meet this gear Lapitians of the P43 Nebula. How did you all end up on Blue Star? I remember there's no information about you guys in the monster files. The red-eyed raven man froze for a moment at the news that this Blue Star man actually knew about it. There's something interesting about you Earthlings. You actually know where we come from. It's reasonable to say that we Lapitians have been lurking in the blue planet in a low-profile manner. We should have never shown our faces in front of you blue planetians. How did you know about us? Ruyan Lu asked. Cut the crap you ravens. What do you want by capturing so many of us here? The Lapitian replied. The people on your planet are interesting, with good stamina, intelligence, and extremely high survivability, making very good slaves and rations. And we have quite a few slaves like you on our planet as well, but because of our overhunting, we were on the verge of extinction. So we came to the blue planet to capture you humans and send you back to your home planet as slaves. But unfortunately, the idiot who captured you back yesterday was so bad at his job that he captured you, who is the daughter of Savin Ultraman. Otherwise we could have been capturing slaves on Earth. But now that we've done so, we'll have to sacrifice you guys to come back to the P43 Nebula with us in order to prevent our people on Earth from being discovered by Severin. With those words, the red-eyed raven man laughed. Because the ravens also know that as long as they aren't allowed to touch the summon or unable to transform into Ultraman, they're just regular humans. In fact, the red-eyed raven man was also panicked in his heart, because launching the ship at Blue Star to return to the P43 Nebula moved too much, and Saiwan Ultraman should be right in Tianhai City. Trying to escape Blue Star unnoticed from the sight of Saiwan Ultraman is nearly impossible. Fish Daoxuan's 6th-ranked AOD Nimbus was easily able to find his daughter who was connected to his bloodline. And once they let either Duanmu Xian or Liu Ruyan succeed in transforming, they really wouldn't be able to leave when the commotion got too big. It belongs to the slave traders in Lepic, as it and its men discovered the Blue Planet during an interstellar voyage journey, and later captured slaves in Blue Planet to sell them to the home planet to make a huge profit from it. It was unwilling to provide the home planet with the coordinates of Blue Star until the last minute, because then he wouldn't be the only one in Blue Star's slave business. Originally in the Blue Star secretly catch some unawakened teenagers is quite fragrant. Make money at the same time can occasionally eat a full meal and the Blue Star's market is only at a why not do it? But last night a stupid henchman actually captured Fish Daoxuan's daughter, which straight up pulled a big one on it. And in the box, Tuan Kaiken had a little hard time, but not much. Even if the ravens did take him to the P43 Nebula, they'd just find out they'd brought a big daddy back with them, and then it would be a regimental P43 Nebula. The Raven Man was stopped in the plot inside of Dija Ultraman, so Tuan Mu Qian was actually quite curious about what the Raven Man's home planet was like. It was that drink last night that dragged Ruyan Lu in with it. Wan, I'm sorry for putting you through this time, but it's not a big problem. The crow people aren't very strong. I'll think of another way. Wan, why don't you say anything? It's okay, I'm your girlfriend. We share the same blessings and hardships, and I seem to be on the verge of success, Ruyan Lu said. At this time she was thinking of ways to save herself. As the daughter of Yu Daoxian had trained her from a young age to have a strong sense of self-preservation in case she was kidnapped one day. So from 3 years ago after Yu Daoxian had left for the capital she had a small, specially made blade hidden on the inside of her sleeve. She had been trying to figure out how to get the blade out since the morning, and it was a bit of a bumpy process, even poking her hand. But luckily the blade came out. She had been using this small blade to cut the special rope, which was unusual, but the dagger material was not ordinary either. So while the progress was a bit slow, it was hard to resist the fact that she had been cutting for close to an hour. That rope always cuts a slit. Then Liu Ruyan's right hand fiercely exerted force. The rope that tied her right hand was finally broken free. Although her arm was still tied, but at least her arm had some room to move. She quickly reached into her own pocket with her right hand and fished out the divine light rod very hard and placed it on her chest position. With a flash of colorful light, she managed to transform into Dija Ultraman. However, he saw a flash of red light from the crystal on Dija Ultraman's forehead, and his whole body turned red, and with a fierce force, the rope was broken free. Duanmu Xian looked stunned. His girlfriend so fierce? Dija Ultraman turned his gaze to Tuan Kaiken, giving him an otter nod before helping him rip the rope off as well. Tuan Kaiken held his fire, pulling out galaxy sparks and Zophie Ultraman's flash dolls the moment he broke free of his restraints. Super fusion. Shafrin. The two O's looked at each other, coming to an otter nod, and then each resumed their equal size. By this time the Lapitians had long since fled, and the inside of the factory was empty, with only the box he had just been in lying alone on the ground. And the moment the rope snapped, the Lepic alien knew that something bad had happened, and at that moment it couldn't think of anything else. It directly launched the ship to try to escape from Earth. However, the Earth continued to tremble, and the abandoned factory could not withstand the earthquake was finally shattered, and a giant airship broke out from the ground. And before the abandoned factory completely shattered, two giant Ultraman flew out, with Dija still holding the box in his hand, as there were still 36 children in it who hadn't succeeded in their awakening. Just then, Yu Daoxian was also finally able to find the location of the abandoned factory, and as soon as he arrived, he saw the scene of the abandoned factory exploding and the spaceship taking off. Looking at the two huge ultras in front of him, Fish Daoxian was about to lose his temper. This damn kid actually dared to call him old dang, and also dared to spoil his daughter. However, he saw Liu Ruyan quickly put that one box in front of him after she found him, and then Otter piped up. There's no time to explain. Duanmu Xian and I are going to go and stop this spaceship from leaving Earth immediately. These kids are in Dad's hands. After saying that and Duanmu Xian exchanged a glance, the two Aos took a long leap and flew towards that spaceship. Fish Daoxian was a person who could prioritize things. When he saw so many imprisoned teenagers in the box, he decidedly suppressed the mood of wanting to immediately break Duanmu Xian into pieces, and then quickly contacted Tianhai City's police force. And in the air, due to the airship's flying speed, Ruyan Lu turned into her purple form in the air, a form that was meant to be faster than Zophie. Quickly, he caught up with the ship and rode on top of it. The Lapitians who were maneuvering the ship knew that they couldn't escape at all this time, quickly sent a coordinate information signal of Blue Star to the home planet of Blue Star in the P-43 nebula, and then maneuvered the airship to keep rotating in an attempt to make a final struggle. But unfortunately it couldn't shake off Ruyan Lu, and in turn angered her. Instead, she saw the power of light coalesce in the palm of her hand and punch a large hole in the top of the ship before standing up and jumping back to pull away. Duanmu Xian also finally arrived late, and the two OS looked at each other. The Rampart Ray and the M87 Ray were sent out at the same time, and the spaceship exploded into pieces in the air. The Lepicians were annihilated. But how could Duanmu Xian not be happy? Just now he clearly saw a signal sent out from the Lepic spaceship flying at an extremely fast speed to the distant universe. There was no way to stop it. I'm afraid that the Lepicians have sent a signal from Earth to their home planet, and I'm afraid that it won't be long before the rest of their home planet arrives at Blue Star. I'm afraid it's going to be a really bad fight then. By the time the two of them transformed back into their earthly bodies and returned to the ground, the Tianhai City police force had already arrived at the scene. After Ruyan Lu reported what happened here to the people from the police force took away the children who had been shrunk. I'm sure they'll find a way to help these children who haven't awakened the power of light to return to their original form. There were only 3 people left at the scene: Duanmu Xian, Liu Ruyan and Yu Daoxian. However, he saw Fish Daoxian looking at Duanmu Xian with his eyes on fire. Good boy. Now there are only a few of us left. You kid take my daughter in the wee hours of the night to stay out drinking, even if, after spoiling my daughter, but also dare to call me old den. I'll let you go down to see your great-grandmother today, said Fish Daoxian, whirling his belt and smacking it at Duanmu Xian's body. Duanmu Xian are confused. Last night drank a little wine, indeed a little floating, but did not expect that actually really is Liu Ruyan father called. Crap. Don't. Uncle, let me explain. Last night I thought it was a scam call. But the belt didn't listen to Duanmu Xian's explanation, only to hear a loud snapping sound. Duanmu Xian was jerked away before he could even react. Fish Daoxian was not yet relieved, chased after him and raised the belt to continue to whip. Seeing that the next belt was about to whip onto Duanmu Xian, Liu Ruyan rushed over with a quick eye and grabbed the belt. Dad, why are you still getting serious? He explained. He didn't do it on purpose. Fish Daoxian's temper got even bigger then. Well, Liu Ruyan, you've gotten your wings hardened, right? You still dare to stop? I still have to beat him to death today. Spread out or I'll beat you with me. What did Dad teach you growing up that you forgot about Malaysia? Liu Ruyan is not a good-tempered master. Not to mention with their own father has not met for 3 years. Her heart on the family love, in fact. Pressure fundamentally no weight. As for keeping the house so clean, it's not really about how much you expect your father to come home. It's just a way to give an account of your greatest wish as a child. Father's kindness and daughter's filial piety is the true state of Yu Daoxian and Liu Ruyan. I don't care what you think about me and him. But anyway, with me here today, don't even think about touching him one more time. I say. Fish Daoxian laughed back in anger. Fine. Ruyan Liu, I still underestimated you. Daring to call your father's bluff for a punk kid. What did this kid put in your head? I'm going to make this kid meet his tits today. I tell you. With that said, after Fish Daoxian flicked Liu Ruyan away with an auto ninki, he slammed another belt at Duanmu Xian. Duanmu Xian knew that this Fish Daoxian was a real fight. Even if it wouldn't kill, it was almost the same. It might be crippled. So naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to take a beating anymore. Rolling over and ducking allowed Fish Daoxian's belt to fall short. But the battle-experienced Fish Dogan quickly chased after him and kicked him to the ground. This kick Fish Daoxian pressed and didn't hold back. The pain caused Duanmu Xian to directly stifle a grunt and spit out a mouthful of blood. Worry you immortal okay. If you can't beat me, can't you run? Thinking of this, Duanmu Xian quickly pulled out Galaxy Spark and Zophie Ultraman Flash Dolls. Super Fusion. Chafrin. Zophie Ultraman rushed to the sky. Who knew that Fish Daoxian completely did not let go of his intention? Direct Otter Glasses aware. Severin Ultraman transformed and chased after him. How could Duanmu Xian, a first rank, compare to a sixth rank? And in less than 3 seconds he was chased down, then kicked back to the ground. Immediately after that, Fish Daoxian raised his head tag and was about to stab down into Duanmu Xian's chest, but was hit by a high-heat ray of light in the arm to stop the movement. But see, not far away Liu Ruyan has transformed into Dija to maintain the movement of the light of the Japeri AO. The power of the Japeri AO light released by the first-ranked was too weak to hurt the sixth-ranked Sabin, but instead angered him, only to see him use his Aodi Yen energy once again to bounce off Liu Ruyan, and then a head tag slashed at Duanmu Xian's chest. There was a loud stabbing sound and sparks flew as Zophie Ultraman's color timer flashed red. And Sabin didn't quit after his slash. He came up with another head of Mark slash. Facing the crushing strength of a sixth-order powerhouse, Duanmu Xian's heart was very stifled, and a powerful conviction of wanting power erupted. The Galactic Spark finally reacted, erupting in a brilliant greenish-blue light as Galactic Ultraman's glittering doll appeared above the Galactic Spark. Duanmu Xian was pleasantly surprised. So this was possible. The BGM plays. Duanmu Xian's right hand quickly grabbed the Galaxy Ultraman Flash doll, then touched it with Galaxy Spark. Super Fusion. Galactic Ultraman. The familiar greenish-blue light flashed, and Zophie Ultraman dissipated into particles of light, replaced by a miniature greenish-blue galactic void, along with Galaxy's figure filled with divinity standing above the earth. That head mark was also grabbed by Galaxy's hand and could no longer advance a bit. Saiwan Ultraman froze. The breath was still of the first rank, but the energy was comparable to the peak of the sixth rank. How could it be? Obviously. Yesterday at the relics the energy was only at the peak of the fourth order like Jetton. Why in just one day did the energy reach the peak of the sixth order? Suddenly, a horrifying thought appeared in Fish Dogan's mind. This Galactic Ultraman had been controlling his power to reach a relative parity with his opponent. Is it to exercise the boy? Galaxy. Severin thought in his mind. Duanmu Xian spoke. Uncle, last night's matter was really a misunderstanding. I really didn't know that the call was really from you. Much offense. I'm here to make amends to you. Don't call. Fish Dogan replied. Naturally. I know that, but I just wanna kick your ass. And in the meantime, I wanna know under what conditions your galactic sparks were able to fuse into Galactic Ultraman. Looks like I've found the answer. It appears when you face a life-threatening situation or an outburst of extreme will. Come on kid. Fight me. Let me see how strong this light of yours really is. Saying that, the green crystal in Sabin's brow emitted a ray of light with great cutting power straight into Galaxy's brow. Emelium Ray. Duanmu Xian directly extended his left hand to easily block the Emelium Ray. But the moment he extended his left hand, Fish Daoxian quickly seized the break and used his own left hand to slam an inch punch into Duanmu Xian's chest. Duanmu Xian loosened his grip on the tender in pain. Another head tag chopped towards Galaxy's chest. As an explosion rang out, violent sparks erupted from the collision of the head standard and the plasma crystal in Galaxy's chest. Duanmu Xian was angry. Want to fight is fine, I'll accompany you to the end. As the saying goes, even a mudblood has a little bit of fire in him. In the next second Galaxy Ultraman disappeared in an instant and appeared behind Saiwan Ultraman with a hand slash to Saiwan's back. Sabin, true to form, was a veteran of many battles and quickly reacted by reaching out to block, but he had underestimated Galaxy's power, and despite blocking the handblade, he was sent flying by his brutal and unreasonable numerical power. But Fish Daoxian landed firmly on the ground again with a beautiful flip in the air to unload the force. How is this Ultraman's value so outrageous and unreasonable? A first-ranked one can actually explode with such a powerful force. Fish Daoxian spat in his heart. But the next second, the galaxy's color timer lit up. Because this time Duanmu Xian transformed before also turned into Zophie fought once. Unleashed the M87 light once. Plus last night drank wine did not rest well, physical strength was already not exhausted. Can't withstand the power of the Milky Way. Because the body after all is still the first order. Just now also experienced a battle. So there is no way to withstand too long this power it. Even the first order of the Otter Warrior can at least transform 3 minutes. But into the Milky Way actually a minute cannot hold out well. Kid, let's decide the winner with the next move. Your body should be about to dematerialize. Duanmu Xian hummed and Otter nodded. Then crossed his arms as the plasma crystals all over his body gave off a red glow. A fiery breath coalesced around his body as several fiery fireballs rushed towards Severn. Galactic flame sphere. Saiwan Ultraman's eyes glazed over as he unleashed the Saiwan gathering light. But it lasted only a few seconds against the galactic flame orb's onslaught before it was crushed. It's also possible that he stood to the left against Bo. However, Fish Daoxian reacted very quickly. At the moment when the cluster light was suppressed, he gave up on the wave to hold up the otter shield to barely block the impact of the galactic flame ball. But that same otter shield shattered. The crystal on Galactic Ultraman actually has the feeling of being of the same origin as the plasma spark tower. And what an unbelievable value it is. It's a good thing this Ultraman's transformation has a conditional restriction. Otherwise wouldn't he be invincible? Fish Daoxian spat in his heart. Duanmu Xian also finally could not hold on and lifted in Galaxy Ultraman's materialization to turn back into a human body is about to fall from the air. Liu Ruyan, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, quickly reacted to take him in her hands, and then lifted her transformation as well. Was your goal from the beginning to force out the power of his galactic spark? That's so messed up. And as far as the result is concerned, he passed out again through his strength. Are you satisfied? On the grass in front of the abandoned factory, Liu Ruyan put the already unconscious Duanmu Xian's arm on her shoulder to support him, and looked at Yu Daoxian with a cold gaze. That gaze wasn't like father and daughter. It was like enemies. Fish Daoxian snorted coldly. Forcing out Galactic Ultraman was part of the reason. The other part was that I really wanted to beat him up. You're my daughter and he did that to you without my consent. And I've always believed that a flower in a hothouse can't stand up to the elements and must be put through the ringer. Ruyan Lu's tone was even colder. Father. Oh no. Principal Fish. How many times have you been home in the 18 years since I was born? 7 years ago. If you could have come back earlier, my mom wouldn't have died. You're a member of the Capital Police Force. The president of Sanglong University. One of those adults at the very top of Xia. My mom and I were probably just an accident to you. If it wasn't for my high school exams awakening the potential of the 7th stage of the First Order, you wouldn't have returned to Tian High at all, right? I can't afford to be your daughter. Not to mention the fact that I never had that kind of thing with him, and even if I did, what's it to you? Principal Fish, don't forget I'm an adult. I'm a free man. I can do what I want. You raised me to be independent, and now you're telling me I have to ask your permission for everything I do. Have you ever pawned and stood up like that? Fish Daoxian is not aware of their own daughter these years to live alone what has been experienced, but also simply do not know their own daughter actually mouths so poisonous. Ever since she witnessed the scene 7 years ago when her mother died so generously to protect her, she hated her weakness beyond measure, and all she could think about during that time was training and studying. This stayed until the high school met Duanmu Xian to get better. Duanmu Xian, this dog skin plaster, how cold he is with the same hard to understand stick up. Shaking cannot get rid of, but do not say. After getting used to it is really quite healing. Damn. I should have thought of that when I watched the livestream when she scolded the other candidates in Zhang Quanba. Fish Daoxian thought in his heart. But then again, everything she said was true, and he had no way to refute it. In the end, he stifled his old face red, pointing at Ruyan Lu, unable to say a word in half a day. You, rebel girl. Liu Ruyan turned around and left directly after disliking her own old man, without dragging her feet, leaving Fish Daoxian alone messy in the wind. His heart mixed feelings, and finally helplessly took out a cigarette and passed it to his mouth and lit it. Allowing the bitter odor to fill his mouth made his mood a little better. In the afternoon, Duanmu Xian, who had regained his strength, then woke up leisurely, realizing that he was lying on the sofa in his own home, with a blanket covering his body. The air conditioning in the house was on a comfortable 25 degrees, which was just right on a hot summer day after high school. There was an aroma coming from the kitchen, as if someone was cooking something delicious in the kitchen. How did I get back? Hearing the sound coming from the living room, Ruyan Lu poked out a head and said, I brought you back. I carried you back after you passed out from exhaustion after your fight with my dad. Duanmu Xian all gave a freeze. He remembered that Liu Ruyan should not have come to his house. How did you know where my house was? Liu Ruyan had a suspicious face. This guy seemed to be really drunk last night, and he forgot all the things he said himself last night. Have you forgotten? Last night you got drunk and said you wanted me to come sleep at your house. Then halfway through the night you got drunk and had a fit on the road. I was afraid you'd fall asleep, so I asked ahead for your home address and door number, then memorized it. Duanmu was shocked. Crap, what did I do on the road? Ruyan Lu propped up her little head and thought for a moment. Well, let's see. You were dancing around in the street having a seizure and talking about sleeping with the prettiest girl in the world. And luckily it was early in the morning and there weren't many people on the road. And you made a move on me. And then, by the way, he called my dad Olden on the phone. And then he also asked me to play along with you. Or you wouldn't have gotten beat up this morning. Duanmu hummed. Yeah. I don't remember anything after I answered that phone call. And I don't know what happened after that. Except that I woke up the next morning and was kidnapped by the ravens. Ruyan Lu gave him a blank look without any good reason. You, don't drink so much next time. I've made you a 10% tonic soup to tonify you, said Liu Ruyan into the kitchen. Just at that moment, a knock came from the door. Duanmu went to open the door but saw a courier boy handing a box to Duanmu Dao. A delivery for MS. Ruyan Lu, please sign for it. This isn't my fucking house. Why is it her delivery? Did she buy it in the morning? But Duanmu didn't think about that much, and after signing the delivery, he sent the delivery boy away and returned to his room to open the delivery box. It was filled with cultivation resources, potion equipment for physical training, and a note. It says Liu Ruyan personally opened it. Hey, Wan, did you buy anything this morning? This express delivery has your name written on it, and there's a letter that says Liu Ruyan personally opened it. Ruyan Lu was busy cooking in the kitchen and didn't come out. I didn't buy anything. What the hell? You can open it for me. I'll be busy here. Duanmu didn't think about it so much and directly unwrapped it. The letter reads as follows. Daughter, Daddy's gone. I've been reflecting on what you said this morning for a long time, and I think you're old enough to have your own ideas, and I should be relieved. I'm ashamed to say that as a father. I was actually scolded by my daughter to wake up. I don't expect you to forgive me. In short, these things are useful for you to cultivate, and in the future, no matter what decision you make and what kind of path you take, Dad will support you. And this card you take, it has $1 billion in it. It's too much of an expense to train as an ultramarine. But this is enough anyways. Crap, another $1 billion. After rummaging around a bit, there was indeed a black and gold card in the envelope's compartment. There seemed to be only 10 of these cards in the whole country, and they were a bit more advanced than the diamond card his parents had left him. And after taking a closer look at the training stuff, it's all premium specials that come with a price tag. Wan, you'd better come out and take a look. This is a letter from your father. He also gave you $1 billion and a bunch of material props for special training. Che, I didn't need to see it. I knew he'd come up with this. I could probably guess what he wrote without even looking. The result was that until Ruyan Lu finished making the soup and the two of them finished eating, Ruyan Lu didn't even touch the letter. Duanmu wanted to persuade her. He did not understand how this niece met with her father twice and came to such a great hatred, but how to persuade her also left ear into the right ear out. Eventually Sol gave up. In fact, it was no wonder that she had a strong opinion of her own father. From her perspective, she had never seen him a few times in her life, and when she didn't make a trip home for 3 years after she got into high school, the one time she did go home it was for Tsanglong University's admissions. Then in order to force out Galactic with the power of the Sixth Order, he puts his death hand on the First Order Duanmu, and he does it all for the sake of Xia. But it is also true that there is no such thing as a two-way street in this world. 3 days later, on the cruise ship that sailed from the Huanglong River to the East China Sea, Duanmu sat alone on the frontmost edge of the cruise ship gazing out in the direction of the East China Sea. For the graduation reunion of the 7th senior class, the homeroom teacher organized a 3-day cruise to the East China Sea for the students. From the moment the cruise ship could see the East China Sea, Duanmu sat alone at the very front of the cruise ship looking at the East China Sea without saying a word. Because of the fusion of all the memories and emotions of his original body, he had deep feelings for his parents in this body. The East Sea was the place where his parents were buried, so the moment he saw it his mind was like a slideshow, with frame after frame of memories flooding his mind. Those were images of himself spending time with his parents, and it was a little hard for him, so he sat there alone with the sea breeze. Soon the cruise ship will open to the East China Sea, where you can see the base of the Tianhai City Police Force. Tianhai City Police Force base was established in the East China Sea on the shallow sea. From afar the shape is somewhat similar to the Dija Altman inside the TPC headquarters but slightly different. Ever since the death of his own parents, the top fighting force of the Tianhai City Police Force had fallen from the 6th rank to the 3rd rank because of the phenomenon of frequent monsters all over the country. 10 years ago, a battle between humans and monsters killed and injured too much, resulting in a break in talent. Under the shortage of the nation's AOD power leads to the current Tianhai City Police Force captain position are only a third-order temporary generation. I've heard that in recent years, the Tianhai City Police Force has been researching strategic weapons to temporarily replace the powerful Ultramarines in guarding Tianhai City. A hex power system that's been in development for over 2 decades recently read the news that it's coming out as well. Shifting his gaze to the depths of the Eastern Sea, there was a floating island where Gatanju had been born half a year ago, and where his parents had been buried. Thoughts are cut and mixed. Finally and helplessly Duanmu Xian said in his heart, "Since I have inherited everything from you, then your parents are my parents, and your revenge is my revenge. Don't worry, one day I will definitely pull it out of the seal and break it completely." After hearing this, the last bit of obsession in Duanmu Xian's heart finally dissipated, which could be considered much more comfortable. Not far behind Duanmu Xian, Liu Ruyan and the homeroom teacher stood together. Both of their gazes were fixed on his slightly depressed back. The homeroom teacher opened her mouth and asked, "As his girlfriend, aren't you going to talk some sense into him?" Ruyan Liu shook her head. "There's no way I can fully empathize with him on this kind of thing, so he'll just have to digest it on his own. And I don't think it'll be long before he's expected to come running over here with a hi and be alright again, given his nature." The classroom teacher teased, "You really do know him, but then again you've been together for 3 years now, and it's quite a miracle that you've been so indifferent to him from the beginning." While the rest of the senior class 7 gathered in groups of 3 or 2, some had set up barbecue grills on the deck, some had put up parasols and small lounge chairs, some sat and chatted with the sea breeze, while others fished at the edge of the cruise ship. Duanmu Xian because half a year of self-loathing made a mess of the relationship with the rest of the class, and Liu Ruyan because her own nature is cold so she didn't play with the others. What's more, they had all seen Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan's performance inside the Ruins of Light, so they knew that they wouldn't be on the same page as Duanmu Xian in the future. Just then, a few fishing students finally reacted. "A small fat rod seems to be hooked. The strength is quite strong." A few students see the situation are over to help, but a group of people hard to pull this one rod. Duanmu Xian just happened to have just unraveled his heart, and when he saw this, he also came up to help. In the end, when the fish was too big, one of my classmates turned into Ultraman and went down to the water to fish the big guy out. It was a huge sea turtle, about the size of 2 men, but the strange thing was that this turtle's eyes were red. It's like the eyes of Gatanzhou's. Duanmu Xian frowned the moment he saw the turtle, but the student who caught the turtle danced around excitedly and said, "Guys, you can have an extra meal tonight. A turtle this big in soup is sure to be a blast." The other students sniffed with excited expressions. "Bravo brother Strong. Tonight the brothers can eat a big sea turtle thanks to your blessing. It's really the first time we've seen such a big sea turtle." "Okay, I'll go and bring the biggest pot on the ship. Tonight we'll have a turtle feast. After tonight the 3-day cruise will be over. It'll be hard to get it together again. Let's not get drunk tonight." Duanmu Xian saw that the students were so excited and just wanted to remind a couple of sentences when Liu Ruyan patted his shoulder, but she saw her wink at herself. The two stepped aside this time. "I know what you want to say. I can also see that there seems to be something wrong with this turtle, but the problem shouldn't be too big. The students are in high spirits right now. It's not realistic for you to go and persuade him to release this turtle. Forget it." Duanmu Xian also dismissed the idea of discouraging it once he heard that it made sense. "Okay, but let's not eat this turtle at dinner. I always feel like there's something wrong with it." That night, the students did set up a big pot to cook this turtle, and it seemed that the turtle soup was so delicious that all the students who ate it said it was good. Students gradually had a high atmosphere in a cup exchange, each telling the 3 years of high school life is not easy. Some students even took advantage of the last night of separation to confess to their girl crushes under the influence of alcohol. The atmosphere of the dinner was pushed to an even higher climax. Encouraged by her classmates, that girl also finally agreed to the boy's confession, and the two of them drank a cup of wine and ate a piece of turtle meat together. The two of them, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan, were sitting together, and their hands under the table couldn't help but cross their fingers together. Right in the middle of this lively atmosphere, suddenly the cruise ship let out a violent vibration, directly lifting the entire table, spilling drinks and turtle soup all over the place. Luckily, the students were all otter warriors who had been recognized by the relic of light before they were injured, and a number of them were drenched in the spilled soup. The group was outraged and rushed out of the banquet hall and above the deck, only to see that above the surface of the sea, a huge sea turtle beast was crashing into the cruise ship. This huge sea turtle beast had the same red eyes as the large sea turtle just now, and this sea turtle beast was visually estimated to be at the peak of the 2nd rank. Bad thing, the sea turtle we caught just now is only not an ordinary sea turtle. It's the child of this sea turtle beast. We made soup of its child, and this sea turtle mother has come to avenge its child. Duanmu walked in front of all the students and opened his mouth. The crowd of students all showed a look of fear. They were all some first-order 2 or 3 paragraphs of cannon fodder Ultraman. Facing second-order monsters, they didn't dare to make a move at all. Seeing this, So Tuan Kaiken pulled out the Galaxy Sparks and Zophie Ultraman Sparks figures. Watch me waste it. Liu Ruyan patted Duanmu Xian's shoulder to pull him back. Wait, let me do it. This turtle seems to have been corrupted by some dark force to turn it into a monster. It didn't appear from a space rift or outer space. It's a mutation of an animal native to the blue planet. His dark power was similar to that of Gatangia, and was likely eroded by the dark power that overflowed from the ceiling of Gatangia. And your M87 rays are too powerful. And this turtle is too close to the cruise ship to hurt the students if it explodes here. Saying that, Liu Ruyan raised the divine light rod high, and under the flash of 7-colored light, Dija Ultraman appeared above the surface of the sea, first forcing the giant sea turtle to leave the cruise ship with a forceful fling. The giant turtle roared angrily and charged towards Dija again, who leapt to the back of the turtle, thus putting distance between the turtle and the cruise ship, which had thought that the sea turtle beast opened its mouth and sprayed a purple ball of light and landed on the back of Dija, hitting Dija as Stagger nearly fell into the sea. 3 more purple balls of light were sprayed towards Dija, who spread his hands, and a rainbow-like shield deflected the 3 balls of light. And then in the same breath a jet hand blade hit the turtle's shell, exploding in a brilliant shower of sparks. The turtle wailed in pain, and Dija charged forward to hold the turtle beast down and beat it up. The students on the cruise ship gave a blank stare. Was this the power of Dija Ultraman? Just 1 rank could beat a 2nd rank monster almost powerless. Duanmu Xian saw that Liu Ruyan's combat power was actually so formidable, also retrieved the Galaxy Spark and Zophie Ultraman Spark Mannequin. Under the beating of Dija, the turtle beast was finally honest. Dija saw this and braced his arms to make the starting gesture of the Japeryu light, but slowly closed his arms before releasing it. A pure yellowish light was released towards the sea turtle beast, and the originally violent sea turtle beast became quiet after being irradiated by the light. And then Dija clenched his right hand into a fist and placed it at the crystal on his forehead, sending out a deep yellow cellular transformation beam towards the turtle beast. The huge sea turtle beast was hit by this beam of light after its body was wrapped by a yellow light curtain, and then gradually shrunk to the size of an ordinary sea turtle, and the red eyes also returned to normal. The dark forces within the body were also purified, but the cell transformation beam seemed to have consumed too much energy, and Dija flashed a red light directly after using the cell transformation beam, half kneeling on the surface of the sea, nearly unable to stand up. Duanmu Xian asked with some concern, Wan, are you alright? Ruyan Lu shook her head and gave Duanmu Xian an otak sign, then slowly stood up. Just then another beam slammed from behind Dija. Only a loud thud was heard, and a shower of sparks exploded from behind Deja's back. Originally flashing red light, Dija directly stumbled and fell into the sea. It was hard to climb up, but saw that all around the dents all the dark power eroded sea creatures. There were dolphins, sea turtles, seals, sharks, and even whales, and all of these monsters were at least 2nd order strength inside, and the strongest one, the whale beast, was even at the early 4th order level. They surrounded Dija and the cruise ship. A group of students were stunned. Some timid girls had already begun to scream, and Duanmu Xian was so anxious that he shouted at the sea, Dija, crap! Wan, quickly exit the materialization and come back. Your transformation time is almost over. The light is not good in the sea at night. If you change back to your original body in the sea, you will be finished. Ruyan Lu was just about to respond when another ball of dark power flew at her. This time she reacted. A palm cut shattered the dark power. Unexpectedly, a shark does not speak martial arts from the bottom of the water, biting Dija's calf. Under the pain, Dija reveals a break by a seal rushed over and hit a spark. Then he was dragged to the bottom of the sea by several shark beasts. Duanmu Xian couldn't hold back any longer and leapt down into the sea, raising the Galaxy Spark before hitting the water. Super Fusion. Shafran, Zophie Ultraman appeared above the surface of the sea, is planning to go into the water to save Dija. The next second, the bottom of the water erupted a powerful red light. A few sharks beasts were brutal forced to fly out of the sea. Dija Ultraman turned into a red form and resurfaced. At the critical moment of life and death, Liu Ruyan finally broke through his own limit. Plus he had taken a lot of special training potions before, and broke through to the 2nd stage under the rapid digestion in the battle. But as she watched the colorful timer flashing faster and faster, she was about to be disembodied. And if she was disembodied in the sea, not to mention so many dark monsters, even a random shark could eat the seriously injured her. Zophie quickly jumped to Deja's side and reached down into his color timer. A stream of pure light green light was gripped in Zophie's hand and slowly pushed towards Deja's color timer. Energy Transformation Beam, a move that almost all Ultraman know. After receiving Zophie's crystal power, Dija could be considered to have regained some of his energy. However, facing the countless sea of mutated monsters, the two still seemed slightly thin. Another seal bikes towards 2O's, and Zophie goes straight down and knocks the seal out. But the next second only felt a sharp pain in his calf, which turned out to be another shark beast biting his calf. Another seal beast sneaks up from behind and knocks him into the sea. Dija's side was even worse. Although she got some of her energy replenished, but she was injured a lot, and at this point she was at the end of her rope. Again, they were dragged into the sea after taking a few waves of seal beast crashes. In less than a minute, both those colored timers started flashing wildly, especially Dija, who was almost at the point of not being able to fight back. And in the cruise ship, students and teachers, at this time, has finally mustered up the courage to lift up their respective transformers into the Ultraman, joined the battlefield to the Duanmu Shen, and Liu Ruyan saved out. But soon more dark mutant beasts emerged from the sea to surround the students. The students formed a circle to protect Dija and Zophie inside. Facing the attack of countless mutant beasts, they were afraid, but actually none of them flinched. Duanmu Shen, don't hide. Turn into Galaxy Ultraman or we'll all die here. Yeah, Duanmu Shen, let's buy you some time. Hurry up and turn into Galaxy. We're sure you'll be able to do it. Crap. I used to think that the sea is very beautiful. Now give me the whole of this later. Never dare to come to the beach. Too horrible. Duanmu Shen hadn't thought about turning into Galaxy, but no matter how much he called out to Galaxy Spark, there was no response. This Galaxy couldn't be asleep. Thinking of this, Duanmu Hyun said to his classmates in a tone filled with apologies. It's not that I don't want to change. Maybe the excitement isn't enough. So please, guys, just hang in there a little longer and buy me some time. Crap. Duanmu Shen, big brother. I call you big brother. You do not mess with me. The key time cannot fall off the chain. If you cannot change the Milky Way, our whole class to G. An ultramarine warrior shouted nervously as he fended off the turtle's charge. Duanmu Shen, if you can turn into the Milky Way and save us this time, from now on, I, Hu Xiong, will call you my righteous father. I'm as good as my word. Please change quickly. The otter warrior next to him spat madly. Worry, you immortal. How the fuck is I, a freshly awakened otter warrior, playing this kind of high-end game? What a fucking dog. Another ultramarine said. Shut up. Who the hell isn't just awakening and playing a high-end game? Hang in there. As long as we hang in there until Duanmu Shen turns into Galaxy, we'll be saved. The class teacher finally did speak. As the peak of the second rank, he took the majority of the pressure. A battle of this intensity was too much of a stretch for him as a teacher, but he couldn't back down as a teacher, and then gave his students a dose of poisonous chicken soup. Students, when it comes to playing a high-end game, you have to look at Duanmu Shen. He just awakened Spark Relic. Let him play Jetton. Just after playing Jetton, has not yet rested for a day, and then played with Saban again. People, that is the high-end game. Compared to his high-end game, ours is a mid-range game at best. They're all from the same class. If he, Duanmu Shen, can fight, why can't we? All of you hang in there. As long as we wait until Duanmu Shen turns into Galaxy, we'll be saved. After being buffed by the teacher's poisonous chicken soup, the students really regained their confidence. Shit, Ali gave it to fuck brothers. Hang in there for me. Big brother Duanmu Shen, we believe in you. You monsters are not afraid to die, come on. Who the hell doesn't know my nickname, Bald Bully? Lao Zi Cam die, you monsters. Brothers, today I, Old Buster, am ruthless and show you a hand-tearing shark. Ali gives, dry up. Listening to the voices of the students around him, Duanmu Shen suddenly felt an inexplicably powerful force filling his heart. He suddenly understood what it was like in the Japanese manga he had watched in his previous life, where every time the protagonist was about to be beaten down, he suddenly had a wave of memories to kill and then shouted about the power of bonds and then the limit of the counterattack. But this galactic spark remained unresponsive. At this time, beside the Dija is finally to the limit. The body gradually turned into light particles dissipation. Good thing Duanmu Shen reaction fast in her body fell into the sea before catching her with a hand. At this time, Liu Ruyan was covered in blood and collapsed into unconsciousness in the palm of his hand. Crap, Wan, fucking monsters, I'll fucking fight you. Finally Galaxy Spark sensed Duanmu Shen's powerful emotional fluctuations emitting a greenish-blue light, and Galaxy Ultraman's glittering doll appeared in his hand. Tuan Kaiken quickly aimed Galaxy Ultraman's flash doll at Galaxy Spark. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman, BGM up. The brilliant greenish-blue Milky Way illuminated the sea, and the divine figure of the Milky Way appeared from it. At that moment, when the Milky Way appeared, all the monsters and Ultraman warriors stopped fighting. The monsters because they were afraid of the bright light, and the Ultraman warriors because they were shocked to see the Milky Way Ultraman for the first time up close and personal. Galaxy Ultraman looked in all directions at the densely packed blue star sea creatures that were being eroded by the dark power. His arms crossed and the plasma crystals all over his body emitted a green glow, eventually converging into Galaxy's hands. This soft green light slowly flew into the sky, turning into countless light particles that drifted with the wind and dispersed into the sea. Countless monsters that had been contaminated and mutated by the power of darkness were purified of the darkness in their bodies by the power of the Milky Way's comforting light, becoming less violent and regaining their original shape. Eventually all of the mutated monsters were restored to their original sea creatures, and they chirped happily as they returned to their homes after bidding farewell to Galactic Ultraman with their own expressions of gratitude, because the scope of this galactic constellation was too large, and there were too many sea creatures to purify. Duanmu also felt the powerlessness of having his energy drained almost all at once. It eventually turned into a particle of light and returned to the cruise ship. The students and teachers saw this and also returned to their earthly bodies back on the cruise ship. On the deck, Duanmu used a princess hug position to hold Liu Ruyan in his arms. At this time Liu Ruyan is already all over the body. Especially the left leg calf was torn out by the sharks. A very large mouth is still bubbling blood. For an ultramarine, this kind of injury wasn't heavy, but it definitely wasn't light either. But as soon as the energy was restored it healed quickly. Duanmu also did not have much strength, and now is just plain cool and hard to hold on. But wherever you take a step you have to fall to the ground with soft feet. The group of students who returned to the clipboard directly surrounded Duanmu and Liu Ruyan. A pothead teenager with tight pants and small leather shoes was the first to rush up and shout, "Crap, Ollie give, old 8 I live again." Just said the word said to do. From now on Duanmu is my righteous father. Righteous father bull ah. I thought it was dead. But also you are Duanmu too handsome Galaxy Ultraman. Duanmu bull. Seeing that the students are going to be chattering non-stop, or the class teacher was the first to notice the state of Duanmu is not right to organize the order of the road. Okay classmates. Hurry back to simply treat your wounds. Duanmu just now fighting is estimated to consume a lot. The teacher took him and the fish classmates to treat them. Don't gather around. A crowd of students walked away without objection. Only then did the homeroom teacher come to Duanmu and said, "Are you alright Duanmu-san? That move just now consumed you quite a lot. Don't hold on. I'll take her to the ship's infirmary." Duanmu said with a sigh of relief. "Okay, Wan is in your hands teacher," said Duanmu while Liu Ruyan towards the class teacher's arms. Who knows that this niece frown seems to be aware of what some weakly opened her eyes. I'm not dead yet. Duanmu did you save me? The classroom teachers froze. What a tenacious will, to wake up so quickly. Duanmu said, "Well what about it? Just keep quiet for a moment. You'll be too weak for this. I'll have the homeroom teacher carry you to the infirmary for some treatment." Liu Ruyan instantly stared at Duanmu with an incredulous expression, turning her head to see the class teacher's short, chubby body along with that advanced programmer-like hairstyle and blue-rimmed eyes. Mentally, I don't even understand what's going on in this boyfriend's head. No, it's better if you carry me. Duanmu didn't know what Liu Ruyan was thinking. He just felt that she needed some treatment. But I don't have much strength left in me It's better to trouble the homeroom teacher first. Saying that, Duanmu smoothly was about to send Liu Ruyan towards the homeroom teacher, who also stretched out her hand intending to catch her. It scared Liu Ruyan with a jolt. Don't. Duanmu you donkey brain, pissed me off. I'm fine. See for yourself. Saying that, Liu Ruyan erupted with a strong conviction she had never felt before, all at once breaking free from Duanmu arms to stand on the deck. Not to mention, although her footsteps were a little weak, but she really stood up and didn't fall down. It should be said not to say that it is worthy of being the daughter of Fish Dao Xian. Homeroom teacher, well. At around 5 in the morning, Duanmu sat cross-legged on the bed in the medical room. After drinking the physical special training potion he felt that his body was only one step away from breaking through the first rank to reach the second rank after quickly digesting the medicinal power during the battle. So then just now he dried another bottle of special training potion to replenish the dose. Special training is impossible to be able to special training. It is impossible to special training in this life. Fighting is not much faster than special training to digest the potion. As early as 3 days ago, he and Liu Ruyan had each tried a bottle of special training potion, but after drinking it, both of them didn't have any special training, letting that medicinal power stay in their bodies without digesting it. Duanmu idea was when to fight and when to digest the potion in his body again. Special training was just bullshit, which was not as real as turning into an ultramarine warrior and going straight to battle. Another 10 or so minutes had passed, and it could be considered that the absorption of the residual medicinal power of the potion he had drunk a few days ago had been completed, and together with the potion he had just drunk, he had successfully broken through to the level of the second stage. In fact, right now, Duanmu Xian had an idea. Anyway, he fought in high-end games. It would be better to dry a bottle of special training potion before the next fight than go to do the fight. The effect would definitely be doubled. Thinking about it, Duanmu Xian complimented himself. Harm. Am I not a genius to think of such a solution? What's up? You've come up with something else. Genius. Liu Ruyan didn't know when she woke up and kept staring at Duanmu Xian's back for a long time, and when she saw him speak she immediately said. Duanmu Xian looked back in surprise. Liu Ruyan had already woken up. It seemed that the healing potion he gave her to drink last night was effective, probably because the light of Dija itself had the ability to repair itself. After she drank the special training potion and the healing potion, the recovery speed doubled, and the injuries on her body were already almost healed. Even the gash in his calf is pretty much healed. So then Duanmu Xian said his idea. Dry a bottle of special training potion before the fight, then go to the fight. Dry the fight to cultivate both. Hearing Duanmu Xian's proposal, Liu Ruyan just smiled and didn't say anything. I have to say, you're really a genius. But aren't you afraid that you won't be able to meet a battle to keep that special training potion eating dust? Duanmu Xian said. One think about how many high-end games I've played in just 4 days since I gained the power of Otter, Jetton, the Lapitians, Savin, and so many legions of mutant sea beasts last night. I used to be damned if I could believe that a man's luck could be so backward. Ruyan Lu nodded approvingly after a moment's thought. That being said, you're just a downer. Accidents happen everywhere you go. It's as outrageous as having monster radar installed. Come on, it's after 5. Do you want to go watch the sunrise over the ocean together? It's the last day. We have to go back in the afternoon. After saying that, Duanmu Xian stood up and pulled back the curtains to open the window. And sure enough, at this time a splash of fishbelly white from the end of the sky had already risen. There are several seagulls flying above the surface of the sea. The clear sea breeze gently brushed, refreshing. Was thinking of pulling her up to go watch the sunrise together. Who knows that this knee stood up at once but pulled to the calf wound. Some pain stifled a grunt. But it does not affect her action at all to get up and close the window curtains. A pull. The action of a 1-2 punch. What the hell are you doing? Doesn't the morning sea breeze smell good? Duanmu Xian was about to say something when she gagged her mouth. In the physical sense. In that moment, it was as if a flower petal had been pasted between his lips. And the taste, sweet and intoxicating, was like the morning dew of early spring dripping down into the soil. Duanmu Xian was all confused. For the 2 lifetimes of people this kind of thing was not unheard of. So much so that his eyes did not close. But what is this feeling? How is it different from how it used to feel? Liu Ruyan had her eyes closed yet. And because the distance was so close, Duanmu Xian could even see her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Duanmu Xian didn't understand what it felt like and was just about to close her eyes to get closer when she gave loose. Right. Loose. Worry. You're just getting into it and it's gone? I was just about to say something, but I saw her lower her head like a child who had done something wrong and blush. Because she had just woken up and because of the kiss just now. Her hair and clothes were still a bit messy, but it wasn't heavy makeup deliberately revealing her snow-white skin seductively flirtatious. So why is it that his first love is like a white peach? The fast-paced social animal life of his previous life has made him almost forget what a normal relationship looks like. Something he has lost. I didn't expect to find it back here today. A sudden sentence appeared in Duanmu Xian's mind. The redness of a young girl's cheeks is the sweetest love story in the world. Originally faced with this situation has long been comfortable. Duanmu Xian, some stuttering. Even do not know what to say. Good. You're blushing. Liu Ruyan dryly coughed twice, then disliked back somewhat unconvincingly. And you're laughing at me, as are you. Duanmu Xian was shocked. Crikey, my old face hasn't been red for I don't know how many years. How is that possible? I'm a veteran. But take out the mirror and look at it. And holy shit, it's for real. Nima is a disgrace. The two rushed to the bathroom and flushed with cold water for a while before it finally subsided. By the time the two came out of the medical room when it was already 6 o'clock. At this time on the deck of the early morning sea breeze with a hint of cool blowing comfortably. A number of white gulls paused on the deck in search of food. Just as a whale leapt out of the sea with a honk, and the spray from the blowhole on its back formed a brilliant rainbow. Many of the students are already out watching the sunrise. Seeing Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan, the classmates all waved and greeted each other, which was a stark contrast to Duanmu Xian's situation when he had just come to the reunion doggy style. Not far away, several yachts of the Tianhai City police force were rapidly approaching the cruise ship they were on, and not long after that, a few became wearing the uniforms of the police force came above the deck. The one at the head of the group said to a group of students, "Students, we are members of the Tianhai City police force, and we saw all of your heroic deeds last night at the base. Last night's massive mutation of the ocean's creatures, supposedly caused by the overflowing dark power of Gatangio, caused quite a bit of trouble for our base as well. Luckily, Duanmu Scholar turned into Galactic Ultraman in time to solve these mutated creatures, which helped us a lot. We're here today because we want to invite you to be our guests at the Tianhai City Police Center. And by the way, we'd like to treat you all to a meal to express our gratitude. Duanmu Xian froze for a moment and stepped forward to ask, "What the hell? How did I become the scholar of Endwood?" The vigilante said, "Don't you know, Mr. Duanmu Xian? Yesterday the results of the college entrance exam came out, and you took the national first prize with a perfect score of 720 points. So now the whole network is calling you Duanmu Scholar. And this student next to you, Ruyan Liu, you scored 702 points, the second highest in the country, so I should call you Fish Topper." Liu Ruyan frowned. Obviously the title of Fish Ranker was not very pleasant. Duanmu Xian asked again, "What about third place?" The vigilante didn't understand why Duanmu Xian was asking this didn't seem to have anything to do with him, but he answered anyway. "It's a student named Zhang Quanba from the class next to yours, third in the country with 658 points, now he should be called Zhang Tanhua." But Duanmu Xian, despite having prepared himself mentally a long time ago, couldn't help but laugh out loud. As for why he laughed, know it all. Not long after, led by the Tianhai City Police Force, the crowd arrived at their sea base. A group of students can be said to have a feast for the eyes. This is the headquarters of mankind's own resistance to the invasion of alien monsters. The interior of the base is a structure similar to the TPC base inside the Dija Ultraman. A lot of fighters and weapons have been developed here because of the talent gap. The crowd followed the current captain of the Tianhai City Police Force all the way to the lowest level of the base. Here stays the giant space battleship that brings together the core of Hex's technology, the Yinglong. Look everyone, this is the latest research and development achievement of our Tianhai City Police Force. The Yinglong is equipped with the world's most developed core of Hex's technology, and the power of its strongest weapon, the polygon cannon, can even equal the power of the 6th-ranked Ace's Metallium rays. The captain looked at the senior class 7 with a proud face as he introduced the greatness of the Yinglong. This is something they have spent more than 30 years working on. The students let out a wow of praise, and Duanmu Xian smiled in relief when he heard that the power of this Yinglong's polygonal cannon could actually reach the level of Emilium's rays. In this way, even if his parents were gone, Tianhai City would have the most basic guarantee of an armed force. Just then, a staff member pushing a small cart of machine parts came to the police captain and said, "Reporting to the captain. The A31 warehouse is full. What about these leftover droid parts?" The police captain frowned, looking at the cart of machine parts. Is the quantity actually this high? A 31 warehouse actually filled up. Damn! What the hell are these things? Duanmu Xian glanced towards the cart and was directly startled. This is not the Gobnia robot. Well, what is the name to forget? And hastened to go forward a few steps to ask, "Where did this come from?" The vigilante captain said, "It's just in the past few days. A large number of strange robots suddenly appeared on the streets of Tianhai City, but these robots are very weak and basically don't need to set off with an ultramarine warrior. One shot and it collapses into a pile of parts. And the wreckage of the robots that have been sent in these days is filling up warehouse A13. Duanmu Xian's memory was a little fuzzy due to the fact that he hadn't seen an Ultraman for too long before crossing over, but he knew it was very dangerous. I was about to remind the police captain not to bring this thing to the base when suddenly a piercing alarm sounded. The entire base was quickly put on level 1 alert, and the captain of the police force apologized to his classmates when he heard the sirens. "Sorry guys, it happened suddenly. Excuse me." Very quickly the captain arrived at the observation center of the base, where the staff in charge of observing the universe said to the captain, "A huge floating island has suddenly appeared in the universe. This island is releasing lightning towards Tianhai City, constantly destroying the city. Now Tianhai City's buildings have been destroyed a lot, and there are countless deaths and injuries now." The captain frowned. "Damn. In that case we'll have to risk the Yinglong going first, despite the fact that the hex system carrying the polycannon has yet to undergo its final clinical tests." Thinking of this, the captain quickly took out his walkie-talkie and shouted, "Ace pilot Wu Min-yi, now take your team and quickly pilot the Yinglong at full speed towards the positioning sent to you by the Planetary Observation Center. Target, destroy the mechanical island." A mere 2 seconds passed on the other end of the intercom before a firm but steady voice was heard coming out. "Copy that. Promise to complete the mission." One thing led to another, and just as Wu Mini had set off with his own team of pilots on one foot, another level 1 alarm sounded the next. The alarmed voices of the vigilantes came over the intercom. "It's no good, Captain. The base has been attacked. The number of attackers is around 3,000. What's going on? Where did the 3,000 attackers come from? And how did they enter the base? How come the outer boundary of the base didn't react at all? Captain, the attackers are the remains of the robots that were destroyed these days, and they have suddenly resurrected for some reason. The entire base underground is now surrounded by robots. Should we let Wu Minyi and the others return to the defense base first, and wait to deal with these robots before dealing with Mechanical Island?" Captain Flax frozen. "What is the situation? Why just so short, less than a minute, happened so many things? Coincidence has such a coincidence. After a moment's thought, the captain immediately gave the order. Wu Mini don't care about the base. You prioritize leading your team to space to deal with Mechanical Island. I'll personally lead the team to deal with the base. The hatch of the base opened with a loud sound, accompanied by the roar of the Yinglong igniting and starting, causing the entire interior of the base to vibrate violently. And at the location of the base's lowest level warehouse, dozens of vigilantes each transformed into equalizer ultramarines and fought with these Gobnu robots. These robots seemed to be instructed by someone and had been attacking the zone where the energy core of the base was located. Fortunately, there were quite a few ultra fighters here to stop them as well, and even Duanmu Xian had organized his classmates to help deal with the robots. Unfortunately, the number of robots is simply too many to fight, but it was good to stall for time, and the Yinglong managed to fly up into the universe. On the way to fly to the universe, Wu Mini frowned tightly, looking at the picture coming from the base, seemed to be thinking of something, suddenly said, "It's a phallic plot. The enemy's aim is to destroy the base. Mechanical Island is destroying the city. We have to get the Yinglong up there. If we don't go, the city is going to suffer heavy losses. If they went, without the Yinglong, there would be no one to stop them from destroying the base core after so many robots had drained the vigilantes of their stamina." Damn it! As expected by Wu Min-yi, in less than 10 minutes, the otter fighters inside the base were drained of their stamina. And at this time, all the Gobnu robots flew towards the outside of the base, and they crashed through the walls of the base, and a large amount of seawater poured into the base. Seeing this, Duanmu Xian quickly rushed up to block the shattered walls of the base, and those Gobnail robots quickly merged into the giant Gobnail robot Kiga when they arrived at the open location in the middle of the sea outside the base. With a strength at the peak of the fourth order, even the battle force of the vigilantes in their heyday would have a hard time stopping the peak fourth-ranked Kiga. Not to mention that at this point, they had long since lost their combat power. At the time when the people were all disheartened, a 7-colored haze flew out from the base. It turned out to be Liu Ruyan in the previous battle by Duanmu Xian's special point to let her not to go to the battle to save the physical strength to deal with the unexpected situation. Now it really came in handy. Dija Ultraman guarded the front of the base as Kiga took a step closer to the core of the base. A crew member on the Yinglong asked, "Captain Wu Min-yi, the base is in danger. Should we return to defense?" Wu Min-yi looked at the image coming from the base and gritted his teeth. "Our mission is to deal with Mechanical Island. There's only so much you can believe in Dija Ultraman on the other side of the base." Dija Ultraman faces the incoming Kiga directly with a lunging roundhouse kick, attempting to send Kiga flying away from the base. Who knows that a foot down with a kick to the iron plate like Kiga did not move, but instead the recoil shocked Dija a stagger. Kicker smoothly grabs Deja's leg and throws Deja off. Duanmu Xian, who was blocking the shattered wall in the base, was given a dumbfounded look. How is this Liu Ruyan's brain circuits the same as Daegu's, and will only play with the mangaka form? You idiot, what's the point of changing into a power type? Kiga is a robot with more strength than you. What's the point of fighting him hard for strength? Change to agility. Hearing this voice, Liu Ruyan was confused, and OT turned back to look at Duanmu Xian with a puzzled face, and then transmitted his voice. But isn't the agility type less powerful? How am I going to push it away? Seeing that Kiga was getting closer and closer to the base, Duanmu Xian anxiously shouted, "Where's the nonsense in telling you to change? No one understands Deja better than I do. You're mean to me," Liu Ruyan said aggressively, but her hand movements were not slow at all, and her forehead crystal purple light flashed to change into an agile type. Duanmu Xian shouted again from the base, "Freeze beam, freeze it." Liu Ruyan's head melon lit up. So that's how it is, because Dija Ultraman's skills are too many. She has not fully digested them until now. Just did not expect Duanmu Xian actually understand Dija so well. Deja's right hand builds up blue energy in front of the color timer before he punches the freeze beam out, which works better in the ocean than on land. Kiga's entire machine body was completely frozen into ice by the freezing beams, and the pressure of the deep ocean prevented Kiga from moving an inch. Kiga has a strong defense. Rampart rays aren't always powerful enough through the ice. Push it farther away and then cut the composite form to burst it with the J-Pelio rays. Ruyan Lu turned around and gave Duanmu Xian an OK gesture, then an otter nod. After pushing Kiga away from him, he cut back to his composite form, and a J-Pelio ray popped Kiga. So Dija can still be played like this. It seems that I have to go back tonight and memorize Dija's skill list. I can't play Dija as a warrior. I have to play him as a mage. Thinking in her heart, Ruyan Lu's figure flickered into a particle of light and returned to the base. The walls of the base were pretty much repaired at this point, and Duanmu Xian was waiting for her in this piece. Duanmu Xian, how did you do it? It's just like foreknowledge, knowing that these robots will merge later on, letting me conserve my strength even my skills are understood so well. Duanmu Xian's head spun and he finally chose the cheapest way to answer. Aha! It's probably just a case of knowing your daughter like her father. Ruyan Lu actually didn't get angry and hummed lightly. Don't you dare. Don't tell me if you don't want to. And take advantage of me while you're at it. Alright, after solving Kiga, let's hurry over to the command room on our side. The attack on Mechanical Island seems to have stopped, but we didn't receive a shortcut from ace pilot Wu Minyi. I don't know what's going on. In the space outside the Blue Star, the arriving Cthulhu finally saw the culprit that had destroyed the city, the Mechanical Island that continued to release lightning in the direction of Tianhai City. The flame of hatred filled Wu Minyi's eyes as he looked in the direction of the Mechanical Island. You're the thing that did that to our city. But it's time for all your crimes to end. Fusion cannon fire. The Cthulhu let out a roar as its massive barrels emitted a red glow. A fusion cannon comparable to Metallium's light shot out towards the Mechanical Island. Who knew that when the poly cannon was about to hit the Mechanical Island, it seemed to be absorbed by something invisible? Why didn't the poly cannon with a power comparable to the Metallium ray work? Bring the images back to headquarters for the research department to analyze. And after receiving the close-up images sent back from the Cthulhu after a rigorous analysis, the research department of the police force at the sea base came to the conclusion. There is a layer of energy conversion devices on the periphery of the Mechanical Island that can nullify any energy-based attacks inflicted on the Mechanical Island and absorb energy to strengthen itself. If you want to break the energy conversion device, there are two ways to do it. The first is to use out energy beyond the limit of the energy conversion device to hold up the device. The other is to use a physical attack to break the barrier before attacking it with the fusion cannon. Hearing this conclusion, Wu Minyi's brows furrowed as he began to think while one of the team members grumbled. But the poly cannon doesn't have that power. And among so many of us, Captain Wu Minyi is the strongest but only at the peak of the 3rd rank. So how can we possibly break the barrier with a physical attack? Should we just watch this Mechanical Island destroy the city? After thinking for a minute, Wu Minyi opened his eyes and said, use missiles. They're a bit backward, but they're a type of physical attack. Fire all the missiles together towards a single point without stopping. That team member tapped his head in surprise as if he had seen the light of day. Why didn't I think of that? It has to be you, Captain Wu Minyi. In the next second, however, the Tsanglong sent out countless missiles towards a point on the Mechanical Island barrier in a constant attack. Explosions rang out one after another, and the barrier finally shattered open a small hole under the uninterrupted succession of missiles. The moment Wu Minyi saw the small opening where the barrier had shattered, the second round of the poly cannon, which had already been poised to fire, blasted towards that small opening. There was a loud rumble, and the flames from the explosion obscured everyone's vision. And when the flames dispersed, Wu Minyi was horrified to find that the Mechanical Island actually remained unharmed. Even Mechanical Island's consciousness had invaded the Cthulhu in turn through the attack of the poly cannon. And now the Cthulhu was in a state where it could not be maneuvered. All the instruments are completely out of order, and all the images are cut off. In the next second, the broken mouth of the Mechanical Island sent out a powerful suction force to suck the Tsanglong completely into the interior of the Mechanical Island. However, the good thing is that after absorbing the Tsanglong, the Mechanical Island did not continue to launch an attack on Tianhai City, presumably because it has been constantly attacking, for the Mechanical Island is also a kind of energy consumption. And the energy of the Mechanical Island is not infinite. The scene ends when the Cthulhu is sucked into the Mechanical Island. Inside the command room, everyone looked downcast. Looking at the desperate scene coming from that screen, everyone was at their wits' end. Duanmu Xian rubbed his head only to feel an immense headache. He had just held the Galaxy Spark in his hands, wanting to turn into the Milky Way to save the Tsanglong ship, to save the ace pilot of the Tianhai City police force, Wu Minyi. But Galaxy Sparks didn't react. After a half-hour-long meeting, the Tianhai City base discussed countermeasures to deal with Mechanical Island. The first thing to do was to send a signal to the capital for help, because this time the danger of the Mechanical Island had already destroyed almost a small half of Tianhai City. As the most prosperous city in Xia, Tianhai City's loss of urban destruction was already incalculable. It already belonged to a national disaster-level disaster. So the capital side got attention the first time they received the news. Within 10 minutes, Yu Tianma's figure appeared on the rooftop of the office building of Shunqing University. I didn't realize that so many things have actually happened in Tianhai City recently, so I just happened to stop by to see that little ninny from the Severin family and that mysterious Galactic Ultraman's earthly body. Duanmu Xian. I heard that guy Fish Daoxian said that Galaxy Ultraman could fight him at just 1 rank, so I underestimated him, only to see him raise his beta magic wand. A white light flashed, and Ultraman appeared in the sky above the capital all the way towards the police base in Tianhai City at a fiery speed. Inside the Tianhai City base, strong clashes also erupt between the conservative and radical factions regarding the handling of the Mechanical Island, with the conservatives arguing that they should wait for reinforcements to arrive to first find a way to rescue the Yinglong and Captain Wu Minyi, who are trapped inside the Mechanical Island. The radicals, on the other hand, believe that the mechanical island is too dangerous and that would cause more losses, and can only prioritize blowing up the mechanical island by sacrificing the Yinglong and Captain Wu Mini. Because Duanmu Xian was not a member of the Tianhai City Police Force, he had no qualifications to interject in the face of this meeting, and he doesn't know anything about Hextech. Just as the conservatives and radicals were arguing with red faces, a loud voice rang out from outside the base. In the face of a great enemy, you guys are arguing like children. This is the quality of your Tianhai City Police Force. It seems that since Duanmu Qing's death, there's no one left to succeed you in Tianhai City. At this point, both conservatives and radicals shut up, because through the base's surveillance images, they could all see who was speaking. One of those top few adults in Xia, Yu Tianma, the president of Shangqing University, the earthly body of Ultraman. The door to the conference room opened and Yu Tianma, wearing an executive jacket and holding a thermos cup, walked in slowly scanning the crowd in the conference room. Finally, without a word, he walked to the position of the commander-in-chief, and the captain of the original Tianhai City Police Force quickly gave up the position when he saw this. Yu Tianma quickly gave the battle plan after sitting down. I've learned something about the mechanical island and the Yinglong ship trapped in it. As far as I know, the person currently piloting the Yinglong is a young man called Wu Mini, who has reached the peak level of the Third Order at a young age, and although he is an ultra-warrior of the blue race, his strength is not inferior to the red race at all, and decision-making is decisive, acting in a thunderous manner. Our Xia kingdom has been depleted of talent over the years. We must not give up on a genius like this. That being the case, I have a plan. I have some knowledge of the principles of Hextech. It's a type of energy fusion, but more advanced. Now that the Yinglong was trapped inside the mechanical island, which had a strong electromagnetic interference, they shouldn't be able to activate the Hex system inside. So I suggest flying the Universe-class fighter Wu Zhiqi, which is also equipped with the Hex system, to land on the mechanical island, open a gap on the mechanical island, and use a wired operation to hit the connecting line to the Yinglong. The Yinglong then activated the Hex system inside the mechanical island, and the Wuziki reversed the activation of the Hex system outside the mechanical island, which generated enough energy to get the Yinglong out of the trap. After saving the Yinglong, then focus your firepower on destroying mechanical island. It was hard to imagine that this kind of plan was actually thought up by Yu Tenma during his flight after learning about the state of mechanical island. You Pegasus, worthy of being the one with the best mind among the top few lords of the Summer Kingdom. After hearing Yu Tianma's strategic layout, everyone in the base raised their hands in agreement. So, who will be assigned to pilot the Wunderkind? The captain of the Tianhai City Police Force asked. Yu Tianma had long thought of these openings. I'll personally pilot the Wu Zhiqi, and then I'll have Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan come with me. Duanmu Xian's galactic spark can explode to rival Saban's strength for at least a minute if there's an unexpected situation, and Liu Ruyan's J-Pelio ray power is also the strongest of all of your rays. Even though she's only at the beginning of the second rank, her strength is no weaker than anyone in your current police force. Although there are some opinions about the Tianhai City Police Force not having a person to set out captain, but this time he can only obey orders in the face of Yu Tianma. Copy that. The Tianhai City Police Force departs in full cooperation with Lord Yu's plan. 10 or so minutes later, the Unchained, carrying the Hextech, flew out into the universe. Inside the airplane, Duanmu Xian looked out the window at the clouds that were gradually being thrown off with curiosity. Liu Ruyan seemed to have thought of something and pulled out 2 bottles of special training potions from her bosom and handed one to Duanmu Xian. Duanmu Xian, I think it's time to follow your previous approach. And then one drink. Duanmu Xian took the special training potion and also gave tons and tons to finish it. Yu Tianma looked in the rearview mirror to cast an appreciative glance at the 2 young men's actions. Good boy. The special training potion is not used during special training. It is used before the battle, treating the actual battle as special training. Duanmu Xian said. Yes, seniors. Anyway, there are more opportunities for real combat and greater improvement. Other times we usually don't specialize. We have a life to enjoy. Yu Tianma smiled and shook his head, not answering anymore. The speed of the Wu Zhiqi was very fast, and in less than 20 minutes it flew out of the atmosphere of the blue planet to the airspace of the mechanical island. Yu Tianma quickly gave orders. Duanmu Xian, transform into Zophie Ultraman to cover the Wuxi's entry into the mechanical island to prevent emergencies from occurring. Duanmu Xuanxin said bold. How dare you call that lord by his name? The hand movements were anything but slow. Pulling out the galaxy sparks and Zophie Ultraman flashed dolls. Super fusion, Shafrin, white light flashed and Zophie Ultraman appeared next to the Wunderkind. When the Wu Zhiqi approached the mechanical island at a distance of just 1,000 meters, the mechanical island seemed to have sensed the threat and sent out several lightning bolts to attack the Wu Zhiqi. Worthy of being senior Yu Tianma, he actually even thought of this. Duanmu Xian thought, and quickly released the Z-ray to cancel out the lightning released from the mechanical island, successfully covering the Wuchi to land on the mechanical island. Use the M87 light ray as a cutting knife. Make an opening for the mechanical island. The barrier of the mechanical island should be useful, range from 100 meters to 1000 meters on the outer part of the mechanical island. Releasing the light barrier at close range will be useless. Sophie Altman Hund. After landing and using the M87 ray at close range to attack the ground of the mechanical island, under the super destructive power of the M87 ray, soon the mechanical island was knocked out of a hole. The very moment the ground of the mechanical island shattered, a giant machine monster appeared inside the mechanical island. None other than the mechanical monster Aguma. This Aguma's strength reached the mid-5th stage level, and as soon as it appeared, it unleashed a lightning bolt towards Sophie Ultraman, who had destroyed the ground of the mechanical island. Sophie's energy, who had continuously released the M87 ray and the Z-ray, was pretty much depleted, plus he was directly blown away by the electric current when he was sneak attacked from behind. Yu Tianma frowned. I'm afraid that a mid-5th order mechanical beast is not something that Liu Ruyan and Duanmu Xian, the two second orders, can handle, but operating the hex system and connecting the dots is something only he can do. One can only trust these two young men. Thinking of this, Yu Tianma rushed Liu Ruyan behind him. Go support Duanmu Xian and buy me some time. I'll come help once I get the Yinglong out. In fact, even if Yu Tianma didn't say anything at this time, Liu Ruyan couldn't help herself and had long since pulled out the divine light rod from her bosom. Okumer, who was fighting Sophie Ultraman, was just about to capitalize on his victory when a blade of light flew from behind it and blew up on it, none other than Dija Ultraman, unfortunately failing to break the defense, but it did attract its attention, only to see that it looked back at Dija Ultraman and then at Sophie Ultraman, whose energy had been almost depleted. It actually chose to directly ignore Dija and came straight at Sophie. Tuan Kaiken gritted his teeth and stood up to slam towards Okumer. Since he had used a high-numbered Ultraman like Galaxy a few times, and then using Sophie, he had clearly overestimated Sophie's power. He went down with an Iron Mountain lean and almost knocked his shoulder apart. But on the contrary, Aguma almost didn't move at all, and instead lifted him up just like carrying a chicken. Then it was thrown violently in the direction of Dija. Ryua tried to catch Sophie's, but she underestimated Okumer's power. The result was that the two O's collided together and fell backward in unison several hundred meters away. What about Duanmu Xian? Do I have any skills I can use? Duanmu Xian shook his head. No, the difference between the second rank beating the 5th rank is too big. The robot that beat the 4th rank before was only able to freeze because it was at the bottom of the sea, so the effect of the freezing beam was enhanced. No amount of tricks would work well with that kind of power gap. Not to mention that robots were already more powerful than normal monsters. We can still stall first and let Captain Yu deal with him after he gets the Cthulhu out. Saying that, Duanmu Xian made palms with both hands to gather energy in his chest, then condensed an 8-point light wheel towards Aguma and charged towards it, directly smashing it on its head with the 8-point light wheel. The 8-point light wheel cut into Okumer's head with a zippy noise. Unfortunately, it had little effect. Instead, Okumer punched the light wheel and shattered it before kicking Sophie again. On the other hand, Dija Ultraman clenched his hands into fists and put them into the crystal in front of his forehead and emitted a red glow and switched to a powerful type, coalescing into Dija Electric Fist. This move is Duanmu Xian just taught her to use, specializing in hitting some of the high armor used to break the defense. Otherwise, Dija's skills are too much. If she went to flip by herself, it would probably take a long time to flip to this skill. Follows up with a flurry of 3 punches to the chest of Okumer. These punches hit her in the Aguma chest, erupted violent sparks, but hurt its chest, issued a zippy electric current sound, obviously by the electric shock fist to break the defense appeared short-circuit phenomenon. Machine monsters are incomparable to ordinary monsters in terms of both resistance to blows and strength, but there is also a disadvantage of poor self-repairing ability. Once injured, it is very difficult to recover. The injured Okumer became even more irate and clamped his hands around Deja's right and left hands to keep it under a death grip, then gave Deja an over-the-shoulder drop. Another Tarzan rides up, slamming his fists into Deja's chest in quick succession, and Deja's lights flashed after receiving this string of moves. Sophie Ultraman was finally in time to slam a hard push off of Okumer in a Z-ray to control him. Seeing this, Deja forced himself to stand up and slam a Dilahume lightstream into Okumer's injured chest. A violent explosion rang out. A big hole was punched out of Aguma's chest, but the guy actually managed to stand up without dying. At this point, Sophie was finally at her limit, and changed back to Duanmu Xian after her energy was depleted. Luckily, they were wearing special spacesuits before they went up to the universe. Instead, Okumer chose to blow itself up, the starts on its head going out one by one before taking a step towards Deja. Because of the reason that Dija was injured, to run also cannot run fast, not to mention that Duanmu Xian has already changed back to the human body. She ran, Duanmu Xian will be dead. Just then, the mechanical island let out a violent shudder. It turned out to be that the Cthulhu and the Waziki had completed their cooperation. And with the hex system resonating with each other, the Cthulhu fired its fusion cannons inside the mechanical island from the inside out and punched a huge hole in the mechanical island. The Cthulhu followed suit. Yu Tianma's voice also sounded in Duanmu Xian's headset. Success! Your mission is complete. Run! But it was too late. Okumer had already arrived in front of Dija Ultraman, and a violent explosion rang out along with the last light on its head going out. Duanmu Xian only felt a powerful shockwave coming from him, and at the critical moment, Dija Ultraman held him in his hands and cradled him in his arms, blocking the blast with his body. After the sound of the explosion, Dija's figure had already dissipated into light particles and transformed back into Liu Ruyan. But at this moment, inside Liu Ruyan's spacesuit, the corner of her mouth was spilling blood outward, her right hand was covering her chest, and she was even a bit reluctant to stand up. But she didn't care much about her injuries. Instead she asked Duanmu Xian Dao, "Duanmu Xian, are you alright? The explosion just now didn't affect you, right? You didn't materialize into Ultraman. If you were affected by the explosion it would be over." Duanmu Xian shook his head and quickly rushed over to hold her up. "I'm fine. How are you?" Liu Ruyan smiled bitterly and leaned her head against Duanmu Xian's chest. "I'm okay, just a few ribs seem to be broken. I can't die. When the energy is restored, the recovery ability of Dija's light will soon be able to cure it. This will be all over the place." At that, Duanmu Xian clenched his fists. This damn Aguma. It so happened that at that moment, the mechanical island started to act up again, because Aguma was eliminated and that Sanglong was out of trouble. So the mechanical island started to gather its remaining energy to release lightning in the direction of Earth's Tianhai city. Duanmu Xian's anger value had already stacked up at this time, and he was worried that Aguma had already self-detonated and had nowhere to spread it. Seeing the mechanical island as a demon, he quickly took out the Galaxy Spark, and the Galaxy Spark sensed Duanmu Xian's emotional fluctuations and indeed emitted a greenish-blue light, from which the Galaxy Ultraman Spark figure appeared. BGM up. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. Outside of Mechanical Island, Yu Tianma's transformed Primordial Ultraman looked at the sturdy Mechanical Island shell with a headache on his face. The first generation of Ultraman, strong in the body and physical skills. Light skills is the short board, although just now he gave a break against the weak center of the bottom of the Mechanical Island. But the spectrum light power is really limited, and Mechanical Island was still releasing lightning to attack Tianhai City. Just as Primordial Ultraman was at a loss, a high-pitched BGM was heard. The red star shines on the earth. A dazzling greenish-blue light rose from within the mechanical island. Yu Tianma was overjoyed. As expected, Galactic Ultraman will only show up when it matters most, and they really won't die in that blast. He actually wanted to turn into Ultraman to help when he detached himself from the Cthulhu, but he hesitated and gave up, because of the reason that Galactic Ultraman was under the hood anyway. He wanted to let Duanmu Xian wrestle and grind on his own so that he could quickly grow into a qualified Ultraman warrior. But what Yu Tianma does not know is that it is not Duanmu Xian who is being ground. It is Liu Ruyan who is being ground. And every time there is any danger, this niece will always stand in front of him. Galaxy. I punched a hole in the bottom of the mechanical island. Together we'll shoot rays of light towards the hole to blow up the mechanical island. Unfortunately, Duanmu Xian didn't listen to Yu Tianma, who would be annoyed. He was seen leaping high into the air, his arms folded, and the plasma crystals all over his body erupted with a greenish-blue light. This is Galactic Ultraman's most signature light skill, Galactic Piercing Light. The move's power at its peak once extinguished Dark Saki, who was enhanced by Dark Spark, and its power is the strongest it can be against the standard Noah's Lightning. Unfortunately, today's Duanmu Xian was only at the second stage, and his power naturally couldn't reach that level, but it was more than enough to exterminate a district's mechanical island. Yu Tianma was cursing down there. Crap, Duanmu Xian a fool. The mechanical island has an energy conversion device. Directly hit with light, you a second order release of light. How? Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a rumbling explosion, and the mechanical island's energy conversion device was burst by the energy of the galaxy penetrating light. Accompanied by a violent explosion, a huge amount of flames erupted, and the mechanical island was blown into pieces, dissipating into the universe. Yu Tianma's words were choked back hard. Savan is right. Galaxy Ultraman's values are simply too weird. This light can explode with such power at just the second rank. The potential is even above the cosmic miracle light. Wu Mini inside the Tsanlong was dumbfounded by the power of the galaxy-penetrating light. Yu Tianma flew the Wajiki into the cabin of the Cthulhu. The moment Yu Tianma's eyes met Wu Minyi's after he entered the cabin control room, both of them paused. It had been staring at each other for a long time before Yu Tianma spoke. You're Wu Minyi, right? You're very good. It's rumored that you're credited for the Sky Sea City's Tsanglong being able to integrate the hex system and weapons together. Stay in Tianhai City. This kind of commercialization city is really some talent. Want to come to the capital to develop. You for the hexagon technology research and development ideas is exactly what we need for human beings. Although your strength is only at the peak of the third rank, the capital city lacks a mind-type genius like you. Wu Mini smiled and replied, yes, but I have a condition. Yu Tianma asked curiously. On what terms? Wu Mini signaled the Galactic Ultraman in the Cthulhu's outer universe with his eyes. I wonder if your police base in the capital city has ever studied why Galactic Ultraman is so powerful. I can tell you that the power of the greenish-blue crystal in Galactic Ultraman's body is homologous to the plasma sparks at the core of the plasma spark tower. As a matter of common sense, a regular person would only need to touch the tower of plasma sparks to gain the power of an Ultraman to evolve into a warrior of light. But with plasma sparks, no Ultraman could get close. Once it gets too close, the powerful plasma spark origin power enters Ultraman's body and bursts him. The power of the plasma spark has been uncontrollable so far. And going forward we may not be able to control the power of the plasma spark for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Galaxy is powerful because he is covered in plasma crystals that have the same origin as the plasma sparks. And now Tuan Kaiken is too weak to utilize Galaxy's true power. But despite this he is able to suppress Saban's cluster rays, and along with the barrier, he is able to blow up the mechanical island. And my request is simple. I want admission to Shanqing University. Yu Tianma looked at Wu Mini with a smirk. You want to explore the power of the galactic plasma crystal. Ambition is not small. You are not afraid of being that power backfire. How many people who do not know the high ground of maniacs in the past and present intend to die? The power of the plasma spark was burst the body of the. What's more, are you so sure he'll be studying at my Shanqing University in the future? Wu Mini let out a his eyes unmistakably determined. He will definitely attend Shanqing University. Don't worry about this. And, if what those who came before us could not do, those who come after us go in fear because of it, then we will never move forward. What's more, I'm still young. It doesn't matter even if I fall. There's always something in a person's life that's worth falling head over heels in pursuit of, even if it means giving your life for it. Yu Tianma looked deeply at Wu Mini, as if he wanted to see through him. Suddenly Yu Tianma smiled. Crazy. Wu Mini was expressionless as he locked eyes with Yu Tianma, seemingly not surprised by Yu Tianma's comments about him. But I really want to see how far you can go. Plus I'll remind you of Duanmu Xian that brat's accidentality. No. 1. It might be fun for you to spend time with him later. Wu Mini smiled. Yu Tianma saying so meant that he agreed. The power of the plasma crystal that was homologous to the plasma spark. It was really exciting to think about. I understand. After saying this, just in time, the sound of Duanmu Xian yelling came from outside the Tsanlong's control room. Is there a medical class inside the Cthulhu? Get over here and help heal it. Wu Mini and Yu Tianma smiled at each other. Yu Tianma went to maneuver the Tsanglong instead of Wu Mini, while Wu Mini personally went to take Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan to the Tsanglong's medical room. Inside the medical room, there were only two people, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan. Ruyan Liu was lying on the bed in the medical room, and after just drinking a bottle of healing potion and energy potion, her injuries were already recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. She snapped shortly after Wu Mini left. Duanmu Xian, that person called Wu Mini, the way he looks at you is strange. My intuition tells me that he's a dangerous person. You need to be careful of him. Duanmu Xian naturally understood what Liu Ruyan meant. A friend he had met in his previous life was very similar to Wu Mini, and he also had an intuition that that friend of his and Wu Mini were afraid to be the same kind of person. It's okay, I understand. I'm not as stupid as you think. Okay? Wan, you lie down and have a good rest. When this time after going back I'll take you on a trip to have a good relaxation. There's been so much going on these past few days, saving the world every day, that I feel like I need an administrative vacation. A small remote village from the Sichuanshu region of the summer country, where there is no city noise, no traffic pollution, maintains the purity that is hard to find in today's world. Behind this small village there is a mountain named Rainbow Mountain, and because of its geographical location, rainbows appear whenever the evening is approaching at the height of summer. Rainbows and evening sunsets paired together with the beautiful scenery of the mountains. Grass and trees here make it a good choice for many people to travel occasionally after they are tired of the city life. But it's so remote that few people want to live here for long. That night, a spatial rift appeared from Rainbow Mountain, throwing a white stone out before disappearing. This white stone seemed no different from ordinary stones, thrown in the mountains and nature as one. If not intentionally looking for it, I'm afraid no one can imagine that this thing is actually an alien species. If Duanmu Xian had been there he would have been shocked, because this stone was the original form of the leaf rot, the most buggy and unsolvable monster of all the monsters in the legend. Leaf rot evolves no matter what kind of attack it receives and then doubles the attack back to the caster, making it a concept god-type monster. It was also fortunate that leaf rot descended on a small remote village. If it appeared in the capital, The people of the capital found that once this alien species was taken for research and dissection, then the consequences were unimaginable, and it might even be possible that the entire capital police base would be wiped out. Leading from Tianhai City to the Sichuanshu region required almost half of the Summer Kingdom to be crossed, and since ending the Mechanical Island incident in Tianhai City, Duanmu had given himself an administrative leave of absence. He was on his way in a newly picked up Lamborghini's latest supercar intending to visit the Rainbow Mountain in Sichuan, which he had swiped on a certain sound the other day, to take a break from his vacation. The previous Mechanical Island incident along with the robot invasion of the Tianhai City police base incident was a level 1 monster invasion disaster. In this incident, Duanmu and Liu Ruyan took almost all the credit. The Mechanical Island was bombed by Duanmu, and the Tianhai City base invasion was solved by Liu Ruyan's Kiga. So the higher-ups paid a lot of attention to this matter, and gave the two of them a medal for the first-class merit of the Tianhai City police force. And one of them was given a bonus of $500,000. If it was Duanmu in his previous life, he would have been happy for a long time because of this $500,000 because he was a social animal in his previous life. But $1 billion inside his pocket in this life, that's $1 billion. Forget all your worries, $1 billion. He arguably has no interest in money. So that's $1 million he's going to take on a trip. To use a classic phrase, I've been fighting all my life and I can't enjoy myself? The further west you drive, the more backward this city becomes, as the coastal areas are a bit better economically, but comparatively, the cleaner the air, the less polluted, and the more relaxed the people become. Another day at sunset. The dusky evening sun fell on the long stretch of highway. The landscape was picturesque in all directions, and the light clouds were golden. Duanmu drove the Lamborghini in convertible mode. The speed of the car came to 160 yards, and the co-pilot Liu Ruyan unbuckled her seatbelt and stood up directly, letting the reckless and free wind blow her clothes. The air was sweetly scented as 3,000 green threads fluttered in the wind. Liu Ruyan was considered to be enjoying this little moment of leisure the most, as she had been beaten almost every day in those previous days. In that unlucky place in Tenkai City, fighting ghouls in Melba on the first day was acceptable. The second day was okay with raven men and airships. The third day was outrageous with turtle beasts and 3,000 or so contaminated sea creatures. Day 4 fights Kiga. Okay, in the ocean freezing beams are not much of a problem to use. Day 5 fights Aguma and Mechanical Island. This is so over the top that it almost karma. Either in the beaten or on the way to be beaten. Thanks to the healing power of the light of Dija is very strong. Or that intensity for who to suffer? Finally leaving that unlucky Tianhai City. Now we won't be bothered by monsters in Chuanshu. We can finally spend this summer vacation without training and studying with ease. Ruyan Lu shouted from the mountains. And on the highway in the middle of the valley, the sound would echo if it was loud. Something not found in the bustling city. Duanmu heard Liu Ruyan's cry, some speechless. And her current action is a little dangerous. The car speed 160 at. Open car seatbelt is not tied even if. But also stand up. You can't be like this even if you've had your body strengthened by the light of Dija. Looking to the right, he saw that in the oncoming whistling wind, her clothes were blown by the wind tightly attached to her body, and that concave and convex figure gave Duanmu a silly look, which he hadn't paid much attention to before. Stretching out his right hand to her buttocks slapped down. Duanmu hand down is not light, although through a layer of jeans are painful. She grimaced and sat back. Crow's mouth. Don't make a flag. It's not easy to be free for 2 days. You crow's mouth if you call the monsters. You see how I'll punish you. Ruyan Lu put her seatbelt on with a resigned face. You fierce me. How can it be so coincidental? Monsters are appearing in the summer border cities a little more. Even if the occasional space ripped out of the monsters will also be the local police force quickly cleaned up. Chuanshu is the interior of the summer country. Where the monsters? I think you're just trying to take advantage of the opportunity to spank me. Pervert. As soon as Ruyan Lu's words fell, he heard a spatial crack appear in the sky above the valley not far away. A terrifying beast roar came out from it, destroying the calmness of the Chuanshu mountain range under the setting sun for a while. A skeleton monster shaped like a dinosaur, King Raider, stepped out of the space rift, startling the birds and animals in the mountains in all directions. After King Raider appeared, he rushed straight towards the highway in the middle of the mountain range with the obvious purpose of destroying the highway. Ruyan Lu lowered her head with an aggrieved face and poked her finger. I promise I'll never talk out of turn again. Duanmu was speechless. Well, it was okay to take an administrative vacation and then have to go back to work. I'm just going to be so devastated. You oaf, you called out the monsters. You take care of them, make it quick and don't delay our administrative leave. The Raider King belonged to the middle third stage monsters with average strength. Although Liu Ruyan was only in the middle second stage, it was more than enough to deal with this guy. Just as soon as he appeared, He turned into his red happy form and started fighting with the monsters, and although King Raider was a third-ranked monster, he could barely fight back in the hands of Dija in a real fight. Duanmu parked his car in the emergency lane of the highway and got out of the car to light a huazi by hand. He was also picking it up now. He hadn't fought a monster lower than 4th rank since he awakened the power of light, and a 3rd rank one like the Raider King was 1 rank higher than him, but sorry couldn't really look at it. By the time this one cigarette was finished, the battle between Dija and King Raider was nearing its end. So as not to destroy a single blade of grass on the mountain, Dija also thoughtfully throws King Raider into the air, then uses a stasis beam to hold it in place before bursting it with a stream of dilithium light. After resolving King Lei Di, Duanmu drove for nearly 5 more hours, finally arriving at 10 in the evening near the Rainbow Mountain in Sichuan in Shu. But this place is too remote, with no village in front and no store at the back, and the mountains and forests are silent, and danger lurks in them, and the mountain roads are so rough that a Lamborghini can't even drive in them. Well, the car is considered useless here, but it's getting late and there are no hotels near the navigation, so we'll make do with a night in the car tonight. Good night. After parking the car, Duanmu laid down on the seat and pulled out his cell phone. Young people like him, travel tips are non-existent. Have a goal and go straight to it. We'll not think about where to park the car when it arrives and where to stay at night. Once the convertible mode was turned off and the night light was turned on to the back seat of the car, my eyes closed and I fell asleep. This. Liu Ruyan gave the whole speechless. This person how to say sleep on sleep. It's pretty scary in these mountains at night. Suddenly, a burst of mournful catcalls came from the mountains, and the sound was extremely penetrating, as if it had an extremely strong sense of grievance. The sound startled the entire mountain, scattering birds and animals in all directions, and there was no telling what horrors the cat had encountered. Liu Ruyan also felt that this cat's cry is strange oozing, put on his headphones and played a piece of music to cover the sound of the cat's cry, but found that this cat's cry comes with penetrating magic damage, cannot be blocked at all. It went on for a good 10 minutes before the catcall stopped. Duanmu also couldn't sleep from the sound of the catcalling, but he didn't take it seriously. The catcalls have finally stopped, so I guess there's a weasel catching the cat. Ruyan Lu said. Duanmu, I have a feeling that this catcall isn't that simple. Why don't we go and take a look? Don't think there's some kind of monster. What a fuss. In this kind of primitive mountain forest is not like our Tianhai city. There may be poisonous snakes, wolves, or even tigers, and all kinds of poisonous insects at night. You're still going? Ruyan Lu was really quiet after hearing this, curiosity stifled by fear. But in the latter half of the night, she tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, when suddenly her mind flashed and she pulled out the divine light rod from her bosom. Nope, I have this, what am I afraid of? After making sure that Duanmu was sleeping deeply, she quietly got out of the car and went into the depths of the mountain forest, the place where the cat's cry had come from. When they arrived at the place they found a large, pure white stone there, and a grave standing next to it. Though the soil of this grave was still fresh and had obviously been dug not long ago, Ruyan Lu speculated that the village should have recently died and buried someone here. This stone, Liu Ruyan didn't recognize it as the initial form of the legendary leaf rot, so she didn't take it seriously. Strange, what was that cat call again? There's no cat here either. Forget about it, go back to bed. Waiting for Ruyan Lu to leave, this grave bag suddenly a burst of writhing. A miserable white hand from the grave reached out, and the leaf rot seems to feel this rich resentment actually gradually turned into a puddle of black water into the inside of the grave bag. Early the next morning, Duanmu and Liu Ruyan hiked straight up the mountain, and because the signal sucked in the mountains, the cell phone was pretty much considered useless, but there shouldn't be any monsters in such a remote place, so I can finally take a nice executive vacation. Thinking like this, the two of them walked for more than 2 hours in the mountains, and finally arrived at the rainbow village that the internet said was still full of old-fashioned greenstone-built tiled houses. There is a well at the head of the village and a small red basin next to it. There were chickens, ducks, geese and fish in every house, and small earth dogs of various colors gathered under a big tree at the head of the village, and they let out a few barks when they saw the guests coming to the village. At this time it was the height of summer. Although it was early in the morning, the air was slightly dry and hot. The two people who had been walking in the mountains for 2 hours already had more than enough sweat on their bodies. At that exact moment a fat-headed villager walked out. Seeing this, man and woman asked, "A friend from out of town, traveling here?" Duanmu hummed. The villager spoke up. "Where did you come from?" Ruyan Lu said. "We're from Tianhai. We plan to stay here for a while. May I ask if there's a BNB here?" The villager's head melon essence flashed. Tianhai came the whole summer country. Who does not know Tianhai city? Summer, the richest place. The man and the woman were wearing designer clothes, and they looked like rich people. The honored guests from Tianhai. It's just right if you want a BNB. there's an empty room in my house. It's definitely enough for you and your husband to live in. Do you want to go and take a look? Hearing this, Liu Ruyan smiled joyfully. This villager took herself as Duanmu Xian's wife. Although it made sense, it made her very happy. Duanmu Xian had wanted to explain, but looking at Liu Ruyan's smile he didn't see the need. Okay, lead the way. The two followed that villager to his home, which was still in a good environment. Much better than Duanmu Xian had imagined. Because at the very beginning Duanmu Xian imagined that he would be living in a very dilapidated house when he arrived in the village. He thought of the housing conditions as very harsh and mentally prepared for it. At least the room this villager had prepared for him had a well-packed queen-sized bed, a wooden dresser, a table and chairs. But the room was furnished somewhat like an old man's house. Ruyan Lu asked. This room is pretty cleaned up. Has anyone stayed here before? Villager Road. My mom lived in this room before, but my mom passed away some time ago, so this room is empty. And I know that you're all from Tianhai. The environment here is definitely not as good as Tianhai, but the good thing is that it's quiet and the air is good. If you guys don't think it's good enough, I'll help you find another house. Duanmu Xian shook his head. No, just this one. How much? The villager was about to say $100 a night, but thought in his head for a moment. The man looked all rich. No pitfalls for nothing. 1,000 a night. Little brother, you don't mind the price. Mainly because now things are scarce. Such a quiet place is not easy to find in the whole Xia country now. The people who came here to travel before are all at this price. We pay green or blue or cash here. Duanmu Xian has no a big language. He knew that he would be pitched. Only he did not expect so outrageous. This house is 1,000 a night. A standard hotel room in Tianhai City is only between 300 and 600 a night. But because of his current wealth, he didn't bother counting. Forget about it. Just so you can take an administrative vacation for a while with peace of mind. 1. Pay for 10 days first. Liu Ruyan opened her bag, which was stuffed with cash. This is what Duanmu Xian has long considered. This place has bad signal and undeveloped transportation, so she got some cash in advance. The villagers' eyes were glowing for a moment when they saw the bag full of red tickets. After receiving the money, the villager put the money in his hand and repeatedly counted it to make sure there was no problem and then looked at Liu Ruyan with a flattering face. Well, in the future in the village have what needs. Despite looking for me well, lunchtime I will call you. Then this side I will not disturb you two couples rest. First go one step. Liu Ruyan seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes were a little off and she gave Duanmu Xian a wink. Duanmu Xian waved his hand at the villagers when he saw this. Okay, go ahead. Only then did the villagers run out holding the $10,000 joyfully. He happened to bump into his wife, who had just returned from a trip around the village, and her eyes lit up as she looked at the red ticket in her husband's hand. Yo, where did you get rich today? Ernio quickly stepped forward and covered his wife's mouth, whispering in her ear. Hush, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear it. Two young couples from Tianhai can be rich. Want to come to our village to travel and live for a while. All that empty room, $1,000 a day rent to him, he didn't bargain. But also a mouthful of rent for 10 days. Proper wrongdoer. Wife heard is also shocked. $1,000 a day, Two cattle, this beast is really dare to bargain, The point is that the rich man from Tianhai actually agreed. That's $10,000. That's a lot of money in this village. At the window of the room where Duanmu Xian was, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan leaned against the window and looked at the couple in the courtyard. All the words they said were heard by the two of them. The hearing of a second-ranked ultramarine warrior was terrifying. Liu Ruyan is Saiwan's daughter, a rich family's daughter. Although Saiwan is very strict with her and has known hard work since she was a child, but after all, she has never seen the evil of the human heart. Hey, she saw it today. Duanmu Xian had seen these things a long time ago, so there were no waves in his heart, and he even wanted to laugh when Ernia said 1,000 a night, but he took it as helping the poor, and $10,000 meant nothing to him now anyway. Duanmu Xian, we're being punked. What should we do? Ruyan Lu asked. Duanmu Xian smiled faintly. It's normal. I would have taken it as helping the poor. It's only $10,000. Whatever they think. And what were you trying to tell me with that look on your face just now? Ruyan Lu said. I do have a guess, but it's not necessarily true. I'll look around first. Saying that, Liu Ruyan began to rummage around the room. She rummaged around for a while before finally finding a handful of black cat hair in a corner. Then he brought the handful of cat hair to Duanmu Xian and said, Look, cat hair. Duanmu Xian couldn't make sense of it. What do you mean? It was just as I suspected. Last night at the foot of the mountain we heard a cat screaming miserably. And then during the night I turned into Dija and went to the place where the sound came from. A grave was found there. Like it had just been dug. The earth was fresh. And there was a heavy odor of blood and foreboding there. That Ernia said that his mother died some time ago, and that this room was the room of his deceased mother. And I guess that his mother had probably kept a black cat when she was alive. Creatures like cats have spirituality. And then the black cat presumably couldn't give up its master. And then it was there for 10 minutes purring. But the purring was so forlorn that I figured something was up. After listening to Liu Ruyan's analysis, the corners of Duanmu Xian's mouth rose slightly. He felt excited. It seems that traveling to this mountain not only allows him to see the scenery, but also to eat some melons. After lunch, Ruyan Lu led him towards Rainbow Mountain to the place that Ruyan Lu had mentioned. When they reached the place, both of them were given a shock, because at this time, the grave was plowed, and the white boulder that Ruyan Lu had mentioned before had also disappeared. There was nothing in the spot but a pile of dirt and a broken coffin. The lid of that coffin that shattered open from the center, as if something in the coffin had run out. Duanmu Xian took a few steps to look down. There was nothing in the coffin but some black cat fur and some scattered pieces of clothing and dried blood. Good guy. There really is a fraudulent corpse. This world is also magic. It can't be a zombie. But if Ernia's mom turns into a zombie, where will she run to? And that white boulder you mentioned. If the weight of that stone is not expected to be light according to you, how come it has disappeared as well? Liu Ruyan is afraid to go near the coffin. For the Xia people, the zombie bizarre horror is better than the monster. I don't know about all that. When I came to see it last night there was indeed a round white boulder here and an intact grave. But today it's like this. Duanmu Xian shook his head and jumped out of the grave clapping his hands. Well, if you can see the legendary zombie is not a vain trip. This ravine communication is not good. There is no police patrol nearby. We investigate this matter ourselves. Let's go ask Ernia for specifics when we get back to the village later. It's a shame that my executive vacation is kind of out the window again. But as long as I don't have to fight monsters, a zombie won't be too tiring to clean up is all. Not far behind the two, in a bush, a dark figure kept the two in close proximity. All of this two people did not find. After the end of the wood Xian and Liu Ruyan and strolled in the mountains for another day. Fruit and wild food roaming the mountains hungry just take. And in the village, Ernio and a few old men from the same village were sitting together and chatting, when suddenly the screams of Ernia's daughter-in-law came from his side of the house. With the chickens flying, Ernio and a few old men quickly rushed over, and when they reached Ernia's house they realized, an old lady is holding two big roosters in her own yard to nibble. Because of the back to a few old man's reason, they cannot see the old lady's face. The two big roosters in the old lady's hands struggling madly but unfortunately to no avail. And all Ernio could feel was a chill going from his toes straight to the sky. This old lady was wearing fucking clothes and had the exact same body shape as his mom. Just then, the old woman turned back, and several of the old men let out a gasp and took a few steps back at the same time. This old woman had a cat face but was somehow human-like. The cat-faced old woman had long fingernails on her hands, her face was covered in blood, and she had chicken with feathers in her mouth. Seeing Ernia she rushed at Ernia with a spiteful face and let out a miserable scream. That scream was the same as the cat's cry that Liu Ruyan heard at the foot of the mountain last night. Ghosts! Ghosts! Ernia whispered under his breath. His pants were already wet, and he sat down on the ground with his feet in a heap. The other few big men saw the weird cat-faced old woman and copied their wooden sticks towards the cat-faced old woman. The cat-faced old woman felt threatened and jumped towards the roof with a flash of her body. That was as agile as a cat. Duanmu Xian on Rainbow Mountain didn't know what was going on in the village. At this time he had found a pond in the mountain, which was full of lotus flowers in the summer. At this time he was looking at the pond next to a lotus plant inside, very close to the shore. If the hand is a little longer it can be easily picked. Dusty years of childhood memories came out. After thinking for a while rushed aside Liu Ruyan. Wan, I'll pull it for you while you take that thing off. Ruyan Lu visually measured the distance and felt it was fine. Okay. Only to see her holding Duanmu Xian's hand with one hand, then leaning her body forward to reach that lotus flower, which was quickly grasped in her hand. Duanmu Xian was about to pull back for her, but who knew that the land next to the pond was too soft, and his feet slipped. The two men planted into the pond in unison, and when they climbed up from the pond, they took out their cell phones and found that their cell phones had been scrapped together. But the two didn't care about the scrapped cell phone. It wasn't expensive, and it was just in time for the latest model. And without a cell phone, you don't have to worry about being contacted at all when you're on administrative leave. Far away from the capital of the fish Daoxian today have nothing to do. Thinking about a long time did not call their own baby girl. I do not know if she filled in the aspiration. There is no filled Sanglong University. So gave her a call. The phone rang for 2 seconds. A mechanical female voice appeared. Hello, the number you have dialed is turned off. Another call to that brat Duanmu Xian. Hello, the number you have dialed is turned off. Fish Dogan 6. When the two people all muddy back to the village, found that the villagers are gathered together. When they see the two people all muddy to the village all like birds of prey scared, almost ready to run, one of the villagers shouted, monsters are coming, run! A group of villagers then followed with the intention of scattering in all directions. It was only when Ernia recognized the two that he rushed to call back the villagers who were about to run away. Wait guys, these two aren't monsters, they're outsiders who are traveling to our village today. A group of villagers then returned. Duanmu asked as he walked in front of the villagers with a curious face. What's going on here? Did some monster come out of the village? A group of villagers looked at me and I looked at you. None of them dared to say anything. It was Ernia who told the truth. In the afternoon a cat-faced old lady appeared at my house. The old lady looked like my dead mom, but my mom was buried only last night. The cat-faced old lady came to my house and bit a few chickens to death. We went over to catch her and she scaled the wall and ran away. It's so spooky, and I have a feeling this old cat-faced lady is bound to come back again. Ruyan Lu sniffed. As expected, we went to the mountains this afternoon and stumbled upon a grave. But this grave was plowed, and not by outsiders. The body inside ran out on its own. That old cat-faced lady you saw this afternoon would be your mom's body. When these words came out, Ernia, who was still unsure, fell to the ground in fear as his legs went limp. The surrounding villagers each threw a look of love at the situation and all went home. Duanmu looked at the villagers' reactions as if they were all unconcerned. It is reasonable to say that such a small village should be quite united. So then he asked the second cow, Ernia, what exactly happened to your family? Tell me about it. To tell you the truth, my wife and I are both second-order ultramarines. If we encountered any monsters possessing your mom's corpse and coming out to do evil, we wouldn't stand by and do nothing. These days we still have to believe in science. There's no such thing as ghosts and gods. Ernia heard that these two people are actually AOT warriors were obviously taken aback. Although everyone in this world has the opportunity to become an AOT warrior, but there is only a chance that the Plasma Spark Tower Summer Country there are only 4, respectively, in the Sky and Sea, the capital city, Guangdu, Deep City, and only students from the major high schools in those 4 cities can access the Plasma Spark Tower once they graduate. So not everyone in this world is an Ultraman either. But Ernia still stammered and refused to tell the truth. I don't know. My mom just died at the end of her life and we went to bury her and got possessed. Duanmu could see that Ernia was lying, but he didn't know why Ernia was lying. But now he and Liu Ruyan were covered in mud, hard to panic, also too lazy to ask that much. Anyway, when the time comes, if the cat-faced old lady comes back to clean up by hand according to what the villagers said, the cat-faced old lady's guts should be quite small, and monsters that can't be giganticized aren't usually too strong. This was what Duanmu was thinking right now. Of course he wouldn't think this way if he knew that the cat-faced old woman's resentment was combined with rot. Alright then, my wife and I will head back. And don't worry too much, if the old cat-faced lady shows up again I'll take care of it. Ernia remained seated on the ground without moving, but spoke up. Alright, you guys go and rest first. I'll sit here for a while and go back to cook. You two can say whatever you want to eat tonight. My daughter-in-law and I will go prepare it later. Duanmu said. Rough and tumble is fine. After saying that, he dragged Liu Ruyan to the B&B to take a shower. In the afternoon, due to their heavy cell phone dependency, Duanmu and Liu Ruyan went down the mountain and drove to the nearest nearby town to buy a cell phone. Ernia and his daughter-in-law at home trembling with fear. All because Ernia's mom died unjustly. They have ghosts in their hearts. Otherwise not so scared. Around 7:30 p.m. At this point the last bit of the sunset's glow disappeared. Night fell, and the village all went to bed early because of the cat-faced old lady incident that happened today. The whole village was terribly silent. After dinner Ernia and his daughter-in-law tossed and turned in their room, unable to sleep. Every now and then there was a catcall from the mountains, mournful and terrifying. Ernia and his daughter-in-law closed the bedroom door and windows tightly, and the two of them hid under the covers, not daring to make a sound. I don't know how long it took, but Ernia's daughter-in-law spoke. Ernia, I want to go to the restroom. I can't hold it in. You accompany me. Hold it in or else. Listen to the catcalls on that hill. It's so oozing. What if my mom is right there in the yard? Better to wait for those two out-of-town Ottomans to come back. No, I can't hold it in. Your mom was killed by you, not by me. There is a debt for the wrongdoer. She came back to take revenge, should also be looking for you to take revenge. With that, Ernia's daughter-in-law got up, tiptoed out of the room, and headed for the outhouse. Because the outhouse in his yard is next to the yard where the chickens are kept, you have to pass by the chicken coop to get to the outhouse. Ernia's daughter-in-law walked past the chicken coop trembling, looking around carefully to make sure there was no cat-faced old woman, and then sighed in relief. Walking around a corner, only to see a vicious and terrifying cat face appear in front of her, bumping into none other than the cat-faced old lady who had just happened to come home to seek revenge. Aha! This scream startled the entire village. Villagers were scared. All of them covered up the quilt and put their heads inside. Hearing the scream, Ernia quickly rushed out of the room. The cat-faced old lady saw Erniu's face full of resentment and hissed at Erniu before slapping down Erniu's daughter-in-law and charging towards Erniu. Seeing his daughter-in-law being beaten, Erniu copied a stick and smashed it towards the cat-faced old woman. The cat-faced old lady wasn't very beatable, and a stick directly dented her head as she fell to the ground motionless. Erniu froze. After half a day of so horrible, cat-faced old lady so unbeatable. Just as he was about to go and check on his daughter-in-law's condition, this cat-faced old woman's flesh squirmed and quickly recovered as before, and her muscles became even more terrifying and her cat face even more hideous. She walked towards Erniu again, her eyes still resentful. Erniu raised the wooden stick and continued to smash it towards the cat-faced old woman, who was obviously moving very nimbly, but she had no intention of dodging and let the wooden stick hit her in the face. But this time the wooden stick broke in two and the cat-faced old woman's face was unharmed. Monster! Monster! Help! At the foot of the mountain, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan, who had just returned from buying a cell phone, could hear the sound of help coming from the mountain from a distance. Duanmu Xian retrieved the cell phone he had just purchased, pulling out the Galaxy Sparks and Zophi Ultraman Sparks figures from his arms. We've only been away for a little while and something happened. Are you going or am I? Ruyan Liu also pulled out the Divine Light Rod. Who knows? Maybe this cat-faced old lady is avoiding us on purpose. Why don't we go together? That works too. Accompanied by two rays of light rushing up into the sky, Zophi Ultraman and Dija Ultraman appeared at the bottom of the mountain at the same time. The two O's looked at each other, both turned into a ray of light and instantly appeared in the village. At this time, the cat-faced old woman has blocked Erniu in the corner. Erniu is very nervous and afraid to take the surrounding things toward the cat-faced old woman, but it did no harm to the old cat-faced woman. The cat-faced old woman pressed on, but had no intention of striking. Duanmu Xian stood not far away and watched. That's not right. This cat-faced old lady looks quite fierce, but she doesn't seem to have the intention of harming Erniu, because Erniu is the cat-faced old lady's son? Ruyan Liu said as she couldn't help herself anymore. What do you care about her? Erniu's mom is already dead. This kind of swindler is a scourge if she stays in the world. I'll go and clean her up. Saying that, an instantaneous shift appeared in front of Erniu. The cat-faced old woman was startled and raised her claws towards Dija. Dija easily grabbed the claws of the old cat-faced woman and casually threw them. The old cat-faced woman was thrown out a dozen meters away, crashing into a big tree. The tree was smashed, and the cat-faced old woman's body fell apart with it. But in less than 3 seconds, the cat-faced old woman's figure returned to its original form and became even more terrifying than before. Ruyan Liu didn't believe it. I don't believe it. I'll beat you into crumbs, I'll see how you recover. Crossing his arms, JPlio rays struck towards the old cat-faced woman, who was pulverized under the super high heat impact of the JPlio rays. But just 2 meters passed. This pile of powder recovered and turned into a huge monster. But at this time, Yi Corrosion's face was the face of a cat-faced old lady is. Duanmu Xian was shocked to see this scene because this huge monster was no one else but the monster that was known to be the most buggy in the history of Otter. Leaf Rot. No wonder it has such sick healing powers. Dija Ultraman are confused. Otter shocked. Instead, he saw the cat-faced Leaf Rot raise his pincers to fire the same shot of JPlio light towards Dija. Dija hurriedly became gigantic and put up a rainbow shield to keep this JPlio ray from destroying the village. However, there is no energy or time limit for Yi Rot's Japariu light. Soon Dija couldn't hold out much longer. Seeing this, Zophi quickly rushed up and blocked the Iapeli AO light for Dija. Dija quickly retreated to the side, and Duanmu Xian quickly commanded, Wan, use the cells to transform the beam. It's the only way to turn it back into the original white ball. Dija hummed, and his right hand blossomed with a golden light from the crystal on his forehead. The cellular transformation beam struck towards the cat-faced Leaf Rot. But the cellular transformation beam lost its effect after merely restoring the cat-faced Leaf Rot's face to a pale human face. Duanmu Xian was shocked. Crikey, how did the cell transformation beam not work, say? In the next second, due to the continuous output of JPlio's light, he too was finally unable to support himself and collapsed to the ground. His chest lit up with a red light. Dija was also nearly drained of energy from the continuous use of the JPlio light and cell transformation beam. Cat-faced Leaf Rot didn't attack both AOs after seeing that they had both lost their ability to resist, but instead walked straight towards Erniu. Erniu was so scared shitless that he was close to digging a hole in the ground. Cat-faced Leaf Rot slowly lowered his head to look at Erniu's face, which was twisted from shock. A tentacle reached out and touched the second cow's head. Cat-faced Leaf Rot spoke, but in Ernest's mom's voice. Erniu, Mom doesn't blame you. Mom knows that me continuing to live in my old age will drag you down, but you should never have buried Mom alive in a coffin. Mimi knows that I'm not dead yet. That's why she's lying on her back and refuses to go. You shouldn't have killed Mimi and buried her with me. Mimi came back with the intention of taking revenge. But I stopped Mimi. Mom has no other wish but to see you again, and that's enough. Mom's gone. so live well alone from now on. Ernie sat paralyzed on the ground, directly demented after hearing these words, tears streaming down his face. Cat-faced Leaf Rot turned to look at Dija and said, Dija, thank you for separating my consciousness from Mimi's when I woke up from my hatred. Otherwise a mad Mimi might have killed Ernie. Use the cell transformation beam on me once more when you regain your energy, and remember not to bury me with Mimi. Dija was still on the ground, unable to move, but nodded at the words. Duanmu Xian looked at the cat-faced Leaf Rot. What she said just now, Duanmu Xian gave a clear hearing. He sort of realized that the cellular transformation beam hadn't lost its effect, but had reverted Mimi. Yi Rot was conscious only after absorbing the resentment of the cat-faced old woman, who had never wanted to harm her son from the beginning to the end, while her son tried to escape from the cat-faced old woman by all means. What the reason was Duanmu Xian didn't know, but he had sort of refreshed his 3 views today. A never-before-seen anger burned in the bottom of Duanmu Xian's heart. The next second, Galaxy Spark emits a greenish-blue light, and Galaxy Ultraman Spark Mannequin appears from it. And Duanmu Xian grabs Galaxy Ultraman Spark Mannequin without saying a word. BGM up. Super Fusion. Galactic Ultraman. The godly figure radiated a greenish glow and turned the Leaf Rot back to white stone, restoring the old woman and Mimi's bodies before disappearing into thin air. The next day, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan planned to leave Rainbow Village now, because after solving Yi Rot and the cat-faced old woman, Duanmu Xian learned all the truth. The villagers said, Ernie, this child's fate is not good. Born when his father died in the hands of monsters, coupled with a sickly childhood, it is his mother alone hard work to bring him up. I don't know how much his mom paid for him to get a daughter-in-law, and then after he grew up and got a daughter-in-law, his mom fell ill. As a result, he was unwilling to support his own mother, and his daughter-in-law felt that his mother was a burden and never treated her well in the house. 2 days ago, his mother was seriously ill, lying in bed, breathing very weak, heartbeat almost inaudible. How to call cannot wake up, then actually sent to the hospital can still be saved. But he directly announced that his mother died, then sent his mom to the coffin. Suffocation should also be suffocated to death. It is said that when eating dinner in the village there are still people hear the coffin in the sound, but those who noticed it do not bother. When buried, his mom raised black cat dead lying on the coffin does not go. Also was Ernie a hard to death, thrown into the coffin together. This also led to the black cat's resentment, and the half-dead, half-alive old woman's resentment combined together, which happened to be buried next to the Leaf Rot, and also made so many things. Thanks to the fact that it was Duanmu Xian who was traveling this time. If it was any other AOT warrior who didn't know about Leaf Rot who noticed the situation here first, once the Leaf Rot was allowed to evolve, Blue Star might have been destroyed. At the head of the village, a huge white rock lay in the middle of the road. This is what Leaf Rot looked like when it was turned back to its original form. This thing is too dangerous to stay in Rainbow Village. Duanmu Xian thought like this and took out the Galaxy Spark, then turned it into a glitter doll to carry around as a charm. Spark Ray was used against the white stone. After being irradiated by the Spark Ray, the Leaf Rot slowly transformed into a white orb, eventually landing in Duanmu Xian's hands. Tianhai City. At the East Sea, cracks appeared in the place where the original seal of Gatanji was sealed, and more black fog overflowed from it, and a large number of sea creatures began to flee from the range of that sea area due to the influence of the previous black fog. The capital police force received the news first and held an emergency meeting. Tianhai City Gatanji air seal is going to be lifted. Damn. The 7th Order monsters are really horrible like this. Can only give up Tianhai City. Well, since the invasion of the monsters 200 years ago, too many parts of the Summer Kingdom have been destroyed and occupied by the monsters, and today the country is less than half the size it was at its peak. Absolutely not. Tianhai City is the defense line in the southeastern part of the Summer Kingdom. If we give up Tianhai City, then Guangdu and Xinjiang will also be affected. And in the future, if the monsters continue to invade northward, the area around the Central Plains without the protection of the Plasma Spark Pagoda will completely fall. Let's all of us go all out to find a way to destroy Gatanjio. Jonias, don't be impulsive. The 7th Order is not something we can fight against. Terra, Jack, and Ace are gone. We don't have the power to exterminate the 7th Order without Super Terra. If we lose the war, the capital will not be protected. Not to mention the Central Plains area. I do have an idea. Let Duanmu Xian try it. If it doesn't work, we'll have to give up on Tianhai. You Tianma, are you crazy? Galaxy is even stronger. Duanmu Xian is only at the 2nd rank. He is our hope for the future. Only after he grows up will he be able to lead us humans to take back all the land we lost. You're letting him go and risk his life to fight the 7th rank at the 2nd rank. Yu Tianma didn't say anything when he was disliked, but only smiled slightly. In the end, under the discussion of the senior management, it was decided that it was better to make a trip to Tianhai to keep watch due to Tianma. Post-disaster reconstruction is a piece of cake for Xia, a country known as the infrastructure maniac. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan, who left Tianhai to travel to Sichuan and Shu, have just returned to Tianhai to find that the buildings that were destroyed by the previous mechanical island have already been repaired more or less. But Duanmu Xian found another problem. Now the whole city is fleeing north. All because the seal at the East China Sea is loosening more and more. And the people are panicked that Gatangio is coming out. The black fog that swept through the entire city of Tianhai half a year ago still hangs over the hearts of everyone in Tianhai and lingers. People are afraid that this demon god of destruction will come back again, accompanied by the roar of the Lamborghini. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan returned to the neighborhood, but the parking lot, which used to be quite hard to find parking spaces, was almost empty today. As for being so exaggerated, the seal just loosened. It's not like it's already opened. The gang has migrated. Where can you escape to under the end times? Duanmu Xian spat as he parked his car in a random space. Ruyan Liu asked. Duanmu Xian, after all, Gatangju is a 7th-ranked monster. Even my father is no match for it. If it really reappears in the world, are you really not afraid? Duanmu Xian glanced in the direction of the East Sea and suddenly smiled with relief. Scared? That Katanga is a monster of the 7th rank, and I'm an Ultraman of the 2nd rank. So why don't you ask Katanga if he's afraid of me? The avenge of killing my father and mother is not shared by all. Not only because my parents died in its hands, but also for the sake of all the people who died in the hands of Gatangju in that havoc half a year ago. The territory of Tianhai City. I won't give up a single cent of it to the monster. When he said this, there was a round of applause from the sidewalk. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan looked back at the same time, only to see Wu Mini leaning against the side of the road and looking at his back, speaking in a slightly frivolous tone. Well said. I originally thought you were just a guy with a bit of luck getting the light of the Milky Way, but I didn't expect you to have this realization. In fact, we are not completely hopeless. The power of the plasma spark tower is more than that. It's just that we don't have anyone who can use it. And if we can use the power of the plasma spark, the district of Gatangia is not enough. In Wu Mini's mouth, it was as if the plasma spark tower was the tool. Duanmu Xian frowned. The plasma spark is a top secret of the Summer Kingdom. All a regular person needs to do to awaken the power of light is to touch the tower. If they touch the plasma spark directly, they will be burst by its power. Not to mention that touching the plasma spark is strictly forbidden. You've got quite the nerve to even try to get your hands on its power. Wu Mini returned with a leathery smile, wanting to continue to lure Duanmu Xian to touch the plasma spark. No one cares about that in a life and death situation. Not to mention, aren't you curious if the galaxy spark, which has the same root as the plasma spark's power, can utilize the plasma spark's power or not? The act of encouraging someone to commit a crime is just as much of a crime, oh madman. I don't care to argue with you. Go ahead. After saying that, Duanmu Xian backhandedly closed the car door after pulling Liu Ruyan home by the hand. The next day, just after 12 noon, Duanmu Xian had just woken up when he heard boisterous voices coming from outside the living room. What the hell? Why is my house so noisy? Dressed and pushed open the door to see a group of Tianhai local classmates gathered in 2s and 3s, crowded his family's living room. Even the homeroom teacher was among them. Ruyan Liu was talking to them. Duanmu Xian was all confused. What's going on? Why are you all at my house? Hearing Duanmu Xian speak, the students quieted down and the homeroom teacher said, Duanmu student, it's like this. The seal of Gatanju has been getting looser and looser lately, and Tianhai City is in danger. But we're all Tianhai people, and we don't want to give up on our homeland. The only person who has a chance of stopping Gatangio right now is you. And with Galactic Ultraman's power of light being able to knock out Jetton to level 7 at just 1 rank, there's still hope for us. That's why we've all come to join you. Duanmu Xian raised his eyes to look at his classmates in the living room and sighed. Actually, there is another reason I stayed. My parents' bodies were turned to stone after they pushed Gatangio to the bottom of the ocean, back then losing the power of light. Even the plasma spark tower's test had the light of Ace and Jack once again. Everyone thought my parents were dead for sure, but I always had some illusions. As for Gatangia, don't you worry. I have a way to deal with it. Hearing Duanmu Xian's words, the crowd of students boiled over, not realizing that Duanmu Xian really did have a way to deal with Gatangju. Is it really so, righteous father? I knew I was right with you. Duanmu Xian, is it the power of Galactic Ultraman that can defeat Gatangio? But after all, you're only at the 2nd rank now. The power you can utilize is limited. Are you sure? Will Galactic Ultraman show up then? East China Sea floor. Wu Minyi's transformed Hikari Ultraman appeared at the place where Gatangju was sealed, and after looking around he found 2 giants, Ace Ultraman and Jack Ultraman. But at this point both Ultramen were turned into stone statues and were silent. Galactic Spark's power is coterminous with Plasma Sparks, and it can turn Ultraman into a flash doll. So by the same token, it should be able to turn a doll into Ultraman. Although Ace and Jack have lost their light, They might be able to be resurrected if they can get the power of the plasma spark. The theory is reasonable and can be practiced. Duanmu Xian. Since you don't believe me, then I'll give you a reason why you must believe me. In the afternoon, Duanmu Xian arrived near the plasma spark tower in Tianhai City. Although what Wu Minyi had said earlier was treacherous, the power of the galactic spark was indeed homologous to the plasma spark. With his current second-order power, even if he turned into galaxy it would last for 2 minutes at most, and it was really hard to say if he could beat up Gatanji in 2 minutes. But if Gatanjos isn't dead at the end of 2 minutes, he's dead. But he was also now hesitant to try applying upwards. Just as Duanmu Xian hesitated, a huge blue figure appeared in front of the plasma spark tower. It's the Hikari Ultraman transformed by Wu Minyi. He also brought with him 2 stone statues of Ace and Jack respectively, which would be Duanmu Xian's parents. Crap! Hikari, how did this bastard carry my mom and dad's bodies out of the East Sea? Fuck me. I was about to pull out the Zophie Ultraman Flash doll when Galaxy Sparks blossomed into a blue light and the Galaxy Ultraman Flash doll popped out on its own. Duanmu Xian was confused, but his hand movements were not slow at all. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. Sarah! Galactic Ultraman appeared in the air in a flash, next to Hikari Ultraman. Hikari looked to the Galactic Ultraman beside him, seemingly not at all surprised by his arrival. Galactic Ultraman questioned, "What do you mean? What do you mean by carrying out the stone statues of my parents?" Hikari replied, "Do an experiment. Don't worry, the experiment I've already reported to the top. It just so happens that the experiment needs your cooperation." Galactic Ultraman froze as he recognized Hikari's voice. An acquaintance, Ace Pilot Wu Minyi. At the top of the Plasma Spark Tower, Yu Tenma stood there, having long since transformed into a primordial Ultraman. Yu Tianma asked as his gaze tightened on the 2 stone statues. "Wu Minyi, are you sure you want to conduct such a risky experiment? What if your guess is wrong?" Wu Minyi flashed a confident smile. "In all my years of studying the power of light, I've never missed a beat. Galactic Ultraman, bring out the galactic spark if you want your parents to come to life." Duanmu Xian was all confused, but subconsciously took out Galaxy Spark. The galactic spark did emit a brilliant glow after coming close to the plasma spark, resonating with the glow produced by the galactic spark. Wu Minyi saw this and threw the stone statues of Ace and Jack directly at the plasma sparks. Duanmu Xian was shocked. Don't destroy the stone statues of his parents. After resonating, the plasma sparks and the galactic sparks seemed to understand Duanmu Xian's thoughts and emitted 2 soft rays of light that fixed the stone statues of Ace Ultraman and Jack Ultraman in the air. Wu Minyi spoke again. "The power of light returns to the plasma spark after an ultramarine warrior dies in battle. Try to see if you can channel Ace and Jack's light from it. Galactic Sparks emits rays that turn Ultraman and monsters into glitter dolls, and you use Galactic Sparks to use the opposite rays to activate Ace and Jack's rays, so that maybe your parents can come back to life." Galactic Ultraman hummed, and with a flash of galactic sparks, 2 rays of light flew out from within the plasma sparks, attracted and incorporated by the 2 stone statues. The 2 stone statues' bodies began to slowly recover, but both were in a state of extinguished lights. "Resurrect, my parents!" Another spark ray hit Ace and Jack, and the 2 giants' energy quickly recovered, turning blue. Since then, Ace and Jack have been successfully resurrected. That night, in the Emperor Hall, the most upscale restaurant in Tianhai City, Yu Tianma, Duanmu Xian and his parents and Wu Minyi were sitting together. Duanmu Xian had felt unreal until now that his parents had been resurrected. After his own parents were resurrected, Duanmu Xian opened his heart and told all about what had happened to him all this time. Some of the previous defenses against Wu Minyi had dissipated. After all, Wu Minyi was a relatively ambitious person who wanted to study the plasma spark tower, but it was only limited to research. Wu Minyi was not a bad person. Not to mention that Wu Minyi took a lot of credit for the resurrection of his parents. After a period of catching up and a few small drinks for all, the drinking game was finally about to be introduced. Duanmu Qing turned his gaze to everyone and said, "Getting back to the point, the resurrection of Gatangio is imminent, and I will now go over some of Gatangio's abilities." Gatangio belongs to the middle of the 7th order of monsters. First of all, Gatangi possessed dozens of tentacles, each of which was 100 times harder than steel and had such a strong toughness that my vertical guillotine blade could only barely sever one. In addition to the physical attacks of the tentacles, Gatanju also has a powerful corrosive black mist and petrifying rays. Corrosive black mist, as you all know, not only can it pollute sea creatures to make them turn into monsters, the killing power is also very scary. Petrifying rays is the move that will turn Jack and I into stone statues. Directly petrified the power of light in our bodies, and Jack and I, who lost our light, were directly turned into stone statues. Had it not been for the plasma sparks who recycled Ace and Jack's light after our deaths in battle, and then revived them with the help of Wu Minyi and the plasma sparks. In addition, there is the shell of the Gatangi, hard and unparalleled. Unusual light cannot break the defense. Emilium Ray and Spithium Ray can only give it a back rub. I am afraid that if you want to defeat the Gatanji, there is no other way but to set the power of the 6 brothers of the Otter, the Super Terra. Yu Tianma frowned at his words and finally spoke. Now that Ace and Jack's resurrection has returned, together with me and that old man Fish Dogan will be able to gather the 4 brothers. Duanmu Xian has the power of Zophie Ultraman, and although Duanmu Xian is only second ranked, and may have a diminished strength of the combined Super Terra, the impact shouldn't be too great. But one problem is that a month ago, a large number of monsters invaded over in the capital city, and Tai Luo was seriously injured in order to guard the capital city, and he still hasn't recovered well. And once all 6 of our Otter brothers come to Tianhai City, then only Eddie, Urian, and Jonias will be left on the capital side. That guy over in the capital has been making a lot of moves lately, and if Savan comes over, Edie and the others won't be able to hold it, and the capital police force really can't spare any more combat power. If Gatanju is really as terrifying as you say, Tianhai City might not really be able to keep it. Wu Mini said, right now is not the time to be pessimistic. Don't forget that Dija Ultraman also has the potential of the 7th rank. As long as Duanmu Xian's little girlfriend can grow up, it's possible to defeat Gatanju. And then there's the mysterious Galactic Ultraman. And we're not completely hopeless, and I also have a final killer weapon. I found out the energy law of Plasma Spark by studying its characteristics. If I use the Galactic Spark to stimulate it, I might be able to detonate the Plasma Spark. At that time that power. Absolutely not. Before Wu Mini could finish, Yu Tianma interrupted Wu Mini's words in a decisive manner. The Plasma Spark is the key for all of us in Xia to become Ultraman. The energy contained within it is beyond our estimation. Once an accident occurs, not to mention the detonation, even the uncontrolled energy leakage, the power, not to mention the Gatanjiaks, even the entire Xia and even the blue planet is a devastating blow. Wu Mini hemmed and hawed, as if he had been waiting for Yu Tianma to say this. Yeah, the Plasma Spark is so powerful that it can be really dangerous to detonate it, but if we utilize it, we might be able to find a way to break it. After all, the Galaxy Spark is able to resonate with the Plasma Spark, so I'm applying for Duanmu Xian to join me in researching the Plasma Spark and finding a way to break the game. Does Wu Mini have a way to be able to set off a Plasma Spark? He doesn't. He's just saying that, assuming a worst-case scenario before saying a relatively acceptable proposal. He had one purpose from start to finish, to study Plasma Sparks. Yu Tianma quickly saw through Wu Mini's small mind. His eyes staring straight at Wu Mini suddenly said, Wu Mini, if you take too big a step, it's easy to pull your crotch. Even if I agree, the people above will never agree to this application. But if the black mist of Gatanjio spreads to the Plasma Spark Tower in Tenkai City, it means that Tenkai City has been overrun by monsters. At that point, it's emergency shelter no matter what you do. A meal was eaten until 12 o'clock at night. A group of people chatting late into the night are a little sleepy, but also go back to their own homes. 12 o'clock in the morning. Liu Ruyan sat on the sofa at home and watched the TV. She would be in a somewhat apprehensive mood. She already knew about the things that happened in Tianhai City today. Duanmu Xian's parents were resurrected, and Duanmu Cheng and Li Morong were both on the same level as his father, Yu Daoxian. So these didn't matter. The problem is that she is now living directly in Duanmu Xian's home. Originally this relationship is not stressful, because Duanmu Xian originally did not have parents. Her father is also not in the Tianhai. Now all of a sudden Duanmu Xian has parents and is most likely going to live together. She meets her in-laws directly as a cohabitant, even though she didn't have anything going on with Duanmu Xian. Right. It was still pretty awkward anyways. Soon, there was a knock on the door of the living room, and Duanmu Xian's voice came from outside the door. Is Wan Wan at home? Open the door. Ruyan Lu took a deep breath and straightened her clothes and hair to make sure it was okay before walking towards the door and opening it. The words that had been prepared all night came out of his mouth. Auntie and uncle, you guys. Duanmu Xian, are you alone? Duanmu Xian looked at Liu Ruyan's dumbfounded appearance and snorted out a laugh, rubbing her head melon and smoothly entering the room and closing the door. Before explaining, I've kicked my parents out to live somewhere else. It's not like this is the only house I have. I stopped living with them a long time ago. I'm not comfortable living with them. So it's probably just you worrying for nothing. After hearing this, Ruyan Lu let out a fierce sigh of relief and patted her chest. Phew, the hanging heart can finally be put down. Duanmu Xian flirted. What are you afraid of? It's not like you and I have some unseemly underground romance. You're not bad. Not to mention that when your dad beat me up in the past, you helped me out and put a J-Pelio ray on your dad. So if my dad has a problem with you and wants to beat you up, I'm sure I'll help you out too. And maybe put a galactic penetrating ray on my dad as well. Far away in a villa on the outskirts of Tianhai City, Duanmu Cheng sneezed. What son of a bitch is talking about me behind my back? Early the next morning, The Tianhai City Police Force officially released an inspiring news half a year ago in order to seal Jetton Jr. died in battle. Ace and Jack resurrected to return. When this news came out, countless people who were supposed to roll up and flee north were happy. Half a year ago Ace and Jack were able to save Tenkai City under the black mist of Gatanju, and now Gatanju is going to be resurrected. But their heroes are also resurrected. Who would want to leave their homes to flee the famine if they didn't have to? Below the official bib, there was a flurry of activity. Captain Ace and Captain Jack are back. Woo-hoo-hoo. We don't have to run away anymore. I thought I was going to lose the house that I took out a 30-year loan to pay off the monthly payments. Is Jack forever God? Our family can stay put. Ace and Captain Jack were able to seal Gatanjio once. This time they are more experienced than the last time. And with Captain Utenma arriving for support, Tenkai City is saved. Inside the Tianhai City police base, Duanmu Chung brought Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan to the base's training center. It is filled with all sorts of equipment to supply the orb warrior's human body with training, including gravity training, overweight barbells, a real-life sparring ring, and more. Duanmu Xian was still a bit confused. Dad, didn't you say you'd bring me to see the high-tech of the police force? Why are you here? Duanmu Ching said with a serious face. Would you have come if I hadn't lied to you? The seal of Gatangia won't last much longer. And until then you must train to increase the power of light within you in order to exert more strength. Zophie Ultraman is a very strong fighter. Look at your record with Zophie. Is that even watchable? If it wasn't for Galactic Ultraman giving you a ride, your record would be all red. That lord's reputation is about to be tarnished by you. So I'm going to train you devilishly from today onwards. Duanmu Xian defiantly talked back. Why? Dad, when you first got Ace's power were you able to solo Jaden or Aguma with Ace? Thousands of darkness power infested sea creatures. Those aren't even matchups for a newcomer like me to play. Okay. It's still Galactic Ultraman that works. Duanmu Ching was directly annoyed at hearing this. Shut up. How can I be confident in letting you protect the world in your condition? You're relying too much on Galactic Ultraman's power. Today, you have to practice even if you don't. If Galactic Ultraman is inspired by you, I'll practice you with your mom and your uncle Utianma, just so we can see where Galactic Ultraman's limits really are. Now right now. Get your ass in the gravity training room. Duanmu Xian muttered something about how troublesome it was, but having come, he could only walk into the gravity room. Seeing this, Liu Ruyan also wanted to walk in but was stopped by Duanmu Cheng. Wait, fishy, don't go in there. Ruyan Liu asked. Why, isn't it training? We're practicing together. Duanmu Cheng said. I can't afford to train my daughter-in-law. Later when your Aunt Li finishes her meeting let her train you. You just watch from the side now. Ruyan Liu didn't argue and sat to the side. Duanmu Cheng recalled what Yu Tianma had said to him earlier. That training Duanmu Xian couldn't be done with common sense, and that pushing him to his death was the only way to force Galactic Ultraman out. The current Duanmu Xian can only turn into Galactic Ultraman every time he's in a life and death situation. Yu Tianma's idea is to stimulate Duanmu Xian's limits so he doesn't have to be under that kind of intense stimulation to turn into Galactic Ultraman. That would be a real ceiling boost for him. Thinking of this, Duanmu Cheng looked at the bored Duanmu Xian in the gravity room and sighed and said in his heart, son, do not blame father for being cruel. This is for your good. Then one hand pushes the switch on the gravity chamber. Duanmu Xian immediately felt the elevated gravity inside. It's triple gravity right off the bat. Duanmu Xian directly felt a strong pressure trying to crush him to the ground. But he was able to hold on. Hey, that's not right. Isn't gravity slowly rising? How come it's tripled as soon as it comes up? Duanmu Cheng took a look at the situation. It's lighter. It seems like your physique has improved a lot after getting the power of light. Another push. 9 times gravity pressed right down. Duanmu Xian's legs directly sank almost to the ground. And now he could barely move his body all over. Shit, Dad. Am I your own child? How can you put on weight like that? Shouldn't you train slowly? Duanmu Cheng let out a yelp at the sight. Still talking, or lighter. Another 3 times raised a bit. 27 times gravity went down. Duanmu Xian directly stifled a snort. A mouthful of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Galaxy sparks automatically radiated light. Super fusion, Shafrin, a white light flashed, and the equilibrium Zophie Ultraman appeared in the gravity chamber. But even Zophie Ultraman was unable to move under the 27 times of gravity. Duanmu Cheng finally stopped adding weight. Duanmu Xian breathed a sigh of relief and began to adapt to the 27 times gravity. From the initial difficulty in moving, after the past 5 minutes he was already able to perform some simple activities. Phew, that's it, up to the limit. Don't add it, Dad. Duanmu Cheng raised the gravity again as if he hadn't heard his son's voice. This time it jumped straight to 35 times. Zophie Ultraman's movement slowed down for a moment and he nearly fell to the ground. It so happened that Yu Tianma came to the training base at that moment. But Duanmu Xian was in the gravity room concentrating on fighting gravity and couldn't notice the situation outside. When Yu Tianma saw Duanmu Xian's training, he frowned and rushed Duanmu Cheng. You don't know your son well enough. Get out of the way. I'll do it. After Duanmu Cheng hung to get out of the way, Yu Tianma directly pushed the lever of that gravity chamber upwards. 60 times gravity pressed down. Zophie Ultraman fell straight to the ground with a thud. And when he lifted his head with difficulty to look at the gravity indicator in the gravity chamber, he had an incredulous look on his face. A turn of the head coincided with the sight of Yu Tianma's old face. Crap Nima. Yu Tianma, 35 times gravity, I can't even carry it anymore. You're fucking directly raising it to 60 times. Are you trying to kill me? Isn't the peak of the second order's limit load bearing only 40 times gravity? I'm only at the beginning of the second stage. Yu Tianma looked at Duanmu Xian in the gravity chamber with a teasing face and laughed. Still talking. Put his hand on the joystick again. Crap nigga. Don't. I'm only at the second fucking rank. Don't go up. It's the limit. Yu Tianma directly adjusted the gravity device to 120 times this time. In this instant, Duanmu Xian only felt like his internal organs were going to be squeezed to pieces, and he even had to see his own milk. But under this playful pressure, his own body's potential was also rapidly stimulated, and the galactic sparks were finally reacting. Galactic Ultraman Flash dolls appear automatically. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. A brilliant greenish-blue light erupted and Galactic Ultraman appeared in the gravity chamber. This time, 120 times the gravity could no longer affect Galaxy Ultraman in the slightest. Yu Tianma jumped in surprise. 120 times gravity has no effect on Galaxy Ultraman? I still underestimated Galaxy too much. No wonder he could numerically fight hard with Saban at the first rank. Normally speaking, 120 times gravity was already the limit of what the peak of the third rank could withstand. Duanmu Xian was only in the early second rank. Yu Tianma continued to push the joystick to increase the pressure to 240 times, a level that was the limit of the peak of the fourth order. But Galaxy is only slightly slowed down in action inside. Yu Tianma continued to pull the lever. This time, it was pulled right up to 500 times the limit of what the peak of the fifth order could withstand. In the gravity room, facing 500 times the gravity oppression, Galaxy Ultraman was also finally a little unable to support himself, and his knees bent slightly. But in less than a minute, Galactic Ultraman quickly adapted to the 500 times gravity suppression, and under the effect of such pressure, the effect of the special training potion that Duanmu Xian had taken well in advance was perfectly utilized. Duanmu Xian could clearly feel his body undergoing a metamorphosis, and as his own body changed, he was able to withstand more and more of Galaxy's power. The power of the Milky Way Duanmu Xian had felt carefully. It was a bottomless pit, but the power that Duanmu Xian could utilize was always limited. If Duanmu Xian turned into Galaxy was able to exert the level of the early stage of the sixth order, then now he could explode to the level of the mid to late sixth order. But it's not enough. Thinking of this, Duanmu Xian turned his gaze to Yu Tianma Dao outside the gravity chamber. Keep adding. I'm used to this bit of gravity. Yu Tianma rolled his eyes at Duanmu Xian. 500 times is already the limit of the gravity chamber. You'll have to wait for technological development if you want to keep adding more. But I do have a new idea. Duanmu Xian was about to ask what the solution was when he saw that Yu Tianma had already pulled out his beta magic wand to turn into a primordial Ultraman. With a casual wave of his hand, the door to the gravity chamber was opened. Duanmu Xian was puzzled. Yu Tianma was already at the peak of the sixth rank. Hadn't the gravity chamber been cleared long ago? Careful now. You're dealing with gravity while holding up your light shield against my spectrum rays. As soon as Duanmu Cheng heard this, he hurriedly blocked it. Galactic Ultraman can't be strong enough to resist your light against the extreme gravity of the gravity chamber. Yu Tianma smiled confidently. Don't worry. No one understands your son better than I do. With that said, Primordial Ultraman crouched down and crossed his arms in a cross as the spectrum rays shot towards Galactic Ultraman. Unable to do anything else, Galactic Ultraman could only brace himself against gravity with one hand, and a brilliant galaxy-like shield opened up to block the spectrum light completely. Yu Tianma yowled. There's still room to hold up the shield with one hand. Liu Ruyan, come here. Use the Japeri AO light rays together, so that both of his hands don't stay idle. Ruyan Liu hesitated. He had never thought of this type of cultivation in his life. Wasn't this pushing people to their deaths? But watching Galactic Ultraman in the gravity chamber swimming with one hand on his shield, she no longer hesitates to raise the godlight rod to transform into an equivalent Dija. The Japeli AO light struck in the other direction of Galactic Ultraman. This pulled the Galactic Ultraman pressure right up to full, and the galactic shield was up in the other hand. The power of Dija Ultraman's Japerio ray is much stronger than the spectrum ray, even though Liu Ruyan is only of the second order. But the pressure wasn't much weaker than the spectrum rays used by the 6th rank Yu Tenma. Coincidentally at this time, Li Morong finished the meeting and came to the training room. When she saw Galaxy Ultraman against 500 times gravity holding up the shield to block both the Spectrum Light and the Japerio Light, she was confused. The Galactic Light shield had been holding out for a good minute, by which time the color timers of both the Primordial Ultraman as well as the Dija Ultraman had lit up in red. This type of training is too energy intensive. It was good that this was a training base with plenty of internal light energy, and the energy would be restored after a little rest. And Galactic Ultraman's color timer never lit up red from start to finish. Part of the reason was still because there was so much light energy here, and as Galaxy braced his shield, he realized that the plasma crystals in his body were helping him gather nearby light energy to replenish himself. This was still just the light energy of the training base. Duanmu Xian was even thinking that if he fought near the plasma spark tower, then wouldn't his energy be endless? Mom, Dad, you Tianma, you three can join me. I want to try where Galaxy's limits are. To the training ground. Li Morong was startled and wanted to stop Duanmu Xian's crazy idea for a moment. Son, you're too messed up. We're all at the peak of the 6th rank. And even if Galaxy is stronger, you're only at the 2nd rank. Duanmu Cheng was silent. Yu Tianma laughed. No problem, Captain Duanmu, Vice Captain Li. Trust your son. His potential is above all of us. 10 or so minutes later, several people arrived at the training ground. Ace, Jack, the first generation of the 3 peak of the 6th order of Ultraman side by side fighting. Galaxy Ultraman like a god of war facing the 3 powerful seniors, although full of pressure. But he was fearless. I'm on. As soon as Duanmu Xian's words fell, his figure disappeared into a greenish-blue shadow and appeared behind Yu Tianma, a roundhouse kick aimed at Yu Tianma's head. Yu Tianma's wealth of combat experience defended himself behind Galaxy Ultraman the moment he disappeared, crossing his arms to block Galaxy's roundhouse kick. In the process, he pushed Galactic Ultraman backward. Strength-wise, Yu Tianma had the advantage, and the moment Galaxy Ultraman fell backwards in the air, Ace Ultraman appeared at Galaxy's side and raised his octagonal light wheel to Galaxy's chest. But in the next second, Galaxy once again disappeared into a greenish-blue residual shadow. The 8-pointed wheel of light slashed the air. The same instantaneous movement as Jetton. And there is no release delay. And no cooldown. Infinite flash. Galactic Ultraman's numbers are even more outrageous than what you see on the news. Yu Tianma added. Not counting the infinite flash. Wu Minyi has studied it before. This move has an extremely wide range of instantaneous movement. As long as there is enough energy, it can even appear at all times in various places throughout the blue planet. Someday, if he could develop the full potential of the Milky Way, it might be an instant from the blue planet to the moon. Technically, this move is a no delay, no CD teleport. Before Tianma could finish speaking, a powerful sword light chopped from behind him. Galactic Lightblade Sword. After Yu Tianma sidestepped to avoid the Lightblade Sword, he coalesced an 8-minute light wheel to slash towards the Galactic Lightblade Sword in a smooth manner. But the moment the 8-point light wheel and the Lightblade Sword touched, the light wheel shattered like paper mache. Ace saw this and smoothly executed a multiple guillotine slash towards Galactic Ultraman. Instead of dodging with an instant, Galactic Ultraman wielded the Galactic Lightblade Sword in his hand and severed the multiple severing blade in 3 swipes. Yu Tianma said, now you understand. Don't show any mercy. Otherwise there's no point in training this kid. The 3 of us go all out. Half an hour later, all 4 of them withdrew from materialization. And Duanmu Xian was as tired as a dog lying motionless in the training ground. But the effect of the special training was obvious, and it was already in the middle of the 2nd order. Yu Tianma 3 people are easy to use. They is the peak of the 6th stage of the AOT warriors. In order to protect the Xia kingdom, do not know how many times they have been born into death. On the perseverance and combat experience is not Duanmu Xian compared to. At night, within the bustling commercial city of Tianhai City, Duanmu Xian held Liu Ruyan and the 2 of them were shopping slowly. Ruyan Liu asked, still a little worried. Duanmu Xian. It's not too good for us to just sneak out like this. Gatanju is almost revived. Aren't we going to train? Duanmu Xian waved his hand indifferently. It's alright. There is a tall man to hold the roof when the sky collapses. The district Gatanjier. Didn't my father say it? It's only the middle of the 7th order. We have 3 peaks of the 6th order here. If we merge all the power together, it's not a weak Gatanjier. Don't forget that the lights of our ultramarines can blend with each other. Liu Ruyan hummed, agreeing with Duanmu Xian's statement. But on second thought it didn't seem right. That's true, but it seems like there has to be a bearer. Super Terra, because Terra's horns can withstand that much power of light. Duanmu Xian also did not hide it directly. Your Dija Ultraman can carry the power of light all over its body. And if there are enough of them, it can even turn on its shining form. And seconds of Gatanji are a breeze. Why else do you think I'm not panicking at all? Although Liu Ruyan hadn't tried this ability of Dija's, she still trusted what Duanmu Xian said. The 2 walked to a night foot bath. Duanmu Xian decided not to pretend. He is not a serious person. At the beginning of the time also take into account the girlfriend on the side for him to watch. But after a period of trial and error, he found that Liu Ruyan quite understand. Before going to the business KTV point princess she did not have any opinion. The two went in and found a compartment to lie down in. Since Duanmu Xian spent money in a more generous manner, the boss directly arranged for two of the most beautiful looking technicians to serve him. Instead, he saw two pretty girls who looked like they had just come of age not too long ago push open the door, and both of them walked in with a basin of warm water in each of their arms and a small suitcase at their elbows. Hello boss, technician number 1 at your service. Hello boss, technician number 2 at your service. These two technicians are both shapely and pretty, even wearing black silk halter little short dresses, so short that you can see the fat, and their services are very professional. Both foot massage is first class, and the action is also very ambiguous. Ruyan Lu looked at the situation with a frown. She even suspected that if she hadn't been there the action would have been bolder. Turning his head to look at Duanmu Xian, eyes narrowed slightly. Seems to be a little angry, but after all, it is outside. Liu Ruyan did not say it explicitly, but flirted. My good brother, you like the tone very much. Duanmu Xian froze. No, Sean K, this bitch have no opinion. How this time to wash a foot is not happy. No, Sean K, that time before going she drank some wine. This time did not enter the wine. Duanmu Xian stammered. How do you say it 1-1? It's mostly a little hard to say. Oops, look at the phone. Then edited a text for her and sent it. I'm telling you, with a gambling father, a sick mom, a school-going brother, and a broken her, who's going to help her if I don't? Ruyan Lu's head turned directly and ignored him, then sent him a message on her cell phone. Duanmu Xian took a look. I'll hear you make it up. Hard feelings my ass. I think you just want it. Beat around the bush. If you do you might as well get a room with me tonight. Don't be a wimp. Duanmu Xian hesitated. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about this, but he always felt that he should take his time with her. After all, it was so hard to find the feeling of love that he had lost before in her. So even though they do everything together all day long, they don't actually sleep together. Just as Duanmu Xian was thinking, an explosion suddenly came from not far away. A building collapsed and a spaceship hovered over Tianhai City, constantly firing rays of destruction towards the city. Damn, there goes my executive vacation again. Duanmu Xian cursed and casually pulled out Galaxy Spark from his arms, and was about to transform when Ruyan Lu stopped him. I'll do it. You wash your feet. If you transform your dad will take you back. I'm different. He can't get me. As soon as Duanmu Xian heard that it made sense, Liu Ruyan raised the divine light rod. A 7-colored light flashed, and Dija Ultraman flew into the air. That spaceship looked a lot like the one the Lapitians had back in the day, so Dija Altman handled it with ease. The Lapitians weren't much of a fighter, and this spaceship wasn't much different than the one in the first place. Still transforming into his purple form, Dija Ultraman chased after the ship and put a hole in it, then picked up the Rampart light bomb to easily finish the ship off. This Leckers are hilarious. I thought what kind of monsters would come from their home planet, but this is what it turned out to be. Duanmu Xian was suddenly bored watching the almost crushing battle, but what he didn't know was that the entire territory of Xia was now filled with such spaceships. Even as the spaceships appeared, many Lapitians appeared on the streets with shrinking rays to grab and capture slaves. Yu Tianmo was already busy, deploying people everywhere to deal with spaceships all over Xia, resulting in extreme manpower vacancies in the entire Tianhai City police base. And at the East China Sea Gatanju Seal, the boss of the leprechauns arrived while the Tianhai City police force was being held back by his own men. Jia. I can't imagine that there are actually so many quality slaves living here in the universe. Foolish humans, usher in the destruction of order from today. From the seal, a roar similar to an elephant's roar but even more terrifying came from the Gatanji. The Lepik alien said, "Listen guys inside, let's make a deal. We Lapitians will help you unseal the seal. Tianhai City will belong to you, and the humans in Tianhai City will be slaves for us." As night fell, somewhere on the streets of Tianhai City, Liu Ruyan had her foot on the head of a leprechaun, which Duanmu Xian had just discovered on the street. Duanmu Xian lowered his head and looked at the Lapitian's agonized face, flashing him a cruel smile. Say, how many ravens like you have come to your P-43 nebula this time? And if you don't I'll knock the scales off your head one by one. The Lecker replied, trembling with fear. Big brother, don't knock my scales. I'll say it all. After our nebula's boss knew about Blue Star, he sent a full 300,000 people to Blue Star, and our boss said that this time, he would capture at least 30 million humans to bring back as slaves. The noisy streets of Tianhai City, people come and go, but do not know that in the middle of the night danger has long been quietly attacked. Half an hour ago, the spaceship over Tianhai City didn't have much of an impact on people's lives. After all, Dija Altman took care of the ship quickly. And there were also people from the Tianhai City police force patrolling around. Tianhai City was after all one of the 4 major cities in the Summer Kingdom that had plasma spark towers. Suddenly, an ear-splitting air raid siren sounded, accompanied by an anxious female voice on the radio. Warning, warning, the seal of Gatanju was about to break. And now the entire sky above Tianhai City is full of demonic bird Zoga, all of which are around the 4th rank in strength. And there are also countless crow people who have already blended into the city. All non-combatant citizens are urged to urgently seek refuge in the safe zone. Above the East Sea, countless Zojas flew out of the sea where Gatanjio was located, and they flew around destroying Tenkai City. Yu Tianma and the others were all dealing with the spaceships from all over the world. They couldn't care less about the crisis in Tianhai City. Now there were spaceships appearing in the sky over Deep City, Wuan City including the capital city, numbering over 3,000. Not just the spaceships, but the close to 300,000 number of ravens capturing humans all over the Summerland. Right now, not to mention the Tianhai City police force, the entire Xia State's police force had been mobilized in full force. 2.5 hours later, under the attack of the Zojas and spaceships in the sky, very quickly Tianhai City was turned into a ruined city. People fled towards the shelter amidst the ruins, and the streets of the ruins were occasionally crossed by raveners searching for humans. Screams, hissing sounds rise and fall. Tianhai City not far from the high-rise above. Duanmu saw such as today's tragic state of the city clenched his fists. Just now he received a message from his father. Now that the entire Xia country had fallen, the headquarters had decided to temporarily abandon all other places except the capital city, because the enemy was too numerous. They could only defend the most important capital city first. Because of the invasion of the Raven people, the resurrection of Gatangia caused the monsters that were originally outside of Xia's borders to stir up and start attacking human territory in a big way. Duanmu couldn't have imagined that the Raven people would actually come to Earth at this point in time when Gatanju was about to be resurrected. The number of crow people that came to Earth this time was extremely exaggerated. At least 3,000 spaceships came alone, and these spaceships wreaked havoc on the cities, and the crow people were scattered all over the Summer Kingdom capturing humans as prey. Some were buried in the rubble under the indiscriminate fire of the spaceships, some were shrunken and collected in narrow crates by the ravens as slaves, and some warriors were transformed into ultramarines to take on Zoga and the spaceships, but ultimately died horribly at the hands of Zoga, outnumbered. Not to mention the fact that both Zoga and the spaceship would have to be at least 4th rank to defeat. There were only a handful of people above the 4th rank in the entire Xia Kingdom. Since the awakening of the Plasma Spark Tower, it had only taken 100 years for so few 6th stage gifted people to emerge. Most of them are cannon fodder Ultraman. Not much combat power. He and Liu Ruyan are accidental. Dija Ultraman is a 7th stage talent. Even the 2nd stage can play a combat power comparable to the regular cannon fodder 4th stage. Plus there are enough Dija skills to make it reasonable to fight over the ranks. The capital side has decided to concentrate all their forces to hold the capital and abandon the other cities for the time being. My parents in Tianma and the others have already headed to the capital. It's like the end of the world. Duanmu Xian's eyes were complicated as he looked at the formerly prosperous Tianhai city now reduced to ruins. My dad also sent a message to me. The capital city side seems to have encountered a powerful character. The strength is also in the 7th order. Terra was seriously injured temporarily cannot turn into a Super Terra. So the headquarters urgently recalled all the 6th order. Let me in Tianhai City to find a way to save themselves and wait for the capital side of the enemy taken care of and then draw their hands to come over to save us. Gatanji is also about to be revived. Without you Tianma and the others, the two of us are no match for Gatanji. What should we do? Liu Ruyan looked at this ruined city with a face full of despair, her eyes full of confusion. The police force that held up the order of the entire summer country in the past could not make waves under the invasion of such a huge number of monsters. Order collapses and humans are reduced to slavery and food for the monsters. Duanmu took out the galaxy spark in his hand. At this time his heart was also desperate. Even if the galaxy was strong, but he was only at the 2nd rank now what he could play was limited. And the number of monsters this time was just too much. Even 09 Sailor would die of exhaustion if he came here. Witnessing with his own eyes the end of the world and the end of mankind, he could not ignite hope and strength in his heart under such a blow. I don't know. We Ultramen aren't exactly gods either. Liu Ruyan's heart cooled most of the way when she heard this. Is there nothing even Galaxy can do? Duanmu said honestly. There are too many of them and they are scattered all over the world to kill them all. The leader of the Zoga is Gatanju, in the East Sea, middle of the 7th order. It's not something we can defeat right now. The leader of the Ravenmen is nowhere to be found, and there's no point in killing those scattered Ravenmen. Ruyan Lu lowered her head, her body trembling. Such powerlessness made her feel desperate, unable to find hope at all. Duanmu gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders when he saw this. Are we going to die in this disaster? Ruyan Lu asked. Duanmu Xian thought for a moment and replied, maybe. There are no more 6th-ranked ultramarines in Skyhaven, and the ones that are left are nothing more than mantles. But don't worry, if I really have to die, I'll fight until my life burns out to protect you. Now let's go to the shelter as well. I have one last way to deal with Gatangio, though I don't know if it will work. Inside the shelter. At this time, hundreds of thousands of residents were crowded inside the safety zone, and the entire safety zone was crowded with people next to each other, making it difficult to even turn over. But at this time, hundreds of thousands of people did not have a single person to complain, because it is no big deal to squeeze a little bit now, and if you go out, it is certain death. Here they were like black slaves kept below decks, miserable, but they were lucky compared to their compatriots who had already been killed outside, and in the 2.5 hours since the monsters had invaded, the death toll in Tianhai City had been completely incalculable. This monster invasion was almost an overthrow of civilization. One might even say the end was near. Hey, there's no telling when this monster invasion will end. Just wait. Haven't A-sama and Jack-sama been resurrected, as well as Utenma-sama? They will surely protect us. Yes, it's equal to the fact that we'll be safe once the adults and their men have taken care of the monsters out there. Wu Minnie was among the evacuees and obviously he knew some inside information, and he scoffed at the optimism that was left in the people. The capital police force has given up on Tianhai, and the hope in these people's mouths has vanished. After another 2.5 hours, Gatanji had completely resurrected, and the black fog had spread from the east sea to half of Tianhai City. 2 bright lights descended outside the safe zone. Zophie Ultraman and Dija Ultraman. In order to enter the safe zone, the two encountered a number of Raveners halfway through, but the Raveners were not strong overall, and if it weren't for the spaceships in the sky and Zoga keeping an eye on them, there was no telling how many they could have killed. Wu Minnie looked at the surveillance outside the safe zone and instantly smiled with joy. Coming! Wu Minnie would not sit and wait for help from others like these ordinary people. He would only save himself. Now that the entire Tianhai City had fallen, it was time for what Tianma had called emergency shelter. The only hope in desperate times is the plasma spark. As the 2 rays of light entered the safety zone, Wu Minnie leapt to the 2, his face unusually excited. Duanmu Xian, I've been waiting for you for a long time, and now that it's the last moment, let's go to the plasma spark tower together. Duanmu Xian saw that Wu Minnie was actually so excited in this situation. He really was a science nut. Maybe not yet. I have another way to defeat Gatangio. Wu Minnie froze, his heart a little puzzled. Galaxy? You can only transform for 3 minutes, and the strength you can utilize at the 2nd rank is only at the top of the 6th rank. Gatanji is a monster with top defense in the 7th rank. Are you sure that the current Galaxy can defeat Gatanji? Why don't you go over to the plasma spark tower? Duanmu Xian shook his head. Not me. I'm asking you, Wu Minnie. You're pretty good at science, aren't you? The corners of Wu Minnie's mouth rose at his words, thinking that Duanmu Xian had figured out that he wanted to control the plasma sparks with the Haixian technology. This you can say to the point. I dare not say anything else, but you have to say that science. I can say conceitedly that there is almost no one in the entire summer country who is better than me. What do you want to do with my hex science technology? Facing Wu Minnie's expectant expression, Duanmu Xian poured cold water on him. It's whether you can get the analog communication system of the East China Sea where Gatangio is located through, and then allow all of us to see a real-time view of Gatangio. Wu Minnie was greatly embarrassed. What's the point of looking at that? Making all of us even more desperate to see the power of Gatangia? Might as well. Without waiting for Wu Minnie to finish, Duanmu Xian directly interrupted. Just say if you can do it. Wu Minnie was provoked. Hey, you kid, look down on who? Hex technology is now the highest technology crystallization of the entire summer country. A district of the East China Sea analog communication system. Even if there is a black fog interference of Gatangia that is also easy. Give me 10 minutes. Saying that, Wu Minnie pulled out his computer, and with a flurry of operations, a real-time picture of the East China Sea's Gatanju appeared on the computer screen in less than a minute. But Wu Minnie frowned. Duanmu Xian asked, "It's a good thing it was done in a minute. Why are you frowning?" Wu Minnie said, "A lot of equipment won't work under the encroaching black fog, but the fact that the analog communication system is the only one unaffected can only mean one thing, that Gatanjos did it on purpose, that it purposely let us see it." Duanmu Xian let out a yelp. It looks like Gatangio is confident in its strength. Don't worry, you'll have to send the image to everyone's cell phones and computers first. Wu Minnie was dumbfounded. Are you mad? Wouldn't it make them more desperate to let everyone see Gatanjos? Duanmu Xian's words shut Wu Minnie up. What is the end of despair? Wu Minnie furrowed his brows and thought for a while, finally closing his eyes and inhaling deeply, then exhaling slowly. After opening his eyes and making a pass at the computer, Eventually the cell phone screens of everyone in the safe zone changed to the figure of Katanjio in the East China Sea. The terrifying figure of the evil god and the sense of oppression pressed the survivors in the safe zone who couldn't catch their breath, and many more turned off their cell phones in fear. Wu Mengyi turned his head to look at Duanmu Xian, his tone quite a bit accusatory. Is this what you want? Does it make sense? Except to make them more afraid. Duanmu Xian hemmed and hawed, also did not explain. Anyway, the scene is appropriate already. Fight Gatten Jia air materialistic not top. Have to be materialistic. That is, go plot. Thinking of this he turned his head to Liu Ruyan who had been silent beside him and said, You, go finish off Gattenjos. Ruyan Liu? She looked at Duanmu Xian with an incredulous expression. Me, my good brother. I'm only second rank. Are you sure I can take down Gatanger? Wu Mengyi found it all unbelievable. He preferred to believe that it wasn't Duanmu Xian who wanted to change girlfriends. He didn't believe that Liu Ruyan of the second rank could take out the 7th ranked Gatten Jia. Although Duanmu Xian's heart can't touch the bottom, but there's no choice when it comes down to it. Reaching out, he stroked her head and said, Good boy. When have I ever lied to you? You're the only one who can defeat Gatangio. Go on. Ruyan Liu swallowed her saliva as she looked at the terrifying figure of that Gatanji in the computer screen. Are you sure you don't want a new girlfriend? Come on, tell me you haven't been annoyed with me for a long time. Duanmu Xian replied in a very firm tone. No. You believe me, you go when you're done. Liu Ruyan pulled out the divine light rod from her bosom, then suddenly looked at Duanmu Xian Dao. I'm not sure I'll be able to come back from this trip, so let's have that one before we go without leaving any regrets. Wu Mengyi pretended that he didn't hear anything and turned his head. Duanmu Xian was first shocked at her words of tiger and wolf, then hit her on the head with a hammer. What do you think about every day in your tiny little head? There are so many people here. Hurry up and I promise you will definitely not die. Liu Ruyan grimaced in pain from this hammer blow, muttered a few bad words about Duanmu Xian, then raised the divine light rod and turned into Dija Ultraman and left the safe zone. 2.5 minutes later, the crowd's cell phone screens were filled with Dija Ultraman. Gatangio seems to know that Dija Ultraman is coming for it, and also knows that the humans can see it now, so there's no Zoga to stop it along the way. It wants the humans to see their hopes dashed with their own eyes. The faint voices of the people in the safe zone began to rise and fall, and even though they themselves weren't sure if Dija could win, it was their last hope. Dija Ultraman, Deja's gone to deal with Gatangio. Deja, go for it, go Deja. Wu Mengyi suddenly widened his eyes. Something wasn't right. Why was there some faint light from these humans going directly through the screen and into Deja Ultraman? Looking again at the figure of Dija Ultraman in the computer screen, the original late second order realm was actually raised to the peak of the second order after all these people's cheering, and his breath was still climbing. Above the East Sea, a terrifying elephant-like sound rang out. The sky had long since been swallowed up by the black fog, and the surrounding area was terrifyingly black. Gatangio stood above the East Sea, and Deja Ultraman faced Gatangio by first letting a handful of light arrows past him. Blue arrows of cutting light did nothing to hit Gatangio. Above the East Sea, Liu Ruyan's transformed Dija Ultraman's brain buzzed in the face of Gatanji, who was many times stronger than her. The palm light arrows struck Gatangio without even making sparks. How's this for a fight? Why should I be left alone? She didn't even react to the fact that her own energy was rising as she faced Gatangio, and the people in the safe zone were looking over here live. With people praying in their hearts that she would defeat Gatangio, she had slowly moved into shining cone form. Whatever. Duanmu Xian definitely won't lie to me. Get on and be done with it. After giving himself a boost in his mind, Deja Ultraman leapt forward and rushed towards Gatangia, gathering light energy to slam his fist into Gatangia. Still no defense broken. Gatangio didn't even fight back, letting Dija Ultraman punch itself as Dija Ultraman's attacks continued to fall on it. It ignored them. On the live feed, the people in the safe zone watched as Deja Ultraman was too scared to look away from the limp, feeble attack he faced from Gatangio, because Dija Ultraman was the last hope. The Tianhai City police force had long since gone nowhere, and just now Duanmu Xian had directly told the public about the news that both Ace Jack and Ultraman had returned to the capital. Wu Mengyi couldn't understand this and why these people should be made to despair. Most of the faces of the people in the safe zone at this point were sullen and seemed to have resigned themselves to the fact that once Dija Ultraman lost the battle, then when the black fog filled the safe zone and penetrated the barrier of the safe zone, then death awaits them. But there is also a part of the population that has always believed that Dija Ultraman can defeat Gatangio. Of course, that part of the population is all kids is all. At that exact moment, Gatangio seemed to be getting a little impatient, and a tentacle grabbed Dija Ultraman's neck to strangle Dija tightly. How hard was the tentacles of Gatangio? Ace had said before. Even his vertical guillotine could barely cut one off. Dija Ultraman was strangled by the tentacles and struggled desperately but to no avail, and was about to be strangled alive. A child's voice rang out from inside the safe zone. Dija, go for it. This kid's voice was like a fuse. And soon a few more kids started cheering for Dija Altman. Dija, don't admit defeat. Go Dija, stand up, finish off Gatangia. Dija, go for it. When Dija Ultraman in the East China Sea was at the end of his tether, he suddenly felt his own power increase for some reason. Liu Ruyan only thought that she had made a breakthrough in the battle, but she didn't have time to think about that much at the moment. Cross your arms and place them to the crystal on your forehead, which emits a reddish glow. Dija Ultraman transforms into a red powerful form. As the kids cheered, Dija Ultraman clenched his tentacles in both hands and made his best effort to rip them off. Gatangio growled, and the power of his tentacles increased as he followed. But in the next second, a spark exploded, and the tentacle, which even Ace had to use a vertical guillotine to cut through, was ripped alive by Dija Ultraman. Gatanji let out a growl. He was enraged that a mere human would dare to break its tentacles. Inside the security zone, Duanmu told everyone to turn their cell phones on with the flashlight function, and then aimed the light of the flashlight at the big screen of the live broadcast that Wu Mini had just created in the safety zone. Miraculously, the light from these flashlights seems to be literally absorbed by the Dija Ultraman far away in the East China Sea. Dija Ultraman is many times more powerful than he was at the beginning. People saw hope, and this time not only children, but even adults started shouting for Dija Ultraman. Go Dija! Go Dija! Go Dija! Such voices grew louder and louder, one over the other, deafening in the small safe house. Wu Mini were shocked. I didn't think that Dija Ultraman could still enhance his power in such a way. It seems that Dija Ultraman's power is also a thing worth studying, driven by the people. Even Wu Mini raised his own cell phone and turned on his flashlight and started shouting, Go Dija! And in the East Ocean, Dija Ultraman, who had entered the flash cone state, grew in confidence and used a defense-breaking Dija Electroblast punch with both hands to gather light energy and slam it into Gatangio. This time it finally smashed out. A growl of pain escaped from Gatangio's as well. A huge pincer swung towards Dija. Dija Ultraman braced his hands against the pincers, which were extremely powerful, able to spar with her in her flash cone state. And there was more than one pincer in Gatangio. Another tentacle came towards Dija Ultraman, who had to take a step back and flick the tentacle away with his other hand. Unbeknownst to her, a tentacle at the bottom of the ocean had silently wrapped itself around her leg, and soon Dija Ultraman was tripping and falling into the ocean. But quickly Dija was back on his feet. This time she no longer hesitated, crossing her arms and holding them in a circle to coalesce a stream of dilithium light, which shot violently towards Gatangia. There was a loud boom and a lot of sparks exploded. Inside the security zone, Wu Mini stood up with some excitement at the sight and asked, Success? However, when the flames cleared, Gatangio was unharmed in his place, as if the stream of dilithium's light just now hadn't caused any damage. Dija Ultraman was shocked, but still reacted quickly to the fact that the dilithium lightstream wasn't doing enough damage and crossed his arms over his head. A white light flashed. Dija Ultraman switched back to the composite form. The power of the J-Pelio light is much stronger than the dilithium light flow. The original Dija, in order to unleash the J-Pelio light, has repeatedly switched from the powerful type back to the composite type. Once again, a J-Pelio ray of light was built up and struck towards Gatangio. There was a loud boom, and this time more sparks blew out. But when the flames cleared, Gatangio remained unharmed. The ding-dong, ding-dong, ding-dong sound of a red light went off. Dija Ultraman's energy is pretty much depleted. There wasn't even any energy left to rally Dija's electric fists. But instead of flinching, she took 2 steps forward and continued to attack with her fists. Gatangio also had enough of playing, and directly 2 tentacles tied Dija Ultraman's hands, forcing Dija Ultraman to not be able to cross his arms and use his defensive light shield. Dija Ultraman didn't have much strength left to struggle, and hadn't had time to think of anything else. Immediately after that, a purple penetrating beam shot out through Dija Ultraman's body. Inside the safe zone, the people who witnessed Dija Ultraman's body being run through by petrifying light held their breath. Immediately afterward, the body of Dija Ultraman turned into a stone statue and lost its light. Wu Mini clenched his fists at the sight. Surely he still couldn't win? Duanmu Xian's heart ached when he saw Dija turn into a stone statue, and the memories of the time when he and Liu Ruyan had been together in dribs and drabs began to replay in his head. At the very beginning, when he just crossed over, Zheng Quanba wanted to dig his corner. He thought he was going to wear a green hat that is standard for crossers, but it turned out that this niece was not generally strong, and she was directly a sentence. I don't want to explain myself to you, nor am I too lazy to do so, and with all due respect, if it wasn't for the fact that I hadn't yet awakened the light of the Aoti, I would have already slapped you in the face just for saying that Duanmu Xian was a waste of space. That time after getting drunk and treating her dad's phone call as a scam call and then calling out her dad Laodang, Fish Daoxian thought she had been spoiled by herself and was going to beat him to death. As a result, This ninny took a shot at her old man with the Jpelio ray. Then there's the escape at the hands of the Lapitians, saving the polluted sea life together, and the time on Mechanical Island when she'd rather get hurt herself than protect him, and so many more memories came flooding back in this moment. Duanmu Xian. In the future, when I grow up, you can look up to my might to do whatever you want. Duanmu Xian. Don't sleep. We ran out to travel to see the scenery, not to sleep. Duanmu Xian. It's not too good for us to just sneak out like this. Gatanju is almost revived. Are we not training? Forget it. Let me do it. If you go you'll get caught back by your dad. I'll listen to you make it up. Hard feelings my ass. I think you just want it. Beat around the bush. You might as well get a room with me tonight if you're going to be like that. Don't be a wimp. I'm not sure I'll be able to come back from this trip, so let's have that one before we go without leaving any regrets. 2 lines of tears had flowed from the corners of his eyes at the thought. This tear dripped down on top of the galactic spark, which gave off a dazzling greenish-blue glow as Galactic Ultraman ejected. But this time there was no BGM to follow along. Duanmu Xian knew that the second rank of him, Galaxy, is even stronger. He can at most play to the strength of the peak of the 6th rank. Gatanji Air belongs to the best of the 7th rank in defense. He is not an opponent. Still, he didn't hesitate to transform. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. When people saw Galactic Ultraman appear, their hearts once again lit up with hope. And the once ocean pollution incident and the Mechanical Island incident were easily solved after Galactic Ultraman appeared. The only one who wasn't the least bit happy to see Galaxy Ultraman show up was Wu Mini. In the past, Galaxy Ultraman showing up meant game over. But he had studied the power of the Galaxy Ultraman, and it was indeed strong beyond measure. But Duanmu Xian was only at the 2nd rank. At most, he could exert the strength of the peak of the 6th rank. Not to mention that the galaxy that the 2nd ranked Duanmu Xian had turned into only had less than 3 minutes to go. Then Wu Mini quickly pulled Galaxy Ultraman's arm in a stern voice. You're not allowed to go. If you go, it's hopeless. Your daughter-in-law can still be resurrected if she turns into a stone statue. Don't be so impulsive. Hurry and come with me over to the Plasma Spark Tower, where galactic sparks can communicate plasma sparks. There's still hope for us. If you fucking go straight now we're completely hopeless. Duanmu Xian didn't pay attention to Wu Mini and directly flashed his body into a greenish-blue light and disappeared in place. The next second, on the big screen of the live broadcast, Galactic Ultraman appeared in front of Gatangio just after he pushed the stone statue of Dija Ultraman into the deep sea. Gatangio growled and this time didn't hold back, several tentacles coming towards Galactic Ultraman at the same time. Galactic Ultraman crossed his arms, his plasma crystals radiating white light as he sheathed his Galactic Lightblade sword. That tentacle that Dija Flash Cone power form could only rip off with a desperate attempt was easily severed under the Galaxy Lightblade sword. Gatangio is incredibly powerful for Galaxy Ultraman, a guy who is much more capable than the original SJEK, but too young in terms of combat experience. More tentacles came towards Galactic Ultraman, but they were all cut off by the Galactic Lightblade sword. Inside the security zone, Wu Mini watched the Galactic Ultraman fight. Duanmu Xian actually fought a tug of war with Gatanji. He might as well just fire up the galactic piercing rays. Maybe there's some hope that he can at least injure Gatanji. Turns out the guy was focused on chopping tentacles. A fist slammed on the table, cursing mentally. Damn Duanmu Xian. This idiot. Why do you have to go hard? Would it kill you to use my method? This is great. If you die, there will be absolutely no one who can activate the power of the plasma spark. It's utterly hopeless. After chopping off a dozen or so tentacles in a row, Galactic Ultraman realized that Gatanji's tentacles actually continued to grow after they were broken. It seems pointless to fight like this. With that thought in mind, Galaxy Ultraman came behind Gatangio in an instant, and Gatangio quickly felt threatened as the tentacles behind him wrapped around towards Galaxy again. Galaxy was forced to interrupt the spell just as she was trying to build up her Galaxy piercing ray. Damn it! Gatangia has too many tentacles and didn't even use his full strength when he hit Dija. It used its full power when it hit me. Another teleportation appeared to the left of Gatangio. Raising his light-bladed sword, he charged towards Gatangio, the tentacles being cut off with ease. Upon arriving in front of the Gatanji, he plunged his light-bladed sword directly into its head. The sound of a sharp blade entering flesh rang out, and Gatangio let out a mournful cry. Countless black fog emanated from the body of Gatanji. These black fog touched the Galaxy Ultraman after the sound of an explosion blew up the Galaxy Ultraman bitterly. The 2nd-ranked Duanmu Xian was in an environment with no energy replenishment, and soon the energy of the Galactic Lightblade sword was depleted and the lightblade disappeared, and the hole in Gatangio's head was quickly repaired by the black mist. Galaxy was still trying to run when several tentacles had wrapped around his limbs, making him unable to move. Galaxy's colored timer had lit up red, and the 3 minutes were almost up. Damn! It's almost time. I hope I bet right. The petrified penetrating light was unleashed by Getangio to run through Galactic Ultraman's body once again. But the petrifying light was stopped by the power of the galactic spark as it struck Galaxy. But Galaxy Ultraman has also consumed all the energy to extinguish the lights. Galaxy sparks is a sense of protection of the Lord. In the sea did not directly become light particles dissipate, but to extinguish the lights of the body state to maintain. Getangio wondered why Galactic Ultraman didn't turn into a stone statue, but it wouldn't think twice about it. And instead, with a wave of its tentacles, Galactic Ultraman, which had lost its energy and extinguished its lights, followed Dija Ultraman into the deep sea, inside the security zone. Watching Galaxy Ultraman fall down, Wu Min-yi despaired. This encounter at do not listen to the command of the sea position is really desperate And then he looked at all the people in the safe zone with a face swinging helpless and heavy tone announced, "Guys, Galactic Ultraman is down as well. The rescue operation seems to have failed. So it looks like we only have a path to destruction." All the adults bowed their heads, their logical minds having defaulted to despair when it came to this situation. A sigh rang out, and the kind of hopes that had been raised earlier by shouts of cheering for Dija were completely dashed. "Dija!" For no apparent reason, a child suddenly stood up and shouted. A radiant golden light emanated from this child. The adults next to him looked stunned. This child turned into a ray of light and flew in the direction of the East Sea. With this shout from the first child, a few more children followed suit and stood up together and shouted Dija, followed by them also turning into a ray of light and flying towards the East Sea. "Dija! Dija! Dija!" At this moment, countless children stepped forward and turned into light, illuminating the entire safe zone. And at the same time, all over Tianhai City, which was reduced to rubble, all the children who turned on their cell phones and were watching the live broadcast saw this miraculous scene. The miracle happened when they stood up and raised their hands. All these children who raised their hands and prayed in their hearts for Dija Ultraman turned into a ray of light toward the East Sea. For a time the Tianhai City, which was originally completely blocked from light by the black fog, became incomparably romantic and warm under the illumination of these rays. Gradually, the entire Tianhai City was illuminated by these scattered golden lights, and gradually some adults couldn't help but raise their hands and start praying, and they too became light. Wu Min-yi was once again shocked, and now he had only one thought in his head. Crap, that works? Wu Min-yi believes in power, and although the power of the plasma spark miraculously gives everyone the possibility of becoming an Ultraman, he has always believed that power is a step-by-step improvement. He was an unwavering materialist, and today his worldview almost collapsed. But this is precisely Wu Min-yi's shortcoming now. The giant of light was originally synonymous with miracle. That is, materialism. Simply put, the giants of light can turn the impossible into the possible if they have a strong enough belief and determination to guard within them. And Wu Min-yi believes that power comes with a scientific basis, and it can't just come from yelling about custodial friendships. But in order to verify his suspicions, Wu Min-yi also raised his hands and inwardly began to pray for Dija. Quickly he realized that he himself had turned into a ray of light, and Wu Min-yi's worldview completely collapsed. The BGM is playing. The earth is waking up and a glimmer of morning light breaks the silence of the night. Along with countless rays of light pouring into the bottom of the East Sea, a brilliant curtain of light appeared in front of Getanji, and Dija Ultraman, who was covered in dazzling golden light, reappeared in front of Getanji. At this point in time, Dija was more than 100 meters tall, and was more than half a star more powerful than the normal composite Dija. Getanji's was confused. How did this come to life? But Dija punched a shining burst directly towards Getangio. The huge body of Getanji that was hit by the shining burst exploded into sparks that were several times more terrifying than even the previous Jpelio light hit. That huge body was hardened and lifted up to fall woefully onto the surface of the sea. Getanji, after getting back on his feet, dozens of tentacles at the same time towards the Dija Ultraman. Dija just casually wave shining burst. These tentacles are all blown up. Getangio let out a harsh, miserable scream. Dija Ultraman, however, doesn't give it a moment to catch its breath, and another shining destruction kick goes in, and Getangio's shell is completely blown apart. Countless black mists spread out from it, but they were useless in front of the shining ring body shield. Immediately after that, Dija Ultraman stored up his strength and struck with a shining Jpelio ray. Getanji was worthy of being the best defense in the 7th order. 2 rounds of shining burst, a round of shining destruction and shining Jpelio light are still not dead. Dija Ultraman drew his hands in a circle in the air to gather his power on the color timer, and finally put his fists together across the sides of the color timer. Under the flash of the special timer, the entire East China Sea was filled with light, and the light was too dazzling, even causing nothing to be seen for 100 miles. In the end, with a terrifying explosion ringing out, Getanji was completely pulverized into powder and disappeared. Along with the death of Getangio, Zoga and the black mist disappeared into thin air, and the originally clear sky reappeared. The sun was bright, the sky was blue, and the city that had been reduced to rubble had renewed hope in the light of the sun's rays. After eliminating Gitangio, Dija Ultraman looked down in the direction of the deep sea and casually parted some of his power from his forehead crystal towards the deep sea. The galactic oculus of the deep was instantly filled with this power, and the color timer lit up. Galactic Ultraman appears on the surface of the East China Sea. Dija Ultraman gave him an otter nod and was about to return the light to the children who had lent her their power when Galaxy Ultraman suddenly stopped her. Wait, Wan, let me borrow the number for a while. I want to try out the power of hope too. Just in time to clean up the caribou in the process. Originally full of divinity shining, Dija hard froze for a moment. Liu Ruyan originally wanted to maintain the forcefulness, but was Duanmu Xian this number borrowed him to play with the whole tot. Duanmu Xian, you're kidding. I just sensed it. The crow people are scattered all over the summer country. The number is 300,000. There are more than 3,000 universe spaceships scattered all over the summer country. You kill alone to the monkey years and months to go. It's better to wait to go back to organize the manpower to slowly clean up the bar. Trust me. When have I ever lied to you? Galactic Ultraman's plasma crystals radiated a dazzling light as he received the massive energy. The BGM plays. Immediately after that, Galaxy Ultraman borrowed the power of the light of hope to use the split technique. And in an instant, a dense number of Galaxy Ultramans appeared above the surface of the entire East Sea. The number is 100,000. Below, Liu Ruyan gave a dumbfounded look. Split RQ Tianma had once used it, and it took a lot of effort to split out 4 splits, consuming a very huge amount of energy, and the splits could only utilize a part of the main body's abilities. But looking at Galaxy's detachments, it was as if there were no limitations. So many of them were detached at once, and the aura of each of them was so powerful that it could not be estimated. In the next second, all 100,000 Galactic Ultraman turned into greenish blue light and disappeared in place, appearing all over the Summer Kingdom. Meanwhile, in Deep City, dozens of spaceships are wreaking havoc on the city, and all of Deep City's fighting-ready Ultramen are exhausted. All that could be done was to watch as the ships went crazy, destroying their homes, and the ravens went on a rampage, capturing humans as if they were prey. Just then several greenish-blue lights flashed and several Galaxy Ultraman appeared in the air. The plasma crystals on these galaxies emitting different colors of light. Galactic Flame Sphere, Galactic Lightning Strike, Galaxy Flash Chop, Galaxy Piercing Ray, with explosions ringing out one after another. These spaceships were blown to pieces by Galactic Ultraman. These galaxies turned back into equal size into the city after wiping out the spaceship, taking the life of a Rave Knight with each blink with unerring precision. Scenes like this appeared throughout the entire Summer Kingdom. There was no way around it. The energy of the Light of Hope allowed Duanmu Xian to truly utilize some of the power of the Galactic Ultraman now. One word, cool. The result was that in less than 10 minutes, all of the Lebec spaceships in the entire Summer Kingdom were all shot up by Galactic Ultraman, and all of the Ravens were all wiped out by Galactic Ultraman. There may have been leaks, but they no longer posed a threat. After all the dust settles, on the coastline of the East Sea of Tianhai City, Duanmu Xian sat on top of a huge greenstone, blowing the sea breeze, enjoying the sun, looking at the beautiful sea motionless. Not far away, Ruyan Lu ran towards him shouting his name. Duanmu Xian was very high-strung and didn't pay attention to her until Liu Ruyan came to him and happily gave him a big bear hug. Duanmu Xian, you're fantastic. We humans won this monster invasion and we managed to hold Tianhai City. You even wiped out all the leprechauns in the process. You're a great hero to our entire Summer Kingdom. Duanmu Xian's face was pale, and he grimaced in pain from being hugged like this by Liu Ruyan. Wan, you let go of me first. I feel like I'm being hollowed out. I shouldn't have faked that pussy to split into so many doppelgangers. My second-rank body almost didn't resist. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Ruyan Lu was so scared that she hurriedly let go of him, but she saw him take a deep breath then slowly exhale. He'd been holding that action here for 2.5 minutes since he'd disembodied. It's okay, I can still carry it. Next time never. Do not pretend. Really false this time, but this way, a lot of people in the invaded cities of our summer country do not have to die. When we slow down this time, it's time to cultivate, and we'll do it together. After the Holocaust, everything is renewed, and Tianhai City, which was originally reduced to ruins, was restored to its original state in just 1.5 months, and even the skyscrapers were built more beautifully, all because the level of technology this world possessed was so much stronger than the earth before Duanmu Xian's rebirth that building a house was simply sprinkled with water. In this month and a half, Duanmu Xian also just made an effort to cultivate at the very beginning, and then basically swung back to play. But Galactic Ultraman's talent is truly outrageous. Swinging all the way to the peak of the second order in a month and a half. Liu Ruyan was much more disciplined than Duanmu Xian, practicing enough for 8 hours every day at the training base in Tianhai City. and in the beginning Duanmu would even be there to accompany her. After a few days it turned into her practicing, Duanmu playing games on the side. To the back Duanmu simply directly do not go to the base. Every day at home to play games. Ruyan Lu since turning on her shining form she had sensed a lot. Unfortunately the shining form is not the norm, and must be turned on by all those who believe in light in the entire city of Skyhaven turning into light together. But despite this, the current Liu Ruyan's strength was already a world of difference compared to back then. The realm came to the middle of the third order, and the real combat power was feared to be able to directly fight a monster of the fifth order. However, since the annihilation of the Gatanju and the Lapitians, there hadn't been any particularly powerful monsters in Tianhai City, and occasionally some of the smaller Kalamis had managed to clean up even the Tianhai City police force. This was the root cause of Duanmu swinging and not training. Early one morning, Duanmu, who had been playing games all night again, had just shut down his computer and was ready to go to sleep. There was a knock on the door of the house. Duanmu stood up stretched and yawned, walked over to the door and opened it, then turned back towards his room. He didn't even bother to glance at who it was. Who else could it be? His parents hadn't been back since they were urgently recalled to the capital a month and a half ago. If not for the occasional message to get in touch, he'd almost forgotten he had parents. Supposedly because a very dangerous cosmic being had appeared over in the capital. So there's no way his parents are coming home until they destroy that cosmic man. Hey, Duanmu, you've stayed up all night again, right? You can't be like this every day. We're about to go to college. How are you going to get used to the new environment then? Ruyan Lu's voice sounded from behind. Duanmu waved his hand and yawned casually as he replied. It's fine. I'll get used to it when I get there. I'm comfortable for a day now and happy for a second. Life must be happy. Don't make the golden bottle empty to the moon. Ruyan Lu felt helpless at his attitude. For a month she started training every afternoon until evening, then went home to sleep and ran to him just after waking up the next day. The result is that the guy plays games all night and sleeps during the day the next day. You really are. It's been a month. I come to you every morning and you're like this. You haven't been with me for a month, you know, and you're not afraid that your girlfriend will run away. Hearing this, Duanmu was really alert and asked, "You're running?" Ruyan Lu snorted coldly. Marry the chicken, follow the chicken, marry the dog, follow the dog. Marry all. Run is not going to run. But can you pay a little attention to me? The game is so important? Duanmu breathed a sigh of relief. This month he played games all night every day without taking care of her, still really afraid that she ran away. It was mainly because Duanmu personality was such that he would be very focused once he found something interesting. Then he resumed that indifferent attitude. Okay, value you, then you don't go to training today. I'm a bit sleepy now, wait for me to wake up from my nap and get up to accompany you to go shopping. After saying that, Duanmu directly into the room, lying on the bed quilt to cover, a second to fall asleep. Ruyan Lu was in a hurry to see this. Hey, don't go to sleep. You're just going to schedule me for the day, without consulting me? I don't like shopping either. Unfortunately, Duanmu was already asleep and couldn't hear her. Seeing him sleeping so soundly, Liu Ruyan pulled out Duanmu and her acceptance letter from Shangqing University from behind her back. She'd mainly come here today to tell him the news, and it turned out the dead pendulum was as good as made a habit of it. Every day, he'd stay up all night until she woke up from her nap and came to him, then opened the door for her and huffed and puffed. She came over every morning to prepare his lunch and clean his room on the way. Liu Ruyan was about to prepare his lunch for when he woke up from his nap as usual after placing the acceptance letter beside him, when she suddenly noticed the pink box exposed from the drawer of his computer desk. Duanmu forgot to close the drawer today, so it's showing a bit. Did Duanmu forget to lock his drawer today? Just in time to see what treasures he's hiding. What's this? Ruyan Lu sat down at his computer desk and opened his drawer only to find a thing that looked as if it seemed to be a hand-me-down box. Open it up and it's a soft lump of something. This is not a hand-me-down. Strange and strange. What is the use of the dry? Forget about lazy thinking. Damn Duanmu. Every day for you to cook and hygiene. I am almost become your maid. Whoever marries you will have bad luck. No, this bad luck seems to be me. Stuffing the strange object back into his hand-me-down box, Ruyan decided to branch out and starve him to death by not making him lunch today. Just as well I came to see what games he plays every day. And what games are so much fun. Thinking about it, Ryu opened his computer. It needed a password, but Ryu tried a few random numbers and opened it. After all, I've been in the same piece for so long and know him too well. Clicked on the game that Duanmu often play a while only to feel bored to death. Did not play for a while to play not go on. And finally she simply take his computer to play Minesweeper to go. Then the more I played, the more I wanted to go to sleep. And I was about to turn off the computer when I accidentally clicked into a folder called Study Materials. And even this study materials was encrypted. Study material? Good Duanmu. every day pretending to pose bad. In fact, secretly in the study and training to become stronger. Roll me. I said that boring game how you play so long. I want to see your learning method today. I want to roll more than you. Casually cracking the password of Duanmu Xian's study material. At this time, Liu Ruyan did not know that this would be one of the most regrettable moves in her life. Immediately after a line of unpleasant information filled Liu Ruyan's eyes. Ruyan Lu's eyes widened at the sight of this entire tea of study materials, just as if she had encountered something incredibly new. Her face flushed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, the look of Duanmu Xian's strange hand puppet appeared in her head, and she suddenly realized what that hand puppet was for. Casually clicking on one of the study materials, she gazed at it with rapt attention, the things on it constantly refreshing her perceptions, and she felt herself growing this instant. Duanmu Xian actually woke up when Liu Ruyan clicked on his study material to watch it, but he didn't dare to wake up. He was hasty today, and he didn't expect this bitch to actually crack his password. I forgot to lock my locker today as well. The original didn't really understand any of this because high school students are too busy in this world, training more than 10 hours a day. Not enough sleep. More roles than the Earth high school students in the last life, which leads to all the energy on training. But Duanmu Xian is not the same. He crossed over. Naturally understand a truth. Life must be happy. Do not make the golden bottle empty to the moon. When you're young, be brave and do what you want to do. Whether it's kryptonite and playing games, traveling or drinking and bouncing. Then when you get old you will realize that you have no regrets in your life. You enjoyed enough when you were young and it's my life to be miserable in your old age. Trying hard when you're young may not be successful. And the boss is successful anyway. What's more, $1 billion in this life. $1 billion. Can't spend it all. Then I rolled a hair. Last life was beyond the 3 loans. Not in the 5 insurance talent. This life is rich and status still roll is crazy. Damn how this bitch is still watching. Damn to bring her down. Hurry up and cook to Want to starve me to death. So evil heart Pretending to be asleep in bed didn't feel good. Duanmu Xian didn't dare to move a muscle. Mainly because it was embarrassing for her to wake up. But the good thing was that Ruyan Lu stopped reading after about half an hour or so and closed the computer. Then sat motionless on the computer desk as if digesting some new knowledge. It so happened that Duanmu Xian's phone rang at that moment, and Duanmu Xian pretended to be sleepy as he opened his cell phone and answered the call. Wu Minyi's voice came from over there. Hey, Duanmu Xian, Shanqing University is about to start. Do you want to go to the capital together to turn around and familiarize yourself with the environment first? Sure. How to get there? Say. I'm on a plane. I'll be there in 2 hours. Don't. Take the train. See the scenery while walking. I'm tired of flying even if I turn into an Ultraman every day. You've really got some free time. Okay, how about buying tickets for tomorrow night? I'll help you along. Buy an extra one. My girlfriend is with me. I'll transfer the money to you later. Okay, Wu Mini said and hung up the phone. This month and a half Duanmu Xian from time to time also contact with Wu Mini. Sort of mixed into a friend relationship. It's actually really great to have a friend who understands science. So just ask him anything you don't know about computers. If Wu Mini knows that Duanmu Xian treats him as a hacker friend simply to be angry. His science and technology is not comparable to a hacker. In simple terms, the world's top hackers can do what he can do, but this is all child's play for him. What he's really good at is his research on plasma sparks and hex-tech weapons. After all, it was Hikari's earthly body that came with a wisdom buff bonus. After throwing away the phone, Duanmu Xian looked at Liu Ruyan still sitting there somewhat strangely, got up and walked over. Wan, what's wrong with you? Not moving at all. Why is your face so red? Fever, said Duanmu Xian, reached out and touched her forehead. It was indeed quite hot. Duanmu Xian also knew what it was because of, but he couldn't say it. He had to pretend. Duanmu Xian, your daily all-nighters are more than just playing games. Right, playing quite flower a tea of study materials every day without repeating. Duanmu Xian was in an awkward position. He thought that this bitch would change the topic, but he continued as if he didn't know anything. I can't understand what you're saying. Ruyan Lu, however, had no intention of letting him go, and would always say what she had to say to him, never beating around the bush. Don't pretend. I've seen it all. That computer password you set has no gold at all. I just don't believe that a tea of study material appeared on your computer out of thin air. What do you take me for? You don't tell me anything. You really take me as a maid who cooks for you every day and washes your clothes. And you still have the nerve to tell your friends that I'm your girlfriend. Duanmu Xian was dumbfounded. I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to look at stuff like that. Ruyan Lu snorted coldly without saying a word. Duanmu Xian saw that she was angry. His right hand went around her shoulder to quickly open the computer. Then in front of Liu Ruyan's face to delete that tea of study materials. In fact, the heart is dripping blood. That is the resources that he has been looking for a long time. I deleted it. Don't be angry. How bad it is to be angry. Ruyan Lu sighed quietly at the sight. Actually, I don't blame you for looking at that stuff. It's just that you don't take me with you. You treat me like an outsider. At this moment she didn't look like a warrior. She looked like an aggrieved little woman. Because she was sitting right on the computer chair. And Duanmu Xian shut down the computer as if he was wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Too close. Duanmu Xian can clearly feel the faint fragrance coming from her body. Just like flower petals. Refreshing, intoxicating the smell. The pair of big, dynamic eyes staring at him stared at the heart of the panic. This distance is too close. No reason. Duanmu Xian thought of the Luo Shenfu when the words not spit out. The breath as if the orchid. Huarong willowy. Make me forget to eat. Of course Duanmu Xian could hear it. It's not even a fucking hint anymore. It's explicit. You can get on base. In the afternoon, the two of them came out of the mall and bought some specialties that could only be bought in Tianhai City and would not be available in the capital later. Ruyan Lu gave him a close movement with her arm. Duanmu Xian still felt a little uncomfortable. Sinning in the morning obviously so good opportunity to get on base. But he stopped at the last step. But other than that last step, everything else that should have happened. Or was it too soon? It's not good to indulge in beauty at a young age. The two men went on a cruise on the rebuilt Huanglong River, where they ate delicacies and sipped wine on the deck with the wind coming from the East China Sea. Both of them were looking a little flushed after a few small drinks. The words that Ruyan Lu had been holding back for a long time could finally be said. Darling, do you still want it at night? Upon hearing this title Duanmu Xian's scalp tingled. Don't. It's better to train at night. You have to restrain your desires at a young age. Ruyan Lu rolled her eyes at him. Is that convincing? You're the one who stays up all night. You're the one who puts up a bad fight and doesn't train. I help you throw away your paper basket of filth every time. I've helped you buy several bottles of air freshener for a change this month. You really don't have a clue in your heart. Liu Ruyan's speaking voice cannot be small. A time on the deck many people are looking at the two. Thanks to the two people wearing a mask hat. Otherwise it would have been surrounded by people. These two are now big names in Tianhai City. Big heroes who saved Tianhai City. Duanmu Xian coughed awkwardly twice before whispering. I'll be damned. Keep your voice down. There are so many people out there. Give me some face. Without caring about the gazes of the others, Liu Ruyan crossed her legs and assumed an elegant sitting position. Anyway, you're the one who's embarrassed, not me. Who let you be happy every day without me? If I had known the secret of being happy, I would have swung for the fences every day just like you. Whoever likes to train goes ahead. Oh come on. This bitch is still blaming him for his own fun not taking her. Screwed up completely, taking a self-disciplined teenage girl off her rocker. It's similar to a soldier returning from the military in his previous life on Earth who went back to school and was led astray by his roommate. Veterans do not shed tears. Positive kick into the nightclub. Left hand beer, right hand girl. One night spend all the retirement money. He even imagined the scenario where she would follow her every day in the future to go to happy swinging and not think about it. And then his dad would cut him with a knife after her dad found out the reason. Tianhai City Railway Station. Today is the day to go to the capital. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon Wu Mini was already waiting at the railway station. He booked the train at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The weather this afternoon is very good. The sun is not dry. The breeze is just right. Wu Mini brought 2 big bags of snacks to prepare for the road. As he watched the crowds on the train platform come and go, but waited for Duanmu Xian's figure. Wu Mini was a bit strange. This kid doesn't look like he's going to be late. The train is leaving in a few minutes. Where is he? Seeing that he couldn't wait for others, Wu Mini called him. And at this time Duanmu Xian home. He played another night game. And this time in order to prevent Liu Ruyan said he did not take her happy is to bring her together to play. Although Ruyan Lu couldn't play the game. She didn't feel tired of watching from the side. He had been fighting until 10 o'clock in the morning before he slept. But Duanmu Xian slept on the sofa and Liu Ruyan slept on the bed. It's no wonder Wu Mini couldn't find anyone else at this point. Cell phone ringing. Duanmu Xian was annoyed by the ringtone. Reached out to touch the phone but found that he slept on the sofa. The phone is placed on the bed. Wan, my cell phone is on the bedside. You turned my cell phone off. It's noisy. Liu Ruyan was also sleepy and picked up Duanmu Xian's cell phone to see that Wu Mini was calling. Duanmu Xian, this is Wu Minyi's phone. He should be looking for you for something. Duanmu Xian waved his hand unconcernedly upon hearing this. Who cares who he is? Turn it off, turn it off. I want to sleep. Today, not to mention Wu Minyi. Even if the King of Heaven comes, wait until I've had enough sleep. Ruyan Lu let out an oh-so-quiet sound, then backhanded the phone, tapping it off in the process. And on the train platform, Wu Mini realized that his phone had been hung up and hurriedly called again, only to find that it had been turned off. The fire went up. What does this guy mean? He said we'd take the train to the capital together, and now he's playing disappearance with me. By the way, He said he was going to bring his girlfriend along. He should be in a peace with his girlfriend. I'll ask Yu Tianma to see if he has got a phone number for Liu Ruyan. So Wu Mini called Yu Tianma again. And Yu Tianma asked for Yu Daoxuan's phone number. And then asked for Liu Ruyan's phone number from Yu Daoxian. A phone call to Liu Ruyan called the past but found that the other party directly hung up his phone. Wu Mini unconvinced and called the past but found that he was blacked out. Because Ruyan Lu never receives unfamiliar callers. And basically does not contact people. Wu Mini called twice in a row and was directly blacked out. Wu Mini is considered to be convinced. This Liu Ruyan is as talented as Duanmu Xian. Yu Tianma and Fish Daoxuan's phone calls are not as difficult as the phone calls of this pair of dogs and men. After an hour, the train ticket booked by Wu Mini was voided, and the train had run away. Wu Mini in a fit of rage directly took a cab to the door to find this pair of dogs and men to go. He booked a business soft sleeper ticket, the most expensive kind. A ticket is $19.99. If not for the fact that this pair of dogs are both wealthy masters, he wouldn't have booked such an expensive compartment. He in order to study the Galactic spark. All the Tianhai City Police Force ace pilot's job resigned. That is more than 100,000 a month with the establishment of the job. The house car and even the aircraft during the work period is the unit allocation. After quitting this job he lost his house, car and airplane. But the base gave him a generous retirement pension. But how much money is burned in scientific research? Do you understand? Now Wu Mini doesn't have much balance left in his pocket. This pair of dogs actually pigeonholed him. $6,000 for 3 business soft sleeper tickets. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the afterglow of the setting sun shone into the bedroom through the gap in the floor-to-ceiling curtains, blowing comfortably with a silky warm breeze. Duanmu Xian climbed up from the sofa and stretched hard, opened the curtains and windows, and looked out the window at the sun setting over the bustling city refreshed. Who first realized the great dream? I know myself in my ordinary life. The grassy hall is full of spring sleep. The sun is late outside the window. Today is another happy day. Ah, good morning. Liu Ruyan was woken up by his loud voice, but she had long since gotten used to this deadly movement of Duanmu Xian. Why don't you close the curtains and wait for me to get up and address first? Duanmu Xian awkwardly coughed twice then closed the curtains. Okay, go ahead and put it on. I promise not to turn around and peek. Ruyan Lu breathlessly rolled her eyes at his back. Deadly? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Wait, I don't have any clothes to wear. And this is the first time I've ever spent the night at your house, so I forgot to get ready. Duanmu Xian then reacted. It's true. In the past, no matter how late she played she would go home sad. But since yesterday the whole thing after that mess has brought her crooked. Then you wait haha. Duanmu Xian pondered for a moment before heading for his closet. When he first crossed over, the original body was self-absorbed for 6 months. And at that point he was pushing the 180-pound mark. So he bought a lot of plus-size clothes at that point. But one summer down the line, though he was still swinging for the fences. But after so many battles, every now and then a monster appeared in Tianhai City and he was the one to clean it up. The fat was lost, so those clothes were useless. But Duanmu Xian also never threw it away. The closet is a mirror. Now he is simply 2 people compared to when he just crossed over. The fat on his body is now all gone. The mirror reflects his handsome face. High nose, fair skin, clear jawline, looking down clear only because of the meat outline, and 8-pack abs. How to look how handsome. Duanmu Xian randomly picked an oversized white sweater and threw it to her. After she put it on, although it was a bit ill-fitting, but not to mention that it was quite good-looking, and it was true that beautiful women looked good in everything. Duanmu Xian said after searching for a moment. Let's start by taking you shopping for a couple of outfits, and then let's find a random quiet tavern for a few drinks tonight. Liu Ruyan had no opinion and followed Duanmu Xian out of the bedroom. The soundproofing effect of his home is still very good. Should not say that Ipin is worthy of being the top of the Tianhai City residence. Wu Mini knocked at his door for half a day. He did not hear. Duanmu Xian just opened the door to see Wu Mini standing in front of his house with a face and arms crossed in front of his chest with his eyes staring at him. And in his hand, he also clutched 3 train tickets. Wu Mini eyes swept over Duanmu Xian, that sleepy look and that chicken nest like haricide. See Liu Ruyan actually wearing Duanmu Xian's clothes cannot want a crooked on the strange. Yo, busy man Duanmu Xian adults finally willing to go out. Ah, look at this situation. You guys every day at home behind closed doors to create children? This is the clothes are given to others to build no? Duanmu Xian saw the train ticket in Wu Mini's hand and suddenly thought of the fact that he had agreed to go to the capital together with Wu Mini today, and had asked him to help him buy the ticket. Wu Mini seemed to call him back in the afternoon, but he hung up while he was sleeping. Crap. Wu Mini, let me explain. After a heated discussion, Duanmu Xian finally compensated Wu Mini for the loss of 3 tickets at the original price and then bought 3 more tickets himself to calm Wu Mini's anger. Duanmu Xian first brought Liu Ruyan to buy a new set of clothes not long after. They finally got on the train to the capital. Wu Mini tired. As soon as he entered the business car to the upper berth on a lie down and fell asleep. He also understood that he had to sleep. Otherwise this pair of men and women if here to talk to me he embarrassed. Duanmu Xian is also looking for a bunk position to lie down there to play the game. The night is his happy time. Suddenly, a soft fellow burrowed into his arms. Duanmu Xian said somewhat helplessly, "Isn't there a bed next to it? Go sleep in yours." Ruyan Lu shook her head and said in a very serious tone, "No. I want to watch you play games and have fun together. You can't have fun alone in secret. You're afraid I'll be alone and secretly happy without you. I'm so convinced." Duanmu Xian grumbled on his lips, but his body actually involuntarily moved outside to let her lie on the inside side. "I'm going to punish you if you move around and squeeze me down. Remember? 3 in the morning. Duanmu Xian suddenly had a bit of a bad idea and smoothly rubbed Liu Ruyan's face, who was lying on his arm. "What for, darling?" Ruyan Lu asked in a very, very small voice. "Come on. A trip to the restroom. Let's go have some fun." That one was really quite good. Duanmu Xian gave Liu Ruyan a wink. "Che, is this what you call not indulging in beauty at a young age? Deadly colorful embryo." Ruyan Lu rolled her eyes at him, but quickly got up and the two of them furtively left the carriage towards the toilet. After making sure no one was around the two went into a cubicle one after the other. Then the two of them faced each other. And Liu Ruyan was about to crouch down when Duanmu Xian suddenly noticed a very inconspicuous fluctuation in the mirror. "Wait, Wan. Something's wrong. There seems to be something in the toilet. Don't scare me in the middle of the night. I'm afraid of ghosts." Ruyan Lu looked around but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. "I'll look for it," said Duanmu Xian, took out the galaxy spark from his pocket and swept it around. When the galaxy spark got close to the mirror there was indeed an energy reaction. At that exact moment, an eerie laugh emanated from the toilet cubicle. "Jia jia jia. Stepping through iron shoes. No place to find. Get all the effort. Fish Daoxuan's daughter. Duanmu Qing's son. As long as we catch you guys, we can make savin." Ace and Jack tie their hands. A cosmic figure emerges from the mirror. None other than the Hippolyte now. "Who?" Liu Ruyan quickly turned to look at the mirror, and in the process, pulled out the divine light rod from her bosom ready to transform. In the next second, a glass cover suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the narrow bathroom cubicle covering Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan inside. Hippolyte alien itself is not strong in combat, but the ability is to summon the glass cover out of thin air. Inside the glass cover has the forbidden magic function. The otter warrior is locked into the glass cover inside is very difficult to get out, and it will be turned into a bronze statue by the gas emanating from the glass enclosure. It happens suddenly. Liu Ruyan quickly raised the divine light rod to transform but found that the divine light rod could not be used in the glass cover. What's going on? Why can't it change? What is it? Liu Ruyan retrieved the divine light rod, raised his fist and smashed a fist in the glass cover. This glass looks to be domestic. Solid. A fist down shocked Liu Ruyan fist pain. The glass cover unharmed. Take it easy. Let me. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Duanmu Xian directly raised Galaxy Spark intending to use a move that even Galaxy's main body was unwilling to use. A spark ray that can turn all Ultraman and monsters into sparkly figures. Because Galaxy Ultraman's philosophy is that life should overcome all pain and suffering to continue naturally. So even when facing Gatanju, as long as it is not absolutely desperate, Duanmu Xian has not used this skill. Galactic Ultraman proper had also warned Duanmu Qian that this skill should be used sparingly, or else it would awaken Luigi Air, who had been sealed in the darkness. Seeing that the glass cover was about to spray black mist inside, Duanmu Xian also intended to use the spark ray. Galaxy Ultraman's voice rang in Duanmu Xian's mind after a long time. Don't bother, just go straight for the galactic spark. That was pretty rare. As far as Tuan Kaiken could remember, Galaxy Ultraman had always been sparing of words except for the first time he transformed and turned Zophie Ultraman into a sparkly doll when he told him his philosophy. What Duanmu Xian didn't know was that every time he would be in great danger Galaxy would remind him of it. And Galaxy had reminded him of it the time of the Raven Man. But he was too drunk to remember at that time. But that reminder was of little use. He was still captured, that is. The Raven Man that time, if not for Liu Ruyan's resourcefulness in breaking free of his bonds, probably both he and Liu Ruyan would have been taken to the P-43 Nebula. After getting a reminder from Galaxy Ultraman, Duanmu Xian raised the Galaxy Spark in his hand and smashed it towards the glass cover. There was a crisp click as the glass cover created by the Hippolyte was smashed by galactic sparks. The incredulous voice of the Hippolyte came from the mirror. How can that be? There's actually something that can break it in there. Humph, Galactic Ultraman is really something. I'll see you later. Then the Hippolytics ran straight for the hills. Che, Goonbi, Duanmu Xian cursed before withdrawing the Galaxy Spark. He had discovered a new use for the Galaxy Spark today. It turned out that the physical use of the Galaxy Spark was also so powerful. Ruyan Lu was relieved to see the crisis lifted. Phew, It's a good thing you're there. And your galactic sparks are too much. This cosmic man popping up in the middle of the night is really scary. I'll have to watch out for mirrors when I go to the bathroom from now on. Duanmu Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. The situation just now was really scary. But fortunately there was no danger. I have to say that the galaxy sparks were bullish. But he wasn't in the mood for fun after what happened. Yes, this cosmic man running out to scare people in the middle of the night is really disturbing. Let's go back first. Turn around and report to the people of the capital city police force. Let them be careful of this cosmic man. At 12 o'clock noon the next day, the train finally arrived in the eastern part of the capital. Wu Mini walked in front and Duanmu Xian pulled Liu Ruyan behind him, feeling the midday sun slightly stinging his eyes. As soon as it was noon, he wanted to sleep. This was a habit that Duanmu Xian had developed over the past month and a half. Wu Mini asked from the front, "How about you two? What's it like to come to the capital? Why don't we go find a place to eat first?" Duanmu Xian yawned as sleepiness set in. I think I'll find a hotel and get a room, then let me get a nice long sleep first." Ruyan Lu chimed in. "Yeah, it's good to find a place to sleep first." Wu Mini lived speechless. Worthy of being a dog, man and woman. Their biological clocks were actually so synchronized. In the afternoon, Wu Mini received an invitation from Tianma to come to the capital police force today. Meet the big shots at the very top of the Summerland. They are Jonas Ultraman Human Body Ding Hongjie, Terra Ultraman Human Body Lu Jingyan, Ultraman Human Body Tianma, Severn Ultraman Human Body Fish Dao Xian, Ace Ultraman Human Body Duanmu Qing, Jack Ultraman Human Body Li Muyong, Edie Ultraman Human Body Xiao Zhenbua, and Urian Ultraman Human Body Wan Shueding. At this moment, several big shots were staring with burning eyes at Wu Minyi, who had just entered. Wu Minyi was a bit strange. Everyone, don't put so much pressure on me if it's my first time here. I'm embarrassed to be staring at me. Yu Tianma introduced the others. Old fellows, this is the ace pilot Wu Minyi that I told you about before. The HEX technology is the result of his research, and his attainments in plasma spark research are beyond the reach of a few of our old fellows. If it wasn't for him, Ace and Jack wouldn't have been able to come back to life. Lu Jingyang nodded. Indeed a talented person. Young man, do not be formal. You just sit next to Yu Tianma. We several old guys today called you to come and is not a torture. After a burst of small talk among the few, Ding Hongjie introduced the topic. It would be abnormal for them, the top bigwigs of Xia, to look for Wu Minyi if they were just getting to know each other. Naturally there was something they needed Wu Minyi for. It's like this, Wu Minyi, we've been struggling with the cosmic people near the capital all these years. The Yabus, the ultra beasts, the Hippolytes, they're devious and strong. That's why we have been unable to take time off to support other places. A month and a half ago, Gatanju and Zoga joined forces with the Lapitians to invade Xia in a big way, and the Yabus also took the opportunity to join forces with the Hippolytes to make a move against the capital city. Originally we were planning to give up on all the cities outside of the capital city. I didn't expect that Fish Daoxuan's daughter and that kid from Duanmu Qing's family would actually wipe out Gatanju and all of the ravens with just the power of 2 people, which surprised all of us. But due to the pressure from this side of the capital, we didn't even have the time to do a commendation meeting. Wu Minyi shook his head at the words. No, the annihilation of Gatanjio relied on the efforts of all the people in Tenkai City, and was not the work of both Dija and Galaxy. And about the power of Dija Ultraman's shining form, because at that time I also turned into the light, have felt it, so I have done my research later. Later on, I want to try to see if I can research a prop out to be able to make Dija Ultraman manually turn on the shining form. Maybe not as powerful as that one time, but it's better than being stable. The experiment has already begun now, and it can be effective in about 2 months. Ding Hongjie looked towards the people around him after hearing Wu Minyi's words, then nodded to each other. In fact, they were shocked in their hearts. They had witnessed how high the strength of the shining form of Dija was, and they didn't realize that Wu Minyi had actually begun research on this. What does it mean if Wu Minyi's research is successful? It's equivalent to Xia having one more at least 7th ranked Ultra Warrior. What's the concept of 7th ranked? The Super Terra that fused all the energy of the 6 Ultra Brothers is only at the 7th level. Dija Ultraman is a single 07 rank when he turns on his shining form, and in the future, he can defend a city by himself. For a moment, Ding Hongjie's tone turned respectful. Wu Minyi, oh no, Mr. Wu, if you can really build a prop that allows Dija Ultraman to steadily turn on his shining form, then you're a hero to our entire Xia kingdom. Do you need support from the police force for research funding? Wu Minyi's eyes lit up, finally talking about his favorite place. Need. As we all know, scientific research is very money consuming. For the research of the shining power, this period of time has already burned almost all of my savings from the first half of my life into it, and now I'm about to be penniless. I need financial support. In terms of funding for scientific research, Through communication, the Capital Police Force eventually decided to provide Wu Mini with scientific research space and funding, and gave him a scientific research position in the Capital Police Force. It's true that having the ability means you can get along anywhere. It was only after communicating about Wu Mini's scientific research project that Ding Hongjie finally stated the true purpose of the gentleman calling Wu Mini this time. Instead, he saw Ding Hongjie open his computer and release a photo. Inside the photo is a bronze statue of Sophie Altman outside the capital. This is a bronze statue of that lord. Wasn't Sophie Ultraman killed in battle years ago, but was turned into a bronze statue? Ding Hongjie opened the door. Mr. Wu, it's like this. Since both Ace and Jack had once turned into stone statues and lost their light before, but were resurrected, I wanted to try and see if you could resurrect that lord along with them. Wu Mini said. Yes, but there's a problem. Sophie's light is in Duanmu Xian's hands, but that's where the problem lies. The Galactic Ultraman's transformation conditions are rather harsh. If Sophie Ultraman is resurrected, it means that Duanmu Xian won't be able to turn into Sophie in the future. Then there are conditions on his transformation, which he doesn't always want, and you guys really don't always find him. That last sentence, Ding Hongjie couldn't understand, but he would soon. Going forward for 3 days in a row, Ding Hongjie couldn't get through to Duanmu Xian's phone. This kid's activity time is from the beginning of the evening to the end of the next morning, and then the rest of the time is sleeping time. Fish Daoxian also wondered how this daughter of his own phone cannot be reached, either directly to him hung up. Wu Mini said clearly in the previous meeting with them that these two had already arrived in the capital, but there was no news at all for 3 days in a row. If Yu Daoxian knew that his daughter didn't train every day and was full of happiness and games, he was only afraid that his old Deng would explode with anger. Regarding the matter of Liu Ruyan and Duanmu Xian choosing to study at Shanqing University, Yu Daoxian had argued with Yu Tianma several times over this, but right now, in order to find these two people, Yu Daoxian also decided to personally go and squat at the time of the opening of the Shanqing University to report for school. In the training center of the capital city police force, a 17-year-old boy was training. Sandbags were thumped by him, and Han water was running down his cheeks, but the kid acted as if he didn't know how to get tired. His attacks were clean and forceful. While he was training, the door to the training center was opened and Fish Daoxian walked in. Fish Zhuo Luo, don't practice. Go with me to Shanqing University. You're so desperate every day. Occasionally you have to pay attention to the combination of work and rest. Fish Zoro continued to swing at the sandbag and refused dryly. Don't go. Don't keep me from training. You and your sister haven't seen each other in a while. Don't you miss her? Your sister is a Dija Ultraman who has awakened to the 7th stage of the First Order. It's none of my business. I'm going to train and I'm sure to be stronger than my sister in the future. Your sister's boyfriend was there, and you didn't even learn about Galactic Ultraman? Don't understand. Galactic Ultraman could have pinned me down at the peak of the 6th Order at the First Order. Oh, are you sure you don't want to see it? Fish Zhuo Luo sniffed and finally came to be interested. Really? Today is the day of the opening of the University of Shanqing Freshman Report. Today the freshman report here in addition to the previous year's seniors and sisters in addition to the two guests are Yu Tianma and Fish Daoxian. These two were sitting right alongside the sophomores of this year's class at Shanqing University. The older students next to him were talking about it. Isn't that the principal? Why is he here today? I don't know. Usually the principal is a god. Today I can actually sit next to him. So excited. And the one next to the principal of Sanglong University next door also came today. To tell you the truth, it seems to be because this year's top students and top scorers of the college entrance exams all came to report to our Shanqing. The top scorer of this year's college entrance exam is called Liu Ruyan, and I heard that the president of Sanglong University is also surnamed Fish. So could there be any relationship? Harm? No need to doubt it. That is, but it's not so bad that they have to sit and wait in our freshman reception. These students' voices were small, but how could they possibly be hidden from Fish Daoxian? Now Fish Daoxian a belly full of gas. If it is not that damn bastard kid every day with his daughter fooling around. Contact cannot be contacted. If it is not Liu Ruyan WeChat occasionally back to O. He all but suspected that these two had been captured by the Yapo people. The phone was unavailable. The people were nowhere to be found. And WeChat was only going to return an O. The result is that Fish Daoxian had to wait here for half a day. From 9 o'clock in the morning until 4:30 in the afternoon. Yu Tianma waited for less than an hour and then lazily waited. Anyway, this is his school. Finally, when the schoolmates and seniors at the freshman reception were all ready to leave work, a mighty and domineering open-top Ferrari supercar drove into the school. A tail-swinging drift stopped in front of the reception. The car window rolled down. Duanmu Xian's handsome side face appeared in front of a few seniors and siblings, still wearing sunglasses, with a tawdry leather jacket that Duanmu Xian specially selected today. And today, Duanmu Xian's hair had turned yellow. Simply handsome. on the co-pilot of the supercar. Liu Ruyan was wearing an elegant black evening dress. Her hair was also dyed pink according to Duanmu Xian's idea, and she was also wearing sunglasses. Fish Dao Xian actually didn't recognize them for a moment, and just thought they were just two playboy dudes. In my heart, I even cursed, wearing such a slutty dress, and dyeing a yellow hair, with a girl, at a glance is not a serious person. That girl is also the same as not a serious girl. Senior, we are this year's new students. This is our relevant information. You see if you need to fill out a form of some kind said. Duanmu Xian's voice was very recognizable, so when his voice came out, Fish Dao Xian heart thumped. Finished this immodest yellow hair should not be Duanmu Xian that brat. If it is this brat, that pink hair should not be. Fish Dao Xian put his eyes to the pink hair girl on the passenger side of the car. Although with sunglasses, can only see the side of the face, but the father recognizes his daughter as fast. A glance recognized. A senior picked up the various relevant documents rushed that Duanmu Xian handed over, and then rushed the purple-haired, big-waved senior sister on the side. Yang Zihan, he's from the Department of Superpowers and the top student of the college entrance exam that you've been pining for a day. Yang Zihan's eyes lit up at the words and hurriedly grabbed the information passed by Duanmu Xian in his senior's hand, confirming that it was correct and then staring straight at Duanmu Xian. It's really hey. I was expecting a shy little handsome guy, but I didn't expect it to be more perfect than I thought. Seeing this, Liu Ruyan was slightly displeased and reached out to pull her sunglasses downwards, using the corner of her eye to survey this young Zihan schoolmate, realizing that she was very good looking and had a pretty wow body. Something of a crisis arose in her heart. Duanmu Xian was a little embarrassed by his senior sister's stare, but he had also prepared himself mentally a long time ago. He had done a lot of amazing things over the summer vacation, and he had even been on the news before when he enrolled in Shangqing University. That's why he's been mentally prepared for this for a long time. Sister, my girlfriend and I are here to check in. Please tell me what we should do now say. Liu Ruyan heard Duanmu Xian's answer a happy heart. This is right. Yang Zihan knew what Duanmu Xian meant, then handed Duanmu Xian a special list and said, our principal, you said that you don't need to live in a dormitory. The school has arranged a backyard villa for you, so just fill out this form and then I'll give you the villa keys directly. Duanmu Xian sniffed. Suddenly his mind moved, said that it has been a long time since I have experienced college life. It is not easy to be reborn once wasted, how meaningless. Then shook his head and snapped his fingers. No, I'll just stay in the dormitory quite well. Just follow the normal process. I'll just go and talk to you Tianma later. The senior sister didn't ink a word and gave Duanmu Xian another ordinary form. Okay. When Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan were ready to leave after filling out the forms, Yu Daoxian finally couldn't sit still. Brat, wait. Duanmu Xian directly kicked the gas down, and with a boom the Ferrari let out a roar then disappeared in place. Fish Daoxian was messed up in the wind. In fact, Duanmu Xian had long recognized Yu Daoxian, and also knew that this old deng had been looking for him every day for the past few days, but he didn't like to take care of it because he was as free as the wind. Dormitory 618, Chihuahua Court. Here was the dormitory that Duanmu Xian had been assigned to, and interestingly enough, he had chosen the Department of Superpowers, and Wu Mini had chosen the Department of Superpowers as well, and the two of them had been assigned to the same class and the same dormitory, but at this time Wu Mini's bed has been laid, but Wu Mini people are not in. Also, this guy is busy with scientific research. He is such a person can be idle in the dormitory is considered rare. The other two beds were occupied though. One of them had a center-parted haircut and was wearing backpack pants, obviously a boy who loved sports, and had a basketball next to his bed. The other was a mental boy, slim, with a mental little pot head, and a beetle nut affixed to his forehead, as if he had opened the eyes of heaven. Duanmu Xian took the initiative to greet him. Hello, two friends, I'm also a member of Dormitory 618. My name is Duanmu Xian. I'm new here, please take care of me. The two jumped up from the bed at once upon hearing Duanmu Xian's name. Crap, this year's senior high school student, I've fucking seen a living person. Hello, I'm from the Free State. My name is Sabashikone. Wow, the real person is even more handsome than the photo. Brother, can we take a picture? My name is Wangang, you can just call me Lao Bachi. Duanmu Xian smiled slightly. Sure enough, the self-introductions were dispensed with, but why were their names so strange? It's like I've heard it somewhere before. After chatting with the two housemates for a while, Sabashikone asked, dude, you didn't bring any luggage with you? Don't you have a blanket or anything? Where are you going to sleep tonight? Duanmu Xian said, don't need to bring it, just buy a new one when you come in, which will probably be soon. Old 8 didn't understand what Duanmu Xian meant, but the next second, the dormitory door was knocked. Old 8 went to open the door. Outside the door, Liu Ruyan walked in front, followed by a young man carrying a large bag. This young man is the fish Luo. Originally Fish Daoxian brought him here today as the siblings have not met for too long. Want to let the two siblings meet, but Liu Ruyan personality is too withdrawn. Fish Luo is the same. Basically no sibling feelings. Luo today to actually mainly want to recognize Duanmu Xian. I didn't expect to be used as a drudge by Ruyan Lu as soon as I arrived. Ruyan Lu introduced herself. Duanmu Xian. His name is Yuzuo Luo. He is my own brother. I have never told you before. Today he came with my father. Zuo Luo. Quickly call out to your brother-in-law. Duanmu Xian didn't know why, but at that moment when he saw Fish Zoroaster, he suddenly had a familiar feeling. Fish Zoro likewise felt this way, which led to the normally withdrawn nature with few words actually opening his mouth to shout when he heard his sister's urging. Hello brother-in-law. Galaxy Ultraman's voice sounded in Duanmu Xian's mind at that moment. This kid, in the future, will awaken a very powerful Ultraman warrior by the name of Sailor Ultraman, with a promising future. Take him. This was the first time Galaxy Ottoman had ever spoken actively to someone interested. Seemingly thinking of something, Duanmu Xian suddenly asked, Galaxy, what the hell does Galaxy Sparks and Plasma Sparks have to do with each other? Originally, Duanmu Xian didn't expect Galaxy to answer his question, but the next second Galaxy Ultraman's voice that was filled with divinity actually replied to him unexpectedly. The future can change, for the better or for the worse, it's all up to you. Although Galaxy went around in circles, Duanmu Xian understood that the future was going to progress, and that plasma sparks, which seemed to be uncontrollable energy in the current technology, might become controllable in the future. It can change for the better or for the worse, and that's where the difference between the galactic spark and the dark spark comes in, which is to say that the difference in how it's used in the process of progression leads to the splitting of both the light and the dark consciousnesses. That is, the galactic spark and the dark spark. The galactic spark and the dark spark are supposed to be one and the same. Power is not supposed to be right or wrong. It's all about how you use it. If Galaxy Spark is the future plasma spark, then the reason for Galaxy's importance to Sailor Ultraman is found. In Super Galactic Legends, Plasma Spark once recognized Sailor Ultraman, and Galactic Spark originated from Plasma Spark. This world was inextricably linked to the Ultraman that Duanmu Xian had watched before crossing over. Something the same, something different. Maybe it is a parallel universe, time and space. Of course, this is all a mystery. The potential of the Galactic Ultraman is very strong, although the Plasma Spark Tower cannot be measured. But Duanmu Xian's heart is clear. Galactic Ultraman's potential exceeds 9 stages, or else he wouldn't have been able to hold a peak 6th rank Severn at 1st rank, albeit for less than a minute. Just as well, when he was strong enough to travel through time and space in the future, all the mysteries would be solved. In this instant, Duanmu Xian thought of many things, and in reality, Fish Zoro froze in place awkwardly when he saw Duanmu Xian's delay in ignoring him, casting a look of help to his sister. Ruyan Lu also wondered about it. Duanmu Xian, what's wrong with you? Duanmu Xian shook his head to shake off the thoughts in his head, smiled at Fish Zoro. Good brother is so obedient. In the future if there is anything to tell brother cover you. After chatting for a few moments, Duanmu Xian sent Fish Zoro away after adding a WeChat with him. Liu Ruyan went to help him lay the quilt and organize his daily necessities. Looking at the busy Liu Ruyan, old eight are shocked. He and his girlfriend that is like coaxing ancestors. Never is he work. Let his girlfriend work, he do not even dare to think. Brother, you can have this family status. How did you do it? Duanmu Xian said. Ha ha, you won't learn. Old buster. First you have to be as handsome as me, and then it's because of love. Liu Ruyan is helping Duanmu Xian busy finishing things, because this guy does not help with a grandpa like sitting there would have been annoyed. And now here these two actually said so, although not angry, but the brain immediately dislike. Yes, motherly love. Duanmu Xian was speechless. Wanwan, when did you learn to talk back? Girls can't talk like that. It's weird. Ruyan Lu gave a petulant hum. What? I've never seen you feel weird when you ask me to call you dad. Duanmu Xian's old face flushed. This bitch, how this all have to say out. Old Buster and Subashu-kun sniffed with a lewd smile and said in unison. Still, brother, you know how to play. Looking at the expressions of the two of them, it looked like they were thinking the wrong way. But Duanmu Xian didn't bother to clarify because he and Liu Ruyan did play with flowers when they were happy. That evening the students of the first class of superpowers gathered in the superpower classroom to assemble. The counselor of the first class was a Blue Clan Ultramarine warrior at the peak of the 4th order. This is because generally Blue Clan warriors focus more on superpowers and Red Clan warriors focus more on actual combat. Duanmu Xian chose a superpower class when he chose his major, which was simply unbelievable in the eyes of Yu Daoxian. But there's a reason why Tuan Kaiken picked superpowers. Galaxy is a mage. Hey, Dija is also a mage. The one who played Dija as a warrior was Daegu. He's not stupid. The first day of school for new students is usually the class meeting is to introduce themselves, and then say a bunch of nutrient-free stuff. Need to pay attention to only one, do not fail, and then save enough credits to successfully graduate. The Duanmu Xian of his previous life was well aware of the importance of this credit and not failing a class. If there was a problem with one of them, it would result in not being able to graduate. Education is a hurdle, but this life Duanmu Xian has no pressure. He came to college purely because college life is very happy. Even if he fails the class, so what? Anyway, one day if the summer country appeared a particularly powerful monster. He turned into the Milky Way to go to the monster to clean up, and then by the way, to save the world. Then the graduation certificate is not directly to the hand. Hey, a tough life doesn't need an explanation. Thinking of this, Duanmu Xian directly crossed his legs and lounged towards the back of the reclining chair. Listening to the counselor at the podium served as hypnosis, and I have to say it worked better than any hypnotic drug. Without realizing it, Duanmu Xian fell asleep. He had a dream of a vast expanse of light. Galactic Ultraman stood in front of him and looked at him. Duanmu Xian, if it's you, you might actually be able to do it. Duanmu Xian was confused. Do what? Galaxy Ultraman looked at him and didn't say anything, but his body transformed into a bright galaxy, and immediately after this galaxy slowly entered Duanmu Xian's body. Then Duanmu Xian received a message in his head. It was a lot of information about the usage of the Galaxy Spark, which simply meant that the Galaxy Spark had completely recognized him as its master. Previously, although he was able to use Galaxy Spark, he didn't get all the permissions of Galaxy Spark. This time it was directly all the permissions were open to him. Duanmu Xian didn't know why Galaxy Ultraman suddenly recognized him completely. He obviously didn't do anything. He couldn't figure out this problem. Hey, I said my silver giant god. How do you like to play dumb so much? You say clearly do what? You so I am very confused. Yet again, Galactic Ultraman ignored him. It so happened that at this time, the outside world saw that it was about to come to Duanmu Xian to go on stage to introduce himself. And Liu Ruyan shook Duanmu Xian awake. Duanmu Xian, wake up. Don't sleep. It's almost time for you to introduce yourself. Duanmu Xian opened his eyes and shook his head. And when he looked up, he saw his roommate, Sabesakun, introducing himself on the stage. Hello teachers and students. I'm an individual trainee from the Free State practicing the power of light for 2.5 years. My awakened Ultraman is a first order, 5th division talent, and I love to sing and dance rap basketball. The class erupted in applause after Sabesakun introduced himself. After Sabesakun bowed and stepped down from the stage, the counselor read the name of Duanmu Xian this time. The next student, Duanmu Xian, please come up to the stage and introduce yourself. Okay. Duanmu Xian stood up and was about to go introduce himself when suddenly space and time ruptured in the sky above Shanqing University, and a terrifying super beast fell through the spatial rift. Ultra Beast Barabbas, late 5th order super beast. Strength is not trivial. Coincidentally at this time, the principal Yu Tianma is not in the school. The school does not have a strong person to sit in the town. The students saw the commotion outside. They would have jumped at the chance to meet the monster. This was their chance to perform as freshmen. But after seeing who the monster was, each one of them wimped out. It was a super beast that could fight Lord Ace. They were no match for the freshman who had just awakened a few months ago. It's the super beast Barabbas. The Yababs must have sent him here. It's fine. This is Shanqing University. There are many teachers in the school. We don't need to be afraid. That being said, the Ultra Beast Barabbas are here, and the Yabos should be around as well. So it's better to call the Capital Police Force to let those adults handle it if you encounter one of the 5th order or higher. The counselor was cursing in his heart when he heard the student's words. Late 5th order super beast Barabbas. You can do it. He is a counselor, not a combatant. Liu Ruyan was just about to pull out the divine light rod to deal with Barabbas, but he saw a bright Milky Way shining in front of the podium, and Duanmu Xian just happened to have just been completely recognized by the Milky Way sparks. I don't know how it's recognized, but this super beast Barabbas is just right for practice. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman, BGM up. Aha! Before Barabbas could hit the ground, Duanmu Xian directly appeared in front of him with an instantaneous movement and kicked Barabbas to an open space in the school. Barabbas is a very strong man, and weighs over 85,000 tons, but Galactic Ultraman gave it a mere kick in the pants. Such power made everyone in the classroom freeze. Are you kidding me? Galaxy kicked Barabbas out of the air. I know Galaxy Ultraman stats are outrageous, but this is too much. A 2nd order Ultraman fighting a 5th order super beast with a kick in the face just doesn't make sense. Is this the real strength of the top student of the college entrance exam? It still feels shocking to see it with my own eyes. The Barabbasaur stood up before letting out a roar towards Galactic Ultraman, the hook in his hand catapulting out towards Galactic Ultraman. Galaxy stood in place, just a wave of his right arm easily knocked away the flying hooks. Barabbas saw this and was shocked knowing that he was not Galaxy's opponent. The flying swords on his head flew out and shot towards Galaxy before he summoned a dimensional rift intending to escape. Barabbas is a super beast, and super beasts don't feel pain or fear when they are attacked, but it's not stupid. Seeing that it was trying to escape, Galaxy casually caught the flying sword on its head, came behind Barabbas in an instant, and stuck the flying sword back into its head in the opposite direction. Barabbas let out a wail of pain and fell to the ground. Ha! Didn't they say that super beasts don't feel pain or fear when they encounter an attack? Is this a fake ultra beast? Seeing Barabbas rolling all over the ground in pain, Duanmu Xian was also relatively humane and directly threw it into the sky, then crossed his arms all over his body with plasma crystals emitting a pink light. Galactic daylight. There was a loud boom and Barabbas ended the agony. However, after Barabbas was obliterated by galactic daylight, a wisp of black gas flew out of the center of the explosion, and a dimensional rift opened up in the air to suck the black gas into it. Duanmu Xian noticed this. The ones who could make this deadly noise would be the Yabus. But he can now be free to turn into a galaxy after the confidence of the terrible. No matter what his schemes and tricks, I sense a force to break it. Galactic Ultraman was efficient. From transformation to the end of the battle in less than 30 seconds. And when he returned to the classroom his classmates looked at him with a great admiration. Duanmu Xian stood on the podium with a smile on his face and looked at the crowd and said, "Introductions don't seem to be necessary. The super beast Barabbas has already done that for me." Then he snapped his fingers with a snap and shook off his flowing yellow hair and sat back in his seat, causing a clamor. Soon it was time for the class to choose their class members, and the crowd was drawn into a frenzy as they nominated themselves. And in the Capital Police Force, Yu Tenma turned his gaze to the others and said, "Galactic Ultraman has appeared, after a month and a half, and this time his appearance is different than usual. Have you noticed?" Xiao Zhenbo carefully observed the video replay of Shanqing University coming from the big screen. No matter how many times he watched it, he felt shocked. Barabbas's weight was considered heavy among the other super beasts. And the Galaxy Ultraman of the second order actually gave him a kick to fly. That's right, in the past, Galaxy only appeared at critical moments. But this time, Duanmu Xian didn't have any strong mood swings and didn't encounter any life-threatening situations. So he just appeared. Ding Hongjie said, "It's like this. That means he should be free to turn into Galactic Ultraman from now on. Then Zophi's light will be idle. Turn around and talk to Wu Mini and tell him to communicate with Duanmu Xian to get Zophi's light back. I'm kind of convinced about this kid. The phone doesn't even work." It's night. Duanmu Xian was lying on his bed in the dormitory playing a game of swinging, and both Subeshchukun and Old Buster were taking instructions on superpowers with the use of meditating to enhance their superpowers. When the two ended their meditation for the night, they saw that Duanmu Xian was actually still playing the game. They didn't know what to say. Subeshchukun asked, "Boss, don't you train?" Duanmu Xian replied doubtfully, "Training for what? Life is good. I can't waste my gaming time doing things that don't make sense. And I'm ridiculously strong with or without training anyway." Old Buster felt like he was thunderstruck. But there was nothing wrong with what Duanmu Xian said. It's still the boss who's awesome. Duanmu Xian was very flattered by the compliments of the two. And after seeing that both of them had finished their training, he put away his cell phone and got up. "Do you want to go out with me to have fun? College life is supposed to be colorful. How boring it is to stay in the dormitory." Sabashikon and Old 8 said no. Very quickly a few people came to the school parking lot. Sabashukun's family seems to be quite rich, also drove a car to the school. His car was a Big Ben, which happened to be parked right near Duanmu Xian's car. "Boss, why don't you take my car? Your car is good, it's just that it only has 2 seats. Duanmu Xian said, "There's no rush. Just the 3 of us aren't having enough fun. And I've called out a couple of the girls." Old Hachi wondered. "Boss, you just came to report the first day, also did not see you take the initiative to add other sister friend." "Ah, where the sister?" Duanmu Xian skimmed his lips and opened his cell phone. After being pulled into the class group today he received hundreds of strange friend verifications one after another. But he didn't hitch his all. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a loud footsteps came from the entrance of the parking lot and Ruyan Lu came with 2 girls and a boy. Duanmu Xian was a bit strange. Why did Ruyan Lu bring a guy? But he didn't say anything because the guy was also in his class. 7 people sitting in a Big Ben is still a bit reluctant. So Duanmu Xian sent a positioning. He and Liu Ruyan sit in his own car. The other people sit in the second Isakun's Big Ben toward the capital city, a very famous KTV and Go. The night market in the capital is not much worse than Tianhai, and more majestic. Ferrari supercar through the streets to feel the wind whistling in the face of the extreme comfort. Duanmu Xian could be considered to have asked the question he had always wanted to ask. Wan, why did you even call out a guy?" Ruyan Lu shook her head. "I didn't yell it. My roommate yelled it. I'm telling you about that guy. He talks like a sissy, and I heard my roommate say he's gay." Calling each other sisters with my housemates. I lived speechless, didn't understand it, but respected it, so I didn't say anything. Gay, Duanmu Xian frowned, not realizing that Shinqing University could also have such creatures. But Duanmu Xian did not say anything. Do not understand, but respect it. Okay, thought you shouted. Liu Ruyan seemed to hear that Duanmu Xian's tone was a bit unhappy, skimming her lips and smoothly leaning her legs to the left. We have been together for so long. I am what kind of person you are still not clear. If you do not like, next time I even that roommate are not shouting is. Anyway, our class is quite a lot of beautiful women. I go to no more than a few by the time to bring out to play together. But first things first, out to play is out to play. And I know you love to play. And I can cooperate with you. But if you dare to have other thoughts about them, I'll bite you to death. Duanmu Xian obediently reached out and covered her leg and squeezed it. Then laughed. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Look at this stance and the proficiency of the action. Not the first time to do this. Driving without touching the legs, equal to driving in vain. Now if Duanmu Xian enters urban literature, it's a proper villain template, but you don't understand the joy of a villain. Half an hour later, a few people came to the capital's largest KTV, asked for a luxury room, ordered a full 3 boxes of courageous and a number of snacks and fruit plates. After 3 rounds of drinks and a few songs, a few people got to know each other. Liu Ruyan's 2 roommates were both first-class beauties, both graduates from Deep City High School. And both were also class flower-level existences in the school before graduation. One was called Goldbell, and her awakened ultramarine was a first order, 5th division potential, but since her awakened ultramarine abilities leaned towards healing assistance, she chose the superpower's specialty. The other one was called Lu Qingjun, and the awakened ultramarine warrior was likewise a first order, 5th division potential, and likewise belonged to the ultramarine warrior that favored the auxiliary type. As for the man named Zhang Gaoming, the awakened ultramarine warrior was only a first order, 4th division potential, very small and transparent. It went on singing until 1 a.m. When Goldbell went to the bathroom in the middle of the song and never came back. The next time Ishikone sang a song at the KTV, he brought the mood to a climax by singing Just Because You're Beautiful. And on the toilet side of the KTV, Jean Sewer was washing her hands, when a drunken burly man staggered behind Jean Sewer and wrapped his arms around her. Chick, go and have a few drinks with master. Goldbell reacted quickly, using the fighting skills she'd learned in high school to flip the burly man to the ground the moment she was straddled. The strong man was overturned and fell to the ground directly spit out. A time of liquor mixed with vomit scattered a good mess, shaking and climbing up after the strong man yelled, "Damn bitch, how dare you make a move on Fat Master me? Come on people, arrest this little bitch for me." Words fell, the side of the box instantly drilled out 7 or 8 strong men. These strong men each face fierce, wearing a short pants exposed upper body, mouth or holding a cigarette. Seeing the situation, Goldbell knew that this was a group of punks, and was about to call the police, when one of the punks was quick on his feet and slapped her cell phone away, then backhanded her in the face. Stinking bitch still dare to alarm. Brothers recently fire is relatively large. You such a small skinny bitch were so slut as not to seduce men's well. Obediently tied up to accompany a few brothers to play. Or we do not mind letting you this tender skin suffered a little bit of physical pain. Golden Bell was scared out of her wits and wanted to run backwards but found that the back way had long been surrounded by a few strong men. This kind of commotion quickly attracted the attention of the manager of the KTV, but this group of punks seemed to have some contacts, and after a few words with the manager ran away in disgrace. Box, in a theater or concert hall. Liu Ruyan saw that Ji Linger was late to come back, afraid that something had happened, so she got up and went over to the toilet to look for her. Witnessed it with my own eyes. A few burly men surrounded Goldbell and that manager actually ran away in disgrace. To actually scare the manager away, it seems that it's not an ordinary punk. The security of the capital needs to be strengthened. Stop it all. After Liu Ruyan spat out some words, she quickly rushed up and protected in front of Jean Linger. After 3 punches and 2 kicks cleaned up the 2 strong men. A couple of losers who can't even clean up a little pussy. At that exact moment, the boss of the group of gangsters also walked out of the box. The aura of this gangster boss was very strong, reaching the level of the 4th stage, and his eyes lit up when he turned his gaze towards Jean Linger and Liu Ruyan, who were surrounded by his minions. Yo, also really too extreme especially that pink hair. This small skirt with black silk, where so slutty look as a bitch, but also pretend to be purite. Give you a chance to crawl over to serve Lao Zi by yourself, or else Lao Zi today to let you guys cannot eat a pocket to go. Liu Ruyan, this life has not been so insulted. She wore this body-dyed pink hair as mainly Duanmu Xian want to see. This gangster boss is considered to be completely Liu Ruyan pissed off. Scum seeks death. Saying that, Ruyan Liu raised the divine light rod and turned into the equivalent Dija Ultraman. mainly because it was inconvenient to fight in a skirt. The gangster boss almost laughed his ass off when he saw that this chick was actually going to do it. The third rank dares to call out to my fourth rank. Courageous and bold. Watch me beat you to the ground later for us brothers to line you up. With that said, the punk boss also raised his transformer into an unnamed Dragon Ultraman. The result was predictable, and in less than 20 seconds, the Dragon Ultraman that the gangster boss had turned into was fucked over by the Dija Ultraman. Dija Ultraman also incidentally took down all the minions and threw them in one piece before finally walking up to the gangster boss and serving him punch after punch to the head, forcing the gangster boss back to his earthly body state. Just that wasn't enough. Still punching him in the face until he was beaten into a pig's head. Jean Sewer was scared silly watching from the side. She didn't know that the always gentle Liu Ruyan actually fought so viciously. Keep cursing. In front of the KTV's toilet, Ruyan Liu single-handedly picked up the punk boss who was beaten to death. That stance, she was more like a real triad big sister. The gangster boss was knocked out of his head, but he still had a stiff upper lip. Don't run if you're capable. Wait for me to call someone. Stinky bitch. Wait for my boss to come. Let my boss teach you how to be a human being. When that time comes, our Flame Gang's 300 brethren will line you up. Still has a cheap mouth, right? Jeanlinger, go get me a vice. I'll pull his teeth off one by one to see how he still has a hard mouth. Hearing this, the gangster boss was scared. No, don't. My boss is a flame warrior. He won't let you go if he finds out you pulled my tooth. Ruyan Liu said. I said, why are you so arrogant? So you're from the Flame Gang. As soon as the gangster boss heard that Ruyan Liu knew about the Flame Gang, he hurriedly said, you know you're scared. If you know what's good for you, get me off. Willow Ruyan is a wimp, not to mention the 7th-ranked Gatten Jier. She even gave Yang. Still afraid of a 6th-ranked flame warrior? She's not afraid of a 6th-ranked flame warrior? She's not afraid of her background. The Flame Gang, a gang that her father had told her about before she came to the capital, was considered an underground force in the capital. But every time they encountered a crisis concerning the capital, they would also be united against the outside world. So they turned a blind eye to what they did. After all, the Flame Gang had 3 6th-ranked powerhouses in their ranks, and they weren't exactly a small force in the capital. The Flame Gang was actually very strong, so strong that it could basically mess with 99.9% of the people in the entire Summer Kingdom. But he'd messed with the 0.1% this time. Afraid? I'll sit here today and wait for you to call someone over. Remember, our box number is 666. I'll wait for you to call someone over. After saying this, Liu Ruyan directly pulled Jeanlinger back to the box. Duanmu Xian noticed the blood on Liu Ruyan's hand, somewhat worriedly pulled her to her side and asked, is something wrong? There are no injuries. Liu Ruyan, then the things that just happened outside with Duanmu Xian said. Duanmu Xian heard. Had a little interesting. The Flame Gang, the dark force underneath the capital, led by the Flame Warrior along with the second in command, the Mirror Knight, and the third in command, the Iron Warrior. What they awakened back then were all First Order, 6th Division talents. But it was a pity that this was a group of delinquent teenagers who were disobedient and had hearts higher than the sky, gathered together and called themselves the Flame Gang. Although those guys from the Flame Gang couldn't do anything good on a regular basis, they would all be on board if the capital was in any danger. But the most detestable is their little brother. No one constraint, lawless, usually bully men and women. No evil, kind of interesting, Duanmu Xian said, and made a phone call to his father, Duanmu Cheng, in passing. The caller answered almost in seconds. You brat can finally think of a father? Usually the phone does not answer, the message does not return. How are you in the capital city as well? Duanmu Xian said. It's not bad. I'm going to be doing a little bit of work in the eastern part of the capital this time. And then Dad, you tell the people in the capital police force not to come over here tonight no matter what happens here. I'll just take care of it. What are you boys up to? Fuck a bandit den called the Flame Gang. They messed with my daughter-in-law. After saying that, Duanmu Xian directly hung up the phone, and then gave both his mother, Li Murong, and the president of Shangqing University, Yu Tianma, a word about the situation here. Ruyan Liu asked with some concern. The Flame Gang has 3 6th Order experts. Are you sure you don't want to call out for someone you can handle it alone? Duanmu Xian hummed. Calling them over can be business. I think this Flame Gang is pretty interesting to take under your wing. Get it? Ruyan Liu frowned. You want to be a gangster? Duanmu Xian hemmed and hawed and didn't immediately retort but asked. You say if an old granny fell down on the road and asked you to help her, would you help her? Ruyan Liu said without thinking. Definitely go help then. Duanmu Xian added. What if you're an ordinary person and she backhandedly falsely accuses you of hitting her and then wants to pursue a claim against you? Ruyan Liu froze. If she was an ordinary person then she would have jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't wash herself. So what does this have to do with you wanting to be a gangster? Duanmu Xian hemmed and hawed and rubbed her hair to explain. What's a black boss or not? Think about it, if I take in the Flame Gang, they'll go from social loafers to reliable galaxy vigilantes. Once a monster appears in the capital where I'm not, they can be quickly deployed, mainly to protect world peace. And if there is a force, if one day encountered an old granny fell down, I want to help. She wants to blackmail me. This time I can directly kill this blackmail old lady, and there will be a gang of eyewitnesses for me to prove that it is she first blackmailed me. It will also make it easier for me to more simply go about shedding the light of righteousness on the earth, and for me to convince people of my virtue. Get it? Liu Ruyan heard and understood. She was shocked. About the grandmother fell to the ground. To help or not to help, this topic do not know how many years of discussion has not been an answer. I didn't realize that the answer was so simple. It's all about virtue. Understood. Duanmu then suddenly looked at everyone in the box very seriously. What I said just now, you guys just pretend you didn't hear it. Forget everything I just said. You can listen to anything else. Don't even listen to this one, understand? Subashu-kun, old bastard, Zhang Gaoming, Jean Linger, and Lu Qingjun nodded solemnly at his words. The first time Duanmu showed such a serious and grave expression. They were all still a bit scared. At that exact moment, the door to the box was kicked open. An unruly-looking, burly man with a powerful body barged in. Which ungrateful one dares to hit my little brother? Come out! Liu Ruyan was about to stand up when Duanmu gave her a shoulder to press. She couldn't stand up. And then Duanmu casually shunned one of old 8 cigarettes and lit it for himself, crossing his legs and looking at the strong man with a slanted eye. Your little brother molested my daughter-in-law first, and deserved to be beaten up by my daughter-in-law. So who the hell are you to kick in my door? The burly man looked down and suddenly recognized Duanmu, his tone still quite surprised. Who did I say it was? It turns out to be this year's top student in the college entrance exams, the celebrity who packed up more than 3,000 spaceships of the Lepic Star people a month and a half ago. No wonder it dares to tug so hard. Duanmu stood up and stared straight at the strong man. Is tugging against the law? What law says a person can't tug? I'm asking you if it's against the law to tug? Duanmu, I admit that you're very strong and have an impressive background, but my little brother was beaten up like that by your daughter-in-law. So you have to give my Flame Warrior an explanation today. Flame Warrior was actually hanging in his heart. Galaxy Ultraman's battle power was indeed strong, but Duanmu was only at the peak of the second order, and there was no reason for him to be afraid of him as a sixth order. But putting aside the layer of strength, Duanmu parents were ace jacks, and Liu Ruyan's father was also a Psi one, not to be messed with. But now if he just concedes, then how can he still be in the future? Duanmu had expected him to say this. Account. What are you? I need to give you an account. If you don't want to obey, I heard that your Flame Gang has an underground wrestling ring. Let's practice alone. The Flame Warrior looked delighted. The second order was going to practice with him, a sixth order. And the implication seemed to be that he wasn't going to use his connections behind him. Are you sure you want to practice with me alone? Half an hour later, Duanmu group followed the burly man to the Flame Gang's underground ring. The place reeks of blood, where mirror knights, steel warriors train. Seeing that Big Brother actually brought a group of college student lookalikes here today, the two quickly came together. The steel samurai had a voice like a bell and spoke as if he were growling. Big Brother, what are you doing bringing this bunch of fresh meat here today? Yo, there's a fine skin behind this. As he said this, the steel samurai turned his gaze to Zhang Gaoming at the very back of the crowd. Zhang Gaoming was given to trembling with fear. The Flame Warrior didn't say anything, guiding the Mirror Knights and Steel Samurai to direct their gaze towards Duanmu and Liu Ruyan. Introducing the second and third brothers. This is this year's top student in the college entrance exams. As you all know, Galaxy Ultraman. And this one, Dija Ultraman. You've all heard their awesome reputation on the news. It just so happens that the handlers had a little trouble with them today, and then brought them over for a trip to practice resolving the conflict. The Mirror Knight frowned at that. He knew that Ace Jack Severn was the elder of these two, so he had some concerns and said, Big Brother, you're a sixth order fighting a second order. You won't win even if you win. Right, you have to not count it. Duanmu was not happy when he heard this. Forget it? After wasting my precious Nightlife time you want to settle it by saying forget it? Let me tell you, I'm here today just for you guys. To tell you the truth, I have my eye on the Flame Gang. I'm going to be the boss of the Flame Gang from today onwards. You few who don't want to submit can come and try. Duanmu voice is very big. The whole field can hear. Mirror Knight are confused. Buddy, you a second order, what to die? If you die here, our Flame Gang shall not be Tianhai City police force. Of those guys raised to the ground. Several people who followed behind Duanmu were also scared, especially Zhang Gaoming. In his heart, he was already cursing Duanmu. Not buddy, you come really. Several of us are still following it. What if I pissed off these hombres and got beaten up? But Duanmu didn't care in the slightest what other people thought. After saying this, Duanmu leaped onto the ring and raised the galaxy spark, only to see a brilliant greenish-blue light shine. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. Equal parts Galactic Ultraman appear in the ring. If you want to be the leader of the Flame Gang, then you have to see how much weight you have. And if you're really as godly as the news says. The Iron Samurai was the first to step forward and jumped into the ring after transforming, swinging his fist towards Galactic Ultraman. The power of the 6th rank was terrifying, but it was almost meaningless compared to Tianma and the others. Galactic Ultraman throws a straight punch to go hard with the Steel Samurai. With a loud bang, the two men each took 2 steps back. The Iron Samurai's power was the greatest of the 3, and Galactic Ultraman was actually able to fight him to a draw at a mere 2nd rank. The crowd was giving it a hard time down there. The Steel Samurai also had to admit that this kid did have the capital of madness. The power of the 2nd rank was actually stronger than the power of a robot of the 6th rank. But before he could think about it much, Galaxy Ultraman suddenly disappeared into a greenish-blue light and appeared behind him, sending the Iron Samurai flying out with a flying kick. The Iron Samurai rolled to regain his footing, but the Galactic Ultraman behind him gave him no time to react as the plasma sparks all over his body had blossomed into a purple glow. Galaxy Flash Chop. There's a loud boom as Steel Samurai is knocked out of the ring and lies on the ground barely able to get up. The whole time from the beginning to the end of the fight was just 10 seconds. Duanmu had actually shown mercy, so he had used the Galaxy Flash Slash, which was the weakest in terms of power. Instantaneous movement, and instantaneous movement without any back and forth movement. After the Steel Samurai was knocked off the stage, 8 mirrors suddenly appeared out of thin air to surround Duanmu. There were mirror knights in all 8 mirrors. My specialty is making mirrors, and my essence can switch between 8 mirrors at will. So what are you going to do? The Mirror Knight was also kind enough to offer an explanation. Galaxy Ultraman was not the least bit flustered. His figure shifted into 8 Galaxy Ultramans, and the plasma crystals on the 8 Galaxy Ultramans released red light at the same time. 8-fold Galactic Flame Sphere. With a loud boom, all 8 mirrors shattered at the same time. The Mirror Knight can't avoid being knocked out of the ring. The 8 Galactic Ultramen, seeing that the Mirror Knight had been KO'd, also retracted their diversions and turned their attention to the final Flame Warrior. You're the only one left. Come on. The Flame Warrior's gaze showed a strong battle intent, and his body was burning with flames as he rushed onto the ring. Galaxy Ultraman body shape of Flash appeared behind the Flame Warrior. Still want to repeat the same trick, a roundhouse kick over, but was prepared for the Flame Warrior reached out in advance to hold Duanmu flying kick. Then with a fierce push he took Galactic Ultraman down to the ground, followed by holding Galactic Ultraman head first and feet first in the back of his head and holding him high in the air. Duanmu looked at this philosophical pose with a sudden sense of discomfort. I'm warning you that you'd better not. It's dangerous. The Flame Warrior, however, doesn't listen to Galactic Ultraman and violently slams Galactic Ultraman's head into the ground as hard as he can. There was a loud boom and the floor was smashed to pieces. The Flame Warrior stood up and looked over at the fallen Galactic Ultraman, casually fixing his hair as if he had one. It worked after all. It's done. Who knew that the next second Galactic Ultraman stood up and just casually twisted his neck, seemingly uninjured. Asshole, I thought I warned you about this trick. The Flame Warrior smiled contemptuously. You can do that even if you don't. Galactic Ultraman didn't say anything as his body disappeared in a flash and kicked another flying kick towards the Flaming Warrior. Flame Warrior is still trying to do his old trick of reaching out. The next second Galactic Ultraman appeared on the Flame Warrior's flank with another blink. It's a Flying Thunder God 2 Dano. That kick lands solidly on Flame Warrior's waist, sending Flame Warrior flying out the door. Damn, that hurts. No CD on this transient? Before the Flame Warrior could hit the ground, Galaxy arrived behind the Flame Warrior with another instantaneous movement, and the plasma crystals all over his body blossomed and coalesced in his fists. This is the end. With one punch, the Flame Warrior was sent flying out of the ring, smashing a number of tables and chairs along the way before finally collapsing in a sorry heap into the furniture scraps. 1 against 3. Cleaning up the Flame Gang's 3 6th ranked warriors, each of them not exceeding 20 seconds. This was the absolute suppression of Equilibrium Galaxy, because the disadvantage of Equilibrium transformation is that there is no way to fully utilize the strength, but the advantage is that the Equilibrium state consumes substantially less energy. After all, 1 meter 8 Galactic Ultraman and 50 meters Galactic Ultraman is more than 25 times smaller. Energy consumption is also relatively 25 times less. That's why Duanmu dared to put skills like that. Because Galaxy's own skills are bugs. Just the CD-less ultra-long distance flash is enough to make these 3 pawns of the Flame Gang helpless. Knowing that 09 Sailor is also a CD-less flash. But the flash distance is very short and the opponents are just monsters that have just been resurrected from Monster Graveyard. The original Galaxy CD-less super long-range flash hit was a Dark Saki enhanced by Dark Spark. At this time, Sub Isekon and the old 8 on the stage are given to see silly. They know the Galaxy Ultraman is very strong, but this is also too outrageous. A peak second order put down 3 sixth orders in less than a minute. Boss is awesome, too strong. It's still the boss, the second rank beating the 6th rank. There's no one before or after. Although Liu Ruyan had already known Duanmu Xian's strength, she couldn't help but be shocked when she saw such a result. Galactic Ultraman is really the strongest. She thought in her heart. Hubby is too strong. I need to cultivate harder so that I won't be left too far behind by him. Zhang Gaoming all gave a dumbfounded look. He was skeptical at first, but after seeing the second rank violently beating the 6th rank with his own eyes he couldn't help but doubt his life. But he was still unconvinced and thought in his heart. What's so great about it? It's not just that Galaxy is powerful. If I awakened an Ultraman of more than 7 stages I would be able to do it too. Jean Sewer stared unblinkingly at Duanmu Xian's disdainful stance as he stood in the ring, and became mesmerized. Lu Qingjun hurriedly patted Jean Sewer's shoulder when he saw this. Don't look away. Your eyes are going to glaze over. Jean Sewer was startled and quickly retracted her gaze, somewhat sheepishly glancing at Liu Ruyan, realizing that Liu Ruyan didn't notice her before she breathed a sigh of relief. The Mirror Knights and Steel Samurai arrived in front of Duanmu Xian after helping the Flame Warrior, who was lying inside the remnants of the furniture and unable to get up to his feet. At this time they were beaten heartily. After all, 3 sixth order wheels battled a peak second order and still lost. There were no excuses to be found. The Flame Warrior covered his chest that had been hit by Galaxy Ultraman and exited his transformed state before coming to Duanmu Xian. Galactic Ultraman. It's really powerful. 3 of us of the 6th order were fucked over by one of you of the 2nd order. Flame Warrior. Don't obey anyone in my life. Today you opened my eyes. From now on you're my boss. Duanmu Xian was still satisfied with the result and left after asking the Flame Warrior to gather all his brothers here tomorrow night after his class. Evening. Duanmu Xian was lying in bed trying to sleep when Ruyan Lu sent him a message. That Zhang Gaoming was secretly badmouthing you behind your back. And Jean Sewer told me about it. Duanmu Xian? Duanmu Xian was confused when he received this message. That Zhang Gaoming badmouthed him? Buddy, I invited him to spend money in a box with more than 10,000 a night. Hey. Somewhat incredulously, he asked. Are you sure? How so? He's the one who told Goldbell that you're so pretentious. Took it upon himself to bring us to the Flame Gang. Almost scared us to death. And then went to see you alone there pretending. Hated it. And then told Goldbell to stop playing with you. Duanmu Xian rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Crikey. This TM can hate on. The guy is scared all by himself. Then he says everyone is scared. Etc. He's a friend of Goldbell's? Yeah. Do you think there's a possibility that he likes Goldbell? Ruyan Lu's side thought for a while before saying. It can't be. He's gay. And even if he's a two-way street, you have me and it's not like it's possible with Goldbell. You're not a threat to be right. It doesn't make sense for him to badmouth you because of that. Duanmu Xian said. Maybe he is a small woman's mind or more delicate. Well, in fact, when we play together today I have analyzed almost the old 8 pure joyful people. Sub-Isakun is full of singing and dancing rap basketball. Lu Qingjun should belong to the kind of gentle big sister. Jean Jingle sex slightly more lively. Easy to get along with the self-cooked good. But in men and women is very borderline sense. Zhang Gaoming's speech is more effeminate. I'm not saying he's bad. Maybe he's just more delicate. Just like a little girl. Today when I sang a song with Jean Sewer I noticed that he looked at me with hostility in his eyes. I could tell he was into Goldbell. So I had no contact with Goldbell after that song. In the girls' dormitory. Seeing this long string of messages sent by Duanmu Xian, Liu Ruyan searched her heart. You don't say. You don't say. It's possible. Thinking of this she turned her gaze to Golden Bell, who was currently reading a book at her desk. Goldbell. Goldbell quickly put down her book and turned her head to look at Ruyan Lu. What's wrong, Sister Fish? What do you think of Zhang Gaoming? Golden Bell was puzzled as to why Ruyan Lu asked this, but answered nonetheless. I thought he was a good guy before more able to talk to each other. But I kind of couldn't stand it when he said bad things about Duanmu Xian today. So I scolded him just now. Anything? Liu Ruyan was stifling a laugh in her heart when she heard Jean Linger say that. Nothing. Just asking. Ow. Goldbell turned her head and went back to reading. Liu Ruyan, on the other hand, packed up and went straight out. Then all the way to the boys' apartment building. But this point of the boys' apartment under they actually have a couple in the roadside nibbling mouth. For a time she also a little itchy in her heart to find a chair to sit after sending a message to Duanmu Xian. I'm downstairs in your dorm. Come down and chew your lips? It's almost a second reply over there. It's still a good idea to be a little more careful in public and not be full of mouths. Come on. For your pleasure. You let me a yellow girl like that before I didn't refuse. Now you are tired of disliking me. Within 5 minutes, Duanmu Xian came downstairs. Liu Ruyan pulled him to the grove to say what Jean Linger had just told him about Zhang Gaoming. And when Duanmu Xian heard it, it was exciting. Turns out that's why girls like to gossip. That means whether Zhang Gaoming likes Jean Lingair or not. Jean Lingair definitely doesn't like him anyway. Zhang Gaoming has become a clown. Liu Ruyan also snickered. Not going to college could not experience this kind of cow and horse happiness. Yes, Liu, but there is one more thing. The first time you met Jean Suer, he actually scolded Zhang Gaoming who played with her for so long for you. Your charm is really quite big but play to play, only normal play. You cannot be a womanizer carrot, or I will bite you. Your charm is not small. You did not tell me that today there are several boys to talk to you. Liu Ruyan sniffed like a child who got 100% on a test just as his parents were about to check his grades, and smiled as she unlocked her phone and handed it to Duanmu Xian. Speaking of which, you have to compliment me. I'm already yours, so I didn't hitch a ride on any of these. At 4 in the morning the next day, Duanmu Xian hadn't even slept for 2 hours when old 8 woke him up. Duanmu Xian was still in a daze, because last night he slept in class and didn't listen, and he didn't even know that he had to have military training every morning at 5 o'clock. Duanmu Xian was up with dark circles under his eyes in a daze and put on his military training uniform and followed a few people to the playground to find the military training team of the superpower class. The instructors were members of the capital city police force, and it was worth mentioning that the superpower class was led by a 5th Order Peak Squad leader of the capital city police force, who was also the main instructor this time. As a rule the focus should be on the combat class, but this year for some reason it was changed to the superpowers class. The lead instructor was in front of the group talking about some of the rules and taboos of military training. Duanmu Xian hid in the middle of the crowd and yawned, being stared at by the instructor with a glance. 3rd row. 4th from the top. The yellow-haired one. Step forward. Duanmu Xian was still confused when old 8 gave him a nudge to whisper. Boss, calling you. Duanmu Xian? He's talking about yellow hair. LOL. Yeah, I dyed my hair yellow. Helplessly, Duanmu Xian walked out of the group and looked at the instructor with a listless face. Do 300 push-ups in place for mental refreshment. The next time I see you napping while I'm talking is 500. Duanmu Xian continued to yawn as if he hadn't heard. What? 3 push-ups? There was a raucous burst of laughter from the group at the sight of such a comical scene. It wasn't as if the main instructor hadn't encountered pricks over the years of being an instructor, but they were all at least of the 3rd order or higher before they dared to be a prick, and this pinnacle of the 2nd order was a rare sight. What are you laughing at? Laugh again, everyone, do it with him. The class was silent. The instructor's sharp gaze was firmly fixed on Duanmu Xian. Good boy. Dare to talk to me like that. You have guts. What's your name? Which class? Others were afraid of this main instructor, but Duanmu Xian wasn't afraid of him. Superpower Class 1. Duanmu Xian. The main instructor was slightly startled to hear the name. Well, so it's you. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Originally, I was supposed to lead the combat class, because your principal Yu Tianma specially explained today. That's why I came to lead your superpower class. Your principal even specifically warned me that you're a prick and not easy to deal with. I'd like to see how hard you are to deal with today. You like to sleep when I'm talking, don't you? Now take out your shifter and fight me. If you beat me, I'll authorize you to be excused from military training. The stage was shocked at the words. This Duanmu Xian is going to have a fight with the main instructor on the first day of military training? Duanmu Xian's heart was delighted. There was this good thing. Liu Ruyan didn't wait for Duanmu Xian to speak to hurriedly raise his hand. Report, instructor. It's better not to fight, or just forget it. The lead instructor looked to the girl who had raised her hand and smiled. It's okay, I'm not going to lay a finger on you. Point blank. Ruyan Liu froze for a moment. The instructor had misunderstood her. Not instructor. I am afraid that you being beaten down by Duanmu Xian will not be a good influence. When this was said, it directly gave Duanmu Xian a fright, turning back his gaze to stare incredulously at Liu Ruyan as if to say, you can really be my good daughter-in-law. Thought you were here to help me save the day. It's not an archfire? Well, save the scene in the opposite direction, right? The main instructor heard this and a bellyful of fire came straight up. What do you mean? A battle-hardened warrior of the Capital Police Force would be unable to defeat a newcomer who just started college? Fine. I admit that your Duanmu Xian's name is as big as thunder, but after all, you dare to be so arrogant when you're only at the 2nd rank. If this instructor doesn't educate you today, you'll never know the heights of heaven and earth. Seeing the instructor get angry, Duanmu Xian hurriedly explained. Hey, instructor, I didn't say anything. I've actually always been a coward. The main instructor grunted. Cut the crap, make your move. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the master instructor raised his own transformer into the equivalent of Manbiotics Ultraman. Duanmu Xian froze for a moment. Manbiotics? Looks like the capital is still a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. also lifting Galaxy Spark into an equal Galaxy Ultraman. Duanmu Xian. I'm not going to bully you. You're only second rank after all. I'll let you make the first move. Galactic Ultraman's figure flashed and appeared directly behind Manbiotis, a roundhouse kick toward Manbiotis' backside. After all, Manbiotis was a battle-hardened 5th-ranked warrior, and quickly turned back to defend himself against the surprise attack behind him. But just as Manbiotis' hand was about to grab Galaxy, the instant Galaxy once again appeared above Manbiotis in a flash. This is Flying Thunder God 2. A punch lands and Manbiotics is fucked to the ground. Duanmu Xian hurriedly said, "Instructor, one move done. You don't have to let me go." The main instructor was confused. This kid was giving him a leg up? In fact, the first move Galaxy that punch went down, Manbiotis had recognized the difference between himself and him. Whether it was speed or strength, himself was not as good as him. It was no wonder Yu Tianma specifically reminded him that this was a prick. Good. Then you'll have to be careful next. Manbiotis got up with a carp and then swung his fist towards Galaxy again. Galaxy didn't use teleportation this time but used Galaxy's outrageous numerical value to fight Manbiotis in close quarters. The two fought for roughly 50 rounds. Galaxy had always been short in close combat, as all along he had relied on infinite flashes of surprise in his fights, and had not needed to hone his close combat skills at all. Those 50 rounds did teach him some close combat skills. And then Galactic Ultraman, feeling almost done, deliberately sold a break, then let the main instructor knock himself out. The first move was to let him know he could fight. The next 50 were all about the human condition. The students under the stage were shocked. They didn't expect Duanmu Xian's mere second rank to actually be able to compete with the battle-hardened Manbiotics instructor. And even though he lost in the end, he had already proved his strength. At one point the stage erupted in applause. Mobius helped Tuan Kaiken, who had fallen to the ground, up after exiting his transformed state. Duanmu Xian covered his chest as if he had suffered a serious injury, and Mobius sent him a voice message: "Stop acting. It's fake." Then the face said, "Okay, seeing as you actually managed to go 50 rounds with me, push-ups are waived. Go back to standing." Seeing this, Duanmu Xian also cooperated with a happy face and said, "Thank you, instructor, for your mercy." Then back to the line. The next military training content is very simple. All the top of the September sun within 2.5 hours to run to the school 30 kilometers away from the police training base training. This wasn't much of a hardship for the students who had awakened their ultramarine abilities though, but it definitely wasn't easy anymore. Soon the entire school started off to the police training base following the lead instructor's lead. On the way to the capital police force, the distance was so great that it caused some people to be left behind and others to be far ahead. Duanmu Xian took the opportunity to run over to Liu Ruyan and slapped her towards her ass with a crisp snap. The pain of Liu Ruyan grimaced. The people next to him wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh. Who does not know that Duanmu Xian Shangqing School of a Bully? The art of the high and mighty. She looked at Duanmu Xian with an aggrieved face. "Why are you hitting me?" Duanmu Xian didn't have the good sense to say, "Why do I hit you? Just now you that sentence for fear of me to the instructor down to me racked on the fire to roast, no not. Too pretentious. Yesterday has not been pretending enough, well. So go on, don't know how many people behind the back of the gossipet." Duanmu Xian's voice was quite loud. Basically all of the first class of superpowers could hear it, but most of them couldn't understand what Duanmu Xian meant by that. The very few faces that could understand were unusually ugly, because the ones who understood were Zhang Gaoming and a few of his roommates who were in the same dormitory as Zhang Gaoming. Last night Zhang Gaoming could not only talk bad about Duanmu Xian with Jean Linger, but also spit it out with his roommates. But what does it mean for Duanmu Xian to say it in front of the whole class? This is pointing him out. Zhang Gaoming little girl mentality. Naturally know that this means that Duanmu Xian already knows that he is badmouthing him behind his back. How did Duanmu Xian know? There's only one possibility. Jean Sewer sold him out because Jean Sewer scolded him last night after he badmouthed Duanmu Xian to Jean Sewer. For a while, Zhang Gaoming was very afraid, because Duanmu Xian was powerful and had a hard background. He was very afraid that Duanmu Xian would target him in the future. After a long journey of 2.5 hours, the crowd followed the instructor to the capital city police training base. At this time the students are tired and sweaty, because after the college entrance examination students basically in the summer vacation slack training led to physical decline. However, those who were able to go to Shangqing to study, that was at least a first order, third division talent, and were not so exhausted by the 2.5 hour long trek. Watching the students lying on their backs resting on the playground of the training base, the main instructor was furious. "All rise and stand in line." The students complained but quickly climbed back up and rejoined the group. Then the lead instructor gave everyone a gravity bracelet. For the next hour, everyone put on a gravity bracelet. Stand in military position for 2.5 hours. A wailing sound rang out. These students were already exhausted just from running from school, and now they actually had to engage in this. It was still hot in early September. and by now the sun was high in the sky, and the students were all still wearing their gravity bracelets under the sun's rays, and one of them was suffering. Add to that the fact that there were so many people at the training base, and it led to the smell of sweat mixed with various odors from the students around them being stuffy and hot. Just then Lu suddenly fell to the ground. The people around her hadn't even reacted to what was going on when Duanmu quickly ran next to her and raised his hand in passing, reporting to the instructor. A student fainted. I'll take her to the infirmary. Mobius looked at Duanmu with a speechless expression. Well, engage in this is it. Liu Ruyan he knows. Fish Daoxuan's daughter. Dija Ultraman human body. Dija how fierce he has a number in his heart. The challenge of crossing the ranks is not a matter of course. And Liu Ruyan's talent is quite high. A summer vacation directly from the first order to the peak of the third order, but also, successively played so many high-end games, and also changed once shining DJ in the 7th order of Gatton Jair. There is no excuse for elevating to the peak of the third order. Who would believe such a fierce person if you say she fainted in military training? But after all, Duanmu had given him a step down during the sparring session earlier, so there was nothing the lead instructor could do. Alright, take her to the infirmary. Get there and get back. Then Duanmu will Liu Ruyan horizontal hold up to run out. Just run 2 steps even have not been out of the instructor's field of vision it. These 2 people are not pretending to pretend. Duanmu directly Liu Ruyan put down 2 people hand in hand on the road. And the direction of the run wasn't the infirmary at all. It seems to be the south exit of the training base. Shit. That is not the direction of the gaming hotel. This pair of dogs and girls on their way here have already familiarized themselves with the road. Ouch, so dizzy. Seeing that fainting could eliminate the need for military training, Zhang Gaoming also followed Liu Ruyan's example and fell to the ground waiting for someone to help him. As it turned out, no one paid any attention to him, and the instructor came and kicked him in the side. Don't pretend. Get up. I've noticed you for a long time. Pussy. More effeminate than a TM pussy. Disobedience to military training management. Our instructor has reason to expel you directly on behalf of Shunqing University. Zhang Gaoming was pulled up and continued to participate in military training, and even many students were snickering at him. For a while Zhang Gaoming stole the chicken and was so ashamed that his face turned red, waiting for the military posture to finish standing. Yu Tianma is also finally busy with the day's work to come to the training base. First came to the training site of the Department of Superpowers. Yu Tianma stood there watching for a few moments frozen, then waved his hand towards the main instructor. Hey, Mobius, come here. Monbiotics was like a sold-out junior in front of Yu Tianma, and came to Yu Tianma very respectfully and said, Elder Yu, what is it? That's not the right number of people in the superpower department, is it? Why are there 2 missing? Mobius scratched his head a little awkwardly and quickly pulled Yu Tianma to an unoccupied corner before stammering. Senior, there was a bit of an accident. It's that Duanmu. Right. I originally wanted to give him a downward spiral today according to Senior's instructions, and then he in turn gave me the slip. I wasn't as skilled as I should have been. Then he even gave me the slip, and then Elder Saiwan's daughter, Ruyan Lu, fainted from heatstroke, and he carried Ruyan Lu to the infirmary. Yu Tianma had a look like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Liu Ruyan had a heatstroke? I watched this girl grow up back then. She started practicing martial arts when she was 4 years old, and she originally inherited the good genes of Yu Daoxian. South fist and north leg all kinds of will, 18 kinds of weapons pieces proficient. Not to mention 2 months ago she also awakened the first order of the 7th paragraph of the Dija Ultraman. The first order of the 7th paragraph of the light of the body gain. How strong I this first order of the 6th paragraph do not dare to think. You say she had a heat stroke? Elder. I failed Senior. I'm sorry. Mobius lowered his head with an aggrieved face. He had no excuses to make. After all, a loss was a loss. I understand. It must be this bastard boy Duanmu. Liu Ruyan has been completely brought down by him. Now he's actually even finding excuses to run away from military training. Yu Tianma was furious. From the day Duanmu came to the capital, he had been trying to find an opportunity to meet with him, but there was no way he could help it as he was so wrapped up in his official duties that when he had free time this guy couldn't be contacted. Then I heard that this guy came to the capital for just 7 days, has already stayed in 6 different hotels, went to 5 different nightclubs, 3 different tourist attractions, and yesterday it was so easy to take the initiative to call as to make trouble, and then clean up the 3 bosses of the biggest local underground forces in the capital. He kind of understand why Wu Mini said that this guy is very difficult to see aside. Originally today looking for military training he should always be honest, but Yu Tianma still do not feel at ease, so hurry to finish the official business personally come to the training base to find him, but it was still sketchy, and the pair of dogs both ran away from military training. Inside the underground base of the Flame Gang in the evening, All of the Flame Gang's minions were gathered together by the Flame Warriors. On top of the high platform, the Flame Warriors, Mirror Knights, and Steel Samurai faced all of their minions, and behind them, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan sat in the boss chairs that were supposed to belong to them. The Flame Warrior welcomed Duanmu Xian respectfully from behind him towards the crowd of juniors and announced, "Brothers, today I, Flame Warrior, announce something. From now on, Duanmu Xian is the new boss of our Flame Gang." A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and there were skepticism and clamor from the stage. "Why, this kid looks skinny. How can a white boy be the leader of our Flame Gang? Duanmu Xian, the top student of the college entrance examination? The peak of the second order laughed me to death. Not as strong as me. Boss, why did you let this kind of person be the boss of our Flame Gang? I'm not convinced. Just because his father is Duanmu Qing, does that mean he can be our boss? What kind of bullshit reasoning is that? We're not in the police force, so why should we give him a hard time?" For a time, the entire Flame Gang was agitated. Duanmu Xian didn't panic at all when he saw the situation, casually pushing the Flame Warrior backward to stand in front of all the juniors himself. The disobedient come forward. More than 100 people within the 300 or so Flame Gang's juniors stood out. Duanmu Xian lifted the galaxy spark to transform into an equal galaxy, and with a flash of his body he instantly transformed into 5 Galaxy Ultraman to instantly move into the middle of these 100 or so people. Spiral Flash Ultra Will Dance Roar 3. The crowd could only feel a greenish-blue light constantly flashing, each flash causing a junior to fall to the ground. In just the past 10 seconds, all of those 100 or so minions fell to the ground. After doing so, Duanmu Xian changed back to his earthly body state and walked back to the high platform and sat down on the boss chair looking at the crowd with a calm gaze. "All 3 of your bosses have been subdued by me. Who are you to question me? Now those who still defy me, step forward." Hearing this, the Flame Warrior, Mirror Knight, Iron Samurai all lowered their heads in some shame. Being handled by Duanmu Xian, the peak of the second rank, for 45 seconds, the matter of the 3 of them being at the 6th rank really didn't have anything to say. Seeing the 3 heads of the family are like this, these juniors are considered to finally understand. I'm afraid that Duanmu Xian is not relying on the background, but relying on hard power, which is terrifying. After a few seconds of silence, the first minion dropped to one knee. Flame Gang's Chunlan greets boss Duanmu. With the first person taking the lead, the next went much smoother as more and more people followed Chunlan's example and knelt down. Flame Gang's Zhang Xiao greets boss Duanmu. Flame Gang's Lippy greets boss Duanmu. Flame Gang's Kai Kuan greets boss Duanmu. It didn't take long for all of the Flame Gang's minions to kneel down, including those 100 or so who had been taken care of in 10 seconds. Duanmu Xian swept his gaze indifferently over these juniors and spoke in an indifferent tone. "Very well. From today onwards, the Flame Gang needs to abide by my rules. I don't care how the Flame Warriors spoiled you in the past, allowing you to do wrong and bully men and women in the capital. From the moment I become the leader of the Flame Gang, all of you will abide by the 3 major rules and 8 taboos that I have designated," said Duanmu Xian, handing the note he had prepared long ago to the Flame Warrior. "You read it." The Flame Warrior took the note and then sucked in a breath of cool air. "Crikey, this is too ruthless. Really want to do this. This gang shall not blow up. However, with Duanmu Xian's strength, it is indeed possible to engage in this way." Thinking of this, the Flame Warrior no longer hesitates. "Anyway, Duanmu Xian is the boss. What he says is what he says. Everyone listen to me. From now on our Flame Gang is renamed the Super Galaxy Vigilante. From today onwards all members of the Super Galaxy Vigilante shall abide by the 3 major rules and 8 taboos. 3 major rules. First, all actions are under the command of the boss. No unauthorized action is allowed. Second, you are not allowed to take any money from the ordinary people in the capital. Third, all seizures from the aliens and monsters that the boss takes you to fight will go to the Flame Gang, and you're not allowed to keep them for yourselves. 8 taboos: speak kindly, buy and sell fairly, no vandalism, borrow things and return them, pay for damaged things, no fighting and cursing, no molesting women, no hooking up. After hearing these rules, a group of juniors had a hard time in their hearts. Can they still be considered triad societies after such a mess? A junior asked weakly after raising his hand. "That, and I have a problem with our Flame Gang." Duanmu Xian directly gave him a glare. "What the fuck did you say? What's your opinion? You just read the first of the 3 rules and forgot them?" The little brother shut up and lowered his head, not daring to speak. Duanmu Xian stood up before looking at the junior brothers. After finishing the regulations, the old man will come back to the benefits. Everyone's paychecks will be increased by 50% on top of the original. Once these words were said, the stage instantly boiled. The juniors who originally had opinions about Duanmu Xian's rules were instantly quiet, and now only 5 words remained in their minds. The new boss is bullish. That's the fucking real benefit. At that exact moment, an earthquake occurs in the eastern part of the capital. and 6 monsters come out of the time rift. These monsters are Seagrams, Behemoth Stein, the Icarians, King Red, Hanzakiran, and King Crab. Each of the monsters had a strength of at least mid-5th order, and the most powerful one had reached the late 6th order. The Arboreal created an interdimensional rift in the air, revealing a hideous face looking at the people of the capital. Jia. Humans, your end has come. After saying this, these 6-headed monsters headed in different directions to the capital's buildings and began to frantically destroy them. The peaceful city is shattered by the sounds of screams, explosions, and car sirens, as tall buildings are destroyed by the monsters as if it were the end of the world. The eastern district of the capital was under the control of Terra Ultraman Earth Body Liu Jingyang. Most of the strength of the capital's police force was concentrated in the central district, and there weren't many members of the police force in the eastern district. So when these 6 monsters appeared, Liu Jingyang quickly the other members of the capital's police force sent a message of help. The Yabubs plus the 6 powerful monsters Terra couldn't stop by himself. Not to mention he was injured to the point where he wasn't fully healed yet. But as he watched the 6-headed monster destroy the city, Liu Jingyang just couldn't watch anymore and raised his Terra badge. No! Even if the enemy is outnumbered, I have to go. Terra, Tyro Ultraman appeared in the middle of the city, and the 6 monsters instantly focused their attention on him, hissing and charging towards Tyro. Although the strength of Terra Ultraman is the peak of the 6th order, but after all, there are many limitations to fighting in the city. Plus also have to guard against the air of the Yabo people, so just started the battle with 6 monsters suppressed, directly into a disadvantage. After 5 minutes of hard fighting with the 6-headed monster, Tyrol was battered and bruised but still refused to give up. Watching the city being destroyed, countless people lose their lives due to the rampage of the monsters. Liu Jingyang felt incomparably angry, but he was already barely able to deal with the 6 monsters due to his injuries, and there was no room for him to care about the others. Damn Yobuz, coming specifically to target my east end? When the hell are the brothers going to come over? Tyrol fell into a pile of rubble after being knocked off his feet by Behemoth, and at this point he hated his powerlessness beyond measure. The Yabubs also unleashed a black light in the air at the exhausted Tyro, intending to finish him off there. Just in the nick of time, a blazing white ray of light flew in to cancel out the Yabub's light. But see, not far away, Dija Ultraman maintains the movement of the Yapo Man of Light. Behind Dija Ultraman, the Flame Warrior, Mirror Knight, Iron Samurai, these 3 6th-ranked powerhouses are eyeing the Yapo Man in the air intently. And behind these people there were a dozen or so 5th-order Dragoon Ultramen, each holding a weapon. Flame Warrior walked to the front of the Dija Ultraman, posed in an arrogant posture. He was originally a delinquent youth from the origin. Other will not be. Fighting group fights he is good at. Yoo-hoo, brothers, this is the first battle for our Super Galactic Guard to go global. So grab your weapons, get rid of these monsters, let's go. Listening to the Flame Warrior's command, the Mirror Knights and Steel Samurai behind him led the charge, with a dozen or so 5th-order Ultramen behind them, each plowing their weapons into those 6 monsters. A time the battlefield reversed. These delinquent teenagers out of the Ultramarines fought a group fight, but one more than a ruthless. The 6-headed monster was beaten, wailed repeatedly. The Yabubs didn't panic in the slightest at the sight of the battle twisting in the air, and allowed the Galactic Guard to raise those 6 monsters along with them. Within 5 minutes, the 6 monsters were rushed together by the Galactic Guard, and Terra, Dija, Flame Warrior, Mirror Knight, and Iron Samurai stood and unleashed their respective surefire rays. Invincible, Shotgun Light, Japeliu Rays, Red Lotus Spark, Silver Cross Rays, Jambot Missile. The 6 monsters were blown to pieces under the 5 men's surefire techniques, and after they were blown to pieces they all turned into wisps of black gas and floated into the interdimensional space created by the airborne Yabos. Not far away, a long time ago, to pay attention to this place, Duanmu Xian Old Long on guard, although crossing over a period of time, but he also vaguely remembered. Seagrams, Baymanstein, Icarthians, Raider King, Hanzakiran plus Clab King, and the super beast Barabbas, who was previously beaten by him, seems to be able to synthesize the Tyrant. The purpose of this Yubuz collecting their souls is also obvious. How strong is Tyrant? In the original, but the big brother of the Otter brothers, Invincible Zophie 3 or 2 beat down, and then all the way across the Otter 5 brothers, although lost to Terra, but also because of the continuous battle 5-0 physical exhaustion. I'll never let your shenanigans succeed, Yabubs. With that, Duanmu Xian raised the galaxy spark and a brilliant greenish-blue light shone. The BGM plays. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. Fuella. Galactic Ultraman entered the interdimensional space where the Yabubs were in a direct blink. The Yabo man never expected Galaxy Ultraman to actually be able to directly enter his interdimensional space, was also startled. Galactic Ultraman? Damn. How did you get in here? Your days of evil in the capital are over. I'm going to put an end to it here today. Galactic Ultraman poses for battle after saying that he swung his fist to flash to come behind the Yabo Man, a fist toward its brain door dry up. The Yabo Man by this punch flying out directly to the interdimensional space are knocked out of a crack. Damn Galactic Ultraman. That lord won't let you go. Galaxy heard yo-ho. It seems that the mastermind behind the invasion of Blue Star is not a Yabo Man but also, the mastermind behind the mastermind if it is a Yabo Man. But also too weak point. But this Yabo Man, because of the perennial wandering in the interdimensional space and the reality of the summer country, do not know how many disasters brought. As for the lord that the Yabo people said, who cares who he is? The soldiers come to block the water to cover the earth. First the Yabo people cleaned up again. Thought of here Duanmu directly arms crossed body plasma sparks emitted a yellow light. Cut the crap. Today is your end. Galactic lightning strike. At one time, the entire interdimensional space was shrouded by dark clouds. Electricity flashed and thunder roared, accompanied by a terrifying golden lightning mass hitting the subalterns, and with a loud rumble, the interdimensional space let out a violent explosion, and the place where the explosion took place stirred up violent flames. After the fire cleared, Galactic Ultraman froze as a man in black stood in front of the subaltern and blocked Galactic lightning strike for the subaltern. But the man in black seemed to be quite injured as well. The Yabus were startled to see the man in black. My lord, Galactic Ultraman is too strong. He can actually enter my interdimensional space directly. What should we do? Useless piece of shit. The man in black cursed towards the Yabubs and then turned his gaze towards Galactic Ultraman. Galactic Ultraman asked, "Are you the lord the Yabo people were talking about?" A rat who hides his head and looks like nothing much. Galactic Ultraman. We'll meet again. After leaving these words, the man in black directly disappeared with the Yabubs. Duanmu was helpless and was about to leave the interdimensional space when suddenly the Zophie Ultraman flash doll in his arms emitted a burst of light, seemingly trying to tell Duanmu something. Duanmu actually found a bronze statue of Zophie Ultraman after following the guidance of Zophie Ultraman's flash doll for a while in the interdimensional space. That lord's bronze statue was actually hidden in the interdimensional space by the Yabo people. Well, bring it out to Wu Min-yi to see it. Maybe Wu Min-yi can resurrect Zophie Ultraman like he resurrected my mom and dad as well. It just so happens that Galaxy Spark has fully recognized that I have no transformation restrictions anymore, and Zophie Ultraman's light is useless on me. Just like Great General Duanmu, with Thunder Atterix. Who needs manhwa? Said Duanmu reached out to touch the Zophie Ultraman bronze statue. Who knew that their Zophie's flash dolls themselves turned into a light directly into the bronze statue? But Zophie Ultraman did not come back to life. After pondering for a moment, Duanmu suddenly had a flash of insight and folded his hands together to aim at the bronze statue of Zophie Ultraman. Magical Otter Spray. A stream of pure energy turned into a spray washed over Zophie Ultraman, quickly restoring Zophie Ultraman to his original form. Then Duanmu separated a portion of energy from his own color timer and injected it into Zophie Ultraman. And finally the color timer on Zophie Ultraman's chest lit up. In the Eastern District. At this time, Yu Tianma and Ding Hongjie had already arrived at the scene of the battle, but they realized that they were too late. The monster had been raised, and by the Flame Gang, which had been infamous in the capital. These delinquents are now surrounding Liu Ruyan and calling her sister-in-law. What does that mean? This Duanmu kid seemed to have really taken care of the Flame Gang, and after greeting them, Tara also explained what had happened here. It turned out to be that these delinquents had been taken in by Duanmu, and now the Flame Gang was renamed the Super Galaxy Police. They came to help yank the monster after it appeared with the Yabubs. And then now that Duanmu kid actually rushed straight into the interdimensional space. I have to say that this kid is the capital street bully. The art of the high and mighty. The Galactic Ultraman's blinking skills have gone straight into the old home of the Yabos. And the last one who dared to screw up like that was Captain Zoffy years ago. But Zoffy goes in and gets turned into a bronze statue directly by the Hippolytics and the Yabos teaming up. At that moment Jonias, Ultraman, Terra, Flame Warrior, Mirror Knight, and Iron Samurai all gazed tightly at the interdimensional rift in the air. Ding Hongjie saw that the interdimensional space was delayed and somewhat anxious. It hasn't come out for so long, won't something happen right? Why don't we just charge in? Let that Duanmu kid be alone inside. In case he gets ambushed he's screwed. With these words, the Flame Warrior immediately took up a fighting stance. Good, let's go in together and get the boss out. Yu Tianma quickly stopped the two reckless men and said, slow down you two. What exactly is inside the interdimensional space is still an unsolved mystery. And let's not forget how Captain Zophie died. Galactic Ultraman blinks faster than all of us, and can still run in case of danger. Can you guys run if you get caught up in something? What's more, that Duanmu kid isn't a brute. He's pitying his life. He must have found something if he didn't come out for so long. Let's just stay where we are and pick him up anytime he comes out. Ruyan Lu agreed. She knew how much his good husband valued his life. Not to mention that he was definitely not an impulsive person. Yu Tianma is right. I know him best. As long as he doesn't call out to us, let's wait outside. Going in might slow him down. As soon as the words were spoken, Galactic Ultraman and the resurrected and returned Zoffy flew out of the interdimensional space to the crowd. Ding Hongjie was so excited that he almost cried out the moment he saw Sha Fulin, but back then he was promoted by Captain Sha Fulin. At this point he was still in disbelief with his hands trembling. Sha, Captain Shafran, is it really you? Yes, Zophie Altman's earthly body is really called Shafurin. Zophie Ultraman heard this familiar voice and turned his head to look. After years of not seeing, Ding Hongjie seems to have gotten stronger. Shafurin nodded in relief. It's Ding Hongjie, looks like you've grown into a qualified ultramarine warrior during the years I've been away. Hearing this familiar tone, at this moment, not only Ding Hongjie, even Yu Tianma and Lu Jingyang were excited. Lord Sha Fulin had really returned. Captain Shafran, you're really back. Great, Captain Shafurin. So many things have happened in the capital over the years during your absence. It looked like a few of the adults were about to start catching up. Duanmu Xian didn't want to get involved in their conversation and didn't disturb the few adults catching up, rushing Yu Tianma after giving a wink to Liu Ruyan and the super galactic vigilantes. Lord Yu, since the matter has been taken care of, we'll take our first step. Zophie Ultraman looked deeply at Duanmu Xian. Originally thought that he was just a junior with good strength. Did not expect that this junior actually took in this gang of delinquents of the Flame Gang, which was unbeatable even when he was there back then. Not simple awe. Go ahead junior, I think highly of you. After Duanmu Xian left with the Flame Gang, he discussed with the Flame Warriors and the others for a long time about the future development of the Super Galaxy Police before returning to his dormitory at Shangqing University. Brothers, I'm back. Sabashikon and Old 8 were still at their desks poring over the use and proficiency of superpowers, and Duanmu Xian's copy of the book was still unopened. Seeing the boss back, the two hurriedly put down their books to greet. The Old 8 seemed to be holding a bellyful of fire toward Duanmu Xian Dao. Boss, you're finally back. You don't know that Brother Kun and I almost didn't hold back from hitting each other today. Duanmu Xian asked suspiciously. What's wrong? Who bullied you guys? Sabashikon explained with a sigh. Hey, it's not that Zhang Gaoming. Didn't you take your sister-in-law to the infirmary today? That Zhang Gaoming see you and sister-in-law left. He also learned sister-in-law pretend heatstroke. That look really more than a woman. And then the instructor did not eat his this set up on the spot to give him a foot. This grandson is very careful. After the military training is over in the class everywhere to say bad things about you, saying that you are always special because you have a good father. He also said that you are like a conspicuous bag all the time, everywhere you pretend to be. It's annoying. These are his words. And several people in the class are not happy with him, and they are the ones who told us about this. I really can't figure it out. Before the boss even invited him to play at a 10,000 plus KTV a night, even if he shouldn't for the sake of this. Hey, we don't even know how this grandson survived to college. Does no one at a high school like this reel him? Duanmu Xian heard this a whole speechless live. He could not figure out how this world can have this kind of people say bad things about him to his benefit? Or is it that he's usually more of a tease in class and he feels like he's being bullied? No dude. Did I fucking mess with him? Why does he keep messing with me? Old 8 was also furious. Boss, why don't we find a chance to make him real? This grandson is too obnoxious. Duanmu Xian hurriedly stopped it. He was too clear about his current energy. His status and position strength fully crushed. Once he decides to screw someone, then that person is bound to die a horrible death. Duanmu Xian's previous life knew how difficult it was to live as an ordinary person living on thin ice for a lifetime, so he still wanted to be kind more often in this life when he was able to do so. He wasn't forgiving Zhang Gaoming, but he was forgiving his ordinary self in his previous life. Don't, we're not a triad. I'll go talk to him myself tomorrow. He might have had some bad experience as a child to become like this. They're all in the same class. Give him a chance. Hearing Duanmu Xian say this, Old 8 could only give up the idea of real Zhang Gaoming. After all, the boss has spoken. The boss is a kind person. At 4 o'clock in the morning the next day, still at that point, the whole dormitory building began to clamor. It was another day of military training, and Duanmu Xian was lying on the bed without moving. Sub-Isakun and Old 8 were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, couldn't even call up Duanmu Xian. Boss, get up. It's military training. Boss, if you don't get up you'll be late later. Duanmu Xian rolled over and continued to lie down. Last night he had another dream about Galaxy Ultraman. Galaxy was still so mysterious, just looking at him like that without saying a word. But magically Duanmu Xian understood what Galaxy meant. Galaxy was very pleased with his recent performance. Galaxy believed that the stronger the power of light, the thicker the shadows would be. So he was actually right to swing for the fences for a while. Originally, Galaxy believed that superpowers should be used to facilitate life. to enjoy life, to guard the people he thought were important. Otherwise, what was the point of superpowers? Also, Galaxy brings a message that sooner or later Luigi Air will be resurrected, and that Luigi Air and Galaxy's disagreement lies in the understanding of life. It is precisely because life has limits that the multitudes fear death and are tormented, resulting in sorrow and fault. Luigi L believes that in order to keep new sorrows and faults from occurring, it is enough to stop all time and happiness, which is the eternal life force that does not die out. And Galaxy believes that even if there are sadnesses and faults that happen, as long as you can overcome them and pass on a better future to the next generation, this is the eternal life that will never die out. Because Duanmu Xian understood the sorrow and pain of the bottom of society too well in his previous life. There is no time for yourself, and every day is a struggle to survive. So in this life he has been enjoying the moment, living in the present, cherishing each day, and going about all the things he wants to do. Only by cherishing the limited time to do what you think is right can you overcome the sorrows and faults of life and leave a better future to the next generation. Duanmu Xian, this guy is too swinging, but from another point of view. In fact, this is the embodiment of cherishing life and loving life. This may also be the reason why the Milky Way chose Duanmu Xian, because he understands the importance of life, so doubly cherish it. It's fine. You guys go ahead. And later if I can't I'll just use Galaxy's instant transmission to flash straight to the playground, okay? Duanmu Xian thought to himself. Since Galaxy thinks that superpowers are supposed to be used to enjoy life, it's okay for me to be lazy with my superpowers, right? Seeing that the boss had said so, old Hachi and Subashu-kun had no choice but to go to the playground to gather after each of them had washed up a bit. And today, 3 big names came to Shanqing University, but they saw 2 men and 1 woman standing on the podium of the playground. It was none other than Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan's mom and dad, Yu Daoxian, Duanmu Cheng and Li Moron. Yesterday, after listening to Yu Tianma said his son actually military training run away, Duanmu Qing angry. This bastard kid military training are not to participate. I really do not know with whom to learn. Summer vacation every day, swing overnight, not training even if went to college, actually still like this. Today must personally supervise his military training. And Fish Daoxian was about to explode with anger. Liu Ruyan used to be a third-rate student, training hard every day and practicing her superpowers seriously. Now following Duanmu Xian, this yellow-haired ghost, every day, following him to travel inside various nightclubs and bars. I guess it's night and day. She's only 18. What if she gets pregnant by this yellow hair? Now she won't even attend military training. So today he brought in the otter jeep that he had dusted off for years to train his juniors in the first place. He's going to personally give a special training to the asshole kid who trashed his daughter today. At the call of the radio, soon all the freshmen were each standing in the same line as yesterday. The pressure on the superpowered department's side is pulled right up to full strength, because not only was Chief Instructor Manbiotis standing in front of their group today, but there were also 3 big names standing behind Manbiotis. Fish Daoxian originally looked quite fierce. The phoenix eyes and silkworm eyebrows are as fierce as Guangdong in the world. The same Danfang eyes can look much better on Liu Ruyan's face. The lead instructor began the roll call. Subashikon. Here. Zhang Gaoming. Here. Duanmu Xian. The stage was silent. Mombius froze and shouted again. Duanmu Xian. Still no one said anything on the stage. A cold sweat flowed down from Mombius' forehead. Wasn't it this kid who didn't come straight from military training? Buddy, don't mess up. Today Fish Daoxian and Duanmu Qingli Morong but personally come to supervise the military training. This all dare not come? Zhang Gaoming, who was in the group, raised his hand in a heartbeat and said, "Report, instructor." Zhang Gaoming's voice was sharp and effeminate, and as soon as he heard this voice, Manbiotis directly frowned and said, "Say, Duanmu Xian doesn't usually come to military training. Why? Because he's free as the wind. Archfire, naked archfire." Zhang Gaoming was the one who saw that both Yu Daoxian and Duanmu Qing were here today, so he stood out and said so. Liu Ruyan looked unhappy in the team. This Zhang Gaoming actually dared to arch her boyfriend's fire. Really tired of living. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Gaoming's words, Fish Daoxian's face directly blackened. Mombius hurriedly said, "Which one of you is in the same dormitory as Duanmu Xian? Go tell him to get up for military training." As old Buster was about to speak, a figure flashed directly in front of the team, the very same divine figure of Galaxy Ultraman. "Sorry guys, I'm late. Just now Galactic Sparks sensed some unusual energy fluctuations in space. I thought the Yabubs had shown up, so I went on a space patrol, which is why I'm late." Ott makes excuses. The point was that it was a pretty reasonable excuse, and everyone in the Capital Police Force knew how strong Galaxy Sparks' abilities were. Being able to make Duanmu Xian transform straight away was expected to be a real emergency of some kind. Mombius was an honest man and believed it. "Understood. Get back in line." But that fooled Manbiotics. But not Fish Daoxian and Duanmu Chengli Morong, who were all at the peak of the 6th order. thinking that their auspicious senses were vegetarians? This asshole kid, using a power as sacred as the Milky Way to make excuses for his tardiness. After Duanmu Xian returned to the group, Manbiotics took the group of students through 2.5 hours of training as usual. Then it was time for breakfast. And after the group had been dismissed, the people got ready to go to the cafeteria in their own groups. But there was one person who was alone and had no one to accompany him, and it was none other than Zhang Gaoming, because he had spoken ill of Duanmu Xian for 2 days. What was Duanmu Xian's status and position? Though sometimes lazy, he's kind, has a somewhat amusing but nice personality, and basically makes a good impression with everyone in his class. Zhang Gaoming had already lost his popularity by badmouthing him to the others behind his back, and even today, even Jin Suer ignored him. While no one is explicitly saying he's bad, no one cares about him anymore. But people like Zhang Gaoming will never think he's wrong if no one tells him clearly. Everyone just looks at him like he's a clown. After Manbiotics said dismissed, Jean Linger and Lu Qingjun followed Liu Ruyan's lead, intending to join Duanmu Xian and the others. They still play together. As for Zhang Gaoming, Jin Suer knows who to play with and who not to play with. Zhang Gaoming did not know that Jin Jingle already did not want to play with him. See, after the dissolution of his own, several housemates are looking for excuses to run away by themselves. He licked his face and ran to the side of Jin Jingle, clamped his voice and said, "Sister, let's go eat together." Golden Bell a whole speechless live. Before, how did not find this guy so obnoxious. Ruyan Lu's expression was directly unhappy when she saw Zhang Gaoming sticking to Jin Linger. To her, Duanmu Xian is the sky. Originally Liu Ruyan was a bit antipathetic to this Zhang Gaoming. Not to mention that this Zhang Gaoming also arched Duanmu Xian's fire with his front foot. She had told Duanmu Xian before that if he didn't like Zhang Gaoming, she could just even stop playing with Jin Suer. So Liu Ruyan directly said, "Gold Bell, why don't you go eat with your friends and I'll go find my boyfriend. Can go to the University of Qing, are people fine?" Lu Qingjun naturally clear who to play with, who should not play with. Can only say that Jin Jingle has Zhang Gaoming, this friend of their own bad luck. "Sister Fish, take me with you. I'll go with you." Ruyan Lu smiled at her words. "Of course I'm bringing you. You're my best sister." On Duanmu Xian's side, at first he was planning to find an excuse to just run away just like yesterday, but Yu Daoxian and Duanmu Cheng, who were standing at the front of the group to supervise, directly caused Duanmu Xian's plan to fizzle out. Duanmu Xian was dumbfounded. Isn't that so? A small military training let you 3 big shots personally come over to supervise. Come on. It seems that today will have to be an honest military training. Forget it. Military training is military training. I don't believe that these old dengs can still be so idle to care about him every day. Duanmu Xian thought so. I don't know. It's really okay. It's because Duanmu Xian resurrected Shafuring yesterday. So now that the capital police force had a direct extra mastermind, the pressure on the others was drastically reduced, and they had more free time. Plus, Duanmu Xian had set up a super galactic police force, gathering together a group of social loafers led by the Flame Warriors. Last night, Yu Tianma and Sha Fulin had fooled these delinquents all night long, and now the Super Galaxy Police Force was affiliated with the Capital City Police Force. This also led to a drastic reduction in the pressure on the Capital Police Force. Or else could they have run over early in the morning to personally supervise Duanmu Xian's training today? Yu Daoxian? After Manbiotics said dismissed, took and headed over to the girls at the back of the group with Sabashikon and Old Hachi in tow. Coincidentally, he happened to bump into Liu Ruyan and Jean Linger, who were about to walk in separate directions, and their atmosphere was not quite right at the moment. Jin Suer's face was ugly at this time. She wanted to go with Liu Ruyan, but Zhang Gaoming behind her was blearily giving her a look. After all, she was a friend for many years. It was hard to do. Liu Ruyan directly rushed over after seeing Duanmu Xian and jumped into Duanmu Xian's arms, rubbing her head affectionately against his chest, and in the process trying to push Duanmu Xian in the opposite direction from Jean Linger. "Honey, I'm exhausted from military training and need a hug. By the way, what are we going to eat this morning?" Duanmu Xian's gaze looked towards Jean Linger, who had a complicated face at the back, and Zhang Gaoming, who seemed to notice that Jean Linger didn't want to take care of him with an embarrassed and pitiful face. "It's fucking pathetic." After thinking for 2 seconds, Duanmu Xian finally sighed. "Never mind who told me to be kind." Duanmu Xian thought so. Instead of letting Ruyan Lu push him away, he rubbed her hair and pinched her face softly. "You, why are you running so fast like a little kid? And you didn't say to wait for Golden Bell and the others." Hearing this, Liu Ruyan was immediately confused. "Not my good husband, this Yao Ming's so screwed you still take him to play, But Duanmu Xian wouldn't think about that much, and smoothly shouted towards Jean Linger and Zhang Gaoming, who were standing awkwardly behind Liu Ruyan. "Hey, Zhang Gaoming, Jean Jingle, don't mill around in the back, quickly keep up, eating is not active, thinking has a problem, Zhang Gaoming's expression was wonderful. He wasn't stupid. Duanmu Xian must have known that he was badmouthing him behind his back, but he was actually willing to play along with him, repaying his grudges with kindness. Although Zhang Gaoming would not accept this favor in his heart, his expression eased a bit at this time, because Jean Linger originally stood in that awkward batch. At this time also because of Duanmu Xian's arrival to relieve the face of a happy, the two quickly took a step to follow. Who knew that they hadn't taken 2 steps? Ruyan Lu turned her head and glared at her and Zhang Gaoming, frightening Jean Linger and Zhang Gaoming into stopping in their tracks. Duanmu Xian reacted quickly. Hey, has this bitch reached her rebellious stage? Patting her head and whispering in his ear, good girl, do as I say and stop. Helplessly, Liu Ruyan gave him a resigned look and could only retract that scary little expression and said, what are you guys waiting for? Just keep up. A few people came back together again. Liu Ruyan hardened her heart and wondered why this Gao Ming was so obnoxious, why Duanmu Xian still gave him a chance. Can't you see that because of this guy's mouth his roommates don't play with him anymore? What's wrong with a guy like him who likes to gossip behind his back and hurt people's feelings? It's just his own fault. Poor people have to be hated. Goldbell could only say that she was just unlucky to have this friend on her own. And if she took Goldbell to play, this team was destined to have Zhang Gaoming, a piece of rat shit, sticking in. What if in the future this Zhang Gaoming played in their team while gossiping about Duanmu Xian everywhere? Duanmu Xian knew what Ruyan Lu was worried about, so he specifically called Ruyan Lu out during dinner to explain. Don't worry Wan Wan, even if this Yao Ming is a fool, I've repaid his grudges with kindness. He should always stop. We are all people with status and background. There's no need to get serious with this guy. It's not easy for him, a person with an ordinary family background and strength, to study at Shengqing, and once we take the lead in isolating him, he may be wasted in the future. Think of it as giving him a chance. Liu Ruyan muttered, her mouth a bit unhappy, but Duanmu Xian had said so. What else could she say? Okay, you're the boss, I'll listen to you. Only then did Duanmu Xian nod his head in satisfaction, and smoothly pinched her small face hands to give the corners of her mouth a lift upwards. That's right, don't look so sad. Smile. The game of life is to smile. 3 hours later, the crowd arrived at the training base of the capital city police force. And at this time, all of them were training in a scientific way according to the instructor's way. Only the center of the training base, Duanmu Xian barefoot running desperately. Behind the crutch starman Fish Daoxian driving his jeep monster chasing after Duanmu Xian. Fish Daoxian shouted as he stepped on the gas. Duanmu Xian, don't run, come at the car. Duanmu Xian ran while looking back. That expression is almost crying out. Really wonderful. This world. Why is his training like this? I don't understand. Old Den, it's too dangerous. Why is my training different from theirs? Play your mom. Don't you dare try to escape. You charge the car. The Galactic Ultraman boosted your physique too much. It had to be this type of training to work for you. It's for your own good. You come at the car. Hearing Duanmu Xian's miserable screams in the center of the training ground, Liu Ruyan gripped the divine light rod in her hand tightly to hold back the idea of making a move. She wanted to stop her father's training that made it impossible for anyone to make sense of. But Duanmu Cheng and Li Morom are watching from the sidelines. And this father and mother are really cruel. Just watch as Fish Daoxian chases after Duanmu Xian in his jeep. Zhang Gaoming has been snickering since Duanmu Xian was trained by the jeep. The corners of his mouth never came down, and his heart was blossoming with joy. The otter jeep training was indeed reliable, and one day directly allowed him to break through from the peak of the 2nd rank to the early 3rd rank. The training continued until late afternoon. The sun setting on the training ground, Duanmu Xian collapsed on the grass with a weak body panting heavily. In the end, Duanmu Xian was carried back to the dormitory by Sub-I-Sakun in old 8, and had been resting in the dormitory for 2.5 hours before slowing down. Now that Duanmu Xian was on fire, he had thought of a brilliant plan to get back at Yu Daoxian, then drove his Ferrari out of school after 10 p.m. In Uranus, beyond the blue planet, the Yabubs fused together the wrongful souls of the 7 monsters who had died earlier, and Taranth was born. At the same moment, the Planetary Observation Center of the Capital Police Force detected a strong energy fluctuation coming from Uranus, sending an alert towards the command center. There are violent energy fluctuations coming from the Uranus side. A very terrifying monster has been born, and he's flying towards Earth. That monster's energy is at the level of the 7th rank, but it's a notch weaker than the previous Gitanju from Tianhai City. Alert the command center now. Captain Shafulin of the Capital Police Force quickly rushed to the Planetary Observation Center after receiving the news. When he learned of the emergence of a 7th order level monster, he quickly informed Yu Daoxian, Lu Jingyang, Duanmu Cheng, Li Morong, and Yu Tianma. Facing a 7th order monster couldn't be solved by sheer numbers. It was necessary to deploy Super Terra. Although Lu Jingyang's injuries were still not healed, and probably forcing him to merge into a Super Terra would cause a great burden on his body. But at a time like this, He could no longer care about that much. Shafurin said as the group arrived at the planetary observation center. A seventh-order monster has appeared in the universe heading toward Earth, and we'll have to send out Super Terra in order to deal with him. He must be finished off in the universe. Blue Star has been hit by too many disasters recently, and the reconstruction after the disaster has taken too much manpower and financial resources, and now the people of Xia can't afford to withstand another seventh-order disaster. Yu Tianma smiled and couldn't help but look at Lu Jingyang with some concern. Remembering well, Lu Jingyang's injuries from the last battle were still not good, and then looked at Xia Fulin. Captain, Lu Jingyang was heavily injured before. With his current physical condition it will be dangerous if he turns into a Super Terra again. Lu Jingyang sniffed and hurriedly stepped forward. Captain, I'm fine with it. It's incumbent upon me to guard Blue Star. Yu Tianma sighed. Lu Jingyang has always been such a strong character. In fact, now in addition to the Super Terra, the Summer Country has already had 2 new 7th Order strength powerhouses, the shining form of Dija Ultraman, and that Duanmu Xian who had just broken through the 3rd rank. Now no one knows exactly how strong Galactic Ultraman is, but the downside is the limited amount of time it can transform. Because Galaxy Ultraman strong is strong, but the same energy consumption is also stronger than the other Ultraman warriors, so recently in order to find a way to exercise his will Fish Dogen even moved out of the Ultraman Jeep. And Yu Tianma always felt that the Yabuas were up to something this time. Shafurin, as the captain, naturally knew that Lu Jingyang was injured, but Taranta had to have someone to stop it, so he gave the order after Lu Jingyang said it was fine. Since Lu Jingyang is fine with it, we'll set off in half an hour, follow Tyrant's trajectory to intercept it and finish it off in the universe. Dismissed. Muster for departure in half an hour. Roger that. The crowd dispersed and quickly went to sort out some of the equipment desperately needed to travel to the universe, while Yu Tianma quickly returned to the command center to find Xiao Zhenbo, the earthly body of Eddie Altman. Xiao Zhenbo was promoted by Yu Tianma, and can be said to be Yu Tianma's most trusted person. Yu Tianma said to Xiao Zhenbo very seriously, in half an hour Lord Shafurin will take the 6 Otter brothers and head out into the universe to stop the invasion of the fusion monster tyrant. If there's an accident, go to Shanqing University to find Duanmu Xian. He should also be able to deal with Tyrant when he breaks through the 3rd rank. Looking at Yu Tianma's so serious look, Xiao Zhenbo knew that this time the matter might be non-trivial. Very seriously nodded his head. At the same time, Duanmu Xian came to the largest shopping mall in the capital and bought 2 big bags of clothes, in which all kinds of black silk and white silk fishing nets, rabbit ears and cat ears and foxtails. When he thought of the daytime fish Daoxian, this old den in a jeep let him rush to the car as a stomach fire. He finally understand why the original Leo fights Saiwan robot so hard. Fish Daoxian, that old dang is clearly aimed at him, but after all, it is the father-in-law. Not good hands. Then the father's debt to the daughter. Anyway, Liu Ruyan, this bitch is quite happy. Lao Deng is not every day dislike him as a yellow hair to bring Liu Ruyan bad well. This time as he wishes. He will stand up and stare up this time. By the way, there is also Fish Zhua Luo, that kid, his brother-in-law, Lao Deng's son. Galaxy did not say that he will awaken Sailor Ultraman in the future. In the future to let him also experience the joy of the Jeep. Thinking of this, Duanmu Xian returned to the car and stuffed his things into the passenger side. Then called over to Liu Ruyan. It was answered almost in seconds over there. Baby, are you better? I'm telling you. Liu Ruyan was just about to say something when Duanmu Xian directly interrupted. Don't tell me yet. I don't want to hear anything right now. Don't ask anything. Now quickly go downstairs and wait for me at the bottom of the dormitory. I'll come pick you up. Liu Ruyan was smart enough to hear that Duanmu Xian would seem to be angry this time. Fine. I'll be downstairs now. Baby, what's wrong with you? Liu Ruyan was still so gentle with him, causing the fire in Duanmu Xian's heart to drop quite a bit, and he was too embarrassed to lose his temper. It's okay. Meet and talk. In the middle of the universe, the 6 Otter brothers flew out of Blue Star and then headed in the direction of Uranus to look for Tyrant. Tyrant seems to sense that the 6 Otter brothers have gone to him, and actually takes the 6 Otter brothers on a wild goose chase through the universe. The 6 Otter brothers had no choice but to chase after Tyrant in order to keep him from landing on the blue planet and fighting, even if they sensed that the situation was not right. It's partly for Blue Star, and partly because of the trust in Super Terra's strength. The 6 Otter brothers chased their way not long after following Tyrant to an ice-blue planet. The planet's temperature was not normally low, and the 6 Otter brothers, who had just entered, all felt a pang of discomfort. But when they looked up they had already lost Terrence figure. The smartest Yu Tianma immediately realized that the situation was not right. No good. There's a chance we've been tricked. This planet is very wrong. As soon as the words left his mouth, an interdimensional rift was opened in the void, and the Yabubs, the Hippolytes, stepped out of it. Brother Otter, today this Xian ice planet is your burial place. The temperature here is absolute zero. We've studied your Autobot's physique thoroughly. You won't be able to exert much power at all in this temperature. You'll just stand here and watch Terranth destroy your homes. Half an hour later, Zophie, Hatsuyo, Savan, Jack, Ace, and Terra were all tied to the cross of the Genpo star. At this point their color timers were flashing red. It was difficult to utilize their powers at absolute zero, and with the sneak attack by the Hippolytics and the Yabos, they didn't merge into Super Terra in time, eventually lost the battle without a doubt. Shafran was hanging on the cross unable to move his body, and at this point he was beyond blaming himself. Damn it, despicable Yabuz, to actually lure us to the Xian Ice Star to fight. It's all my fault. It's my faulty command. I've harmed you all. Fish Daoxian comforted. Big brother, it's not your fault. Our Xia kingdom can't withstand the tossing and turning of the 7th order monsters either. Big brother, you're doing it for the sake of reducing the burden on our Xia kingdom's common people. Yu Tianma opened his mouth. At this moment, he could only pin all his hopes on Duanmu Xian. Big brother needn't worry. Before we came to the universe, I told Eddie that if we encountered an unexpected situation, he would go to Shanqing University to ask Galaxy Ultraman to help. The Yabubs mercilessly mocked the impoverished Otter brothers, who at this point seemed to be winning. Ha 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 ha. Yu Tianma, don't console yourself. Actually pinning your hopes on an early 3rd stage AOT warrior. You're not afraid to laugh your ass off. When did the brilliant Yu Tianma actually become so stupid? Tyrant was an early 7th order super monster. The Galaxy Ultraman of only the 3rd rank was definitely no match for Tyrant. Otter brothers, you guys lost. The Earth is ours. Before I execute you, I want you to see Tyrant destroy all your hopes. Show you all how ridiculous it is to pin your hopes on a little friend of the 3rd order. Go Tyrant. Go to Earth and wreak havoc to your heart's content, and show the Otter brothers what it means to be absolutely overwhelmed by power. Tyrant let out a roar of excitement at his words and turned into a black light and headed for Earth. Satellite Observation Center of the Capital Police. The signal was received here the instant the 6 Otter brothers were defeated. Xiao Zhenbo got the signal and quickly turned into Eddie Altman and flew directly to Shanqing University. At this time is still the middle of the night. A lot of students are sleeping. Eddie Ultraman directly broke into the student dormitory to come to the 618 dormitory where Duanmu Xian, Sabashikon and Old Buster had both been asleep and were hard woken up by Xiao Zhenbo's urgent knock on the door. Damn! What idiot knocked on the door in the middle of the night? If it's not a beautiful woman, it will be cut into 1,000 pieces by me. Old Buster was grumpy, had a get up and go attitude, and cursed as he climbed up and went to open the door. Which silly. Ahem. Hello, Mr. Xiao Zhenbo, what can I do for you? Sichuan opera. Face changing. Xiao Zhenbo didn't put on airs. Instead he took out a pack of huazi from his pocket and handed one to old 8. Brothers, there's no need to be so formal. Come and get a root huazi. Where's the Duanmu Xian person from your dormitory? I'm here to find him. The old 8 was flattered. He never thought in his life that he could actually smoke the cigarettes sent by Xiao Zhenbo adults. He trembled and reached out to take the huazideo. Lord Xiao Zhenbo. Duanmu Xian, he's not in the dormitory tonight. He went out early in the morning, and then sent a message and now he hasn't returned it. And I don't know where he went. And at this moment, inside a movie theater in the capital, Duanmu Xian sat on the VLP couple seat. Liu Ruyan snuggled beside him, her head leaning into his arms, her eyes looking at him with affection. The most popular movie of the year was playing on the projection screen, with quite a lot of positive reviews, but she wasn't even in the mood to watch it. She was now filled with only Duanmu Xian. Tonight's Liu Ruyan is exceptionally gentle. If you want to ask why, it's because Fanzheng Duanmu Xian did some bad things. Who told you Dao Xian, that old den, to drive an otter jeep to train him? So don't blame Duanmu Xian for standing up and stomping. If she looked closely, her knees were red and swollen at this point, but there was no hint of blame on her face. Instead her expression was gentler than before. Halfway through this movie, the galaxy spark in Duanmu Xian's arm suddenly emitted a burst of light. Duanmu Xian froze for a moment, thinking in his heart, what's the situation? Is there any danger in the neighborhood? Duanmu Xian stood up, and Liu Ruyan hurriedly followed suit and took his arm when she saw this. What's up, baby? Duanmu Xian said. No more watching. Let's go back to the school dormitory and rest. We have to continue our military training tomorrow, and your dad is probably going to train me in a jeep. Ruyan Lu gave a meek Whatever you say. If you're not happy about it, I'll go with you tomorrow if you don't want to go to military training. Duanmu Xian took a step forward. Liu Ruyan also wanted to take a step to follow. Suddenly her complexion changed and she stopped. At this moment her face was a little white and her legs were trembling. Duanmu Xian looked back at her. He naturally understood why this niece was like this. Did I just go a little too far? Duanmu Xian thought so. There was some heartache as well as guilt in his eyes. And then he said, Wan, why don't I carry you? No, I'm fine. Liu Ruyan nature is a bit stubborn. Duanmu Xian likes strong girls. She did not want to leave the image of a weak little woman in Duanmu Xian's heart, gritted her teeth and hardened to overcome the pain, and followed Duanmu Xian's footsteps. It reminded Duanmu Xian of the time during the summer vacation, the polluted marine life one, when this ninny was seriously injured, and he wanted to ask the homeroom teacher to help carry her to the infirmary. This ninny stood up hard with her own perseverance. The two of them walked out of the movie theater and entered the underground parking lot, and just after they sat on the car, a strong aura suddenly came from the sky, and that aura was the right seventh order. Galaxy sparks also glowed again. Both Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan's senses were very strong, and at this moment, both of them sensed that a very powerful monster had arrived at Blue Star. There's a very powerful monster. Let's go together. Liu Ruyan turned her gaze to Duanmu Xian and said, pulling out the divine light rod from her bosom. No, just lie down today. I'll go and come back alone. Duanmu Xian gave her a stop, then took out a bottle of special training potion from the trunk of the car and poured it down in one gulp. There was no problem with daily training. Liu Ruyan agreed and silently withdrew the divine light rod, looking at Duanmu Xian with eyes full of love. It just so happened that Duanmu Xian wanted to test how much power he could utilize Galaxy after the third rank. In the underground parking lot, the teenager raised Galaxy sparks. At this time, Duanmu Xian himself does not know. This moment is precisely his most spirited moment. The six brothers of the Otter reunion. The world is at stake. Behind the good people looking forward to his return. Buff stacked full. The BGM plays. Super Fusion. Galactic Ultraman. Sarah. A bright greenish blue light flashed down, and Galaxy Ultraman appeared in the air. Tonight the moon stars were sparse. Galaxy Ultraman's divine figure appeared under the moonlight, attracting everyone's attention, and for a time Galaxy Ultraman became the center of attention of the entire southern district of the capital. Beyond space, the terrifying fusion monster Terranth flew at breakneck speed towards Blue Star. From the moment he transformed into Galaxy, his perception increased dramatically, and he had already sensed what was happening from the Xian ice planet not far from Earth in the universe. Now that Super Terra was gone, he was the only one who could guard the Earth. The masses of Xia could not withstand another seventh-order disaster, and he absolutely could not let Taranta descend on Earth. At that thought, Galactic Ultraman turned back towards the people on the ground and gave an otter nod before jerking his head around to look at Tyrant, who had flown in from the cosmos. Oh! With a battle cry filled with a sense of divine power emitted, Galaxy Ultraman's body flashed and rushed towards Tyrant at a speed faster than Tyrant's. Please make up your own Japanese lyrics. Lyrics, even if I'm alone, I'll protect you. I'll always be there for you. In the middle of space, Taranta was pushed straight away by Galactic Ultraman, who was flying at high speed and transforming into a greenish-blue stream of light, all the way towards the distant Xian Ice Star. Inside the Xianbing Star, looking at the images coming from Blue Star, the Yabubs were confused. Holy shit, what the hell is this? In the next second, the greenish-blue stream of light that Galaxy Ultraman had transformed into had pushed Tyrant back to the Xian Ice Planet. With a loud rumbling sound, the Xian Ice Star was smashed out of a deep pit by a greenish-blue meteor, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, he saw Tyrant's head stuck inside the Basilisk Star struggling frantically to get up, and the divinity-filled Milky Way just watched in silence as Tyrant struggled. Tyrant struggled for a few moments before finally getting to its feet, and with a look of anger on its face, it let out a growl towards Galactic Ultraman. Raising his scythe in his hand, he swung it towards Galactic Ultraman. Galactic Ultraman finally moved. The BGM at this point also happens to go to the chorus. Lyrics, the red star shines on the earth. However, he saw him move with a keen sense of power. Two punches went down and easily pivoted away from Tyrant's attack, and then jumped up high and slammed a palm sideways towards Tyrant's head from above. Tyrant's weight of 57,000 tons was directly slapped by Galactic Ultraman's slap and flew out thousands of meters away to smash on top of a piece of basalt ice. That piece of arcane ice was directly smashed into pieces by this terrifying impact. Tarant fell to the ground and wailed, losing the strength to get up. And then Galactic Ultraman turned back to the six Ultraman brothers and the Hippolyte of the Yabos. This godly Ultraman is hope to the six Ultraman brothers, but is nothing short of evil to the Yabos and Hippolytics. The Yabobs panicked and hastily raised a knife to Aesop's neck. Galactic Ultraman, stop! If you don't want your father to die. Duanmu Qing didn't want to become a burden to his son. It was worse than killing him, so he shouted without regard for his own safety. Don't you dare try to get away with this. You vile Yabobs. Galactic Ultraman, leave me alone and destroy Tyrant first. Galactic Ultraman glanced at the Yabobs, very disdainful of their tactics, and reached out to point his hand at the Yabobs. I really want to laugh. This childish trick. Thinking it will work on me? The Yabobs have yet to react. In the next second, Galaxy Ultraman appeared directly behind him as a greenish-blue light, and with a single punch Yabo Man was directly sent flying out tens of thousands of meters away. The knife also fell to the ground, failing to injure Duanmu Ching in the slightest. Not caring about the pain of the punch to his head, the Yabobs opened up interdimensional space in the process and fled in. Galactic Ultraman, having taken care of the Yabobs, turned his attention back to the Hippolytics, who were too scared to move. The Hippolyte was so frightened that he fell to his knees and kowtowed twice. Silver Giant, God have mercy, I'll roll my own, no need to dirty your hands. With that said, the Hippolyte quickly flew towards the interdimensional rift created by the Arborians, and Galaxy Ultraman, seeing that he was flying a bit slow, appeared directly behind him in a flash, and then kicked him in the face. The Hippolyte instantly turned into a shooting star and quickly flew into interdimensional space. It's a pity that the Milky Way drains energy too quickly. Pushing Taranta to the Xian ice planet consumed too much energy, and the combat power in the Xian ice planet has been reduced. Otherwise none of you would have been able to run away today, Duanmu Xian said with a bit of regret, then turned his head to look at Tyrant, who had fallen motionless in the rubble. Both arms crossed forward at the same time, and the plasma crystals all over his body glowed a greenish-blue color. Then the arms drew a circle around itself, ending in an L shape. Galaxy-piercing ray. Under the light of the 6 colored rays, Tyrant couldn't withstand the terrifying power at all, and in just 2 seconds, along with a loud rumbling sound, the unbeatable early 7th Order Tyrant was blown to pieces. Inside interdimensional space, the Yabobs and the Hippolytics got into a fight, and the Yabobs were the ones who saw the Hippolytics kneel and kowtow to Galaxy with their own eyes in interdimensional space. Hippolyte, you're such a loser. You actually kowtowed to Galactic Ultraman. How embarrassing for us cosmic people. The Hippolyte retorted with a sudden blush of anger. Yabo Man, don't stand around talking. This Galactic Ultraman is simply a monster killing machine. Don't take it out on me if you can't beat Galaxy yourself. Upon hearing this, the Yabuas were directly anxious. What do you mean you can't beat Galaxy to take it out on him? Well, what are you yelling at me for? You stupid bastard? I can't fight. Can you? Go yell at Galaxy if you can. It looked like the Hippolytics and the Yabos were about to get into a fight. And just then, a man in black appeared in interdimensional space. Both of you losers, stop arguing. The Hippolyte and the Yabo immediately half-kneeled respectfully as soon as they saw the man in black. My lord, the man in black said, I know about the Milky Way. It's normal that you guys can't beat it. So let's stop for a while and help my main body collect the negative energy for resurrection first. A new man will be joining us in the meantime, and you'll be at his beck and call when the time comes. 5 a.m. The next morning, Yu Daoxian and Duanmu Qing were still here today to supervise their studies at Shanqing University, but today their faces were not as radiant as they were yesterday. After all, last night as 6 seniors, it was too humiliating to be saved by a junior. At this point, they already didn't know how to face this kid Duanmu Xian. This child was only at the 3rd rank, and his battle power had already surpassed them, especially Yu Daoxian. Yesterday he was trained by Duanmu Xian, who drove a jeep and saved his life at night. What kind of posture should he face Duanmu Xian today? Soon it was time for roll call. Mombius shouted as he stood at the front of the group. Subashikone, here. Zhang Gaoming, here. Duanmu Xian. There was silence in the group, and Mombius' face darkened. Where was this kid? Duanmu Xian. Duanmu Xian. 3 times in a row. No one at the bottom shouted. Monbiotics turned his gaze for help to Fish Daoxian and Duanmu Qing, but they both gave Monbiotics a look of love at that moment. Helplessly, Monbiotis made a note that Tuan Kaiken was late, and then proceeded to read the names down. And soon enough the names were read to the girls. Reu Sijin, here. Ruyan Lu. The stage fell silent again. Mombius was dumbfounded. Damn. What happened to the usual 3rd grade student Ruyan Lu today? Did she not hear you? Ruyan Lu. Mombius shouted again. Still no one in the group said yes. Ruyan Lu. Ravenous. Mombius once again turned his gaze towards Fish Daoxian and Duanmu Qing. Well, this is a unique situation. I'll handle it. Being looked at by Monbiotics like this, Fish Daoxian could only lick his face and call Liu Ruyan over. The phone rang for a while before the opposite side picked up the voice coming from Duanmu Xian. Hey, who's there? Letting people sleep early in the morning? Fish Dogan. Where is my daughter? Oh, old day. Blah blah blah. Uncle Fish she fell asleep in my arms and hasn't woken up yet. Tell me what's up. Can you guys come over to military training? You're students. You need to focus on your academics. Uncle Fish. As you know, what about last night's battle? I consumed a lot and need to rest. Fish Daoxian is helpless. Last night was indeed saved by this kid. There is no way. Okay, I'll give you and Ruyan Lu a day off. You guys have a good rest, but just this once. Tomorrow you still have to come to military training, honestly, you hear me? Okay, got it. But this call was hands-free, and those present were all awakened to the power of light. Their hearing was very good, and those who did not understand the situation directly thought the wrong way. Duanmu Xian was with Yu Daoxuan's daughter, also known as the new freshman white rich schoolgirl, Liu Ruyan, last night, and said that the battle consumed a lot of people and needed to rest, and then Yu Daoxian even helped him to ask for a leave of absence. This fight is not serious. The always grumpy fish Daoxian actually compromised this time. Tonight is destined to be the night that the school's forum posts break 10,000 replies. The slanting sun of dusk shone through the cracks in the curtains as if it were a pillar of divine light. Duanmu Xian stretched viciously and climbed up. After taking out Tyrant last night on the planet Xianbing, he incidentally shared some energy with the 6 otter brothers to get them back to the blue planet. So Duanmu Xian was a bit weak today and slept until dusk. Ruyan Lu was sitting at a computer desk on the side, surfing the internet, looking focused, as if she was reading something important. Normally when Duanmu Xian woke up, this bitch's attention would definitely not continue on the computer, but today she kept staring at the computer as if there was some kind of magic attracting her. Duanmu Xian got up and felt around a bit, wanting to dry a bottle of special training potion. Last night's consumption was a bit heavy. The bottle he drank before the battle didn't seem quite enough, only to touch it halfway through the day. Open to look only to find that there is no more special training potion inside the bag. Is it possible that the recent battles are too frequent to drink up? He asked towards Ruyan Lu at the computer desk. Wan, is the special training potion gone? Only then did Liu Ruyan react to look at Duanmu Xian. Well, nah, it's gone. Why don't we go to the grocery store now and get some? Duanmu Xian was just about to agree when he suddenly thought of something and changed his words. No, the special training potion thing, the better effect has a price. Your father gave us the quality to buy, probably can't buy it. We have to let you Tianma and the others get it before filling out the application. Didn't they say that all the resources in the country can be prioritized for us? You go and call Yu Tianma and ask him to prepare resources for us. It's kind of a perk unique to his status as a national scholar, not having to worry about resources. Liu Ruyan had almost forgotten about this and hurriedly took out her cell phone. Okay, I'll call Yu Tianma. Ruyan Lu was still efficient and solved the problem in 30 seconds. Yu Tianma agreed readily. Duanmu Xian got up and later went to the computer table, intending to shoo her away to play a couple games himself. As a result, Liu Ruyan the ninny sat at the computer desk and didn't move. Get up and play away. The computer is mine. Ruyan Lu sniffed and held out her hands to pamper herself. I'll get up if you give me a kiss. Duanmu Xian eked out a TSK. How did this niece learn this? But he didn't eat this, and directly sat on his butt on the computer chair to squeeze her aside. Fuck you. Just woke up and didn't brush my teeth, no kisses. Go play on the side. Ruyan Lu refused to stop even sitting on his lap. Gee, I don't mind you. Smell one. Pa. The next second Liu Ruyan was directly picked up by Duanmu Xian in a smooth manner and thrown onto the sofa to the side. Women only affect the speed of my keyboarding. He froze when he saw the computer screen. Liu Ruyan was looking at houses. Houses in the capital. And not just any houses. Looking at villas. The cheapest set in here was $97 million. Duanmu Xian asked with some doubt. What are you looking at the house for? Ruyan Lu said. I want to have a home with you. Duanmu Xian couldn't understand it. After all, he was used to posing in his previous life. No. What do you think? Doesn't it smell good to live in a hotel? No cleaning, no cooking, no housework. Doesn't it smell good to have a new environment every day? Ruyan Lu answered him with her truest thoughts. You don't understand. I want to cook for you. I want to help you with your chores. Then I'll feel happy. Duanmu Xian hadn't heard the word happiness in many years. Unfamiliar words. What is happiness? Is that how Ruyan Lu understands it? Or is that how all women understand it? 1 room, 2 people, 3 meals, 4 seasons? That's fine. But don't buy a villa. Buy a smaller one. 200 square feet will be enough. Just buy it at the Star bookstore. It's too big for you to organize alone. When you're done, you can toss yourself. At this moment, Duanmu Xian did not realize in the slightest that this wrong decision would be the beginning of his nightmare. Liu Ruyan was happy as a child to see Duanmu Xian agree. Really? Great, we'll have a home of our own soon. Duanmu Xian suddenly felt as if he had grown up all of a sudden. What's going on? How does it feel like a sense of responsibility is pressing on his shoulders? In the afternoon the two went to see the house to go. Star Academy as the best neighborhood in the capital. The average person is not really qualified to buy the house here. But Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan were not ordinary people, so they naturally passed through unhindered. The two quickly looked at a house worth $68 million. Duanmu Xian had some meat pains. This could make his deposits nearly 1/10 less all of a sudden. Hey, there it is. A phone call knocked to his dad. Duanmu Cheng. The call was answered quickly there. What's up, son? It's rare that you think to call me. Old Den. Pop some gold coins. Brat. How do you talk to your father? No big deal. I saved the world last night. I urge you to pop gold coins at speed. That side directly hung up Duanmu Xian's phone. Duanmu Xian had thought that Lao Dang was not happy. Who knew that the next second his own cell phone came with a message? The blue payment arrived at $500 million. Well, not bad, not bad. 5 small goals. After all, his old man is one of the captains of the capital city police force. One of the top few big shots in Xia. 500 million should not be a big problem. After the payment, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan came to the new home. Duanmu Xian picked the house hard decoration are arranged properly. As long as to buy some furniture can live. Both of them were sighing with emotion after entering. And they had to say that it was worthy of being the best neighborhood in the capital, with a reasonable layout and elegant environment. As soon as Liu Ruyan entered, she pulled Duanmu Xian around to study the layout. Baby, I'll be able to cook for you at home from now on. This room is for you to make a gaming room. We'll make 2 whole computers we'll play together. Here. This room can be used as a training room later. Get some training equipment. This room is a study. And when the time comes, we'll have some flowers and plants along the way. And a big fish tank. There are still a lot of empty rooms. By the way, we can hire a nanny say later. Nanny's room to stay a room. And then leave 2 guest rooms if we have guests later. The last room, if we have kids later can. Duanmu Xian listened on the side. The corners of his mouth unconsciously went up. In fact, having a home like this is not impossible. Ruyan Lu rambled on and on. She had probably awakened the attribute of a good wife and mother. At this exact moment, Duanmu Xian's cell phone rang. And when he answered the call, it was the Flame Warrior calling. Hey boss, recently we have organized some of our Flame Gang's previous properties in the capital. Do you as the boss want to come and take a look? Toss yourselves. I don't care about that. Then boss, you give me a bank card number. All these industries have high returns and provide a lot of money. You're the boss. 50% of the net proceeds are yours. Duanmu Xian was dumbfounded for a moment. He had previously recovered the Flame Gang only seeking to convert them. And then he could still have a righteous group beating. When I gave them a raise I didn't think it would make money. I even thought it would cost a lot of money. But I didn't realize this Flame Gang had it in them. However, it was also true that an underground organization that could support 3 6th order powerhouses and so many 4th order and 5th order fighters would need huge cultivation resources. And it was not possible to do so without money. And it was normal for them to have a bit of industry. Only this world money is really not important. Strength is the core. Or to his level. Money is not important. The Capital Police. Another day of party time. Shafulin was about to adjourn the meeting after summarizing some of the big and small things that had happened in the capital during the years of his absence. Duanmu Qing suddenly spoke. Wait, Captain. There's something I feel I need to tell you guys. My son bought a house. Not far from Upper Clear University. In the Star Bookstore. Sounds like a fart in the ass and not worth talking about in a meeting at this level. But upon hearing the news, each of these adults' eyes lit up. Fish Daoxian shouted excitedly. Is that true? That Duanmu Xian kid is finally willing to buy a house. Li Morong empathized with Yu Daoxuan's excitement and was certain. Really? Fish Daoxian can be too excited. Duanmu Xian, this kid came to the capital for so long. Every day to change a hotel to live. No fixed abode. The phone does not pick up the message back, all depends on luck. All brought his daughter into a spiritual little sister. Liu Ruyan, that is the potential of the first stage of the 7th paragraph. Every day do not train to accompany him to fool around. I couldn't find him before because his whereabouts were uncertain every day. But now that I've bought a house, I can finally catch the pair. At 5 o'clock the next morning. Military training time. The students of Shanqing University gathered early in the playground. Monbiotics was on time for the military training roll call in the Department of Superpowers. And unsurprisingly no one said yes when it came to Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan. Seeing this, Yu Daoxian and Duanmu Qing beside him went to call Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan respectively. The result was unsurprisingly both cell phones were set on silent and couldn't be reached at all. Fish Daoxuan's tone was quite a bit blamed towards Duanmu Qing. In-laws, look at your son bringing my daughter up like this. It's hard to say. I've brought both my jeeps here today. You know what I mean. Duanmu Qing, his lethargic son is getting more and more excessive. Military training directly does not come. Li Morong directly transformed into Jack-o'-lantern and flew towards the Star Academy near Shanqing University to go. Within 10 minutes, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan were brought to the military training site by Li Morong from their home. Duanmu Xian are confused. Not how they are so well informed. He only bought the house yesterday. In fact, that's the situation he fears the most. After buying a house, if he doesn't answer the phone will be real by their door. You may have to go to school honestly from now on. 2.5 hours later. The crowd arrived at the police training center, where the crowd was still in ordinary training. But in the center of the training ground, Duanmu Xian was running in front of him with his bare feet, and behind him, two people, Duanmu Cheng and Yu Dao Xian, were each chasing after him in an auto jeep. Duanmu Xian, this damn training. Why am I the only one who's different from the others? In interdimensional space, the Yabubs and Hippolytics have both swung for the fences since they saw Galactic Ultraman's terrifying battle prowess yesterday. The Yabubs made a rocking chair with their minds and lay down on it for good measure, turning to the Hippolyte alien beside them. Hippolytics, I think, actually, things like collecting negative energies are not as important as our little lives. If we go out and wreak havoc and get caught by Duanmu Xian, we're definitely dead. The Hippolyte was waiting for the Yapo to say this, and hastened to agree. Yeah, Yabo man, you have a point. Galactic Ultraman is so scary. He's not even human. How anyone third order can fight seventh order is beyond me. That lord gave us a task that we just couldn't finish. Not that we didn't want to do it. Yes, it makes so much sense. As soon as the words fell, a spatial crack appeared from behind the two, and the man in black walked out from it with two men and women in cloaks. The Yabubs and Hippolytics quickly got down on one knee and said, "My lord." The man in black hummed and pointed out to them a man and a woman behind himself. These two will be working with you later on the negative energy collection, and you will follow their directions. The Abuz looked at these two. Their breath was but the peak of the fourth rank, and they looked no different from humans, except that they wore a cloak that covered a third of their faces. The Yabubs were dismissive. "My lord, are you sure? These two don't look much different from the humans on Earth. Their strength doesn't look good." The cloaked man was a bit offended when he heard this and stood out and shouted, "Foolish fellow, don't confuse our great Kiri eluders with the vile humans, who are nothing more than a species of dirty apes that evolved. And we Kiri eludes have been coming to the blue planet from a very early age from a distant universe. Galactic Ultraman will never be a match for our Kiri Luther god." In the cloaked man's mouth, it was as if Galactic Ultraman couldn't match a hair on the head of the god Kiri Luther. The Hippolytics didn't believe his bullshit. Come on, if your god was really that powerful, he would have ruled Blue Star a long time ago. You have no idea how strong Galaxy Ultraman really is. He's practically the god of war. We're no match for him. The man in black glared at him angrily when he heard the Hippolyte so grow others' ambition and destroy his own. "Shut up, you rice bucket." The Hippolyte was so frightened by this one look from the man in black that he begged for mercy. "My lord have mercy. My lord have mercy. My little one talks too much." The cloaked woman couldn't help but scoff when she saw the Hippolyte in this state. "You frog in the well. Not everyone is like you. A waste of space. Just because you can't do it yourself doesn't mean others can't do it. A Galactic Ultraman is nothing more than an upstart. The only thing that we Kiri eluded gods are afraid of is the dark dominion of Gatangio, who lurks and slumbers in the Eastern Sea. But now that Gatangio has been destroyed by Shining Dija, we have long thought of a countermeasure for Shining Dija. He relies on faith to be able to turn into shining form. As long as we can break Diga's faith at the root, there's no way for him to turn into Shining Diga, and without the power of Shining to add to it, Galactic Ultraman will never be a match for us Kiri Lithorians." At dusk, Duanmu Xian finally ended the whole day's Jeep special training. At this time he was tired and panting heavily. After completing the special training for Duanmu Xian, Yu Daoxian and Duanmu Cheng left with satisfaction. Recently they are quite close, often drink and eat together. After all, the future is in-laws. Damn old den, I can't believe I joined my dad in a Jeep special. After returning to the dormitory, Duanmu Xian laid down for another 2.5 hours before slowing down. He decided it would be better not to go to the club tonight. After all, he had a family, and if he ran away on military training he would be arrested by his bosses at the door. Seeing that the boss had slowed down, Old Hachi and Subashu-kun exchanged glances and then came to his bed and said, "Boss, there's something very important we feel we need to let you know about." "Say, what important big deal could this be?" Duanmu Xian was unimpressed. "That Zhang Gaoming, he's been bad-mouthing you for the past 2 days. He hasn't restrained himself at all. Our class has recordings." Duanmu Xian? "No, this dude is really sick. I'm returning the favor and he still comes? I'm telling you don't tell anyone." I now feel that Duanmu Xian is getting more and more stupid. He doesn't know what he's pretending every day. Can't even show up for military training, and I'm looking at him more and more unfavorably anyway. Inside the dormitory, Old 8's cell phone played Zhang Gaoming's acidic voice, and the entire dormitory was awfully quiet. Duanmu Xian sat on the desk without saying a word. Only at this time his face was terribly gloomy. Some people's hate is no reason. Duanmu Xian asked himself from the beginning of the school, in addition to the beginning, did not know that his relationship with Jean Linger is licking dog and goddess relationship, and then didn't offend him outside of a song with his goddess. Even invited him to sing in a KTV with more than 10,000 a night. 2 days ago when he was ostracized and no one took him to play. And even when Liu Ruyan wanted to directly kick out of his own little group along with Jean Linger and him, Duanmu Xian all but pulled back for him regardless of his past. Duanmu Xian was thinking hard for half an hour and couldn't understand the reason why this guy wanted to mess with him. Is Duanmu Xian a soft persimmon to pinch? Duanmu Xian was just an ordinary person in the past, so he was willing to think for ordinary people more often than not. But you can't let a creature like that ride and shit on your head. In fact, think about it from another angle. If he is not the son of Duanmu Qing, if he awakened is not the power of the Milky Way, Zhang Gaoming, and then this instigation of the end will be how? Duanmu Xian didn't dare to imagine how many people such a guy who liked to gossip behind people's backs had disgusted in the past. Maybe those people will think it's better to do more than less. Anyway, if it's disgusting, it's disgusting. It's not going to lose a piece of flesh and just get over it. But Duanmu Xian was really angry this time and was going to make a move on him. People often say, good and evil will be rewarded. The way of heaven is good, not unrewarded. The time has not yet come, so the aggrieved will always think that in the future. This kind of people will always be someone to clean up, but really it's just a psychological comfort to let go. Buddhists always talk about letting go, but today Duanmu Xian decided to think differently. Grass, I gave this thing a face, right? You really think I have no temper, right? How dare the vertical sun mess with my Tao? If I don't clean him up, I'm afraid I'll only create a hard demon in the future. I'm going to viciously disgust him back this time. Thinking of this, Duanmu Xian directly a phone call to Yu Tianma in the past. The other side to see that it was Duanmu Xian's phone is almost a second to pick up. Yu Tianma also knew that this guy Duanmu Xian would never call if there was nothing going on. Up most of the night. What's up? Duanmu Xian said bluntly. That Zhang Gaoming from our superpower department put together a detailed copy of his background information for me? Yu Tianma are confused. Not this guy how to mix with the flame gang after a smell of delinquents. No, Duanmu Zhensan. I'm your principal, not you my principal. Is it reasonable for you to boss me around like that? Duanmu Xian didn't talk nonsense either. Count me as owing you a favor. When Yu Tianma thought about it, Duanmu Xian's favor it's worth it. It was important to realize that although Duanmu Xian was only at the 3rd rank, Galaxy Ultraman's true battle power was now above the 7th rank. Right now, the highest single combat power in the entire Xia Kingdom was only at the 6th rank, and only a combined Super Terra could reach the 7th rank. And there was a time before when Terra had been turned into a bronze statue by the Hippolytics, but thankfully it wasn't a straight-up bronze statue in interdimensional space like Zafi was. It took a few twists and turns for them to force a Super Tyro to merge with him in Tyro's bronze state to get Tyro back at that time, but Tyro was badly injured as a result. Otherwise how could Terra's power of light have appeared in the ruins of light 2 months ago? Because Lu Jingyang had really died once 2 months ago. Thinking of this, Yu Tianma agreed with alacrity. Give me 5 minutes. I'll text you. After hanging up the phone, Duanmu Xian sent another message to Liu Ruyan. The message was simple. How do you think it would be a relief to discuss Zhang Gaoming? Liu Ruyan saw this message and instantly understood. Duanmu Xian already knew that Zhang Gaoming had said bad things about him. This is in the case where Duanmu Xian had already repaid his grudges with kindness and still said bad things about him to pick on him. Ruyan Lu replied after thinking for a moment. Zhang Gaoming's goddess is Jean Linger. We bring Jean Linger to play without him is enough to break his defense. And we can even help Jean Linger find a date. What do you think? I have to say that in this regard, Duanmu Xian is really inferior to Liu Ruyan. However, this could not be blamed on Duanmu Xian. This was Zhang Gaoming's own fault. At that exact moment, Yu Tianma also sent Zhang Gaoming's message to Duanmu Xian. Zhang Gaoming background is very simple. Deep City Zhang family, a family with some family wealth, the family business, parents worth tens of millions of dollars. This seemed to Duanmu Xian to be a complete little karami. But there was one thing that caught his attention. Zhang Gaoming had an older brother whose name was Zhang Quanba. Yes, the one who had chased after Ruyan Lu before. But Ruyan Lu rejected him very, very badly. When he gave himself up for those 3 months, Zhang Quanba took great pains to try to get on the line of Sanglong University's president, Dao Xian Yu. So almost every day, he sent gifts to Liu Ruyan to curry favor, but they were all thrown in the trash by Liu Ruyan. I can only say that Liu Ruyan's character is too characteristic. The 3 views of the positive hair evil. Not only treat love faithfully, and wealth cannot move its heart. Fame and fortune cannot change its will. Life and death cannot stop its line. Of course it was possible that it was because she was originally born with no shortage of these things. Or maybe she inherited it from her father. And Fish Daoxian was of the same nature. That's why it's too normal for someone like Zhang Quanba, who came with a full agenda, to be rejected by her. Duanmu Xian at first can and Liu Ruyan together rely on the pure sincerity. Because she felt that she is usually a person alone lonely. and then feel that she is too poor hard to stick to her for 3 years. Now it seemed like a real stroke of luck that he had chased such a treasure. After figuring out that Zhang Gaoming was just a little karami, Duanmu Xian realized that these two Zhang family brothers were still kinda related to him, but in a sinful way. One wants to poach him, the other wants to disgust him. In the next few days of military training life, Duanmu Xian intentionally and purposely went to approach Jin Suer on purpose, who had no knowledge of Duanmu Xian's plan. Even if they knew, they probably wouldn't care. After all, whether it is strength background face value character or even character, Duanmu Xian is comprehensively crushing Zhang Gaoming. Anyone in their right mind should know who to play with. What's more, what Zhang Gaoming did is actually standing in opposition to Duanmu Xian, and it's still Zhang Gaoming who took the initiative to pick a fight. And Jean Linger knows how to make trade-offs. The current Zhang Gaoming annoyed almost the whole class. If Jin Suer continued to play with Zhang Gaoming, he might even be ostracized by the whole class just like Zhang Gaoming. After Duanmu Xian had survived the 3 days of jeep training, time was finally coming to Friday afternoon today as well. And after the last military training session was over, it was vacation time on Saturday and Sunday. After the end of the training, students in 2s and 3s, back to the dormitory. Go out to play the out to play. Subashu Kun, Old Bastard, Liu Ruyan, Jean Linger, and Lu Qingjun circled around Duanmu Xian waiting for Duanmu Xian to regain his strength and stand up. Every day for 3 days has been like this. Although Duanmu Xian has the best physique, but he can't resist his jeep. Special training is too outrageous. A radiant galaxy in which Duanmu Xian appeared. Galactic Ultraman revealing his figure in this galaxy. Duanmu Xian is not the first time to enter this Milky Way. Generally speaking, the Milky Way looking for him is something. In addition to the very beginning to remind him of some dangers. To the back slowly we'll talk about some things. The last time Galaxy showed up was a reminder of some philosophical conflict between him and Luigi Air. And then the news of Luigi Air's impending resurrection. Galaxy, is something up this time? Galaxy Ultraman slowly lowered his head to look at Tuan Kaiken, then reached out and cupped Tuan Kaiken in the palm of his hand to look at him up close. Galactic Ultraman has always been a mysterious and powerful image full of divinity, and this is the first time that we have come into close contact with it. Duanmu Xian, I've told you about my philosophy before, right? And in the time I've spent with you, I've also gained a greater understanding of life. Duanmu Xian didn't know what Galaxy meant, but Galaxy spoke to him like this. It just felt like he was a little closer to Galaxy. It's an honor to give the silver giant god some insight. Galaxy nodded and spoke after a moment of silence. You said before that life is all about happiness. Don't make the golden bottle empty to the moon, right? I don't know where you got this kind of feeling from, but I think I agree with it after thinking about it. Life was meant to be lived individually so that sorrows and faults could be overcome. And if this is something that belongs to your own understanding of life, I hope you will follow through with it. Duanmu Xian's comprehension ability was very strong. What did Galaxy mean by this? Probably Galaxy's original self was upset that he had been forcibly dragged to military training in the past few days. Does Duanmu Xian need military training? The strength was there, and Galaxy had made it clear last time that light and darkness were symbiotic. The stronger the light, the thicker the shadow would be, and as he got stronger it meant that Luigi Air would get stronger as well. So Galaxy is in favor of Duanmu Xian swinging for the fences. Does it make sense to be full of fights? What's wrong with enjoying yourself? How many times in the past has he been out having a good time eating and drinking and he was fine with it? He even helped warn the Lepicans when they encountered them in the beginning, instead of advising him not to play so wildly. However, Duanmu Xian still wasn't quite sure what Galaxy was thinking. So Duanmu Xian asked tentatively, but now I have a family, and if I don't go to military training Olden will come to my door looking for me. There's no way for me to follow through with my swing ideas that way. It's tough. Galaxy nodded in deep approval. This I know. After saying this, the plasma crystals all over Galaxy Ultraman emitted a soft greenish blue light, and then merged this light into Duanmu Xian's head. Duanmu Xian was overjoyed after carefully sensing this light, for no other reason than that it was a way to use the Galaxy split. It would allow him to use the split without changing his body. Duanmu Xian had probably guessed what Galaxy meant, but he still wanted to hear it from Galaxy himself, so he asked tentatively, Silver Giant God, what are you teaching me this trick for? Galaxy didn't hide his thoughts directly either. You'll go with your doppelganger during military training. We'll go out and have fun in the main body. And this move is my simplified galactic doppelganger, so it won't be hard to learn it with your lover's talent. Crap, worthy of a silver giant god. After Duanmu Xian woke up he hoofed it to Liu Ruyan shouted home to learn the diversionary art. Dija Altman's talent is there. 2 days time to learn to be easy. 2 days later, the wonderful vacation time was over. For another week, every time it reached 5 in the morning, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan were comfortably sleeping at the head of the house. While on the playground, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan's doppelgangers were in military training. Fish Dao Xian and Duanmu Qing could not tell that these two were doppelgangers for a whole hard week. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan are having a great time this week. To say that the person who has the hardest time is Zhang Gaoming. This week, almost no one in the entire class took care of him anymore. Duanmu Xian didn't do anything, just simply didn't call out to him at his usual eating activities. He tried trying to strike up a conversation with the other students, but the other students knew his pissy behavior and stopped playing with him, including Goldbell. And this week, no monsters or cosmic beings had come out to cause trouble, which made the crowd of the capital city police force, who had been keeping their nerves tight, feel incredulous. They don't understand why the Hippolytics and the Yabos don't come out and make trouble these days, even if they think the Cosmopolitans have given up on the idea of invading Blue Star. But in a rare moment of relaxation they also each transferred home for a well-deserved vacation. One afternoon, a message washed up on the internet, and the Capital Police Force took notice of it. The content of the message was probably that an angel was about to descend to the blue planet, and she would guide mankind to the world of bliss, something that seemed incomprehensible, but I didn't realize that there were quite a lot of people in favor of it. The post has millions of likes and over 100,000 comments. I was watching TV at home the other day when I suddenly realized that angels appeared in my window when I actually saw them. The angels are definitely here to save us humans. In this recent period of time when the monsters are raging and the cosmopolitans are invading, it is us common people who are suffering. Neither cosmic men nor monsters have been seen since the angels appeared. Only angels will lead us humans to the right path. Brothers, inside information. Today at 4:30 p.m. The angel will reveal her divine form in Yakin Square. Let's go together to praise the angel. This kind of fervent belief in angels was beyond anyone's expectations, and the people in the capital's police force realized that something was wrong. So it was that Ding Hongjie took Manbiotis himself to Yakin Square to wait early, waiting for Ding Hongjie to come to the scene to find that this place has long been a sea of people. All of these people wear white wings. Look at the sky with a pious look, seems to be waiting for something to come down. There was also a very high traffic female webcam named Witch who turned on the live stream. Ding Hongjie stood on top of a tall building not far away looking at the square's frenzied angel fans. Felt incomprehensible. What crazy fans? Angels and all that are a lie. How can an angel come down? It's only right that we humans should still have our destiny in our own hands. I really can't understand this group of people. Having said that, Ding Hongjie also opened his phone and tapped into the witch's live broadcast, who was currently going around interviewing the angel's fervent followers. It's as if these believers have no brain or ability to think, and are full of angels. By the time 4:30 p.m. rolled around, clouds gathered in the sky above Yakin Square and eventually formed a giant angelic figure. The moment the angel appeared, everyone in the square was screaming like crazy, "Praise the angels! Praise the angels! Praise the angels!" After the angel appeared, all the believers went into a frenzy, and just then, a black-robed man's figure appeared in front of the witch's live camera. "Believers of the angels, I am the prophet, the angelic messenger. The angels will lead you to eternal bliss." The prophet's voice was so loud that the entire Yakin Square could hear this statement. Both on air and in the field the hymns of the angels rang out. The prophet saw that his desired effect had been achieved, and then the words changed. "But, now there is a demon who wants to stop the coming of the angels. Who wants to stop us from going to Elysium? Can you tolerate this? Angelic believers?" The group was outraged by this statement. "It cannot be endured. We will follow the angels and defeat the demons. The devil must be killed by the angels. The angels will surely defeat the demons and save us old folks. We're going to follow Lord Angel and defeat the demons." "Lord Prophet, may I ask who this demon is?" Satisfied, the prophet raised his head to the angel in the air, and after a devotional prayer turned his head to the broadcast and the believers. "The devil's name will be Dija Ultraman." The whole room was shocked. People's expressions became dismayed. Was Dija Ultraman, who had been guarding mankind, actually a demon? "Lord Prophet, isn't that a mistake? How can Dija Ultraman be a demon?" "Yes, Lord Prophet, it was Dija Ultraman who defeated Gitangio to protect our summer kingdom." "Why is Deja Altman evil?" The list of questions goes on and on. The people waited with bated breath for a satisfactory answer from the prophet. The prophet spoke chestily. 2 months ago, almost all of the children and quite a few adults in all of Summerland had turned into light and defeated Gitangio along with Dija Ultraman, right? Have you ever wondered why you turned into light? Deja Ultraman is evil. His power is to absorb the chi of those of you who believe in him in order to gain great power. What's the difference between such an ability and a demon? Absorbing your chi, he gained unprecedented power to defeat Gitangia. But what have you who have helped him gained? The people in the room were in deep thought. Many of the people in the capital city were unaware of that incident. But the capital city, as the capital of Xia, had many people coming here every day. Among them were many who had once turned into light. And the prophet's prophecies seemed like the devil's temptation to make people want to believe him. A few moments passed before one spoke up. Yeah, I turned into light back in the day, but I didn't get anything out of it. My life is still so miserable, and I recently failed my exams. After one person took the lead, the crowd followed the words of that leader mindlessly, as if they had found a cathartic outlet. A great writer once said something about the dog at the head of the village barking. Then the other dogs follow, but they may not even know why they are barking. They may have been brainless slaves. Not having the ability to think independently on your own is a terrible thing. Going with the flow and following blindly. This side of human nature is a weakness that the Kirai Luddites exploit. I got a 0 on a test a while ago. I could have gotten an 8 before I lent Dija the light. It must have been after I lent the light to Dija so my chi slipped. Right, it was Dija who borrowed our light. Dija Ultraman must be evil. Fellow countrymen, wake up. Dija Ultraman is evil. Let's not support Dija Ultraman from now on. Down with Dija Ultraman, beat this demon to death. But there were actually some unsuspecting eaters in the live stream because of the increasing traffic. There is a sensible part of them for the fanaticism of this group they can't understand. No dude, you got a 0 on your test and you're blaming it on Dija Ultraman? Ha? What the hell has this got to do with Dija Ultraman? The grades were poor. You find excuses you look to Dija? Dija Ultraman is not evil, but it's just a shame that sensible people are still in the minority. And more often than not it's people whose lives aren't as good as they'd like to be and who take their hostility out on the air. Of course, there are few people who can't help but fan the flames behind the scenes, such as some of the fanatics who have been brainwashed by the Kirai eluders. You fart. Do you understand the pain of getting a 0 on a test? You know shit. Don't advise others to be good without their suffering. What do you take to empathize with others? Do you feel good when you get a 0 on a test? Dija Ultraman is the devil. You must be the devil's messenger. I don't care. It's because of Dija Ultraman so that's why I got a 0 on the test. I hate Dija Ultraman. And Lord Angel will surely beat the demon Dija to death. Soon sensible speeches were washed away by rabid angel fans who claimed to be fans of the angels, but attacked pure roadies with the most vile language. A passerby posted, "Why do you all believe the words of a prophet? Is whoever he says is evil evil and whoever he says is an angel an angel?" But this passerby was quickly flushed rotten by rabid angel fans, and was eventually called out for logging off his account. Perhaps when muddiness becomes the norm, maybe sobriety is a crime. Ding Hongjie, who was on top of a tall building, witnessed this. He wanted to go down and stop it, but there were just too many people, all of them common folk. After all, those who had awakened the power of the ultras were still a minority. Most of them are ordinary people. Ding Hongjie is not stupid. The internet to send a sensible words can let this group of people rushed rotten, which if you go down to say a fair word cannot be torn by this group of fans? Mombius watched as the seer slandered Dija Ultraman in anger. Captain Ding, let me go down and arrest this what's-his-name prophet. We can't let him demonize the public like this anymore. Ding Hongjie helplessly stopped Monbiotic's idea. No, there are too many ordinary people in Yukin Square. They are now protecting the seer and the witch as if they were gods. If you go down there to get the seer, they'll tear you alive. And when they do, is it hard for you to take on ordinary people? Monbiotics clenched his fists at that, angry but helpless. Because Ding Hongjie was right. If we go down to catch the prophet now, I'm afraid that before we even touch the prophet, we'll be torn apart alive by his fans. But after observing for so long one thing Ding Hongjie has already determined, that the so-called angel must be a fake, and the prophet and the witch must be the culprits in the same boat. Only now that so many ordinary folk have been tied together by witches and prophets, things have gotten out of hand. Ding Hongjie didn't know what to do, so he called Yu Tianma. The other side quickly picked up. And Yu Tianma's voice sounded anxious. Ding Hongjie, what's going on with that so-called angel? And why are so many people on the internet now posting insults about Dija Ultraman? What's going on? Weren't you at the scene? Why don't you go and stop that prophet from demonizing the people? Ding Hongjie looked at the square was surrounded by the common people in the middle of the prophet and which a headache. Not this how to catch Is it difficult to take action against ordinary people? Principal Yu. Don't worry. It's like this. Listen to me tell you Sprinkle. The situation on the scene right now is not something that I can say I can influence. The seer and the witch are being protected by so many ordinary people. Is it hard for us police force people to take action against ordinary people? Yu Tianmo was silent after hearing this. This is probably a cult, but I'm afraid that this cult is a conspiracy of the cosmopolitans. And now that the seer and the witch are surrounded by the crowd, there's no way to make a move. Squat, as soon as the crowd disperses, go and arrest the seer and the witch and ask them where they came from. Ding Hongjie followed Yu Tianma's approach and waited until 5:30 p.m. before the crowd finally dispersed. Ding Hongjie was about to go down and arrest someone when the witch and the seer opened an interdimensional space rift directly behind them and drilled in. The Yabubs, there's a chance that this witch and prophetess is a Yapo impersonator. And even if she isn't, she can't be unconnected to the Yapo. Seeing the interdimensional crack, Ding Hongjie realized the seriousness of the problem and directly reported the news to the headquarters. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, which also happened to be Duanmu Xian's wake-up time. He stretched hard and climbed up. Sleeping until you wake up naturally is really refreshing. Wan, go get me a glass of water. Liu Ruyan was sitting on the side of the computer desk lying down. Sniffing, she stood up and went to pour water for Duanmu Xian. Duanmu Xian also obediently sat down in front of the computer desk. And when he placed his hand on the desktop, his arm instantly felt a chill. Why is the mousepad wet? It so happened that at this time, Liu Ruyan also helped him to pour water over. As soon as Duanmu Xian looked up, he saw her crying red eyes, and she was even dropping tears downwards. At this time, she looked pathetic. To Duanmu Xian are to see confused. This girl has always been very strong. This time how to cry like this? What happened to her? Crap. Wan, why are you crying? Don't cry. I'm here. Liu Ruyan heard Duanmu Xian's voice as if all of her grievances had exploded at once, as if her tears couldn't help but fall down, then snapped into his arms and hugged him and cried out, "Ooh, husband, you must believe me. I'm not evil. I'm not." Duanmu Xian was all confused and hugged her back and patted her gently. "I know you're not a demon. What the hell happened to Wan? Which son of a bitch said you're a demon? Your man stood up for you." Liu Ruyan took out her cell phone to show Duanmu Xian, and at this moment Liu Ruyan's cell phone happened to be called by someone. Duanmu Xian directly clicked to answer, and a man's abusive voice quickly came from there. "Damn demon. Go to hell. You don't deserve to live in this world." As soon as he finished cursing, he completely didn't give Duanmu Xian the chance to curse back, directly hung up and then pulled black. Hearing the man's abusive voice, Ruyan Liu cried even more. Duanmu Xian almost sort of understood. Liu Ruyan was probably cyber-violated. She hadn't experienced this. No wonder she cried like this. In his previous life, Duanmu Xian had also experienced this kind of thing. Difficult to get. Liu Ruyan just kept crying in Duanmu Xian's arms. Duanmu Xian kept giving her a hug, and the words of comfort didn't know what to say. After all, he didn't even know how Liu Ruyan was cyber-violated. It took a long time before Liu Ruyan adjusted herself and raised her head to look at Duanmu Xian. Duanmu Xian didn't say anything, hugged her little head and gave her a kiss first, nibbled a mouth first. Finish. Liu Ruyan also finally told the reason why she was cyberbombed. In the afternoon there was a prophet and witch on a live stream, and a bunch of people who believed in angels were brainwashed by them, and then said that Dija Ultraman was the evil one. Finish. Do not know which bad boy to Liu Ruyan's phone number exposed, and then Liu Ruyan just one afternoon time received thousands of abusive text messages. The phone is ringing non-stop. As soon as she answered the phone, it was someone hurling an indiscriminate barrage of insults at her and hanging up afterward. There were a lot of curse words, demons, bitches, sluts, all kinds of words and even more over the top. It's no wonder the bitch is crying like that. She's never experienced anything like this in her life. Going from being a hero who protects people to a demon who people revile. It's really a rumor-mongering mouth. Duanmu Xian looked at the footage of the afternoon broadcast. The seer and the witch he knew. The Kyrie Ludes. When I was a kid, I watched Deja Altman and wondered how anyone could believe such a poorly constructed lie and even have so many people support it. But in 2 lifetimes he had long ago learned that the Kyrie Luddites exploited the darkness and weaknesses of human nature. Just as Galaxy and Luigi L had. Where there is light there must be shadows. There is no way to avoid it. And in the end the Kyrie Luddites are the shadows of the human heart that they utilize. After figuring this out, Duanmu Xian comforted. Wan, it's okay, I know what's going on. That seer and witch are Kyrie Eluders becoming. Their purpose is to deal with you. The Kyrie Eluders are cosmic. You're Ultraman. You're the light. He's the darkness. And as for the ones who cyber-violated you, were used by the darkness. So don't worry about it too much. Only rats hiding in the gutter hate the sun. You are light. There is no reason to fear the darkness. Liu Ruyan was not a pretentious person. And after knowing the truth, she really adjusted her mind a little bit. That being said, I'm still so scared. I feel so bad when I think about how many people think I'm evil right now. I don't know what to do. When Duanmu Xian saw Liu Ruyan's soft and pitiful appearance, his heart had already surged with a monstrous rage. How dare this damned Kyrie Luther incite commoners to cyber-violate my woman like this? Don't let me catch you. Comforting her after gently taking her into his arms. It's alright Wan. I'll hold you. With me always by your side. With me here. Whoever dares to speak ill of you, I'll abolish them. I'm not one of the Capital Police Force who has so many rules about not being able to take a shot at ordinary people, let alone my super galactic police force. And let's not forget what they used to do. We're kind, but it doesn't mean we don't have the temper to be bullied. Today I'll tell you one thing. We don't cause trouble. But we, the Super Galaxy Police Force, are never afraid of trouble. Ruyan Lu nodded softly as she leaned on his shoulder. Duanmu Xian let her hold herself directly opened his cell phone a call to Wu Minnie. The call was quickly picked up there. Yo, busy people will actually take the initiative to call me today. I'm still in research time is not much. What is it hurry to say? Did you know about a post on the internet where the prophetess which slandered Dija Altman as evil? I'll forward you a reply under the post. A rat anonymously exposed my daughter-in-law's phone number and got her cyber violated. I want the person's full LP address. Smearing this kind of thing. Wouldn't you just have Yu Tianma directly ask his connections to block that post? Wu Minnie directly gave the quickest way, because recently he had been busy with his scientific research, so he was completely unaware of what was happening outside. If it wasn't for the Kirai Luthor's meddling in the situation, pure slander and net rage Duanmu Xian could have just settled it according to Wu Minnie's words. Duanmu Xian explained. It's not that I haven't thought about it that way, but the seeds of doubt have been planted, and if we don't uproot them, there's no way for Dija Ultraman to go into shining form when he loses people's support. What if there's a huge crisis in the world, like the last Gitangio kind of thing? The loss of shining Dija is a great loss to our humanity, and let me be honest with you, witches and prophets are not humans, but cosmic beings, and they are doing this for the simple purpose of crippling our top human combatants. It's no longer just slanderous rumors and cyberstorms. It's a fight between the cosmopolitans and us humans. After hearing this, Wu Minnie was silent and pondered for a while before saying, "Give me a few minutes and I'll smooth it out." Then hung up. Duanmu Xian wasn't in a hurry. He knew that Wu Minnie did things reliably. It so happened that Yu Tianma also sent a message to Duanmu Xian at that moment. Does the online thing need an official force to delete the posts and block all the people who are carrying the tempo? Duanmu Xian replied, "No, this matter must be handled personally by Liu Ruyan and I, or the repercussions will be great. Dija Ultraman needs the support of ordinary people very much. It's about the opening of the shining form. It's very important. They absolutely cannot be allowed to defame Dija Ultraman." Yu Tianma returned an okay. At that exact moment, Wu Minnie also sent a message to Duanmu Xian. Exposure Liu Ruyan phone number of people called Zhang Gaoming. Seems to be our same classmate. I went to scientific research after the beginning of the school has not been coming to class also don't know. You guys and he has a fault. As soon as this news came out, Duanmu Xian only felt a surge of fire go straight from his heart to his heavenly soul, but after careful consideration, it made sense. He was the one who liked to secretly gossip about other people behind their backs, and after the school year started everyone left their phone numbers and information in the class group, so no one else would do it except for Zhang Gaoming, who was a fellow classmate. Liu Ruyan was also confused when she saw this news. It wasn't Zhang Gaoming who was sick, so like to fan the flames behind the scenes? He's been arching Duanmu Xian's fire since the beginning of the school year. And now he's taking advantage of the prophet and the witch slandering Dija Ultraman and arching her fire along with it. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Minnie is a scientific madman who doesn't care about the rules of the capital city police force, and went straight to the anonymous LP address information, I'm afraid that he really let him get away with it. The rules of the capital city police force were very strict. Not only could they not take action against ordinary people, they had to protect ordinary people, and they were not allowed to misuse their authorities. Because the original intent of the people who created the plasma spark in the first place was for this power to be used for guardianship, not for personal gain. So this time Duanmu Xian check anonymous information did not look for Yu Tianma but looked for Wu Minnie, because looking for Yu Tianma bad rules, but looking for Wu Minnie is not so much to say. But this Gao Ming really some do not know how to live. At the same time offended Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan two people, and is to the death of the kind of offense. But looking at Liu Ruyan's cell phone is still a constant stream of messages and calls. Although the phone has a harassment block, but cannot resist too many messages, only the obvious nuisance calls can be blocked, and there is no way to accurately identify and block all abusive message calls. So Duanmu Xian simply directly pulled out Liu Ruyan's cell phone card and threw it away. Wan, don't take this cell phone card. Let's change it. In interdimensional space, the prophet unleashed images of the capital city, and now many people throughout the capital city have joined in praising the angels, and they are unanimous in their belief that Dija Ultraman is evil. The Yabubs were dismissive. What's the point? Dija Ultraman's shining form can indeed reach the level of the 8th order, but the conditions for opening it are extremely harsh. And don't forget, besides shining Dija, the capital city is home to Super Terra and Galactic Ultraman. The sorceress didn't care for the 100% disdain in the Yabub's tone and laid out her plan in full. Super Terra is a merged as long as we can clean up one of the Otter brothers they won't be able to merge. Not to mention the fact that the injuries Terra sustained haven't healed until now. Now that Liu Ruyan's cell phone is full of negative messages and phone calls due to public pressure, Yu Daoxian definitely can't contact his daughter. Caring is messy. Let's find a chance to trick Severn out and clean up. When the time comes for a mere galactic Ultraman, he will be no match for our great Kyrie Luther god. The witch's plan was seamless. The Yabubs and Hippolytics had nothing to say, so they too decided to take a shot, but they left it open to the possibility that if Galactic Ultraman showed up then they'd just run away anyway. Doesn't this witch and prophet think that the Kyrie Luther god must be able to defeat Galactic Ultraman? Then let their Kyrie Luther god go and fight Galaxy. Evening. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan were walking on one of the hotter snack streets in the capital, both wearing masks and hats. The two are getting a little barbecue. There was a sneaky man carrying a cup of milk tea right behind Ruyan Lu, and then directly drizzled the milk tea down onto Ruyan Lu's head. Damn demons, go to hell. Hearing the scolding and the cold sensation coming from the top of her head, Ruyan Lu froze in place with her hands and feet in the air. She understood that she was being real offline. Duanmu Xian directly went up and pinched the man's arm after he reacted, and the man was pinched raw by Duanmu Xian's powerful strength. Just when he wanted to resist, Duanmu Xian directly kicked him in the calf. He was half-kneeled by this kick, then his left hand was pressed behind his back. In the end, Duanmu Xian put a knee on his back to press his body downward, and the man could only use his free hand to hold on to the ground in death to keep from facing the ground. After subduing the man, Duanmu Xian rushed at him with a harsh voice. You're treating me like I don't exist, bullying my girlfriend to my face. Listening to a few online rumors and mouthing off on the internet is fine, but you have the nerve to actually do it offline, treating a righteous ultramarine warrior like a demon. Where's your brain? Who knew that men just yell as if they've lost their minds? She's evil. Dija Ultraman is a demon. Demons deserve to die. And the angels won't let you go if you harbor demons. The commotion quickly attracted a large crowd of people, both adults and children. If it isn't Ruyan Lu, the Dija Ultraman in human form. The demon. That man is the devil's boyfriend and the devil's lackey. Demon, let go of our angelic followers, or we'll fight you. How dare you treat our angelic followers like this? We are just ordinary people. And you as an ultramarine warrior are actually taking action against us ordinary people. Damn demon. The angel lord won't let you go. The crowd became boisterous, and this large group contained many of the masses that had been brainwashed by the Kyrieluters. Of course there is a small percentage of people who don't want to believe that Dija Altman is evil, only to look at the excited and crazy crowd. They can do nothing. Some want to help Dija Ultraman say something. The voice is too small, was drowned in the crowd of sound, cannot set off half a wave. These fanatical angelic believers don't even realize that they are the ones doing the violence, as if what they are saying is the truth. Some of the agitated ones even shouted to incite the crowd to beat Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan to death. Seeing Liu Ruyan's face becoming more and more unsightly, Duanmu Xian also came to a fury and raised Galaxy Spark with his backhand. Who dares to scream again? Do you really think I have no temper? After the crowd saw Galaxy Sparks, they were really a little scared, and they took a few steps back. They are angel believers, but they are not stupid. Galaxy Ultraman's prestige is a real fight. They were also relying on the fact that the Ultramarines wouldn't strike at ordinary people and they would protect them, so they dared to talk to the Ultramarines like that, just when the crowd was frozen in place and didn't dare to go forward. I don't know which big smart shouted loudly in the crowd. Don't be afraid everyone. He's an Ultraman, and so is Dija Ultraman. They don't strike out at ordinary people, that's the rule. Hearing these words, the gang seemed to have found their courage again, as if they had once again summoned up the courage to surround Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan. Right, they're Ultramarines. They're the good guys. Yes, they won't make a move against us. They'll just dare to scare us. Let's not be afraid. Let's beat the devil to death. It's called ridding the people of evil. Stop holding your galactic sparks up. I know you wouldn't dare make a move on us. Now get out of the way right now. We're going to kill the demon. Duanmu Xian laughed in anger when he heard this group of stupid common masses say this. He felt like he had never been so angry in his life. He stood in the middle of the crowd and roared. Oh, the Ultraman is the good guy. And you guys fucking know that Dija Ultraman is the Ultraman. And the Ultraman is the good guy. Pouring milk tea on a good man's head is justified? Do good people deserve to have guns pointed at them? What does the prophet say? What's the matter with you fools? Have you been kicked in the head? Get out of my way. Don't make me do it. The crowd bites on the fact that the Ultramarines won't strike at ordinary people as if it's a get-out-of-jail-free card. Seeing Duanmu Xian angry didn't take it seriously in the slightest, still upholding what they thought was the truth. Oh my god, it's so scary. The righteous Ultramarines are going to take on us ordinary people. Then what is the point of your existence as Ultramarines? Duanmu Xian, I'm damn well standing here today. How dare you try to make a move on us commoners for this demon today? That's right brother, don't be afraid. The more he breaks the defense, the more it shows that the Angel Lord is right. Dija Ultraman is evil. Monster. Die. A cup of milk tea was thrown towards Ruyan Lu by an angelic fanatic fan. only to hear a popping sound as the milk tea exploded on Ruyan Lu. Immediately after that, eggs, milk tea, pancakes, kebabs, and other strange things were used by this group of ordinary people as arrows to kill the demons one by one, and thrown at Ruyan Lu. Duanmu Xian's patience was also finally at its limit. Okay, what the prophets say is holy writ, and good people deserve to be vilified as evil, and deserve to die, don't they? The righteous ultramarines don't take on ordinary people, do they? We Ottomans are not gods, and gods can't save a foolish people, so let's do it another way. It's not like I'm the only one who's a righteous ultramarine warrior. I'm also the boss of the Super Galactic Police. Don't forget what the Super Galactic Guard used to do. You had to force me to bring them back, didn't you? This is what you forced me to do, so don't blame me for being ruthless. At this moment, Duanmu Xian finally understood the meaning of the saying that justice needs a strong force to back it up. The so-called justice can't even get past the hucksters if it's not backed up by a strong force and power. In the end, we still have to convince people with virtue. Of course this virtue must be strong enough to hold up the forces. Thinking of this, Duanmu Xian released his grip on the man's hand and held Liu Ruyan in his arms, blocking the majority of the attacks for her. By the way, a phone call was made to the Flame Warrior. The call was quickly picked up there. Duanmu Xian said, "Gather everyone from the Super Galactic Police Force for me. All of them transform and fly straight over here, and surround the food court in the southern district in 10 minutes. Not a single fly will be allowed to fly out. If one gets out, I'll hold you responsible." Roger that. It was the first time the Flame Warrior had seen his boss in such a temper, so he didn't dare to slack off. Quickly, he gathered everyone from the Super Galactic Guard and headed for the south side food court. Within 10 minutes, several hundred members of the Super Galactic Vigilantes of at least the third rank surrounded the entire food court. They saw that their boss was actually being thrown milk tea and egg pancakes by this group of unruly people, and for a while all the members were not generally annoyed. The Super Galaxy Police Force's predecessor was the Flame Gang, and only the Flame Gang had ever bullied people. When did stupid ordinary people dare to bully the Flame Gang? And the bully was the Flame Gang leader. Shit, boss, I'm here to save you. TMD, dare to throw eggs at my boss and sister-in-law. You don't want to live, do you? I'll kill you. Boss, I'm coming. Who the hell tries to throw another thing? The melee was imminent. Hundreds of members of the Super Galactic Guard rushed up to bring the rioting Angel fans under control. The people instantly wimped out after seeing that the people who came were actually the former Flame Gang, and they weren't afraid to face the Ultramarines, who had a rule that they couldn't strike at ordinary people. But these Flame Gang delinquents don't care about the rules. The result was that in less than 10 minutes, the 500 or so rioting dilettantes were all controlled by the Super Galactic Police. However, because of the rules set by Duanmu Xian, they weren't allowed to lay their hands on ordinary people, so they just kept them under control and didn't do anything but wait for Duanmu Xian to send them down. Duanmu Xian was also finally relieved, casually patting the food residue on his body and turning his gaze to the man who had taken the lead in fanning the flames. He always felt that this man is a little bit not right. He and Liu Ruyan wearing a mask had it. How did he recognize? And directly a cup of milk tea to Liu Ruyan had poured. There is no fear of misunderstanding by pouring on the wrong person. It is said that there are quite a lot of Kyrie-ludes, many of which are indistinguishable when mixed in with the civilian population. Now he had reason to suspect that this man was one of the Kyrie-luders who had mingled with the crowd. After all, the Kyrie-Luddites couldn't make up the lie that Dija was a demon out of thin air. There had to be a significant portion of the population leading the charge, commonly known as the TO. Walking up to the man before and after, Duanmu Xian went straight up with an otter slap with a snap. The man's originally menacing demeanor cleared. The whole room was quiet. Not a single person dared to speak. Previously, these fanatical fans of the Angels were relying on the fact that Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan were AOT warriors, and AOT warrior rules did not allow them to strike at ordinary people. But holding them down now was the Super Galactic Vigilante of the Otter Delinquent Teenage Squad, who used to do the whole villain thing. They knew that these guys would really beat them up, so their original arrogant expressions had disappeared after being held down by them. Each one of them looked fearful with fear, afraid of upsetting these delinquents and being given a real beating. Duanmu Xian pinched the man's collar and picked him up condescendingly, looking down at him. His tone of voice cold and one word said, "Now say that again. Is Dija Altman evil?" The man was slapped in the face, but he was not convinced. Still a dead pig's face as if he was dying. "You evil." Snap. Another otter slap went down. The last bit of menace in the man's face was dispersed, leaving only clarity. "I'll ask again. Is Dija Altman evil?" Snap. The third otter slap went down. A tooth flew out of the man's mouth. It was obvious how much force Duanmu Xian had used. The man's face had swollen. "I just want to hear a one-word or two-word answer." Only the man's speech was a little unclear because his face was swollen. "Booth. Boo. Booth." Snap! Another otter slap went down and 2 lines of tears slid down the man's cheeks as the man cried from the beating. Duanmu Xian loosened the hand that was pinching the man's collar, and the man instantly fell to the ground like a dead dog. Duanmu Xian casually lit a huazi for himself, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly, then looked to the crowd of flaming warriors and hooked a finger. Flame warrior, come here. The current Duanmu Xian properly looked like an utter black boss. The flame warrior was also startled by this aura of Duanmu Xian and quickly walked over. What's the boss's order? This man has a hard mouth. A mouthful of Dija. Ultraman is the devil. You take him to the capital police force for a hard interrogation to find out if he is a Kirai Luther pretending to be a man. And even if it isn't, it's a Kirai Luther lackey. Straight to jail for a couple years. Hearing these words, the man sat up as if startled from a dying dream, actually struggling to stand up and kneel in front of Duanmu Xian. No, don't, big brother. I know I'm wrong, don't send me to the police force. I'm not a Kirai Eliadite. I just have a grudge because I failed a recent exam and was compelled by a prophet to say that Dija Ultraman is evil. I've been preparing for my exams for years, and if I'm locked up, I'll never be able to take them again. Duanmu Xian froze for a moment. Isn't it true that people in this world are also so obsessed with exams? Surely the end of the world is preparation. But he didn't let him go in the slightest. Instead he lowered his head and shook his head with his eyes looking straight at his swollen face. What's the point of having a police force if one mistake can cancel out your sins? Like if I stab you and then tell you I'm sorry, does that stabbing count? After saying that, Duanmu Xian no longer hesitated to stand up and look at the flame warrior. Flame warrior, drag the man down. Even if he's not a Kirai Luther, write down his offense today and put it in my file hard. The man heard this and straightaway his face was dumbfounded and paralyzed on the floor, unable to move, as if he had lost his dreams. The flame warrior wouldn't give a damn what he thought, and just dragged him down and took him away from the scene. Seeing the original so unruly manner beaten by a few otter slaps to convince, in thinking about the previous scene, that he was surrounded by these people, how to explain is useless. It seems that there are times when otter slaps are still better than otter reasoning, especially when dealing with these irrational people who can't reason and like to mess around. Duanmu Xian stood up before looking at the second angel's fervent followers. With a smile on his face, he walked towards him. That man saw the smile of Duanmu Xian and thought of the consequences of that man just now for a moment and trembled in fear. Evil. Evil. You're evil. You don't deserve to be a qualified ultramarine warrior. You actually struck out at us ordinary people. You're evil. The warrior who held him down heard that this kid actually dared to talk tough, and directly kicked him down to the ground. Duanmu Xian laughed lightly after walking in front of him and explained in a nonchalant manner. You say I don't deserve to be a qualified ultramarine. Then do you know what the mission of an ultramarine is? Ultramarines are heroes who fight to the end to protect those who matter, even if they have to sacrifice themselves to do so. Dija Ultraman once defeated Gatangio, who had caused the destruction of our summer country. If it wasn't for Dija Ultraman, all the people in the entire country of Xia except for the capital would be dead. Dija Ultraman even died in battle once for this. And you sons of bitches enjoyed the sanctuary of the Ultramarines and listened to the slander of a prophet who came out of nowhere. Let's just say that Dija Ultraman is evil. In which case, what's the difference between you dumbass and evil cosmic beings? Dija Ultraman is the real hero who protects our humanity. If Dija Ultraman is forced to die by you idiots, what if another powerful monster appeared on the blue planet? Even if we put that aside, Ruyan Lu is my woman and the most important person to me. As an ultramarine, it's only right that I protect the people who matter most to me. You say you're an ordinary person, yet you do what cosmic people do. So what proof do you have that you're an ordinary person? I think you're the embodiment of cosmic people. Because Duanmu Xian's voice was loud, the entire room could hear it. The man was dumbfounded by the dislike and lowered his head in shame. Those who had just slandered Dija Ultraman as a demon were all more or less spoken for at this point, and were ashamed of themselves. There were a few Kirai Luther avatars in the crowd who saw this and knew it was too late but could only continue their disguise and bowed their heads in the manner of those around them. They have been playing the role of humans for a long history and have long since gotten used to it. Behind Duanmu Xian, Liu Ruyan heard Duanmu Xian's sentence. Liu Ruyan is my woman, but also my most important person. To protect her natural heart warm after moving eyes are wet. The one person who has always protected her and trusted her after experiencing cyberstorms is the man in front of her. I really didn't follow the wrong person. I knew I had the best eyes. It's amazing that my dad calls such a nice man a yellowhorn. My dad doesn't know anything about it. After Duanmu Xian went from person to person and educated them with virtue, the eyes of this group of people were no longer vicious but turned clear. It's also no longer daring to call Dija Ultraman evil. But even though this group of people was corrected by him, there was still a large group of guys in the entire capital who had been brainwashed by the Kirai Looters. Duanmu Xian is not dare to continue to stroll in the street. He just bring Liu Ruyan casually turn around near home today were caught offline. The latter two would get into serious trouble if they were recognized walking outside. So after thinking about it for a while, went straight to a hotel with very good privacy under the protection of the super galactic guard and stayed there. Because he was afraid that if Angel's rabid fans found his house when he got home, what if these grandchildren threw feces and poured paint on his house to block the locks? Interdimensional space. My lord. We were fortunate to gather the negative energy back. The sorceress and prophetess walked in with a large number of believers' grudges and half-kneeled in the void. And the Yabubs and Hippolytics were taken aback when they felt the massive negative energy. This witch and prophet does have a couple of tricks up her sleeve. The man in black let out a laugh as he sensed this intense negative energy appearing in the middle of the interdimensional space. Gia. Although these negative energies are not enough to fully revive me, the energy to summon them is enough. With that, the man in black raised his hands, and huge amounts of negative energy were raised high in the air to summon several vicious monsters. Separately, the sea beast King Jesla, a monster whose fins on its back contain intense poison. The two-headed monster Ponton King, both heads can spew out extremely powerful flames. Silver Dragon Silbagon, he can create rainbow illusions and has a powerful back full of spikes. Golden Dragon Goldrath, a monster with the superpower of being able to travel through time and space. Although the strength of these four monsters varied from strong to weak, they had all been imbued with a large amount of negative energy by the man in black, and their realms were all at the peak of the 6th rank, especially the Golden Dragon Goldrath. Although its realm was at the peak of the 6th rank, its strength had definitely exceeded the 6th rank. Those guys from the Capital Police Force were definitely no match for Golden Dragon if they fought alone. Upon being summoned, these monsters all let out a horrible hiss, ready to level the city and tear Ultraman to pieces. After summoning the four monsters, the man in black transmitted the remaining negative energy to the Hippolyte. Hippolyte Star's strength instantly skyrocketed after receiving this power, breaking through the late 6th order to reach the level of peak 6th order. Thank you, my lord, for your gift. After doing so, the man in black turned his attention to the Yaboans. Preparations are almost done. So let's put the plan to destroy Severn on the agenda next. By eliminating Severn, Super Terra would cease to exist. At that time, we'll put these monsters in 5 different directions in the capital to attack at the same time. At the same time, have the Kyrie Ludes open the gates of hell and release their gods. That's when it's the end of the Capital Police. At 2:30 in the morning, it is the depth of the night. The busy day Fish Daoxian returned home is wanting to take a good bath and sleep. The cell phone suddenly rang. Fish Daoxian heard the strange laughter of the Yaboas after he answered. Severn Ultraman, I have your daughter now. If you don't want her to die, come to the Southside Chemical Plant alone. Remember to come alone, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen to this chick. Fish Daoxian's heart panicked after hearing this. Yabo man. But then he turned his head and thought. Liu Ruyan was with Duanmu Xian all day long, and he knew Duanmu Xian's strength. So how could he be captured by the Yaboans? Yabubs, do you think I'm an idiot? You want to fool me even with this kind of poor technique? The Yabo seemed to have expected Fish Daoxian to say this. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, I'll only give you 10 minutes to think about it. You should know that, once your daughter grows up, how much of a threat will she be to us cosmopolitans in the future? Getting rid of her, it can be much more valuable than getting rid of you. What do you mean? You make it clear. Fish Daoxian was still trying to speak when the Yaboas hung up on him directly. Fish Daoxian was so scared that he hurriedly gave Liu Ruyan a phone call. But in the afternoon, Duanmu Xian threw Liu Ruyan phone card. So naturally, he couldn't get through. And Yu Daoxian tried calling Duanmu Xian again. Inside the hotel, Duanmu Xian was sitting at the computer desk playing a classic online game. And Liu Ruyan was sitting next to him watching Duanmu Xian operate the game intently. Wan watch. At this time I have silk blood. And the opposite side's ADC and auxiliary have full blood. The most dangerous place is the safest. And no one will ever know with reverse thinking. So this ADC is gone. This assist is also gone. Don't rush. I need to find a good opportunity. Otherwise I'm still a little bit of this blood. Wait for him. Wait for him to put the skill. Hey, put it. The big move is on. Ding. 3 seconds. Looking back to pull out Yo Ghost Knife. Open invisible walk. Hand dry. Ha hard. Liu Ruyan just watched as Duanmu Xian operated that character to kill 2 full-blooded people in a silk-blooded counterattack. Along with the screen expression from nervousness, then wide eyes, and finally a face of adoration. Wow, that's a kill. That's awesome. Hubby is fantastic. Duanmu Xian looked at Liu Ruyan's adoring little eyes. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he reached out and rubbed her head. Basic operation. No need to get so excited. This level is a piece of cake for you, brother Duanmu. I still say that I didn't know what it meant to be an opponent that year with my hands in my pockets. When you Duanmu brother was at his peak. Not to mention these bronze boys, even Haidon Bosch had to avoid the front for a while. Liu Ruyan didn't feel that Duanmu Xian was bragging at all. but instead her eyes became more worshipful and she watched the game with more concentration. That demeanor and movement. I'm afraid I've never been that serious in class. The main reason is that during the day today, Duanmu Xian's domineering and protective wife was just too provocative. Plus Liu Ruyan was originally a love brain. It also led to her watching the game quite seriously today, as she wanted to seize the time to learn this game to accompany Duanmu Xian. Love is so wonderful. And Duanmu Xian's cell phone has long been thrown to the side. Duanmu Xian's cell phone almost any time open mute, unless Duanmu Xian took the initiative to see it. Calling him would be a matter of luck. That's why Yu Daoxian couldn't get through to Duanmu Xian's cell phone at all. This is also the Yabo man secretly snooping for a long time before discovering Duanmu Xian's weekday routine. It can be said that at 2:30 in the morning Duanmu Xian cannot pick up the phone is also in his expectations. The plan to eliminate Severn is really a gamble. Betting that Duanmu Xian will fail to call at 2:30 a.m. tonight as usual. Bet that because of the bombardment of negative news messages brought by the prophetess which Willow Ruyan would turn off her cell phone. Betting on Fish Dawson wouldn't dare to bet on his daughter's safety. The odds are that a father who hears that his daughter has been arrested will not stand by even if he knows it's a trap. Not to mention that his daughter was quite important to the future of the Xia kingdom, whether it was for public or private reasons. Yu Daoxian didn't dare to gamble. Tonight the moon is dark and the wind is high, and at the abandoned chemical plant in the suburbs, the gusty wind swirls up the falling leaves in the sky and makes a rustling sound. Fish Daoxian had come after all. He came even though he knew that the Yabus might have set up a dragnet for this trip. Bonds are supposed to be something that ultramarines have to defend with their lives, let alone their own daughters. And it's this that the cosmonauts take advantage of. The door of the abandoned chemical plant in disrepair was blown by the gusts of wind to make a creaking sound, and Fish Daoxian went down with a foot. The door was kicked in along with the frame, and the interior was pitch black and out of reach. Fish Dogan walked in and quickly put on his Sailor Moon glasses and transformed before looking around. The entire interior of the chemical plant was awfully quiet except for the ticking sound of the leaking pipes. Fish Daoxian could clearly hear his footsteps echoing in the darkness with every step he took. Suddenly, a burst of intense energy fluctuations came from the surroundings, accompanied by a bizarre laughter coming from nowhere in the darkness. After all the years we've dealt with each other, don't play God in front of me, Yapo man. I want to see my daughter. Let my daughter go. Fish Daoxuan's voice full of anger exploded in the chemical plant. The Yabubs are also the ones who finally appear before Severn Ultraman, and following the Yabubs are the Man in Black, the Hippolyte, the Sorceress, and the Seer. This includes King Jesla, King Pondan, Hilbagon, and Goldrath, who were summoned by the Man in Black only yesterday. The cosmonaut side is falling all over themselves to take down Severn Ultraman. Stop yelling. Fish Daoxian, Ruyan Lu is not here at all. I don't think I know which hotel I'm playing a game with that asshole called Duanmu Xian right now. Unexpected and reasonable. It's really a trap. But Fish Dogan was relieved to hear the news. Phew, as long as my daughter is okay. Fish Daoxian actually showed no panic in the face of so many cosmopolitan monsters surrounding him, which made the Hippolyte very unhappy. Fish Daoxian, that lord has blocked off all of the surrounding space. The capital city police cannot detect the energy fluctuations here. Next we're going to get rid of Ultraman as planned. Fish Daoxian immediately asked as soon as he heard this. What exactly is the plan to eliminate Ultraman? The current Fish Daoxian had been forced into a desperate situation, so the Man in Black didn't mind answering his question. I can tell you that the plan to destroy Ultraman was set by that lord. Fish Daoxian instantly grasped the message in the black-clothed man's words. I used to hear them talk about that lord all the time when I was fighting the Yabubs and Hippolytics. It wasn't until that time Galactic Ultraman went straight into interdimensional space and nearly destroyed the Yabubots when the Man in Black showed up to save them. The Yaboy honored the Man in Black with the title of Lord, which kept the Capital Police Force thinking that the Man in Black was the same lord they were talking about. But now hearing the Man in Black in person say that lord directly confirms that lord is someone else. There is someone else plotting this. Damn, who the hell is behind all this? These are questions you'll ponder in hell. After saying this, a glass cover appeared out of thin air to cover Simon Ultraman. Seeing that the gas inside the glass cover was about to turn him into a bronze statue, Fish Daoxian pressed the locator switch that had long been prepared. This was prepared by Fish Daoxian early in the morning. The cosmic people were counting on him. There was no way for him not to come, but he had installed a locator on himself before he came, coming up with a plan to get into the game with his body so that he could find the location of the interdimensional space, because there was a precedent for the previous resurrections of Sha Fulin, Duanmu Cheng and Li Moron. He was convinced that he would definitely be resurrected by them as well. In less than 3 minutes Severn Ultraman turned into a bronze statue. The Man in Black commanded, Yabubs, the task of destroying the bronze statue of Severn is yours, or else the damned galaxy and Hikari will bring him back to life. Obey. Promise to complete the mission. The Yabubs threw the bronze statue of Severn into the interdimensional space, then dove in themselves. After watching the Yabubs leave, the man in black looked to the seer and the witch. Now that the plan to destroy Saban is complete, Super Terra will also cease to exist. Plus you have broken the bond between humanity and Dija Ultraman. The obnoxious Super Terra and Shining Dija no longer exist. There is only one Galactic Ultraman left, and it definitely won't be a match for us. Tomorrow morning at 2:30 a.m. sharp, the Hellmouth will be opened in the central part of the capital to launch a general attack on humanity. King Guthra and King Pandan attack the eastern part of the capital. Silbagon goes to the Dragon Mountain in the northern part of the capital to unleash the Rainbow Illusion. Goldrath goes to the south side of the capital to unleash his superpowers and make them feel the horrors that come with time and space dislocation. The Hippolytics and the Yabos fight to cooperate to go to the western part of the capital and destroy it. This time make sure to turn Bluestar into our Cosmic's territory. The Prophet and the Witch let out jia laughter when they heard this bravado as if victory was just around the corner. As you command, Lord Dark Evil Heart. In the interdimensional space, looking at the bronze statue of Saban, the Yabubs were about to destroy him completely, when they suddenly thought of Galactic Ultraman's terrifying stature, instantaneous ability to directly enter interdimensional space, thousands of detachments, terrifyingly powerful lightning, flames, daylight, flash cuts, and piercing rays. Any move could send him to heaven to meet his great-grandmother. If I completely kill his father-in-law here, what if Lord Evilheart's plan fails? Galactic Ultraman would never let me go. Galactic Ultraman is literally a monster-killing machine. He has the ability to come straight in through the gap between the present world and the interdimensional space. Won't I be dead by then? Why don't we keep the bronze statue of Siwon for now? And then I won't be too late to destroy the bronze statue of Siwon if Lord Evilheart succeeds. If Lord Evilheart fails, I'll return Saban's bronze statue to Galactic Ultraman, and that'll save a life as well. I'm so smart. With this in mind, the Yabubs did not directly destroy the bronze statue of Severn, but hid it in the deepest part of the interdimensional space, then got a bunch of broken bronze chunks to disguise the illusion that the bronze statue of Severn had been destroyed by him. At the same time, an alarm sounded inside the capital police base. Fish Daoxian knew that this trip was going to be a tough one, so he set up a message before he left that would be sent back to headquarters once he was defeated. Some of the Otter brothers who received the message were urgently recalled even in their sleep. Ding Hongjie, Lu Jingyang, Duanmu Cheng, Li Murong, Yu Tianma, Xiao Zhenbo, and Wan Xueting all gathered together. This was because the life tag that Fish Daoxian had left in the capital police force shattered, which meant that Fish Daoxian had died in battle. He sent a message to Yu Tianma before he died in battle. The content is as follows. The Yabubs have captured Ruyan Lu and sent me to the chemical plant alone. This time over if I get into an accident, I'm equipped with a locator. Maybe we can find the entrance to the interdimensional space through the locator. After some deliberation and discussion, Shafurin decided to go all out to follow the coordinates of the locator to find the entrance to the interdimensional space. In fact, they wanted to do this a long time ago, because the Cosmopolitans weren't that strong in their opinion. Both the Yabubs and the Hippolytics were only at the late 6th order level, and with their merged monster tyrant having been yanked by Galaxy, it's possible that they've run out of monsters to use. How else could they have been honest for so long without launching an invasion? Not fighting before was suffering from the fact that interdimensional space escapes too quickly. So every time, despite the fact that they won the battle, the Yabubs always managed to escape through interdimensional space. Even if one utilized the wormhole shuttling ability, there were no precise coordinates to use for shuttling. This time, you can open a wormhole directly through the locator directly. The Otter brothers combined their efforts to drill right through it. Now the situation has been reversed, and the enemy can go where I can go. Even if we don't mention the difference in battle power, the righteous Ultramarines will not abandon any of their companions. 5:30 in the morning. Duanmu Xian was still at the hotel's computer desk, not the least bit aware of what was happening in the outside world. After another all-nighter he shut down his computer and slumped into his computer chair. Hey, it's worthy of being my Duanmu god, going from Platinum 1 to Diamond in one night. Harm. Tired. Wan quickly pinched my shoulders. As soon as the words fell, a pair of small, slender and soft hands had rested on his shoulders, massaging them with just the right amount of strength. She just sat there quietly and stayed with him all night again, and after about 4 or 5 minutes of pressing like that, she suddenly said, "Darling, you're a real treat. If my mom was still alive she'd be heartbroken." Duanmu Xian sniffed and turned his head to look at Liu Ruyan, who now had a somewhat haggard face, probably because of what happened during the day and then couldn't help thinking about it. The first thing a person thinks of in times of despair and confusion is their mom. For Ruyan Lu, the contrast between the back and forth of Dija Ultraman, who had been protecting ordinary people, suddenly turning into the demon they spoke of was too great. Not being able to accept it made her ramble, even though Tuan Kaiken had tried as hard as he could tonight to keep her focused on the game. but as soon as the game was over she started to think again. You missed Mom? Duanmu Xian asked. Ruyan Lu sighed, her gaze becoming deep as snippets of memories replayed in her mind like a tidal wave. Yeah, my mom has always been a very gentle person from what I remember, and I've always learned to treat you with her gentleness and consideration. You know, I actually hate my dad. My mom was as gentle and considerate with him as I am with you. My dad left Tianhai City that year to go to the capital for his job. I can understand being away from each other for work, but he doesn't come home at all during his free time at work. If he'd come back sooner 7 years ago, my mom wouldn't have died trying to protect me. My mom's biggest wish before she died was for my dad to come home and see her, and that's all he couldn't do. So ever since my mom died, I've become just like my dad, full of training, as if that would numb my thoughts of my mom. Also because of my mom's death, I'm like my dad when I'm out on my own, like a girl, and when I'm with you I'm always thinking about the way my mom used to be, so I'm a completely different person to you than anyone else that you can feel. Duanmu Xian, do you know how excited I was when I first awakened the light of Dija? Because Dija Ultraman is strong and can even protect you. This way it won't be like my mom, who couldn't keep up with her strength to be with my dad all the time, resulting in a lot of time together behind the scenes. But you've awakened a galaxy stronger than Dija again. And I'm so scared. I'm so scared that someday if you're so powerful to a degree, the whole world will need you. Then we will be forced by reality to separate. I'm afraid that you're getting stronger and stronger and I won't be able to keep up with you. And I'll end up looking like my mom, suffering at home and not being able to wait for you to come home. My dad always loved to say he'd be home when he'd taken care of all the cosmic people threatening Blue Star. There is a saying on the internet that I like very much. When you have half a lifetime of military service, who do you promise to talk to? The two places who dreamed who? I have already green lamps and ancient temples. So actually, I really don't want much. I just want you to be by my side forever. Liu Ruyan said so many words for the first time, and the more she said, the more violent the mood swings became, and in the end, she actually burst into tears. Duanmu Xian listened attentively. About this niece's family, he only knew that her father was Yu Daoxian. It was one of several captains of the capital's police force, with a high position of authority. No wonder this niece was always so cold to outsiders, always so harsh on herself, and so gentle with him. As the saying goes, what kind of parents, what kind of children, before has not understood her father Fish Daoxian so fierce. This niece's tenderness is where it comes from. The original originated from her mother Ah. Duanmu Xian reached out and gathered her into his arms, gently patting her back in a soft voice. Don't worry, I'll take you with me wherever I go and whatever I do from now on. In the future, if I'm going to save the world, you'll be a hero with me, and if I'm going to swing for the fences and play video games, you'll be a swinging internet junkie girl with me. I'll never leave you alone. Ruyan Lu replied in a trembling voice while sobbing in his arms. I believe you. This nymphette just kept relying on Duanmu Xian's arms and crying for a long time. An interdimensional rift appeared in an open area in the southern district of the capital, and Goldrath stepped out. The golden horn on Goldrath's head emitted powerful energy fluctuations triggering a large area of temporal dislocation. At one time countless old objects from many years ago appeared out of thin air in the cities of the southern district. Houses, airplanes, trains and even people that were obsolete years ago appear out of thin air where they each were years ago. And in the Shunlong Mountain, where the northern part of the capital is located, Hilbegon emerges from the interdimensional rift. A rainbow illusion was created to trap the visitors inside. With that done, Silbegon and Goldrath returned to the interdimensional rift. The temporal dislocation created by Goldrath and the rainbow illusion created by Hilbegon are just a small appetizer. Create chaos first to get the gang from the Capital Police to focus their attention on these two places. These two places were enough for the Capital Police to toss around for a while, when they had focused their forces on the Golden and Silver Dragons. Then tomorrow morning at 2:30 a.m. we'll launch a general attack from the core of the capital. This was the plan of the Dark Lord of Evil Hearts. 6:30 in the morning. In front of the Time Hotel in the southern district of the capital, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan left the hotel wearing masks and hats. The pair of dogs had had a fun night at the hotel and now they were planning to come out to forage for food. Go back and continue the liver game when you've had your fill. The two walked down the street quickly noticing the dramatic changes that had taken place in the South End today. Old green trains from the last century, airplanes that had long been obsolete decades ago, and buildings from a decade or so ago were inserted quite incongruously in the middle of the taller buildings of the new era. There were even a number of people appearing on the streets walking around in outdated clothes from 7 or 8 years ago with a bewildered look on their faces, and they looked as if they had traveled through the world. Seeing this situation, the first thing that came to Duanmu Xian's mind was a monster. Golden Dragon Goldrath. A very powerful monster in Dija Ultraman. The episode would have been a great success if Golden Dragon hadn't mindlessly fought and had his weaknesses discovered by Nozomi. Dija couldn't do anything with him at all. But of course it's possible that Daegu wasn't very good at it at the time. This golden dragon is able to unleash its supernatural powers to create a temporal dislocation, where something from the past and someone from the past will appear to the present. But strangely enough, Duanmu Shen didn't find any monsters appearing in the vicinity after he had used his AOD intent to perceive it. That's very strange. That said, Wan, did you find anything? Duanmu Shen muttered, smoothly wrapping his right hand to the side, only to realize that there was no one to his right. Where's Ruyan Lu? Duanmu Shen looked around and realized that Liu Ruyan had run into a park not far away, staring fondly in the direction of the park's gazebo. A quick run followed by a slap on her ass. Hey, what are you doing here all alone? Ruyan Lu didn't turn around, her gaze still fixed on the direction of the gazebo. Following Liu Ruyan's gaze, Duanmu Shen also moved his gaze over. In the middle of the gazebo sat a very beautiful woman, wearing a simple and plain apron, and carrying fresh vegetables and meat in her hands, as if she had just finished buying food and was ready to go home to cook. The woman was born with a sunken fish and geese, closed moon and shy flowers. Even if it is not powdered face to face also makes people feel stunning. At this moment, she stood very blankly within the gazebo, that gaze dumbfounded. It was very similar to the expression that Liu Ruyan sometimes had when she watched him play a game and hit a heaven-defying god operation, then she couldn't understand it. The worst thing was that this woman looked too much like Ruyan Lu, whether it was her facial features and face shape or her skin color and temperament. It's like mother and daughter. Wait, mother and daughter? The golden dragon Goldrath's superpowers couldn't have so coincidentally brought Ruyan Lu's mom from the past to the present. Duanmu Shen thought in his heart. Ruyan Lu also finally spoke. That woman looks like my mom. Once when my mom brought me to the capital to look for my dad, she used to wear an apron and go out to buy groceries at 5 o'clock. This statement was made. Well, no need to wonder. This is her mom. Is there a possibility that she's your mom? Go say hi and try it. Speaking of this, Ruyan Lu recoiled and shook her head. That can't be right. My mom died 7 years ago. Duanmu Shen wouldn't care about that much, directly giving her a hand pull and walking to the woman before opening his mouth to ask, "Hello auntie, are you traveling through?" The woman jerked her head back when she heard Duanmu Shen's voice and looked the young couple up and down. In the moment the woman and Liu Ruyan's eyes met. It's like a magnet meets iron. Can't take your eyes off it. A moment later, the woman asked with some disbelief, "Little fish? Are you a little fish? How did you grow so big in the blink of an eye?" Liu Ruyan was like a thunderbolt. At this moment she was sure that both the demeanor and movements and the tone of voice were exactly the same as her mother before she was born. She surged forward and wrapped her mom in a hug, her voice quivering with sobs. "Mom, it's really you. You're home." Inside interdimensional space, the dark evil Heart King respectfully half-kneeled in front of a dark shadow. "My lord, all plans are proceeding as you expected." The black shadow had an incomparably robust body, especially the muscles in his back were full of power, and he carried a stick behind his back, only revealing a pair of scarlet eyes, emitting a bizarre and terrifying laughter. Ha 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 ha. Very good. Without Super Terra and Shining Dija, just that group of whimsical riceballs from the Capital Police Force will definitely not be able to withstand our general attack. Summerland, the Capital Police Force, the humiliation you once brought me, I'll double it this time. Just as the evil Heart King and the Black Shadow exchanged words, a spatial wormhole suddenly appeared from the interdimensional space. Immediately after that, Zophie, Hatsune, Jack, Ace, Terra, Jonas, Edie, and Urian appeared out of the wormhole in interdimensional space. Zophie rushed to the front of the line pointing at the evil Heart King and the Dark Shadow. "Cosmopolitans, so much for all your sins." The dark figure turned his gaze to Zophie, grimacing. "Yo, isn't this Lord Shafurin, the captain of our cosmic guard? How majestic. How dare you barge into my territory?" Zophie froze. Who was this dark figure? He seemed to recognize him, but he didn't remember seeing this cosmic man. "Who are you? Why do you know me?" The Black Shadow took advantage of the time to speak, to quietly put his hand behind his back to gather energy to draw a subtle spell formation. "It seems that our Lord Shafurin is really a nobleman who forgets things. There's no need to think about it since you can't remember. Look at what's under your feet." As soon as the words fell, a subtle spell formation appeared underneath the feet of all the AOs. A dark energy boundary trapped them inside, and the boundary even continued to release the cold energy that restrained the AOD brothers into it. Zophie exclaimed, "Shit, we're trapped. Quickly release the light to attack the boundary," said the crowd AO at the same time. Release light to release against the boundary. Who knows that this boundary is exceptionally strong? The crowd AO's combined light was not able to penetrate. Instead, it speeds up the consumption of energy. Within 10 minutes, the House O was frozen into ice, and the colored timers on their respective chests lit up red. The Dark Shadow looked at the figures of the House O's. Thoughts went back many years. The Dark Lord of Evil Hearts said, "My lord, Let's just execute them. The dark shadow quickly shook his head at the words. You dumbass. If you tie them to a cross and hang them next to the gates of hell at 2:30 a.m. Tonight when the monsters invade, wouldn't it make the ignorant people of the capital even more desperate? Wouldn't there be more negative energy that could be collected then? The dark evil Heart King came to a realization. Your Excellency is wise. I'll do it now. After saying that, the dark evil Heart King took the crowd of AO away and left the interdimensional space. Black Shadow stayed alone, thinking of the time he had once spent in the capital city police force. His behavior just now was actually somewhat selfish, and he couldn't help but lament. Shafurin, survive and thank me, or you'll be corpses by now. If the corpses are incomplete, Duanmu Xian and Wu Mini won't be able to revive you. It's too cheap to kill you all just like that. I'll make sure you see for yourselves how stupid your decisions were in the first place. I'm going to personally trample the entire capital city police force under my feet. And I'm going to show you all, I'm the one who's right. But that kid named Wu Mini is a bit interesting. The plasma spark is such a big treasure in front of you. But Wu Mini is the only one who dares to explore it. But it's a pity that for so many years Xiao only produced this one Wu Mini. Duanmu Xian's side didn't know that the capital city police force had been reunited. And since Liu Ruyan and her mother met, the two women had been chatting in one piece for a whole day. Ruyan told her mom about her life in her absence all these years. For Mama Fish it might have been just a moment, but for Ruyan it was 7 years of pining for her. In the evening, Ruyan Lu dragged her mom and Duanmu Xian back home, and Ruyan Lu and Mama Fish cooked a table in the kitchen. Duanmu Xian didn't disturb their mother-daughter chat, so he sat on the sofa in the living room and played the game. I don't know how long it took, but Motherfish came out alone and sat next to Duanmu Xian looking at him with kind eyes. Boy, can you talk to me for a minute? In the face of his mother-in-law, Duanmu Xian is more or less a little constrained. The social animal has never seen this scene in his last life. It's not like I haven't seen the parents before. I've met Fish Dawson, only it wasn't very friendly and there was a dry spell. Of course it's no problem. Auntie. Hearing Duanmu Xian call her auntie, Mother Fish looked a little displeased. Still calling auntie? Just call me mom like little fish. You've been with my little fish for so long, but little fish has told me everything. Okay mom. Mother Fish's heart filled with joy at the words, then asked, how much longer can I stay here? Duanmu Xian thought for a moment before saying, Goldratha's superpowers cause a temporal disruption that will have a great impact on the city, and it is our mission as Ultramarines to protect the city. But don't worry mom, I can use galactic sparks to turn you into a spark persona, and spacetime will return to normal after Goldrath is wiped out. I'll turn you back to normal again, and I can use the time difference to keep you in reality forever. Upon hearing this, a trace of sorrow and despondency appeared on Mother Fish's face. Just now, Ruyan Lu had said a lot to her. She already knew that after the time and space dislocation was repaired, if she went back in time, she would have died a year later trying to protect the child Ruyan Lu. But if she didn't go back, the past Ryu might die without her protection. Interfering with time is tantamount to going against the grain, with unimaginable consequences. And Fish Mom understands this. The price for changing Fish's mom's fate would inevitably be borne by Ruyan Lu. As a mother, she would never hesitate even if she knew how it would end. It's motherly love. No child, your kindness is appreciated, but if I don't go back, the little fish from the past might die in that disaster. It's a mother's instinct to protect her children. I just hope that when I get back, you'll promise me to take care of Fishy now. She's a good kid. She really loves and adores you and would do a lot for you. Mom doesn't ask for anything else. Just don't be like me and my husband. Duanmu Xian nodded solemnly at his words. This I promised her. Don't worry. I'll take her with me from now on no matter what I do. At that exact moment, Ruyan Lu walked out with the freshly prepared meal. Dang it, freshly baked fish head in casserole. Hubby, Mom, come and try it. Fish's mom and Duanmu Xian ended their conversation with a sniff and stood up to head to the dining table, seemingly knowing that this brief get-together wouldn't last long. All three of them ate with a tacit agreement not to speak. After the meal the three of them sat together and chatted about family matters, but most of the time it was Liu Ruyan and her mom talking and Duanmu Xian listening. The conversation continued late into the night, but unfortunately such tranquility was not destined to last long. With a thunderous sound from the sky, a torrential downpour fell on the capital, the raindrops crackling on the eaves. A gust of wind swept the sky full of fallen leaves and an interdimensional rift opened, from which Goldrath stepped out. Duanmu Xian was about to take out Galaxy Spark to meet it. Ruyan Lu grabbed the divine light rod before him and pulled it out. Looking out the window, hubby don't interfere. I'm going to exterminate this monster that disturbs time and space with my own hands. After saying that, he directly opened the window and lifted the divine light rod and leaped. With a flash of pure red light, Dija Ultraman appeared in the middle of the city. Compared to the past when Dija Ultraman transformed with a 7-colored glow, This time it was due to Ruyan Lu's anger that caused the glow to turn pure red. Even because of the extreme anger, Dija Ultraman's power is greatly enhanced. At this moment, Ruyan Lu broke through the peak of the 3rd rank to reach the level of the early 4th rank. Duanmu Xian understood the reason for Liu Ruyan's anger after just a moment's thought. She had already lost her mother once. Hardly out of her grief, Gold Wrath disrupts the moment, allowing her to see her long-dead mother again, which means she has to go through the pain of losing her mother once more. But the Golden Dragon Gold Wrath was very strong. Duanmu Xian wasn't sure if Liu Ruyan, who had just broken through to the 4th rank, could beat the fight. He hesitantly looked to Mama Fish. Mama Fish flashed him a smile of encouragement. Son, you promised me you'd be with her no matter what you did, didn't you? Go ahead and leave me alone. Duanmu Xian nodded solemnly and raised Galaxy Spark after giving his mother-in-law one last look. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. A bright greenish-blue light flashed as Galactic Ultraman appeared next to Dija Ultraman. The BGM plays. Warm up to turn on the music to find Air of Light. Song starts at 2 minutes in. As soon as this BGM sounded, Duanmu Xian realized that something was wrong. No, this is not my BGM. But without waiting for him to think about it more, Dija Ultraman had already rushed towards Gold Wrath as a ray of light. Gold Wrath had just been revived and landed on the ground when he was kicked out by a furious Dija Ultraman transformed into light. After kicking Gold Wrath out of the air, Dija Ultraman crossed his arms and placed them at the crystal in front of his forehead. A red glow flashed as Dija power type switched. The Golden Dragon had already reared up and swung its sharp claws at Dija Ultraman, and the powerful Dija Ultraman was not the least bit afraid of the peak 6th order Golden Dragon. After coalescing the Dija Electric Fist, he swung his fist towards the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon's claws clawed towards the head of Dija Ultraman, who dodged the claw in a crouch before slamming his fist into the Golden Dragon's chest. There was a loud bang and a lot of sparks exploded as the Golden Dragon ate the pain and tried to use the horns on his head to unleash his superpowers to attack Dija. Liu Ruyan's battle sense was strong in itself, not to mention that Duanmu Xian had told her about the Golden Dragon's weaknesses today. Superpowers are used with a few seconds of CD, and after using a superpower its horns will be vulnerable. After sidestepping the blow, he reached out and grabbed the horn on the Golden Dragon's head the moment its light faded, slamming its head hard into the ground. The earth was smashed out of a hole with a loud boom, and Dija Ultraman pressed it to the ground, his right hand gathering the light energy of his whole body to punch down. Plenty of sparks exploded from the Golden Dragon's head as its horns were smashed hard off by Dija Ultraman. The Golden Dragon with a broken horn was like a poisonous snake with its fangs pulled out. Duanmu Xian was unable to imagine that anger actually brought such a powerful increase to Dija Ultraman. It made her cross 2 great realms to hang the Golden Dragon. Galactic Ultraman wasn't even plugged in at all. After knocking out the Golden Dragon, Dija Ultraman looks back in the direction of her home, where a gentle mother is watching over her. Seeing Ruyan Lu turn her head, her mother raised her right hand towards her daughter in a cheering gesture. Exactly at this moment a lightning bolt crossed the sky. The lightning bolt illuminated Dija Ultraman's face. Dija's expressionless face because of the light of the lightning bolt flowed out full of reluctance and attachment. Seeing this, Duanmu Xian knew that Liu Ruyan might not be willing to give up, crossed his arms, and the plasma sparks all over his body bloomed with a yellow light. Seeing this, Dija Ultraman quickly turned his head to stop Galaxy Ultraman. No, I'll do it. The yellow color on Galactic Ultraman's plasma crystal slowly retracted, and Dija Ultraman directly clasped his hands in a circle to gather all the light energy in his body. A red light was emitted by her, powerful Japerio light. The Golden Dragon exploded into pieces and dissipated in the wind under the blast of the powerful Japerio light. Along with the death of the Golden Dragon, some of the airplanes and ships and buildings from the last era in the city also disappeared with it. Dija Ultraman and Galaxy Ultraman looked in the direction of their home at the same time, and their gentle mother smiled and waved her hand at the two O's, her form turning into a ray of light as she slowly drifted into the night sky. The two AOs flew up into the sky escorting the glow to the end of the sky until it disappeared into thin air. The two O's were silent in the air when suddenly, explosions sounded from 4 different directions in the capital. Galactic Ultraman looks down to find King Guthra, King Pond, Hilbagon, and Hippolyte Starman as they wreak havoc on the city in different parts of the capital. And in the core area of the capital city a Hellgate appears. Duanmu Xian recognizes this Hellgate. The Kirai Ludes have made a mess of it. It's only because the Hellmouth inside of Dija Ultraman was directly yanked by Flash Cone Dija along with Kirai Lutherman too, so he doesn't know what's really inside the Hellmouth. To top it off, there were 8 crosses hanging next to the Hellmouth, tying up Zophie, Hatsune, Ace, Jack, Terra, Eddie, Urian, and Jonas. Even Severn is nowhere to be found. They're the highest fighting force in the capital police force. How come they haven't even started fighting yet? And they're reunited again. He realized that since he came to the capital, Were these adults acting him out? How come it's always a reunion? At the core of the capital city, the gates of hell slowly opened. Prophets and witches stood underneath the gates of hell, and countless angelic believers gathered at this time to pray for the angels to come down. A ray of light landed in front of the hellgate, but Liu Ruyan used all her strength to push the hellgate. The gates of hell were slowly pushed back by Dija Altman. This caused countless rabid angel fans underneath to become disgruntled. Damn demons, showing up again. Is it directly going to stop the angels from descending this time? Angel, come out and kill the demon. This demon is trying to stop you from coming out. Lord Prophet, stop this demon. Deja Ultraman. Ruyan Lu turned back down to the masses underneath with an incredulous look on her face. Are these people out of their minds? Or are you saying there's angels in there? With this weird door with black gas coming out of it? The Prophet and the Witch on the stage each gathered dark energy to strike towards the airborne Deja Ultraman. Deja Ultraman had no choice but to give up pushing on the door and exclusively held up his rainbow shield to block the two energy blasts. The Witch and the Seer saw this and gathered the energy of their entire bodies, and a large number of Kiri eluders appeared around them, eventually coalescing into the Inferno Warriors. Although the realm of the Inferno Warrior was only at the peak of the 5th rank, with the large number of angelic believers augmenting it, its strength was not as simple as the peak of the 5th rank. The Inferno Warrior assumed an attacking pose and charged at Deja Ultraman. Dija Ultraman, you demon, don't ever try to stop our Kyrie Luther god from appearing. Dija Ultraman leapt out of the air with a long leap and landed an otter flying kick on the Inferno Warrior. The Inferno Warrior blocked the otter flying kick without any fear of crossing his arms. Dija Otter is shocked that the otter flying kick from above was actually caught. Did it consume too much energy from fighting the golden dragon earlier? It was too late to think about it. The Inferno Warrior had already swung his fist and attacked towards him. On the other side of the room, Duanmu contacted the Super Galactic Vigilantes. The Flame Warriors were sent with a group to stop the Hilbegon. The Mirror Knights with a group to deal with the King of Jesla and the King of Pandan. And Gembert with a group to deal with the Hippolytics. There is no way the capital police force of those adults acting him this universe is also really sinister. From 5 different directions at the same time to launch an attack on the capital. If he didn't go and organize manpower to deal with it, could he just watch them destroy the city? As for the Hell's Gate, he could only let Ruyan Lu hold it for now. And if Duanmu remembers it well, King Jesla, King Pandan plus Silbagon and Goldrath and Hippolyte Starman seem to be able to synthesize Giga Chimera. That thing is ridiculously strong. It took the combined light of 8 Ultramen to clean it up. He wanted to save his strength to deal with Giga Chimera, and while Galaxy was good, it was just too draining. There was also the identity of the man in black he had already guessed. As a senior AO fan, it was impossible not to know who was behind these 5 monsters. The Dark Evil Heart King. After waiting to finish arranging several other battlefields, Duanmu returned to the core area of the capital where the Hellgate was located. It was discovered that Dija Ultraman was being unilaterally abused by the Inferno Warrior. Seeing that he couldn't be beaten, Deja Ultraman switched to his powerful form once again. Who knew that the Inferno Warrior also switched his powerful form when he saw Deja Ultraman change forms? This is the Inferno Warrior developed by the Kyrie Lithorians who studied the data capabilities of the Dija Ultraman especially for the sake of Dija. Totally developed for Deja. The ending was predictable, with the powerful form of Deja Ultraman still being no match for the Kyrie-eludes. After being punched for another dozen rounds, Deja Ultraman switched to his air form and was about to run away. Who knew that the Inferno Warrior had also sprouted purple wings and chased after him? The Inferno Warrior with purple wings flew faster than Deja. It soon caught up with Deja, and after an explosion, Deja Ultraman crashed into the ground to be flooded by the black gas emanating from the hellmouth. Disappearing into the darkness, Duanmu saw that there was nothing else he could do, and was about to pull out a galaxy spark. Anyone need technical support? A voice came from the sky, and it turned out to be Wu Mini arriving with his team and newly developed equipment. The Inferno Warrior flew over to the hellmouth after Deja Ultraman fell and started trying to open it with force. The ultimate goal of the Inferno Warriors is the god Kyrie Luther, and is to defeat Galactic Ultraman. Losing the hearts and minds of Deja Ultraman's inability to turn on his shining form wasn't a major concern in his mind, and after Wu Mini arrived at the scene, he leaped directly from the airplane to Duanmu. First, he had his team's researchers point a flashlight and light at the Dija Ultraman with his latest research that fit the Dija Ultraman's energy. Dija Ultraman did regain some of his energy after feeling the energy of this light, but the light didn't seem to be enough. This light doesn't seem quite enough. Wu Min-e, do you have any other ideas? While speaking, Duanmu gripped the galaxy spark in his hand, already preparing for the worst and transforming into Galaxy Ultraman in advance to deal with the Inferno Warrior. Wu Min-e frowned when he heard this. It seems that the effect of the urgently rushed out contraption is still poor. Whatever. Let's beat a dead horse. Turning his head to look at Duanmu, his gaze held a bit of puzzlement. Wasn't it this dude who just watched his girlfriend being beaten without doing anything? Wu Mini couldn't figure it out. Of course, if he knew that those 5 monsters in the capital could synthesize Giga Chimera, if there was a dark evil heart king behind the Giga Chimera, he would understand why Duanmu wasn't making a move right now. There were still 2 big bosses in the back. Compared to those 2 bosses, this Inferno Warrior was indeed a small Karami. Thinking about it, Wu Mini thought for a moment and turned on the national broadcast. I'm Wu Mini, a scientist in the research department of the Capital Police Force. Fellow citizens, wake up. In fact, those who call themselves angels, they are the demons. Dija Ultraman has been fighting for his life to protect us. Now it's up to us to give him strength. You guys look at that black door in the air. What kind of stuff is coming out of it? And do you really believe those things are angels? Guys, give Dija the light. Give Dija the light. Wu Mini turned off the national broadcast after he finished speaking. He didn't know if that would help. Duanmu had also gripped Galaxy Spark and was ready to transform for battle. He's also not very confident that the brainwashed masses can be pulled back by Wu Mini. But within a few seconds, countless lights came from behind Wu Mini and Duanmu, only to see a large number of citizens driving their car lights over towards the side of Dija Ultraman. Some carried flashlights, others glow sticks. Some of these people were also among those who had previously believed that the Kyria looters were angels, and they were not badly brainwashed. As soon as the dark door came out, they didn't really believe in angels anymore. After all, what's real can't be fake. Coupled with Wu Minyi's speech just now, it was true that Dija Ultraman had fought desperately for them. Go Dija! Stand up Dija! Dija, don't admit defeat. Humans really are amazing creatures, and I don't know about those people who were calling Dija a demon on the internet before. Now that they see their so-called angels coming out of the blackened gates of hell, do they ever regret their earlier foolishness? But that doesn't matter anymore. All that matters is that now, along with the solidarity of the people, Dija Ultraman has finally regained his power and entered the Shining Cone. Dija Ultraman felt the power of long-lost people's trust touched immensely, gradually regained the strength to stand up. Looking down, he gave a thumbs up to the people on the ground before turning his head to look at the hellmouth in the sky. People were incredibly excited to see Dija Ultraman stand up and wave a glow-stick flashlight in his hand. Great! Dija Ultraman is standing up. Go Dija Ultraman! Go Dija! The Inferno Warrior heard the movement on the ground and looked down. Dija Ultraman actually stood up and took a long jump, taking a fighting stance with the intention of taking Dija down again. Dija Ultraman at this time has entered the Flash Cone state, cannot be the slightest bit false opponent. The forehead crystal blossomed white, switching back to composite Dija, leaping at the Inferno Warrior with a single punch. Dija in his Flash Cone state was far beyond the norm in both strength and speed. The Kyrie Luther was knocked straight to the ground by the punch, followed by a brutal beating as Dija pressed down on the horns on the Inferno Warrior's head, which the Inferno Warrior was powerless to fight back. With a click, the horn on the Inferno Warrior's head was snapped off by Dija Ultraman, and he fell to the ground completely incapacitated. Dija Ultraman lifts the Inferno Warrior up and throws it at the hellmouth. Just at the moment when the Hellgate was about to be slammed shut by the Inferno Warriors, the Dark Evil Heart King appeared. He created a protective shield to protect the hellmouth, and the Inferno Warrior crashed into it and fell back to the ground. Seeing that the Dark Evil Heart King had appeared to protect the hellmouth, Dija Ultraman had no choice but to give up his intention of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, storing up a shot of JPleo light to smash the Inferno Warrior into pieces before looking to the hellmouth. At this time, the gates of hell were finally completely open. The god Kyrie Luther also stepped slowly out of it, his shape extremely twisted and irregular. Without the slightest symmetrical beauty, there was only chaos and unnameable. Duanmu thought of Cthulhu the moment he saw him. Inside, the original Dija Ultraman was filled with a lot of Cthulhu mythological elements. Moreover, that aura of the Kyrie eluded god was the unique oppressive feeling of the early 7th Order, more powerful than Taranth. Seeing this, Flash Cone Dija rushed up and fought Kyrie Luther god. But unfortunately, he was fully suppressed by Kyrie Luther god between every move. Neither strength nor speed was as good as the other. Although he wouldn't lose in a short period of time by relying on people's light, it was only a matter of time before he lost when Ruyan Lu's physical strength reached its limit. After all, the Flash Cone Dija's strength is not up to the 7th Order level, not to mention the energy consumed by Rage Battle Geldesla before, and the defeat of the Inferno Warrior also consumed a lot. Seeing this, Duanmu understood that things had gone beyond his expectations. The early 7th Order Kyrie Luther god had come out, and only he could go on. Thinking of this, Duanmu no longer hesitated to raise Galaxy Spark. It was accompanied by a brilliant greenish-blue light that shot up into the sky. The BGM plays. Aha! Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. Sarah! The god Kyrie Luther has tentacles on his body like Gitangio, which by now are wrapped around the neck of Dija Ultraman. Dija Ultraman, who had previously consumed a lot of physical strength, was having a hard time breaking free from this tentacle at this time. Just as Liu Ruyan was despairing, a greenish-blue sword light flashed down, and the tentacle snapped with a sound. Galactic Ultraman pushed Kirai Luther directly out of the way after cutting off his god tentacles, then turned back and rushed Ryujin. You go ahead and rest to regain your strength. I'll deal with the Kirai Luther god. There's still a tough battle to be fought next, so prepare yourself mentally. Ruyan Lu didn't make any pretense, and turned into a particle of light and disappeared in place after she hummed. Seeing Galactic Ultraman appear, the silhouettes of the sorceress and the prophetess emerged next to the god Kirai Luther. Galactic Ultraman, I know you're strong, but there's absolutely no way you can win against our god. We have been waiting for you for a long time, and you will die miserably in front of humanity in front of our great god Kirai Luther. Unfortunately, before the words were out of his mouth, Galactic Ultraman had already fucked Kirai Luther god in the face with a punch. With a loud bang, the Kirai Luther god had a hole punched in his head and was sent flying by Galaxy's unreasonable numerical power. Which, prophet? The god Kirai Luther was punched through the head but did not die, and this strange creature's power comes from darkness. The rotting flesh on the head wriggled for a while and then returned as good or even more horrifying. Galactic Ultraman's energy consumption was very fast, and the power he could utilize now at the third rank was very limited, but it was no problem at all to exterminate a district Kirai Luther god. Duanmu Xian also didn't want to waste time, directly appearing behind the Kirai Luther god in a flash, grabbed its tentacles and threw them with force to slam its huge body onto the Hellgate. Galaxy's arm strength is so terrifying that he can easily throw monsters from Earth to outer space. It was also a direct push to push Tyrant from Earth to the planet Genghis Khan when he first fought Tyrant. The gate of hell was directly smashed by the Kirai Luther god, and a large amount of black mist spewed out from inside. Galactic Ultraman crossed his arms with his plasma crystals emitting a pink glow and used a move specifically designed to restrain dark demons. Galactic Daylight. Under the onslaught of pink light, the god Kirai Luther and the gates of hell were burned out by Galactic Daylight. The god Kirai Lud. D. The sorceress and the seer still stood next to where the god Kirai eluded had been a dozen seconds ago. At this moment, these two were wide-eyed and incoherent with shock. Why was the great god Kirai Luther killed? It shouldn't be. 15 seconds and it's gone? Too strong. Why is Galactic Ultraman so strong? The Yabubs were right. This guy is a monster killing machine. When the monster killing machine Galactic Ultraman they were talking about turned his gaze towards them, the shock they had just felt vanished and was replaced by extreme fear. Galactic Ultraman appeared in front of the two men in a flash, one hand in front of the other as if he were grabbing a chickadee, and put the two men in front of him. What did you guys say just now? I didn't hear you. Say it again. The prophet stammered in fear and became incoherent. Silver giant god. I didn't say anything just now. It's quite a nice day. Which is no better than prophets to know what's good for them. Silver giant god Sama. What I just said was that the district Kirai Luther god wouldn't be a match for you at all. Silver giant god. In fact, my dream since I was a child was to join your super galactic guard and serve you. As soon as the seer heard the witch say that, wasn't that a betrayal of the Kirai Luddites? He was instantly enraged. What do you mean? Witch, are you not a Kirai Lutheran? To actually go to the enemy in order to stay alive? Where is the dignity of being a Kirai Luther? We Kirai Lutherans, it is to starve, to die outside, to jump from here, and not to betray the great race of Kirai-Ludes. Galactic Ultraman gave the seer an appreciative look. Very well, then I'll fulfill you and you can go to hell. He said he was going to crush him with his left hand as hard as he could. The next moment the prophet changed his face. Silver giant god don't rush. You listen to me first. In fact, my childhood dream is also to join the Super Galaxy Police. It's just a matter of racial concepts. We Kirai-Ludians are not a race native to the blue planet, but we are all friendly peers in the same universe. Galactic Ultraman shook his head and casually squeezed his hand as the seer disappeared into a puddle of black mist. It's late, and my fucking super galactic guard was only created a few days ago, so I can't even kiss ass. The witch was horrified to see the prophet crushed into a black mist and dissipated. Galactic Ultraman turned his attention back to the witch. How did you guys get a couple of adults from the Capital Police Force arrested? And where did Severn Ultraman go? I advise you to think before you speak, or you've seen what happens to prophets. The witch saw the prophet's downfall which dared not to follow. Immediately, she and the prophet started from driving public opinion to cyber-violate Liu Ruyan, used people's negative energies to summon 4 peak 6th order monsters, and then counted on Fish Daoxuan's plan to dismantle the Super Terra as well as all of the details of the plan in its entirety. The witch said in great detail. It can be seen that the Galaxy Ultraman 15 seconds OK Kiri Alid God gave her a great shock. She is not called a goat, called from the heart. Duanmu Xian's brain thumped after hearing this. His father-in-law was gone. That bitch, Liu Ruyan, had just gone through the pain of losing her mother once. Now Fish Dogan has fallen for the Cosmic Man's plot again, and then is now presumed to have cooled off, and even destroyed the bronze statue to prevent him from resurrecting Saban. Liu Ruyan had been paying attention to what was going on here, and she had heard all of the witch's words. When she heard that her father had been executed, her face turned pale all of a sudden, and her eyes were empty, frozen in place. Duanmu took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his chest, and threw the witch to Wu Min-yi. Wu Min-yi, I'll leave this one in your care. I'll come back to deal with her after I clean up here. Wu Min-yi nodded. No problem. The witch's legs went limp when she was placed on the ground and she directly collapsed to the ground. And after Wu Min-yi greeted her, the people from the research team brought a pair of handcuffs to lock her in place. Duanmu saw that Liu Ruyan's state was not right and hurriedly transmitted a voice to her. Wan, cheer up. There's still me. This is not the time to be sad. Liu Ruyan still listened to Duanmu words and knew that now was not the time to be sad, quickly adjusting her emotions to concentrate on recovering her physical strength. Duanmu gazed at the 8 crosses next to the destroyed Hellgate again. A few of the adults from the Capital Police Force are still hanging in there. The figure flickered into a greenish-blue light that appeared around the cross, followed by a white glow from the plasma crystals that covered Galaxy's body. Galactic Lightblade Sword. After a few sword flashes cut the chains on the 8 crosses, the 8 Ultramarines got back on their feet. Shafurin first thanked Duanmu and then immediately commanded the other Ultramen. Brothers, there are several monster attacks in the capital right now, all of which are peak 6th order monsters. Galactic Ultraman has already destroyed the god Kirai Luther, and we seniors can't afford to lose face. Let's head out right now to deal with those monsters. Duanmu sniffed with some fear, fearing that Shafurin would take these few Ultramen again to be exterminated by the Hippolyte group, and hurriedly stopped him. Since Shafurin's resurrection, he's already taken the Otter Brothers group twice in just a few days. He now even suspected that the plan to eliminate Ultraman was really set by Zophie, and he couldn't be allowed to direct it anymore. Several adults, you are in a bad state now. Take a rest to recover some energy. There will be a big battle later. Leave those monsters to me. Shafurin is still trying to get out there. Duanmu, you've already done too much for the capital. Let's leave the rest to us. No, I'll do it. You guys should just rest. After saying this, Duanmu didn't wait for Shafulin to say more and directly flew up into the sky, and then his body split into 3, heading towards the Divine Dragon Mountain, the western district of the capital and the eastern district respectively. Inside the rainbow mirage of Dragon Mountain, the Flame Warriors and Hilbegon were locked in a bitter battle, with Hilbegon being very strong and his only drawback being his less than stellar eyesight. It was also with the help of its flaws that Dija Ultraman was able to destroy him, but unfortunately the Flame Warriors' nerves couldn't find out about Hilbegon's flaws. The minions around him are all dragons. Fighting power is not strong. Scare people okay? But against the level of Hilbegon opponent is not much use. Red Lotus Spark. After several hundred rounds of fighting with Hilbegon, the Flame Warrior gathered a large amount of flame energy to unleash a surefire hit towards Hilbegon. A loud boom exploded with tons of sparks. The Flame Warrior breathed a sigh of relief as Hilbegon fell to the ground. Done. Just as he was about to leave, Hilbegon stood up again as if nothing had happened. It also mimicked the movements of the Flame Warrior, intending to gather energy to use the Red Lotus Spark. But unfortunately Silbegon doesn't have that ability, and Silbegon doesn't have much intelligence, and it realizes that it mimics a Flame Warrior but has no flames in its fists. Stunned, it raised its head and opened its mouth wide, staring at its fist incredulously as its brain wondered why there were no special effects for his use of the Flame Fist. Then the bastard actually got angry and stomped his feet while clapping his hands. What kind of monster is this? Why can't it be beaten? Flame Warrior was shocked. Although the power of his must-have technique might not be comparable to the J-Pelio Ray, the M87 Ray, but the power was also above the Specium Ray. The enraged Silbegon, however, would not give the Flame Warrior time to think, and swung his claws towards the Flame Warrior. The Flame Warrior understood how terrifying Hilbegon's power was, but limited to the Divine Dragon Mountain terrain and the tourists. He didn't dare to run straight away, with Shenlong Mountain as a scenic spot, with many people trapped in the rainbow illusion inside, and many ordinary people behind him to protect. He couldn't afford to fall. The furious Hilbegon ran at the Flame Warrior and went down with an Iron Mountain lean that sent the Flame Warrior flying straight out onto the ground. Silbegon wouldn't give the Flame Warrior a chance to catch his breath, and a Tarzan press went down, nearly crushing the Flame Warrior's body on the spot. Just as the Flame Warrior felt like he was about to meet his two tits, a high-pitched BGM sound suddenly came from the air. The red star shines on the earth. Sarah! A greenish-blue light flashed. Galactic Ultraman appeared on the side of Hilbegon, and with a kick, the 75,000-ton Hilbegon was sent flying thousands of meters into the sky by this kick. The Flame Warrior looked at the silver giant god that was like a god with a shocked face. He had a hard time propelling the Silbegon. Why could Galaxy just kick it with a single kick? Is that reasonable? The Flame Warrior is at the 6th level. Duanmu Xian is only 3rd ranked. It's actually quite reasonable. The quality gap is there. It's as qualitative as the gap between Rigito and Gosgestus, or Noah and Nexus. This is why Galaxy encouraged Duanmu Xian not to try too hard. Originally Duanmu Xian was an unlucky man. Wherever he went something happened. As long as there are battle strength gains will never be slow. Work harder. Once the 4th or even 5th or 6th order, when they can unleash more of Galaxy's power, Blue Star won't necessarily be able to carry Galaxy's power. Galactic Ultraman once said that he's been restraining himself from unleashing too much power, and that Luigi L and he are one. Otherwise, the stronger the light, the thicker the shadow would be, and Blue Star wouldn't be able to carry it by then. Galaxy has said she doesn't want to cause another Spark Wars like that in some dimension. Why would the Yaboans and Hippolytes call Duanmu Xian a monster killing machine? That's the reason. Are you saying they cosmic people are stupid? Not stupid. Pretty smart. Knew to lay it out before the fight. Broke Shining Deja's faith. Took apart the Super Terra synthesizer. And attacking from 4 different places at once. They also prepared the early 7th order Kyrieliodite gods. Even the Dark Lord of Evil Hearts had left behind the Giga Chimera as a backstabber. And even the Lord of Evil Hearts himself. And without Shining Deja and Super Terra on the capital side, the highest battle power on the bright side is the peak of the 6th rank. How can you lose a game like this? The Dark Evil Heart King couldn't figure out how to lose. And even thought that the capital side might not even be able to carry the first round of attacks. But the problem is that Galaxy, the monster killing machine, is so unreasonable. No matter what the scheme, no matter how powerful the opponent, he is strong. Let him be strong. The breeze brushes the hillock. He is cross. Let him be cross. The bright moon shines on the big river. The plasma crystals all over Galactic Ultraman glowed yellow after Hilbegon was kicked into the sky. The sky above the Divine Dragon Mountain was suddenly covered in dark clouds, and a large amount of yellow lightning converged. These yellow lightning bolts formed lightning clusters that blasted towards Hilbegon. There was a loud boom, and Hilbegon was blown to pieces. After taking care of Hilbegon, Galactic Ultraman turned his attention to the Flame Warrior. If you can still fight now, take everyone to the core of the capital to gather and prepare for a tough battle. The Flame Warrior sniffed and quickly stood up. No problem, boss. I'll hit wherever you point me. Galaxy sniffed and came to an otter nod. But the next second, the Galactic Ultraman chest-colored timer went off. This was the point where Duanmu Xian suffered the most. The strength was enough, but the energy consumption was too fast. But it was already too much stronger than when he could only maintain the transformation state for a minute at the first rank. In the next second, Galaxy Ultraman dissolved into particles of light and dissipated into the air. This galaxy that came to Shenlong Mountain was just a diversion. In the eastern part of the capital, the Mirror Knight was similarly caught in a bitter battle. Although he could hold King Ponton and King Jesla at bay by constantly creating mirrors, but his strength was almost exhausted after time. On the contrary, King Jesla and King Ponton, just as if they didn't know how to get tired. A large number of buildings in the eastern district were destroyed into ruins by them. They appeared thanks to the negative energy collected by the Dark Evil Heart King. Destroying the city could collect a large amount of negative energy, which on one hand could raise the nutrients for the Dark Evil Heart King, and on the other hand was that they themselves could obtain a constant stream of power. As the Mirror Knight was unable to find his way out of the fight by the combined efforts of King Jesla and King Ponton, a greenish-blue light appeared in front of him, knocking King Ponton and King Jesla out of the way. Seeing the visitor, the Mirror Knight shouted excitedly as if he had seen hope. "Boss, you're finally here. I can't hold it much longer." The colored timer on Galactic Ultraman's chest was already flashing, and Tuan Kaiken knew there was no time to waste. Now immediately go to the piece in the core area of the capital and prepare for battle. Leave this place to me. After saying hello to the Mirror Knights, he rushed straight at King Ponton and King Jesla. The Mirror Knight didn't say anything, and took a leap of faith and flew off to the core area of the capital. As the Mirror Knight walked away, the city behind him clouded over, and amidst the lightning and flames, King Jesla and King Ponton were blown to bits. On the battlefield where the Yabubs and Hippolytics were, the Iron Samurai was unilaterally hung by these two cosmonauts. By now it was on the ground, bruised and battered, with the Hippolytes still stomping on the Steel Samurai. Ha 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 ha. Stupid humans, your last hope has fallen. Your end is here. The Arborian had been silent next to the Hippolyte, having seen what was happening on the other battlefields through interdimensional space. The situation was supposed to be great, and several of the lords of the capital police force had already been cleaned up by that lord. The god Kirai Luther pinned down Deja Ultraman, Hilbegon pinned down the Flame Warriors, and King Ponton and King Guthra pinned down the Mirror Knights. But Duanmu Xian, this monster, once transformed, the situation was instantly reversed. The Kirai Luther god, who had been blown up for 15 chapters by witches and prophets, was solved in 15 seconds by Galactic Ultraman. Even the prophet got pinched. The feckless witch sold all of that lord's intelligence plans by virtue of her being somewhat good-looking, plus being obedient, and then the Milky Way didn't get her killed. Then now the diversion was coming their way. Seeing the terrifying battle power of Galactic Ultraman, the Yabus had already begun to fight back in their hearts. Eyeing the Hippolyte, who was mad as hell at the moment, he thought that this guy's IQ was as good as it was going to get. At that exact moment, a greenish-blue light appeared in front of the Yabubs and the Hippolytes. But at this time, the colored timer on Galaxy's chest had started to flash red lights like crazy, defeating the Kyrie Luther god, rescuing the 8 lords, and splitting up to support the Flame Warriors, and the Mirror Knights had brought his stamina almost to its limit. Hippolyte Starman saw that Galactic Ultraman had flashed red, that it was clearing up, the rain had stopped, and he thought he could do it again. Because he didn't have the Yabub's interdimensional space to watch the battlefield situation, he didn't realize that Kyrie Luther god was KO'd by Galaxy in 15 seconds, and taunted, "Galactic Ultraman, looks like you've reached your limit too. How about that? Kyrie Luther god made it hard for you too. Since you are at the end of your rope, let me, the Hippolyte, give you a ride." Galactic Ultraman pulled out Galaxy Sparks while gasping for air due to his physical exertion. "That's right. I am indeed at the end of my strength and don't even have the power to unleash another sure kill. But it's still more than enough to clean up you guys." The Hippolyte was also a bit abashed at the sight of Galactic Spark, something that looked like a toy, but last time it had broken his glass cover from the inside. The Yabubs are even more desperate. Seeing Galactic Ultraman pull out Galactic Sparks and turning their heads to run, the Hippolyte was in a hurry then, shouting behind the ABO, "Yabubs, where are you going?" Without looking back, the Yabubs spoke, "Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. Friend, goodbye, bye-bye you." Then he opened the interdimensional space and drilled in, backhandedly closing the interdimensional space and slipping away, the whole time taking only 3 seconds. The Hippolyte was left alone to face Galactic Ultraman, who was at the end of his rope with Galactic Spark. The Hippolytics knew that Galactic Spark seemed like they could just be used to smash with outrageous power. "Damn it, don't bluff, Galactic Ultraman, I'll fight you." Galactic Ultraman leapt forward raising Galactic Sparks and rushed towards the Hippolyte, who saw the plague coming and rushed to spray a few purple light bullets at him, but they were dispersed one by one by Galaxy Sparks, and the Hippolyte tried to run, but he was no match for Galaxy's speed. He was slammed in the head with a Galaxy Spark by Galaxy, who had caught up with him. The Hippolyte's head was smashed directly through a large hole by Galaxy Sparks, pained him all over the place. Galaxy didn't want to waste time with him, pulling him up off the ground before stretching the tube across his face and raising Galaxy Sparks in a slash. The long tube in the Hippolyte's face was chopped off. It's a corner-breaking skill he learned from his daughter-in-law. The Hippolyte fell to the ground in pain as the tube in his face was chopped off and he rolled around while cursing, "Damnable Galactic Ultraman. How dare you treat my great Hippolyte like this? You wait for me. That lord will not let you go." Iron Samurai at this time also finally climbed up. Galaxy Ultraman at this time also is already to the limit. Feel the other two split has disappeared. Dao, you come and must kill him. I'm out of energy. After saying this, Galaxy Ultraman's body dissolved into light particles, and after transforming back into his earthly body, Duanmu half kneeled on the ground and panted heavily, with one high-powered Galactic Daylight, 2 Galactic Lightning Strikes, 1 Galactic Flame Ball, 1 Galactic Lightning Edge Sword, splitting into 2, and using instantaneous transmission so many times, his stamina had long since reached its limit. It's a matter of perseverance that I've been able to hold on so long without collapsing. Seeing this, the Steel Samurai unleashed his own surefire kill to exterminate the Hippolyte. Looking at Duanmu again after the Hippolyte had blown to pieces, he asked, "Boss, the Yabubs got away. What now?" Duanmu pulled out the special training potion he had prepared long ago from his pocket and dazzled it for 2 mouthfuls before regaining some of his energy and barely standing up. "Take me to the core area of the capital, the place where the Hell Gate appeared before. In a moment there might be a big battle there. I need to find my wife." The Iron Samurai nodded and took the form of a spaceship, then sucked Duanmu into the cockpit before heading towards the core area of the capital. Core area of the capital. Shafulin was as anxious and restless as an ant on a hot pan. Duanmu, this guy did not allow them seniors to make a move, and split off by himself to support 3 different places. The more powerful the force, the more stamina it consumed, he knew. Even his M87 ray, he didn't really dare to release it at full strength. Not to mention Galactic Ultraman, which uses astronomical amounts of energy. No, it's been so long, why is there still no news? Let's split up in 3 directions to find him. Seeing Shafulin anxious, Yu Tianma hurriedly went up to comfort him. "It's fine, Lord Shafurin, I'm sure Duanmu he can do it. Don't worry, he must have a reason for keeping us here. Trust him." Liu Ruyan sat motionless on the side. Just now these adults had already told him the bad news that Yu Daoxian had died in battle. She was pale now and didn't want to say a word. Just then, 3 voices came from the sky, and 3 figures, one red, one silver, and one white, converged from 3 different directions. Hello all the lords of the Capitol Police. The Flame Warrior was the first to land and transform back into his earthly body, greeting the police captains around him. Guys, my boss says there's going to be another fight later, so we'd better get ready. After the Mirror Knight landed on the ground, he spoke to these adults about Duanmu Xian's arrangement. The Iron Samurai didn't say anything when it landed. It just opened the cockpit, and Duanmu Xian stepped out from it with a weak face. Because of the overexertion of his physical strength, he fell to the ground after taking 2 steps. When the people from the Capitol Police Force saw Duanmu Xian like this, they all wanted to come up and ask what was going on. A pink figure rushed towards Duanmu Xian in front of everyone. By the time the crowd reacted, Liu Ruyan had already taken Duanmu Xian in her arms. Honey, don't be so desperate in the future. Okay, I've already lost everything. I can't lose you again. Duanmu Xian sort of understood where the word cleanser came from. Fortunately, Wanwan is not that outrageous in size, or else he really can't breathe. Duanmu Xian thought in his heart. Wanwan, don't be so agitated. Your husband is a man who cherishes his life. Let go of me first. The Flame Warriors, Mirror Knights, and Steel Samurai saw this and gathered around. Boss, today's battle was beautiful. The Hilpagon that I couldn't defeat after half a day of fighting was cleaned up by you in 2 blows. From now on you'll be my idol. The Flame Warrior was the first to come over and kiss Duanmu Xian's ass. Boss, what's this talk about there being a vicious battle? I heard Lord Shafurin say that the Kirai Luther god has been cleaned up by you. The Mirror Knight, still a bit more composed and calm in nature, got straight to the point. As soon as the words fell, 6 souls rose into the air from different directions in the capital, and the dark evil Heart King floated in the air looking down at the earth. Jia. You all shouldn't have much strength left to continue fighting. Duanmu Xian, look at you now. Can you continue to fight? You can't guard anything today. After the 6 souls came together, the ultimate synthesized beast Giga Chimera was born. Giga Chimera's strength reached the late 7th stage. Stronger than Gitangio. The towering, terrifying creature with the lower half of his body was King Jesla. The body is that of a Hippolyte who can fire purple light bullets. Twin Tails is the Pontoon King who can shoot flames. The Golden Dragon, Gold Wrath, and the Silver Dragon, Hilpagon, are the twin heads of the Giga Chimera. You fucking scumbag. See if I still have any strength left. How dare you kill my father-in-law. See how I'll raise you. Duanmu Xian was not the least bit afraid of this ultimate synthetic beast and cursed at the dark evil Heart King in the sky. This is the guy who designed the witch prophet to cyber-violate Liu Ruyan, and then used a father's heart of guarding his daughter to design and kill Yu Daoxian. This revenge will not go unrewarded. Struggling to stand up after pulling out Galaxy Spark, but at this point, he has little power to transform. He just stood up and fell back down as his legs gave out. Seeing this, Liu Ruyan patted Duanmu Xian on the shoulder and said, "Hubby, don't go. You've consumed too much from the battle just now. Let me do it next." The man in black laughed wildly at this. "I've been planning for this moment for so long, and now you're all at the end of your rope, so be obedient and die." But the next second, the spectrum ray had struck the man in black. Yu Tenma had transformed and flew into the sky. Evil Heart King, don't forget there's us old guys. We're old, not dead. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zophie, Ace, Jack, Tara, Jonas, Eddie, and Urian flew to Ultraman's side. Shafurin stepped forward and walked in front of all the Ultramen, pointing at the Evil Heart King. Evil Heart King, no matter what kind of schemes you use, no matter what kind of desperate situation you force us into, but our belief in the guardianship of the Ultramarines will never be shaken. Duanmu Cheng looked back at Duanmu Xian, who couldn't even stand up on the ground, somewhat ashamedly. It's humbling to be a father and be saved twice by your own son. So this time, it's our turn to protect these newborn greens. The 8 Ultramen flew in all directions towards Jigakimura, unleashing their respective jutsu towards Jigakimura. Spectrum Rays, Vertical Guillotine Blade, Otter Bracelet, Sparka Flash, M87 Ray, Strem Ray, Planium Rays, Shakashumi Rays, Serenity Ray. The Giga Chimera didn't even bother to fight back in the face of these painless attacks, and waited until they ran out of moves. Every part of Giga Chimera's body began to release destructive light bullets in all directions towards the capital, and the amount of those light bullets was like a heavenly flower. Each light bomb that landed on the ground set off a burst of explosions and fire, and for a time the wailing and crying resounded throughout the entire field. Countless home buildings have been destroyed. If it weren't for the rest of the capital city police force and the members of the Super Galaxy police force who were on the ground protecting the masses, I'm afraid that the number of deaths in the capital city tonight would have reached an unprecedentedly horrific number. This scene Duanmu Xian had already seen too many times. The first time, the Mechanical Island incident, the entire Tianhai city was bombed by the Mechanical Island. killing and injuring countless people. For the second time, Gitangio combined with the 3,000 spaceships and 300,000 ravens of the Lipicians, along with countless Zogas. At this moment, Duanmu collapsed in Liu Ruyan's arms and closed his eyes, his mind filled with scenes of old and weak women and children in the city fleeing in all directions. Some of the light bullets that were too late to be stopped by the capital's police force exploded on them, representing the end of a fresh life. I don't want to see people displaced anymore. I don't want to see people suffer anymore. Dark evil heart king, you demon, I won't let you go. Thinking of this, Duanmu looked down at his chest. The original form of leaf rot had been turned into a glittering doll by him when he was at Rainbow Mountain earlier, a white orb that he wore as a necklace hanging from his body. Galaxy was acquiescing to his behavior at the time. Normally Galaxy was reluctant to use spark rays, but because leaf rot was so dangerous, it was the only one Galaxy made an exception to be able to use. It would have been nice to keep around as a hanging ornament. Thinking of this, Duanmu prepared to yank the white orb. Leaf rot was inferior to Galaxy's strength, but the win was that as long as it took a beating, it would give back the opponent's attacks indefinitely. As the most buggy monster in the history of Otter, it's just insurmountable except for probation-type skills. Leaf rot is unlimited energy, endless energy, and in the battlefield above the sky, seeing that their respective must-have techniques were useless against Giga Chimera, the O's no longer hesitated and each gave all of their energy to Terra Ultraman. Though less powerful than Saiwan, Terra's Ultraman antenna managed to turn into Super Terra after receiving energy from the other 7 Ultramans. Super Terra is very burdensome on the body, and Lu Jingyang's injuries are still fresh, but watching the city underneath be destroyed like that, they can't do it as AOT warriors. The aura of the peak of the 7th Order appeared on the Terra Ultraman in the sky, and Super Terra appeared in Duanmu field of vision for the first time. Duanmu saw this and retrieved Leaf Rot's flash doll, and Wu Mini had turned on his cell phone in the back to turn on the national broadcast. The title is The End is Nigh. Synopsis: The Dark Lord of Evil Hearts has revealed himself to wage a war of extermination against humanity. We humans may be coming to an end. It's not like he started a live stream for any other reason than to do an experiment. As soon as the live broadcast was opened, tens of millions of people flooded into the live broadcast, and the number was still climbing, and within a few minutes, it went up to 100 million. Thanks to Wu Mini's powerful hexagon technology, the server was also very powerful and didn't crash. And as soon as the live stream opened, people saw the appearance of Super Terra. Crap, is it this exciting as soon as we get in? Super Terra. That monster is terrifying. Super Terra is too small in front of it. Can Super Tyro win? After Super Terra appears, a BGM plays. It instantly evoked Duanmu own memories. Warm tips: imagine Japanese lyrics. Ultraman's dad is here. Ultraman's mom is here. The Dark Lord of Evil Hearts was as unfazed as if he had seen this coming. Super Terra was incomplete without Saban. Ediconia's and Urian's light isn't a good fit for Terra's otter antennae. Forcing a merger like this is very damaging to the body. Not to mention that Giga Chimera isn't his last card. Giga Chimera gathered the energy of her entire body and unleashed Calamity Burst towards Super Terra. Giga Chimera's monstrous mouths all over his body emitted various colors of light converging together, and fiery red lava-like Calamity Bursts shot towards Super Terra. Super Terra also unleashed his ultimate move straight away. The cackling Wooby Ray against its wave. Cosmic Miracle Ray. With a loud rumble, the two powerful energies collided together, the aftermath of which all set off a heat wave spreading out in all directions. The capital was momentarily overwhelmed by the winds of this heat wave. Some small items in the middle of the city, barricades, bicycles, plaques, pieces of wood and iron were blown all over the sky. But such an aftermath didn't last long before the Cosmic Miracle Rays broke through the Calamity Burst, eventually hitting the Giga Chimera's body above. With a loud boom, the 512-meter-tall Giga Chimera was blown to pieces, and the horrific shockwave once again kicked up a gust of wind that made a mess of the city. If that man had been there, I'm afraid he would have uttered that apocryphal quote, "What have you been guarding?" But it's much less of a disaster than the fallout caused by the Giga Chimera, and Xia has researched the fastest house-building technology from the monster invasion until now. Like the previous extinction catastrophe in Tianhai City Gatanju that one time, just 1 month the city was built back to its original state or even more beautiful than it was at the beginning. Such is the horrible human ability to adapt. After the Giga Chimera was blown to pieces, the Super Terra figure directly disappeared as a particle of light, and Shafurin and the rest of them all landed on the ground after exhausting their entire body. At this moment, each of them looked shriveled. The price of forcing a merged Super Terra in a situation where the energy itself was insufficient was this. Shafurin smiled at everyone present after struggling to get up. "Brothers, we humans have finally won this battle and managed to defend our city." Xiao Zhenhua and Ding Hongjie smiled and stood up before turning towards Duanmu and Liu Ruyan. "How about it? Your senior's strength isn't bad. We can't let you youngsters steal all the limelight. We old-timers are also ready to give everything to guard the city. Yu Tianma assisted Lu Jingyang to barely stand up, although both were at their limits. But Yu Tianma was more concerned about Lu Jingyang's state at this time. Lu Jingyang, are you alright? The injuries on your body before are still not healed, and this time you forcefully merged again. Do you want me to take you to the hospital now? Lu Jingyang at this time the corner of the mouth has already overflowed some blood. The state of the poor, even the strength to stand up are gone. All rely on Yu Tianma to give him support, but he didn't care much about his injuries, instead looking towards Duanmu and Liu Ruyan and the Super Galactic Vigilantes. No, let's look at these kids first. The Super Galactic Vigilante helped us a lot with this disaster, especially Duanmu and Liu Ruyan. This little couple used to be quite a dog and couldn't be contacted every day, but when it counts I have to say that this heroic couple is really reliable. Duanmu and Li Morong walked to Duanmu and Liu Ruyan with some difficulty with heavy steps. Duanmu was now lying in Liu Ruyan's arms, and when he saw this, he also immediately stood up. Dad! Mom! Duanmu stopped Duanmu movements and said, "Don't move, son. Get some rest. You're a third-order ultramarine." Not only did this battle take out 4 peak 6th-order monsters, it even cleaned up the 7th-order Kiri-eluded god and captured the Dark Forces warlord witch. It's so true that he's my son. After saying this, Duanmu turned his gaze towards Li Morong. Li Morong let out a hum, then slowly walked over to Liu Ruyan's side and sat down, smiling gently. "Wancho, about your father. We didn't learn about the universe man's conspiracy earlier, so that's why it ended up like this. I'm really sorry. Your father was a true hero, and at one time we were all your father's offspring. From now on you can think of my husband and I as your mom and dad. We will definitely take care of you, and if Duanmu bullies you feel free to tell us anytime, okay?" Liu Ruyan was in a complicated mood and didn't know what to say, so she had to look at Duanmu for help. After the death of Fish Daoxian, Liu Ruyan has completely no relatives except for that brother Fish Swallow, who he doesn't see much. The only thing left for her now was Duanmu, so she only listened to Duanmu. Duanmu gently rubbed her little head. "My parents mean well. Just accept it if you want to. You can refuse if you don't. It's all fine." Liu Ruyan sniffed a hum and looked at Li Morong to reject it. "No need. According to the custom of our summer country, it's only a matter of time before we change our mouths. There's no hurry for this moment, and I'm not used to it." Li Morong wasn't surprised. Liu Ruyan, this child is her father's nature in front of everyone else except Duanmu. Personality as cold as a block of ice, temper as hot as dynamite. That's why Ruyan Liu was known as the high cool school flower in high school in the first place. Not willing to take care of people, but as long as someone dared to mess with her, she would let the person who messed with her know why the flowers were red like that. Li Morong didn't intend to continue disturbing the young couple, and greeted Duanmu and returned to Captain Sha Fulin's side. Seeing this, Duanmu hemmed and hawed, and as soon as he cupped Liu Ruyan's face up to give her a kiss, whispered, "Wannabe, you're fantastic. That's it. You just keep it that way. Otherwise my parents will find an excuse to live with us, and then I won't have anywhere to cry if they use the Jeep again. Then our precious gaming movie anime novel time is going to be wasted into meaningless training. Training of Hook 8 training. Old man every day with a monster radar like, where to go where the accident. The actual combat frequency is so high, but also training a hare." Liu Ruyan was caught off guard by this mouthful of kisses, surprised and shyly lowered her head red-faced and pinched her small fists to hammer Duanmu chest. "I'm all yours." Seeing this young couple spreading dog food in public, the people present were considered to have had their fill. The Super Galaxy Vigilantes soon began to talk and laugh in this pleasant atmosphere as well, and the people of the capital Vigilantes all began to chatter. Just when everyone except for Duanmu thought that this Dark Evil Heart King mess was over, the Dark Evil Heart King appeared on the top floor of a tall building in the capital, and at this moment, he had already begun to prepare to use his final bottom card through the negative energies collected by the Giga Chimera in the party. Just when everyone thought that things had come to an end, countless black shadows from all parts of the capital gathered towards the sky and fused together to form the Dark Evil Heart King, which was 500 meters tall. The darkness is not going to go away. I'm going to create more monsters, collect more negative energies, and seal the hearts and minds in total darkness. Kill all the ultras. The Dark Evil Heart King's aura reached the level of the early 8th stage, looking down on everyone led by Shafurin, who were all exhausted at this point. Seeing this desperate scene, all of them didn't retreat or get scared. After experiencing so many battles, their belief in guardianship had long been unwavering. Even if they were to die in battle now, they absolutely could not be afraid or retreat. The only one who still had the power to fight, Liu Ruyan, alone, raised the divine light rod and charged up in the guise of Dija Ultraman. But the Dark Evil Heart King was 500 meters tall just with a casual wave of his hand. Dija Ultraman was slapped back by that terrifying as hell power. It smashed a huge crater in the ground. And then a few more dark energies were shot towards the Dija Ultraman in the pit, making a few terrifying explosions. By the time the dust cleared, Dija Ultraman fell into a deep pit and the color timer had gone out. Dija Ultraman, it's over. You can't be my opponent if you lose your faith and can't turn on your shining form. Seeing that Dija Ultraman was blown up alive and dead, Duanmu was furious, and directly pulled out Leaf Rot's flash doll and pressed it on top of the Galactic Sparks. Super Fusion, Leaf Rot. But here comes the fun part. Duanmu used Galaxy Solace to change Leaf Rot back to its initial form in the first place, which means he's now become Leaf Rot is also just a round white ball. There was no mobility, so Duanmu could only ask others, damn, please guys, trust me and throw me at the Dark Lord of Evil Hearts. The Flame Warrior Mirror Knights and Steel Samurai who were still able to stand up didn't say anything when they saw this and directly threw the white ball that Duanmu had turned into at the Dark Evil Heart King. It's no use. Whatever you guys do now is just a mantis. Several more black light bullets slammed into the Leaf Rot, which was blown to pieces. But within seconds, the pieces reassembled themselves to form the first form of Leaf Rot. In one breath, he released dozens of identical dark light bullets towards the Dark Evil Heart King. The Dark Evil Heart King was a little surprised when the corners of his black robe were blown up by these dark light bullets, but not much. Yo, that's kind of interesting, but it's nothing more than a futile endeavor if you can only copy my abilities. With a wave of his hand, a dark spell formation trapped the Leaf Rot, which was not in its final form, so it could no longer move a bit after being trapped. Seeing this desperate scene, the live broadcast wailed as if the end was near. It's over. Dija Ultraman lost, and Tuan Kaiken became that monster trapped. Lord Shathurin and the others are no longer capable of continuing the fight. What do we do? Are we humans doomed to be destroyed by the cosmonauts and on the path to extinction? Seeing the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Wu Mini recalled the time when he turned into light, and he opened the live broadcast to do this experiment. He had felt a bit sad not to be able to continue his experiments after Giga Chimera had been cleaned up by Super Terra earlier. Just in time now. Thinking of this, Wu Mini turned the camera of the live broadcast to himself. His gaze darkened, and his tone was tinged with a bit of fear and helplessness as he said, "Gentlemen, the Ultramarines are at their limit. The Dark Lord of Evil Hearts is more powerful than any of us expected. So it seems we have no choice but to go down the path of destruction. Goodbye everyone." As soon as that was said, it was as if some code had been triggered, and the broadcast was swept by 4 words. Go Dija! Go Dija! Go Dija! The 7 colored pop-ups directly covered the King of Dark Evil Hearts in the live broadcast. At the same time, anyone who swiped the 4 words Go Dija Go on the live broadcast all turned into light and flew to the capital from all over the world. Looking at the blue star from a cosmic viewpoint, one would notice the sudden appearance of stars and golden rays in the darkness. Just a few at first, and then more and more and more and more. A star can start a prairie fire. The BGM plays. The earth is waking up. The Dark Evil Heart King felt this light coming from all over the world and was inwardly terrified. Why? Didn't the Kirii Lithorians break the faith of the Dija Ultraman? Why are they still able to turn into shining Dija? No. No way. I am the Dark Evil Heart King. I won't let you succeed. A terrifying ray of dark energy was released from the hands of the Dark Evil Heart King towards the already extinguished lights of Dija. There was a loud boom, blowing up a sky full of flames and dust. According to the law that special features have smoke and no injuries, when the dust cleared, the figure of Dija Ultraman had already stood up again, and at that moment there were still countless rays of light coming from all directions and pouring into Dija Ultraman's body. Damn it! It can't be. Impossible. Shining Dija has been cut off from our faith. It shouldn't have appeared. The furious Dark Evil Heart King gathered the power of his entire body and released a large amount of dark energy light bullets to flood the area where Dija Ultraman was. It had been continuously bombarding for 5 minutes, and even the earth in that area was bombarded with a huge deep crater. But when the dust cleared, a pillar of golden light shot up into the sky, and Shining Dija, covered in golden light, appeared in the middle of the deep pit. Those dark energies were blocked out as much as possible by Shining Deja's Shining Ring body shield. See Shining Deja appear. Shathurin said with relief. Great! Dija has revived. We humans have finally chosen to believe in Dija. Yu Tianma looked at the glowing Jed full of relief. Dija Ultraman, we knew you before gossip, so we will definitely support you forever. Duanmu was trapped in the darkness spell to see Shining Deja appear. His heart was thrilled beyond words and he shouted towards the Dark Evil Heart King. Dark Evil Heart King, no matter how subtle your schemes are, or how much darkness there is in our human hearts, but in the end the light will surely triumph over the darkness. And as long as evil can never triumph over good. After saying this, Duanmu turned his gaze to Liu Ruyan and said, Good baby, Lend me the number to play. Let me personally clean up this opinionated, upside down, black and white, Severn Ultraman killing asshole. Shining Dija turned his head to look at Duanmu, who was trapped in the spell, and it was obvious that Duanmu was in a hurry, wanting to play the big number by the human's light. Liu Ruyan had just recovered her shining form and hadn't gotten over it yet. Seeing this, she said with some aggression, "But I want to play big too. Hey, this bitch, good boy, look at him 500 meters. You're only 120 meters, better let me do it. Big deal. I'll play a game tonight and give you a life. Well, say yes to playing a life for me too. I want to play Kensei." Although there was some reluctance, Liu Ruyan still listened to Duanmu words and reached out with a wave of her hand, and the radiant golden light was transmitted by Dija Ultraman to Duanmu. When this power entered the galactic spark, a long-lost and powerful force filled the body, this time in an even more exaggerated amount than the first time. Duanmu used this strength to lift Galaxy Spark. The BGM plays. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. Aha! A greenish-blue light flashed as Galaxy Ultraman's form appeared in the air. Undeterred, the Dark Lord of Evil Minds unleashed dark energy towards Galactic Ultraman. But Galactic Ultraman merely held up one hand, and the galactic light shield unfolded, the dark energy being absorbed in its entirety. When the Dark Evil Heart King stopped outputting his abilities, Galactic Ultraman casually waved his hand and threw it back after converting the dark energy emitted by the Dark Evil Heart King into the power of light. With a loud rumble, a huge hole was blown out of the Dark Evil Heart King's body. Oh, Galactic Ultraman shuddered, and with the power of the light of hope, he began to expand his body, and Galactic Ultraman's body grew larger and larger. 50 meters, 500 meters, 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers, reaching 5,000 meters, Galactic Ultraman finally stopped expanding his body. At this time, the 500-meter Dark Evil Heart King was shivering like a small child in front of Galaxy Ultraman. Ruyan Lu finally realized why Duanmu liked to call Galaxy Ultraman the Silver Giant God. It was indeed huge. Galactic Ultraman reached down and cupped the Dark Evil Heart King in his hands. Looking down at Galactic Ultraman's terrifyingly huge figure, the Dark Lord of Evil Hearts finally understood why the Yabubs and the Hippolytics and the Witchseer and all of them called him a monster-killing machine. The Dark Evil Heart King's initial arrogance disappeared and was replaced by a deep fear. Silver Giant God, please let me go. I still have a use. I can say that the one behind me is the Lord. Don't waste your breath. I won't let you go even if you beg me. Whoever that Lord behind you is, I will definitely bring it out and defeat it. As long as I, Duanmu am around, you will never be able to make waves in Blue Star. Galactic Ultraman interrupts him directly, then reaches out and throws it out of Blue Star. The Dark Evil Heart King crashed through several meteorites along the way in the universe, eventually smashing into the Xian Ice Star. Galactic Ultraman's body turned into a stream of light and chased after him to the Xian Ice Star. The Dark Evil Heart King struggled to get up and tried to run backwards. Galactic Ultraman wouldn't even give him a chance to escape as the plasma crystals all over his body bloomed with a greenish-blue light. Galaxy-piercing ray. The 6 colored rays of light shot at the Dark Evil Heart King, who lasted only 3 seconds before being blown into a black mist that dissipated into thin air. Sleep in the embrace of darkness. On the Blue Star, because it was so far away, the crowd could only see a fluctuation in the universe. It should be a win, Shafran asked. A sure win. Galaxy's strength is best known to me, not to mention borrowing the light of all of our humanity. Yu Tianma replied, with great confidence in his tone. Bad man, you promised to play a life for me. If you don't let me play tonight, I'll bite you to death. Ruyan Lu hid behind the crowd muttering and forcing her mouth in a small voice. Obviously still pissed off that Duanmu Hyun borrowed her number and didn't let her not play Shining Jaw Perio Light and Timer Flash. At that exact moment, the time was also coming to 5:30 a.m. A fish belly white from the end of the sky rose slowly, like sunlight piercing through the darkness of the night as dawn crept across the sky. Galaxy Ultraman's figure appeared over the city with a flash of greenish-blue light accompanied by a newborn sunrise. Galactic Ultraman's 5,000 meter tall sacred figure looked at the crowd on the ground. Countless citizens saw the crisis lifted and appeared in the middle of the city. Some of them even opened their windows and waved at Galaxy Ultraman. Galactic Ultraman is awesome. We won. Woohoo. No need to die. I thought it was the end of us humans. Silver Giant God, Silver Giant God, Silver Giant. Duanmu listened to the sound of the wind, which was mixed with the joy of victory and the shouts of millions of people, sung in the mouths of millions of people. Suddenly, Duanmu mind moved. Lowering his head to the city's crowd, he spoke slowly. The future, it can change. It can change for the better or for the worse. It all depends on you humans yourselves. We Ultraman are not gods, and it is you humans yourselves who will ultimately save this world. All the people enjoyed the victory and cheered. Galaxy Ultraman, on the other hand, returned to the size of 50 meters, appeared on the ground stretching out his hand in front of Liu Ruyan. 1-1. While the power of the Shining is added, I can directly cross different spatial restrictions to enter the interdimensional space. Let's go and avenge your father. Liu Ruyan was pleasantly surprised, not realizing that the Galactic Ultraman with the help of the light of mankind was actually able to directly enter the interdimensional space without the interdimensional space being opened. Is this the strength of Galaxy? Scary as hell. Ruyan Lu jumped to Galaxy Ultraman with a long leap, but she saw a greenish-blue light flashing, and Galaxy Ultraman had disappeared in place. Inside interdimensional space, Yabo Man hid in the depths, creating a rocking chair to lie on it. At this time he has been completely swinging. Anyway, cannot be beaten. Yabo Man do not fight to hide, is not it? Hey, Galactic Ultraman is horrible. It's like a monster killing machine, and that stupid hippolyte alien deserves to die. Or did my clever and resourceful Yabobs have the foresight to see the Milky Way appear and run straight for the hills without looking back? While the Yabo Man was enjoying this leisurely moment, he was tapped on the back. Who is it? Can't you see I'm resting? The Yabobs didn't care much and gave back a curse. The monster killing machine you just mouthed. Galactic Ultraman's divinity-filled recognizable voice rang out from behind the Yabobs. The Yabobs fell straight out of their rocking chairs with a jolt of fear at the sound, seeing Galactic Ultraman and Dija Ultraman standing behind him, though he couldn't figure out how the pair had gotten in. But his movements weren't slow at all, and he went straight to the ground and started kowtowing. Lord Galactus, Lord Dija, spare me. I'm just hiding in my interdimensional space and I'm not inviting anyone. I've always been recognized by the universe as a good alien, never one to wreak havoc on Blue Star. The Hippolyte and the Dark Evil Heart King who were causing havoc have already been taken care of by you, so spare my life. This stance directly straightened Duanmu Xian won't be able to. Cut the crap. You guys killed my father-in-law. Today you're here to avenge my father-in-law. Stand up, Sushi. What's it like to kneel? The Yabobs hurriedly said. Lord Galaxy, wanting your father-in-law to live, that's easy. Before the Evil Heart King and those bastards from the Witch Prophet set up your father-in-law. Then your father-in-law was turned into a bronze statue for me to destroy. And then I looked up to Lord Galaxy and kept Savan's bronze statue. I will return the bronze statue to you. The Arboreal moved quickly, fearing that Galactic Ultraman would slaughter it on an impulse, and opened the innermost levels of the interdimensional space directly. Inside, the bronze statue of Saiwan Ultraman is lying there peacefully. You guys, you can really bend and bend. I have to say you're a talent. Galactic Ultraman flirted as he looked over at the Yabobs who were respectfully acting like lackeys. The Yabus were overjoyed to hear this. I guess they didn't have to die. Thank you, Silver Giant God, for the compliment. Duanmu Xian hard a search. This Yabo people afraid of him, afraid of this. As long as he appeared, this guy certainly do not dare to make a mistake. Kill and do not kill is not much difference. It would be better to keep him alive. He might be useful later. So Duanmu Xian asked, do you know who the master behind the Dark Evil Heart King is? The Yaboans answered truthfully. Lord Galaxy, I don't know who is behind the Evil Heart King, but he has a few traits. Hunched back, carries a stick, and has a colored timer like your Ultraman. Duanmu Xian was slightly surprised at his words. Belial? It is said that there was once a warrior in the Capital Guard who was a close friend of Zophi's when it was because Belial wanted to explore the power of the plasma spark. Then it backfired, violated the rules of the Vigilantes, and then expelled him from the Vigilantes. At that time Belial was still in the state of light. Listening to the description of the Yabobs, Belial would have been in the state after the possession of Reblando's soul. However, Tuan Kaiken didn't know the specifics. He was a fan of O. But this world wasn't exactly the same as Ultraman's universe. But getting the message was enough. 2.5 hours later, in front of the plasma spark in the capital, Wu Min-yi, Duanmu Xian, and Liu Ruyan placed the bronze statue of Sai Wen in front of the plasma spark. Duanmu Xian pulled out the galactic spark and plasma spark to resonate to draw the light of Savan out. Then after Wu Min-yi transformed and used the magical otter spray to wash the bronze film off of Severn. Severn Ultraman was successfully resurrected. Why am I here? Where are the monsters? Where's the cosmonaut? The recently resurrected fish Daoxian was obviously still a bit confused. Liu Ruyan didn't care about that much and directly walked up and said, Alright, old Den. The cosmos and the monsters have already been cleaned up by Duanmu Xian. Don't you ever fall for such a cheap trap again. If it wasn't for Duanmu Xian this time, you'd really be dead. It was clear that although she was happy and excited to have her old man back, she was still a rebellious girl on the surface. Because of Duanmu Xian's influence, she had also learned to directly call out Lao Dang. Although Yu Daoxian was dissatisfied in his heart, it was a fact that he had been saved by his own daughter and son-in-law. Wu Mini came up next to Yu Daoxian and told him all the things that had happened in the capital in the past few days. Fish Daoxian listened firstly fearing for the schemes and insidiousness of the cosmopolitans, and then Duanmu Xian, this seemingly unorthodox brat. To actually guard the capital without taking a step back at a critical moment made Yu Daoxian have a great change of heart towards Duanmu Xian. This looks like this brat isn't just a fun-loving yellow hair, and in his heart he also understands the significance of the otter warrior guardian. As this kid's father-in-law, from the perspective of Yu Daoxian, Duanmu Xian had always had a poor impression in his eyes, but after this incident, Yu Daoyuan also recognized some of his own problems. After figuring this out, Fish Daoxian came to these two men. Hey, it's humiliating, being seniors but failing to be good role models for you. Wanqiu, you have grown up. Father will not say anything about you in the future. And Duanmu Xian, this time the capital can be defended, you cannot be credited. As Wanqiu's father, I admit that I was highly prejudiced against you in the past, but today I recognize you. Boy, you're very good, said Yu Daoxian as he extended his right hand towards Duanmu Xian. To be honest, Fish Daoxian could say these words. Duanmu Xian was still a bit surprised. After all, the relationship between his son-in-law and his father-in-law was not favorable, he knew. Especially him and Yu Daoxian. The two of them were practically on the same page before. But it's good to make a difference. So it was that Duanmu Xian reached out his hand and shook Fish Daoxian's. I'm flattered to be recognized by Uncle Fish. Fish Daoxian's icy face finally revealed a hint of a smile at this moment. Not forgetting to flirt. You kid, why don't you call out to old Den anymore? I'm not really used to being polite all of a sudden. When this was said, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan couldn't help but laugh out loud, and the atmosphere of the few people warmed up for a while. It's night. Inside Duanmu Xian's room, the crackling sound of the keyboard echoed in the room. After finishing the battle, Duanmu Xian once again returned to his warm nest to start his gaming career. The training proved pointless. And anyway, he was unlucky enough to have accidents wherever he went. And there was no shortage of real-world opportunities. Liu Ruyan had specially replaced Duanmu Xian's gaming chair with a gaming couch today, allowing these two to sit together. Just like that, he accompanied Duanmu Xian until 3 o'clock in the morning. Doesn't care that school starts tomorrow and there's an early 8 because he's as free as the wind. But Duanmu Xian had been so focused that Liu Ruyan sitting next to him was anxious to stab and scratch in her heart. Husband promised good, let me play a life. But he has played 4 or 5 games. A life did not let her touch. How to do online waiting. Quite urgent. Hey, how dare a little knife girl be reckless. I'll send a shot of air and water. A pulverized Q. Take it straight down. Ness, no need to play with this knife girl. Liu Ruyan carefully poked Duanmu Xian's arm. Honey, you promised to play a life for me yesterday, and I've been waiting for over 5 hours. Hearing Liu Ruyan say this, Duanmu Xian's heart searched. It's not like he hadn't played for her before, only that she was going to karma for 30 seconds at most. So then he came up with an idea. This, that, what? Clothes you see. Ruyan Liu immediately interrupted. The clothes were washed and dried early. The bowl. The dishes have been washed after dinner. The sanitation has been cleaned. The flowers have been watered. The fish have been fed. The garbage has been taken out. The quilts are tanned, have been put away and organized. Just let me play with one life. Liu Ruyan's originally sharp Danfang eyes were gentle like water when she looked at him. Even with a little bit of resentment just like that to Duanmu Xian staring at. When Duanmu Xian saw her like this, there was nothing he could do. Forget it, let her play. But the thought had just popped into his head when Galactic Ultraman's voice appeared in his head. Don't let her play or you lose all your advantages. That voice that was originally full of divinity with no sadness or joy actually took on some tone that would only be found in human speech. Duanmu Xian, Walt? No. Silver Giant God, have you been watching me play the game? Galaxy, otherwise there's nothing else I can do. And it's kind of fun to watch. I even wonder if there would be world peace if cosmonauts monsters they could be addicted to the game too. Galactic Ultraman is actually attracted to the game. It's a perfect example. But it's also true that if he spends time with himself every day, it'd be a shame if he's not affected by him at all. It's a shame that the universe doesn't understand the joy of play in life and is full of invasions. Or there might actually be a lot less fighting. As his thoughts drifted wildly in the sky, Duanmu Xian suddenly thought of a terrible thing. Wait, Galaxy, if you've been conscious, then Wan and I, Galaxy Ultraman and Duanmu Xian were one and the same. So what Duanmu Xian thought of Galaxy Ultraman must have known as well. At the moment this idea of Duanmu Xian came out, it shocked Galaxy. Hey, don't think I'm as nasty as you are. Okay, I'll avoid it every time you do that kind of shit. Phew, that's a relief. While Duanmu Xian was communicating with Galaxy, Liu Ruyan gave him a body-eyed look and saw Duanmu Xian ignoring himself and playing the game on his own. In her mind, she figured that this guy was going to play a trick and not let her play, and muttered her mouth for a moment. But suddenly she had an idea and got under the computer desk. Duanmu Xian was chatting with Galaxy when he suddenly realized that Galaxy had stopped talking and seemed to evade. What the hell? Hey Galaxy, why don't you say something? But soon, Duanmu Xian understood why Galaxy avoided it. Because Ruyan Lu seemed to be angry. She was a person who did what she said. She had said before that if she didn't play a life for her she was going to bite him to death. 30 minutes later, Duanmu Xian unsurprisingly lost the game. The early big advantage in the middle of a few waves of operational errors or not. 8:30 the next morning. Inside the classroom of the first-year class of superpowers, the teacher was lecturing on the stage, and Duanmu Xian was sleeping on the table. At this time, Duanmu Xian dark circles quite serious. It can be seen in All Night game. Liu Ruyan state is also not good. All Night lead to the spirit is very bad now. But she was sleepy but restrained from sleeping. Except that her head was also shrugged and she could fall asleep at any moment. The teacher on the stage naturally noticed Duanmu Xian's condition. This teacher is the exterminator that Yu Tianma specially arranged for fear of not being able to control Duanmu Xian. Even though Mrs. Extermination knew the identity background and strength of these two people. In the classroom, a teacher was a teacher and a student was a student. The former students were all scared to death of her, and it was the first time they had seen one who dared to sleep in her class. Immediately, there was a frown, and 2 pieces of chalk were thrown directly towards the pair of dogs and men. Liu Ruyan quickly sensed the danger and reached out to grab it. The chalk head that smashed into Duanmu Xian was easily cupped in her hand while the other chalk head landed precisely on her forehead. Ouch! With a clear thud, Ruyan Lu rubbed her forehead that was hit by the chalk head. In the past, high school teachers also like to use the chalk head to throw some poor students who don't listen to the lecture. But it was a first for her to have a chalk head thrown at her. Looking to the side, this guy Duanmu Xian was still sleeping as if nothing had happened. And he really had a big heart. Duanmu Xian, Liu Ruyan, what are you two doing not listening carefully in class? Stand up. Duanmu Xian was finally woken up by the angry teacher yelling at him. And the first thing he said after standing up in a daze made the class laugh. Teacher, is class over? The class didn't hold back their laughter. Master Exterminator coldly placed a lead ball onto Duanmu Xian's table. Duanmu Xian-san, I don't know where you got the courage to sleep in my class, and I'm not going to make things difficult for you. Even though you entered Shangqing University as the top student in the country, don't be complacent, it will set you back. I'll tell you what, the focus of this class is recognizing and using the otter nimbus, and I'm not going to make it difficult for you. How about if you can levitate this lead ball under control with your otter nimble? Then you're done for the day and I won't give you a hard time about it? As soon as these words came out, Subashu-kun and Old 8 both sweated for Duanmu Xian and rushed to help Duanmu Xian speak. Sensei, didn't you say you'd give us a morning to slowly feel the otter nimbus and then check? Right teacher, Duanmu Xian was probably too tired from yesterday's battle, that's why he slept. It's extenuating. The reason they were nervous was simple. Although the otter nimbus belonged to the most basic of the otter superpowers, they were all freshmen, and they had all just awakened their powers not long ago. Without having specialized in it, the otter nimbus would be much less effective in a non-invulnerable situation. The lead ball had just been tried by almost everyone, specially made and heavy, and none of them could levitate the lead ball with otter nimble. Zhang Gaoming couldn't be happier to see Duanmu Xian being targeted by Mrs. Extermination. He even laughed out loud. Duanmu Xian yawned indifferently and scanned the classroom, directly noticing the snickering Zhang Gaoming. That said, when the prophet and the witch slandered Ruyan as a demon before, this guy even anonymously exposed Ruyan's phone number. Originally, I wanted to look for him at that time, but then I met the dark evil Heart King leading the monsters to invade the capital, and then just fuck this guy into oblivion. If he didn't smile today, maybe Duanmu Xian would have forgotten about him. But this lead ball, it doesn't seem to be that difficult to levitate it under control with the otter nimbus, does it? Mrs. Extermination didn't know what Duanmu Xian was thinking. She knew about the fight the night before. Now that he saw Duanmu Xian's silence, he thought that Duanmu Xian was really sleeping in class because he was too consumed by the battle. For a while the anger also subsided for the most part, and then gave Duanmu Xian a step. Duanmu Xian student, the teacher knows your ability, but in school is to listen well to learn. Given that the other students in the class to help you plead for mercy, if you properly admit your faults to ensure that in the future do not sleep in the classroom, teacher can forgive you for sleeping in class, and also give you a morning to slowly familiarize yourself with the otter nimbus before Mrs. Extermination could finish her sentence. She saw Duanmu Xian casually wave her hand, and the special lead ball was easily controlled by Duanmu Xian's Aodi Nianli and floated up. This. The exterminator was shocked as she looked at the lead ball that was easily controlled to float up. And then what sensei? I seem to have completed the task with the Otoki Nenki as you requested, Duanmu Xian said with a disinterested face, and rubbed his sleepy eyes in passing. Then again Otter Nimble gently put the lead ball back, light and steady. The lead ball fell on the table, did not even make a sound. Mrs. Extermination is speechless to Duanmu Xian. What else can she say? So awesome. Master Exterminator again turned her gaze to Liu Ruyan and said, Student Liu Ruyan, as the second most talented person in the country to get into Shangqing University, how come you're also following Duanmu Xian to sleep in class? Have you also already learned the otter nimbus? If so, then forget I said it. As soon as the words fell, Ruyan Lu casually waved her hand, and the lead ball slowly floated up along with Ruyan Lu's nimbus. Exterminator misses. People numb. But think about it, these two people are not greenhouse flowers. Awakening it do not know how many times they have experienced the battle. The pre-superpowers class probably wasn't really challenging for these two. The morning's lessons passed quickly, and just as Duanmu Xian was about to return to his dormitory to take a nap, Sabashu-kun and Old 8 stopped him. Boss, we have signed up for the Arts and Culture Department of the Student Council, and we're going for an interview at noon today. Do you want to accompany us? Sabashu-kun looked at Duanmu Xian with an expectant face. After all, Duanmu Xian is now a school celebrity. Military training running brother. Military training jeep brother. The first place of the campus man of the hour. School grass nomination. Sabashu-kun wants Duanmu Xian to go and support him. It was only then that Duanmu Xian noticed that the hairstyle of today's Sabashu-kun had been carefully prepared, and that classic center parted head with back pants was really quite good. Still, he asked with some hesitation, are you all going to join the Arts and Culture Department? I seem to remember that the Student Council has to have a talent show to participate in the Arts and Culture Department. Sabashu-kun has singing and dancing rap basketball. How about you? Old 8? Old 8 confidently patted his chest and said, Boss, I can make burgers. Duanmu Xian was speechless. What a fucking talent. Old 8 was instantly unconvinced. I have tens of millions of likes inside the short video of me making burgers. Believe it or not. Saying that, he also pulled out his cell phone to show Duanmu Xian the video of him making burgers, in which came Old Buster's magical voice and wonderful burger performance. Hi, I'm Old 8 in the food world. Stinky tofu, bean curd, sriracha, chive blossom. Duanmu Xian had a taut expression on his face. Although, however, Old 8 did a video big tens of millions of likes, higher than those of beautiful women dancing. Okay, I'll go and back you guys up. Duanmu Xian said and brought the books to be prepared for the afternoon class directly on his body by the time he was done messing around and went directly to catch the afternoon meditation class. Liu Ruyan and Jean Linger and Lu Qingjun were waiting blearily for Duanmu Xian on the side. Their small group was centered around Duanmu Xian. Seeing that Duanmu Xian is going to help Sabashu-kun and Old Bastard to support the scene also all said that they want to follow along. Duanmu Xian naturally had no problem with it. A few people packed up their things and then followed Sabashu-kun out of the classroom. Zhang Gaoming hid in the side of the classroom, and no one played with him after class. He felt like he was now abandoned by the whole world. Seeing that Duanmu Xian's group was about to leave, he licked his face again and followed behind Jean Linger. Ruyan Lu stopped coldly staring at Zhang Gaoming after she noticed. Zhang Gaoming, what are you following me up for? It seems like I didn't yell at you. We'll go together. Zhang Gaoming stood awkwardly in place and looked at Jean Sewer for help. Goldbell looked at his expression of disappointment. When the witch prophetess slandered Liu Ruyan as a demon, everyone had spoken for Liu Ruyan online. Although they have been sprayed, but at least unswervingly support Liu Ruyan. Zhang Gaoming, this goods do not support Liu Ruyan even if, but also behind the back of the anonymous Liu Ruyan information leaked out. This guy who was in cahoots with the cosmos. She was thoroughly disappointed. We're going with some friends. It's not good for you to come along. You go back. Golden Bell directly turned her head not to look at him after saying this. Zhang Gaoming, after listening to Jean Linger, this feel a bolt from the blue. What does this mean? Now even friends are not chanting. Why all of a sudden? Haven't we always been friends? You guys are targeting me and being xenophobic. Duanmu Xian couldn't even help but laugh out loud when he heard Zhang Gaoming's words. A friend? The so-called friends are those who gossip and stab their friends in the back all day long. Even if they don't help them in their time of distress, they stab them in the back. If it was such a friend, Duanmu Xian didn't think he deserved to be his friend. But there's no point in bringing out that little bit of his backstabbing. Even though he has full recording evidence and information about the LP address where he posted Ruyan Lu's personal information. I don't care to reason with you. You don't deserve to hear it. You can also interpret it as I am xenophobic. What's wrong with you? You don't like it? And you can go and tell your teacher that I isolated you and bullied you. So make yourself at home. I'm not going to be able to do it on my end. Brothers, withdraw. After saying this, Duanmu Xian turned around and left. The others quickly followed. And Zhang Gaoming stood alone in place messing up in the wind. He reached out his hand to stay, and opened his mouth with a thin voice. Gold Bell, Duanmu Xian turned around and glanced at him, scaring Zhang Gaoming so much that he didn't dare to say the words that followed. Duanmu Xian had actually seen people like him in his previous life, very afraid of being isolated, but particularly fond of stirring up trouble. I just didn't expect to encounter it in this life, and to jump at it knowing full well his energy. Duanmu Xian is actually a generous person, but this kid messed with him even if, but also stabbed Liu Ruyan basket, which he cannot tolerate. After thinking for a while, Duanmu Xian turned his head to look at Jean Linger who was following Liu Ruyan. Since Zhang Gaoming liked to play dirty, then he could accompany him to the end. Jean Linger is not Zhang Gaoming's goddess. In order to be friends with her at the expense of saying that he is a gay. Wan, ask Jean Sewer to come over to my place. I'll whisper something to her. Oh, Goldbell, you go over there. Liu Ruyan skimmed her mouth. Although she was a little reluctant, but she was still giving face outside. Zhang Gaoming then watched as his goddess, Jean Linger, turned her head and walked over to Duanmu Xian, who also gave her a shoulder to wrap around, and then whispered to her with her face very close. Liu Ruyan was smart enough to know that Duanmu Xian was deliberately angry at Zhang Gaoming in this way. It was called killing to kill, but she was still a little unhappy and took Duanmu Xian's other arm. At this moment, Zhang Gaoming's heart was like a shocking wave. Why was my goddess embraced by him just like that? And she doesn't resist. He and Goldbell had played together as friends for so many years, and Goldbell wouldn't even hold his hand. Low self-esteem, jealousy, resentment, regret, unpleasantness, all kinds of negative emotions come to mind. Maybe for a moment there was a moment of regret inside of him as to why he had gone and stabbed a hole in the ground, but it was only a moment before it was covered by resentment. Why he chased after so many years of the goddess was Duanmu Xian, this guy in the capacity of a friend for 10 days into the arms, and even did not take the initiative to chase. Why did Duanmu Xian have a girlfriend who was even prettier than Jean Linger, and could still be so close to Jean Linger, even embracing her on the left and right? Why should Duanmu Xian be able to awaken a powerful ultramarine warrior? And why should he be able to make a name for himself? Why is it that no matter what he's compared to, he's being pushed head and shoulders above Duanmu Xian? Until Duanmu Xian and his group disappeared at the end of the line of sight, Zhang Gaoming remained motionless in the posture of reaching out. The shadow side of his heart was thick to the core at this moment. Human, do you want revenge? A voice that sounded like it came from hell rang out from his mind. Who? Zhang Gaoming stood up and looked around, but no one spoke. Just as he was wondering, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared around him, sucking him in. When Zhang Gaoming opened his eyes, he realized that he was in the middle of a ruin, with broken houses and burning flames everywhere, just like an apocalyptic scene. If you look closely, there are still many corpses around, blood and dusty soil blending together, and the earth is an eerie black and red color. And a little girl appeared in front of Zhang Gaoming, who was holding a red ball in her hand. Nothing has changed yet. Student Council Art Department application site. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan became the star-studded presence of everyone as soon as they arrived at the venue, and everyone surrounded these two to shush them, wanting to get on good terms with Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan. That's the reason why Sabashikon and Old A tried to pull him in to help hold up the fort. Very quickly, the head of the art department arrived at the scene, or a familiar face, Yang Zihan, who Duanmu Xian had met when he first came to the school. Seeing that Duanmu Xian actually came to participate in the officer interview for the art department, Yang Zihan was happy in her heart, but she didn't show it in the face of so many schoolmates. There is a characteristic of the student union recruiting. Recruiting will say a lot of good words. Must come to our XX department. Oh. Then when we arrived at the site, the first thing the older sister said when interviewing the first student was, "Why did you come to our department?" That schoolboy had just come to college and was more curious about everything. With a light in his eyes, "I've been particularly interested in music since I was a kid, taught myself several instruments, and wanted to come to the arts department to utilize my strengths." The older sister asked a few more irrelevant questions, which the younger brother answered positively. Duanmu Xian had experienced this kind of thing in his last life. He had gone to college before, only he hadn't gone to such a top-notch university as Shangqing. But the student council he will never participate in a second time. Muddling through and enjoying college life is true, one after the other. The underclassmen completed their interviews and all did a round of their talent show. Subeshu-kun performed a live sing-along rap basketball combo just because you're so beautiful. Old Buster made a burger on the spot once, and while making burgers isn't much of a talent, he's quite eloquent. A high intonation coupled with a homemade jingle also impressed him in the eyes of the crowd. Even Jean Linger and Liu Qingjun, who had wanted to feel the fish, went up for the interview, with Jean Linger doing a subject dance and Liu Qingjun singing a decent song. This interview lasted until 2:30 p.m. All the underclassmen had finished their interviews, and Yang Zihan didn't have the slightest intention of leaving. That is, until Duanmu Xian stood up and prepared to leave for class. Yang Zihan was finally unable to sit still. "Senior Duanmu Xian, aren't you here for the interview?" Oh, I'm here with my friend. I don't add the student council. We've got classes this afternoon, so we'll be on our way. Duanmu Xian replied in a nonchalant voice. He could see that Yang Zihan was interested in him. Her eyes glanced towards him from time to time during the interview, and she often ruffled her hair when she looked at him. Yang Zihan sniffed and walked directly off the podium to the crowd. Duanmu Xian's senior brother, what class is it in the afternoon? Ah, senior sister, I happen to have no class in the afternoon. Why don't I go and listen to it as well? Duanmu Xian still wanted to refuse it, but it turned out that this guy old 8 seemed to have his eye on Yang Zihan and hurriedly said, yes, are you really coming? Senior sister, warmly welcome. We're in a meditation class in the afternoon. It seems to boost mental strength. Duanmu Xian just wanted to reject the words were choked back. A speechless face looked at old 8, but thought about it. Think of it as helping out a dormitory brother. Yang Zihan saw the old 8 talking to take advantage of this momentum to hurry up and say, that's for sure. And just so I'm bored this afternoon, I'll tell you guys that the superpower department is no better than the fighting department. Classes are rather boring, almost always listening to lectures. You guys don't have much experience. Dry sitting all afternoon will suffocate. Let's go buy some milk tea. Let's drink milk tea while listening to the lecture in the afternoon. In order to help his brother out, Duanmu Xian was still very reliable and withdrew his words of refusal, turning to Yang Zihan with a smile. Really? Buy us milk tea, eh? Senior sister is so nice. Thank you so much. 10 minutes later, all the people came to the classroom to prepare for the class. Because the students of Shangqing University were more self-disciplined to come very early, Duanmu Xian was squeezed by the two women and sat against the center. Liu Ruyan on the left gave him an arm hug, her gaze rather hostile towards Yang Zihan on the right. Yang Zihan, however, didn't take it seriously and kept a gentle smile. Liu Ruyan thought in her heart that this woman is really not an oil lamp. Knowing that Duanmu Xian has a girlfriend or hard paced up. No, in the future, we must watch Duanmu Xian closely. We can't let other women snatch him away. The bell rang quickly, and the teacher came into the classroom at a stuck time to begin roll call. Knowing that the teacher had finished the roll call, the crowd was surprised to find that Zhang Gaoming hadn't come to class. Everyone didn't take him seriously though, and the teacher just made a silent note that he was late and started class. Duanmu Xian's heart stuttered, but of course this time it wasn't a Madonna's heart overflowing. It's not possible that it irritated his fragile little mind and then the bastard just gashed karma. That would be too pointless. Duanmu Xian muttered in his heart. On the other side of the gloomy stairwell, Zhang Gaoming was holding a red ball in his hand, with an undisguised greed and evil desire in his voice. Can you really grant me all my wishes? The red ball emitted a burst of light. Not far away, a little girl stood on the rooftop staring deathly at Zhang Gaoming, who had gotten the red ball, muttering, what would the people of this world do with this power? In the next second, Zhang Gaoming raised the red ball in his hand, jealousy and resentment making his face completely different at this moment. I want a powerful monster to kill Duanmu Xian, that bastard who isolated me and robbed my woman, and to kill Jean Linger who betrayed me. I want to destroy this hypocritical world. While saying these words, Zhang Gaoming did not realize in the slightest that Duanmu Xian had isolated him because of his repeated provocations, but of course even if he realized it he would not admit it. Goldbell has never been his girlfriend either. Most of the people in this world are influenced by the Giant of Light to be very sincere and brave and willing to protect, and it can be said that it is a rather beautiful world. But he, a man who likes to do nasty things in the gutter, thinks the world is all hypocrisy. A dark and twisted person like him will always just think it's all someone else's fault and that he himself is always right. It is also the extreme self-centeredness that makes him blame the sky and the air when his own desires and vanity are not fulfilled, giving birth to such strong resentment and jealousy. This intense resentment and jealousy caused the red ball to radiate a dazzling light. Within the Shangqing University, a ripple was created in the void, and a terrifying figure was birthed from it. The giant alien beast Satan Baizo appeared on the campus of Shangqing University. The strength of the just-born Satan Baizo was the early 6th order. Zhang Gaoming saw Satan Baizo reveal an extremely twisted smile. I'm a rank 1/4 stage who actually summoned a rank 6 monster. Ha 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 ha. Is this power? In the future, I'll see who dares to underestimate me. Satan Baizo, destroy to your heart's content. Destroy this damn world. Unfortunately, before Zhang Gaoming could be happy for a few seconds, a high-pitched and powerful BGM suddenly sounded. A greenish-blue light rushed out of the classroom and the Department of Superpowers. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. Sarah! Satan Baizo didn't even quite make it 2 steps before Galactic Ultraman punched a hole in his head with a dry hump. Zhang Gaoming's smile came to an abrupt end. Satan Baizo tried to fight back, his hand growing spikes towards Galactic Ultraman. Galactic Ultraman's plasma crystals bloomed white at the sight. Galactic Lightblade Sword. As soon as the sword went down, the spikes on Satan Baizo's arm were easily cut off by the light-bladed sword. Satan Bizzo had never seen such an outrageous opponent. Obviously only the 3rd rank, but actually pressed it against the 6th rank, and actually took 2 steps backward in some fear. 3 Satan's kisses were coalesced to strike towards Galactic Ultraman at great speed. Galactic Ultraman retrieved his light-bladed sword and waved it with one hand. Galactic Light Shield. The 3 white light bullets couldn't even raise a ripple when they hit the Galaxy Light Shield. A 6th-ranked monster can't even make me happy now. Show me your true skill. Zhang Gaoming's heart was as hard as eating a fly as he watched this almost teasing battle from the side. Why is Galactic Ultraman so strong? Why is he allowed to be so loaded? Damn Duanmu Xian. What a load. You go to hell. Zhang Gaoming cursed. At this moment, his resentment came to the extreme. The red ball also emitted a light, and Satan Bizzo's aura shook violently after being strengthened by the red ball, and his strength came to the peak of the 6th rank. Duanmu Xian naturally noticed Zhang Gaoming, who was holding a red ball in some dark corner of the gutter. Then the appearance of Satan Bizzo is explained. So it's him, the rat who only dares to hide in the dark corners of the gutter and do small tricks. I said, why did Satan Bizzo show up? So it's because he got that red ball. I've given you many chances. Don't blame me if you give yourself a face. Duanmu Xian thought. The yellow luminescent body in the center of Satan Bizzo's body had already condensed a large amount of energy, and a loud boom of destructive light was shot out by Satan Bizzo's yellow luminescent body. Galactic Ultraman's figure flashed directly dodging this destructive ray of light appeared behind Satan Bizzo. His right hand grabbed the horn on Satan Bizzo's head, and violently threw it towards the sky with force. Zhang Gaoming just watched like that as Galaxy Ultraman flung his summoned Satan Bizzo into the sky with one hand. Immediately after that, the plasma crystals all over Galactic Ultraman bloomed with a yellow light, and for a moment the sky clouded over. Galactic Lightning Strike. A violent explosion came from the air as the yellow lightning mass struck, and Satan Bizzo went up in smoke. Zhang Gaoming stared dumbfounded at the place where Satan Bizzo had disappeared. Why is it like this? Duanmu Xian is clearly only at the 3rd rank. Why can't a peak 6th rank monster beat him? What gives him the right to act like that? Fucking Galactic Ultraman. I'm going to create a stronger monster to kill you. Having said that, after seeing Satan Bizzo being raised, Zhang Gaoming directly turned his head to flee the gloomy stairway. Galaxy Ultraman had glanced his way during the fight earlier, and he knew Galaxy Ultraman had seen him. He's terrified that Galactic Ultraman will know that he's the one who released the monster and then threw him offline. Zhang Gaoming's mouth was screaming when he released the monsters, but in reality he didn't even dare to breathe a single breath when he really faced Duanmu Xian. In fact, it can be seen from Zhang Gaoming anonymously spreading information about Ruyan Lu. Zhang Gaoming is a proper keyboard warrior, being coy in reality and being afraid of others being real. But Zhang Da-di in the online spirit, looking out of the world. The sky does not give birth to my Zhang Gaoming, the key to the road of the ages as long as the night. The key to come, the top of the immortal, proud of the world. With my keyboard there is the sky, the key of the great river in the sky. A key across the sky to town the world. If there is no true immortal in the world, I would like to hold the keys and become an immortal. Duanmu Xian didn't exit his transformed state after cleaning up Satan Bizzo. Turning his head to look in the direction Zhang Gaoming escaped with a sneer, but didn't go after him. That red ball Duanmu Xian recognized. The red ball from the Gaia Theater version of the hyperspace duel. It can grant people's wishes, but that red orb is not a conceptual god. It can only create things, and the original created King Obu Mangus before being yanked by the Heisei 3 rascals. There was a reason why he didn't settle Zhang Gaoming on the spot. After all, he was a righteous ultramarine warrior and couldn't hit his classmates with his hands. It was often said that a man would not die if he did not die, and if he had to walk himself to his death, he did not mind watching him play himself to death. Zhang Gaoming is nothing more than a small mouse in the gutter. Since he likes to play in the dark, then Duanmu Xian will play with him. What he wanted was not just to defeat him, but to give him the opportunity to use all his strength against himself, and then let him know what it meant to be crushed by strength and despair. To talk about strength, were the 3,000 spaceships of the Lepicians plus the 300,000 crow people terrifying? It was taken care of by Duanmu Xian in 10 minutes. Is the best mid-7th order Dark Dominator Gatenjo scary? Shining Dija resolved in 25 seconds. The Dark Evil Heart King, Tyrant, and the Kyrie Luther God were all nothing more than Duanmu Xian's defeated men. Which one of them is worse than Zhang Gaoming? So defeating him wasn't the goal. What Duanmu Xian wanted was to kill and kill. That's the biggest punishment for him. Office hours. Inside the Capitol Police Lab. Wu Mingyi's long hair was blown into an exploded head and his face was dusty, but his eyes were brightly glowing and his gaze was dead set on a piece of bracelet in the middle of the lab. Success! It worked! I finally made it. The Flash Fledgling Bracelet. After the last failed experiment, lessons learned, and 3 days and nights of hard work. 48 failed experiments. This time it finally worked. Wu Mingyi's voice carried an excitement that was hard to hide. and the entire lab heard Wu Minyi's voice gathered around. Wu Minyi carefully cupped his hand ring as if he was touching a rare treasure. Starting today, I'm going to let everyone know, my Wu Minyi's hexagon technology is the king. I, Wu Minyi, will leave a colorful mark in history. At the same time, inside the art classroom at Shanxing University, Zheng Gaoming is creating monsters with a pile of Play-Doh. At this moment, the resentment in his body seemed to have condensed into substance, and his reddened eyes were staring at the Play-Doh on the tabletop in death. The red ball sensed Zheng Gaoming's resentment and inflated desire to give birth to a sharp thorn. He had been kneading rubber until 2:30 a.m. Under the influence of the red ball, Zheng Gaoming needed the shape of King Obu Mangshur. However, on top of King Obu Mangus, Zheng Gaoming also referred to the monsters that Xia had encountered in the past. Add the tentacles of the god Kiri eluded, the pincers of Gatanzhou, and the tail of Giga Chimera to King Obu Mastodon. Duanmu Xian, wait for me. Inside the 618 dormitory, Duanmu Xian was lying on his bed, crossing his legs and playing a game at the moment. There's even a shout out to Ness when you get excited about playing. Sabashikon and Old 8 are reviewing their homework for the day. People were more angry than people. What they had studied so hard and seriously for so long to master. Duanmu Xian would do it just by looking at it. After reviewing his homework, Lao Bachi looked over at Duanmu Xian, who was playing the game, and opened his mouth somewhat sourly. Boss, I really envy you. It's reasonable to say that those who can go to Shanxing are the best of the best, but we're just a far cry from you. Duanmu Xian looked down at Old 8, knowing that he was uncomfortable in his heart, which couldn't be helped, so he had to comfort him. Dude, don't compare me. I was just a fluke. Why don't I buy you guys a couple drinks at the tavern to cheer you up? Don't you quite like that young Zihan schoolmate? I'll call her up and we'll go together. As soon as Old 8 and Sabashu-kun heard this, their eyes lit up and they hurriedly came over to Duanmu Xian's side. Is it really so, righteous father? Duanmu Xian then guessed what the bastard's reaction would be. Your boss, I don't have to lie to you. Besides, who are we with Hua? I was Zhang Gaoming behind the back. Gossip you guys did not also help me. Said Duanmu Xian, closed the game and opened his cell phone to see that the communication messages were already 99 plus. 24 is Liu Ruyan sent to him. This niece, in addition to cultivation of free time, like to find a bunch of sand sculpture pictures sent to him and then ask him if it's funny. She also posted a couple screenshots of her successful kills playing the game, so you could tell she hadn't stayed in the dorms tonight to go home and play on his computer. Duanmu Xian replied to her message first. I see you have a 2/8 record, you have the nerve to post it. It hasn't been reported. Ruyan Lu's side replied in seconds. Don't worry, I started a small one. With my gaming talent I'll soon be able to learn and then play with you. You're not going home tonight from your dorm? Duanmu Xian could see that Liu Ruyan wanted him to go home and accompany her. Go out with them later. And if you're having a late night, you don't go back to your dorm and go straight home. Ruyan Lu was smart enough to press the question of whether she would go home, but directly said, then I'll go prepare some late night snacks so you can eat straight away when you get back. Because Liu Ruyan understands that there are two sides to asking him to go back home or not, and directly saying that he has prepared a night snack. That is, he has to go back even if he goes back, and he has to go back even if he doesn't go back. Duanmu Xian naturally knows Liu Ruyan's little mind, and didn't bother to break it down. Just spoil her. It's okay, no need to prepare. I'll stop by and buy some snacks on my way home tonight, making it troublesome for you to cook and still have to do the dishes. Okay, love you husband. Other than Ruyan Lu's messages, the remaining 92 were all Yang Zihan message bombing him, which was why Duanmu Xian didn't like to add other people's friends. Duanmu Xian likes the cell phone information to be cleaner, but Yang Zihan is really good at chatting, and I don't know how to chat with Liu Ruyan altogether. Duanmu Xian also added her as a friend. Old 8 looked blearily at Duanmu Xian's cell phone. Yang Zihan bombarded with messages to send, the heart can be envious. Boss, I'll be glad when you're as charming as you are. Duanmu Xian eeped. Look at you. It's just a girl. We men have to brace ourselves not to fall into the trap of tenderness. Remember, there is no woman in your heart. Draw your sword naturally, God. Sabashikon expressed disbelief. Then boss, you and sister-in-law. Duanmu Xian sniffed and thought for a moment. I don't know what to say. So, think about what kind of nature your sister-in-law has. Buddy is not modest to say. The kind of woman your sister-in-law is. You can't find the second one in the whole blue star. Just dream about it and be realistic. Duanmu Xian is still very good to his housemate brothers. Said, shouting. A phone call to Yang Zihan. The other party is almost a second to pick up the. Senior Duanmu Xian. What is it? Duanmu Xian opened the speakerphone. Yang Zihan's gentle and delicate voice can be heard throughout the dormitory. Old 8 heard straight call cannot carry. Duanmu Xian is much more calm. Greatly said, shouting her out to play. After Yang Zihan promised. Just grabbed the car keys and took the two righteous men downstairs to the parking lot to drive. 10 or so minutes later, Duanmu Xian drove his car and brought old bastard in Subashu-kun to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Yang Zihan was waiting here early in the morning. The group drove off towards a very famous tavern in the capital. Old 8 was extraordinarily excited along the way, and it was obvious that the bastard really liked Yang Zihan. Along the way are having a conversation with Yang Zihan. Yang Zihan is also quite good, actually really chat with the old 8 to a piece. Duanmu Xian drove the car and listened to these two people chatting in the back row, thinking that he seems to have promoted a good marriage. Not long after Duanmu Xian and his group had just left the school, Wu Mini arrived at Chongqing University with his scientific research. He hoofed it all the way to the Chuewan dormitory, rushing all the way up to dormitory 618 on the 6th floor, eyes full of excitement. But soon he realized that no matter how much he knocked on the door, there wasn't a single movement inside. Xiao Wang from the next dormitory noticed Wu Mini's situation and even ran over to say sweetly, "That brother, you're here to look for the 618 guys, right?" A few of them went out to the wild again. They basically can't find anyone after 12 o'clock every day. The dormitory checkers couldn't find anyone every time. And only after asking did they realize that the one who lives here is our school's Duanmu young master. Wu Mini was speechless. "Well, I can't find anyone else today, so I'll have to go tomorrow when they're in class." 2:30 in the morning. Duanmu Xian drove away from the tavern and bought some snacks and fruits on his way home. When he arrived at the Star Academy and just got off the bus, suddenly there was a fluctuation in the void. Duanmu Xian frowned and backhandedly pulled out Galaxy Spark. "Who? Get out." An interdimensional rift slowly opened, and the Yabus walked out of it, respectfully in front of Duanmu Xian. "Lord Duanmu, it's me." Duanmu Xian couldn't help but feel amused at seeing him in this state. The Yabubs are really afraid of him to the bone. That being said, is he really that scary? These cosmic people are calling him a monster killing machine, but clearly in his daily life Duanmu Xian has always been a very kind and sunny person. "Okay? You have a disease, in the middle of the night run out to scare people to death. Last time to spare your life, now you do not avoid me. Actually dare to run to me. You want to make what demon? Yabub's humanity. It's like this, Lord Duanmu. Recently the evil Heart King's master has been making some moves, and it seems that he's trying to gather strength to prepare against you. So I've come to tip you off." Duanmu Xian asked after a moment of thought. "That one you said had colored timers humping and carrying sticks?" The Yabubs nodded quickly in response at that. Yes, that's the one. He's the Dark Evil Heart King's master. Even though the Dark Evil Heart King is gone now, but he seems to have a deep grudge against the Ultra Fighters of the Capital Guard, and he's not going to give up on attacking the capital." Duanmu Xian was speechless. It's true that he hit the little one and came to the old one, but if it's Belial, it seems that he can help Liu Ruyan's younger brother. Fish Suo Luo. Sailor vs. Belial. Tuan Kaikan is still looking forward to it. Gotta put some intensity on the Capital Guard side, or else these adults will act him out as soon as the cosmonauts hit. There had been records online that the capital city police force had only fought 2 7th-order bosses since it was established so many years ago, and Duanmu Xian had already broken the record of the capital city police force for so many years in just a few months from crossing over. He was on the verge of becoming a laborer, and he didn't mean to be so tired. Under the scarlet moonlight, there were limbs and broken arms everywhere, and monstrous flames burned the city into a wasteland. Tall buildings collapsed, the earth shattered, adults were banished, and children were trapped in the rubble crying out. Duanmu Xian walked through the apocalyptic city looking at everything in front of him with his eyes blank. What the hell is going on here? Why is it suddenly like this? Without waiting for Duanmu Xian to think too much, the entire blue planet appeared in all directions with one spatial channel after another, and countless cosmic human monsters stepped out from it. A mechanical island appeared in the middle of the universe, which kept firing lightning bolts towards Blue Star, and the surviving people cried their hearts out at the sight of it. In the middle of the East Sea, Gatanju once again came out and released a black fog that enveloped all of Blue Star, and not an inch of grass could grow wherever this black fog passed. Countless spaceships and raveners burst through the cracks in space and time, spreading out in all directions, preying on the surviving humans. The Giga Chimera and the Dark Evil Heart King also appeared from the skies above the capital, and these two sky-shadowing figures reduced everything around them to rubble, collecting the negative energies of the remaining human beings to keep growing themselves. The Yabubs have released Taranta from the interdimensional rift and are wreaking havoc in the city. A hellgate opens in the air, and witches and prophets offer up the god Kiri alluded to descend once again, stretching out countless tentacles to harvest people's lives. Stop it all. Duanmu Xian didn't know how these already defeated cosmic people were resurrected, and at this moment, he was angry to the extreme. Never allow these cosmonauts to destroy the beautiful Blue Star. Raise Galaxy Sparks high only to find that there is no reaction to how it is. Galaxy, why can't it change? A voice from the abyss rang out from Duanmu Xian's head. In order to save the world and keep more people from suffering, Let's stop all time and happiness together. The voice was extremely seductive. And Tuan Kaiken knew whose voice it was. Dark Luigi L. The shadow side of the Milky Way. In the past, facing all the monsters Duanmu Xian had never been afraid, but facing Luigi Ire, Duanmu Xian's heart had no bottom, for Galaxy himself had said that he and Luigi L were one, and the stronger the light, the stronger the shadow would be. No, if that happens, all of our efforts will be in vain, and I won't do that. We human beings should not indulge in eternal dreams, we should overcome these sorrows and faults through our own strength. Tuan Kaiken restrained himself from trying not to listen to Luigi L's baiting. Luigi L didn't seem surprised by Duanmu Xian's answer. Look at everything around you. Your friends, your family, even your loved ones, the human beings you are trying to protect. They will die one by one because of your cowardice. Stopping all time and space and bliss is how you can do true guardianship. And isn't that the mission of the Ultramarines? With that said, Luigi L stepped out of the galaxy spark and reached out. A picture of despair appearing in front of Duanmu Xian. The Otter brothers of the Capital Police Force are killed one by monsters to protect the world. Before they died, Yu Tianma and Yu Daoxian were still calling out Galaxy Ultraman's name, hoping that Galaxy Ultraman would bring another miracle. His own classmate, Jiraiya Shukun, runs and jumps with his favorite basketball in his arms, but is hit by Giga Chimera's light and turns into fried chicken on the spot. What are you doing? Haha, ouch. Ouch, haha. The rest of the class followed in the footsteps of Sabashikon. In order to guard them, Dija Ultraman appeared over the city surrounded by countless monsters and eventually dissipated into particles of light. Duanmu Xian watched as Liu Ruyan fell from the air. She struggled to climb out of the rubble and looked to where Duanmu Xian was. Husband, help me. Galaxy, come out of there, please. Duanmu Xian raised the galaxy spark high and kept calling out, but despairingly realized that no matter how much he shouted, the galaxy spark didn't have any response. Seeing that galaxy spark didn't react, Duanmu Xian directly rushed over to Liu Ruyan and picked her up. Wan, don't die. I will definitely save you. Wait, I will. Liu Ruyan was in Duanmu Xian's arms. At this time her breath was weak and her voice was as thin as a mosquito fly, as if she was going to die at any time. I believe you, husband. Duanmu Xian put the galaxy spark in front of himself and switched between darkness and light with a single thought. Galaxy sparks turned into dark sparks. Stop everything. All time, turn everyone into glitter dolls. And stop time forever and happiness if everyone doesn't have to die. Luigi L nodded in satisfaction at the sight. Yeah, that's right. Super fusion. Dark Luigi L. A heavenly terrifying figure descended on the earth. And the 500-meter tall Dark Evil Heart King was like an ant below this terrifying figure. With a wave of the dark spark in Dark Luigi L's hand, everything turned into glitter dolls. Not far away, Duanmu Xian looked at what was in front of him with his eyes lifeless. The Duanmu Xian who had just turned into Luigi Ire was him, and it seemed like it wasn't him. If the one who turned into Luigi L was him, then who was he now? Right now Tuan Kaiken's brain was in chaos. Just as Dark Luigi L was about to stop the world altogether in bliss, a warm hand suddenly took his hand. Duanmu Xian looked back. Liu Ruyan appeared behind him. She was still so gentle and beautiful. A white dress was spotless and there was not the slightest trace of injury on her body. Duanmu Xian was all confused. If Ruyan Lu was here, then who was the Ruyan Lu in the ruins just now? Just go and do what you think is right and I will always support you. The only one who can stop Dark Luigi Air, or who can stop you, is you. Liu Ruyan's gentle voice came. Duanmu Xian's mind shook. The chaos in his eyes disappeared and turned into a clear. Looking to Luigi L, who had turned everything into glittering dolls in the midst of the ruins, or rather himself. I'm going to stop Dark Luigi L from ruining this. An intense light erupted from the galactic sparks. The BGM plays. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. Sarah. The greenish-blue light rose up to the sky, and Galaxy Ultraman's figure appeared between heaven and earth, as tall as Luigi L. Light and darkness officially collided as the two figures fought amongst the ruins, with neither being able to help anyone. Both sides were exactly the same in terms of strength, speed, fighting style, fighting sense, and ability. It had been a fight for dozens of rounds, with both sides pulling out galaxy sparks and dark sparks at the same time. With the collision of galactic sparks and dark sparks, the world was transformed into a light, and all that surrounded it vanished into thin air. In the room, Duanmu Xian sat up violently from the bed, panting heavily. At this time he had long been sweating profusely. Beside him Liu Ruyan held his hand with a worried face. Honey, what kind of nightmare did you have? Just now you kept calling my name and telling me not to die. Did you dream that I died? Duanmu Xian looked shocked and unsettled, seeing Liu Ruyan's worried face. Pulling out the hand she was holding, he then took her in his arms as soon as he could. Holy shit, that scared me to death. Wifey cuddle, let me slow down. Liu Ruyan didn't know what was wrong with Duanmu and didn't know how to comfort him. Nuzzling his head against his chest, he tried to use his body heat to make him feel some reassurance. "I'll always be there for you." Holding his sister in his arms would always calm himself down quickly. Duanmu turned his head to look at the alarm clock. The time was 2:30 a.m. It's so hard to decide to have a good class and not pull an all-nighter without realizing that this is what's going to happen. And it's really bad. Duanmu asked in his mind. Galaxy? What was that dream just now? Did Luigi Air come back to life? As I said, the stronger the light, the thicker the shadows will be. Luigi L and I are one. And the darkness you fear is really yourself. Think of it this way. You're you and you're me. Galaxy is you and Luigi L is you. It just depends on how you go about using this power. And I've advised you before that the spark ray trick, try not to use it. Galaxy's voice sounded in Duanmu mind. And the answer was already obvious. There are at least two sides to a person. Light and darkness are not a generalized concept. The galactic spark and dark spark abilities are identical. And a thought is the difference between darkness and light. Instead of Luigi L luring him to stop all time, it was his own dark side. Once in many times of despair, Duanmu had once thought of simply stopping everything with a spark ray, and there wouldn't be so much pain. Even before crossing over, countless times while suffering from the pain of this torment, there were times when I thought that if I could just stop everything, wouldn't the world be at peace? My own dark side. Duanmu muttered his thoughts. Inside the early 8 classroom the next day, Duanmu was quite out of breath. Having thought about Luigi Ir all night last night, the hardest thing for a person to overcome is always their dark side. No matter how powerful the enemy was, Duanmu had the confidence to defeat the opponent. But facing himself, Duanmu had no bottom in his heart. Not long after, the teacher walked in through the door, followed by the mad scientist Wu Min-yi. Class, today I'd like to introduce you to a new student. Wu Min-yi, you introduce yourself. Hearing Wu Min-yi's name, Duanmu looked up. He saw Wu Min-yi walk out from behind the teacher and smiled at the class. Hello students, my name is Wu Min-yi. I'm just a scientist, so I'm not as powerful as the others, so don't mind me too much. I was supposed to come at the beginning of the school year, but something delayed it until now. I'll ask for more guidance in the future. Wu Min-yi's face value was still very high, but because of his preoccupation with scientific research, he had always been unkempt. So in Duanmu impression he had always been a bit unkempt. But today, Wu Min-yi has done a styling and changed into a handsome little suit, and now he's a proper Japanese manga pretty boy. This humble tone, coupled with his strength at the peak of the 3rd rank, made everyone have a good impression of him. Wu Min-yi's strength is only the peak of the 3rd order because he does not practice every day to engage in scientific research. Otherwise Wu Min-yi's talent if he concentrates on cultivation now at least 5 orders. But the peak of the 3rd order was strong to the point of being heavenly in the eyes of these college students who had just awakened to the universal 1st and 2nd order of otter power. The class erupted in applause. Wu Min-yi also went along and sat down next to Duanmu. Duanmu state was now very poor. Listening to the morning was muddled, full of the pressure brought by dark Luigi L. The teacher had talked a lot about the beginner's use of Aetheeric Nimbus and various Aetheeric superpowers, but Duanmu hadn't even listened to much of it. Liu Ruyan could see that Duanmu state was very wrong today, and silently took notes with the intention of going back to give him a refresher course. The morning's lesson passed quickly, until the bell rang and the teacher made a big announcement. This Wednesday, which is the day after tomorrow, our Shangqing University and next door at Sanglong University will each select 200 freshmen to make a trip to Panlong Mountain for a practical competition. As you all know from Panlong Mountain, over 100 years ago we didn't have the concept of plasma spark towers and ultramarines on Blue Star. At that time all the nations simply could not withstand the monsters invading the void, until that mysterious old man appeared from Panlong Mountain and bestowed the plasma spark upon us. It's what gives us the capital to fight the cosmic man monster. Time has changed, and after generations of our efforts, most of the cosmonauts and monsters within our borders have been driven out of the Summer Kingdom by us. Even if there would be the occasional monster invasion, it would all be cleaned up by those few adults from the capital city police. And in the Panlong Mountains, there is a convergence of a large number of monsters with low IQs who, unlike the evil and cunning cosmos, think of invading our territory every day. They live in the Panlong Mountains obeying the most basic jungle laws there. And the deeper you go, the stronger the monsters become. So Panlong Mountain is actually kind of a natural place for us ultramarines to exercise ourselves. When the time came, the rules of the competition were simple. Points could be gained by entering Panlong Mountain and defeating the monsters. And everyone had to kill as many monsters as possible to gain points. Whoever has the most points by then will be the champion. All the people are more excited to hear. Have enthusiastically signed up. Duanmu state is not very good. Liu Ruyan signed up for him. 2.5 minutes later, The teacher left the classroom after keeping track of all the students who had signed up for the program. The crowd also got up and prepared to go to dinner. Duanmu Xian was dragged out of the classroom by Sub-Isakun and the others. Coming to the classroom door, Yang Zihan was waiting at the classroom door early, and greeted Lao Baji warmly after seeing him come out. Everyone finally out of class. The old ate yesterday but promised to treat the school sister dinner cannot renege. Yang Zihan had a big nature, and old ate was still a bit shy. Scratching his head and walking to Yang Zihan's side. Definitely don't go back on your word. Go. Come along. Sub-Isakun see the situation eek messed up a sound. Did not expect the old ate this kid is really good Just drink a drink progress or so fast? Originally, they all thought that a girl like Yang Zihan would definitely not be able to look at old ate. At the very back corner of the classroom, the isolated Zheng Gaoming looked at Duanmu Xian with a resentful face. In his hand, he held the red ball and the rubber doll of King Obu Mastodon. Only he wasn't sure if King Obu Mastodon could fight Galaxy or not, so he wanted to wait for a perfect opportunity before going on. Just in time, for this Panglong Mountain tournament, wait until he's done fighting monsters and has no strength to give him a hard one in the back. Shangqing University Training Base. As soon as Wu Minyi finished his meal, he pulled the pair of dogs here and handed the Shining Daisy bracelet to Duanmu Xian, his face full of excitement. This is the result of my latest scientific research, improved based on the results of the last experiment. You can manually turn on the flash fledgling state, and a flash fledgling state Dija Ultraman can reach the 6th order level for a short period of time. Please do let your girlfriend try it. If it works, I'll be able to apply for a large grant for my next research project. Duanmu Xian held that bracelet and looked at Wu Minyi's excited eyes. Sure enough, the last thing you need to be friends with Hikari's earthly body, Wu Minyi, is a hangover. Wifey, you try it. Throwing the bracelet to Ruyan Lu took the bracelet and put it on. Wu Minyi didn't know where to pull out an eyeglass-like instrument, and with a book and pen in his hand, he began to prepare for the record. For his scientific dream, Wu Minyi is also quite desperate. For some reason Duanmu Xian saw Wu Minyi brain thought of Naruto and the Orochimaru. All believe in science, right? Ruyan Lu raised the rod of divine light, and with a brilliant 7-colored light, Dija Ultraman appeared at the training base. At this time, there was a piece of bracelet tied to the wrist of Dija Ultraman, and the bracelet gave off a white light, and as the white light flashed, Dija Ultraman's body began to glow all over. The aura also kept increasing with the light. Unfortunately, it eventually reached the level of the 5th rank and stopped. Ruyan Lu felt the power that was constantly pouring out of her body. Her color was joyful. It actually did turn on the flash fledgling state. Awesome! Wu Minyi recorded the data but his brows were tightly locked, as if the results of the experiment did not satisfy him. It can only be raised to the 5th rank and then it reaches its limit? It can't reach the point of a true Shining Daisy state. It seems that the power of the Light of Hope needs further research. Duanmu Xian puzzled. Obviously the flash fledgling state has been opened. Cannot reach the degree of human to give light is actually quite normal. Can be like this has been good. Comforting. Actually, it's already fine to be able to improve to this level. It's definitely useful in real combat. So why care so much about perfection? Wu Minyi said seriously. You don't understand. Anyway, I've collected the data for this experiment, so I'll give you the bracelet, and I'm going to hurry back to continue the experiment. If I can't make a bracelet in shining form, at least I'm going to make a bracelet in Shining Daisy state. Wait, I'll find you guys when I make progress in my experiments. After saying that, Wu Minyi directly transformed into Hikari Ultraman and flew out of the training base towards his laboratory. What else could Duanmu Xian say but that people with dreams are great? In the evening, the distraught Duanmu Xian returned home instead of staying in the dormitory. Sitting at the computer desk rubbing his head and staring blankly at the computer screen. His favorite game on weekdays is not in the mood to play today. Full of dreams that Dark Luigi L had brought him. Liu Ruyan sat next to him. Since he had a nightmare last night, the whole day Duanmu Xian was in a muddle. Honey, what's wrong with you? What did you dream last night and why are you so scared? Want to talk to me about it? Maybe I can figure something out for you. Duanmu Xian knew that this niece wanted to help him, and in his heart, he thought that it would be hard to hold it in by himself anyway. So it was said, I'm afraid that if a very powerful enemy ever appears, he'll destroy and take everything we have, and then I won't be able to guard anything. Ruyan Lu cut out. I thought it was something. You're a silver giant god. What are you afraid of? When it really comes to the most desperate time, the big deal is that we'll turn on the shining form again with everyone in the world. When the time comes, I'll give you the power to play big. For fear of what? Duanmu Xian asked again. And what if all of the opponent's abilities and energies are exactly the same as galaxies? Ruyan Lu replied without thinking. Then there's still me. I'll fight with you. What if it is I myself who is going to destroy the world? What if it's me who's going to stop me from destroying the world? Liu Ruyan was confused by the question. What's all this about? What? Why are you destroying the world? Husband, what's wrong with the world? Doesn't it smell good for you to have fun and play games every day? There's so much good food and fun and cute people in this world. Why do you want to destroy the world? Duanmu Xian was silent. He didn't know what to say. Liu Ruyan looked at Duanmu Xian like this, and her expression suddenly became serious. Honey, let me ask you, do you really want to destroy the world? Duanmu Xian's face showed struggle and hesitation. His original intention was to guard the world, but if the scale of the battle between the Ultramarines and the Unicron was getting bigger and bigger, in the future, it will be so big that a single battle will destroy a city, and everyone in the city will not be spared and will be swept up in the words. Then, as someone said, what exactly are you guarding? The heavier the heart that wants to guard, the more painful it will only be. When the time comes to see countless people die because of the fighting, he might actually use the spark ray to minimize the fight. This also fulfills the saying that black to the extreme is white and white to the extreme is black. Maybe Luigi Air really is white inside and that's why he turned all the monsters and Ultraman into glitter dolls to minimize fighting. At this moment, Duanmu Xian suddenly realized that perhaps the idea of both the Dark Spark and the Galaxy Spark itself was to guard, only in a different way. But the more I think about it, the more I struggle and agonize inside. Not to use the spark ray would be to watch the world be devastated by war and countless people lose their lives because of it. But if the spark ray is used, while it does solve all wars at the root, the very heart that stops everything becomes a mistake. What's the difference between all the people turning into sparkly dolls and being dead? Of course I want to guard this world, but if there really is a day of such despair, when the battle between us Ultramarines and the Unicron is so grueling that the common people can't survive, maybe I'll actually destroy the world to protect more people. Liu Ruyan was shocked that the always sunny and cheerful Duanmu Xian would actually say something like that, but her stance had always been the strongest, so she didn't care why Duanmu Xian thought that way. She became strong and wanted power not to guard the world so grandiose dream. There is no Duanmu Xian want to destroy the world and her philosophy conflict. She's just trying to get stronger so she can always be there for the people she loves. Because Duanmu Xian was good to her, she was willing to do everything with him, no matter how ridiculous the things to be done were. Husband, listen to me. If you want to guard this world, then let's work together to create a miracle. I'll give you all my energy when I turn on my shining form. If you want to destroy the world, I'll go with you one way or the other. In fact, the depths of Deju Ultraman are dark forces. This is something I've never told you. If you've really decided that you want to destroy the world, then I'll draw out the darkness inside of Deja Altman and accompany you in destroying the world. So anyway, you don't have to dwell and fret. Go boldly and do what you want to do. And whatever you're going to do, you've got me with you. Inside the interdimensional space, Belial Ultraman was finally fully resurrected, nourished by negative energies. Ha 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 ha, I, Belial, am back. Beside Belial, the Zarabian and the Yabub stood guard over him with respectful faces. It was the Zarabians who were most excited to see Belial resurrected. Congratulations to Lord Belial on his new life. Years ago, Belial was expelled from the Vigilante for violating the Capital Vigilante's ban by touching a plasma spark. Later, after pursuing power in the universe and being possessed by Ray Blando, he gained strength and got the ultimate battle gauge to return to the capital to try to take away the plasma spark. But because he had just gotten the power and wasn't skilled at it, he was destroyed physically by the cosmic miracle rays. But now that Belial's strength had reached the peak of the 7th rank, coupled with the ultimate fighting instrument, Super Terra was definitely no match for him now. I, Belial, will not make the same mistake a second time. I'm going to take revenge on the capital city police. I will personally defeat Shafurin and trample him under my feet. Alien Zarab said. Lord Belial, according to reliable sources, tomorrow Yu Tianma and Yu Daoxian are going to take the young Ultramarines to Panlong Mountain in the west to participate in a competition. This includes Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan, also known as Galaxy Ultraman and Dejo Ultraman. Lu Jingyang had previously spelled out his injured body to forcefully merge Super Terra. Now I'm afraid he doesn't have much strength to fight. That will be a good opportunity for us to invade the capital at that time. Belial pondered for a moment, formulating an idea as he listened to the Zarabian's description and said, No, I think this is a good time to exterminate Galactic Ultraman and Deja Ultraman, and the end of Utenma and Fish Dogan. Panlong Mountain was the land of monsters, and the ultimate fighting instrument was capable of controlling monsters. When the time came, they would be facing all the monsters in the entire Panlong Mountain. It's time to tire them out, and there's no signal in that shithole, which means there's no way for Shining Deja to show up. They'll all have to die there by then. The Zarabian heard that this plan could work. Your Excellency is wise. Early the next morning, Duanmu Xian asked for leave not to go to class to play games at home with Liu Ruyan. After Ruyan lose enlightenment last night, he's much better now. As Galactic Ultraman says, the future can change for the better or for the worse, and it's all precisely up to you. As long as one stays true to oneself and represses one's dark side, Luigi Air isn't so scary. One still has to learn to reconcile with oneself. Duanmu Xian let Liu Ruyan sit on his lap hand in hand to teach her how to play Yaso to play the center single. A meal of Has Sai went down. The record 0/5. Watch this. Play Aso. Forget all the tricks. Don't think about any EQ flash to catch a flat A move or double wind. If you see a minion, E forward. Black screen? It doesn't matter. Just resurrect an E again and you're done. He's so fast that his teammates can't even keep up. Ruyan Lu looked at the happy wingman in the computer screen and smiled happily. Hubby is so good. Your teammates can't keep up with you. It wasn't a great battle, but the two were having fun, which is what the game is all about now. Less than 20 minutes later, a teammate spots a pitch, and the two don't care in the slightest about winning or losing, playing small anyway. Liu Ruyan sitting on Duanmu Xian's lap is not honest, twisting and turning, clearly in the fire. Duanmu Xian is not used to her, giving her a chokehold around the neck. She cooperated by closing her eyes. Just as the two were about to go further, an interdimensional rift opened up next to the two. The Yabus came out of it and saw the scene in front of them and misunderstood it straight away. Boss Duanmu, did you and your sister-in-law have a fight? Why are they all fighting? If it doesn't count, it wouldn't be good for you to strangle your sister-in-law with such a strong hand. Duanmu Xian awkwardly withdrew his hand. Liu Ruyan was quite upset at being disturbed in her pleasure, and looked viciously at the Yabus who had suddenly intruded into her home. Backhandedly, he pulled out the divine light rod from his pocket. Yabubs, you dared to come out after sparing your life last time. Looking for death? Obviously. Ruyan Lu didn't know that the Yabus had already defected to Duanmu Xian, but it was also Duanmu Xian's fault for forgetting to tell her. Duanmu Xian patted her on the head. Wan, don't be nervous. The Yabus are now one of their own. Sort of an undercover agent planted on the side of the Cosmopolitans. Liu Ruyan looked at Duanmu Xian with an incredulous face when she heard this, as if her eyes were saying, "Are you serious?" Looking at the Yabus again. The Yabus had a low stance in front of Duanmu Xian, half kneeling on the ground. Indeed like a lackey. No, it's really beaten up. This. 6. Two words that perfectly expressed Liu Ruyan's current mood. Duanmu Xian addressed the Yaboans. Remember to knock at the door when you come to see me in the future. So tell me, what is it you came to see me about this time? Boss Duanmu, listen to me. It's like this. The Arboreal then told of today's resurrection of Belial within the interdimensional space, and the plan Belial was going to carry out behind it, including Belial's strength, the ultimate fighting instrument's ability to say it all, and finally a thoughtful reminder. Boss Duanmu, you have to be careful. Belial is very strong, stronger than the Dark Evil Heart King. You guys might die if you don't have your sister-in-law to turn on the shining form. Duanmu Xian after listening to these plans eyes flicker do not know what to think. Thinking for a while after the corner of the mouth slightly up some playful look at the Yabo people asked, "You sold me your entire master information program and you're that confident I can win? Aren't you afraid that you'll be on the wrong side? In case I can't beat Belial, you won't be screwed if he learns these secrets." The Yabubs shook their heads confidently. No, Galactic Ultraman's power and potential is far above Belial's, and I believe what I've seen and heard. Definitely not on the wrong side. And even if I stand on the wrong side, every time I come to you, Boss Duanmu, you hide it very deeply, and Belial is very arrogant in nature. Simply look down on little Karami like me. As long as I go once when he needs me, I'm nothing more than a traveling tool in his eyes. Belial's dog, that is. The strength of the Zarabians couldn't catch me in the act even if they wanted to. I have to say, the Yabo man is a talent. Duanmu Xian reached out and patted the Yabo man's face, with a cold expression on his face, but in his heart, he felt that the Yabo man was an interesting fellow. Yabo man I advise you a word. Stand in line should stand properly, stand firmly don't sway from side to side, or finally die don't know how to die. The Yabo understood what Duanmu Xian meant, but he said, feigning confusion, "My lord don't speak so profoundly, I can't understand." Duanmu Xian let out a light laugh and casually pulled out the galaxy spark from his arms and rubbed it. "It's up to you whether you hear it or not, and it doesn't matter to me whether you hear it or not." That Belial's peak 7th rank plus the ultimate fighting instrument was indeed a bit tricky, but Belial is an Ultraman, and I, Galaxy, am an Ultraman, and he, Belial, has the ultimate fighting meter, and I have the galactic spark. Why don't you ask that Belial club if I am? In the morning, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan arrived hand in hand in front of the plasma spark tower in the capital city, followed by a confused fish Swallow. He had just been in class when he was pulled right out of the classroom by these two. Said he was going to take him to do something great, but ended up running to the plasma spark tower. "Sister, brother-in-law, what are you doing pulling me out of class and running here? I'm going to take the college entrance exam next year, so I can't mess around with it. It's a very important exam. Duanmu Xian didn't bother to explain so much to him. This was a big deal for him anyway. Kids don't bullshit, just come with me and be done with it. Liu Ruyan heard Duanmu Xian say this, and directly hit a hammer on Fish Luo's head. Listen to your brother-in-law. Don't talk nonsense, just do whatever he tells you to do and be done with it. He certainly won't harm you. Fish Luo was stormed by a hammer and lowered his head somewhat aggrieved. He is still just a high school student after all, at an age when one is still confused about the future. Even if one usually tries to cultivate hard enough in front of one's sister, it's not enough. Duanmu Xian saw the fish left Luo was actually cured by Liu Ruyan is also rare. Fish left Luo this good's face looks like a rebellious teenager. I did not expect to actually be able to be cured by Liu Ruyan. But yes, although Sai Bunny was draggy and wild on the outside, Sai Bunny was actually very polite in front of the elders of the Land of Light. Such a nice kid does have to be brought up. Thinking of this, Duanmu Xian looked for Yu Tianma to ask for Sha Fulin's phone number, then knocked over with one call. The opposite party quickly picked up. Who? Duanmu Xian opened the door and directly pointed out his identity. I, Tuan Kaikan, Galactic Ultraman. Sha Fulin's attitude changed directly upon hearing Galactic Ultraman. So it's little brother Duanmu. Is there anything you want me to help you with? The plasma spark tower has been resonating a bit with my galactic spark lately. It seems to be trying to guide me to do something. I'm going to borrow the ion spark tower for your approval. Sha Fulin hesitated for a moment. The ban on the capital city police force was actually initially because there were too many young people who didn't know better who coveted its power, but all of them were backfired and died. That's why it became a ban. And the men of the capital guard maintained more of a reverence for the plasma sparks. But they weren't pedantic. Even Belial, whose strength was unrivaled at the time, was burned half to death by that power when he touched the plasma sparks. Although he didn't die, he was pretty much as good as dead. And in the end it was only to warn future generations not to touch the sacred power of the plasma sparks that he was expelled from the capital police force. I haven't seen Belial since. And at first Belial was even more talented than Zafi. What Sha Fulin didn't know though was that Belial later returned to the capital police to seek revenge on them after being possessed by Reblando with a disfigured face, also yanked by Super Terra's cosmic miracle ray. But galactic sparks could resonate with plasma sparks, and the ban would naturally not hold true for Duanmu Qian. That's no problem. You don't need to care about the ban on the capital police force. It's no secret that your galactic spark can resonate with plasma sparks. If it's a divine plasma spark guiding you, you just go right ahead and do it. After receiving Sha Fulin's approval, Duanmu Xian directly raised the galaxy spark. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. Under the bright greenish-blue glow, the sacred figure of Galactic Ultraman appeared under the plasma spark tower. Then he reached out and took Fish Zoro in his hand, and leaped straight up to the top of the plasma spark tower. Duanmu Xian said to Yuzhuo Luo, "You, go touch the plasma spark." Fish Zoro was confused. "Me, brother-in-law, you want me to die straight up? Okay, I'll jump straight down." So many awakened powerful ultramarines can't stand the power of direct contact with plasma sparks. You're asking me, a not yet awakened one, to go straight to the plasma sparks. Duanmu Xian turned his head to look at the plasma spark, which was emitting a red and blue glow, and all he could see was the silhouette of Sailor Ultraman appearing behind the spark. It seemed to be just waiting for Fish Zoro to approach. "You'll go when I tell you to, and your brother-in-law will never harm you." Fish Luo had no choice but to walk towards the plasma sparks. It just so happens that at that moment, Severn Ultraman comes over to the plasma spark tower to see what's going on Sha Fulin's orders. As soon as he arrived, he saw that his own rebellious son was going to touch the plasma sparks in his human form, and it pissed him off enough. Just when Fish Luo was about to touch the plasma spark, Fish Daoxian's pair of pale and powerful hands grabbed his still slightly tender arm, and then violently threw Fish Luo out. "Rebel son, who let you near the plasma sparks? You violated the ban of the capital police force, you know that?" Galaxy Ultraman appeared behind Fish Zoro in a flash to catch him. "I let it." "Why?" Yu Daoxian froze at the sight of Galaxy Ultraman's sacred figure. Just now Sha Fulin did say that he agreed to Duanmu Xian borrowing the plasma spark. But what's this kid borrowing plasma sparks to harm his brother-in-law? Are you crazy? What did Yuzhuo Luo do to offend you? He is Liu Ruyan's younger brother and will be your brother-in-law in the future. Are you going to get him killed? Duanmu Xian did not want to explain with Fish Daoxian. This matter was not good to explain, and explained he probably did not understand. "What do you know, Lao Dang? Anyway, Lord Sha Fulin has agreed to my idea. Fish Zoro, go ahead and trust your brother-in-law." "You," Fish Daoxian wanted to retort, but he realized that he had nothing to say. The strength piece, Duanmu Xian had already surpassed him, and his actions have been approved by Lord Sha Fulin. Fish Zoro looked left and looked right. He realized that his father, who had always been majestic and omnipotent, was somehow a little understated in the face of Galactic Ultraman. What a great brother-in-law. Whatever. Trust your brother-in-law. Fish Zoro ran all the way to the plasma spark, reached out and touched it, and Fish Zoro directly skipped the link of the Relic of Light to choose the Ultraman, and Sailor's shadow directly entered his body. A red and blue light shot up into the sky. Hey! Sailor Ultraman appeared in the sky. The transparent screen next to the plasma spark also showed information about Sailor Ultraman's talents. Name, Sailor Ultraman. Talent, a first order. 8th stage. It's higher than Dija Altman's first order. 7th paragraph. Although Shining Dija is said to be at the 8th rank, Shining Dija is not a form that Dija Ultraman can turn on by himself. Hard talent Sailor Ultraman is capable of a single 8th rank. This is within the expectations of Duanmu. As a senior AO fans, the previous life to see the strongest form of Sailor Altman Ultimate Lightshine Sailor is a goalkeeper under the God 4. It was also the peak of the 8th rank, and even regardless of the ultimate armor as an external force, Sailor's own potential had definitely reached the 8th rank. Seeing this scene, Fish Daoxian was stunned, not realizing that this brat had actually awakened such a powerful talent, stronger than his sister. Super Galactic Guard Base. At Duanmu Xian's suggestion, the Flame Warriors gang applied for a large amount of funding from the capital city police force for the construction of the Super Galaxy Police Force Base. The address was just over in the eastern district of the capital, and out of their trust in Duanmu Xian, along with the kindness of saving their lives 3 times, Shafulin and the others were very supportive of Duanmu Xian's creation of a new police force on his own. Before the capital police force for this specially opened a meeting, Yu Tianma naturally can see that this kid Duanmu Xian some ideas in the head, want to create their own forces, but they cleanly did not oppose it, and instead voted unanimously in favor of it. Because the invasions of the cosmopolitans were becoming more and more frequent and they were getting stronger and stronger, the capital had to cultivate newborn forces to fight against them. The archaic management system of the original capital police force would in turn restrict these young men, so they decided to let Duanmu Xian have a go. What's more, Duanmu Xian was the son of Duanmu Changli Morong, and Liu Ruyan was the daughter of Yu Daoxian. There was no reason for them not to support their offspring. So with the support of the old-timers of the capital city police force, the eastern district of the capital city is basically all Super Galaxy Police Force territory nowadays. The capital police force personnel who had been managing the area were also removed from the area. Duanmu Xian took Fish Zoro around his Super Galactic Guard base, visiting it himself in the process. Needless to say, there is just a lot of space here, and in addition to the most basic working area living area, it also includes a large training ground for the police force personnel to train. A planetary observation center observes anomalies in the universe at all times. There's even a large open space with no place to make it. The capital city police force side had divided an oversized territory for the Super Galaxy Police Force base construction, the size of which was even about as big as the police force headquarters. You can see how much the old-timers expect from them. The newcomers. Fish Swallow came in after all directly shocked his young mind. These years the progress of science and technology is getting faster and faster. The new construction of this base, a lot of equipment is brand new, more luxurious than the capital police force. But to his shame, as the founder and captain of the Super Galactic Police, this base had never been visited by him since its establishment. Because the captain either stays home every day playing games or hangs out at entertainment venues with a hangover and feasts. After strolling around the base, Duanmu Xian took Liu Ruyan and Yu Luo into his office. Along the way Duanmu Xian wondered what else could be done with such a large open space. For some reason, Duanmu Xian's head thought of someone, Wu Minyi, the creator of Hextech, Hikari Ultraman, who is dedicated to research and plug-in development. If we can dig that guy into the Super Galactic Guard and build tons of fighters and vehicles carrying Hextech, we can improve our combat power quite a bit in the face of a cosmonaut invasion when the time comes. The Flash Daisy bracelets that Wu Minyi had researched before had all given him quite a shock. Said to do it, Duanmu Xian a phone to Wu Minyi knocked over. That side passed a good while before picking up the phone. I'm still experimenting. Something's up. At this moment, the laboratory could be described as sparks with lightning all the way. The equipment in front of Wu Minyi was spinning madly, and Wu Minyi's expression was gradually going crazy amidst the data that skyrocketed from the test of the experimental product. Duanmu Xian didn't realize that Wu Minyi was throwing out an olive branch at a crucial moment when he was doing his experiments. Join my Super Galactic Vigilante. We need people like you on the Vigilante. When Wu Minyi heard this, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. Okay, is it okay to lend me galactic sparks for research when the time comes? No problem. Really? Great. Just wait. I'll report to work at your Super Galactic Police after this experiment. Wu Minyi was overjoyed to hear that Duanmu Xian was actually really willing to lend him the galaxy spark to study for a moment. However, The test subject in front of him produced an abnormal change due to the small oversight of his, and there was a loud rumble. An explosion occurs in the lab, and Wu Minhee turns into an explosive head of gray. A busy tone also came from Duanmu Xian's side of the cell phone. Duanmu Xian was also speechless when he heard that explosion with a start. What is this Wu Minhee up to? Why is it crackling? Honestly, if it wasn't for the hard life of the otter warrior, Duanmu Xian was really worried that Wu Minhee, that mad scientist, would blow himself up one day doing experiments. But it should be fine. You'll get used to it if you blow up and blow up and blow up. The time quickly came to 2 in the afternoon and the flame warriors all arrived at the base. Duanmu Xian announced 2 things to them. The first being that from today onwards Fish Sora is a member of the Super Galaxy Police. Duanmu Xian has an idea. When the fish Swallow grows up in the future, let him be the captain of the Super Galaxy Police Force. And even the name can be changed to Super Sailor Police Force. Duanmu Xian realized that he wasn't suited to be a captain, and that it was better to just be an ordinary, enthusiastic citizen. The second thing is that tomorrow the entire Super Galactic Guard will follow Duanmu Xian's lead and head to Panlong Mountain and surround it for me. Didn't Belial want to round him up? Then let Belial know what it means to be surprised by TM. It had always been the Cosmic Man's side that had been counting on him, and in that last great battle, the Dark Evil Heart King had counted on almost everyone. If it wasn't for Duanmu Xian with his overpowering strength and knowledge of monsters, maybe the capital would really be finished. This time, it's the biggest counterattack against the forces of darkness. Although he didn't know why Duanmu Xian wanted to surround Panlong Mountain, the boss's order was heaven. In the last Dark Evil Heart King incident, Duanmu Xian was like a precognitive, knowing that after the 5-headed monster was cleaned up there was still the Giga Chimera, and behind the Giga Chimera there was the Dark Evil Heart King. Right now, the entire Super Galaxy Police Force and even the Capital City Police Force had considerable trust in Duanmu Xian's words. So after receiving Duanmu Xian's order, the entire Super Galaxy Police Force quickly went into operation, with all the members of the 3rd rank and above going home and organizing their attire in preparation for their departure. After arranging the Super Galactic Guard, Duanmu Xian went back to school in the afternoon. It wasn't so much that he liked the lessons, but besides Belial's side, there was another hidden danger. Gao Ming Zheng. Zheng Gao Ming got that red ball. King Obu Mongsher's strength is very strong. When the time comes, if this guy disregards the safety of his companions to defect at the critical moment, it could cause them a lot of trouble. Inside the classroom in the afternoon, the teacher is already in class and is on fire at the podium. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan arrived late. Report. The teacher stopped lecturing with a helpless face to look at the pair of dogs and men at the door. Was really unable to do anything with these two, because the students of Shangqing University study hard in the future in order to become useful talents for the summer country. But these two have already contributed to summer many times before they were even freshmen. You can say that these two didn't work hard. Their realm advancement could even be said to be the fastest ever. And it wasn't a realm that was forcefully piled up by potions. That's what people have done in real life and death battles one at a time. You say these two try hard, and it seems like they're swinging for the fences again every day. This morning Duanmu Xian took leave. The counselor also told her that Duanmu Xian the kid took leave when the phone side also came the voice broadcast that you have been super god. What have you two been up to again? What time is it before you come to class? The teacher asked symbolically. Duanmu Xian said honestly. There was a bit of a situation over at the Super Galactic Guard. I went to take care of it. And as you know, sensei, I have a bit of a side project. Duanmu Xian's way of speaking was very humble, but there was really no one else who could say something so Versailles in such a humble tone. Okay, go sit in your seat. The teacher sighed and waved her hand. Duanmu Xian hemmed and hawed. Okay. Liu Ruyan went to the back row with a small pull. In the back row of the classroom, Zhang Gaoming had the cheek to sit next to Jean Suzier today, and 2 days ago Jean Suzier had already made it very clear to him that there was no point in being friends. Zhang Gaoming had a rotten temperament and almost all of his classmates resented him. Ever since Duanmu Xian decided to take an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, many of his classmates responded to Duanmu Xian's call to isolate him en masse. These days Zhang Gaoming could be described as being extremely difficult. Everywhere you go, you're the isolated one. In class, out of class, eating, playing sports, all alone. But who made him talk? Duanmu Xian saw very clearly that the resentment aura on Zhang Gaoming's body was now getting heavier and heavier, and was in danger of exploding at any time. That red ball had grown spikes hidden in his bag by Duanmu Xian's perception. Since he wanted to pursue excitement, he would follow through to the end. And today he wanted to stimulate Zhang Gaoming's poor self-esteem. Don't you want to blow it up? Then let him do it. Let's get rid of that red ball early, so that he won't cause trouble when we go to Panlongshan. Thinking of this, Duanmu Xian touched Liu Ruyan's head melon, whispering in her ear. Why don't you go sit with Liu Qingjun, and I'll go play with Golden Bell. Liu Ruyan sniffed and skimmed her lips, although she was a little reluctant. She could tell the difference between light and heavy. Okay. Heading towards and sitting next to Lu Qingjun. Lu Qingjun also gave back, froze for a moment. Big sister is not sitting with the object today? Duanmu Xian turned his gaze to Jin Suer, the corner of his mouth slightly raised as he sat down next to her. Zhang Gaoming's face became quite ugly to the naked eye, and that aura of resentment instantly skyrocketed by a large margin. Under Duanmu Xian's perception, more spikes grew from the red ball. Blow it up. Blow it up. As long as you dare to release King Obu Mastodon in front of the whole class, it'll be confirmed that you're a cosmic man accomplice, and expulsion will be the least of your worries when the time comes. Duanmu Xian thought in his heart. Class, a simple way to increase the accuracy of our auto-nimble is to fold this sandpaper into a butterfly with our auto-nimble controlling it. Students with weaker ideas can try folding it into simple shapes first. I'll give you 20 minutes. I'll come and check your work in 20 minutes, and then I'll grade you by how beautifully you folded the butterflies. Just then, the teacher talked about the method of advancement of the auto ninjutsu and assigned homework, and when he finished, the teacher left the classroom. For a while a number of students with close grades let out a wail. Oh no, it's hard enough to lift a lead ball with Omni-Nimbus. To do such a precise job with Omni-Nimbus. Yeah, I'm so clumsy that I can't always fold paper into a butterfly with my hands. I can't believe I have to use my otter nimble to do it. Dude, stop complaining. It's not like origami is the goal. It's just to improve the sophistication of the otter nimbus. Hurry up and do it. Although they all said that it was difficult, the students under the stage moved faster than one another, and they took out the origami paper that they had prepared long ago, and began to control the deformation of the origami paper with their auto Nianli. 5 minutes passed quickly. The one who succeeded first was Liu Ruyan. This niece was already dexterous. Plus so many life and death battles had raised her realm to the 4th rank, though it was said to be the first time I tried to do something so precise with my otter nimbus. The natural strength was there, and it worked in just 5 minutes. Looking at the exquisite origami butterfly in her hand, this niece smiled and walked to Duanmu Xian and placed it in front of Duanmu Xian. Look, look, look. I did it. Compliment me. Duanmu Xian quickly rubbed her skull. Well, you're awesome. Make one for me too and I'll turn in my homework. After saying that, he then turned his gaze to the side of Golden Bell who was struggling. Humph. Perfunctory. Liu Ruyan beamed with an unhappy face, but she didn't move slowly at all and took out another piece of origami paper to go help Duanmu Xian with his homework. Jean Linger and Zhang Gaoming saw that exquisite butterfly made by Liu Ruyan for a moment after the pressure pulled full. I was able to make the butterfly because I couldn't do it after seeing a more beautiful piece. Duanmu Xian saw that the time had come, taking the initiative. His right hand went around Goldbell's shoulder to grip Goldbell's temporal right hand. Let me help you. Folding butterflies is a piece of cake for me. Goldbell's movements froze surface motionless, waves rising inside. Her face flushed at a rate visible to the naked eye. The action seemed a little too intimate for her to carry as a yellow girl. Previously, in the Flame Gang's old territory, when Duanmu Xian single-handedly challenged the Flame Warriors and the others and reclaimed the Flame Gang, she had watched the whole thing. How spirited Duanmu Xian was at that time, and a seed of crush had been planted in her heart at that time. But since Duanmu Xian already had a girlfriend, she had kept that bit of affection hidden deep in her heart. But after Duanmu Xian messed up so much today, her heart was completely messed up. Brain went blank. Didn't even know what I was doing anymore. Duanmu Xian didn't care that much, and didn't even press to notice Jin Suer's abnormality, helping Jin Suer fold the paper with her Aoti Nianli while using his mind to perceive the red ball in Zhang Gaoming's bag. As he held Jean Linger's small hand, Zhang Gaoming's face directly turned green with anger, and that aura of resentment rubbed up. The spikes on top of the red ball were also increasing, and had even turned into a spiky ball. Liu Ruyan's heart was sour when she saw this scene. Although Duanmu Xian had greeted her in advance saying that Zhang Gaoming had gotten a very dangerous red ball that would release monsters, he wanted to stimulate Zhang Gaoming. Duanmu Xian wanted to make Zhang Gaoming break his defense to actively reveal his cracks, and then stimulate him to use the red ball in front of everyone. Until the end of the class, Zhang Gaoming's resentment has been skyrocketing, but this kid is also worthy of being a keyboard warrior, holding so much fire but also did not dare to attack on the spot. It's really just backstabbing and being a grandson in front of people. The students had packed up and left when they heard the class bell, and Duanmu Xian had no choice but to leave first. After Zhang Gaoming saw the crowd leave, he left the classroom alone with a gloomy face towards the art room. At this point the red ball in his bag had completely turned into a spiked ball. As soon as he entered the art room, Zhang Gaoming quickly locked the door and closed all the windows, opened his bag and pulled out the red ball. Rage and jealousy made him facepalm as he pulled out his enhanced Bummer King toy and put it with the red ball. Red ball, why do you think I deserve to be isolated? Is it that I'm weak and I deserve to die? Why is Duanmu Xian so loaded? Not just a galaxy sparks it. What's the big deal? This world is too dark. Let King Obu Mangus destroy this damn world. The red ball sensed Zhang Gaoming's sky-high resentment and emitted red light in response to Zhang Gaoming's call. The crowd was walking in twos and threes on the path next to the campus lake. Liu Ruyan seemed to be a bit angry, walking with Duanmu Xian and not even holding hands anymore. Crossing her arms over her chest, she looked straight ahead, those little steps getting faster and faster. Duanmu Xian naturally knows what's going on with this bitch. She's jealous. Wanwan, don't walk so fast. I won't be able to keep up in a while. No, I'm hungry. I need to get to the cafeteria fast. Liu Ruyan finished with a petulant hum. Not only did she not listen to Duanmu Xian's walk slower, she even walked faster, walking in front of everyone in 3 or 2. Yoo-hoo! This bitch, I can't cure you. Duanmu Xian directly stopped and headed for a recliner on the side of the road. When the others saw this scene, they were a bit at a loss. This boss and his sister-in-law seem to have fallen out. What can they do? The crowd looked at each other and all of them spread their hands helplessly. Ruyan Lu walked forward for 2 minutes, all the way out of that path, and suddenly felt something was wrong and looked back. Jin Suer and Lu Qingjun followed her, but the figures of Duanmu Xian and his housemates were gone. Lu Qingjun said, Ruyan Lu, don't go so fast, Duanmu Xian and the others can't keep up. Jin Suer could see that Liu Ruyan seemed a bit angry and guessed that it was probably because Duanmu Xian had just hugged her and then she got jealous. She was flabbergasted. She really didn't know why Duanmu Xian was like that. Liu Ruyan stopped her footsteps. Her heart panicked. Finished will not overdo it, he got angry. But wouldn't it be a bit humiliating to walk back now? For a while, Liu Ruyan had 2 thoughts in her head. 1. Face is important. Can't let him take himself to death. I'm just angry and jealous. Gotta make him realize I need coaxing too. Secondly, my husband is important. After all, he has already told me the plan. And this jealousy of mine was not justified in the first place. Ruyan Lu's little brain pondered for 3 seconds before finally coming up with an answer. No way. Husband is important. Face is a thing. No need. So she turned her head and ran back. And in less than 30 seconds she ran back to the path, where Duanmu Xian stood by the willow tree by the side of the path waiting for her. Just as if he'd guessed she'd come running back, he laughed softly and stepped forward. I thought you wouldn't come back after running so fast just now. I just counted the time. No more. No less. Exactly 2.5 minutes. Are you angry? Ruyan Lu snorted arrogantly and skimmed her head. The anger didn't go away. Duanmu Xian paused. Liu Ruyan's answer was a bit beyond expectation. It is reasonable that this niece's gas should be gone at this time. So what brings you back? Because a husband is more important than face. Duanmu Xian's pupils shook when he heard these words. His heart throbbed, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted. The sweetness of this sentence is over the limit. This cannot be tolerated. 2 steps forward to take her in her arms. Good wife, don't be angry. I'll develop the sword saint for you to play tonight. Liu Ruyan sniffed and immediately widened her eyes. Not only did she have the hug she wanted, there was actually an unexpected surprise. This is the right thing to do. Really? Honey, you're too good. Love you. The crowd next to them heard the words have tacitly turned their heads. A whole breathless lived in the family. Sabashikon directs the voice of his own body. What are you doing? Haha, ouch, why did you let me see this? Old 8 looked at Duanmu Xian with an envious face and sighed. Hey, if only school sister Yang Zihan could be as gentle as her sister-in-law. Sabashu-kun was directly nonplussed at this. As a trainee with 2.5 years of practice hours, both his face value and temperament were pulled full circle, and apart from the boss, it would be almost impossible to find anyone more handsome than him in the entire school. He hasn't even talked about it yet, and this old 8 kid is talking about it first? No, old Buster. Damn you, you really talked to Sister Yang Zihan? Old Buster had a demented grin on his face, and the corners of his mouth wouldn't even press down. Ahem, not yet. Ambiguous period, but I guess it's fast. At most a week. I can take it. Just as the crowd was in a state of laughter, a crack in the void tore open, and the Obu Mangus King, who had been strengthened by Zhang Gaoming, stepped out of the spatial rift. The aura of the 7th rank spread out from it, and for a moment the entire campus resounded with screams as students and teachers fled in all directions. 7th order monsters are classified as 1st order disasters, and in the old days were difficulties that had to be solved by Super Terra. Duanmu Xian frowned when he felt the terrifying aura of that 7th rank and let go of Liu Ruyan to turn his gaze towards King Obu Mangshur. Finally, I can't help it, but this Obu Mangus King is not right. The pincers of Gatanzhou, the tentacles of the god Kirieludes, and the tail of the Giga Chimera. Looks like Zhang Gaoming wasted some effort to deal with me. However, the strength was only at the early 7th stage, and it just so happened that Liu Ruyan had just obtained the Flash Fledgling bracelet, so she could open the Flash Fledgling state at any time. After the previous battle, Liu Ruyan had improved quite a bit, and now if she entered the Shining Daisy, she should be able to have a fight with King Obu Mongshur. Liu Ruyan walked over to Duanmu Xian and asked, "This monster's strength is at the 7th rank. Are you going to make a move?" Duanmu Xian shook his head. "You'll use the Shining Daisy bracelet on it, just for practice." Ruyan Liu had no problem with it and raised the divine light rod, and as a 7-colored light flashed, Dija Ultraman appeared in the middle of the campus. After the flash fledgling bracelet emitted a glow, Deja Altman managed to enter the flash fledgling state. King Obu Mastodon was about to raise his pincers to destroy the school building when Shining Daisy Deja jumped over and kicked it into the open area of the school with a flying kick. Duanmu Xian turned his gaze to the others again and said, "Jean Linger and Lu Qingjun, you guys watch the battlefield at all times to replenish Liu Ruyan's energy. Sabashu-kun and Old H, you guys come with me. Let's go find the black hand behind this monster." Inside the capital city police force, after receiving the violent energy fluctuations coming from Shanqing University, Shafurin quickly summoned the Otter brothers to the conference room. "Everyone, a violent energy fluctuation has appeared at Shanqing University. With a strength of the 7th order, Dija Ultraman has appeared to fight the monsters. Lu Jingyang, Yu Tianma, Duanmu Cheng, Li Murong, and Yu Daoxian will go together for support. Merge Super Terra against that beast if necessary." The several ultramarines that were named returned the message received, and then followed Shafurin's pace together out of the conference room, turned into ultramarines heading in the direction of Shanqing University. Yu Tianma was not calm when he heard that the place where the accident happened was his school, but on second thought, isn't Duanmu Xian studying at Shanqing University, and why did Dija Ultraman show up and Galaxy Ultraman didn't? Can't it be that this kid didn't go to class again? It is not right. Liu Ruyan that niece every day with Duanmu Xian stay a piece with a small tail like. She is in Duanmu Xian certainly also in. This kid is up to something. Shanqing University. The battle between Shining Daisy Diga and Obu Mighty King had been fought for more than a dozen rounds, even though Ruyan Liu had experienced the true Shining form twice for a great increase in strength. But after all, the Gulf of Realms was here, and even by relying on the Shining Daisy state, he was no match for King Obu Mongshur. After a few more rounds of fighting, Deja Ultraman was knocked to the ground by King Obu Manga's tentacles, kicking up dust all over the sky. "I don't believe it. I still can't clean up an early 7th ranked person like you even with the flashing daisy state on." Ruyan Liu got angry and stood up before crossing her arms at the crystal of her forehead. A red glow flashed down, switching to the Deja power type. The Shining Daisy set power type. The BGM is playing like sunlight through the night. Deja Ultraman gathered all of his energy and used the Deja Electro Punch to smash towards King Obu Mangus, who raised his pincers to block it. The punch exploded with tons of sparks. Powerful types in flash fledgling state hit Gatten J all the time for a spark of damage, albeit not a lot of damage. King Obu Mongshur naturally couldn't block it, but it didn't suffer any injuries, instead it completely enraged it. King Obu Mastodon's attacks grew more violent and urgent, and in a fit of rage, a pincer sent the powerhouse DJ flying straight out of the room. Dija Ultraman flew out backwards, once again kicking up dust all over the sky. Being defeated inside his own BGM made it hard for Ruyan Liu. Dilahune Lightstream. After standing up, he gathered the energy of his entire body and coalesced a fireball towards King Obu Mongshur. There was a loud boom and white smoke scattered as the Dilahune Lightstream hit, creating a violent explosion of sparks. According to the law of smoke and no harm, there was not the slightest bit of damage on King Obu Mangus. The enraged Obu Mongshur King no longer stayed his hand, and his whole body's blood and flesh squirmed for a while. The tentacle detached itself from the right hand and fell to the ground with a writhing fit before turning into the god Kiri eluded. The pincers detached from his left hand and transformed into Gitangio after a writhing expansion on the ground. The twin tails detached from their bodies and landed on the ground with a squirm before transforming into the golden dragon Goldrath and the silver dragon Hilbegon. Sihora and Badulus also burrowed out of King Abaman's body. However, these monsters were not instants, and none of them could reach the level of the 7th order. They were all at the peak of the 6th order, and even King Obu Mongshur had fallen to the peak of the 6th order due to dispersing too much of his power realm out. The 7 monsters surrounded Deja Ultraman, and King Obu Mangus let out a roar, spewing highly concentrated flames from his mouth and releasing them towards Deja Ultraman. Deja Ultraman rushed to hold up his rainbow shield to just barely fend it off, but Bajilius also took the opportunity to fly behind Deja Ortman and raise his sharp claws towards Deja Ortman's back. With a piercing sound, this claw grabbed a large amount of sparks. Deja Ultraman took the pain. His rainbow shield was broken, and he was hit in the chest by the flames of King Obu Mangus and flew backwards out of the room, directly collapsing a house. The color timer also lights up red, making a ding-dong sound. Art Room Gallery. Duanmu Xian quickly found the classroom where Zhang Gaoming was hiding based on Galaxy Spark's guidance. Looking out the window, Obu Mongshur King split out of the 7 monsters. Duanmu Xian heart is worried, but if not Zhang Gaoming cleaned up, the monsters will only continue to appear. Sabashikon and Old Hachi looked at each other, and both of them simultaneously went up to the 1000 and kicked down the door of the art room, taking Zhang Gaoming, who was hiding inside with a sinister smile on his face as he held the red ball, by surprise. He quickly hid the red ball behind his back, then looked at the three men who had barged in with a wary look on their faces. What are you doing? You scared me. You have to pay for kicking down the door. Duanmu Xian sneered. What are we doing? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Look at that beast out there. Isn't that your handiwork? Where did you get the face to ask what we're up to? Zhang Gaoming was poked through the old face became iron blue, backed up 2 steps and said, I can't understand what you're saying. What's that monster got to do with me? Still pretending. Buster. Sabashikon. Do it. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Sabashikun raised his own basketball and rushed up to push Zhang Gaoming to the ground as soon as he could, and then punched Zhang Gaoming's face down. A thud. The red ball behind Zhang Gaoming fell to the ground. Duanmu Xian slowly stepped forward to take the red ball in his hands and immediately felt it begin to affect his sanity. Only the power within the red ball was driven out by a terrifying force within him as soon as it entered his body. Not far away, Nanes Risa was half kneeling on the ground with a terrified face and panting heavily, her gaze incredulously looking at Duanmu Xian's back. What kind of monster is inside this man? She had just entered Duanmu Xian's body and saw 2 magnificent figures. One of those figures was Galaxy Ultraman, and the other was a dark giant that he had never seen before. Galactic Ultraman ignored her, but the dark giant said the word roll to her. Just this one word made Nanes Risa feel a terror like never before. The other party seemed like the darkness at the beginning of chaos, wanting to pinch her to death with just a thought. Duanmu Xian didn't pay much attention to the momentary discomfort brought about by that red ball, and wished directly after getting it. It's decided that it's you guys. Dinah, Gaia, come on out. The words fell. 2 spatial cracks appeared from the sky above Shangqing University, and Dinah Ultraman and Gaia Ultraman appeared in the middle of the battlefield. The 2 O's are still in a daze when they come to this world, but see Dija Ultraman surrounded by so many monsters quickly joining the fray. The Heisei 3, in the same frame. Heisei's 3 rogues may not have great combat power when fighting alone, but once they fight together they trigger bonds and their combat power increases. But as powerful as the 3 Heisei rogues were, there were 7 monsters across from them. These 7 monstrous beasts were all at the peak of the 6th rank realm, and each of them had a notable battle strength. Surrounding Sanao in a group, it didn't take long for Dija, Dinah and Gaia to fight them before they fell to the wayside. After 2.5 minutes, Sanao was completely in a desperate situation being kicked around like a soccer ball by these 7 monsters, unable to fight back. It looks like we can't handle these 7 monsters with just Dija, Dinah and Gaia. Inside the art gallery, Duanmu Xian held the red ball in his left hand and the galaxy spark in his right hand as he watched the battle in the arena and muttered. He was thinking about making a move. On top of a tall building near Shangqing University, a man in a black suit was also watching the battle. A hideous grin appeared on his face as he watched Dija, Dinah, Gaia being cornered by the monsters. The capital is bustling today, so let me, Belial, add to the fire as well. The man reached out and waved a ball of black gas coalescing from his hand into the ultimate fighting instrument, releasing a terrifying black vortex into the sky above Shangqing University. Flame Gorzon, Melba, Raichubas, Hypergob, IQ out of the vortex. These were all monsters that had once been defeated by the men of the capital police force, and after collecting their souls, Belial revived and strengthened them through the ultimate fighting instrument. The strength of these monsters were all at the level of the 6th order, and most of the students of Shangqing University were cannon fodder AO, and there weren't many genera that really had the power to fight. Not to mention facing a 6th order monster. Originally they still had some hope in their hearts when they fought 3-7, but the addition of these 5 monsters became the straw that completely crushed their psychological defenses. For a while all the students fled the scene not daring to continue watching the battle. Dinah and Gaia, who were already at a disadvantage, were desperate inside when they saw these 5 monsters join the battlefield. No, where's the drama? We've been summoned from another dimension to get beat up? It's not like Dinah and Gaia haven't fought at the high end of the game as battle-hardened ultramarines in another time. But this 3v12 situation is really not seen. Dinah couldn't help but ask. Big brother, what's going on? Why are there so many monsters in this time and space? What should we do? Gaia said. Big brother, quickly think of a way. Do you have any other ultramarines in this time and space? Otherwise the 3 of us can't beat them. Liu Ruyan was puzzled. These 2 ultras seemed to know him. But why did they call her big brother? You guys know me? Once that clear and pleasant female voice came out, Dinah and the Gaians were dumbfounded. This Deja earthly body was female? But it was too late for them to speak. The 5-headed monster in the sky had already swooped down towards the ground. Dinah and Gaia could only suppress the question marks in their hearts as they charged towards these monsters. The art room. Duanmu looked at the man in the suit not far away on a high building with his brows locked. The man was holding the ultimate fighting instrument in his hand. It seemed to be Belial without a doubt. I did not expect that even he also came to join in the fun. Now the situation in the field is no longer Heisei 3 rogues can be resolved. It seems that it must be his hand. Sabashikone. Old 8. You guys keep an eye on Zhang Gaoming in this red ball. I'll deal with the guy who released the monster, said Duanmu threw the red ball to Sub-Isakun. An old buster sniffed and rushed forward to press Zhang Gaoming to the ground. Tatsuki-Jan raised galaxy sparks and Galaxy Ultraman's flash doll popped out of it. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. Under the flash of bright greenish-blue light, Galaxy Ultraman's figure appeared in the sky of Shanqing University, directly rushing towards the tall building where Belial was. Belial, your days of evil are over. Belial felt Galactic Ultraman's powerful aura instantly alert. Good perception. I was detected even when I hid my breath. It actually came straight at me, just as well. Let me see the strength of Galactic Ultraman. The man in the suit's body was engulfed in darkness as Belial appeared on top of the tall building, swinging his ultimate fighter towards the flying Galactic Ultraman. After all, Belial is the peak of the 7th order. Duanmu did not dare to take the ultimate fighting instrument hard. His figure flashed into a greenish-blue light to avoid this stick. There really is something odd about it. It actually managed to dodge one of my strikes. No wonder those idiots called you a monster killing machine. Belial was also surprised at Galactic Ultraman's speed when his stick fell short, but it fueled Belial's battle spirit even more. You'll follow in the footsteps of those fools you call yourself. Take that, Belial. Duanmu held the Galaxy Spark across his body, and a wave of energy converged in the Galaxy Spark. The Galaxy Spark emitted a dazzling greenish-blue light that elongated into the Galaxy Spark gun. This was the first time Duanmu had fought with the Galaxy Spark gun, and it also sidestepped Belial's strength. Exactly. Belial's legs were slightly bent, and in the next second his figure turned into a black light and rushed towards Galaxy Ultraman, raising his ultimate fighting instrument high and swinging it down towards Galaxy Ultraman. Duanmu eyes stared as he held the Galaxy Spark gun with both hands to block the stick. With a loud rumble, the earth underneath Galaxy Ultraman's feet instantly cracked, and this stick also shook Duanmu tiger's mouth. What a force! Duanmu gritted his teeth and bitterly supported Belial's attack. Again! Belial didn't give Duanmu any time to catch his breath, quickly drawing his stick and turning in the air. Another stick towards Galaxy Ultraman's head. This stick was so powerful that if it was hit head-on it might have to die on the spot. Worthy of being a character from the same era as Shafurin. His fighting style was swift and ruthless, not something that could be compared to those cosmopolitans and monsters. Duanmu once again raised Galaxy Spark to block, but the first stick Belial was just a test. The second stick Belial used his whole body. A stick went down. Galaxy Ultraman was knocked out by Belial's brutal strength, directly crashing a building to fall to the ground in a sorry state. Ha 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 ha. Monster killing machine. Nothing more. Belial taunted as he shouldered his stick. It's really something. Galactic Ultraman slowly climbed out of the rubble inside, casually patting the dust on his body. A dazzling greenish-blue light emanated from his body. But the Milky Way is not to be underestimated. The BGM played under the greenish-blue glow. Galactic Ultraman rushed towards Belial as a stream of greenish-blue light. Belial was startled by Galaxy's sudden surge of aura. Was this guy actually hiding? But it was only a moment of shock. The battle-hardened Belial didn't believe that he would not be able to defeat a newcomer who had just been awakened not long ago, and swung his ultimate fighting instrument towards the greenish-blue stream of light. But in the next second, with a loud bang, the greenish-blue stream of light directly knocked Belial out. Belial's form instantly bowed into a shrimp shape. Galaxy Ultraman wouldn't give him time to catch his breath, and directly embraced Belial's body and disappeared into a greenish-blue light. Duanmu stayed his hand not because he wanted to play the pig and eat the tiger, but in Shanqing University if he went all out the damage caused would be too severe and many innocent students would die. On the planet Xianbing, the Galaxy Ultraman, who had let go of his hand, wielded the Galaxy Spark gun in his hand and kept slamming it towards Belial. The terrifying might emanating from the Galaxy Spark gun was very difficult for even the ultimate fighting instrument to invoke. The earthen hills on the planet Xianbing were blown to pieces under the full force of Galaxy Ultraman's battle, and in less than 10 seconds a 10-mile radius became devastated. If this was on the blue planet, it's estimated that the monsters wouldn't have created as much damage as Galactic Ultraman did. It'll trigger the Ahara Dragon warning. This was also the reason why Galaxy had told Duanmu not to focus too much on training. If he practiced any longer once the fight started at Blue Star really wouldn't be able to carry it. Its absolute confidence and strength, Galactic Ultraman is the strongest, and the biggest opponent is his own dark side. It's worth noting that Luigi Air is of the same mind in this regard, as Galaxy and Luigi Air have different philosophies but the same purpose. It's all about guardianship. Except Luigi Air is more extreme and will outright stop everyone's time for what he understands as guardianship. Galaxy's brute strength made Belial's heart skip a beat. Was this really a freshman student who had just awakened the power of light? No wonder those idiots were so afraid of Galactic Ultraman that they even called him a monster killing machine. Simply bringing him from Earth to the Xian ice planet in a single instant made him smack his lips. This kind of ability was really too outrageous. After a few more moves, Belial finally couldn't hold back and was hit by galaxy sparks and flew backwards, smashing 3 small mountains in a row before coming to a stop. But Belial deserved to be synonymous with thick skin and flesh, and the unusual monsters that were poked by this shot were already seriously injured without dying. But Belial just wipes the dust off his shoulder then gets up like nothing happened. This resistance to blows, if in the water margin, is also comparable to the existence of Jiang Menshin who can carry 2 Swana. Belial, it's over. Duanmu Xian put the galaxy spark gun away and crossed his arms upwards in front of his chest. A vast and infinite energy wave erupted from the plasma sparks on Galaxy Ultraman's arms. Immediately after, in front of the body formed a bright galactic shadow. And then the Galaxy Ultraman arms spread cohesion energy double fist touch together. What the hell is this? Getting hit by this might actually be the end of the game. I'll go first. The terrifying energy aura emanating from that galactic shadow startled Belial to take a step back, and he now finally understood the gold content of the monster killing machine. Quickly brandishing his ultimate fighting gauge, he cut a rift in space behind him, then burrowed in and ran away. Seeing Belial escape, Galaxy withdrew that vast energy. In fact, it was still a bit of a struggle for him to use the Galaxy Special Light Bullet right now. But he had to use 100% of his strength in order to be able to exterminate Belial. But Belial actually escaped. After carefully sensing the spatial fluctuations around him and making sure that Belial had run far away, Duanmu Xian sighed in relief. In the next second, the colored timer on Galactic Ultraman's chest lit up red. Taking Belial to fly directly to the Xian ice planet consumed a lot of energy. Take advantage of the remaining energy and go back to see the battle situation on Wanwan's side. Galactic Ultraman sighed as he looked down at his color timer. Then took a long leap toward Blue Star, inside Shangqing University. As the Heisei 3 rascals were being beaten by the 12 monsters, suddenly a powerful BGM suddenly sounded in the middle of the battlefield. BGM of the 6 Otter brothers. It turned out to be Zophie, Hatsune, Saven, Jack, Ace, and Terra arriving from the Capitol Police. Seeing his daughter and 2 other unseen Ultramen surrounded by 12 monsters, Fish Daoxian that violent temper cannot tolerate. A flying kick over the pass directly to the Obu Mongshur King kicked to the ground. King Obu Mastodon's massive body fell to the ground and kicked up a cloud of dust, and just as he got up, he was pushed by Saven into a clearing not far from him with his head in his hands and punched hard. As the mother of this group of monsters, King Obu Mangus is naturally the strongest, but facing the furious Saven it is almost powerless to be pressed up and beaten. After Saven dragged King Obu Mangus away, Zophie Ultraman turned his attention to the most massive of them all, Gatangio, and with a single leap rushed up to fight Gatangio. This Gatangi was only a fake after all, and its strength was no match for the one in Tianhai City. Utenma set his sights on the replicated Kirai Luther God. Coalescing an 8-point wheel of light, he slashed towards the Kirai Luther God tentacles. Li Muron, on the other hand, took advantage of the added light of the approaching evening sunset to pick Gold Dragon Goldrath and Silver Dragon Hilbegon for a 1v2. As we all know, Return to Man 1v2 in Sunset belongs to Conceptual God. In the Sunset, if there is only one opponent, then Jack may not be able to beat it. But as long as there are 2 monsters on the opposite side, then Guman is invincible. Duanmu Cheng, on the other hand, picked Shura as his opponent, and Lu Jingyang chose Bajilius to fight. That leaves only the 5-headed monster that Belial summoned. Dinah and Gaia were fine, but Dija had been seriously out of stamina since the beginning of the fight. Seeing this, Jin Suer and Lu Qingjun, who had been hiding by the side, quickly pulled out their own transformers to turn into Ultraman. They don't have much in the way of combat power, but their Ultraman are all of the healing assisting type of Ultraman. After the 2 women transformed, one used a healing ray to help recover the injuries on Ruyan Lu's body, and one directly performed an energy transfer to give Ruyan Lu all of her energy. Although the 2 women's abilities were limited, they were good enough to restore the vast majority of injuries and energy on Dija Ultraman's body. After using up all their energy, the 2 AOs dissipated into particles of light and returned to the human body, and Dija Ultraman regained his strength and got back on his feet. After giving Dinah and Gaia an otter nod, Trio turned his attention to the 5 monsters. The BGM plays. BGM, take me HLGH air. Dija Ultraman crossed his arms in front of his forehead as the crystal blossomed into a white light, switching back to the Shining Daisy composite form, rushing towards the flaming Gorzon and Melba. Dinah Ultraman also switched to his strong form, setting his sights on his old rival, Raichubas, and rushed forward with a flurry of punches and kicks. Gia Ultraman switches to his high form and leaps to push the two old rivals, IQ and Hyper Gobbler. Elsewhere, when Duanmu Xian returned to Shangqing University, the scene had already been divided into 9 small battlefields. This was also the first time he had seen the 6 Otter brothers' ability to fight as a group, each of them doing their own thing, dividing up the battle, and beating up the monsters that King Obu Mastodon had splintered into a bitter mess. And Dija Dinagaya picked all of their old rivals, those 5 monsters. Looks like it's the 5 Emperors' synthesis material, but with Belial already defeated and then running away from him, these synthetics were not destined to escape being blown up. 2.5 minutes later, the battle on 9 battlefields came to a close. Zophie Ultraman finishes off Gatangio with the M87 ray. Saiwan Ultraman popped King Obu Mastodon with a cluster ray. Primordial Ultraman, having received a true transmission from Ace, the director of the meatpacking plant, used the Octo Light Will to cut off all the Kyrie-eluded god tentacles, adding a final shot of Spectrum Light to carry them away. Jack-o'-lantern used a flash of sparks as Gold Dragon Goldrath and Silver Dragon Hilbegon landed on their dragon heads at sunset. Ace Ultraman used the multiple guillotine to split Sihora up, and let's just say Sihora was unlucky to be chosen by Ace as an opponent. But Gelius was also blasted to pieces under Terra Ultraman's striker rays. The 6 O's converged at sunset after finishing the battle. Shafurin turned his gaze appreciatively to Deja Ultraman, who was fighting Flame Gorzon and Melba not far away. The latter is fearful. Old fish. Your daughter is really powerful. 12 6th rank monsters actually managed to last this long. Fish Daoxuan's 10,000-year-old cold ice face was finally showing some warmth. And don't look at whose offspring it is. Yu Tianma asked. Should we go help? Those 5 monsters are all 6th ranked after being strengthened. And Dija Ultraman is using up too much of his stamina. Li Muyang shook his head in rejection, and turned his gaze to the Galaxy Ultraman in the sky. No, my son was right there watching. And the fact that he didn't even put up a fight means that Dija Ultraman will certainly have no problem dealing with Golzon and Melba. Let's just go watch and stay out of the way. With that said, the 6 O's circled towards the battlefield where Dija Ultraman was. The other side. Dinah used the Galactic Bombardment to have resolved her opponent, and then made her way towards the battlefield where Deja Ultraman was. Gaia is no match at all for IQ and Hypergob in his supreme form, and is sent packing with a photon streamer after a brutal beating. After resolving these 2 old rivals, Gaia also surrounded towards the battlefield where Dija Ultraman was. Flame Gorzon and Melba didn't have a high IQ within the monsters, but being surrounded by these 10 Ultramen made them feel extreme fear. It was 12-9 in their favor, but how come it's 10-2 after only 2.5 minutes? Especially the Galactic Ultraman in the air, which had flashed red, but the sense of oppression was the strongest. They were originally able to press Dija Ultraman because of his severe physical exertion. They haven't dared fight back much since Galactic Ultraman flew over to give them a stare down. Now, the situation is reversed. Liu Ruyan saw that the other Ultramen had already settled their respective opponents, and she herself couldn't afford to lag behind. Gathering the strength of his entire body, he once again used the Deja Electric Fist. Originally the Flame Gorzon was not very afraid of fire attribute attacks, but with the breaking effect of Deja's electric punch, Flame Gorzon was smashed through his armor, exploding in a mass of sparks. Melba, seeing that the situation was bad and that she was going to be swarmed by the righteous Ultramen, turned her head and tried to run away. Galactic Ultraman had been on it for a long time. A flash appeared over Melba. A punch went down, and with a loud boom Melba crashed into the ground like the Ace Pilot's flying swallow. Even the wings were smashed by Galactic Ultraman's strong power. Melba fell to the ground with a wail. Immediately after that, the plasma crystals all over Galactic Ultraman blossomed with a yellow light, and the sky became cloudy as a large amount of lightning converged. Galactic Lightning Strike. Melba was blown to bits. With Melba taken care of, there's only one Flame Gorzon left. Deja Ultraman is also aware that the Dilahune Lightstream might not be powerful enough to blow up Flame Gorzon. The forehead crystal switched back to composite with a flash of white light, and a shot of J-Pelio light blew the Flame Gorzon out of the water. Finally, it had exhausted all its energy and dissipated into light particles in the air to turn back into a human body. It seemed to be at its limit as well. The energy given to her by Jean Linger and Lu Qingjun that allowed her to last until now was actually the limit. Gaia and Dinah gazed with some surprise at the place where Deja Ultraman had disappeared. Actually a stunningly beautiful woman. The 2 AOs were a bit puzzled and looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The other 6 AOs also transformed back to their earthly bodies to come to Ruyan Lu's side after seeing that the matter had been resolved. Fish Daoxian looked at the bruised Liu Ruyan with a worried look on his face and opened his mouth to ask with concern. Never mind. Ruyan Lu shook her head and stood up. Galactic Ultraman thanked Dinah and Gaia after giving them an otter nod. Dinah and Gaia returned of an otter nod, and suddenly, their figures became illusory. Duanmu Xian also understood that they weren't from this time and space and wouldn't be able to stay here for long, and waved his hand towards them. Goodbye, Dina Gaia, and thank you. It wasn't the first time Dina Gaia had entered other time periods, and it had long been commonplace. Waving towards the crowd, he disappeared into thin air. Shafurin saw this and quickly walked over and asked, "What just happened to those two ultramarines?" Duanmu Xian was half right, but also half ambiguous, because that red ball he wanted to keep for himself. So it was that he said, "Summoned by me from other times and places. The Galactic Sparks ability is a trick that I've recently grown in strength to use." Sha Fulin, after all, is an old-timer, and can see some clues, half-heartedly nodded. But Duanmu Xian concealed certainly has his own ideas. Who hasn't got some secrets of his own? Shafurin didn't pursue it to the end. "I see. Now that things are settled here, we'll go back and continue the meeting for now," said Sha Fulin, greeted the others and left Shanqing University to go back. Fish Daoxian is still a little reluctant to let go. His daughter was so seriously injured. He as a father wanted to stay to take care of her, but it was pulled straight away by Yu Tianma. Yu Tianma himself has sons and daughters, naturally knows that these new generations have their own ideas and are not willing to communicate too much with them, the old guys. Moreover, Yu Tianma could hear that Duanmu Xian's explanation just now seemed to cover up something, which was normal. What child didn't have secrets? For the children, it's good to keep in touch, and they will naturally turn to them, the seniors, when they need to. After Sha Fulin and the others left, Liu Ruyan then removed her strong disguise and covered her abdomen to come in front of Duanmu Xian, widening those big watery eyes for him to stare at. Duanmu Xian knows what she means. Injured, aggrieved, want to hug it. Opened his arms and took her into his arms. On the side, Jean Linger and Lu Qingjun also quickly rushed back after seeing Lord Sha Fulin and the others leave. The two women looked at each other and each used their newly learned superpower to pinch out a green glow and press it onto the injured area on Ruyan Lu's body. The effect is still immediate. The wound is slowly healing. Inside the art room, looking out the window as the monsters were cleaned up, Sabashikon happily jumped up and did a only cause dance. Old Hachi was also excited to go back and buy them a burger. Nanes Risa looked out the window at the restored tranquility of the campus and realized in her heart that she was probably going to disappear again. Nanes Risa and the Red Orb were one, and once she had witnessed the destruction of countless civilizations, those who use the red ball to make a wish will gradually lose their minds to the powerful force and eventually destroy everything. Human evil can destroy everything, but instead of blaming themselves for the fault, people blame technological advances and all external things. Nanes Risa is actually the backstabber and the scapegoat for humans to cover up their evil desires. Until one time traveling to a time period, there was a little boy there who saved the dying civilization with light and then chose to wish her away because he was afraid of what she could do. Nanes Risa is purely a product of technology and is not good or evil. It just amplifies human desires. Not just darkness but light as well. It's just that most of the people who get the red ball in time and space have more evil than good inside them, and some of them even start out with good intentions. But over time the good intentions turn sour. It wasn't the first time that Nanes Risa had seen something like a dragon-slaying teenager ending up as an evil dragon. There was no way for a person to restrain their desires. As for what kind of person the victor of this war, Tuan Kaiken, was, Nanes Risa didn't care. It didn't matter whether he was going to use her power to repeat the destruction of the world or make her disappear. She stood silently waiting for the winner, which was Duanmu Xian, to arrive. Half an hour later, Duanmu Xian brought Liu Ruyan to the art room. At this time, Ruyan Lu's injuries had almost recovered, and Jean Linger and Qingjun Lu had also gone back to rest early due to excessive consumption. Sabashu-kun saw the boss coming and quickly escorted the kid Zhang Gaoming to Duanmu Xian, kicking him in the back of the leg to make him kneel down. Zhang Gaoming knelt in front of Duanmu Xian with a face full of humiliation and lowered his head without saying a word. Duanmu Xian sneered and stepped forward to grab Zhang Gaoming's collar. "Now what else is there to say? Don't you like to pretend? Rats who like to stab people in the back. Let's settle the score today. I could care less about badmouthing me behind my back. Just pretend you're barking. I don't have to bother with a dog. You followed the trend of exposing my daughter-in-law's contact information on the internet when the Kiri eluders were slandering her as a demon and thought I didn't know about it? There's also the fact that this release of King Obumangus and so many monsters caused so much damage to Shanqing University. This is one thing after another. I really don't understand how a stinker like you managed to get into Shanqing University. Now that the eastern part of the capital is under the management of my super galaxy police force, what do you say you should pay for the sins you have committed?" Zhang Gaoming heard that the things he did in the gutter were put into the open by Duanmu Xian one by one, lowered his head and dodged his eyes, not daring to look at Duanmu Xian's eyes. Stubbornly, he retorted, I didn't know it would be such a big deal. I just can't see you pretending. Why should you have it so good? Do we, the weak, deserve to die? Are we born to be your foils? The reason for exposing Ruyan Lu's phone number was because at the time I listened to the rumors on the internet. when everyone thought she was evil, and I wasn't the only one. And King Obu Mangus, I wouldn't have let him out if you hadn't harassed Goldbell. The more Zhang Gaoming spoke, the sharper his voice became, as if stating the truth. Duanmu Xian only felt incredibly hilarious after listening to Zhang Gaoming's pale and feeble sophistry. All of his words were just making up for himself, pushing the pot onto others. In fact, Duanmu Xian specially branching off Sha Fulin and the others today was already considered to be giving him a chance. If it was Sha Fulin and the others who knew about this would be sent directly to the capital city prison to serve. But since he can't catch the opportunity, Duanmu Xian will do more than send to prison. After all, prison life is still quite good. 3 meals a day, regular work and rest, food and shelter. Duanmu Xian knew a place that was worse than prison. I thought you could hold back some good fart, but it turns out to be some of the same old excuses. But yeah, you can't spit any more ivory out of this dog's mouth. Wasting my time. Let me tell you, as an ultramarine warrior, you entered the superpower department of Shangqing University. The country nurtured you and gave you high expectations. You were supposed to be the one who should have fought for the sake of guardianship. And what's the difference between the bad things you do and the cosmopolitans? There's no crime in being ugly, but it's your fault if you have to come out and be a demon when you're ugly. You are a weakling. A total weakling. Not only weak, but you like to disturb the peace and affect the social climate. If people like you don't deserve to die, do TMD I deserve to die? Zhang Gaoming deeply lowered his head and didn't dare to squeak out. He was now desperate inside. Money can't fight. Background can't fight. Network can't fight. Fight can't fight. And now there's an extra one added to the list. Say can't say. After Duanmu Xian finished cursing, he immediately called Yu Tianma and demanded that Yu Tianma fire Zhang Gaoming. Duanmu Xian had expected Yu Tianma to ask why, but Yu Tianma only said yes and agreed. This made Duanmu Xian a bit surprised. Wasn't it Yu Tianma as the president of Shangqing University and him as a student that the president cooperated with him so much? Do not ask anything? Because Duanmu Xian was on speakerphone, Zhang Gaoming could hear him, and in fact, after hearing that he had been dismissed, Zhang Gaoming was still relieved in his heart. It's just as well to quit school. Anyway, after this incident, he can't be mixed up in Shangqing. The big deal is to go home. His family still has some money. After quitting school, he is still a young master. Back to the deep city is still mixed up with a lot of people. But what Duanmu Xian said next made him realize what it meant to be truly socially dangerous. Zhang Gaoming, I'm informing you now that tomorrow you'll receive an expulsion notice from Shangqing University, and I'll also get someone to freeze all of your assets. In return for freezing your funds, I'll send you to work as a screwdriver in an electronics factory owned by one of my men. 13 hours a day, no vacations, and a salary of 4,000 a month. High enough for you. You'll be there for 30 years. Speaking of this, Zhang Gaoming's eyes widened as he looked at Duanmu Xian with an incredulous expression. Zhang Gaoming's family was considered a small asset in Deep City. If they really treated him like this, the young master who had been raised in high esteem, it would be worse than killing him. At this moment he was completely flustered. If he really followed what Duanmu Xian said, then he would have to live a dark life as a cow or horse every day in the future. The thought that he would have to perform repetitive mechanical work in a dirty workshop in the future, except for eating and sleeping, scared him. His family owns an electronics factory, and his parents used to take him in to see it. People don't care about other people's feelings or pain, and will even paint a picture and tell the other person that it's all a grind. But if this pain ever fell on his head, then he would storm out. Zhang Gaoming yelled, You're not human. You can't do this. I'm going to jail. I should be dealt with by the vigilante when I commit a crime. You shouldn't be the one to lynch me. You're out of order. Duanmu Xian sneered. Oh, I'll send you to the super galactic police in the east end of the capital to deal with your case, where the old man rules. And don't have any illusions. I know your family background very well. Just a small third-rate family in Deep City with tens of millions of assets. If they dare to fish for you or help you in any way, I'll bankrupt your entire Zhang family in 10 minutes with one phone call. Tomorrow you take the initiative to go to the super galactic police to find the Flame Warrior to claim your sins. I will talk to the Flame Warrior in advance, and you will reflect on your sins there then. If you don't go tomorrow, then I guarantee that the price the Zhang family will have to pay won't be as simple as bankruptcy. I'll do what I say. The more Zhang Gaoming listened, the more ugly his face became. This was too ruthless. You are simply the devil. You're a bully. You could have sued me. The gates of the capital police force were open. Sha Fulin recognizes me. Yu Tianma listens to me. Yu Daoxian is my father-in-law. Li Morong is my mother. Duanmu Cheng is my father. Lu Jingyang, Ding Hongjie, Xiao Zhenbo, and Wan Shueding are all familiar with me. I can be honest with you. You're no different than an evil cosmic person in my eyes. I'm just a bully. What's wrong with that? In the evening, Duanmu lay on the sofa at home holding the red ball and scrutinizing it. The red ball is mediocre no matter how you look at it. But it's amazing how something so mediocre can have such serious consequences. Nanace Risa stood motionless beside Duanmu. Seeing that Duanmu got the red ball that could fulfill wishes actually did not go to make a wish, but as a toy to play, she was speechless. What are you going to do with this power? Duanmu turned his head to look at the motionless Nanace Risa, and instead of answering her question, he pointed to the sofa next to him. You've been standing like this for half an hour. Aren't you tired? Just sit down and make yourself at home. Without moving, Nanace Risa continued to pursue the question. Do you want to use this power to create a better world? Or destroy it? Or maybe you don't need this power and want me to disappear. I can tell you that at one time I traveled through countless different worlds, all of which destroyed themselves because of the user's inflated desires. So what would you do? Duanmu was speechless, and with a casual wave of his auto ninjutsu forcefully pressed Nanace Risa to sit down on the couch. Why do you act like an AI program? Just a few endless sentences from start to finish. This ball fell into my hands, I can use it any way I want. Don't you worry about me? Kids sit and watch TV. Such a dangerous mindset at such a young age. It's so salty. I'll put on a few episodes of Peppa Pig for you. That's the kind of thing you should be watching at your age. Saying that, Duanmu turned on the TV and played an episode of Peppa Pig for her. Nanace Risa was speechless, but she had nothing else to do since Tuan Kaiken hadn't been using the red ball to make a wish, so she really focused on Peppa Pig on the TV. Hubby, we're out of soy sauce at home. I forgot to buy it. Why don't you go out and buy a bottle of soy sauce and come back? The kitchen door suddenly opened, and Liu Ruyan's anxious voice came from inside. Okay, Duanmu responded and looked his gaze out the window. It was already late in the day and he was a bit too lazy to go out, so Duanmu turned his gaze to the red ball. Red ball, if you really get your wish then you change a bottle of soy sauce out for me. At those words, Nanace Risa looked at Duanmu with an incredulous expression. What the hell? Is this how you make a wish? Nanace Risa has traveled through countless worlds and witnessed the destruction of countless civilizations. It's the first time I've seen someone make that kind of wish with a red ball. After Duanmu made his wish, the red ball emitted a red light, and the next second a bottle of soy sauce appeared in Duanmu hand. Even Duanmu was afraid that the soy sauce turned out by the red ball wasn't authentic, and tasted it himself to make sure the flavor was fine before running to the kitchen and handing the soy sauce to Liu Ruyan. After returning to the living room couch, Nanace Risa asked curiously, is that all you wish for? This red ball can wish for more. It can even change the landscape of this world. And you're just going to use it to change a bottle of soy sauce? Duanmu said. So much for grandiose ideals. Civilization still needs to be raised slowly, one step at a time. Something will happen if it's too fast. It's more reliable for wishes to be fulfilled by human beings themselves. Pulling things like this will only lead to the world and civilization becoming deformed. Nanace Risa a whole speechless lived, even anxious, thinking that she's such a high-tech product that had once destroyed countless civilizations was actually used to make soy sauce. She had a hard time. No brother, is there no desire at all in your heart? Duanmu instantly thought of the two giants within himself when he heard this. Galaxy and Luigi L. They all share a common desire to guard, but one goes to battle for guardianship, and the other wants to turn everyone into dolls for guardianship. They have exactly the same abilities, but completely different philosophies, which creates two different endings. Desire? Of course there is. We are not gods, but I think people still need to reconcile with themselves. Gaining and losing are always in direct proportion to each other, and cherishing what we have now is the most important thing. I think there is a saying that the value of science and technology depends on the intent of the user. A lot of science and technology are created for a very simple purpose, but the different ways of using them have created different directions of development. A lesson learned from the past is a lesson to be learned from the future. So I've learned my lesson, and I'm picking this red ball back up really just to make life easier. Such a good science and technology should definitely be used to facilitate life. I think that's why it exists. Nanace Risa was deep in thought after hearing that. To make life easier? What was the purpose of the person who created her out in the first place? She had long forgotten, but vaguely remembered that it seemed not too far from what this man called Duanmu had said. It was initially created seemingly for the benefit of the world, but it's just a shame that with a thought of good and evil, she ended up being the culprit in destroying the world as well. Easy living? I didn't think you'd use it for that. Duanmu, I don't know whether to say you're stupid or pure, but you're really different from the others. As much as I hate to admit it, I hope you'll always stay primed to use it like this, along with those two powers inside you. Nanace Risha's last sentence was a wake-up call to Duanmu. Keep the original heart. Control the desire. Maybe Galaxy Luigi AI Air can also be reconciled. However, Duanmu didn't want to talk too much about these topics with Nanace Risa. because Nanace Risa had traveled through countless worlds and didn't know how many people's evil desires she had absorbed. Once picked up by people with dark hearts, the consequences are unimaginable. Even people with pure natures can be changed by gradually expanding desires. Duanmu Xian was unaffected because the darkness and light bits in his body were on top of the red orb, directly driving out some of the red orb's will. Let's just bring Nanace Risa around to slowly fade her evil thoughts, Tukan thought to himself as he waved his hand at Nanace Risa. Okay, go watch your piggy bank and leave me alone if you have nothing to do. Nanace Risa had no choice but to turn her attention to the TV's Peppa Pig. It wasn't long before Ruyan Lu also made a meal to greet the two of them. Nanace Risa also followed on the table. Liu Ruyan's cooking level was still good. The rice was spicy and delicious. Nanace Risa seemed to be eating this kind of delicious food for the first time. A time of praise. In the past, her users had treated her as a tool, but Duanmu Xian seemed to treat her as a being. 2:30 in the morning. At Shanqing University, Duanmu Xian appeared in the air in the guise of Galaxy Ultraman, holding the red ball in his hand, overlooking the earth shattered and houses destroyed because of the daytime fighting. Red ball. If you can grant the wish, then restore these damaged places to their original state. The red ball emitted a red light that wrapped around half of the campus of Shanqing University, and those teaching buildings that had originally shattered into countless fragments coalesced together as if they had been pulled by some force to return to their original appearance. In just 2.5 minutes, the entire Shanqing University was restored as before. If Ryu Ehara had seen this scene, he would have given a nod to the red ball. This is the real value of science and technology. Early the next morning, when the school's students and teachers returned to Shanqing University, they were stunned. The buildings that had been destroyed in yesterday's battle had been restored overnight. Although because of the frequent monster invasions, the building of houses in the Summer Kingdom is nowadays fast as hell. But this overnight recovery as before is indeed a bit outrageous. Today was the day of the trial to Panlong Mountain. After Duanmu Xian's first class of superpowers had finished taking roll call, the students who had signed up for the trial were led by their teachers to the entrance of Shanqing University. At this time, the students from the Superpower Department and the Combat Department who were going to participate in the Panlong Mountain trials this year had already gathered, almost all of them. Duanmu Xian yawned in the team, playing the game all night again last night, because he promised to brush up the Sword Saint during the day for Liu Ruyan to play. Duanmu Xian is as good as his word. Galaxy stops it again and again. But Duanmu Xian won't listen. The Sword Saint in the Six God suit gave Liu Ruyan a waste of play, and then was overturned by the opposite side against the wind. Galaxy was aware of how novice Ruyan Lu really was at playing games. Then that one made Duanmu Xian hard all night. So he played the game hard all night, went to bed at 6 and got up at 8. Still using galactic teleportation to get to school or I'd be late again. The crowd got on a school bus after the assembly and headed in the direction of the capital's high-speed train station. Shanqing University and Sanglong University directly chartered a train to send this group of students to Panlong Mountain, because Panlong Mountain was located in the western part of the Summer Kingdom. It was far away from the capital city, and it was still too much of a stretch to expect these students who had just awakened their AOT powers to fly to Panlong Mountain. Duanmu Xian was dragged all the way to the train station by Sabesakun, dozing off the entire time. Liu Ruyan was similar to Duanmu Xian, and was also dragged all the way to the train station by Liu Qingjun, because this pair of dog and boy's work and rest schedules were too similar. Originally, Liu Ruyan was a very self-disciplined person, and it was all brought to the wrong side by Duanmu Xian. Can only say that Duanmu Xian's influence is too great, including the Galaxy Ultraman, originally divinity full of AO. After following Duanmu Xian stayed for a long time or hooked on the game and animation. Every day I look forward to watching the game after class and brushing up on the sand animation. It's just so good. When the students from Shanqing University and Sanlong University arrived, the crowd entered the carriage in 2s and 3s. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan, this pair of dog and boy, directly grabbed a business soft sleeper. Duanmu Xian went in the first time towards the bed, lay down on it and closed his eyes. Liu Ruyan didn't even look at the other unused bed after she came in and directly got into Duanmu Xian's arms. The train beds are small. Don't squeeze in with me. There's another bed over there. Liu Ruyan ignored Duanmu Xian's protests and hugged him tighter. No, I'm not taking up space. You can't kick me out. What else can Duanmu Xian say? All night tired to sleep. Just let her. Giving her small waist a hug, her eyes closed and she fell into sleep. 5 hours later, the train arrived at the Panlong Mountain. Duanmu Xian also finally had a full night's sleep, and happily opened the door of the business compartment after discovering that there was a person squatting in front of the door. The man's face was haggard, as if he hadn't slept all night. His beard was scraggly, his hair greasy, and he seemed to have been squatting here for a long time. Duanmu Xian's acquaintance, once the senior class 8 class president Zhang Quanba. After awakening he never saw him again. See, the classmate group said he went to Sanglong University. This guy also confessed his love for Liu Ruyan in front of the whole school, only to be rejected by Liu Ruyan with cold words in front of everyone, making him lose face. I didn't expect to see him here today, but it was normal. After all, both Song Long and Shang Chang had students over for this trial. Seeing the door of the carriage open, Zhang Quanba's gaze instantly landed on Liu Ruyan, his eyes flashing with a look of supplication. Wanqiu, seeing as we used to be classmates and I even gave you quite a few things, please be merciful and beg your husband to spare my brother Zhang Gaoming once. Liu Ruyan had been confused for a moment. After all, she had just woken up from a nap, but she instantly understood after hearing Zhang Gaoming's name. It turns out that this Quanba is Zhang Gaoming's brother. No wonder one is more obnoxious than the other. His eyes instantly went cold and retreated behind Duanmu Xian. Zhang Quanba, you less with me to get close to me. I do not know you well. Your own self-induced force to stuff me things are in the school entrance inside the trash can. I cannot a piece of it. Don't you know what kind of shit your brother Zhang Gaoming has done? That's called deserved punishment. The law does not tolerate mercy. The words between the cold and piercing. Duanmu Xian in the side to listen to the jump. This is his daughter-in-law in the face of other men's attitude. Well, Zhang Quanba lowered his head as he sniffed, his eyes carrying unspeakable humiliation and self-reproach. If he hadn't spoiled and indulged his own brother from a young age, maybe his brother wouldn't have gone down this path. It was also unlucky that his brother kicked up the iron plate of Duanmu Xian just after he went to college. Seeing that it was useless to beg Liu Ruyan, Zhang Quanba turned his praying eyes to Duanmu Xian again. Duanmu Xian, I'm here to apologize to you for the many offenses in the past. I will educate my brother. Please, spare him this time. If we really lock him up in an electronics factory for 30 years to beat the screws, he'll be completely wasted. I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you promise to leave him alone. Please. Saying that, Zhang Quanba actually ignored his own face, ignored his former beef with Duanmu Xian, and fell to his knees with a thud. Duanmu Xian was also a bit moved. Zhang Quanba, this person bar, really quite capable of bending and stretching, except for the fact that he had chased after Ruyan Lu inside the months before when he and Ruyan Lu had a conflict and broke up. He didn't seem to have done anything bad. Liu Ruyan directly ignored Zhang Quanba's sincere apology and turned around, about to pull Duanmu Xian along. Hubby, let's go. Why do we care about him? Adults who make mistakes should pay for their mistakes. Duanmu Xian hesitated. Zhang Quanba used to be a school bully, and awakened the light of Leo. It's not easy to be able to do this for his brother. If today really do not care, this guy blackened what to do. If a person who could have been on the right path because of his today's do not care blackened, that is a sin. It was true that he looked at Zhang Quanba quite unfavorably, but he wasn't a person who hurt people. Thus Duanmu Xian paused in his steps, not being pulled away by Liu Ruyan, and turned his gaze towards Zhang Quanba. This Zhang Gaoming guy did what he told you? Bad to the bone. How are you going to change him? Zhang Quanba's eyes lit up when he heard Duanmu Xian say this. So there is an opportunity, and he was about to continue. Students, the train has arrived at Panlongshan Station. Please get off quickly and gather. The teacher's voice rang out over the broadcast. Duanmu Xian said with a faint smile, come on, let's walk and talk, just so I can tell you what your brother did at school and why I punished him like that. Zhang Quanba gave a hum and followed Duanmu Xian's pace towards the exit of the train. Soon enough, the crowd was centered on the exit platform of the Panlongshan station. The teacher began to talk about the rules of the Panlong Mountain trial as well as some of the basic layout of Panlong Mountain. Panlong Mountain was the first sacred mountain of Xia from ancient times, stretching more than 3,000 kilometers from south to north. Panlong Mountain had all kinds of legends inside before the invasion of the cosmic monsters, living with all kinds of animals and plants not found in the outside world. After the invasion of the monsters, most of the plants and animals within the Panlong Mountain mutated and turned into vicious and brutal monsters, which lived within the Panlong Mountain following the most basic jungle laws within. The deeper they went into Panlong Mountain, the stronger the monsters became. The core area of Panlong Mountain was a forbidden area, and it was said that an ultimate terrifying demon was sealed inside, with a strength of at least the peak of the 8th order, and possibly even the legendary 9th order. Once the demon was allowed to unseal it, then Blue Star would not be far from destruction. All in all, Panlong Mountain sealed a very scary demon. One must not go near the sealed place or the world might end. Duanmu Xian was also a bit alert when he heard this, while asking in his heart, Galaxy, you can sense what's sealed inside Panlong Mountain, right? Galaxy Sparks sniffed and emitted a faint glow for a moment before answering. The realm of the seal thing is in the early 9th stage, so you try not to mess with it now. Duanmu Xian sniffed his heart. Galaxy said try not to provoke, not absolutely don't go. This meant that the early 9th rank was just like that in Galaxy's eyes, so it was inferred that Galaxy's strength was at least above the early 9th rank. If this were inside any other movie or TV show, the trouble-loving protagonist probably wouldn't be able to resist the temptation to go over and take a look. but Duanmu Xian was as steady as an old dog, and only wanted to live comfortably, so he wouldn't go around causing trouble, and definitely wouldn't go that way. There are some notes about Panlong Mountain, that's all. Now everyone follow the large group. We go to set up camp to adjust our state on the spot. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. The trial will officially begin. The trial will last for half a month. After you have entered Panlong Mountain, if you leave Panlong Mountain in the middle of the day for any reason, you are considered to have forfeited your rights. During this half month all the students will find their own way to feed and house themselves, and you can also think of this trial as a wilderness survival. Kill as many monsters as you can on your own with food and lodging at Panlong Mountain, and we will give each student a point bracelet at that time. This bracelet can record the points you get from killing monsters, and after half a month, whoever has the most points will be the champion. In addition, there is no signal in Panlong Mountain. Cell phones, computers and other electronic facilities cannot be used normally. Your only communication with the outside world is the points bracelet we issue to you. Lastly, fighting among students is prohibited, and those who violate the order will be directly considered as abstaining from the game. Do you all understand the rules? The students under the stage looked at each other. Did not expect this trial actually includes the wilderness survival. This link? This is to exercise their wildness. But as the students of Shanqing and Songlong, each of them was a dragon and phoenix among men. How could they be intimidated by this small difficulty? And so in the next second, everyone shouted in unison. Got it. The teacher on the stage nodded at the group of kids and turned his head to lead the group off with the other teachers to set up camp in a clearing in the forest on the outskirts of Panlongshan. Along the way, Duanmu Xian and Zhang Quanba told him all about what his brother had done during this time. At first Zhang Quanba had some illusions that maybe his brother wasn't that bad, but when Duanmu Xian pulled out the two hard evidence, the cell phone recording and the surveillance video, Zhang Quanba fell into deep thought. No, why is his brother so bad? It's pure badness. At this moment he no longer resented why Duanmu Xian had to deal with his brother like that. This brother of his really deserved it as well. If he were Duanmu Xian in his place, he might have done even more than Duanmu Xian. Zhang Gaoming didn't tell the truth even when he complained to him last night, and he was all over the place about the mistakes he had made, and he was just as crazy about the punishment Duanmu Xian had inflicted on him as he was about to kill him. Adding to the story, at this moment Zhang Quanba suddenly felt that Duanmu Xian's punishment of Zhang Gaoming was right. If he didn't give him a hard time, his brother's life would be like this. Letting him go to an electronics factory and play screws for decades might not be a bad thing for him. So, I see. I won't ask any more questions about my brother. Thanks for the information. Zhang Quanba is still a sensible person. When he was rejected at the plasma spark tower he did not continue to stalk but turned his head and left can actually be seen. When Zhang Quanba left, Ruyan Lu asked in confusion. Why explain so much to him? A slightly powerful person is just a guy who is not worth mentioning in your eyes. Just go away and be done with it. Duanmu Xian sighed. He's always been an introverted and timid guy, okay? If the other guy is a monster and a cosmic man, he'll show the other guy what it means to be a monster killing machine. There were even some human traitors, such as the previous Kiri Eliadite lackeys, and Zhang Gaoming, who treated each other as cosmic beings and gave out punishments that directly destroyed the other's life. However, if the other party was not a monster or a cosmic man, he could give the other party an extreme sense of security regardless of his previous suspicions, and this was the kind of person Duanmu Xian was. Casually rubbing Liu Ruyan's head, he explained, why so heavy hostility? Sometimes some words say openly, in fact it is alright. Why bother to make trouble? We are the righteous AOT warriors. Gentle, kind, brave and righteous is our synonym. It's not like he's a monster or a cosmonaut, and he's kinda reasonable, right? Liu Ruyan muttered and was silent for a long time before nodding. Okay, I got it. Liu Ruyan is, after all, an 18-year-old girl. Who doesn't have a temper when they are young? It's quite normal. Duanmu Xian gave her a small handhold to keep up with the pace of the large group and went to help carry the supplies. Under the teacher's leadership, the students soon supervised the construction of a large tent around the clearing on the outskirts of the Panlong Mountain forest. Evening, the students lit a bonfire and had a bonfire party, which was a fall trip of sorts. Crowds gathered in twos and threes, some singing and some dancing, and there were always so many conspicuous bags in the crowd. On Duanmu Xian's side of the group, Sub-Isakun displayed his superb dancing skills in front of the campfire, singing and dancing, and after 2.5 minutes, the song was finished. Sub-Isakun bowed gentlemanly. Night or not, you Quinn. The crowd applauded and shouted at the sight. Yeah, Sub-Isakun is so handsome. Quinn is so handsome. Is this the strength of a solo trainee? Quinn is awesome. Quinn, because Sub-Ishakun's name is pronounced like Su Kun. They sometimes just call him Quinn or Quinn for ease of address. Under the stage, Old Eight also took out the food that had been prepared early in the morning and set it on the table. The The tiny table was filled with slices of bread and fresh ingredients such as stinky tofu, fermented bean curd, sriracha, chive blossoms, stinky brine shrimp, lemons, and more. Hey, brothers and sisters, today I brought my collection of goodies and I've come to make you burgers for dinner. The crowd saw this and gathered around in curiosity, and after Old 8 made a burger, Subashu-kun was the first to get his hands on it and take a bite out of it. For a while, various flavors of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy and salty spread in Subashu-kun's mouth. What are you doing? What's this flavor? I really can't carry it. Don't eat it. Old 8 or you eat it. Duanmu Xian sat in the crowd listening to their laughter, the corner of his mouth unconsciously raised. This is what he wanted to live well. Suddenly, Duanmu Xian's phone rang. It was the Flame Warrior calling. Click to answer. Boss, according to your orders, all of our Super Galaxy Vigilantes 4th ranked and above battle forces have gone inside the Pan-Dragon Mountain, ready to be deployed at your command. Good. That way we'll surprise Belial when the time comes. Wait, that's not right. There's no signal inside Panglong Mountain. How did you call me? Satellite phones. Boss. The Super Galactic Guard is equipped with one inside. In the middle of an endless river of stars, Duanmu Xian woke up to find himself in the middle of it, with the gorgeous Milky Way slowly flowing around him. Where is this? Duanmu Xian looked around suspiciously. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light converged to form the image of an old AO wearing a cloak that appeared in front of Duanmu Xian. The King of Otter appeared in front of Duanmu Xian. Galactic Ultraman. The Ultraman warrior from the future. We meet at last. Duanmu Xian looked at the magnificent figure and asked curiously, King of Otter, this isn't the first time we've met. Do you recognize me? It's also the first time we've met. And don't you know me? I know all your past lives. Just as you know me. Duanmu Xian was startled. What does King Ao mean by that? Does he know that I'm crossing over? Elder King of Otter, what do you want to see me about? Your current time and space. The world you are in is a world that is about to be destroyed, and the only one who can save it is you, so you have to know something. Duanmu Xian asked suspiciously. Will something happen to this world in the future? Why am I the only one who can save it? And what else do I need to know about Ultraman when I know basically everything about it? The King of Otter lowered his head and reached down to lift Duanmu. There's no need to beat around the bush with me. I told you I know everything about you, including what you don't know. First let me tell you something. It's no accident that Galactic Spark picked you. Galactic Spark was meant to be you. Or you could say you were meant to be Galactic Ultraman. Duanmu Xian looked at the King of Otter with an incredulous face and immediately retorted. How can that be? I'm me. I'm Duanmu Xian. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm just the earthly body of Galaxy Ultraman. I'm definitely not Galaxy Ultraman proper. The proof is that Galactic Ultraman's mindset changes after you. God's will has been influenced and changed by an ordinary man. And you think this is something an ordinary man could do? Duanmu Xian froze. Indeed. Galaxy Ultraman learned to read novels, learned to watch sand sculpture anime, and learned to play games after following him. The original Galactic Ultraman's divinity was so strong that it was like a cold rule without the slightest emotion to speak of. But after following him for a long time, Galactic Ultraman became what he is now. And after spending a lot of time with Galaxy Ultraman, Duanmu Xian did also realize that a lot of Galaxy Ultraman's way of thinking was practically identical to his. A god, changed by a man. Such unthinkable things did happen. If not nudged by the King of Otter, Duanmu Xian was probably still in the dark even now. The current Duanmu Xian's mind was very confused. He had always felt that he was just a person with a bit of luck. Just because he had watched Ultraman and was fortunate enough to be chosen by Galaxy Spark. A normal person being told that they are not themselves, that they are another being, like Daiko being told by Phantom Mercy that he is Dija Ultraman, is unwilling to admit it. In the tent, the sweaty Duanmu Xian woke up from his sleep sitting up violently, panting heavily. This moment could startle Liu Ruyan, who was lying in his arms and sleeping soundly. She first looked around nervously and was relieved to find that there was no danger. What's wrong? Having some kind of nightmare again? Duanmu Xian ignored her and shouted as he backhanded the Galaxy Spark from his arms. Galaxy, come out here, I have something to ask you. The Galaxy Spark emitted a soft greenish-blue light, but the voice rang out directly from Duanmu Xian's mind. What the King of Otter told you right. What he said was true, but only for him. You don't have to worry. The world won't end. There. That's not what I want to ask. What I want to ask is who the hell I am. Duanmu Xian directly interrupted Galaxy Ultraman. Facing Duanmu Xian's questioning, Galaxy Ultraman was silent for a long time before answering. Do you remember some fragmentary pieces of memory from your last life before you were born? Duanmu Xian's eyes widened at once as his memories began to churn. Finally remembering that he was conscious before he was born in his last life. Memory, it was a ball of light that had been floating around the universe for who knows how long. So long that it had forgotten why it was floating around the universe and where it was going. Until one day it entered a brilliant silver galaxy and found a beautiful blue-white planet in this galaxy. It liked the planet so much that it flew right in, and then Duanmu was born. Galactic Ultraman seemed to be able to be completely one with Tuan Kaiken. Knowing that Tuan Kaiken had found that fragmented memory, so you don't have to pay too much attention to what the King of Otter says. He wants to save the world through you, so he wants you to know something sooner rather than later. But you are who you are, and you are not a pawn of anyone, nor will you be taken from anyone. Duanmu was silent for a long time before digesting this information, his tone finally calming down. So, who's the essence? Me and you and Luigi L? Or is Galactic Spark the main body? The power of the plasma spark is endless because it absorbs energy from the universe all the time and changes it internally. You can understand nuclear fusion, but it's more advanced than that. You should have felt the principle that plasma crystals absorb nearby energy to replenish themselves when you fight when you trained at the Tianhai City police base before. Maybe the energy you absorb is only 10, but with internal changes it becomes 100, or even 1,000, 10,000. We were born in the future. And the plasma spark has absorbed cosmic energy for an unknown number of years and changed internally. These energies converge together for a long time and then a spirit is born. You can understand that we are plasma spark towers become essence. The galaxy spark was born with us. And you can understand it as a companion spell in the myths and legends of the Summer Kingdom. We were born with powers above all Ultraman and Cosmic Man monsters. And because we were born in the land of light, which is full of light and love, we all want to keep the peace of the universe. We have traveled together through countless times and spaces, witnessed countless wars, the birth and destruction of civilizations. As you know what happened after that, our understanding of life diverged and we went our separate ways. We were originally one, but split into 3 different individuals because of different philosophies. You can understand divinity, humanity and magic. There was once a battle for the ages, when Luigi L brought together all the beings of all time and space and turned them all into sparkling dolls. I wouldn't allow him to do that and a big fight broke out with him. After this battle, it's the same Galactic Ultraman storyline you watched in your most previous life. The end result is that the light triumphs over the darkness. But rather than the light triumphing over the darkness, it's more like you chose the light at the last minute. The stronger the light, the thicker the shadow will be. And if the shadow disappears, the light will disappear with it. Subsequent to why Galaxy Ultraman S within the Galaxy Ultraman battle pull crotch is because the body has long since disappeared, leaving behind only the body. The battlefield of the Spark Wars is an extremely misplaced time and space, and you can even see Gothic Justice and Regito in there together, and Nexus and Noah in the same frame. After that battle, we no longer have the power to hold on to the already incredibly misplaced spacetime, and so an extremely horrific temporal storm erupted, and we kept drifting in the misaligned space and time for who knows how long, until after you chose that beautiful blue and white planet, you had enough of the loneliness and chose to give up all your powers to reincarnate as an ordinary person. That's all there is to it. Duanmu sat there and stayed for a long time before gradually digesting the information. So the old man came from such an extraordinary source. It was no wonder this world was so outrageous. It turned out to be a new time and space formed by the dislocation of space and time after the Spark Wars. No wonder he could use all his skills without limitations using Galaxy, while Ko sometimes had to get permission from Galaxy himself to use some of his skills. For example, that flash that could only be used against Dark Saki, Duanmu could casually use it every time he transformed. And the galactic split that could only be used against Galiobellos, Duanmu could casually use it as well, because he was the galaxy proper, and Cookie was just the earthly body. This is the reason why Ko's galactic battle power fluctuates up and down, while his transformed galactic battle power has been so over the top. Then why didn't you just recognize me in the beginning? Did you have to wait a while before recognizing me? Duanmu asked in his mind. Galaxy gave a very straightforward explanation. Because at the time you had just crossed over I wasn't sure it was you. Bullshit. Reasonable now. After understanding everything, Duanmu put the galaxy spark away in his arms. It's just not a takeover or a pawn. Which was a shock at first. In Liu Ruyan's perspective, Duanmu was the god talking to himself for half a day. And even wondered if Duanmu had a split personality. Actually, in a sense, it does count as a split personality. Split in thirds alright. But the fact that the 3 personalities were reunited after splitting made it less scary. Outside the Forbidden Seal deep in Panlong Mountain, an interdimensional space opened up and Belial appeared carrying the ultimate fighting instrument. The energy fluctuations are coming from here now. Come out of there. Belial swung his ultimate fighting gauge towards the seal, which created a ripple but was not broken. After the seal was touched, a brilliant golden light converged in front of Belial and the light dispersed. The king's figure appeared. Intruder, get out of the Forbidden Land. Belial didn't even have time to take a defensive stance. A golden energy fluctuation spread out, and the peak 7th order Belial was bounced out thousands of meters away by this force, smashing countless grasses, trees, and rocks along the way, and smashing inside a small mountain in a sorry state. Belial climbed to his feet and was going to run for it, but upon closer inspection, the Ao King in front of the seal didn't come after him. Instead, it faded away as a golden light. Not the main body, just left the Tao consciousness to protect the seal? Belial muttered as he stared at the place where King Ao's figure had disappeared, and once again raised his ultimate fighting instrument to charge towards the seal in an attempt to break it. After the last battle, Belial realized that there was no way he could take down Galactic Ultraman with him and the wild monsters of Mount Pangea. So he sets his sights on the seal of Panlong Mountain, where a monster that once nearly destroyed Blue Star is sealed. The Void Monster, Bliza, had destroyed a dozen cities in the Summer Kingdom 23 years ago, and countless people who couldn't evacuate in time were swallowed up by it. This guy killed his way into the capital and was invincible. No one was his match. Even Super Terra was defeated by it, as it had a strange body structure that didn't react to any energy and fed on life energy. In other words, it can hit you, but you can't hit him, and he keeps getting stronger by devouring life energy. If the King of Otter hadn't appeared at the last moment to seal it in the deepest part of the Panglong Mountain, Blue Star would have been destroyed by it long ago, but King O hasn't been seen since that time either. Belial was going to take the risk of letting it out and letting Galaxy's headache go. Anyway, when the time came, if things didn't go right, Belial would just run for the hills. 8 o'clock the next morning. All the students assembled at the campsite on the outskirts of Panglong Mountain, and by now all the students had already put on their point bracelets. Fish Daoxian and Yu Tianma also finally appeared. Two huge figures wearing otter capes looking at the many students in front of them. The Tuos looked at each other and waved their hands at the same time. The game is officially on. As soon as the words fell, the students rushed into Panlong Mountain in groups of 3 or 2 from different angles, and it was obvious that yesterday they had already formed their own teams to choose a good route into the mountain. 2.5 hours later, the two of them, Yu Tianma and Yu Daoxian, sat inside the tent and used their computers to observe the condition of the students inside. The bracelets the school puts out to students are more functional. Not only could they calculate the points, but it would also make it easier for them to observe the safety of the students. After all, Panlong Mountain was a gathering place for monsters, and the danger factor was high. At this point all of the students were being recorded by their bracelets, and in the computer screen some were fighting wild monsters to brush up on their scores. Some students prioritize finding a campsite to pitch their tents and camp, and then move outward to hunt monsters centered on the campsite. Fish Daoxian sipped his tea while staring at the computer screen as if he was watching a live broadcast. When he saw that the kid Zhang Quanba had hunted and killed 5 monsters with good strength in just 2.5 hours of entering the Panlong Mountain, he nodded in delight. Because Zhang Quanba was taken in as his disciple directly after entering Sanglong University, Yu Daoxian thought highly of this young man, even shelled out the same Jeep treatment he gave his own son-in-law. The average person wouldn't let him train with such dedication. Yu Tianma, it looks like our Sanglong University's Zhang Quanba is going to win this match this year. My daughter and son-in-law are really talented, but they have one fatal flaw: too much swinging. Maybe this kid Zhang Quanba is not as talented as them, but he works harder than me, and I can always see this kid in my eyes. Yu Tianma frowned at his words. Fish Daoxian was right. Although Liu Ruyan and Duanmu Xian's talents were above Zhang Quanba's and their realm advancement was faster, but the pair of dogs were passive boosters. Almost always cosmic man monsters actively sought them out. They didn't actively train. Really encountered this kind of formal competition. This pair of dogs and men, if this setup really do not necessarily win Zhang Quanba. Strange. Where is that Duanmu Xian kid? Yu Tianma eventually found Duanmu Xian's and Liu Ruyan's localization with a flurry of operations on the computer. The BGM plays Yinging Xiang Yu. In a secluded wooded area of the Panhandle Mountains, the pair of dogs found a flat spot near a creek. The wind of early fall was cool at this time, and the golden yellow fallen leaves around were rustled by the autumn wind. Liu Ruyan touched the fish inside the creek, but unfortunately she was a bit clumsy and couldn't touch the fish. But she fished out some crabs and put them all inside a folding bucket. Honey, I caught a lot of crabs. Let's eat crabs for lunch today. Okay, let's show you my cooking at noon. Then in the afternoon we'll build a cabin here and feel the authentic idyllic life for half a month. After Duanmu Xian finished speaking, he found a broken log next to him and started drilling wood for fire. And it was obvious that this pair of dogs were having a great time. But he seems to be not very good at drilling wood for fire. Drilling half a day, a little spark did not come out, and finally helplessly took out a lighter from his pocket, finally put up the fire. This pair of dogs actually did treat the race like a tour. Yu Tianma roared in a fit of anger as he directly used his computer to connect to Duanmu Xian's points bracelet. Duanmu Xian, what are you doing? This is a competition, not traveling. Go kill monsters for me now. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan were both startled by the sudden roar. Duanmu Xian looked down at the points bracelet. The screen of the points bracelet emitted a burst of blue light from which Yu Tianma's face appeared. At this time, Yu Tianma was looking at these two people with a serious face. And behind Yu Tianma, Yu Daoxian was persuading the fight with a smiling face. Yu Daoxian would definitely be happy to see Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan swinging at the match so that he, Songlong University, would be able to win the title in this match this year. As Liu Ruyan's father and Duanmu Xian's father-in-law, Yu Daoxian wanted them to win, but as the president of Songlong University, he definitely wanted Zheng Quanba to win. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan didn't choose to attend Songlong University in the first place but let Yu Tianma ridicule him for a long time. This time he can finally return the favor. Why is Principal Yu so angry? They are all children. Yu Tianma ignored Fish Daoxian and yelled at the pair of dogs. What are you two doing? As student representatives of my Shanqing University, what do you take the competition for? Hurry up and go kill monsters for me. Duanmu Xian shook his head after pondering for a moment. No, I want to experience the joy of wilderness survival. When I've had enough I'll naturally go kill monsters. You leave me alone. Bye. After saying that, Duanmu Xian directly closed the video call, leaving Yu Tianma to scowl into the air. A raven flew over the camp at just the right moment and cawed. 2.5 hours later, while all the other survivors were still trying to hunt monsters for points and build houses to hunt wild game, and here in Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan, these two had already realized crab freedom. Carbon grilled crabs are all natural and uncontaminated, and have been grilled to perfection. Duanmu Xian reached out and plucked a crab leg and put it in his mouth to chew, but the next second he frowned. Tasty, but flavorless. Ruyan Liu let out a hum, as if she had already guessed that the crab wasn't that tasty. Yeah, but in the middle of nowhere, that's the only way to do it. Can't you change the spices? Maybe it could be Duanmu Xian backhanded the red ball from his own bag. Ruyan Liu's eyes lit up, almost forgetting that there was this guy. Red ball. I'll have a side of soy sauce and a tube of wasabi. And salt, message, and chili powder. Ruyan Liu added. The red ball was quite helpless after hearing the two's claims, and a red light flashed, and a seasoning package appeared in front of the two. BGM switch Leo Altman. On the other side, inside a menacing dark canyon in Panlong Mountain, Zheng Quanba's transformed Lei Ottoman was in a bloody battle with several monsters. These monsters were all powerful creatures that had mutated from the original Panlong Mountain. These included a fiery-clawed black bear beast, a three-headed lion beast, and a pack of hyena beasts. Fiery claw black bear beast has infinite strength. Each attack carries 10,000 pounds of force. Leo Altman can only keep dodging. The three heads of the three lion beasts can respectively separate fire, ice and poisonous gas, and the attacks of these two beasts hit Rio Ultraman one after the other, making him suffer a lot. What was even more terrifying was that a group of hyena beasts had blocked Lei Ottoman's back path, and Zheng Quanba had no way to retreat, only able to fight hard. Zheng Quanba used almost all the fighting skills he had learned in his life under such high pressure. Progress was also quite fast, and after a life and death battle, the realm managed to break through to the early third stage. Leo Ultraman leapt up high and unleashed the Leo flying kick towards the blazing claw black bear beast, and with one kick, the blazing claw black bear beast's body and head were separated. Leo Atman also went along and pulled the claws of the blazing claws black bear beast as a weapon to hold in his hand. The three lion beasts were still trying to escape, and Leo Ultraman threw the fiery claws in his hands directly at the three lion beasts as a javelin. The three lion beasts were zapped and lost their lives. Several other hyena beasts quickly fled at the sight of the situation, and Zheng Quanba gave up the chase due to severe physical exertion. He had already brushed 5 third-order monsters, 16 second-order monsters, and 3 dozen first-order monsters in one morning. Looking down at the points leaderboard in his bracelet, first place Zheng Quanba, 699 points. Second place, Sabashikone, 250 points. Third place Prince ISO, 142 points. Zheng Quanba smiled with joy when he saw his points, but then he felt something was wrong. Why couldn't he turn over the names of Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan no matter how he did it? Cliff lead well, really good. No, where did Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan's names go? Did these two not go to kill monsters? In the beginning, Zheng Quanba had regarded these two people as his greatest rivals, but now that the rivals were directly unnamed on the list, what did this mean? It's as if you're top pairing and are ready for a full game, only to have the opposite side just hang up. BGM switch ringing Xiang Yu. Beside the creek, Duanmu Xian didn't even know about the other contestants, nor did he know that Zheng Quanba was thinking about him. At this time, Duanmu Xian had already used the red ball to change out a bald-headed strong same type of chainsaw to start cutting down trees. Yes, the man is going to cut down trees to get wood to build a log cabin shelter in the crisis-ridden Panglong Mountain, a shelter that will be his dependence in Panglong Mountain. On the side, Liu Ruyan was getting out a few flower pots next to the wooden house to plant flowers, which would become the embellishment of the wooden house. Inside the outer camp of Panlong Mountain, Yu Tianma looked at the reflection of Duanmu Xian's side in front of the computer screen with an iron expression on his face, and huffed and puffed as he sat in his chair and drank his tea one mouthful at a time. Touching fish, making barbecue, planting flowers, building a house. What do this pair of dogs take the trial for? Duanmu Xian didn't know how angry Yu Tianma was at this moment, and even if he did, it didn't matter. Let the bullets fly for a while, because the Yabuz had tipped them off before. Duanmu Xian knew that Belial would appear in this Panlong Mountain trial. Duanmu Xian had previously understood the rules. Killing a first-order monster for 1 point, a second-order monster for 10 points, a third-order monster for 100 points, and a fourth-order monster for 1000 points, and so on. The more powerful the monster, the greater the number of points it receives. If we swiped the peak 7th order Belial by then, that would be several million points. Even if Belial ran away, Belial certainly wouldn't come alone to deal with him, and would surely bring quite a few powerful monsters to brush off the powerful monsters he brought with him. Belial knew his strength, so the monsters he brought would not be below the 6th rank. Moreover, Duanmu Xian was thinking that since Belial was able to come up with the fusion materials for the 5 Emperor Kings, he must be able to come up with the 5 Emperor Kings as well. The 5 Emperor King must be a 7th order monster anyways. Even if it was just the early stages, that was still 1,000,000 points. Enough to easily close the gap. So it didn't matter if he killed the little monsters or not. After all, no matter how many mini-monsters the others fought, it wasn't as high as the points of a boss. Duanmu Xian was counting it all in. Time rushed by and a week passed. Throughout the week, students worked hard to kill monsters for points. After the harsh natural environment and intense fighting in the wilderness, almost all of the students have improved their realm, especially Zhang Quanba, who had transformed into the ultimate liver emperor during this week. And every day, apart from eating and sleeping, was all about fighting. Thanks to the fact that Yu Daoxian had prepared enough special training potions for him before he came here, and after a long period of jeep training, his physical ability and endurance had been boosted to an extremely high level. Otherwise, after this week of fighting, the average person would have collapsed from exhaustion and weakness. He had lost track of how many monsters he had taken out. I only know that since I came in it has been a hand up hand down, all the way from the south gate of Panlong to the east road of Yunhe. Now the leaderboard points Zhang Quanba was already in first place on a cliff, and the second place sub Isakun wasn't even as much as a fraction of what he had. Yu Tianma, who had been observing the ranking of the scoreboard at the camp, had a horribly ugly face, because not only did the first place finish shine, but so did the bottom one. First place, Zhang Quanba, 542 points. Second place, Sub Ashukun, 500 points. Third place, Wu Chang, 1,667 points. 398, Li Xiaoyan, 255 points. 399, Ruyan Lu, 12 points. 400th, Duanmu Xian, 6 points. Yes, there were only 400 students in total who came to participate in the Panlong Mountain trial this time, and Duanmu Xian was the strongest among these 400 students. He was now at the bottom of the table in terms of points, and Ruyan Lu, as the second strongest, was now at the bottom of the table. Even the points of this pair of dogs combined and multiplied by 10 aren't as high as the points of the person in the bottom 3. It was no wonder Yu Tianma's face looked so ugly. As for why Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan's points were so low, the reason was simple. Now a very nice wooden house had been built by Duanmu Xian beside that stream. Duanmu Xian grabbed some unmutated pheasants from somewhere in Panlong Mountain to raise chickens behind a fence behind the wooden house. This kid has a red ball on him that can turn out some simple household items. Over the past few days Yu Tianma watched as this kid used that red ball to change out a series of household items. Sofas, beds, tables, chairs, parasols, rocking chairs, fishing rods. During the period there had been a few first-order monsters invading Duanmu Xian's wooden house, which he had casually raised. And if it wasn't for these monsters, Yu Tianma estimated that these two people's points would still be 0 until now. They kind of broke the Panlong Mountain trial competition record of Shangqing Sonlong University in reverse. The sealed land. Belial has been here for 7 days impacting the seal left behind by King Ao. I have to say that it is worthy of being Beilauhe. It is resistant to being beaten up. I can't tell you how many times this week Belial has been sent flying by the energy projectiles that King Ao left behind to protect the seal. Belial was now covered in sludge and looked a mess, but it actually just looked miserable. After all, Beilauhe was the only character that forced Duanmu Xian to use his full strength to fight. Galactic Ultraman even used the Galactic Spark Gun against him and he was able to carry it off. Plus, when faced with a formation that attacked in a single way, it was defended in advance. With the protection of the ultimate fighting instrument, the pressure didn't suffer any injuries at all, but on the contrary, the seal left behind by King Ao was already getting dimmer and dimmer. Seeing that the seal was about to be broken, the Zarabian who had been watching from the side for a long time said with an excited expression, "Lord Belial, great, we're about to succeed. This time, when we face Gryza, even Galactic Ultraman will make him suffer." The Yaboans couldn't help but worry for Duanmu Xian inwardly. How strong Gryza's strength was the Yaboans knew. When Glyza had first struck the capital, if he hadn't ducked into the interdimensional space, he would have been devoured by Glyza as life energy. Galactic Ultraman doesn't know if he can beat Gryza. This thing is a solid 9th order powerhouse, and has evolved into its full form after devouring so many of the city's humans before. Should I go and tip him off? The Yabubs thought to themselves, then said to Belial, "Barrier-sama, Gryza's strength is too terrifying. If it breaks through the seal by then we'll be in danger as well. So why don't I just evade for a while?" Belial glanced at the Yabubs and cursed. "You useless thing, could it be that you were scared out of your wits by Galaxy Ultraman when you followed the Dark Evil Heart King? What a waste." The Yabo man was upset with Belial in his heart, but after all, Belial's strength was there and he was his superior, so the Yabo man didn't dare to disobey. Yes, Lord Belial was right in his lesson. It was the villain who was too timid. Belial cursed and stopped ignoring the Yabubs, turning his head to continue focusing on the seal in preparation for the next onslaught, waving his hand behind him. "Get lost." The Yabubs left as if they were relieved of their form, diving into interdimensional space. The Zarabian looked at the fleeing Yabubs with a disdainful sneer. The Yabo is such a loser. Lord Belial is still around, and a little Gryza scared him like that. True to form, the Zarabian was Belial's most loyal lickspittle, belittling the Yabubs while incidentally kissing Belial's ass as if Belial could beat Gryza. Belial's hand that was raising the ultimate fighting instrument suddenly dropped to sling the ultimate fighting instrument over his shoulder before turning his head to the Zarabian. "You go follow the Yabubs and see where he's been running off to. I've been getting the feeling that something's not right with the Yabubs these days." The Zarabian froze for a moment, then reacted. "Lord Belial, do you mean that the Yaboans are not pure of heart?" Belial nodded, voicing the doubts that were on his mind these days. "It's not just that his heart is not pure. I even suspect that this guy has betrayed us. He's always been distracted talking to us lately. That's my gut feeling, but I'm not sure my gut feeling is accurate. You go and follow him, see where he's been moving around lately, see if you can find any clues, and if he's really up to something, then you." Belial made a neck-wiping gesture. The intent was clear enough. The Zarabian instantly became excited when he heard this. According to Belial, if the Yabuz really betrayed them, then he could just take out the Yabuz. Once the Yabo man died, then he would be the only one who would follow Lord Belial in the future. And when Belial ruled over the Blue Star in the future, then he would be the one man under the one man. "Yes, Lord Belial, I'm on it." In order to prevent spooking snakes, the Zarabian even used his watchful transformation technique, taking the form of a common monster and chasing the scent from the Yabubs towards the south of the Panglong Mountain. In a place with beautiful scenery in Panlong Mountain, Duanmu Xian was sitting on a rocking chair at the edge of a mountain stream holding a fishing rod and staring intently at the water. This week he developed a new hobby, fishing. Liu Ruyan sat next to Duanmu Xian to help him fan, next to a small speaker to play a leisurely song. This small life is not too comfortable. Suddenly, there was a violent fluttering coming from the float. Duanmu Xian immediately became excited, tugging the fishing rod in his hand with vigor, and the water splashed with a violent splash. "Holy shit, it's on the big one. It's probably the biggest one since I've been fishing for 7 days. Wan, get the plunge net and get ready to fish." This was the first time that Duanmu Xian had caught such a big fish. Before that it had always been a small shrimp, and he couldn't use the plunge net at all. "Okay, here we go. Liu Ruyan found the plunge net inside the toolbox in a flurry of hands and then ran to the shore. Look at the right moment and eyeball the walleye. It was a large blackfish, visually estimated to weigh at least 5 pounds. Duanmu Xian excitedly picked up the cell phone as the frame a shot, but unfortunately no signal inside the Panlong Mountain. Otherwise it would have been sent to the circle of friends. "Liu Ruyan, this bitch is also a tiger." The big black fish struggled twice in her hand, being knocked on the fish head by her fist. This big black fish was honest at once. This pugnacious character really deserves to be the daughter of Fish Daoxian. Inside the camp, today, Yu Daoxian was idly bored and tuned the surveillance camera to look at the place where Duanmu Xian was. It was a moment of emotion to realize that these two had actually caught an oversized blackfish. Back when he was young he was quite fond of fishing, but then he was so busy with his work that the fishing rods at home had long been lost somewhere. I didn't think that this kid Duanmu Xian could have this hobby. It seems that in the future, when one day of vacation can be about to go together to fish a fish, Liu Ruyan, this bitch is also a real tiger. to his pugnacity to learn, her mother back then will not help him to fish. Suddenly, an interdimensional space opened up from beside Duanmu Xian, and the Yabobs walked out from it. The Yabo man gave Duanmu Xian a very respectful bow after seeing him, which made Yu Daoxian frown. What was the situation? Why are the Yabo people so respectful to this Duanmu Xian kid? There's something fishy going on. However, he wasn't worried about the 6th order Yabobs being able to threaten Duanmu Xian. Duanmu Xian's brat was now beating up 6th order cosmic beings like it was a game. It was better to fear that the Yabus would harm Duanmu Xian than to worry about whether Duanmu Xian would harm the Yabus. Fish Daoxian called out to Yu Tianma, and the two of them looked at the live broadcast together. The Yabobs show up and directly tell Tohogen about Belial being in the process of storming the boundary left behind by the King of Otter, including the exact coordinates, the sturdiness of the seal, and the physical exertion of Belial. It was said in great detail. This made both Fish Daoxian and Yu Tianma look dumbfounded. The Yabo people, this was also too detailed. It didn't seem like there was a conspiracy at all. What exactly was the relationship between this Duanmu Xian and the Yabo people? And why did the Yabo people look at Duanmu Xian with fear in their eyes? This was not the attitude of the Yabobs when they first faced even Super Terra. But one important point is that the seal Belial is impacting is that of Gryza, who was a horrible monster that nearly destroyed the entire blue planet in the first place. We can't let Belial's plan succeed, or once Gryza is released, Blue Star will face another extinction. Duanmu Xian was also in a hurry at this time. Void monster Gryza. Even Galaxy had reminded him before that the monsters inside the seal try not to mess with them. Those were the ones that even Galaxy felt tricky. Belial will have to be stopped. But before that, we'll have to clean up a little loose end, Duanmu Xian said, looking out of the corner of his eye at the large tree behind the Yabobs. The Galaxy spark in his hand flashed with greenish-blue light, and the Galaxy Ultraman's glittering doll appeared in Duanmu Xian's hand. Behind that big tree hid an early 6th order aura that had suddenly appeared after the Yabobs had come. If it wasn't for Galaxy Spark's reminder, Duanmu Xian really wouldn't have noticed. The Zarabian hiding behind a large tree's heart was in his throat when he heard the 3 words little tail. His camouflage ability was one of the best within all the cosmic people. Even Lord Belial couldn't see his camouflage if he didn't go for a closer look. How did this Duanmu Xian find him? He was practically monster radar. No, it's going to be dangerous to stay on. I'd better slip away first. The Zarabian cautiously took a step forward, just a step, and in the next second, a righteous voice rang out directly from his side. Run for what? Don't have the face to see anyone? Evil aliens. The voice was like a thunderous explosion that scared the Zarabian. Trembling, he turned his head to see Galactic Ultraman less than a meter behind him. At this point, the Zarabians had finally experienced the oppressive feeling of the monster killing machine for themselves. Silver, silver, silver. Galaxy Ultraman. Why? How did you find me when I was so well disguised? Guess. There was a loud thud as the full force of the punch went towards the Zarabian's head. The Zarabian's head was dented by the punch, and the powerful impact sent it flying over 100 meters. The Zarabian was like a kite with broken strings, all the way to successively smash several large trees, finally smashing into a large stone. The stone was still very strong granite where smashed out a big pit. The punch went down, and the Zarabian was directly injured, and managed to get up only to be stomped on in the face by the following Yabobs. The Zarabian roared angrily. Yabobs, you damned 250, goddamn cesspool, traitor to the darkness. You actually made private contact with Galaxy Ultraman, and sold Lord Belial's information to Galaxy Ultraman. Aren't you afraid that Lord Belial will break you into pieces if he finds out? The Arborian sneered as he stood tall and listened to the Zarabian's incompetent rage, and his foot slammed down so hard that the Zarabian's face was distorted by the stomp. Do I need you to worry about my business? Zarabian, you're nothing more than Belial's watchdog in the end. And since Lord Dark Evil Heart died, I've followed Belial's lead, and I don't know how much I've contributed along the way. My interdimensional space is being used as a warehouse. Did I say something? I should have been rewarded more, but because you, the watchdog, instigated it, not only was I not rewarded, but I was often verbally abused by Belial. Aren't you just following that old dog Beria a little bit ahead of me? I don't know what you're so proud of, but I have you to thank for that. If you hadn't forced me, I wouldn't have given up the ghost. Your master is nothing compared to Lord Galaxy's ass. Today we'll settle old scores with new ones, and you'll continue to serve your master in hell. The Zarabian panicked after hearing this, not realizing that the Yaboans knew about the accusations he had previously made on Belial's side. All this dark stuff is almost tantamount to immortality once it's set on the table. This 250 was really going to kill him. The Zarabian yelled anxiously. No, you can't kill me. Lord Belial won't let you go. The Yabobs ignored the Zarabian's threat. A large amount of dark energy coalesced in his hand, then shoved it directly into the Zarabian's mouth. A violent explosion rang out, and the Zarabian was blown to pieces. After resolving the Zarabians, Duanmu immediately took the satellite phone and sent a message to the super galactic vigilantes that were ambushed in Panlong Mountain. Now everyone gather and prepare to fight the group. And come directly to my coordinates location later. At this moment, at the edge of a mountain stream in Panlong Mountain, the flame warrior who received the message jumped up from the green stone with a carp. Yoo-hoo, guys! The boss finally sent word that our super galactic vigilante is ready to strike. The Mirror Knights and Steel Samurai on the sidelines perked up at the news. After a week in the Panlong Mountain they have long been idle out of the bird's egg. Now hear the news that can finally all the troops. The crowd is incomparable exuberance. The sealed land. The seal left behind by King Ao at this point was already weak to the point of being unbearable. All that was needed was for Belial to add one last stick with the ultimate fighting instrument to release that horrible void monster Griza. At the last minute Beria was getting cautious too. He raised the ultimate fighting instrument in his hand, releasing a black aura to penetrate inside the seal, attempting to talk to the Griza in the seal. Hey, guys in there, can you hear me? Griza had been in a state of slumber after being sealed, and Belial's voice directly woke it up. Unfortunately Griza is powerful and extremely buggy, but the downside is that the guy has no IQ. After letting out a wacky laugh there was no more to follow. Belial continued undeterred. Griza the void monster. Want to team up with me and we'll destroy the ultramarines together. Unfortunately, Griza couldn't understand a word of it. Belial was helpless. This monster was tough without a brain. The average monster, even a beast mutated, knows more or less the most basic law of the jungle. But it was as if Griza was a guy built to destroy and devour. And there was no way to communicate. So Belial hesitated. Hesitant to slam down his raised ultimate fighting gauge. Because Griza is so uncontrollable. If it is released, I'm afraid that no one can stop it as long as King Ao doesn't show up. If Blue Star was really destroyed by Griza, how the hell was he supposed to rule the world? As Belial hesitated, a greenish-blue light appeared behind Belial and Galactic Ultraman appeared, delivering a galactic flying kick to Belial's head. The battle-hardened Belial quickly reacted by extending his own sharp claws to block the flying kick, though the move was blocked. However, he was kicked backwards hundreds of meters by Galaxy Ultraman's brutal strength, cutting 2 deep traces in the ground. Casually waving the dust from his body, Belial looked to the arriving Galactic Ultraman. Galactic Ultraman, is it you again who's going to come and ruin my day? Duanmu sneered and reached out. Galaxy Spark appeared in his hand, transforming into a Galaxy Spark gun pointing at Belial. What's good for you is a nightmare for the rest of the world. Don't you have any idea what kind of devastation Galitza brought upon the world 23 years ago? As someone who lived through the events of that time? How dare you beat your mind to it when I, an 18-year-old, have heard more than once about the horrors of the existence that my elders have told me about. You genocidal beast who betrayed the spirit of Otter and defected to the cosmos. I will never let you go today. Shut up. What do you know about the spirit of Otter for a milquetoast brat? In the beginning, if Shafulin and the others hadn't joined forces to expel me from the capital city police force, I wouldn't have been on the path I'm on today. You guys made me do all this. You're to blame. Shafurin isn't even qualified to judge me right or wrong. So who are you? A brat, to lecture me? Belial angrily swung the ultimate fighting gauge in his hand, his aura instantly exploding to its peak. The terrifying pressure startled all the monstrous beasts below the 7th rank in the entire Panlong Mountain to scatter in all directions. Duanmu only wanted to laugh when he heard what Beria said. This seemed to Duanmu to be a genocidal demon saying that there was a reason for his faults, excusing himself, and trying to put the faults on others. It wasn't like Duanmu hadn't seen this kind of beast in his previous life, so Duanmu understood that empathizing with this kind of thing was a waste of time. Humph, I can't understand what you're saying, and I don't want to care about how you beasts got kicked out of the capital police force in the first place. It's all deserved in my opinion. Coupled with the fact that you are now attempting to release Griza to disrupt the peace of the blue planet. This whole sin. Even if Shafurin and the others spare you, I will definitely not let you go. Galactic Ultraman's body also erupted with a dazzling greenish-blue light to compete with Belial, pinpoint to pinpoint, being called an animal by a junior pointing his nose and poking at a sore spot. The furious Belial raised the ultimate fighting gauge in his hand and rushed towards Galactic Ultraman as a black stream of light. Stinky brat, I'm going to rip your mouth off. Galactic Ultraman also released all his energy into a greenish-blue light and rushed towards Belial. The 2 streams of light crashed together in the blink of an eye, setting off a violent energy storm, and the surrounding grass, trees, mountains and rocks were turned into ashes by the aftermath of the battle in an instant. In the center of the battlefield, the Galaxy Spark gun and the ultimate fighting instrument were constantly clashing together, setting off wave after wave of violent fluctuations. As Duanmu watched the surroundings being destroyed, he also understood in his heart that he absolutely couldn't start the fight at full strength in Blue Star, and that he had to move the battlefield to the universe. Thinking of this, Duanmu Xian used his full power to pick off the ultimate fighting instrument with a single shot before saying to Belial, "Come up here with me if you can. There's not enough here for me, Galaxy, to make a big splash." After saying that, he raised his head to look in the direction of the universe and leapt into a greenish-blue light towards the universe. "Stinky brat, I didn't get serious with you last time. Don't really think you can beat me. You don't want to run away today." The furious Belial couldn't tolerate Duanmu Xian's provocation and leapt into a black stream of light to chase after him. In the blink of an eye, the two AOs had broken out of the atmosphere into the universe. Here, Duanmu Xian didn't have to care that using his full power would damage the surroundings, and deliberately slowed down his speed to wait for Belial to catch up. The moment Belial was about to catch up, a backstab went over towards Belial's color timer and zapped it. Die, Belial! Belial reacted quickly, raising his ultimate fighting instrument across his body to narrowly block the deadly blow. Not a bad move. But it's a bit too whimsical to think of defeating this great master with just that. Galactic Ultraman grunted coldly. He certainly didn't expect this move to kill Belial. This bay old black skin was thick. The plasma crystals that covered his body emitted a red glow, and the temperature around him rose dramatically to form several highly concentrated fireballs that hovered around the two AOs and surrounded them. Feeling the terrifying heat around him, Belial felt bad, trying to pull out but realizing that the Galaxy Spark Gun has the ultimate fighter deadlocked. This Duanmu Xian's purpose in the beginning was to restrict his movements. Helpless, Belial's body erupted with intense waves of dark energy forming a shield to protect the surrounding area. Galactic Flame Sphere. With Galaxy Ultraman's right fist swinging out, raging flames slammed into Belial in the center from all directions. The violent explosion created by the ball of flame smashing into the dark shield. The dark shield lasted less than 3 seconds in this heat before it shattered. There was a loud boom, accompanied by a violent explosion, and Galaxy and Belial were surrounded by thick flames. By the time the flames cleared, Belial was scorched and blackened from the blast and in a sorry state, and Galactic Ultraman's eyes were locked on Belial from across the room. I didn't realize that under his full-power Galactic Flame Orb, Belial had carried it off, and it looked like he was only slightly injured. It's really worthy of Bei Lao Hei. The defense is top-notch. Galactic Ultraman, you have completely pissed me off, Belial roared. And the ultimate fighting instrument turned into a black gas that Belial sucked into his body. Then a large amount of dark energy fluctuations coalesced in both claws and unleashed his surefire technique towards Galaxy Ultraman. Ditharam Rays. Galactic Ultraman didn't intend to take this blow, and the moment the black and red light was about to hit him, his figure disappeared as a greenish-blue light to avoid the blow. The next second appeared behind Belial. A galactic flying kick kicked him. After all, Belial had already fought Galactic Ultraman twice, and had some knowledge of some of Duanmu Xian's fighting moves. The moment he saw Galactic Ultraman disappear, he turned straight back and extended his claws to block the galactic flying kick coming from behind him. The two figures fought all the way from the outer space of Earth to the depths of the universe. Aside from the Galaxy Flame Sphere at the beginning that hit a little bit by surprise, Tuan Mukhyun couldn't find any more chances to take advantage of Belial here. Belial was worthy of being an old generation warrior who had fought in hundreds of battles, and his combat experience was not at all comparable to that of Duanmu Xian. Duanmu Xian was only able to fight Belial 50-50 purely by relying on his unbelievable speed and strength. After exchanging more than 100 rounds again, the two figures smashed more than a dozen small meteorites along the way. Eventually the two figures branched off and landed on the Xian ice star. The planet Xianbing was also unlucky, as the first galactic all-out battle was fought on Xianbing. So every cosmic battle after that, Duanmu Xian would intentionally or unintentionally fight this way. The Xianbing star was like some kind of magic, attracting Duanmu Xian to choose the battlefield here every time. The figures of the two O's stood apart in the air, and there seemed to be flashes of fire between their stares. The two O's tacitly agreed to coalesce their respective must-kill techniques. Galaxy Ultraman's arms crossed the plasma crystals all over his body, bloomed with a greenish-blue light. Belial also once again gathered a large amount of dark energy on top of the ultimate fighting gauge. Galaxy Piercing Ray. Ditharam Rays. 6 colored rays of light and black and red rays of light were simultaneously shot out by the two AO to collide together. The terrifying energy aftermath directly blew the surrounding Xian ice into pieces, and the two diametrically opposed forces at the center of the explosion even cracked the surrounding space. It was a pity that Duanmu Xian was only a 3rd rank after all, but Belial was a solid peak 7th rank, and with the ultimate fighting instrument's power up, the Daishun rays pressed the Galaxy Piercing Rays all the way over. Duanmu Xian's heart was shocked. Not good. It seems to be on the wave, but what to do? Galactic sparks can actually enhance the power of light. At the critical moment, Galaxy Ultraman's voice sounded in Duanmu Xian's mind. Duanmu Xian was overjoyed. His mind moved. Galaxy sparks appeared in front of him. A bright green-blue light shone down. The power of the Galaxy Piercing Ray increased dramatically, and suppressed Beria's Daishun Ray back. In less than 3 seconds, China, The dithyram rays were obliterated and the six-colored rays hit Belial, launching Belial backward thousands of meters away. Accompanied by a violent explosion, countless pieces of Xian Ice Star's Xian Ice were blown to pieces. The colorful timer on Galactic Ultraman's chest also finally flashed red due to energy consumption. It should be over, Duanmu Xian muttered, his gaze looking ahead. A huge crater had been blown out where Belial had been, and Belial had risen from it in a sorry state with serious injuries. Duanmu Xian all looked dumbfounded. This Bei Laohe is also too able to carry. Hard to eat, his two must kill are not dead. In fact, not only did Duanmu Xian find it unbelievable, Belial was confused. What the hell was Galaxy Spark? Why was the increase in light even more exaggerated than his ultimate fighting instrument? A peak of the 7th order against a peak of the 3rd order against Bo actually lost and was even seriously injured. But Galactic Ultraman, you're almost at your limit. I'm really curious if you in this state can still stop my 5 emperors from opening Greiser's seal. Today is your end. What do you mean? Duanmu Xian asked. Greiser is really too dangerous. I never thought I'd have to open the seal myself in the first place. So I'd already arranged for the 5 emperors to stand by an ambush near the seal. You don't have much energy left now, do you? So who else can stop the 7th ranked king of the 5 emperors from opening the seal of Pan Long Shan? Damn you, Galactic Ultraman. Just watch how I destroy everything you hold dear. Belial said, reached out and waved. A spatial rift opened. Inside came the image of the sealed land. Belial waved the ultimate fighting instrument in his hand towards the void a little. A spatial rift opened from above the sealed land. The 5 emperor kings of the early 7th stage walked out from it towards the seal. Oh, that's it? Duanmu Xian watched the scene with an expression that didn't have the slightest ripple or even a slight urge to laugh. Galactic Ultraman's reaction left Belial a bit overwhelmed. The man didn't even have much energy to keep fighting. Doesn't he panic when the 5 emperors show up when his stamina is almost depleted? What do you mean? Pan Long Shan. Liu Ruyan, who had waited here early in the morning, raised the red ball that had been prepared long ago and shouted the moment she saw the 5 emperors appear. Dinah, Gaia, come out. The red orb emitted a brilliant red light, and Dinah and Gaia stepped out of the light, blocking the 5 emperors in front of them, transforming into the figures of Dinah and Gaia. Ruyan Lu herself raised her divine light rod to appear in the middle of the battlefield as Dija Ultraman, incidentally using her Shining Daisy bracelet to transform into the Shining Daisy state. A collection of 3 Heisei rogues. That's not all. Not far from the forest, the Flame Warriors, Mirror Knights, and Iron Samurai who had long been ambushed also stepped out from it to block off the 5 Emperor Kings' back path. The poor king of the 5 emperors had just been born and was surrounded by the 3 Heisei rascals, facing Dinah and Gaia, whose own strength was at the level of the early 7th stage and who had fought many battles. The 5 emperors were sweating. These two probably couldn't beat it alone, but they're going to be in for a beating if they turn on the righteous swarm of the 5 emperors. Plus a Jinny with a flash daisy on. The 5 emperors pressed on to win. Although Liu Ruyan's own realm was only at the 4th rank, it had been augmented by the flash fledgling state. Plus, she had memorized the skill list of Dija Ultraman, and already had the strength to go around with the 7th rank for a while, not to mention activating the Sunjae bond. Ruyan Lu had already worked out a combat countermeasure after getting to know Dija Ultraman in depth. When the body color turns all red, the power can be fully utilized, and it is the red form that can cause great damage to the enemy. When the body turns purple, the movements become more sensitive, but the relative strength is also weakened. While facing a monster with a larger body like the king of the 5 emperors, wouldn't it be better to fight in red form from the start? We absolutely can't let this guy break the seal. There's a very scary monster inside the seal. Once it's released, this world will be over. Let's fight together. Saying that, he crossed his fists and put them in front of the crystal on his forehead. A red light flashed and switched to his powerful form. When Dinah and Gaia heard that things were actually this serious, it looked like they were going to have to go all out. Gaia switched directly to her supreme form, and Dinah switched to her powerful form. The invincible stature of the 5 emperors actually felt fear, subconsciously took a step back and was trying to run away. But in the next second, a raging fiery flame directly smashed onto the 5 emperor king with a loud bang, and the flame warrior was the first one who couldn't hold back and had already rushed up. Mirror Knight and Steel Samurai followed suit. The 3 Heisei hooligans were quick to join in the righteous clusterfuck. The 5 emperors wailed as they were beaten, and Dija and Dinah combined their efforts to hold the 5 emperors' heads to the ground before the others followed with a flurry of punches and kicks. The 5 emperors pressed on with no room to fight back. Looking at the several greenish-blue pointed horns on the back of the 5 emperor kings, Liu Ruyan couldn't control her hands. With one hand, he grabbed the sharp horn behind him and pulled it out with all his strength, accompanied by countless sparks exploding. The sharp horns on the back of the 5 emperors were pulled off alive by Dija. Earned achievement, Broken Corner +1. This righteous siege had lasted for 3 minutes, and the 5 emperors were beaten and fell to the ground with a wail and foaming at the mouth. The crowd then each took a few steps back, and the three Heisei rogues looked at each other for an otter nod. Dija Ultraman switched back to his composite form and Dinah Ultraman switched back to his shiny form. Then each of them coalesced their own surefire techniques. Japeliu rays, Soul Jet Ray, Photon Streamers. With a loud boom, the five emperors led the box. On the planet Xianbing, Belial looked at the portrait of the five emperors who had been taken out by a righteous swarm with an incredulous face. This is the trump card he prepared. And it's just gone? Why would a district trial show up with so many strong people at Panlong Mountain? Just like squatting. Why is this happening? Why is my plan failing? Galactic Ultraman said with a straight face. Because as long as evil can never triumph over good, it's all over. Suddenly, Barrius seemed to have thought of something. That said, the battle had gone on for so long. Where are the Zarabians and the Yabubs? Belial swung the ultimate fighting gauge in his hand, only to realize that he could no longer feel the Zarabian scent, but the Yabub's scent was still there. Why can't I feel the Zarabian scent anymore? But the Yapo's scent is still there. Damn it, the Zarabian must have died on the way to the Yapo. Galactic Ultraman, it must be you. Quickly say, where did the Yabubs go? Belial's IQ was definitely not low, guessing that it was a matter of time. Duanmu Xian hadn't thought that he would be able to hide it, but it had already happened, and there was nothing he could do back. You finally responded. Yes, your little brother has been taken care of by me, and I have the Yabo man to thank for that. If he hadn't told me about your plan ahead of time, I wouldn't have ambushed so many people in Panlongshan in advance. Do you know they've been ambushing hard these days? But it's a good thing that the effort is not enough. Belial, now you come and translate for me what a TMD surprise is. Belial froze in place as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. The man who had once plotted behind the scenes for who knows how many times to eliminate Ultraman's plans and plans to invade the capital. This time, he was actually backhanded by Duanmu Xian, an 18-year-old brat, and the reason he couldn't accept it was because there was a mole in his team. Unprecedented anger ignited what was left of Belial's sanity. Damned Yabubs, I treated you well. Why did you betray me? Get the hell out of here. The interdimensional rift in the void opened and the Yabubs poked their heads out of it. Belial, there is an old saying in the country of Xia about a good bird choosing a tree. I've followed you for so long and yet I'm being called a loser. You really think the Yabo, don't have a temper, don't you? I'm still just against it today. With the silver giant god here today, what do you want? Belial, who was already extremely angry, could no longer control his anger when he heard the words of the Yabubs. Swinging the ultimate fighting instrument in a flash to the Yabubs, a stick went down. The stick was as fast as lightning, even so fast that the Yabubs couldn't close the interdimensional space in time to escape. But in the next second, the galaxy spark gun blocked in front of the Yabus. And just now, Duanmu Xian had actually been secretly recovering his energy while talking to Belial. It's a move Galaxy learned after Galaxy told him where he came from. Galactic energy. Using the plasma crystals all over his body like plasma sparks to absorb the energy from the universe and further qualitatively change it within his body, thus rapidly recovering his energy. Just for a moment, the energy had been restored. Hey, trying to make a move in front of me is way out of my league. Belial was furious at the blocked stick and looked viciously at the Yabubs cowering and shivering in the interdimensional space. Damn traitor, you wait, Belial, swear to break you into pieces. Seeing that Galaxy was able to block Belial with his third-order strength strengthened his resolve even more, and he disliked him back unwillingly. Humph, Beilao, hey, you'll live through today first. Your watchdog, the Zarabian, was shouting your name before he died. Your dog is so loyal to you, it just so happens that today you're going to hell with your dog. With those words, the Yabub simply closed the interdimensional space and slipped away. The runaway trick used in the past to gross out the capital police force kind of grossed out Belial this time. Well, Galactic Ultraman, Yabubs, Super Galactic Vigilante. All of this was forced on me by you guys. I will release Gryza today even if I have to die together. Extreme anger caused Belial to completely lose his mind, and in a moment, Ray Blando's genes ran wildly in Belial's body, and Belial's power was boosted at this moment. Using the strength of his entire body, he sent Duanmu Xian flying out with a stick, then turned around and flew towards Blue Star. Galactic Ultraman took 7 or 8 steps back before stabilizing himself. Stunned by the hell. The scene of the explosion of seeds is not my common trick. How Belial also learned. I will never let you return to Blue Star today. Eyes on Belial heading for the Blue Star. Galaxy Ultraman's figure instantly turned into a stream of light and stopped in front of Belial. Reaching out, he intended to push it further into the depths of the universe, never letting an unhinged Belial return to Blue Star. Who knew that Belial's power had been drastically strengthened in a short period of time under the stimulation of the Lebrando gene, and at this point, Duanmu Xian had been completely suppressed by his power. Duanmu Xian couldn't push him at all, and was instead lifted off the ground by Belial again. The disbelieving Duanmu Xian wielded his galaxy spark gun and reappeared in front of Belial to tangle with Belial. Unfortunately, the explosive Belial was unstoppable at this point, and Galactic Ultraman's attacks were deflected by Belial. Belial clearly doesn't want to tangle with Galaxy. After violently erupting his body's strength to send Galaxy flying out, he directly transformed into a black stream of light and sped towards Blue Star. Galaxy Ultraman quickly turned into a greenish-blue stream of light and chased after him when he saw this. The sealed land of Pan Long Shan. Dinah and Gaia disappeared after destroying the 5 emperors. The remaining AOs looked in the direction of the universe were all a little worried, and they didn't know how the battle was going on over at Duanmu Xian's side. In the next second, a black stream of light descended from the sky and smashed into the ground, which was smashed out of a deep crater, lifting up dust from the sky, and a horrifying aura emanated from it. Belial looked at all the Ultraman present and laughed madly after he came out of it carrying the ultimate fighting instrument. Since you ruined my plans and killed my most loyal men, I'm going to make you suffer too, and today you'll be devoured along with all the life in the entire blue planet. After saying that, Belial raised his ultimate fighting instrument and slammed his stick towards the seal. Ruyan Lu quickly reacted and shouted, "Not good, Belial is aiming for the seal, let's stop him." Unfortunately, it was already too late. The ultimate fighting instrument smashed fiercely on top of the seal, and the seal's light screen was finally too much to bear and turned into a fragment that dissipated into the air. A sharp and eerie laugh came out from it. The void monster Glyza slowly flew out of the seal. Knowing that Glyza was in danger, Belial turned and ran after breaking the seal, not stopping much at all. That terrifying figure was constantly twisting in the air, emitting a sense of oppression not even inferior to the King of Otter. The surrounding space followed along with the distortion, and the crowd could barely breathe from the powerful pressure. A Ninth Order powerhouse? Terrifying as it was, the crowd's footsteps all retreated half a step in unison, and a fearful and oppressive atmosphere filled the surroundings. Shit, it's just a Galiza. Guys, just do it. The Flame Warrior couldn't take the oppressive feeling and gave himself courage with a yell. Then the first one rushed forward, with a flaming punch towards Glyza's head. The moment his fist was about to touch Glyza, the space around him fluctuated, and the Flame Warrior's attack was easily dodged by Glyza. At the same time, a high heat ray struck from behind Glyza at the same time the Flame Warrior's punch landed, but just as it was about to hit, the space near Glyza warped again. The J-Pelio ray brushed against Glyza, even narrowly missing the Flame Warrior by mistake. Dija Ultraman keeps the action of the Ja-Periu light and Otter clueless. What's going on? Why can't the attack hit him? Although they, the new generation, had heard their fathers tell the horrifying legend of Glyza, they did not expect it to be so insurmountable. If it's simply fast then there's always the hope of hitting it, but it's not about speed at all. Rather, it was as if the guy had no entity. Unbelieving. The Mirror Knight and the Steel Samurai surrounded Glyza with the 4 of them, each coalescing their close combat techniques towards Glyza, but unsurprisingly none of the attacks managed to touch Glyza in the slightest. Glyza also seemed to be a bit tired of playing around, and with an instantaneous body, he directly left the circle of the 4 and appeared behind them. The 4 men looked at each other. Damn, what kind of monster is this? How can I fight it without a solid body? I finally understand why Gryza was able to defeat Super Terra. Who can beat this thing? No wonder it took the King of Otter himself to seal it back then, but now the King of Otter has disappeared for who knows how many years. What do we do? But without waiting for the crowd of oodles to think more, a terrifying lightning attack was already emanating from a yellow light bulb with no 5 senses in Glyza's head. The lightning released by the early 9th ranked Glyza was extremely powerful. The Flame Warrior Mirror Knights and Steel Samurai who were closest to Glyza were directly blown out thousands of meters away by this terrifying energy. In the air into light particles dissipated back to the human body fell inside the mountain life and death unknown, and Liu Ruyan actually tried to use the rainbow shield to block it. The energy contained in the Glyza lightning was not something that the current 4th rank Liu Ruyan could block. 6th order Flame Warriors they were all knocked straight back to their earthly bodies, and if the 4th order Liu Ruyan took a hit she might have to return to the west on the spot. Just in the nick of time, Galaxy Ultraman finally rushed back, having just witnessed all of his 6th ranked Flame Warriors being knocked back to their earthly bodies by a single move from Gryza. If this move hit the 4th ranked Liu Ruyan, perhaps Liu Ruyan would have to receive a box lunch on the spot. In order to protect his wife, Duanmu Xian's figure flashed to block in front of Liu Ruyan. Reaching out a brilliant greenish-blue Milky Way shadow blocked the terrifying blow. However, the Galaxy Light Shield that had never suffered defeat in the past was also vaguely unable to hold up under Glyza's lightning bolts, and trembled continuously under Glyza's lightning blasts. Duanmu Xian saw this and knew that he might not be able to block Glyza for too long. While holding up the shield with difficulty, he rushed Liu Ruyan behind him. Wan, You go quickly and get as far away from here as possible. I'll hold him off. For the first time, Ruyan Lu saw the Galaxy Light Shield suffer a defeat. In the past, when Duanmu Xian was at the second rank, this shield didn't even make a single ripple in the face of Yu Tianma's spectrum rays. It wasn't as if she hadn't heard of the legend of the Void Monster, and in her heart she understood its terror. However, she didn't run away, but stood firmly behind Duanmu Xian, reaching out his hands to replenish the energy into the Galaxy Light Shield in an attempt to help Duanmu Xian share some of the pressure. No, I'm not leaving, we'll go together if we have to. Damn, this melon bitch, what's the point of stirring things up at this time? Duanmu Xian was cursing in his heart. As he watched the cracks in Galaxy's light shield grow, he really wasn't sure how long he could hold off Gryza now. Once Galaxy's power was depleted, they would all have to die here. Stop fucking around. I'm not joking with you this time. Get the hell out of my way and don't get in the way here. As soon as the words fell, the Galaxy light shield that the two men had put together could not support the attack of Glyza's lightning bolt and exploded. Galaxy Ultraman and Dija Ultraman were simultaneously blown out hundreds of meters away and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Galactic Ultraman's red light was flashing faster and faster. Seeing that Gryza was about to charge again, Duanmu Xian quickly grabbed Liu Ruyan's hand. The two figures instantly disappeared into a greenish-blue light. Glyza looked at the suddenly disappearing two O's and didn't feel anything strange. Nor did it go after them. It had no intelligence. It only knew how to devour and destroy. Turning his attention to all the living creatures around him, a terrifying suction force centered on Gryza absorbed all the surrounding monsters and ultras into his body. Within Pan Long Mountain, after Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan had left, Glyza reached out countless tentacles from within his body and sucked all the nearby life into his body. Gryza was so fast that countless monsters and ultras were swallowed by it every second. Hundreds of miles away, Rio Ultraman was currently fighting the three monsters when suddenly a terrifying suction force came from afar. The few monsters fighting him were simply powerless to resist and were directly sucked away. Leo quickly grabbed a nearby piece of green stone to escape, but didn't wait for Leo to catch his breath. The next second Gryza appeared directly above his area. A transparent tentacle reached out from Gryza's chest as fast as thunder, quickly sucking Rio Ultraman inside. Leo Altman didn't have time to react in any way. This was the absolute strength suppression of the 9th rank. Glyza's body was like a black hole, and all the creatures in the entire Panlong Mountain could not escape from its devouring. 2.5 minutes later, all of the participating students without exception were all sucked into Gryza's body. Panlong Mountain also triggered one of the largest beast tides ever because of Gryza's appearance, and all the monsters all went crazy and fled outside Panlong Mountain. 10,000 beasts rushed about, 100 birds flew in fright, and the entire Panlong Mountain trembled. Even the original Gatanji didn't have the strong sense of oppression brought by the Gryzas at this time, and although Gatanjia's black mist was also spreading fast, there was at least a chance of resisting it. Gryza is exposed for seconds and has no entity. No attack is effective against him and there is absolutely no counter to it. After another 2.5 minutes, Gryza began to head towards the outside of Mount Panlong again after absorbing all the life in the deepest part of the mountain. At the camp on the outskirts of Panlong Mountain, a greenish-blue color suddenly landed in the middle of the camp. After the light dispersed, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan had transformed back into their earthly bodies and walked out from it. Inside the camp, Fish Tianma and Fish Daoxian quickly walked out. Just now they had contacted all of the capital police force to gather towards Panlong Shan. It was the mission of the Ultramarines to stop Gryza from entering the city no matter what. At this time, the troops of the capital police force were already on their way to Panlong Mountain. Duanmu Xian's current state was very bad, covered in blood. Liu Ruyan took out the medical items she had with her and wanted to go and wipe Duanmu Xian's wounds. Duanmu Xian, however, pushed aside her hand and said very seriously, "Wanwan, be obedient. You now hurry up and leave this place. Panlong Mountain, the farther away the better." Looking at Duanmu Xian's serious appearance, Liu Ruyan's hand holding the medicine froze in midair, and there seemed to be tears flashing in her eyes, but she shook her head stubbornly to show it. "I don't want to. We'll go together. You promised me you'd take me with you wherever you went. This time it's different. Gryza is strong and I'm not sure I can win. If you stay we might all die. Then we'll die together. You're not allowed to leave me alone anyway." Snap! An otter slap goes down. Liu Ruyan covered the left side of her face that had been hit with a complicated gaze and looked at Duanmu Xian, who had firm eyes. "You're not allowed to talk about death. Now, immediately. Right now. Get out of here." Saying that, Duanmu Xian turned his gaze to Yu Tianma Yu Daoxian Dao, who arrived behind Liu Ruyan. "Headmaster Fish, Headmaster Yu, please, take her away and leave this place to me. I will fix it in order to protect the 10,000 lights behind me." Fish Daoxian and Yu Tianma knew of Glyza's terror and looked at the scaly Duanmu Xian with some disbelief. Could the Galactic Ultraman transformed in his current state really pull off another miracle against the terror of the 9th Order? Are you sure about this? Everyone from the capital police force is heading this way now. Why don't we wait for them to join us? Duanmu shook his head. No, Glyza can't be stacked up by numbers. Only if I'm on there's a chance of survival. But it's risky. But I must go in order to guard the world. So please, take Ruyan Lu. Fish Daoxian and Yu Tianma glanced at each other and let out a helpless sigh. There was nothing else they could do at this point in time. Fish Daoxian stepped forward and was about to pull Liu Ruyan away. Ruyan Lu broke away from her father's hand. At this moment, she had tears in her eyes, but stubbornly bit her lips to prevent them from falling. Her voice trembling but incomparably insistent. I'm going too. Duanmu Xian helpless gesture to raise his hand and then an otter slap. Liu Ruyan does not flash and does not avoid. His eyes staring straight at Duanmu Xian. Duanmu Xian sighed. This bitch was indeed stubborn. Putting his palm over her face he rubbed it gently. I'm sorry, that hurt you earlier, didn't it? Today you're just saying I'm going to go with you even if it breaks the bank. If we have to die we'll be together. I promise you I'll come back alive. With these words, Liu Ruyan seemed to understand Duanmu Xian's determination and stopped speaking. Holding out the pinky of his right hand, he said, pull the trigger. If you come back all is happy. If you don't come back I'll die a martyr. I'll do it. Duanmu Xian didn't go to pull the hook, but instead gave a wink to Yu Daoxian behind him. Fish Daoxian quickly rushed up to force Liu Ruyan away. Duanmu Xian turned around and dashed towards the inside of Mount Panglong, raising Galactic Sparks high as Galactic Ultraman Sparks figure popped out of it. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. Sarah! Illuminated by a bright greenish blue light, Galactic Ultraman flew deeper into the Panglong Mountain, capital of a country. After receiving the news of Gryza's resurrection, the capital police force's numerous AOs each assembled their teams and flew towards Panlong Mountain at fire speed. But before they could even fly out of the capital they were blocked by a man. Belial looked at the Otter brothers with a teasing look on his face as he carried the ultimate fighter in the air. Yo, if it isn't Lord Shafurin, where are you going with so many people in such a hurry? Hearing the familiar tone, Shafurin finally remembered who he was. Beria? So the person who's been plotting in the dark is you. You've actually turned into a cosmic's lackey after betraying the capital city police. Belial laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Shafurin, you finally remembered me. The humiliation when you were kicked out of the police force. The pain of being killed by the cosmic miracle ray. I want you to double it today. Now that Galactic Ultraman has died on Panlong Mountain, there's no one who can stop me anymore. Suffer death, Shafurin. Belial swung his ultimate fighting instrument like a wolf into a flock of sheep to instantly break up the formation of ultra fighters. Over Panlong Shan, Duanmu Xian was flying through the air, and along the way, he saw countless monsters fleeing towards the outside of Panlong Mountain, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. While flying at full speed against the direction of the beast tied deeper into the Panlong Mountain, he asked in his heart, Galaxy, is it possible to turn it into a sparkling doll with a spark ray? Galaxy replied, yes, you can always believe in the power of the spark ray. Even Noah is going to turn into a spark doll if he gets hit head on. But Gryza has no solid body. The spark ray can't hit him. You know, it has no solid body. No attack of any kind can hit him. Duanmu Xian was all a bit desperate. What then? There is another way. Throw the galactic spark at him to devour. The galactic spark contains enough energy to make it materialize in place of the cosmic needle. But this approach was also hard to say, because even if it materialized, it was still a ninth-order existence. It's hard to deal with you now. Duanmu Xian felt some confidence in his heart when he heard Galaxy say that. It's hard to deal with. That means there's still a chance. As long as you have the opportunity, you must not give it up. With Galactic Ultraman flying at full speed, it took only 2.5 minutes to find Gryza, who was heading toward the outskirts of the Panglong Mountain. Gryza spotted Galaxy Ultraman and appeared directly in front of Galaxy Ultraman in a flash, releasing lightning towards Galaxy Ultraman. Galaxy Ultraman also instantly appeared behind Gryza in a flash of his body, dodging the attack. Although Glyza had no intelligence, he had the most primitive sense of combat and understood that the prey in front of him possessed the same instantaneous ability as it did. It's hard to hit an opponent with a normal attack, so it released a double sound wave from the head 360 degrees without dead angles spread in all directions. This move cannot be avoided, can only be hard to receive. Galactic Ultraman raised Galactic Spark to hold up the Galactic Light Shield which barely blocked the sound wave, but the surrounding flowers, plants and trees, but any life under the sound wave instantly turned into pieces and dissipated. When the sound wave dissipated, Galactic Ultraman appeared in front of Glyza in a flash, raising Galactic Spark and stabbing towards Glyza. Unfortunately, it couldn't hit the insubstantial Glyza, and instead missed a break in front of Glyza. Gryza tried to swallow Galactic Ultraman into his body by using his devouring ability straight away. Galactic Ultraman rejoiced and threw Galactic Spark into him in a smooth motion, while he himself was once again transformed into a greenish-blue light to avoid the engulfing range of Griza. After absorbing the galactic sparks, Griza's aura instantly skyrocketed, his terrifying aura climbing upwards as he evolved into his final form. The appearance became even more terrifying, and the realm was even close to the middle of the 9th rank at one point. But the Griza in this form would not be nothingness. Good news, he's solid, which means it's possible to hit him. Bad news, Galaxy Sparks made him swallow it. Spark Ray can't use it anymore, and it got stronger. But it was better than starting out with nothingness that couldn't hit him at all and had no hope. Galactic Ultraman in the moment Griza has the entity. Both fists clashed together in front of his chest, condensing the energy of his entire body, which shone with a greenish-blue light, condensing a miniature galactic shadow in front of his body. And then Galaxy's right hand traced a circle in the air, and the radiant galaxy flowed with it. Finally, under the control of Galactic Ultraman, a light bomb that looked like a river of stars struck towards Griza. This is Galactic Ultraman's strongest surefire move, far more powerful than Galactic Piercing Ray, Galaxy Special Light Bomb. Since Griza had devoured all the monsters and Ultraman in the entire Panglong Mountain, there was no need to take into account the case of accidental injury. Duanmu directly used his full strength. Without any fear, the yellow crystal in his chest blossomed into a black and red light, releasing the Griza dual spiral. The black and red spiral collided with the radiant galactic light projectile, a violent explosion emanating from the center of the pair of waves. The light produced by the pair of waves could be seen clearly even from thousands of miles away. All the matter in a radius of dozens of miles was reduced to pieces by the terrifying aftershocks. At first the Galaxy Special Light Bullet was barely able to put up a 50-50 fight with Gliza, but as Gliza continued to power up, the Galaxy Special Light Bullet was gradually pushed back. Fuck me, the first time I used my ultimate kill, I actually got defeated. Damn it, give me back the top. I can't lose. Behind me is the downtown area of Summerland, and it's all the lights. If I fall, then the world is completely hopeless. With this conviction, Galaxy Ultraman's power was once again boosted, and the power of Galaxy's special light bullets was increased to a stalemate with Griza's double helix. But Duanmu Xian's energy was also depleting at a faster rate, while Griza's side hadn't even used his full power yet. Gradually Tuan Kaiken began to run out of stamina, and the power of the Galaxy Special Light Bullet began to diminish as the Griza double spiral pressed on again. Damn, what to do? I can't fucking hold out much longer. Aha! At the same time, within Duanmu Xian's spiritual world, there it was in the middle of a bright starry sky. Galaxy Ultraman was in the middle of the starry sky looking at the battle outside. At this rate Duanmu Xian couldn't hold out much longer. Galactic Ultraman hesitated for a long time, eventually, as if he had made up his mind about something. Turning his head to look into the deep, bottomless darkness of the starry sky, he opened his mouth. Luigi L. Don't you care in the slightest about Duanmu Xian's fight? Gliza is a 9th ranked monster. If you don't make a move, he can only exert half of his power at most, and with the realm limitations, maybe he'll die. A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness, and Luigi Air's figure slowly revealed itself in the darkness. Galaxy, you were the one who thought life should be allowed to continue naturally and kept us out of it in the first place. For that you went out of your way to disconnect from me. I lost, I admit it, but now what do you mean? Aren't you also meddling in the fight for life in this world? You're going against your own philosophy. Don't you think it's funny? Galactic Ultraman said after a moment of silence. There was a time when we possessed supreme power and viewed all things from the perspective of a god, and really should not have meddled in the struggles of other beings. But now that Duanmu Xian has been reincarnated as a human being, he is now doing what a human being should do. And since we and he are one, we should also do what we should do just like him. Duanmu Xian now had family, friends, lovers, and bonds in this world, which was why he had to go and guard it. From his perspective, we are no longer exalted gods, we are human beings. So what's wrong with us doing what people do now? Luigi L was silent, raising his scarlet eyes to stare intently at Galaxy. We are giant gods by nature. Unlike other insignificant beings, we can bring together all the beings of different time and space with a lift of our hands, and they are nothing more than glitter dolls in our eyes if we so desire. Now you actually think of yourself as a human being? Galaxy nodded. This is Duanmu Xian's choice, as well as mine. We've been through countless years together, both searching for a common goal, the meaning of life, but both as bystanders. We were probably all rather one-sided in our initial thinking, which is why he thought that he needed to take a personal trip to the Earth, become a human being, and tangibly and practically feel the 7 emotions and desires of the human world. Maybe that's the way to get real answers. Luigi Air seemed to feel something, but in the next instant twisted his head in denial and turned his head back into the darkness once more. Humph, Galaxy, no matter how much you talk about it, I also believe that all life should be turned into glitter dolls. The world can have true peace and life will never be without pain or fault. seeing Luigi L return to the darkness. Galaxy was a bit anxious and shouted after him. Hey, Luigi L. If you don't make a move, Duanmu Xian will die. Luigi L. however, stopped talking to Galaxy, and his scarlet eyes disappeared into the darkness. Same time, the capital was already in chaos, and Belial carried the ultimate fighting instrument in his hand all the way through the capital, frantically destroying everything around him. Trying to stop Belial's evil deeds, Mobius Ultraman coalesces his lightsaber and rushes towards Belial. Belial didn't even look him in the eye, casually knocking him to the ground out of commission with a single stroke of his stick. The difference between the peak of the 7th Order and the peak of the 5th Order was unimaginably large. The 6th and 7th Orders are a complete watershed. Before the 6th Order, maybe fighting across the ranks in bursts is achievable. But once you enter the watershed of the 7th Order, it's not something that can be crossed by simply popping seeds. Of course, with the exception of Duanmu Xian. After all, the Milky Way is the ultimate AO, and ordinary AO has absolutely no comparison. In the eyes of the Mystic Four, there is no difference between all Ultraman, and Galaxy at his peak was able to turn the Mystic Four into glitter dolls. Belial could be considered a man-killer in the capital. Shafurin and the others were not Belial's opponents at all. As he watched the energy released from the ultimate fighting instrument in Belial's hand destroy large areas of the capital, countless people lost their lives as a result. The capital couldn't even be defended. So Gryza's side could only trust Duanmu Xian. So it was that Shafurin delivered the otter signature message to Fish Dogan and Yu Tianma. Yu Tianma and Yu Daoxian, who were on the outskirts of Panlong Mountain, received the message and knew that the situation was urgent, and the two of them couldn't care less about the battle inside Panlong Mountain. On the Pegasus Road, we can only trust Duanmu Xian when it comes down to it. Let's go, old fish. The capital needs us. Fish Daoxian somewhat uneasy to look at Liu Ruyan. The battle within the Panlong Mountain is a real 9th Order level. He this daughter what nature he knows best. But as the saying goes, there's no place like home. And in times of world crisis, heroes have to step up to the plate. Wanchio, promise Dad that you'll come back alive. Liu Ruyan didn't reply. Her gaze was always fixed in the direction of Panlong Mountain, her hands crossing her fingers together and praying for Duanmu Xian. Fish Daoxian sighed helplessly and transformed with Yu Tianma to leave Panlong Mountain towards the capital of a country. Because the Super Galactic Guard had not been affected by the battle since it was located in the Eastern District. Instead of working in the lab, Wu Mini would be sitting at his computer desk in his office looking at the footage coming from the satellite surveillance. On one side, within the Pangram Mountains, Galactic Ultraman and Gryza take on Wave, while on the other side, Belial makes a big mess of the capital city. Belial's combat power was at the level of the 8th rank, but it was powered by the ultimate fighting instrument, a weapon that was quite powerful. Although it was a step behind the Galaxy Spark, but it's a solid artifact, and the Otter brothers are battered and bruised. The big brother Zofa Saffron, who is known as the strongest and fastest of the Otter brothers, took 2 cans and lost the fight. Eddie, known as the all-powerful king, became the all-powerful king of paddling under the shellacking of Belial's ultimate fighting gauge. Not to mention Urian, who belonged more to a supporting role within the capital police. Tyrol, who was already suffering from an old injury, fell to the ground unable to get up from the stick aimed at his injury by Beria. Saban and Hatsune are away, and can't even force a merged Super Terra. Ace and Jack kept harassing from a distance, avoiding the ultimate fighter's attacks as much as possible. But neither the multiple guillotine blade nor the flash of otter bracelet sparks were able to do any effective damage to Belial. Belial is too able to carry it, taking galactic flame balls and galactic piercing rays hard without dying. Both Jonias and Belial, who have the strongest physical skills, have to be extra careful in close combat, and may lose their fights if they are hit by the ultimate fighting instrument. The battle was almost one-sided. The difference between the 7th and 6th ranks was just too great. Wu Mini looked at the images coming back from the satellite surveillance with his brow furrowed as he began to think of a way to break the situation. Only Shining Dija, Super Terra or Galactic Ultraman can fight on Belial's side, but Galaxy Ultraman is fighting Gryza against Wave, and Gryza's strength is so terrifying that Galaxy is at a disadvantage against Wave right now. And it probably won't be long before he loses. There's no more fighting on Belial's side of the battle Terra. Maybe there's one last way to get Shining Dija to give the energy to Touhougen. Now that Gryza has a physical body, if Galactic Ultraman gets the power of the Light of Hope, Blyza with the entity must be no match. Thinking of this, Wu Mini opened a global live broadcast while forcibly hacking inside everyone's cell phones and computers all over the world, so that everyone in the world could see the battle between the capital city and Panlong Mountain. One side was about to call Ruyan Lu, and that side had already called. Wu Min-e, it's too late to explain. You now immediately turn on the global broadcast and then ask for help from people all over the country to let me turn on the shining form. I'm going to help Duanmu. Wu Minyi was delighted. It seemed that Ruyan Lu had thought of this layer as well. We've come up with the same idea. Duanmu's current situation is very unpromising. We have to bring out all of our strength. You are now immediately transformed and ready to receive power. Ruyan Lu gave a hum and seemed to have thought of something suddenly. Okay, one more thing. Tuan Kaikan told me something earlier, though it wasn't verified. You guys can try giving the power to Monbiotics. Monbius should also be able to receive the power of the Otter brothers, and his strength won't be weaker than Super Terra. Wu Minyi froze. Monbiotics? Some years ago when Duanmu Liu Ruyan had not yet awakened, he could be considered the best of the younger generation. It's also the fact that this year's awakening of the pair of dogs has overshadowed his aura. Okay. Wu Minyi hung up the phone, then turned his gaze to the live feed. At this moment, the cell phone screens of everyone around the world turned into images of the Panlong Mountain battlefield and the capital city battlefield. When people saw the protector of mankind, the Otter brothers of the capital police force, being beaten up by a black Otterman. When Galactic Ultraman, who had saved Blue Star from destruction many times, also fell short against Griza, people panicked. The number of live stream viewers quickly spiked, quickly reaching the number of 300 million, with pop-ups flying all over the place. What's going on? What's going on in the capital? How come this black Ultraman is so strong? Lord Shafurin has fallen. Is this true? Upstairs. It's a fucking official broadcast. Can it be fake? I'm from the capital. Let me explain. Really? Because the house I bought in the capital 996 after 10 years of hard work has been demolished by this black Ottoman. I'm on fire right now. How come Galaxy Ultraman is losing too? Who's the monster fighting Galaxy Ultraman? It looks so scary. That monster kind of looks like the Glyza that devoured a dozen cities 23 years ago. 23 years ago, if the King of Otter hadn't shown up to stop it, we'd probably all be gone by now. Wasn't Gryza sealed? How did it come out? And it seems to be even more terrifying than it was back then. What to do? Is this the end of the world? What to do? I don't want to die. What can we ordinary people do in the face of such horrors? Wu Minyi saw that the number of people in the live broadcast room was large enough, and quickly transmitted the satellite video to the place where Dija Ultraman was located on the outskirts of Panlong Mountain, then turned on the camera and spoke in front of a global audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Wu Minyi, Chief Scientist of the Super Galactic Guard. As you can see, our species is now facing an unprecedented crisis. If Galactic Ultraman can't defeat Griza, who is free from his seal, the Ultraman brothers can't defeat Belial, who is possessed and blackened by Cosmic Man, we humans may be on the road to destruction. It is time for us to face the crisis with all our hearts. Do you all remember? Itanju from Tianhai City 2 months ago, the dark evil Heart King who invaded the capital not too long ago, and the Giga Chimera. It was all of us fighting with Ultraman at that point, and that's why the miracle happened. So now, I implore you all, let's give light to Dija once again, once more, together, as one. We will overcome this one and guard our Blue Star. After saying these words, Wu Minyi deeply bowed to the audience in the live broadcast room. At this time, Wu Minyi's heart was incredibly nervous. What if the miracle doesn't happen? Then Blue Star is going to be destroyed. It is said that Glyza, the demon, has destroyed countless thriving civilizations before coming to Blue Star. Will they be the next civilization to be destroyed? Live broadcast. After listening to Wu Minyi's speech, many people who had once turned into light before seemed to be feeling the call of Dija from far away in Panlong Mountain. There was an involuntary raising of their hands. For a while, people from all over the world turned into light one after another towards the direction of the Panlong Mountain in the Summer Kingdom. A star can start a prairie fire, and countless rays of light shine from all over the world. The entire Blue Star, various countries had light lit up converging towards the direction of the Summer Kingdom's Panlong Mountain, and for a time the entire Blue Star was illuminated by the golden light of the stars. The BGM plays. The earth is waking up. Liu Ruyan on the outskirts of Panlong Mountain looked at the countless rays of light converging towards her from all directions. Her heart was also incomparably moved. A line of tears slipped from the corner of her eye. Thank you all. Duanmu. Now I can also fight alongside you. Wait for me. I'm coming. Because this time the number of people who chose to become light was greater than the previous 2 times. So after absorbing the hopes of all the people around the world who believe in light, Dija Ultraman once again went into shining form. And it was stronger than the previous 2 times. Inside Panlong Mountain, after 2.5 minutes of stalemate with the third form of Gryza, Duanmu's physical ability was finally at its limit. Gryza had devoured all life on several worlds, plus this time he devoured Galactic Spark, strength infinitely close to the middle of the 9th order. The current Gryza, even if the King of Otter came, I'm afraid I wouldn't dare to say that I can steadily suppress him a hand. As a veteran AO fan in his previous life, Duanmu knew all too well how strong the current Gryza was. The last monster that devoured all the life of an entire world was called the legendary High-Pa Jetton, and it also went through the meditative and secret nurturing of the Baxters, and one of the mysterious 4AO Sai Jia could only make a 50-50 shot. The difference between Grizza and the legendary Hippogaston is that the legendary Hippogaston has a backstory to manipulate it and is intelligent, whereas Grizza has no intelligence, but Grizza swallowed more life, and Duanmu Chen even gave him Galaxy Sparks to swallow in order to defeat him. Galaxy Spark, the strongest artifact capable of transforming all the Ultraman monsters of the sub-universe into sparkling dolls, was followed by Geyser, whose strength reached a new level after devouring it. Maybe not as hardened as the legendary Hippogriff Jetton due to the lack of IQ, but it's definitely not too far off. But it's even more insurmountable if you don't give it Galactic Spark to swallow. After all, Duanmu Xian doesn't have Cosmic Needle, the thing that restrains Grizza. It can't even hit him without a solid body if you don't give it Galaxy Spark to swallow. Eventually, the Galaxy Special Light Bomb was pressed over by Grizza's double helix, hitting Galaxy Ultraman in the chest with a violent explosion. A huge mushroom cloud rose, and the entire Panlong Mountain in a radius of 1,000 miles set off a violent hurricane. The earth shook, and the mountains crumbled. When the dust cleared, Galaxy Ultraman extinguished the lights and collapsed, and Duanmu Xian followed suit and lost consciousness. A transparent tentacle extends from Glyza's chest after Galactic Ultraman falls and swallows Galactic Ultraman into it. Shining Dija also happened to rush over at that moment. When Liu Ruyan saw Galaxy Ultraman being devoured by Grizza, that moment it was as if the sky was about to fall. No! Monstrous rage burned from Liu Ruyan's heart, and with the Shining Ring body shield on, she charged towards Gryza. Gryza's strength came directly to the middle of the Ninth Order after devouring Galaxy Ultraman. Upon seeing Shining Dija, he was also not the least bit intimidated and unleashed a Grizza double spiral to hit Shining Dija. Under the protection of the Shining Ring shield, however, the Grizza double spiral was easily deflected. Shining Dija saw the 9th-ranked Gryza for a moment actually cannot help Shining Ring shield for a moment also have a little confidence. Condensing the power of light, a shining violence toward Gryza hit. Gryza's figure dodged directly away from this shining burst, and then the yellow crystals all over his body condensed a large amount of electrical energy to release several purple lightning bolts towards Dija Ultraman. A gold and a black figure continuously released their skills against each other. The Shining Ring shield was worthy of being a shield of bugs, and the power of the only mind was indeed strong. Even a realm apart could be invincible. However, Ruyan Lu clearly understood that the shining form couldn't be turned on for too long, and if the stalemate continued like this, once she ran out of energy, she would surely die as well. In the endless starry sky, Duanmu Xian floated in it, and Galaxy Ultraman held him in the palm of his hand and gently awakened him. Duanmu Xian slowly opened his eyes. He had once entered this place in his dreams. This was his deep subconscious. The memories from before he fainted gradually flooded his mind, and he realized that he had already lost. Galaxy didn't mean to blame but to comfort. I understand. I've seen it all. You fought to the last moment without backing down in order to guard the 10,000 lights behind you, even knowing that Geyser would become stronger after devouring the Galaxy Spark. Duanmu Xian was still undeterred in pursuing the question. Galaxy, is there any other way to win? If we give up, then Blue Star is completely hopeless. By then my lover, my friends, my classmates, my elders will be dead. This beautiful planet would be completely gone, and there would be no more fishing, no more games, no more fun at the nightclub. Galaxy was really a bit moved after hearing this. This time in Blue Star, he felt the joy of being a human being, the bonds of friendship, love, and affection, and so many of life's interesting events. I understand, but if it's just me, we'll be able to utilize at most half of our power, and your body is only at the peak of the 3rd rank after all. But it's possible to withstand more power if it's augmented by the power of Shining. But it all depends on his willingness to help you. Dark Luigi L? Galaxy nodded. But I'll warn you, there's no turning back the bow, and once you let it out, you can't lock it back in. Duanmu Xian turned his head to look at the bottomless darkness in the middle of the endless river of stars. For this power, Duanmu Xian had actually been afraid before he knew where he came from, and was more confused after knowing this power. He has always thought of himself as a righteous ultramarine warrior. But there is no denying that this darkness is also his own. But at this point it was no longer a matter of concern. If he didn't release that power hidden deep within himself, the world was going to be destroyed by Gryza. Dark Luigi L. Come out. That endless darkness let out a laugh from the abyss upon hearing Duanmu Xian's voice. What? Are you finally coming to grips with your dark power? Come on, unleash me, and then together we'll turn all life and all time and space into sparking mannequins. Facing the temptation of Dark Luigi Air, Tuan Kaiken closed his eyes as the faces of his friends and the smiles of his loved ones came to mind. To guard these people because they are the ones I love. So no matter how scared I am, I have to face it. Not to mention the fact that this dark power originated from himself in the first place. In his previous life, he had heard a saying that power itself was not right or wrong, it mainly depended on how it was used, as long as the heart was full of light and justice. The power of darkness can also be used for guarding. After making up his mind, Duanmu opened his eyes and cursed as he looked at the scarlet eyes in the darkness. You shut the fuck up. Of the three of us, I'm the original. Are you teaching me how to do my job? I'm telling you, if I let you out this time you'll behave yourself and stop thinking about turning everyone into glitter dolls every day, or I won't mind beating you in again. Dark Luigi L froze. But there was nothing wrong with what Tuan Kaiken said. Both darkness and light actually stemmed from Tuan Kaiken's own heart. One thought leads to heaven. Gods and demons have no fear. Good and evil. Light and darkness are only in the mind of the human heart. In that sense, Tuan Kaiken is indeed the essence of Galaxy and Luigi Air. But the direct cursing was something Luigi Air hadn't expected. You've been living inside me for so long. This battle needs you to contribute. It's not too much to ask to pay some rent. Dark Luigi Air was silent for 2.5 seconds before raising his head. Interesting, okay, I can listen to you first this time, but I'm never going to give up my philosophy. Duanmu hummed, and with a wave of his hand, an endless river of stars rolled, and Luigi L's main body came out of this endless darkness to Galaxy Ultraman's side. Galaxy and Luigi Air exchanged a glance, and with a common enemy in mind, they temporarily put aside their differences and arguments and turned their gaze to Duanmu. The main body. Duanmu nodded at them and said, very well, then, Galaxy, Luigi L, let's go together. Sarah. Oh, in the midst of the endless darkness, Galaxy Ultraman's colorful timer, which had originally gone out, suddenly emitted a light once again. In the midst of this endless darkness, the Galaxy Spark sensed the owner's breath flying back into Duanmu hands. The Galactic Ultraman, who had extinguished the lights, stood back up and faced the endless darkness, raising the Galactic Spark and casually waving it. The Galactic Spark tore a rift in this endless darkness. In the Panlong Mountain, the battle between Shining Dija and Griza was still going on, and under the constant collision of golden rays and black-purple lightning, 100 miles in a radius was raised to the ground. Having been fighting for hundreds of rounds, the golden light on Shining Deja's body gradually dimmed, and the energy was almost depleted, and it was as if Griza was just as if he hadn't been consumed, even getting stronger as he fought. Suddenly, Griza stopped her attacking movements and let out an odd wailing sound as if she was suffering from some kind of pain. In the next second Griza's chest was torn open from the inside with a crack, and within the crack a brilliant greenish-blue light shone, and Galaxy Ultraman flew out of it and appeared in front of Griza. At this point, Galactic Ultraman has grown Luigi Air's wings on his back, but they are silver-white in color, and the plasma crystals on his body have become larger. The overall shape is just as evolved. This is the form Galaxy and Luigi Air take when they merge, and is what Galaxy Ultraman was initially like before he split into Galaxy Luigi Air. Duanmu called him Inquisitive Galaxy. Ruyan Lu looked at the reappeared evolved Galaxy Ultraman with an incredulous expression. Duanmu, is that you? Inquisitive Galaxy rushes Shining Deja with an otter nod. It's me. When Liu Ruyan noticed the color timer on Inquisitive Galaxy's chest, she froze. Galaxy Ultraman's color timer had gone out. Why could he still stand up and continue fighting? Of course Ruyan Lu didn't know that this was called when the body couldn't hold out. The will would take you to kill. It's normal to have not enough energy to extinguish the lights, but it doesn't mean you can't continue to fight. That's being a real man. Gliza's realm had degraded from the middle of the 9th rank back to the early 9th rank because of the loss of the Galaxy Spark, and his body had once again changed from tangible to intangible. Without intelligence, it only knew how to devour and destroy, and after slowing down another black and purple lightning bolt shot towards Duanmu directly raised Galaxy Spark and chopped with a sword. The black and purple lightning was instantly annihilated by the greenish-blue sword she chopped out by Galaxy Spark. This was the true strength of the Inquisitive Galaxy. Even if there was no energy left, even if the main body was only at the peak of the third order, it wasn't something Griza could touch. Spark Wars era Luigi Air with only half the power of Inquisitive Galaxy could disrupt spacetime, stop time, and turn the Mystic 4Os into spark mannequins, not to mention the full-bodied Inquisitive Galaxy of today. After blocking the blow, Inquisitive Galaxy turned his gaze towards Liu Ruyan and said, "Honey, lend me the number." Liu Ruyan let out a hum and reached out with a wave of her hand, very skillfully transmitting the power of the Shining to Duanmu. BGM up. Even if I'm alone, I want to protect you. The colored timers of the Inquisitive Galaxy relighted as they were replenished with Shiny's energy. In the next second the figure flashed and appeared in front of Griza. Griza didn't even have time to react before the Galactic Spark was stuck directly into the yellow crystal in his chest. Originally, Griza was supposed to be invisible, but Galaxy Spark had once been absorbed into it. Glyza has more or less a small portion of Galactic Spark's power inside of him, thus causing Galactic Spark to now be able to hit Glyza. After being hit by the Galaxy Spark, the yellow crystal in his chest involuntarily turned on its devouring mode, trying to swallow the Galaxy Spark into his body. Still so greedy. You dare to swallow anything, right? Then let you swallow enough. Duanmu Shen directly threw the Galaxy Spark into it as he wished. Glyza evolved into his third form, once again possessing a solid body. Galactic Ultraman reached out and grabbed the horns on it, and in the next second disappeared into a greenish-blue glow along with Glyza. Not far from Earth, on the planet Xianbing, Galactic Ultraman once again chose the battlefield here. Glyza, who possessed an entity, was brought to the dead planet for a moment and became incredibly angry. There's no life for it to devour in this shithole. The furious Glyza gathered the energy of his entire body to condense a large amount of black and purple lightning towards Galaxy. Inquisitive Galaxy simply annihilated all of these lightning bolts with a single wave of his hand. The inquisitive Galaxy that had absorbed the power of the Shining was now frighteningly strong. One punch down, Glyza was directly sent flying out tens of thousands of meters away, crashing into countless small mountains of arcane ice along the way, and finally set into a huge mountain of arcane ice in a sorry state and couldn't even gouge it down. Immediately after that, the plasma crystals all over the inquisitive Galaxy bloomed with yellow light, and thunderclouds stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles converged above the sky, with golden lightning constantly ravaging the Earth of the Xian ice planet. I'm afraid that if this move was unleashed on Blue Star, the damage caused would be unimaginable. Duanmu Xian all have some feelings. This is the real strength of the Milky Way. Stretching out his palm and aiming it at the sky, the lightning and the thunderclouds converged towards Galaxy's hand in droves as if they were being pulled by some kind of tug. It eventually coalesced into a ball of golden lightning that was as dazzling as the sun. The energy contained inside this golden lightning ball was incomparably terrifying, and if it was used in Blue Star, the harm was feared to be no less than an asteroid impact, thanks to the fact that the Xian ice star was quite large, quite a bit larger than the Blue Star. Otherwise it wouldn't have been able to withstand so many battles, and Duanmu Xian wouldn't have chosen this place for every battle. Ultimate Galactic Lightning Strike. The inquisitive Galaxy figure disappeared in place as a golden light, appearing above Glyza's head in the next second. Raising the golden lightning mass in his hand high in the air, he slammed it downward. There was a loud rumbling sound, just like a heavenly punishment, divine thunder descending. The entire Xianbing star was illuminated as bright as day by this terrifying thunderbolt. The moment Glyza was struck by this terrifying golden lightning, he was blasted to the point where not even crumbs remained. The Earth of the Xianbing star was also blasted out with a deep, bottomless crater. After resolving Glyza, Duanmu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The wings on the inquisitive Galaxy faded away and the crystal returned to its normal size. Inside the spirit world, Galactic Ultraman looked at Luigi Air, who was off to the side, with a speechless look on his face. You can't wait to part with me after you've just finished with Glyza. Luigi L grunted. What else? What are we doing keeping that form when the external enemies are settled? As soon as Duanmu Xian entered the spirit world, he noticed that Luigi L had his back turned to Galaxy, seemingly not wanting to talk to Galaxy, and Galaxy stood awkwardly with his hand outstretched. Hey, you're supposed to be one. Don't be at odds. Can't you sit down and talk it out? Luigi L grunted. You two wearing the same pants. What do I have to say to you? I only helped you guys once this time out of necessity. Otherwise if you guys died, I would have died along with you. I haven't realized the ultimate ideal of peace throughout the universe yet. After Luigi L said that, he casually created a darkness in the middle of this starry river, and then burrowed himself into it. He sealed himself back in. Seeing this scene, Galaxy chased after him and said, Luigi L, your ideals are wrong and too radical. Luigi L presses on, ignoring Galaxy, and simply locks himself in the darkness. Duanmu Xian all looked dumbfounded. How this Luigi Air is a bit like the pre-Naruto 9 llamas. Well, Galaxy, don't you dare try to persuade Luigi L. He'll be lucky to help this time. Galaxy also gave up on the idea of continuing to persuade Luigi L. Capital. At this point, Belial had already knocked out everyone in the capital city police force. Even if Wumini had told them that Monbiotics Ultraman could absorb the power of other Ultramarines, it was too late, because by that time Mombius was down and out of energy. When Yu Daoxian and Yu Tianma, who had rushed back, returned, the capital had already been reduced to ruins. Belial was stepping on Shafurin's body, wielding the ultimate fighting gauge in his hand, still releasing lightning towards the surrounding buildings, destroying the capital. Belial, this used to be your hometown, asshole. Saffron struggles to get back to his feet. Belial stomped down hard again. Ha. Sha Fulin, back then when you kicked me out of the capital city police force, did you ever think that there would be today? You've fallen at my feet after all. Galactic Ultraman should be dead by now, and Blue Star will be mine from now on. Belial. Shafurin finally used up the last of his energy and collapsed to the ground, no longer able to move. Next to them Ace, Jack, Terra, Monbiotics, Eddie, and Urian were sprawled out on the ground, unable to move. Belial, let go of Lord Shafurin. That violent temper of Yu Daoxian. Seeing the beloved Lord Shafurin being stepped on by Belial, rushed towards Belial and swung his ice axe towards Belial. Good coming. Belial kicked Shafurin off and swung his ultimate fighting instrument towards Saban. Within 3 rounds of the two O's exchanging blows, Belial caught Saban's break and clubbed Saban in the stomach. The power of the ultimate fighting instrument was ridiculously strong, and Saban was sent flying hundreds of meters away from the stick, crashing into a city that had been reduced to rubble. Utenma took the opportunity to circle back. A spectrum ray hit Belial in the back. A brilliant spark exploded behind Belial, but when the dust cleared, Belial stood out as if nothing had happened, releasing several lightning bolts from the ultimate fighting instrument towards Utenma. These lightning bolts were extremely fast and covered a wide range. Utenma could not avoid them, and with a loud rumble, Utenma was also hit and fell to the ground. The Capitol Police. Another and another reunion. Belial's 7th Order powerhouse was as terrifying as it was. The main reason is also the fact that the Capitol Police force was broken one by one, and if they could have combined Super Terra or Infinite Monbiotics, maybe the ending would have been different. The obnoxious Ultramarines are finally gone. The plasma spark is mine. After taking care of the Capitol Police force, Belial raised the ultimate fighting instrument high, like a king raising his scepter. Inside Wu Mingyi's live broadcast, the audience took it all in, and for a time, the entire live broadcast room wailed. It's over. Lord Shafurin has fallen. Are we humans really heading for the fate of extinction? Maybe there's hope. Didn't Galactic Ultraman evolve? When Galactic Ultraman defeats Gryza, it will surely come to save us. Pull back. Gryza, that's a 9th Order monster. It has to be of the King of Ultras kind of level to be sealed. Can Galactic Ultraman be stronger than the King of Ultras? Ooh-hoo. I took out a 30-year loan to buy a house. Damn Belial. Just when Belial thought the victory was assured, the crowd despaired. In the next second, a brilliant golden light converged in the sky above the capital, eventually forming the figure of the King of Otter. Belial instantly panicked at the sight of the King of Otter. His original arrogance gone. Oh, the King of Otter. Senior. The King of Otter slowly fell across the room and appeared in front of Belial, looking around at the devastated mess of streets, to collapsed buildings, the dying Otter brothers. At this moment, the King of Otter was furious. Belial, you traitor to the Summer Kingdom, how dare you destroy your former home like this? King Ao reached out and with a wave of his hand, Belial was immobilized all over his body, followed by being sent up into the sky by the King of Ao's king's nemesis. King of Otter, let go of me. Ah! Belial continued to struggle in the air, but to no avail, and eventually pieces of the cosmic prison appeared out of thin air all around him, sealing Belial completely inside. Repent of your sins in this darkness for all eternity. Eventually everything fell into place. On the planet Xian Ice, Galactic Ultraman looked deep into the earth, pierced by an inquisitive lightning strike. After carefully sensing the situation and reaching out, a burst of greenish-blue light came from the abyss, and galactic sparks flew out from it. At this time, there were a large number of Sparks figures stored inside Galaxy Sparks, all of which were the Ultraman and monsters from the previous time at Panglong Mountain. This was one of the abilities of the Ultimate Galaxy, being able to completely master the power of the Galactic Spark, and Duanmu Xian had allowed Gryza to devour the Galactic Spark once again in order to protect the life in Gryza's body. As for the lives Gryza devoured 23 years ago and earlier, they had long since been digested and could not be saved. Borrowing the power of hope from Shining Deja's figure transformed into a greenish-blue light and returned to Mount Panglong, raising Galaxy Sparks. All the sparkly figures of Ultraman and Monster flew out from among the Galaxy Sparks. Duanmu Xian's eyes stared as that arcane rune appeared in the back of his hand, and the Galaxy Spark erupted in a flash with an incomparably dazzling greenish-blue light. Under this greenish-blue light, all the sparkling dolls all returned to their original appearance. The monsters have returned to their homes, and their classmates have appeared as Ultraman around Duanmu Xian. Because Duanmu Xian hadn't obliterated their own consciousness when he turned them into sparkling dolls this time, they all understood what had just happened. What are you doing, haha ouch. As soon as Sabashikon appeared, he immediately did a Just Cause dance to celebrate his new life. The rest of the students were in 2s and 3s, crying tears of joy and cheering in celebration of the final victory. Man, me too. Glyza is a monster. My grandma used to say that back in the day Glyza was the demon of extermination. Now I've seen it. Galaxy Bull, Duanmu Xian Bull. Superhero, the Flame Warriors, Mirror Knights and Steel Samurai quickly came to Duanmu Xian's side after being released. The silhouettes of the crowd converged in the setting sun, And Galactic Ultraman looked over at the crowd and smiled gratefully. However, in the next second, Duanmu only felt a wave of weakness in his body. His head sank, and he was probably deflated. But yes, just now, Duanmu had extinguished the lights and was still fighting. After determining that Galaxy Spark had already turned everyone back into Ultraman, Duanmu had no more worries and his eyes closed. Galaxy Ultraman figure also followed into light particles dissipated in the air. The scaly Duanmu just turned back to the earthly body and lost consciousness. Against Gryza won his third-ranked body to withstand the ninth-ranked level of combat. Thanks to his galaxy body, extraordinary physique and fit the power of the ultimate galaxy. Another person to early karma. By the time Duanmu woke up again it was already late at night. At this moment he was lying on the bed inside the camp tent, and Ruyan Lu was lying on the edge of the bed, already asleep. Duanmu shook his groggy head and pulled out Galaxy Spark from his arms. Galaxy, how long have I been passed out? About 3 kunshi. Duanmu sighed in relief. He was really afraid that this overdraft would be too much to pass out for days. I have to say, this is the gold of the body. If it is a possessed earthly body, playing that kind of high-end game does not die also have to pass out at least a koan day. He's been pretty good as the galaxy proper when he was unconscious for 3 kunas. General Triga could have been killed outright in 48 hours of hell if Kengo Makanaka hadn't been the original. But then again, he was on the verge of becoming General Duanmu. Accidents happened everywhere he went, and one at a time, but any time he took half a step back, Blue Star had to explode. I can't, I've been fighting for so long, I have to enjoy myself. Thinking of this, Duanmu reached out and rubbed Liu Ruyan's head. Liu Ruyan seemed to have had some kind of nightmare. Her brows furrowed and she opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw that Duanmu was already fine she instantly cried out in joy. Hubby, are you alright? You scared me to death just now. All of a sudden you collapsed. What would I do if anything happened to you? Duanmu wasn't happy to hear her say this, and reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Screw you. Don't say demoralizing things. Your husband hasn't even enjoyed life enough. How can he die so early? That said, how are the students doing? Ruyan Lu said. They're all resting in the camp right now. Principal Yu and my father went back to the capital, and Belial went to attack the capital after releasing Gryza. Then the capital was brought to a standstill, and Shafurin and the others were defeated by Belial. I heard my dad say that if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the King of Otter at the last minute, the capital might have been completely destroyed by Belial. The King of Otter put Belial in a cosmic prison. As soon as Gryza died on our side, I told my dad about the situation. And my dad was so happy to hear about the battle on our side that he's already headed back with you Tianma and the others already now. I can't believe something so big has happened. Duanmu was still stunned to hear that Belial actually ran off to make a fuss of the capital after releasing Gryza. Worthy of being a Bei Lao Hei. Taking 2 galactic flame balls and 1 galactic piercing ray from him hard actually managed to make a big mess of the capital. It's a good thing the King of Otter sealed him. But how is the plot a bit of a fanboy synchronization? Or is it the butterfly effect? It seems that after going back, we have to train the fish Luo that kid. The power of the capital city police force is still not enough. Just a Super Terra 7th order pinnacle. With him as the unlucky guy, Blue Star will definitely be in constant trouble in the future. And I'm afraid that if we don't enhance the overall strength of Blue Star, we won't be able to carry his bad luck. Let Fish Zoro fight Belial later after he's trained Fish Zoro special. Thinking of this, Duanmu was already searching for a super special training program for Fish Luo in his mind. First of all, the Otter Jeep is essential. Otter Darts, gravity special training must also be arranged on the actual sparring must-have. When the Fish Daoshan that old dang was how to special train him, he will be how to special train back on the Fish Luo. It's called a father's debt. Thinking about it, the corner of Duanmu mouth hooked into a bad smile. Ruyan Lu was a bit strange. Honey, what are you laughing at? Duanmu froze and immediately realized that he had problems managing his expression, immediately dry coughing twice to hide his embarrassment. It's okay. I thought of something happy. That said, we came to Panlong Mountain this time originally to participate in the competition. And then this happened. What about the competition? Ruyan Lu pointed at Duanmu wrist. Following Liu Ruyan's gaze, Duanmu looked down at his bracelet, which was a shock. The long string of numbers on the bracelet was almost bursting at the seams. Duanmu 2315276141 points. Over 2 billion points. Because the higher the rank of the monsters killed, the higher the points. Basically adding a 0 after every rank up. It's normal for a 9th ranked Gryzel to have 9 zeros behind it. A Glyza gave over 2 billion points. Now that's something I guess no one has ever done before or since. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it. And I'm going to be able to do it. And I'm going to be able to do it. As a result, he had underestimated himself. and instead of swiping the peak of the 7th rank of Belial, he had swiped the 9th rank of Glyza. To say that this Geliza is also unlucky, itself Geliza's strength is very strong. In the entire universe can be said to be at the top, can easily win over 999% of the universe's life. But he had just revived when he encountered that 0.001 Duanmu. It's a little bit like second pillar, who also happens to run into those few he can't beat every time. It also has something to do with IQ. Gryza doesn't have one and Belial does, so even if Gryza is better than Belial, he still drinks his way out of it. Well, it seems that the competition thing I do not have to worry about. I'm not properly the first place. Well, no suspense. Wan, let's go. We'll go fishing at Panlong Mountain. Ruyan Lu was speechless. You're going fishing with this injury? You got a headache? Duanmu nodded. Right, up top. Are you going or not? I'll go alone if you don't. Ruyan Lu looked at him with some aggression. Can't you take care of your health? Isn't it good to rest and keep me company? Go fishing every day. Duanmu was speechless as he got up and picked up his own fishing gear and headed inside Panlong Mountain. I'll go alone if you don't. Ruyan Lu got angry and let out harsh words. If you go fishing today, I shall not let you back tonight. Duanmu grunted, lifted his own fishing gear and headed out of the tent without looking back. Ruyan Lu exclaimed from behind. Isn't it? Duanmu, if I let you enter the house tonight, eh? I'll follow your surname. Duanmu looked back at her and grunted, turning his head to continue walking inside the mountain. Roll back. Duanmu 10 or so minutes later, in the depths of Panlong Mountain, Duanmu held his fishing gear and looked at the green mountains that had been destroyed into scorched earth and the dried up river. There are no more fish to be caught. It's tough as hell. The aftermath of the previous battle with Geyser Galaxy Special Light Bullet and Geyser's Lightning Bolt had rippled almost half of Panlong Mountain. The destruction caused by this Glyza guy is truly horrific, and it's no wonder Galaxy warned him before to keep him from fighting on the blue planet. It's not nice to ruin the flowers. Duanmu scratched his head with a distressed expression and turned around to leave, only to realize that Liu Ruyan was secretly watching him from behind a large tree not far behind him. The ninny seemed to realize that her stalking had failed and stepped out from behind the large tree. Didn't you say you wouldn't let me back in if I went out fishing tonight? And that you'd take my name if I went in the house? So why did you follow me out? Duanmu asked. Ruyan Lu gave a petulant hum. You didn't go back, so I came out on my own. Didn't I? Look at your sad face. You know why I don't let you go out. Look at how ruined the mountain is now. Where's the river for you to fish? Duanmu sighed. Yeah, looks like it's time to go back. Ruyan Lu pulled out the red ball from behind her and said, No, if you go back tonight, I'm going to take your last name. I don't want to change my last name. Duanmu Wanchu doesn't sound good. Saying that, Ruyan Lu turned her gaze to the red ball and wished, Red ball, let's restore the Panlong Mountain to the way it was before it was destroyed. The red ball emitted a dazzling red light, under which a miracle was born. The mountain soil that had been blown apart was brought back together by the red ball's superpower. The originally dry river came back to life. The life-giving water source gushed out from the ground, and the originally calm night sky suddenly drizzled with a slight rain. These rains fall on the parched earth, nourishing the land. The originally destroyed and lifeless land seemed to regain life at this moment. And suddenly, a seedling broke out of the ground. Immediately afterward, countless plants sprouted up as if they were springing up after the rain, and countless evergreens, pines, spruce, and bamboos regained their vitality under the light rain. Green vines climbed the bare cliffs in a matter of moments. Not only plants, but also countless animals were resurrected and returned under this red light. A squirrel just happened to be resurrected at Duanmu feet, and ducked into the top of a nearby pine tree in a flash. Several obnoxious monkeys resurrected and swung around the tree, making squeaky screams and cheering. Not far away from a large tree hung a beehive. Countless bees, as if they had no intelligence, just resurrected and were set to work hard to collect honey. A silly roe deer was resurrected and then hid in the bushes not far away to observe Duanmu and Liu Ruyan. A man and a woman. This silly roe deer is very curious. Observed for a while and felt that these two people do not seem to be dangerous, actually jumped and ran to the side of Liu Ruyan. Such miracle-filled rain covered the entire Panlong Mountain, and as far as the eye could see, what had been scorched earth turned into green hills in 2.5 minutes. Beautiful flowers bloomed under the irrigation of this fall rain, embellishing the beauty of this panoply of mountains. Duanmu gave a dumbfounded look. He actually forgot that the red ball had this function, because Duanmu had tried this kind of ball before. The limit was monsters and Ultraman within the 7th rank, which it could summon, and the limit is the early 7th order. Beyond the early 7th order, it's not within the red ball's ability. For Duanmu, this thing was similar to a mascot, as there was no high-end game that Duanmu played that was lower than the 7th rank. If we were at the 7th rank, Duanmu Xian would have cleaned it up by himself and wouldn't have used the red ball at all. But this red ball is really a good choice for disaster recovery. After all, repairing a house, patching a road, this kind of thing can't even use the seventh order. Ordinary people who haven't awakened the power of otter can even do it. There were also resurrecting some small animals, and some plants. As long as the rank didn't exceed the early 7th rank, this red ball could do it. If Ehara Ryu had gotten this red ball, he probably would have been so happy that he couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. A group of fireflies flew in front of Duanmu Xian. Duanmu Xian stretched out his hand, and one of them seemed to sense that Duanmu Xian had no malicious intent and landed lightly in his hand. Spreading his wings, a faint glow emanated from his tail. Wow! What is this? It's beautiful. Liu Ruyan looked at the firefly in Duanmu Xian's hand with a curious face. She had never seen this before in her 18 years of life. Duanmu Xian tenderly touched her little head and explained after casually releasing the fireflies. This little guy is called a firefly. And you don't meet these things in modern cities. It's also only found in places like Panlong Mountain, where the primitive forests are free of pollution. After being resurrected, these fireflies seemed to be thanking Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan, the two soft-hearted and kind-hearted gods. All of them began to emit a faint glow like a sky full of stars, hovering around these two. Early the next morning, Yu Tianma and Yu Daoxian returned to the campsite on Panlong Mountain. Yu Tianma brings the news that because of Griza, this tournament is ending early, and the rankings of the tournament will be determined by their respective point bracelets. The students were fine with that when they heard the news, but the problem came when it was time for roll call. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan, the pair of dogs and girls, had disappeared again, and Fish Daoxian realized it only after he had tuned into the point bracelet monitoring of these two. These two people again found a mountain stream in Panlong Mountain in fishing. Duanmu Xian, this kid since a few days ago to get hooked on fishing, has begun to fish day and night. Yu Tianma, that blood pressure came up at once. In Yu Tianma's image, Duanmu Xian in this competition as the representative of Shunqing University. The result of the score is a single digit, with the ability to test 100 points. The result of the swing test 0 points. He has the principal face where to put ah. But Yu Tianma had to push his temper back, because Duanmu Xian had taken care of Griza and had to be obeyed. This playful, stinking brat, I'll get him back. Old you wait, you first look at the ranking of the points bracelet. Yu Tianma waved his hand impatiently. What's there to see? Zhang Quanba first place chanting. I'll go catch Duanmu Xian back first. Fish Dogan explained. It's not Zhang Quanba who's first, just take a look. Only then did Yu Tianma turn his head to look at the screen of the other computer, which was displaying current event rankings. First place, Duanmu Xian, 231,527,6141 points. Second place, Ruyan Liu, 135,12421 points. Third place, Zhang Quanba, 35,214 points. Fourth place, Sabashikone, 25,000 points. Yu Tianma rubbed his eyes somewhat incredulously. No, Duanmu Xian, this is the monster's phone number? What's going on? How did Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan's points double up? Fish Dogan said. Olji, you've been smart for a while and confused for a while. Have you forgotten about the 9th-ranked monster Griza that was killed by Duanmu Xian and the 7th-ranked monster 5 Emperor King that was synthesized by 5 monsters? Not to mention the 9th-ranked Gliza. Even the 7th-ranked 5 emperors have never appeared in Panlong Mountain, so it's normal for their scores to explode. Yu Tianma's eyes lit up at his words. So that's how it is. So that's it. Okay. For the sake of breaking records, I'll let it go. As a result, this pair of dogs and men fished hard all day in Panlong Mountain, and came back slowly from inside the mountain only in the evening. At this point the students were waiting anxiously because they couldn't leave until everyone was there. It was this pair of dogs that saved the day. Otherwise they would have been sitting there waiting all day, probably having a little tea party to criticize these two. At this time, the sky was getting thicker and the dim yellow sunset was spreading over the Panlong Mountain range. The falling sun and the lonely ducks are flying together. The mountains and rivers are swinging with the autumn wind. This man and woman finally walked back from the winding mountain road. Duanmu Xian back basket, inside the basket also loaded a dozen pounds of big black fish, and Liu Ruyan hand in hand smiling. Duanmu Xian's fishing skills are not very good, and what he caught up in the night were some small fry, and then he planned not to go back until he caught a big fish. I was looking to go back in the morning, but the Milky Way got addicted after more fishing, and then the Milky Way came in. We've been fishing for so long anyway, it's too bad to go back empty-handed. We might as well catch a big fish and go back. The result was that it took until after 6 p.m. to finally catch such a big blackfish. It was this statement from Galaxy that made the students wait an entire extra day. After Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan returned to the team, Yu Tianma gathered all the students together and announced the results of the competition. The students were envious of Duanmu Xian's points that were as long as a phone number. For this trial on Panlong Mountain, The first place was rewarded with $1 million and 3 boxes of advanced special training potions. The second place was rewarded with $500,000 and 2 boxes of advanced special training potions. And the third place was rewarded with $100,000 and 1 box of advanced special training potions. The other students cast envious glances. 3 boxes of advanced special training potions, this is enough for them to cultivate for how long, Duanmu Xian noticed their gazes, his heart sank. People of his level did not lack cultivation resources at all, and he couldn't use them at all. On the contrary, it was other people who might really need these cultivation resources. That's why Duanmu Xian hadn't even warmed up in his hands after receiving the reward from Yu Daoxian himself. Just yelled at all the students present and said, anyone who has studied fishing, who can teach me fishing techniques, or send me a fishing guide of their own. What kind of rods are good to use can also be recommended to me. If the information is useful, I'll trade it directly for a bottle of advanced special training potion. The surrounding students after hearing this are flaxen stayed. Not brother. So capricious it? Yu Daoxian and Yu Tianma also looked at Duanmu Xian with incredulous faces after hearing this. This bastard boy. Advanced special training potions, such priceless precious cultivation resources for fishing tips, this kind of thing are dry out. What a plaything. But they didn't stop it. After all, Duanmu Xian loved to play. But the strength was there. They had nothing to say. Soon the first student raised his hand. Big brother Duanmu, my family sells fishing gear. I know which fishing rods are good. Can I trade my fishing rod for a bottle of special training potion? Duanmu Xian directly opened a box of special training potions with a wave of his hand and pulled out a bottle and directly threw it over. Okay, no problem changing it. That student received the advanced special training potion in surprise and crumbled happily. With this first student leading the way, another student soon raised his hand. Big brother Duanmu, I can fish. I have experience. I have a book on how a fishing seine is made. The pack is useful. Can I exchange it? Brother Duanmu, my family is in the furniture business. I can get you the most professional set of fishing peripherals. Can I exchange a copy? Brother Duanmu, although I don't have any experience in fishing, my family owns a computer city, and I heard that you like playing games a lot. I can get you a top-of-the-line gaming computer. Can I get a special training potion in exchange? Brother Duanmu, when it comes to playing games, surely there is no shortage of drinks and snacks. My family is in this business. I can provide you with these. Can I change one? A group of students said more and more outrageous. At least at the beginning with the fishing is still a little bit of edge. To the back of the fast Duanmu Xian's clothing, food, housing and transportation round. But Duanmu Xian came and accepted everything as it was, and soon finished handing out the 3 boxes of special training potions. There wasn't even enough to hand out in the back and a group of students wanted to switch. Then Duanmu Xian gave Liu Ruyan another wink. Ruyan Lu directly presented her 2 boxes of special training potions with both hands. This scene let Fish Daoxian see the faces black. This bastard boy himself playthings even if, but also bring his daughter also bad. Cultivation resources for living resources. There's really no one else. After finishing the competition at Panlong Mountain, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan took a 7-day-long vacation. It was really because Duanmu Xian was too unlucky, only arriving in the capital less than a month's time. He had fought with Tyrant, Kiri Eluded God, Kiga Chimera, Dark Evil Heart King, Belial, 5 Emperor Kings, and Greiser, all these bosses. That's why Duanmu Xian felt like he needed an executive vacation to relax. I heard that the Cold Moon River in Yanshan City was a nice and suitable place for fishing. So after getting fishing tips and expensive fishing gear from a group of classmates, Duanmu Xian drove 1,000 miles in one of his newly raised supercars to the Cold Moon River in Yan Mountain City. Cold Moon River has a very nice view. The skyscrapers on both sides of the river towers into the clouds. The city at night when the lights come on and the cold moon on the river, quiet river combined together look beautiful. Duanmu Xian picked a secluded spot near the Cold Moon River bridge and started fishing. Tonight the moon is clear. The breeze is just right. It should be the autumn wind knows my intention. Make that burst of fragrance to the face. Duanmu Xian hummed a verse from his previous life under his breath as he fished. The moon of a May mountain is half a wheel of autumn. Introducing the flow of the Pingxiang River. Sending the clear stream towards the 3 gorges at night. And thinking of the gentleman who does not see the lower Yuzhou, Ruyan Lu asked curiously from the side. Hubby, it's true that you're quite good at composing poems. But what is a May mountain and what is Yuzhou? Because the place names of many places in the blue planet were different even though they resembled Earth. So Duanmu Xian recited the poem from her previous life and the place names that appeared in it were naturally unknown to her. Duanmu Xian explained. I made up the name of the place. You don't have to pay too much attention to it. Amei is our blue planet's Kiwi mountain. I changed the name to rhyme. Yuzhou is also meant to rhyme. But it's actually our current city of Yanshan. Liu Ruyan nodded and sat beside Duanmu Xian boredly continuing to stare at the float. Tired of looking at it and then looking at the surrounding city. Until 2:30 in the morning at night, Liu Ruyan had begun to doze off, and Duanmu was still in high spirits as he stared at the float in the river. I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep. Why don't we go back to the hotel? Ruyan Lu couldn't stay up long enough to open her mouth. If you're sleepy you go back to the hotel and sleep. I'll catch a big one and head back. Ruyan Lu shook her head and refused. No, you can't leave me alone. Duanmu seemed to be able to see her intentions and opened his arms, and Liu Ruyan smoothly dug in. This bitch actually just wants to be hugged. Nothing else. Duanmu understands her too well. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, Ruyan Lu saw the figure of a teenager sitting on the bridge of the Cold Moon River, having crossed the railing in a very dangerous state. Honey, look at that guy on the bridge. It looks like he's going to jump in the river. Duanmu looked his gaze over with some curiosity. In the next second, that teenager leapt off the 100-meter high bridge and fell into the Cold Moon River. Crap! Duanmu directly gave up fishing and rushed towards the Cold Moon River, leaping and jumping, quickly pulling out galaxy sparks in the air. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. Under a bright greenish-blue light, Galaxy Ultraman appeared above the surface of the Cold Moon River, and after observing it from left to right, he quickly locked the location of the teenager who jumped into the river. Turning into a greenish-blue light, he disappeared in place, and in the next second entered the cold river water to save that teenager. 2.5 hours later, Duanmu and Liu Ruyan brought the teenager to the hotel. Galaxy examined the teenager's body and realized that there was a trace, if any, of demonic evil possessing the teenager. This trace of demonic aura can compel people's mind. It should be the reason of that trace of demonic aura that caused the teenager to lighten up. The hint of demonic evil disappeared after the galaxy's comforting treatment. The teenager also reopened his eyes. Duanmu hurriedly asked when he saw the teenager wake up. Brother, you're so young. Why do things so impulsive? If not for Buddy's fast reaction to fish you up, you're gone. Did you suffer from any wrongdoing? Why did you jump into the river to kill yourself? Tell me about it. Maybe I can help you. The teenager bowed his head in silence for a long moment before speaking. Thanks for fishing me out. You guys are really nice. I didn't suffer much. Don't worry about me. Not Buddy. Have jumped into the river and still say that you are not aggrieved. In fact, I'm not hiding from you. I'm the captain of the super galactic police force in the capital city. There is a demonic and evil chi pervading your body before. Otherwise I wouldn't have asked you. I was afraid you'd run into some kind of aliens or demons. Isn't that what our police force deals with? The original somewhat introverted teenager then raised his head to look at Duanmu face, which was a shock. Good guy. It's really the Galactic Ultraman Duanmu who has been gaining fame in recent times. Now Duanmu reputation was huge. Almost everyone who was online knew about him. Lord Duanmu. Looking at the teenager's stammering appearance, Duanmu thought that he was afraid of the demonic retaliation behind his back after speaking out, and in his heart, he also began to search for what kind of ghosts and gods were so powerful. That said, the Ultraman I watched in my previous life did have quite a few demon and ghost-type monsters in it. For example, the Snow Woman in Jack Ultraman, the Cunard Ghost Vampire in Dija Ultraman, and the Grudge Ghost in Gauss Ultraman. Even before in Rainbow Mountain, Duanmu had encountered a monster like the cat-faced old lady that hadn't appeared in Ultraman. I'm afraid that this teenager is really frightened by these demonic-type monsters to be like this. It's fine. You can rest assured that you can boldly tell me when you encounter something. Duanmu will definitely give you justice. The demonic evil chi on you wherever it came from. It has already jeopardized the safety and security of the ordinary people in our summer country. I will definitely help you deal with it. So don't be afraid to speak boldly and it will be over. The teenager seemed to be afraid of making a big deal out of it, and hurriedly explained. No. I jumped in the river because of some personal emotional reasons I had. That's all. It turns out that this teenager is called Wei Yang, is a power game anchor, but also happens to be playing the League, the strongest national service Amumu. 2 years ago online love a girlfriend called Xiao Billion, then thought it was love to come. In order to this online girlfriend to their own life play single all the money to her to spend. 2 years spent more than 1,800,000. For the sake of this online girlfriend, a man left his hometown and came to Yanshan City. As a result, Xiao Billion always because of various reasons to find him to ask for money. In order to get married for the purpose of cheating him all kinds of transfers red packets, but as soon as it comes to meeting all kinds of avoidance, 2 years a total of only met twice. Looking close to the wedding, the other side seems to be feeling Wei Yang's money is squeezed almost. They want to get out of it and go. Cliff cold violence breakup, and then Wei Yang a moment of thought so chose to lighten the life of the. Duanmu was shocked after hearing this. Crikey, $1,800,000 for 2 years? Only met twice? Not only Duanmu, Liu Ruyan was listening to her scalp. This woman is a bit too much. No man. This is a proper scam. Do you even believe this? That's not right. If it's just a simple scam, why would you have a demonic aura on you? Wei Yang scratched his head. This he didn't know. This was all he knew. Duanmu Xian frowned, feeling that it wasn't that simple. As a technical game anchor, and still play the field, more than 9,000 games 91 wins, can take the opposite side of the psychological pinch to death. Why will be a woman fooled? This is not common sense. The love brain explanation is too far-fetched. Not to mention but that if there is a demonic evil aura absolutely cannot be faked. At that exact moment, the hotel door was knocked on by a delivery boy, and it turned out to be the McDonald's hamburger fried chicken that Duanmu Xian had ordered in advance had arrived. Wei Yang's originally bleak eyes lit up when he saw McDonald's, staring straight at the fried chicken burger. Man, you like to eat this? Duanmu Xian asked. Wei Yang gulped and nodded affirmatively. Well, it's my favorite, but I haven't had it in 2 years. The Duanmu Xian people were dumbfounded. No dude, you're considered overpaid at 300,000 to 400,000 a year income at such a young age and then you don't get your favorite food for 2 years? Wei Yang laughed bitterly. The money all went to her. Duanmu Xian's heart soured, because in his previous life he had also been a licking dog for a while, being played by a woman. That is, the reaction is fast, timely stop loss. Otherwise the fate of the estimated and Wei Yang similar. He could empathize too well with this kind of thing. This woman, demonic evil or not, Duanmu Xian was in charge of this. Thinking of this, Duanmu Xian first pushed all the fried chicken burgers in front of Wei Yang. Dude, you eat first. Not enough, I'm ordering. Your brother Duanmu has money to buy you food. I'll get you justice back. Wei Yang nodded happily and took the fried chicken burger and thanked him as he ate it. Thank you, Lord Duanmu. What do you call it, Lord? I'm not on duty right now. These are all things I should be doing as captain of the Super Galactic Guard. Not to mention that hint of demonic evil in you. I'll be sure to check to the end. After comforting Wei Yang, Duanmu Xian called the center of the Super Galaxy Police again. The one on duty now was the Mirror Knight. And after answering the phone, Duanmu Xian directly said, I'm Duanmu Xian, captain of the Super Galaxy Police. I'm currently in Yanshan City, and I suspect that I've encountered a demonic victimization incident of a very bad nature. Immediately send a special operations team to me to make a trip to Yen Mountain City. We must bring that demon to justice. The Mirror Knight laughed. Boss, you are worthy of being a monster radar. Wherever you go something happens. You just arrived in Yen Mountain City on the first day of your vacation and there are monsters in Yen Mountain City. The corner of Duanmu Xian's mouth twitched. He didn't want to be so unlucky, but there was no way. Justice needed to be done. In his previous life he loved watching Spider-Man, and even though some people would say the saying that with great power comes great responsibility is moralizing, he still believes that he has the power and strength to do justice if he doesn't go for it. Who will do justice? Who will protect the world? Who will destroy the evil cosmonauts and monsters? So many demons and monsters in the world? Fuck you. Just send someone over quickly. Okay. By the way, boss, the special action group, because of the implementation of the hidden mission, cannot be too flashy, so there is no way to open the warplane over. But within 12 hours at most, they will definitely arrive at Yen Mountain City. So remember to pay attention to the news at that time. Boss, the Special Operations Group, a group set up by Duanmu Xian for the Super Galactic Police Force specifically to deal with some aliens mixing in with the crowd. It was also because of the previous incident where the Kirai Lutes had incited the masses to slander Dija Ultraman as a demon. So Duanmu Xian had set up one such group specifically for that purpose. It's also to avoid another situation like the Kirai Looters who stigmatized good people. For this reason Duanmu Xian had even specifically applied to the Capital Police Force for the right to preemptively kill. If one encounters someone behaving strangely, jeopardizing the interests of humanity, or inciting the emotions of the masses, all of them will be regarded as Cosmic Man or Cosmic Man's lackeys, and they can be killed beforehand, and the masses will be given an explanation afterward. In accordance with the charge of betraying the human race, Duanmu Xian had already prepared himself for a preemptive strike when he decided to take this group out this time. In fact, also because of a little bit of Duanmu Xian's selfishness. In his previous life, he had once been stupid enough to be able to empathize with Wei Yang, so he was absolutely unwilling to stand by and watch. If the woman who pitted Wei Yang was really an alien fake, Duanmu Xian would have just sent a shot of galaxy-piercing light. After making this call, Duanmu Xian turned around and looked. Good lord, Wei Yang had already pretty much dazzled the fried chicken burger. No buddy, how long have you been starving? Wei Yang somewhat embarrassedly wiped the grease stains on the corner of his mouth and said, I haven't eaten all day because I've transferred all my money to her and I only have $9 left on me, and I haven't been able to put together a meal. Don't worry brother, I'll pay for this fried chicken. Wei Yang's naive and honest appearance made Duanmu Xian's heart sink. This silly boy, who knew so much it hurt, for a woman he'd met only twice, who might not even be human, but a demon in disguise, living in a shabby rented house every day, working day and night. Even when he got sick he couldn't afford to go to the hospital, giving each other all the best things. And it turns out that such good kids actually let the demons do that to them. If it wasn't for Ruyan Lu's sharp eyes noticing it, he would probably have sunk under the bottom of the cold moon river by now. No need. It's not like you haven't seen the news about your Duanmu brother's strength. I will definitely help you get justice for this matter of yours. Wei Yang is an honest and simple child. Suddenly all of a sudden someone is so good to him, really not used to. Before he decided to take the easy way out, he was already sick and injured from a long history of high workload. Duanmu Xian gave him saved up after broken his body demonic gas at the same time. The Milky Way solace, but also his injuries and illnesses are given by the way all cured. Galactic solace is still very powerful, and can repair cracks in space, not to mention the accumulation of disease in the district. It can be said that as long as Duanmu Xian is willing, he can even go to be a miracle doctor who cures all diseases. As long as there is still a breath, galaxy comfort can be saved. So Wei Yang really didn't know how to repay. Brother Duanmu, you've been so good to me. I don't know how to repay you. It's okay, all buddy. Duanmu Xian laughed. Liu Ruyan on the side seemed to understand Wei Yang's current mood, and after thinking for a while suddenly said, "Hubby, just now this little brother seems to say that he is the national service Tongtian generation to come. Your alliance is not stuck and the Diamond 5 has not been able to go up?" Duanmu Xian really froze for a moment. Yeah. Then he turned his gaze to Wei Yang. "Brother, can you take me to score? Don't you know how to repay me? I'm missing a thigh to take me." Wei Yang's eyes also lit up when he heard this. Originally, I thought that the Duanmu adult this level of characters and not lack of money, really encountered what Duanmu Xian cannot solve things. Wei Yang himself cannot help much help. There's no way to repay him for the pressure. But if you want to say bring on the points, then he'll have something to say about that. At 9:30 a.m. The sound of crackling keyboards came from the hotel's gaming tables. Duanmu Xian looked at the computer screen with a face of excitement. At this time his raven has killed Crazy, relying on Wei Yang's Amomo to take the opposite side of the psychological pinch to death, and then raised his already inferior raven hard against the line. He is playing casually. Even if there is a mistake accidentally karma, Wei Yang will also give him a bottom. With this kind of hitter, really the top of the order can take off with a dog on a leash. Crap, bro, you're too fierce for that. This is a diamond game. You kill the opposite side as a human machine. It's worthy of being a Tonto generation. And you actually had the presence of mind to let me have heads while you were taking the flyer. Even when my wife died 7 times in 10 minutes to raise the AD Big Daddy, you swiped him as a wildcard. Even Galaxy was lamenting. This brother played really too strong. Your wife that piked Peach Sen Law raised AD Big Daddy had thought that there is no solution. But the result is that he brushes the field by the way the opposite side of the ad as a wild monster brush. Liu Ruyan was speechless. She didn't just die 7 times in 10 minutes. She also admitted that she was a vegetable and loved to play. But there are thighs to take the fly. Why still have to say her record? She does not want to face well. Wei Yang played the diamond game. Pressure cannot feel any pressure. This is the most basic for him. Rushed. Duanmu Xian smiled. Boss, it's not really that much of an exaggeration anymore. These are the most basic operations, as long as it makes the boss have fun. Duanmu Xian turned his head to Wei Yang in confusion. What are you calling me boss for? Wei Yang also scratched his head in embarrassment knowing that he had gotten his name wrong. Occupational disease. Sorry Duanmu brother. Accompanying the agent coaching live broadcast I do all. Shouting boss shouting used to. Duanmu Xian casually patted his shoulder and laughed. You, don't be so formal. You're all buddies. A morning time, Duanmu Xian played at 12 consecutive victories. Beautiful. And Wei Yang, this kid, always the head of the economy to him. Obviously he's taking the flyer. But most of it is almost always Endbringer's MVP. And Endbringer only needs to occasionally listen to him talk about where he's going to be and what he's doing when he's messing with the sea. Duanmu Xian's previous life was also this kind of personality. But it was changed. You say that this kind of against the wind playing field ideas can be so clear. National service Tongtian generation was fooled by a woman. Duanmu Xian really do not believe. Maybe he had seen through the woman's poor disguise and acting, but he was just willing. The guy who used the goodness of people to do these things, whether it was a demon or a cosmic being, Tuan Kaiken wouldn't let her go. Near noon, the people from the special operation team also finally arrived at Yen Mountain City. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan brought Wei Yang to a hidden alley to find the special operations team personnel. There were people who were good at hacking inside the special operations team, just to prevent people from spreading rumors on the internet like the Kyria looters before them. After getting the female LP information and address on Wei Yang's side, he really found something fishy. Xiao Bilian's LP information was most of the time pressed out of the Yenshan City area, completely different from what the other party had told Wei Yang. Xiao Bilian said she opened a small store to run her business within the city of Yanshan, and her family lives in the city. However, the actual LP address often appears in the location of the various bars and discos in the city of Yanshan in the almost uninhabited Sandalwood Mountain, which is more than 100 kilometers away from the city. As for the fictionalized little store that Joe Billings had made up, it didn't even exist. By the way, Captain, there's one more thing that maybe you need to know. This Joe Billion is also suspected of several disappearances, but because there's no evidence, the local police have been unable to do anything with her. She and her so-called girlfriends have been hanging out at various flings for a long time, hooking up with males in their mid-20s. There are in fact many victims like Mr. Wei Yang who have suffered the same fate. These victims are basically seduced by them for purposes such as love and marriage and then cheated out of their money. There's a common trait in those disappearances. The victims are almost always taken by them to unsupervised places after they've been drained of their money, and then they're never heard from again. One of the junior team members came to this conclusion after some rigorous logical reasoning and detailed scientific analysis. That means that Joe Billion may not have been alone from start to finish, and was most likely a gang member. And it's likely that the purpose of the crime wasn't just to make money, since the missing men are still not known to be alive or dead. I'm only afraid it's going to be a bad one. Duanmu Xian frowned. It seemed that the complexity of this matter was more serious than he thought. Together with Wei Yang's demonic and evil aura if any, there can't really be any demons plotting to kill people. Liu Ruyan seemed to be looking at Wei Yang after thinking of something and asked, Wei Yang, has that woman asked you out recently with the idea of meeting you? Wei Yang nodded. Right. She made it clear that she wanted to sleep with me and just come to my rental, but I thought the place I rented was so cheap and shabby that she'd suffer if she came, and then I didn't agree. I would have preferred to spend less myself at that time and wanted to give her something better, not to let her suffer inside a rented house with me. Upon hearing this, a few people from the special operations team were given a shock. This Wei Yang can really be a pure love god of war. Ruyan Lu thought for a moment before coming up with a brilliant idea and said, anyway, we still need to find that Joe Billion first, and then find evidence of her crimes before we can do that. So here's an idea. Saying that, Liu Ruyan turned her gaze towards Wei Yang. It's going to take a little cooperation from you on this one. At nightfall, Wei Yang was apprehensively sitting in the box of a bar with his cell phone, waiting for Xiao Billion's arrival. At the back of the box there was a secret door where Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan hid with galaxy sparks to isolate their breath. And in the booths outside the bar, the task force had each ordered a couple of small drinks pretending to be passers-by. Liu Ruyan's idea is to have Wei Yang continue to transfer money to Xiao Billion pretending that he can't leave her and get back together with her, and then find a way to ask her out. Regardless, it's still important to see with your own eyes what this Xiao Billion is really about before you make your next decision. Under the crowds waiting, a gorgeous long black silk leg soon stepped into the box with a flirtatious pace. Looking upwards, it was a demonic-looking woman of about 27 or 18 with fox eyes. Wei Yang quickly stood up the moment he saw the woman. Since the demonic evil that had been planted in his body had been eliminated by Galaxy Comfort, Wei Yang had come to his senses. There was a moment when Wei Yang even had the urge to go up and slap the woman who almost cost him his life. But when he thought that Duanmu Xian had transferred so many super galaxy vigilantes specifically for him, he couldn't ruin Duanmu Brothers' plan. Thinking of this, Wei Yang again forced down the anger in his heart, pretending to be his usual self to endure the nausea, and laughed. Baby, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for so long. Xiao Billion, just as if Wei Yang's everything in the hands of the general. The expression on his face for a moment with a strong disdain was Duanmu Xian, see really? Then she pouted as if nothing had happened. Baby, I thought you were really going to break up with me, causing me to cry at home for a long time. You say you're a negative person. You promised you'd take care of me and you end up making me shed tears again. Liu Ruyan, who was hiding inside the dark door, nearly vomited after hearing Xiao Bai Lian's teary tone of voice after a burst of physical discomfort. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan just kept hiding inside the dark door to observe the situation. These two ordered some drinks and then sat in the booth while drinking and talking. Subsequent conversations between the two Xiao Billion words have been saying that they have no money. Life is not easy. Guiding Wei Yang's thoughts poi him to transfer money to himself. Duanmu Xuani whole speechless live. 2 years spent people 1,800,000. And then said that life is not easy. Duanmu Xian hadn't spent $1,080,000 in 3 years when he was in high school in Tianhai City, and he was living quite nourishingly. Tianhai City is the most money-burning city in the entire Xia Kingdom, and yet it's still like this. Not to mention Yanshan City. Moreover, Duanmu Xian keenly sensed that while these two were conversing, there was a trace, if any, of demonic qi emanating from Xiao Bai Lian's body surging into Wei Yang's body. At this moment, Duanmu Xian was incomparably certain that this Xiao Bai Lian was definitely not a human. It must be some kind of demonic ghost, or cosmic person. However, Wei Yang's body had been irradiated by the Galaxy Comfort. So naturally, He was not afraid of this area of demonic chi. In Xiao Billion in a number of sideways. Asked out Wei Yang into her just after the transfer of 100,000 yuan all over the body has been penniless information. Having ascertained that there was no more money left in him to squeeze, she lost all patience at once. Baby, I'm feeling a little tired all of a sudden, so I'm going to skip it for today. Wei Yang asked with feigned concern. What's wrong, baby? Why don't you go home and rest for a while? Joby Lane shook her head. Just a little headache. It's fine. Why don't I go sit in your rental and rest for a while? Several times before, Xiao Billion said she wanted to go to his home to sit, but Wei Yang felt that his rented house was too shabby and it would be too much of an honor to let her go. So she refused. This time Duanmu Xian had told him in advance he didn't refuse. Okay, let's go then. Xiao Billion smiled in surprise when she heard Wei Yang's reply, and that smile was very much like a hunter whose prey had taken the bait. Left the bar hand in hand with Wei Yang. After the two left quickly and Liu Ruyan followed. The city of Yen Mountain has a lot of pedestrians at night, plus Galaxy Sparks hides its breath. Joby Lane didn't even notice that she was being followed. Followed Wei Yang all the way to his rental house. Having just entered the rental house, after making sure there was no surveillance around, Xiao Billion finally stopped pretending and revealed a devious smile. Baby, do you know why I'm coming to your house with you tonight? Wei Yang was startled by Xiao Lian's grim and frightening expression, and took 2 steps back in some fear. Why? Xiao Billion walked slowly towards Wei Yang, the skin on her face festering and falling off with every step her figure took. In the end, her face actually turned completely into a strange face that looked like a fox. Not a fox, and a ghost. Not a ghost. Because this skin on my body has been used for a long time has long rotted. I'm going to be here to have to peel your skin as my new skin to use. You have no use in my eyes now. The only value left is your skin. Wei Yang, which had seen this horrifying scene, was immediately frightened by the situation and tremblingly opened his mouth to ask, what kind of monster are you? You're going to die on your deathbed anyway, so I might as well tell you that I'm not a lowly human. We're fox-faced painted ghosts with noble bloodlines. We need the skin of you young people if we are to maintain our human form, and for a more beautiful look, so we need a lot of money for perfume and cosmetics. That said, your innocence really saved you twice. The first 2 times I wanted to skin you when I said I was coming to your house. Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to live without my new skin? Those 2 times I wanted to just skin you. Unfortunately, with the development of the times, since there is a surveillance, we have to be particularly careful every time we move to care. In the past, when there is no surveillance, basically a month to change several skins. Now is not the same as in the beginning. Whisper it to you, little brother. The skin that just faded from my body has been on my body for 3 months, and it's long since stunk. Wei Yang was scared silly. At this moment he finally realized that Xiao Lian was not human at all. She was a legendary demon. Fox face painted skin ghosts in Yancheng Mountain does have a legend. Originally thought to be fictional. Did not expect actually real existence. You, don't you come over here. Wei Yang's fear seemed to be the stimulant of the fox-faced painted ghost, and she opened her bloody mouth with a hideous face and lunged towards Wei Yang. Be a good boy and become my next skin. Little brother. At the back of the rental house through the gap in the window, Ruyan Lu had taken her cell phone and filmed the whole thing. The long-awaited Duanmu Xian's monstrous anger shot up to the sky after hearing the words of the ghost-faced painted skin. Damn demons, murdering people for money and in gangs. What the hell do they think humans are? Skin change tool? ATM machine? Sensing Duanmu Xian's anger, Galaxy Spark also emitted a bright greenish-blue light, and the Galaxy Ultraman Spark figure popped out of it. Duanmu Xian directly raised the Galaxy Spark. With his increased strength, now he didn't even need the Galaxy Ultraman Spark doll. There was a miniature greenish-blue galaxy emerging from the Galaxy Spark. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. Sarah! Seeing that the claws of the fox-faced painted ghost were about to pierce Wei Yang's skin, in the nick of time, a greenish-blue light appeared in front of Wei Yang, reaching out and easily grabbing the claws of the fox-faced painted ghost. A righteous voice exploded through the rental house. Stop, bold demon. I could tell at a glance that you weren't human. After following you for so long, I was right to expect you to show your true form. The disappearance cases that happened in Yancheng Mountain before now seems to be able to come to light. Are they all skinned by you? How many other demons like you are there? Tell me the truth. Silver, Galaxy Ultraman, why are you here? Fox-face painted ghost Cerebellum wilted the moment he saw Galactic Ultraman, and he went straight for a Szechuan opera face turn. Not brother. As far as that goes, how did she, a peak second-order fox-faced painted ghost, go up against Galaxy? There was a reason for the fox-faced painted ghost sphere, as the Galactic Ultraman's great name was now spreading inside the monster circles of the entire blue planet. The monster circle unanimously called him the monster killing machine, which was a special title that even Super Terra hadn't gotten. Why has this master come to a small place like Yenshan City? Isn't he in the capital? And stalked the whole way just for her. A little Karami. So what could she possibly do? Yenshan City was actually not that small. Before the monster invasion, Yenshan City had always been a first-tier city in the Summer Kingdom. But after the monster invasion, the King of Otter placed the 4 plasma spark towers in the capital, Hiroto, Fukushima, and after Tenkai. Since then, those 4 cities have completely differentiated themselves from the rest, and all the others have become backward, small cities. The fox-faced painted ghost's brain sought to run and then hurriedly begged for mercy. Silver giant god, would you believe me when I say that I was actually just joking around with this little brother just now? Really? I've actually always been a good demon, so why don't you let me off the hook if you see how beautiful I am? Duanmu Xian sneered. Humph, I've seen a lot of monster cosmonauts, and there aren't really many that look uglier than you, and it's disgusting that you still feel good about yourself. My patience is limited, so you're going to confess or not? After saying that, his right hand raised galaxy sparks on Foxface Painted Skin's neck. His right hand grabbed Foxface Painted Skin's arm and pinched it with force, and one of Foxface Painted Skin's arms was pinched off by Galaxy Ultraman. The Fox-faced Painted Skin let out a miserable scream in pain and begged for mercy. Silver giant god, spare your life. I'll tell you everything. It turned out that this fox-faced Painted Skin was not a monster or cosmic man that had drilled out from inside a space rift. They have mingled among humans since the beginning of time, and are the demons of the ancient legends of the Blue Planet. This kind of demon has been relying on painted skin sorcery to disguise itself as a beautiful woman to seduce youngsters who are not yet experienced in the world, in order to gain money and energy. Once those teenagers are hooked, it's like falling into an abyss. Money and energy will be looted by these fox-faced Painted Skin. Once the use of value is lost, even the skin will be stripped by them to maintain youth and beauty. According to Xiao Billion, her team resides in the sparsely populated Tongguan Mountain all year round. Once you've committed a crime in the city and made a big deal out of it, you can go back to the mountains and temporarily hide from the police. After you've taken refuge from the wind, after a while they will change their skins and go back to the city. Joby Lane went into great detail, and there was no way around it. With galaxy sparks at her neck, Duanmu Xian glared at her with that fierce look on his face, and she felt that as long as half of what she said made Duanmu Xian dissatisfied or deceived, Duanmu Xian would just get her killed. After all, this master in front of him, even Gryza, was yanked by him, not to mention her, a little Karami. Lord Duanmu, that's all I know. Can you spare me? I promise to clean up my act and become a demon again in the future. Never dare to come out and commit crimes again, Xiao Billion said, fluttering to her knees. This was a far cry from the chat logs Wei Yang had shown him of Xiao Billion being aggressive on the internet. This made Duanmu Xian deeply realize a truth. The only way to deal with such inherently evil demons or cosmonauts is to fight violence with violence. Even if she begged pitifully for mercy now, Duanmu Xian would definitely not let her go, because Duanmu Xian knew it too well. This kind of demon is a dead one to catch and a live one to let go. It's not that she knows she's wrong, it's that the galaxy spark is on her neck and she's afraid to die, so she pretends to give in. Humph, did I say I would let you go? A naturally evil demon like you saying you'll change? Do you think I will believe you? Xiao Billion was so scared to hear this that her face turned white and she knelt on the ground and cowed out vigorously. I will change. I will change. Spare my life. Duanmu Xian sneered. I can tell you what's in my heart. The rivers and mountains are easy to change, but the nature can't be changed. And the so-called repentance of a demon like you is nothing more than knowing that you're going to die in an emergency to avoid danger. A rotten orange is a rotten orange. Even if you beg me, I won't let you go. Giving you a pain in the ass would be considered mercy. I won't even bother to throw you on the super galactic police for trial. Tell me, do you want to be burned for all your sins, or purified? Foxface Painted Skin shivered in fear when she heard this. This Duanmu Xian is the devil. Right, not letting her go even if, at least go through the process to put her inside the prison. What does he mean by that? He wants to just put her in jail. You, what do you want? I'm telling you, you're out of order. And facts aside, isn't Wei Yang at fault? It's unreasonable for you to skip the review and go straight to trial like this. Don't I have human rights? Duanmu Xian's anger value stacked up directly upon hearing this, and he violently punched Xiao Billion dry in the face. That ugly, strange face was directly knocked askew by Duanmu Xian's powerful force. The figure followed and flew out backwards, falling hard on the wall of the rental house, smashing out a hole. The whole building was shaken. The fox-faced Painted Skin was knocked inside the wall and couldn't even be gouged down. His face was directly punched out of a hole by the powerful force of Galaxy's punch, and he let out a pig-killing howl. This time it was estimated that everyone in the building was awakened by the commotion. Duanmu Xian maintained his swinging motion, still not feeling relieved. Good one aside from the facts. Punching all the way to Lao Zi. Do you really think Lao Zi is a deep-rooted love that has been brainwashed by you guys? I don't want to eat you. Do demons like you really think you're human after surviving in human society for a while in human skin? Also dare to ask for human rights from me, against a demon like you? Reasoning with you is simply a waste of time because you don't deserve to hear it. After saying that, Duanmu appeared in front of Xiao Bailian with a flash of his figure. Another punch went down, and Xiao Bailian was directly hit by this punch and flew into the sky by crashing through the wall of the rental house. Let the flames burn your sins to the ground. Galactic flame sphere. Looking at Zhou Bailian, who was sent flying, the plasma crystals all over Galaxy Ultraman's body blossomed with a red light. Several fireballs appeared beside Duanmu emitting a terrifying temperature. The temperature of the entire rental house rose with it at that moment. Under the control of Galactic Ultraman, the galactic flame ball flew out of the broken wall in the rental house and struck Zhou Bailian. A violent explosion followed, and Xiao Bailian was blown into a sky full of dust that dispersed with the wind. Wei Yang in the room looked at Xiao Bailian, who turned into ashes in the air, and his face was full of relief. What about the end? Just empty in the heart. Duanmu turned around and smiled at him. Brother, after this is over, go back home and spend time with your family. We can earn money again when it's gone. From now on, you'll consider yourself reborn. Live your life well, and remember, love your neighbor before you love yourself, and don't be foolish enough to rise to the occasion for others. Wei Yang let out a hum after hearing that. Thank you, brother Duanmu. I understand. 2.5 hours later, the crowd arrived at Sandalwood Mountain, which was more than 100 kilometers away from downtown Yinshan City. Duanmu had just entered the place when he smelled a strong smell of blood mixed with the smell of fox slut. Ruyan Lu's audience perception was already very strong nowadays, and she could clearly sense that there was a large number of fox-faced painted skins living inside. According to what Xiao Bailian had said, there was indeed a small forest behind this mountain, which was piled with corpses in countless numbers. The deepest part was all white bones, and some of the outer layers were corpses that had been skinned and dumped here. These are all the young men who have been victimized by fox-faced paintings throughout the ages. The youngest of them were even underage, and before they had a chance to enjoy their prime years, their lives were brutally taken away by this group of fox-faced painters. Damn these damn fox-faced painted skins. They simply deserve to die. Going to the 18 layers of hell is not too much. Liu Ruyan was enraged as she sensed the situation at the back of the mountain and cursed. Duanmu perception was stronger than Liu Ruyan's, and he had already sensed the white bone forest in the back of the mountain even before they stepped into the Sandalwood Mountain. That's why Duanmu was grimly silent the entire time he entered the Sandalwood Candle Mountain. Reaching out, he patted Ruyan Lu's shoulder and said, Wan, don't say anything, let's get rid of the people next. Today these monsters, today one counts as one. All must die. I want from now on fox face painted skin. This kind of monsters completely disappeared from the stage of history. Let's go in and kill the demons. Liu Ruyan couldn't hold back the killing intent in her heart any longer when she heard this, and raised the divine light rod high to transform into a jet and flew into the Sandalwood Candle Mountain. Just in case, Duanmu also looked back to the special operations squad that had followed him over and said, Tonight your mission is simple. Give me all the exits of the Sandal Candle Mountain sealed off. Not a single fly will be allowed to fly out of the mountain. Duanmu and Liu Ruyan entered the Sandalwood Candle Mountain, were shocked by the scene inside. This mountain did not only have the white bone forest piled with corpses in the back of the mountain, even the earth was almost entirely covered in blood, and the peach blossom forest in front of the mountain blossomed with eerie black peach blossoms because of the blood. Above these trees hung countless limbs and arms, which from a distance were thought to be willows, fluttering in the wind. Instead of flowers and plants blooming above the earth, there were pieces of bloody hair, some of which even rotted into mud in the ground. This scene made Duanmu think of the legendary lion's camel ridge. Just how many people did these demons kill to spoil this mountain like this? Absolutely unforgivable. With a sweep of his divine sense, Duanmu happened to find two fox-faced painted skins hiding in the middle of a gloomy mountain forest, scratching their heads, each carrying a bloody human skin in their hands. One fox-faced painted skin showed the one in his hand to the other with a braggadocio face. Ji Mei, how about you take a look at this human skin in my hand? It's from a little puppy. It smells sweet. Ji Mei sniffed the bloody odor coming from that human skin, did not feel diaphragmatic in the slightest, but on the contrary, she revealed a face of infatuation, as if this bloody human skin was some kind of rare treasure. The quality is really good. I really envy you, Xiao Bijou, to come across such a little puppy. My luck was not so good. I met a shrimp head guy who initially transferred money to me and had to make a note that it was for the purpose of marriage and that I would have to return the money if I didn't marry him. I just returned his money right then and there. Who cares? And expects us to fox-face paint and marry him. Xiao Bijou face immediately came to gossip. Interest pursued. And then what? How did you hold him? Ji Mei said with a disdainful face. It doesn't take much skill at all. This poor sod who craves love. All I have to do is get angry and he comes up like a licking dog. How shrimp-headed he is at the beginning. How humble he is at the end. Before and after also just transferred me more than 2,900,000. Right. This kind of shrimp-head man to ask him to point of money cannot give up. Why say love me? In Ji Mei's mouth. It was as if a sincere courtship was some kind of trash that could be found everywhere. Xiao Bijou followed suit. That's right, Kimmy I. This shrimp-head guy is a real pain in the ass. In the sky above. Duanmu Xian heard the conversation between these two fox-faced painted skins for a while and recoiled. Wei Yang was undoubtedly lucky to have been saved by him. But in other places that Duanmu Xian didn't know about, there were an unknown number of innocent people who had been victimized by these fox-faced painted skins. They were played by them in life, and they even had to be skinned after death. With that thought, Galaxy's plasma sparks blossomed into a reddish glow, and hundreds of high-heat fireballs hovered around Galaxy. Because of Duanmu Xian's anger, the fireball this time was hotter than ever, illuminating all the sin and filth on this Tanzanian mountain. Let the flames purify all the evils here. Galactic Flame Sphere. The two fox-faced painted skins hiding in the mountains and forests had just raised their heads when they saw countless balls of flames in the sky coming down towards the Sandalwood Candle Mountain where they were. The two demons were blown into ashes before they could react in any way under the terrifying heat of this flaming ball, and they couldn't even send out a scream. A loud rumble resounded throughout the entire Sandalwood Candle Mountain, and the earth was blown out into a deep pit. The entire Sandalwood Candle Mountain was set ablaze by these hundreds of balls of flame filled with rage. The filth that rotted in the ground, the blood that hung from the trees, the white bones exposed in the barren hills all ignited. The members of the Special Operations Team at the bottom of Honolulu Mountain were scared enough to see this horrible scene. The boss is losing his temper. I've never seen the boss use such a wide range of galactic flame balls. Who says it isn't? And I don't know what the boss actually saw in there, but he actually wanted to burn this entire mountain. Is it true that if you set fire to a mountain, you'll go to jail for the rest of your life? It's okay, we are on a mission, and the boss doesn't have a red ball. So when it burns out and then let the original flowers and plants of this mountain come to life, it's just fine. Seeing that the fire was about to turn the entire Sandalwood Mountain into scorched earth, countless fox-faced painted skins were burned to death. The fox-faced painted skin king hidden in the deepest part of the Sandalwood Candle Mountain finally couldn't suppress his inner rage. A monstrous demonic aura emanated from within the Sandalwood Candle Mountain, and the terrifying aura shook away all the surrounding flames. A huge fox-faced firefox king with a height of more than 60 meters emerged from it and cursed towards the Galaxy Ultraman in the air. Galactic Ultraman, I, the fox-faced painted skin clan, have no grudge against you in the past. How dare you destroy my home today, burning to death so many of my clan members? Do you really think our fox-faced painted skin clan is a vegetarian? Duanmu Xian felt this huge fox-faced painted skin aura. Late 6th stage. A demon of this level would actually harbor in a small place like Yen Mountain City. No wonder it hadn't been exploded even after trashing this mountain like this. The 4 major cities are too far away from here to reach the whip. Even if there are really people who want to change the status quo, I'm afraid that they are not the opponents of this fox-face painted skin king. You filthy demon. You don't know how many fellow humans have been killed in this Yen Mountain City, and you still have the face to accuse me of being wrong. Your clan just deserves to die. What can you do about it? They just want a better life. And don't you humans also say that people don't live for themselves? What's wrong with them? Who are you to take away their lives? Even Liu Ruyan froze for a moment when these words came out. A normal telenovela hero would have to meditate for a few episodes with this kind of talk. Xin Nan was deep in thought. Goten began to reflect. Duanmu Xian, you are not nonsense. They do not die, I die? You old hag most damned. You fucking give master to die. Galactic Ultraman appeared in front of Foxface Paintbrush in a flash. A fist dry in the face of the fox-faced painted skin king. In order to prevent too much force to kill this old hag directly, Duanmu Xian also specially collected the force. How could fox-face painted skin not have imagined that Duanmu Xian would actually react this way? How could these self-proclaimed righteous ultramarines say such things? This doesn't make sense. Moreover, Duanmu Xian was above fox-face painted skin in both speed and strength, and fox-face painted skin couldn't even react in time. He was hit solidly in the face by this punch, and with it, he let out a mournful wail, and his body followed and flew backwards several thousand meters away, falling to the ground in a sorry state. Just as she tried to stand up, Duanmu Xian had already appeared in front of her, and with a righteous kick, she fell to the ground again. The current Duanmu Xian, when he thought of the bloody scene in Tanzhuan Mountain that was like the lion's hunchback ridge, he was on fire. In the end, how many innocent teenagers had been killed by this heavenly murderous one clan? Thinking of this, Duanmu Xian pressed the fox-faced painted skin's head hard on the ground and swung his 2 fists like rain to bombard the fox-faced painted skin's face madly. The scene was once very brutal, but Liu Ruyan did not feel excessive, and even clapped her hands. looking too relieved. Dealing with this kind of demon should be like this. I don't know how many punches were thrown. Fox Face Painted Skin's face had been completely smashed. Lying on the ground was already out of breath and less in breath. She trembled and raised her finger accusingly. You demon. How dare you claim to be on the side of justice like this, to actually lay such poisonous hands on me, a defenseless and weak woman. Foxface Painted Skin felt she was right from the beginning and kept trying to stand on the moral high ground to criticize Duanmu, who disliked her back. And what about those who were killed by your fox-faced Painted Skin clan? What did you take their lives for a better life? You old demon woman can harm people for the sake of your clan's lives. In that case, I can also kill all of you demons for the sake of us humans being able to live more peacefully. I've seen a lot of evil demons and monsters like you. Only you'll borrow a layer of hypocritical skin. And tearing off this skin, you're no different from those cosmic people. You don't think you're wrong. And I don't think I'm wrong. Only I'm stronger. You demon. With a loud bang, the tired of hearing Duanmu directly punched her mouth. The fox-face Painted Skin King could no longer make a single sound, and her face looked at Duanmu in horror. At this moment, Galaxy's back was turned to the moonlight, and his face, which was full of divinity, looked incredibly cold under the moonlight. If we're going to have a debate, there's no end to talking about it until the end of time, so you might as well shut up and go atone for your sins honestly. Galactic Ultraman slowly rose into the sky, his plasma sparks blooming pink. Feel the pain of those you have killed. Know their pain. You will never know your own wickedness if you can't empathize with the people you victimize. From now on, let your fox-faced Painted Skin clan feel the pain. Galactic Daylight. In an instant, the dazzling pink light shone down like the sun holding up the body of the fox-faced Painted Skin. The entire Sandalwood Candle Mountain seemed to enter daylight at this moment, and while the terrifyingly high temperatures burned the fox-faced Painted Skin into ashes, the flames on the entire Sandalwood Candle Mountain followed and burned wildly. It didn't take long for it to turn into a sea of monstrous fire. The fire had been burning for 2.5 hours, and all the sins on the entire Tanzanian mountain had been burned cleanly. And of course Tanzanian mountain had been turned into scorched earth along with it. Early the next morning, people from the Yenshan City Police Force arrived at Tan Candle Mountain and surrounded the Special Operations Team outside the mountain. When the people of the Yen Mountain Police Force were dumbfounded when they saw the Sandalwood Candle Mountain that had turned into scorched earth overnight, one of the captains with the highest seniority stepped forward and cursed. Who did this? You set the mountain on fire, didn't you? You're not afraid to go to jail, are you? One thing that was ridiculous was that the Sandalwood Mountain had been designated as a dangerous area a long time ago, and the Inferno City Police Force knew something about the demons that lived inside, but they didn't dare to bother with the demon. Instead, after the mountain where the demon was located was destroyed, they came over to take care of the environment. The Special Operations Team looked at each other, and one of the captains took 2 steps forward and pulled out the Special Operations Team's credentials and said, "We're from the Capital Super Galaxy Police. We've been ordered to come here on a classified mission. Here's our credentials. We suspect that there are cosmonauts lurking in this mountain. Last night it was our captain, Lord Tatsuki Gen, a.k.a. Galactic Ultraman, who caused the damage during the fight with the Cosmos, and for that we are deeply sorry." The captain of the police force of Yen Mountain City heard a stream of gas at once deflated, but looked at that into the scorched earth of Tan Candle Mountain. Think how also have to say. Then when you fight, can you pay attention not to hit too hard? You look at this Sandalwood Candle Mountain, all destroyed like this. How can I explain this to the EPA's? No need to explain, just say that Duanmu did it. Anyone who has a problem with that, go find me at the Super Galaxy Police Base in the capital. At that exact moment, Duanmu also happened to come down the mountain. He also had a bellyful of fire when he saw this group of Yenshan City Police Force. Now, there were so many demons living inside Tan Candle Mountain. They didn't know how many people they had harmed. As a result, they let the demons get away with it there without anyone bothering them. If it wasn't for the fact that this time Duanmu happened to come to the Cold Moon River to fish while on administrative leave and happened to run into Wei Yang, who was going to jump into the river, there was no telling how many more innocent people would be brutalized by the fox-faced Painted Skin in the future. Duanmu words were very tough. The captain of the Yen Mountain Police Force was subdued by Duanmu words and didn't dare to say a word. In front of Duanmu he didn't dare to have a temper. Or if he did, he didn't dare to throw it at Duanmu. After all, it was impossible for you to say that he was uninformed as the captain of the Yen Mountain Police Force about what happened in Tan Candle Mountain. Just that they are all ordinary people. One is afraid of trouble. The other is afraid of being fox-faced Painted Skin to hold a grudge, dare not go to care about this kind of thing. Not to mention what kind of character is Duanmu, a master from the capital. Even the chief captain of the Yen Mountain Police Force would have to call out to Duanmu as Captain Duanmu when he came. Duanmu is not the captain from the county, nor the captain from the city. nor the captain from the province. That is the big captain from the capital. Maybe there was someone behind them, but there was no one behind Duanmu Xian. I do not mean that. Is to hit so hard that mountain flowers and plants are also life, alright. We complain about this matter. No other meaning. The captain of the Yen Mountain Police Force lowered his head and stammered half a day to hold out such a sentence. Duanmu Xian didn't say anything and gave Liu Ruyan a wink, who instantly understood and pulled out the red ball. Red ball, give this mountain new life. The red ball emitted a dazzling light that enveloped the entire sandalwood candle mountain. In an instant the scorched earth was transformed into fertile yellow soil, flowers and trees grew back on the bare hills, and many small animals appeared on the hills and cheered. This red ball didn't know what life was, so it modeled this Tanzanian mountain after the previous restoration of Panlong Mountain and turned it into that as well. This red ball was originally meant to grant wishes, but now it had been completely used by Duanmu Xian as a greening tool. What else could Captain Yen Shan say? The myths and legends like turning decay into magic made Duanmu Xian replicate it, and could only give Duanmu Xian a thumbs up. Captain Duanmu is awesome. 7 days later, Wei Yang returned to his hometown in Daozhou. After experiencing this incident he understood the preciousness of life, and decided that in the future, not only to work, but also to live a good life. Although the $1,800,000 is gone, the person is still alive, and the Galaxy Comfort has cured all the injuries and diseases in his body, which is a blessing due to the disaster. He decided that in the future he would try to earn more money to honor his parents, go out more, spend the money on himself, and also give his parents to reduce some of the pressure of life. As for love, he had already learned to love people before himself after this escape from death, and would never commit that kind of foolishness again. And Duanmu Xian also ended his pleasant administrative vacation after 7 consecutive days of fishing and set off on his way back to the capital. Inside the Super Galactic Guard base lab, Wu Mini carefully observed the galactic spark stored within the instrument in front of him with his hexagonal glasses, the data inside the glasses jumping wildly. Because before, Duanmu Xian had promised Wu Mini to lend him the galaxy spark for his experiments as long as he came to work at his Super Galaxy Police. So just after returning to the capital after his vacation, Duanmu Xian was forced by him to drag him to the lab. It's incredible. The hardness is not predictable with the current level of science, and the energy values are just as unpredictable. Not bad for an artifact with the same roots as the plasma spark, but nonetheless I've provided inspiration for my new invention. Maybe build a prop that has some of Galaxy Spark's ability to strengthen the power of the Ultramarines out of it. Wu Mini turned back towards Duanmu Xian with an excited look on his face, but the next second he was dumbfounded, because Duanmu Xian didn't even look at his experiment. For the Galaxy Spark's experiment, Duanmu Xian wasn't interested in the slightest. That was something Wu Mini liked. Duanmu Xian still preferred fishing and playing games some more, so while Wu Mini was doing his experiments, he was lying on the couch in the lab playing the game. Liu Ruyan this bitch with him in the double row. But unfortunately, the technology is too good. 3 to fight 1 was killed by the counter. Duanmu Xian also from the beginning of the command of the whole situation, to the back of the angry closed microphone operation did not say a word, and ultimately in the fish Capiche let unsurprisingly lost the platoon. Liu Ruyan knew to the fact that she had pitted her husband again, poked her finger at the side of the aggrieved, and pitifully pulled Duanmu Xian's sleeve and said, "Hubby, I'm actually stuck on this one. A little mistake. Don't be angry." Seeing that this bitch apologized so sincerely, what else could Duanmu Xian say? Hey, after all, his own wife, forget it, reached out to Liu Ruyan head melon rubbed. It's okay, small problem, when Wei Yang is free let him take us to fight. I can't take you alone. Wu Min-yi, who had been ignored and forcefully stuffed with a mouthful of dog food on the side, finally couldn't help himself and shouted, "I say Captain Duanmu, are you listening to me or not? This is a lab, not a gaming room." Duanmu Xian gave a start and hurriedly said with an apologetic face, Sorry, I was listening. You're going to make a new invention of some kind, right?" Wu Min-yi sighed, then reached out and pointed to the instrument behind him and began to tirelessly explain. "Right, an invention that can enhance the energy of Ultraman warriors. The Galactic Spark Superfusion has a higher potential than the original Ultraman, so I borrowed this feature with the intention of building a new prop. 10,000 words are omitted below, and then a grant is needed. So see if you can get it approved for me." By the time Wu Mini finished speaking, Duanmu Xian realized that he was just like listening to a heavenly book that he couldn't understand at all, but it seemed like it was just awesome. "Okay, Duanmu Xian, invested in this project. How much?" Wu Mini held out a finger. "Start with 100 million. After hearing this, Duanmu Xian pulled Liu Ruyan's small hand and twisted his head. Wu Mini dumbfounded. "Not buddy, scientific research is very burning money. 100 million is really not expensive. It's a lot cheaper than building a supership. Are you serious about turning around and leaving? Hey, Hey, it's actually okay to be cheaper. Don't you go. Wu Mini chased him out of the lab, only to find that Duanmu Xian was already at the door of the lab on the phone, and the other party answered almost in seconds. Duanmu Xian turned on the speakerphone, and Yu Daoxuan's voice came from the other side of the phone. What's up, son-in-law? I can't believe you're free to call me today. Lao dang. The super galactic vigilante side is going to make a very powerful prop. Wu Mini already has a thought process. It needs some funding. You quickly pop some gold coins for me. You kid. No big deal. Don't call me old Den. How much say? 1 billion. Okay, it'll hit your account in 10 minutes. Wu Mini people are looking silly. This Duanmu Xian so powerful? He usually apply for funds have to go through layers of approval. At least more than a week to be approved. Duanmu Xian didn't need to approve this finished press. It arrived within 10 minutes. And Duanmu Xian actually helped him apply for an extra $900 million. So it's true that he was right to jump ship. In the future, you may be able to have scientific freedom and never worry about money again. This is not over. Duanmu Xian and the fish Daoxian after the phone call and then to their own father Duanmu Cheng and their own mother Li Morong respectively call the phone. It's all the same rhetoric, ends up much the same way, and gets $2 billion at his parents' place. The only difference is that it arrives faster. Within 5 minutes, Wu Mini was laughing like crazy on the side. Crikey, $3 billion of scientific research funds. Laozi has never fought such a rich battle in his life. Following Duanmu Xian actually allowed him to fight such a rich scientific research battle. One word. Cool. That wasn't all. Duanmu Xian stood in place and thought for a while before making another call to Yu Tianma. That side also answered in seconds. And even this time, there was no need for Duanmu Xian to speak, as Yu Tianma took the initiative to ask. Duanmu Xian, I heard the old fish say that Wu Mini of the Super Galaxy Police Force is going to develop some new invention that needs funding, right? You're a student of mine at Shangqing, and I must give you my full support as principal. Duanmu Xian are given to listen to the frozen. Not 3 phone calls 2 minutes of time news spread so fast? Or is it that they are now in the police force meeting room inside the meeting? Yes. How much support does principal you intend to give? Yu Tianma said confidently. Humph. I'm definitely giving more than the old fish. Don't worry, I'll throw $2 billion at you. Yes. Thank you, President Yu, for supporting our research now. Wu Mini's heart jumped once again. Crikey, it's gone up again. $5 billion now. This heavenly riches. It's finally my turn. Wu Mini, I'm going to upgrade the hexagon technology and build another big spaceship. It's not over yet. Duanmu Xian just hung up the phone. Is looking to find Sha Fulin also invested a little. But think about it after all. He and Sha Fulin exchanges are not much. Or forget it. Just as he was about to give up, Duanmu Xian's phone rang of its own accord. And it was Sha Fulin calling. After pressing the answer button he heard Sha Furin say, Duanmu little friend you want to engage in scientific research thing we Capital Police Force know. Such a big event is related to the future of our summer country. Can not lack of funds. Let's put it this way. As the captain of the Capital Police Force, plus the fact that you saved my life before, I can't throw in less than a few other old guys. I'll throw in 3 billion. Now not only Wu Mini is confused, even Duanmu Xian is also confused. So ruthless? Lord Shathurin directly invested $3 billion in him. This time the funds directly from the beginning of the plan of 100 million to 8 billion. It's nearly 100 times more than that. Then thank you Captain Shafrin for your great contribution to our scientific research. In the conference room of the Capital City Police Force, seeing that Yu Daoxian, Yu Tianma, Duanmu Cheng, Li Morong, and even Captain Shathurin had made out investments in the Super Galaxy Police's scientific research program. Ding Hongjie finally couldn't help but stand up and vocalized while Captain Sha Fulin hadn't hung up the phone yet. Captain Sha Fulin, it's like this. You've all gone to invest in scientific research. I, Ding Hongjie, am also one of the captains of the Capital City Police Force. How can such a thing be without me? That Duanmu Xian I, Ding Hongjie, will also invest $1 billion. Ding Hongjie had already spoken out, and Lu Jingyang, who had the best relationship with him, also stood up and said, I'll put in $1 billion as well. Our new generation needs to develop, and we old-timers must give our full support. Wan Shueting also stood up and said, supporting the new generation can't be missing me. I'll vote for $1 billion too. Xiao Zhenbo said, I'll do the same, 1 billion. On the other side of the Duanmu Xian people are numb. Hell, 10 minutes alarmed all the captains of the entire Capital City Police Force. 100 million plan also became 12 billion. After hanging up the phone, not even 5 minutes had passed before Duanmu Xian's green payment had an extra $12 billion on it. So much money can provide close to $500,000 a day even if you put it inside the zero money pass. Wu Mini is even happier to fly. From now on can scientific research freedom, no longer worry about the problem of money. Under such a splash of wealth, Wu Minyi actually also showed a pinched and charming expression rubbing his hands in front of Duanmu Xian. Captain Duanmu, you see this 12 billion? Then my lab. It was a pity that the next second Duanmu Xian poured cold water on him, but he saw him speak with a smile. You just said how much money came. I remember it is 100 million. I will give you 100 million funds, you take it. Not enough to find me again. Oh. All other funds have to be used as development funds for our super galactic guard base, and have to be saved with me first. The smile on Wu Minyi's face disappeared with the naked eye. No, Captain, that's $12 billion, and you're just going to give me 1 billion? Duanmu Xian hummed, not feeling anything wrong. Yes, I thought you said 100 million would be enough. Okay, 100 million is actually enough. Wu Minyi was dumbfounded. He now wanted to slap his 10-minute-old self twice. Why only say 100 million for something that burns so much money in scientific research? But there is no way. They say out words they have to recognize. In fact, 100 million is indeed enough. After all, is not the study of airships and warplanes, just research a small object. The original laboratory had a lot of materials that had been brought from the capital police force before, and very few new acquisitions were needed. But Duanmu Xian, this guy, borrowed scientific research from the capital police force that asked for $12 billion of funds. The result is only give him 1 billion to engage in scientific research, the rest into his own pockets, but also beautifully called the Super Galaxy Police Force Backup Funds. I don't believe you. A bad old man is a bad old man. Capital Iron and Steel Electronics Factory. Here has a workshop known as the Assembly Line of Death, where all the workers have to pay attention to the work in hand at all times, and none of those who can stay here are the ruthless of the ruthless. Just as I entered the workshop, I heard the familiar grumbling from inside. Along with the characteristic sound of hitting screws, Zhang Gaoming at this time has shed that effeminate appearance. In the assembly line movements, skillfully playing screws. After all, he was originally a deep city of people. Once began to play screws bloodline awakening. At this point he had dyed yellow hair, and was frantically dancing his hands around to hit the screws while yelling towards the hanging hairs on top of the assembly line that were putting the parts in. I shit. Hanging hair. The above screw slow ah. I am too busy. $18 an hour. Why are you going so fast? The dangling hair above said with a wicked smile. It's got to be fast. I'm piecemeal. Put one in for 10 cents. 2 for 20 cents. Shit 30 cents. 40 cents. 50 cents. 60 cents. 70 cents. 80 cents. Saying that, the movements of his hands not only didn't slow down, but became faster and faster. Because it was so loud. The noise was so loud that the supervisor heard the commotion over here. What's going on over there? Zhang Gaoming said angrily. What are we going to do down here if he fucks up that fast? Hanging hair said with a disinterested look on his face. I work as a temp. Zhang Gaoming glared angrily at the hanging hair, and even casually copied a wrench to go up and punch someone. You do temp work for 2 days and you're gone. Do you want to tire me out? The supervisor saw that these two were really going to fight and hurriedly persuaded them. Have a talk. Don't make a move. It's okay, supervisor. He'll be gone in a couple days as a temp. It's okay to take a beating. Saying that, Zhang Gaoming swung his wrench and rushed towards hanging hair. Originally, as a young master of Deep City, he had accumulated a bellyful of fire when he was arranged by Duanmu Xian to come over and play screws. The oldham had seen how tired those screwdrivers were in his old man's factory, and he had called them hanging hairs then, but he had never thought that one day he would become a hanging hair. And his work is the most exhausting. All year round, 13 hours a day to play screws, and the salary in others $18 an hour is not the same. He is fixed only $4,000, otherwise really in accordance with the rules of the factory inside. He can get more than $7,000 a month to play screws. The more I think the more angry. Are that damn Duanmu Xian power bully? If it wasn't for the fact that he had awakened the power of an ultramarine warrior, and was more or less physically stronger than the average person despite being a cannon fodder AO, this kind of intense work would have worn him out long ago. The supervisor hurriedly blocked it. Strangely enough, the supervisor clearly had not awakened his ultra power but actually stopped the second-ranked Zhang Gaoming. This can only mean that Zhang Gaoming also does not dare to make a big deal out of it, for fear that Duanmu Xian will know that he dares to make trouble in the factory and might be punished even more severely. Yo, this is not Zhang Gaoming well. A few days do not see such a big change. You are now very heavy fire. It seems like the work here is still a little too easy for you. Do you need to change your 13-hour day to 16? A familiar voice resounded in the workshop as Duanmu Xian walked slowly over. Zhang Gaoming shivered in fear when he heard the devil-like whisper. Trembling, he turned back just in time to see his greatest fear. Duanmu Xian, coming this way. The supervisor rushed to greet him respectfully. You're here, Lord Duanmu. Zhang Gaoming, on the other hand, was horrified and his tone became stuttering. Duanmu Xian, why are you here? I was actually just joking with this temp. That intensity means nothing to me, said Zhang Gaoming, hastily threw away the wrench in his hand to return to his workstation to pick up the screwdriver to continue to work fast. That speed to take off. It was even fully twice as fast as the very beginning when he hit the screws, and it was obvious that his hand speed had been practiced. Zhang Gaoming pleaded as he worked. Look how fast I hit the screws. Please don't extend my hours to 16. I'm already actively cooperating with labor reform. Duanmu Xian watched Zhang Gaoming's movements with a smile on his face before turning his gaze to the temp and saying, can't you move any faster? Can't you see how fast this guy's hands are? Temporary workers were overjoyed. Just now Zhang Gaoming, this kid, swung his wrench to beat him. This is just right. There is revenge on the spot. With that in mind, the temp once again sped up his movements, using the hand speed of a single man of 30 years to place the parts on the assembly line. Zhang Gaoming could not cry. He only begged Duanmu Xian to hurry up and leave. If he didn't leave, he would have to die of exhaustion here today. Duanmu Xian didn't have the slightest intention of leaving and beckoned. The supervisor instantly understood and moved 2 small sofas over for him and Liu Ruyan. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan were sitting across from Zhang Gaoming, and the two of them happily opened their cell phones before the alliance launch. Zhang Gaoming had already started cursing in his heart when he saw this scene. After solving the problem of research funding on Wu Mini's side and cleaning up after Zhang Gaoming, Duanmu Xian arrived alone at the cosmic prison in outer space. This cosmic prison is exactly like the one from Super Galaxy Legends, looking like a giant black box from afar. Even the guards of the 2 guards warriors and the Super Galaxy Legend inside the 2 otter guards look exactly the same. The so-called Wheel of History is always amazingly similar to it. The 2 O's hastily saluted when they saw Galactic Ultraman arrive. Greetings, Lord Galaxy. Why is Lord Galaxy free to come to the cosmic prison today? Duanmu Xian nodded his head as he gave an otter at the 2 O's. I've come to see how Belial is doing. The 2 O's looked at each other and then got out of the way. Wasn't the Forbidden Land so casual to let people in? Duanmu Xian frowned and said, just a reminder. You two don't let just anyone in from now on. This is off limits. Although the 2 AOs didn't know what Duanmu Xian was doing by saying this all of a sudden, they still answered. Lord Shafurin said that other than you, Lord Galaxy, only the captains of the Capital Police Force are allowed in here. Don't worry. We'll never let anyone else in here. Duanmu Xian hummed. No longer paying attention to the 2 guards. He had already said what needed to be said anyway. Stepping inside the cosmic prison, the darkness of the prison was filled with a great deal of forbidden power suppressing the energy of the Ultramarines. These forces of prohibition should be what the King of Ultras left behind. Even as strong as Galactic Ultraman could feel his power being suppressed for the most part. And the further in you go, the stronger the suppression gets. These forces of prohibition, not even specifically targeting him, can make Galactic Ultraman feel the pressure. Worthy of being the King of Otters Elder. The strongest auxiliary in the Mystic 4 Otters lives up to its name. Duanmu Xian sighed with emotion as he continued to walk towards the deepest part of the cosmic prison against this force of prohibition. And in the deepest part, Belial seemed to be sensing the breath of the Milky Way becoming agitated and struggling wildly. The chains that bound him thumped as he struggled against them. But not 2 seconds later, a high-intensity electric current emanated from the chains. Bei Lao He was electrocuted by this electric current and screamed continuously. The voice was mournful as if it was an evil ghost from hell. Duanmu Xian had witnessed Belial being electrocuted, and his already dark skin had been electrocuted even darker. Ah! King of the Ultras, Galactic Ultraman, Shafurin, you guys deserve to die. When I, Belial, get out of this hellhole, I'm going to destroy Blue Star. I'm going to hack and slice and chop your filthy bodies. Yoo-hoo, tough mouth. Duanmu Xian, however, hated Belial for releasing the Scourge of Gryza. Then he was made to fight the 9th rank as a peak 3rd rank and almost died in Panlong Mountain. If it wasn't for the combined efforts of Galaxy Luigi L at the end, and the power of hope from Shining Dija, Blue Star would probably be destroyed by now. Thinking of this, Duanmu Xian became furious and directly punched Belial dry in the face. Galaxy's mighty power, this punch went down sending Belial's face nearly askew, even as the chains shook. But I have to say that Belial is really resistant to beatings. Unusual monsters get Galaxy this punch face absolutely crooked. Belial did not have a thing. Beria glared at Duanmu Xian with a humiliated face. Galaxy, you wait for me. When I go out I will definitely take revenge. Today's insult, in the future I will definitely double it. Duanmu Xian wasn't afraid of Belial's retaliation in the slightest. It was a confidence that came from strength. He was now able to fight back and forth with Belial, who was at the peak of the 7th rank with the ultimate fighting instrument. At the peak of the 3rd rank, not to mention the fact that he would get stronger in the back. And normal Belial's strength of the peak of the 7th order was already considered to be at its limit. As for Belial's other forms, leave it to Psy Bunny Special. Honestly, if I didn't want to keep your life to exercise my offspring, I'd want to yank you right now. But since you're being so tough-talking, I'm not going to be polite. Barry gritted his teeth when he heard that Duanmu Xian was actually going to treat him as a boss for his juniors to brush up their experience. He felt insulted. Galactic Ultraman, you shall not die. When I get out I'm going to aha. Without waiting for Belial to finish speaking, Duanmu Xian directly pressed the electric shock button next to the prison. A small prop that Shathuran had told him that the King of Otter had left behind to punish Belial. Duanmu Xian only gently pressed, and in the next second, a terrifying electric current emanated from the chains, and Belial let out a pig-killing howl in response. It had been continuously torturing Belial with electric shocks for more than half an hour before Duanmu Xian stopped, and Belial's screams continued for more than half an hour. The two ultramarines guarding the outside of the cosmic prison listened in horror outside. What kind of monster is this Belial so resistant? Electric shock for more than half an hour and still not dead. Meanwhile, in the universe on the outskirts of the blue star, a black shadow quietly coalesced and took shape. That black shadow had huge bull horns, scarlet eyes, and a terrifying dark energy emanating from its body. The massive dark shadows quietly watched the cosmic prison as he could sense the scent of Ribando on Belial. Peak 7th Order Belial was tied up in a cosmic prison in a frenzy of torture. That crystal-covered Ultraman was also a bit surprised to be able to move freely under the sealed power of the cosmic prison, but it was only mildly surprising. This time, the resurrected Zuida's strength was even stronger than the last time, and his strength had already surpassed the peak of the 7th Order to the early 8th Order. Definitely won't be defeated by Super Terra this time, and as the saying goes, confidence is the pinnacle. It seems that in these years of my cosmic emperor Zuida's absence, many new powerhouses have been born in the universe, but unfortunately, I am the true overlord of the universe, and in the end, these juniors will surely fall under my Zuida. Not only does Zuida have a brother and sister as head of the Gue Legion, there are also three powerful minions who are the Baltanians, the Hippolytics, and Mago, the king of Hades, but it was only after careful sensing by Zuida's mind that he realized that three of his own henchmen among them, the Hippolyte, seemed to have been killed, and his brother and sister weren't resurrected, which means only the Baltanians and Mago are left. Zuida fell into deep thought, and the confidence that was the pinnacle at the beginning disappeared along with the lack of manpower. It looks like the invasion of Blue Star will have to be postponed for a while. There aren't quite enough people and it's not clear how strong that crystal-covered Ultraman is. It's better to gather my men and then resurrect the Hippolytics to ask about the exact state of Blue Star right now. Thinking of this, Zuida casually waved his hand and two clouds of black gas coalesced in front of him, eventually forming the Baltanian and Yama and Mago. Mago is in the early 7th Order of Strength, and is a powerful monster that once chopped off the head of Terra Ultraman, and that one Baltanian wasn't ordinary either. After countless previous deaths progressing at this time, the strength had gained great reinforcement, probably even stronger than the one inside Max. Another enjoyable Monday. Inside the classroom of the first class of superpowers at Shanqing University, the students were sitting in the classroom in advance before 8 in the morning waiting for the teacher to come to class. That's the students at SSSC, so positive all the time. Not only the students, but also the teachers of Shanqing, who came to the classroom early every time. A love of learning and an atmosphere of daily upward mobility have always been the norm at VSU. Of course, certain people were exceptions, such as a certain Duanmu surnamed the head of the campus Popularity, and a certain Fish surnamed the head of the campus for schoolgirls. A while back a great upvoter made a clip in response to the footage of the Pan Nan Hill race. Cut together Zhang Quanba's fight to kill the enemy and Duanmu Xian's fishing and shrimp touching. This kind of stark contrast video was very similar to the King video in the development of the Road Peak Duel 1-5. Turn your head to look at the wild area playing wild auxiliary is picking Lingji like. So now these two are not only the top of the list of campus personalities, but have also become the hilarious bearers of the entire Shanqing University. It was 8:13, 13 minutes into class. The teacher was speaking feverishly on the stage, and the students were all taking notes carefully under the stage. Report. The sudden sound broke the classroom's originally rich atmosphere of learning. The pair of living treasures, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan, stood at the door of the classroom looking at the teacher with smiles on their faces, laughing happily. Yo, if it isn't young Master Duanmu, Miss Fish, why are you free to come to class today? Why didn't you take a few more days off? Why don't you just take it until the end of the semester? Tell me, why are you late this time? The teacher crossed his waist and held a ruler in his hand looking at the pair of live treasures with a displeased face. With a face that was inquisitive, Duanmu Xian scratched his head, then poked Liu Ruyan on one side, who threw him an expression of love, as if to say, don't look at me, I'm your faithful little follower. It's you who has to stay up late at night to play games to get up in the morning. Duanmu Xian pondered for half a day and couldn't think of an excuse, so he chose to backstab his wife. Reporting to teacher. Originally we wouldn't be late. It's Wanwan who took a while to put on her makeup, that's why we're late. Holy shit? Liu Ruyan looked at Duanmu Xian, who was frankly braiding panic without a red face or heartbeat, with an incredulous expression. Not my good husband. Have I ever worn makeup? You just make it up. Did you really just say that without even having to make a draft? For a beauty of Liu Ruyan's caliber, makeup was completely unnecessary. The class, especially Liu Ruyan's roommate, directly burst out laughing when they heard this. They all knew that Ruyan Liu never wore makeup, and her bed was hardcore, except for the special training potions and the special training equipment. A proper womanizer. Obviously she chose the superpower department. To say why she chose the superpower department, one could only say that she wanted to be in the same class as Duanmu Xian, so she chose it. Put. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off at Willow's makeup. Duanmu brother, you make up panic, also make up a reliable well. Your daughter-in-law won't ever put on makeup, The whole classroom became noisy for a while, and the joyful atmosphere filled the whole classroom. Quiet, it's class time. The classroom is not a food market. Are you going to turn the world upside down? Liu Ruyan, Duanmu Xian, you two hurry up and come in. Next time don't be late. The teacher had no choice but to silence the class and then invite these two gods in. I thought this would finally be a good lesson, but I didn't realize it wasn't even 2.5 minutes in. Principal Yu Tianma hurriedly came to the classroom of the first class of superpowers, followed by an unruly teenager with untameness written all over his eyebrows. Yu Tianma at this time is incomparable headache. Some time ago after the fish Luo awakened the light of sailor. Originally, Fish Daoxian was going to put arrangements to study in Sanglong University. Who knows that Fish Luo, this kid, said anything to go to study with his brother-in-law in the same place. Sailor Ultraman is the potential of the first order of 8. Do not go to learn fighting to learn superpowers. Fish Daoxian think it is simply a waste of his talent. So Fish Daoxian forced him to study in the fighting department of Sanglong University. Who knows, this kid is as stubborn as an ox. And I don't know if it was taught by that bastard Duanmu Xian. Fish Zoro has also learned to skip class. This pissed off Fish Daoxian enough that it took a full 2.5 hours to get him back. Fish Daoxian couldn't figure it out. Do geniuses like to skip classes these days? In front, there is Duanmu Xian Liu Ruyan running away from military training. And after that, there is Fish Luo skipping school. The key is that the teacher still can't restrain him. This kid's talent is ridiculously strong. Just one rank can make the 4th and 5th rank teachers fool around. In the end, there was no choice but to compromise. So Yu Daoxian asked Yu Tianma to arrange for him to study in one of Duanmu Xian's classes. Yu Tianma had initially refused. After all, the pair of dogs and daughters, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan, had already given him enough of a headache. Days are spent not attending classes, fishing in tournaments, and clubbing in military training. Once the night is over, he is out and about in all the major nightclubs in the capital, and takes several boys and girls out to have fun with him. You send another rebellious teenager over now. That wouldn't stir up his Shangqing University. This surname Fish is simply not an oil lamp. Yu Tianma spat in his heart. Turning his head to look at the Fish Luo, said in a serious tone, "This is the first class of superpowers that your brother-in-law, Duanmu Xian, is in, so now you'll be in the same class as him. You should be satisfied now. Don't skip class from now on. It's not easy for your old man to look for you all over the city at his age." Yu Luo immediately became joyful and smiling from the moment he saw Duanmu Xian through the window outside the classroom. Fish Luo can be smart. His idea is that he feels too peaceful in the Sanglong. There is not much opportunity for real combat. His brother-in-law is known as Monster Radar. Wherever my brother-in-law is, there are bound to be monsters out to cause trouble. It was then that he would have more chances to fight in real battles and become stronger quickly. It can be said that Fish Zoro is completely running towards his brother-in-law. Okay, thank you, Principal Yu. You are really a good person. The corners of Yu Tianma's mouth twitched. Then he turned his gaze to Teacher Li, whose expression was somewhat lifeless. Teacher Li is a gold medal lecturer, and he didn't expect to be able to show this expression even when taking Duanmu Xian's class. This is added to the Fish Luo. Perhaps her later days will be very difficult. Thinking of this, Yu Tianma's expression has on some sympathy. Teacher Li, this student is called Fish Luo. A new generation of geniuses. Originally broke the rules and directly jumped at Sanglong University, but he prefers the learning atmosphere of our Shangqing. So he's considered a new transfer student, and he'll go straight into your class. So I'll trouble you to bring him along from now on. MS. Li was already raw inside. Her loving lecture was interrupted twice in a row as Bungbu Live, but managed to squeeze out a smile and adjust his mind. Okay then, Principal Yu. I'll take care of this kid from now on. 250 million kilometers away from Blue Star, there is a dark planet. This planet was called the Dark Koan Star by the people of the capital city police. The body was pitch black. no light could penetrate into it, and it contained a large amount of dark energy. Zuda stood on the dark Kunstar, his hands coalescing the Kunstar's massive dark energy plus the Hippolyte's wrong souls fished back at the blue star to coalesce together. In a dark surge of energy, the Hippolyte is resurrected. Zuda was cautious enough to know that aggression required knowing specific information about the other side. The current one had no idea what was going on in Blue Star, but it's safe to assume that Blue Star's ultramarines must not be weak. Otherwise, a peak 7th order Belial wielding an ultimate fighting instrument wouldn't have been put in a cosmic prison. So Zuda decided to resurrect his men first, and then formulate a plan of aggression after getting a concrete idea of Blue Star's fighting strength. The Hippolyte was only at the peak of the 6th order, but he had died on the blue planet, so he must have had some knowledge of the blue planet's ultramarines. The resurrected Hippolyte first scanned the area in bewilderment and quickly realized that he had been resurrected. When he saw Zuda, he actually cried and flopped down on his knees. "My lord, let's stop thinking about invading Blue Star. Give up Blue Star. We can go to other universes as well. Galactic Ultraman is so scary. We're no match for him." Zuda frowned, realizing something was wrong. Galactic Ultraman? The crystal-covered, never-before-seen Ultraman? What is he capable of that scares your dang Hippolyte like that? The Baltanian and Mago were also puzzled. The three of them had followed Zuade as henchmen for I don't know how many universes. It was really the first time I had seen the always arrogant and domineering and lawless Hippolyte reveal such an expression. Speaking of this Galactic Ultraman, he's nothing short of a monster. And at the beginning of the 3rd order, he hung up on the Yabo-built Tyrant. Tyrant had absolutely nothing to fight back against Galactic Ultraman, and the Dark Lord of the Evil Heart, the god Kiri eluded. By the time the Hippolyte had finished speaking, Zuda couldn't help but be curious about that so-called monster killing machine. The early 3rd order hung the 7th order Tyrant in the air, and facing peak 6th order monsters on all sides. The doppelgangers cleaned them up one by one. 1 for 1 hangs, 1 for 2 crushes, 1 for 3 doesn't fade, 1 for 4 can win, and 1 for 5 has the advantage on him. Humph. Since that's the case, it's all the more important to strangle him in the cradle in advance before he grows up. Once such a monster is allowed to grow, then it will be a serious threat to my position as the Emperor of the Universe. The Hippolyte, seeing that he couldn't change Zuda's mind even after speaking so tearfully, had wanted to get his feet wet for a moment, considering the last time he got popped by Galactic Ultraman. The Yabobs ran as soon as they saw that monster show his head and backhandedly sold him out. I have to say the Yapo man is a genius at recognizing the times. At that time, if the Yabobs had stayed 1 second longer, they might have had to follow him to heaven. The Baltanian was rather curious about how scary the monster killing machine that had scared the Hippolytics so much was, and volunteered. "Lord Zuda, how about this? How about letting me use my doppelganger to go to the blue planet first to try out the exact strength of the Galactic Ultraman?" Zuda nodded. "Good. Just in time to see if this Galactic Ultraman is really that scary. But remember not to spook anyone. I still need to gather dark energy on the Kuan star to resurrect the Super Garanta King, and until the Super Garanta King is resurrected, the location of this place must not be exposed." In the afternoon, the sun set above the playground of Shangqing University. In the playground under the yellowish hue, Fish Swallow was running laps with a full load of youthful sweat all over his body. I have to say that the addition of the race rabbit is just high. The weight on the Fish Swallow was an unusual AO 4th order special training with. He, an early 2nd order wearing 4th order special training equipment, ran 25 laps around the playground hard, despite already being red in the face and panting like a cow from exhaustion. None of the speeds were reduced in the slightest. Duanmu Xian and his entourage just sat under a green at the edge of the playground to ride the cool and drink milk tea, and prettily watched the Fish Swallow special training. Sabashikon was shocked at the special training program that Duanmu Xian had assigned to him. "Boss, isn't this special training too harsh? What if he passes out?" "It's alright. No one knows race bunnies better than I do, and this bit of special training sprinkles him with water." Duanmu Xian waved his hand indifferently and looked at the Fish Swallow who was sweating on the playground, remembering the day not long ago when the old fish Dao Xiandang drove a jeep into him. "What's this special training compared to a jeep? By the way, there is also Yu Tianma Laodang, gravity special training when he is also only the 2nd order. Directly pull the highest 500 times the gravity. Unusual peak of the 5th order to withstand the pain. No way, this special training is still too light. We'll have to add something else," Duanmu Xian thought. It so happened that at that moment, Fish Swallow came to the crowd after running 30 laps, though by now he was sweating like a pig and exhausted. However, his expression was one of excitement, as if special training was a pleasure for him. Playfully, he came to Duanmu Xian under the green. "Brother-in-law, I've taken care of the special training program you gave me. What's next?" Duanmu Xian glanced at the 2 housemates beside him. They were all peak 2nd rank, And they should be just right to deal with the early second-rank fish Swallow without changing their bodies. Sabashu-kun, old buster. Use all your strength for me and beat this fish Zoro kid to death. Ruyan Lu's eyes widened in shock. Special training like this? Sabashu-kun and Old 8 were also a bit hesitant. If they didn't know that Duanmu Xian was for his brother-in-law's special training, they thought this brother-in-law had some kind of grudge against him. Eyes were hesitant to come forward. Fish Swallow of Fighting Heart couldn't help it. What are you two yammering about? What my brother-in-law says goes. Come on, even with poor stamina, you guys are definitely no match for me. When this is said, the second Isa-kun and the Old 8 cannot bear it. Good boy, we hearttake you still dare to provoke us. Shit, old buster on, get him. Okay, Quinn. Use your classic Wudong pendulum hands and Iron Mountain leaning to show this kid the power of the Quinn family's martial arts. The two leapt towards Fish Zoro. Laobak did an aerial kick straight into Fish Zoro's chest. Fish Swallow's eyes stared, catching the Old 8 flying kick, but because of the physical exertion of the legs also followed a slight bend. Naturally defiant, he roared. His body once again surged with strength, surprisingly throwing Old 8 out. But in the next second, Sabashikon had leaned over from behind him with an Iron Mountain to send Fish Zoro flying several meters away. The first style of the Koan family martial arts, Iron Mountain leaning. Sabashikon keeps his shoulders bobbing up and down in the Iron Mountain leaning position. Hey, good coming, go on. Fish Swallow was hit with some internal injuries by this lean, and some blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. But it made the naturally belligerent man even more excited, casually wiped the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth. A carp got up and charged towards Sabashikon once again. Sabashikon and Old 8 and Fish Zoro kept fighting for more than 50 rounds. Sabashikon performed all three styles of his Kunjia martial arts. Iron Mountain leaning, Wudong swinging hand, repeated horizontal jump. These three moves at first can hit the Fish Swallow difficult to fight. But after time, Fish Swallow not only cracked these three moves, but even learned Iron Mountain leaning and Wudong pendulum hand. Fighting for a long time, these two people found that the Fish Swallow of this kid is really resistant to beating on this or wearing weighted equipment in the fight with them. Wouldn't you hang them if they didn't have weights? 50 or so rounds down, Fish Zoro's punches were getting heavier and heavier, and they were already a bit unable to resist. On the contrary, the more the Fish Swallow fought, the more excited he became, as if he was born as a god of war. At this point, his left hand is covering his crotch and his right hand is waving his hand, which is Sabashikon's signature move, the Wu-Tang waving hand. Sabashikon felt provoked. How dare you use my tricks against me? I'm going to show you today that a personal trainee isn't for everyone, said Sabashikon. Also assumed the Wu-Tang pendulum stance, and an Iron Mountain leaning attacked at Fish Swallow. Fish Swallow is not the slightest bit weak. Backhand and Iron Mountain leaning to fight with Sub-I-Sukun. In the next second Sabashikon was knocked out of the air and fell to the ground in a sorry state, losing his strength. What are you doing? Haha, ouch. After Sabashikon fell, Fish Zoro turned his gaze back to Old 8 with a wild look in his eyes. Now it's my turn. The Ultra Sero flying kick. With a long jump, he leapt high into the air and kicked towards Old 8. Old 8 was frightened by the eyes of this Fish Swallow, and for a moment he actually forgot to resist. He was about to be hit in the head by Fish Zoro's sailor flying kick, just in the nick of time. Duanmu Xian dodged in front of Fish Swallow and caught the Yatsiro flying kick with one hand. Fish Swallow's eyes that were originally full of wildness and ferocity also suddenly became clear at this moment. In the next second, it was thrown by Duanmu Xian casually and woefully to the ground. The Fish Swallow who fell on the ground did not go to blame Duanmu Xian for interfering. Instead he looked at his hands with a confused face. What was that state he was in? What's wrong with me, brother-in-law? Duanmu Xian walked up to him and patted his shoulder and laughed. That's your wild side. Don't take it personally. I know you didn't mean it. Remember to always remind yourself when fighting in the future. Don't move the real fire during special training. It's easy to hurt your companions. Your wildness should be used to protect your companions against cosmonauts and monsters. Fish Zoro laughed nervously. Okay, Lu brother-in-law. I understand. Looking at the naive appearance of the Fish Swallow in front of himself, Duanmu Xian suddenly felt a little guilty. Is it too much for him to specialize him like this? Asked with some concern. Did they just hit you too hard? Does it still hurt? Fish Swallow said with an indifferent face. It's okay. When I fight I just have to focus enough that the pain doesn't affect me. It makes me more excited. Holy shit? Duanmu Xian froze. He suddenly thought of Liu Ruyan, earlier at Panlong Mountain, because she was dead set on going with him to fight Griza. Duanmu Xian was afraid that she would be in danger and not allow her to go, and had even slapped this niece, and had thought that she would hold a grudge in her heart. Who knew that this niece not only didn't hold a grudge, but last night she even asked him if he could give her another slap, and at that time, they all gave Duanmu Xian a dumbfounded question. Now look at the Fish Swallow this situation. And his sister has the same flavor. It will not be this brother and sister both have what strange attributes. The more Duanmu Xian thought about it, the more he felt that it was wrong, and it so happened that the cell phone rang at that moment. Tap it to see that it's a call from Wu Minnie. Have you guys gotten out of class yet? Come on down to the lab. The experiment worked. I built that thing. From the phone can be heard. Wu Minnie, this will be very excited. For his kind of science maniacs, there is nothing more exciting than the success of the experiment. Okay, we'll be right there. Duanmu Xian hung up the phone and got up to give Liu Ruyan a wink. It's not off the table yet, but it wouldn't be the first time something like an early run has been done. Ruyan Liu also knowingly packed up her things. Subashu-kun and the others have helped the pair of dogs to cover up not once or twice, and are familiar with it. Duanmu Xian pondered for a moment before turning his gaze to Fish Luo. Why don't we let Diro Dodo-san do an experiment? Zoro, let's go. Let's take you to meet someone. Inside the lab, Wu Minnie's eyes were filled with fervor as he held the latest disposable reinforced sparks as if he was holding some rare treasure and introduced it to Duanmu Xian. The shape of this enhanced spark is much the same as the Galactic spark, but the mass and contained energy is certainly no match for the original. This is a good thing, although it can only be used once. The cost needed to make it isn't too high. A reinforced spark costs around $10 million. If it is put into mass production at a later stage, it can definitely increase the combat power of the police force significantly. How about one of you give it a try? Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan simultaneously pointed at the excited Fish Luo and said in unison. He comes. Fish Luo nature is very straight. Here's such a good thing, actually want to give him first use a face of favor. Is it really so? My good sister and brother-in-law. You are simply my gods. Wu Minnie looked at the naive Fish Zoro with an unsmiling expression. Handing the reinforced spark to Fish Zoro, the four of them came together to the experiment site. Fish Zoro pulls out sailor glasses from his arms to match the reinforcement sparks and strikes a handsome pose, putting on the glasses and pressing the transformation button. I have no limits. A dazzling light flashed and Sailor Ultraman appeared in front of the crowd. The original second-ranked him was actually able to reach the peak level of the fourth-ranked under the increase of the reinforcing sparks. Don't underestimate the peak of the fourth order. This is the peak of the fourth order of Sailor. For Sailor is completely able to cross the challenge. As long as the realm didn't exceed the sixth order, the difference in combat power wouldn't be too great, and it was the watershed between the sixth and seventh order that was the chasm that was difficult for ordinary AO to overcome. Not far away in the bushes, the Baltanian concealed his figure in the dark and followed Duanmu Xian all the way to the experimental site. Happening to run into this scene, he was shocked when he saw that reinforcing spark could actually force a second-order Ultraman to a fourth-order level. There's actually this kind of treasure? It seems that an extraordinary fellow has come out from within the human race. Right, Wu Minnie? I'll remember you. I'll have to find a chance to bring the reinforcing sparks back to show Lord Zuda. He'll be very happy. Thinking of this, the Baltanian once again turned his gaze to the experimental field, only to find that Duanmu Xian and Yuzhuo Luo had disappeared. Why are there two people missing? It was strange, when suddenly the Baltanian's shoulder let out a tap from behind. Looking back, it gave the Baltanian a fright, with Sailor Ultraman and Galactic Ultraman giving it the stare down. Cosmo, are you looking for us? Baltanian, how dare you? Don't you know my nickname is Monster Radar? Dare to follow me. Sailor was already shaking his fist waiting for Duanmu Xian to give the order. It was a moment as if they were the villains. Galaxy had long sensed that someone was following. She just didn't realize that it was actually the most classic Baltanian within the monsters as all. Since the ones sent by the Baltanians were only doppelgangers, so the realm was only of the fifth rank. Duanmu Xian planned to save it for Fish Luo to brush up his experience. There was a loud boom as the Baltanian was punched out by the enhanced Cyrus. Knowing that they were outnumbered, the Baltanians finished their giganticization in the air and tried to escape towards the universe. Sailor followed suit with a giantized vertical leap to catch up. Don't even think about running away. The two figures were chasing each other through the air, and the Baltanian felt that it was at the seventh order level in any case in its own body. Even a doppelganger shouldn't be able to catch up with a sailor who forced his realm. Unfortunately, the ideal is very rich and the reality is very bony. Sailor Ultraman was faster than he was and caught up with him in less than 2.5 seconds. Then an anelium cut hit him in the back, knocking him down. After landing, he hadn't even taken 2 breaths before Dija, Galaxy, Hikari, and Sailor surrounded him, forming a famous scene, a righteous clusterfuck. The downed Baltanian knew he couldn't keep this diversion, but he remembers his mission, to try out Galactic Ultraman's abilities, or at least to be killed by Galactic Ultraman in order to gather information. He struggled to get up and said, "You guys claim to be on the side of justice. What's the point of 4 people surrounding one of me? Galaxy, if you're capable, let's fight one-on-one." Duanmu Xian skimmed his lips, not being the least bit uptight. "You're being funny. You can't even beat my brother-in-law and you still wanna fight me. Who are you to make me fight? Sailor, do it. Sailor nodded and backhanded the Baltanian and threw it up into the air before a sailor's set of rays blew it away. The fight is over. The Qingzhou region has been a peaceful and happy place since the monsters invaded. There are very few monsters here. And the pace of life here is exactly as it was before the monster apocalypse, behind the 4 major cities. But life is peaceful. On the western edge of Qingzhou near the Panlong mountain range, there was a relatively closed small village called Longmu village. The small village is more than 30 kilometers away from the city, almost isolated. But although the village is small, it has all the organs. Food and water sources are completely self-sufficient. That's why the capital city police force is in order to facilitate the observation of the situation in Panlong Mountain at all times, so as to avoid the situation where the monsters in Panlong Mountain will concentrate the beast tide to attack the human territories. And a Panlong Mountain observation center was established in the western part of this village. One night, a meteorite fell from the sky and landed near this village. What is known through satellite surveillance is that after that meteorite landed, the entire village was covered in a thick fog. This fog not only obscures vision, it also blocks all electromagnetic wave signals. Since then the Panlong Mountain Observation Center has been completely cut off from the outside world. No one knows what happened to the village or what happened to the people inside. This continued for 7 days, and the people from the capital police force were finally able to discover the abnormal situation in Longmu village. For this reason the capital police force discussed this in today's meeting. Normally, if it was a monster that appeared in Xia's territory, the capital police force would decide which ultramarines to send to support it based on the strength of the monster. But this time the situation was pressing and it was not known if it was a monster or not. And even if there was a monster, it was not known how strong the monster was. This puts the crowd in a difficult position. Shafran said, the appearance of this fog is so bizarre that it completely violates the common sense of climate change throughout the year. There must be some alien life form appearing. You guys said it would be monsters or cosmonauts or something supernatural from that meteorite. Who should we send to fix it? Fish Dogan said. The problem is that there's no way of knowing what's going on in there. And it's a bit of a waste of resources if the ultramarines sent there are too strong. If the ultramarines sent are too weak, they will have to cause a flat-out sacrifice in case they fail to complete the mission. Xiao Zhenbo said. Yeah, just in case it's not a monster. It's just some paranormal phenomenon brought on by that meteorite. And it'll take a scientist instead of an ultramarine. When Yu Tianma heard this, he had an idea straight away. Unknown cosmic lifeforms that need to be researched. Wu Minyi is good at it. If there are monsters and can't figure out the strength of the monsters, it would be better to send that Duanmu Xin kid. Anyway, that kid is idle and will run to the nightclub every day when he has nothing to do. Even if it really was some powerful monster, Duanmu Xian's strength could give easily cleaned up. Captain Shafran, I have an idea. Why don't we try the newly formed Super Galactic Guard? The 2 people, Duanmu Xian and Wu Minyi, were the most suitable candidates for this task in the capital at the moment. For one thing, they'll be able to tackle both the unknown lifeforms and the monsters. And for another, they'll give their offspring some opportunity to add a little prestige in the minds of the masses. Shafran nodded. That's a good idea, Yu Tianma. Let's do it. You'll be the one to communicate with the Super Galactic Police side on this matter. Outside the Softly Business KTV, after finishing the battle with the Baltanians, Duanmu Xian decided to bring his brother-in-law to see the world. This brother-in-law is naive. I guess he has never been in love with a chick. In the future out of society cannot let the woman to cheat. Duanmu Xian walked in the forefront and patted Fish Zhuoluo's shoulder and said, Zhuoluo, today your brother-in-law takes you to see the world, so that you can feel the lights of the modern society rotten hearts. Whatever you see when you go in later you don't speak. Just feel it with your heart. Fish Zhuoluo looked at the opulent decorations inside the business K with a curious face, full of technological design, dynamic and ambiguous lighting. There were also those hotly dressed beauties going back and forth through the aisles, all of which made Fish Zhuoluo's young mind suffer a huge shock. Fish Zhuoluo, this kid grew up in hellish training, naturally never seen this scene. For a moment it was actually a bit of a distraction. Okay Lu brother, I listen to you. Liu Ruyan, on the other hand, frowned with some displeasure and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Of course she knew what this place was for. Duanmu Xian had brought her here once before and had a great time. Duanmu Xian was a pua to her before she agreed. She also knew that Fish Zhuoluo followed Duanmu Xian to mix sooner or later to learn bad, but she did not expect it to be so early. My brother is a AAA student, don't you bring him down. Duanmu Xian was just about to explain. Suddenly, he remembered some of Ruyan Lu's strange attributes, as well as the fact that 2 days ago, Ruyan Lu had actively asked herself to be rougher on her to give her a slap. At that time, Duanmu Xian didn't agree to it, thinking that it wasn't very respectful to her. But now should we try it? So then Duanmu Xian put on an imposing look with a stern face and gave her a hammer blow to her skull and said, "Men talk, women shut up and just follow quietly." Ruyan Lu grimaced in pain from this knock. Duanmu Xian had been ready for her to get angry and flip out, and had even thought about which keyboard to go back and kneel on at night. Who knew that instead of getting angry and blaming her, she blushed and lowered her head as if she was being rewarded. "Well, listen to you." As if Duanmu Xian had discovered a new continent. He was inwardly shocked. Crap, it's still true. Even the fish Luo on one side looked dumbfounded. Originally he thought that he would be excited about his special training to be beaten and injured was already perverted enough, and how his sister was the same. Lightly into the KTV's imperial box, Duanmu Xian specially ordered 2 black silk rabbit girls for fish Luo to drink with him. How has the fish Luo, a child who has never seen the world, ever seen this scene? For a moment, his face was as red as a monkey's butt. Being molested by 2 black silk rabbit girl lowered her head and stammered and did not dare to speak. And her hands were also tightly tucked in her pockets and did not dare to take them out. Duanmu Xian did not order the rabbit girl, but on the side of the arm Liu Ruyan normal singing, he today pure is to bring the race rabbit to see the world. Duanmu Xian probably knew why both siblings had a bit of a strange attribute after a period of rigorous logical reasoning and detailed scientific analysis. The reason was simple. The depressing nature of life. After all, Yu Daoxian Lao Deng was quite strict with his children. Every day is nothing but training, with little time for yourself. When Duanmu Xian first met Liu Ruyan, she was also a very strange person, eating only special nutritious meals, waking up at 4 o'clock or so to send him a good morning and then training, and then going to school at the end of the day to read and study desperately, day after day, year after year. Holidays didn't exist in her world then. No games, no snacks. It had to be said that Yu Daoxian, that old den, was able to educate his children, teaching them to be just like a machine without feelings. That strange attribute should also have been formed in such a long and depressing living environment. The essence of this attribute is an inner desire to be noticed and to be loved. Inner relaxation is obtained by detoxifying tense helplessness or repressed emotions by means of pain. It was only later, after she had gotten to know him, that she slowly learned that there was so much more to life that was interesting. Fish Daoxian, that old dang, was Liu Ruyan, father compassionate, daughter filial piety is not wrong. After all, his educational style is really easy to teach a great filial son. It's easy to create a Belial and Jed-like scene of the 5 sons doing their duty to chart their names. On the contrary, his old mom and dad were also captains of the capital city police force. But from a young age, they were not so strict with him. Although training and studying never fell by the wayside, he did have holidays and days of indulgence in those days. So now it's good like this. People are not machines, right? They need to be colorful. This guy Duanmu Xian happens to be the one who will enjoy life, almost night after night, happy every day. At this point the KTV big screen was playing Sub Isakun's Just Because It's Too Beautiful song. This is a very good song that Sub Isakun wrote when he studied abroad in the Free State before, almost all over the north and south of the Yangtze River. Duanmu Xian every time to come to the KTV almost all order this. It is a pity that today he took the fish Luo to see the world, did not call the Sub Isakun, and could not see only because of the dance. Above the Kunststar, Zuda was still collecting dark energy, and Enmagog and the Hippolyte stood guard next to Zuda. Zuda still wanted to invade Blue Star, and the Hippolyte was in a panic. Having seen the horrors of the monster slayer with his own eyes, he felt no chance of winning this invasion. He feels hopeless, so he's been trying to figure out how he should run. I also wonder how the Yababs are doing now, if they've been yanked by Galactic Ultraman. With that thought in mind, the Hippolyte had an idea in mind and said to Zuda, "Lord Zuida, there's still no news about the Baltanians going to the Blue Star for so long, so why don't I go to the Blue Star to take a look as well? I'm still familiar with Blue Star, so I might be able to gather some useful information." Zuda nodded. "Fine, go ahead and gather as much detailed information as you can." The Hippolyte Star was ecstatic, but didn't dare show it on the surface, half kneeling down to act loyal as he always did and said, "My subordinate will certainly live up to your honor's expectations." After saying that, the Hippolyte alien turned into a black stream of light and left the Kuan Star towards the Blue Star. Shortly after the Hippolytics left, the Baltanians returned to Kunstar. "Lord Zuda, my subordinate's bilocation went to the blue planet this time and came into positive contact with Galactic Ultraman. It was true that the strength was unfathomable, but it was definitely not as exaggerated as the Hippolyte said. The combat power should be at the level of the peak of the 7th rank. Zuida heard that it was not what he expected. How can someone hang the 8th order at the 3rd order? It does not exist. Humph. As expected, the stupid Hippolyte alien seems to have slacked off over the years. If he can't beat Galaxy himself, he doesn't think any of us can. However, counting Super Terra, the battle power of 2 peak 7th rankers is indeed not to be underestimated, the Baltan aliens said. That's right. And that's about all that stupid Hippolyte alien is good for. By the way, my lord, not only did I come into positive contact with the Milky Way on this trip to the blue planet, and also found a very interesting gadget that can enhance the battle power of the Ultramarines. I don't know if your lordship is interested. Zuda was really interested. Is that true? Can you get your hands on it so I can study it? It might help us quite a bit in our invasion of Blue Star. The Baltanian waved his pincers confidently. Don't worry, Lord Zuda. According to the Hippolyte, that Duanmu Xian isn't at the base every night, and Wu Mini is a mere third-order peak, so I'll easily take him down. You will wait for my good news at Kunstar. It was night, 2:30 a.m. And the moon was dark and windy tonight. Outside the icy laboratory of the Super Galactic Police, the Baltanians once again sent their doppelgangers here. A quick look around determined that most of the men were off duty, with only so much as a smattering of a few guards napping as well. The Baltanian crept inside the lab. After the lesson of the last time, the Baltanian's method of concealing his scent had been enhanced, and this time he made sure that he would never be sensed by the Galactic Ultraman. Through the window outside the lab, you can see Wu Mini, a science nerd, still building little inventions, with sparks and lightning all the way in front of him. What a scientific laborer working day and night. Already built 2 of the previous reinforced sparks in just 1 day, and now building a 3rd. Even at this time, Wu Mini's head of hair had become unkempt, and the dark circles under her eyes had almost become pandas, but it still couldn't hide his glittering eyes, which hid an infinite desire for science. 1 spark with lightning later, a 3rd Hikari spark was successfully created. Wu Mini breathed a sigh of relief and stretched a little tiredly, casually placing the 3 Hikari sparks on the lab table, then lie down directly on the bed in the lab. Tired. Go to bed and build more tomorrow. The Baltanian was ecstatic at the sight. It would surely be best if he could just steal it without doing anything. Just as he was about to reveal himself to steal it, a soothing and clear voice rang out from outside the lab. Wu Min-yi, Yu Tianma sent us on a trip to Longmu village to investigate the meteorite that fell from the sky. I've already booked the tickets. Let's go. The sound gave the Baltanian a fright. For no other reason than it's the voice of Galactic Ultraman Tatsuki Gen of the monster killing machine come Monster Radar. So close to being exposed, the Baltanian hid himself in the corner of the lab to conceal his scent. This was the oppressive feeling of the monster killing machine. A single AO, a mere 3rd order, with a combat power that could catch up to a combined AO like Super Terra. It's no wonder it scared that dumbass Hippolyte like that. The Baltanian was now hiding in a corner without a breath of air. It wasn't until Duanmu Shen and Wu Mini left the lab and walked away that the Baltan star breathed a sigh of relief and appeared in his original form to steal the 3 Hikari sparks. In the atmosphere of the blue planet, a hidden black light was heading in the direction of the capital. An interdimensional space opens up in front of the black glow, and the Yabubs step out of it. Yo, Hippolyte Starman, you stupid ass, resurrected. The black light dissipated in the air, and the figure of the Hippolyte slowly emerged from it. Yabubs, I can't believe you're still alive. How come the monster killing machine didn't yank you? The Yabubs grunted. Humph, cut the crap. I'm under Lord Duanmu now. Do you think if I clean you up and then bring you to Lord Duanmu, the Lord will appreciate me? The Hippolyte looked at the Yapo with an incredulous look on its face. It was shocked. You defected? It's called throwing in the towel. Without further ado, take that, evil Hippolyte. The Hippolyte finally understood in this moment. No wonder the dark evil Heart King's master, Belial, had been imprisoned in the cosmic prison, and the Yaboans were still able to move around freely in the blue planet as if nothing had happened. Turns out it's another new master. It just so happens that his old master, Zuda, is now planning to invade Blue Star, and he's all too aware of how terrifying Galactic Ultraman's battle power is. Once Zuda's plan failed, Galactic Ultraman would never let him go. The Hippolyte had already died once and didn't want to be blown up again, so then he too had a mutiny on his mind. Watch as the Yabubs coalesced their dark energies towards the Hippolytics. The Hippolyte quickly explained after quickly deflecting the Yabos' attack. Hold your horses, Yabubs. This is the atmosphere of the blue planet. The Capital Police can detect our scent over there. So let's go talk in your interdimensional space. The Arborian nodded. After all, interdimensional space was his territory, and the Hippolyte was definitely no match for him there. With a casual wave of his hand, an interdimensional space channel opened behind him. After the two of them entered the interdimensional space, the Hippolyte immediately changed into a polite and courteous face, and there was even a bit of pleading in his voice. Yabo man, for the sake of our former colleagues, save me. I don't want to die again. This time the Yapo people are all the whole bungbu to live. What is the situation? I've sold you out before, and now you're begging me? Hippolyte Starman, Yabo man, I was uninformed and uneducated in the past. I apologize to you, and I ask you to please disregard your past grudges and make sure to introduce me to Lord Duanmu. I have an important message here for Lord Duanmu. I'm not asking for anything else. Just don't stand against Lord Duanmu. I just really don't want to die again. The Yabubs brayed and laughed strangely. You've learned to be smart enough to take sides. So tell me, what's the news? I'm not going to help you if you don't tell me. The Hippolyte faced hesitation. The Yabubs were in no hurry at all. This was his interdimensional space. If they were outside, they were too 50-50. But here the Hippolyte was definitely no match for him. I'm only giving you a chance because we used to work together. I'll only give you 3 seconds to think about it, or I'll leave you alone. The Hippolyte alien's mind thought of Galaxy Ultraman's terrifying strength finally stopped hesitating. Never mind. Betraying Lord Zuda is a little better than going up against a monster killing machine, hiding inside the Yabu's interdimensional space. As long as there were no coordinates, Lord Zuda couldn't do anything about him. Zuda has been resurrected and he wants to invade Blue Star and take out Galactic Ultraman. Now it was already building up its strength in preparation for resurrecting the Super Garanta King, and its strength was definitely above that of the Garanta King that was once at the peak of the 7th rank. Lord Zuda himself is at the early 8th rank, and there are 2 great generals of the early 7th rank in this, and Mago and Baltanian. The Arboreal cut in with some disdain as he listened. That's it? I thought it was much better. The Hippolyte was puzzled. What do you mean? Lord Zuada's power is also terrifying. Okay, that's a solid 8th rank level. The Yabubs laughed. A mere 8th rank, not to mention Lord Duanmu. Let me just ask you, can your Lord Zuada get past the Shining Dija? The Hippolyte froze. The Shining Dija bit is something he didn't tell Zuda because the Shining Dija opening conditions are unusually harsh in his perspective. Doesn't Shining Dija require very harsh conditions to open? In the eyes of the Yaboans, the Hippolyte is now no different from a primitive man, who is so far behind in the information he understands. What about you, Jungle Turd, living 800 years ago? After you died, it was the power of Shining Dija that raised your former master, the Dark Lord of Evil Hearts. Now that Lord Duanmu and the others were close to studying Shining Deja's power, it could almost be said to be on at any time as long as the livestream was on. Do you know about Gryza? Who is sealed in the depths of the Panlong mountain range? That's a solid 9th-ranked powerhouse. Lord Tuki beats the crap out of Gryza after borrowing Shining Deja's power. Which one of the Shining Deja and Galactic Ultraman inside your Lord Zuda can touch? You tell me. In the mouth of the Yabo people, Galaxy Ultraman seemed to have become an omnipotent god. And Duanmu Xian himself would probably have to be flabbergasted twice if he heard those words. Genus is a bit of an exaggeration. Galaxy is indeed counterintuitive. But hitting Gryza is a stack of various buffs to take out. The faith of all mankind plus the Galaxy Luigi L teamed up to combine the Inquisitive Galaxy, which can be said to have stacked up both the materialistic and the materialistic in order to win. But despite the bragging rights, taking out Gryza was a real battle. The Hippolyte was shocked. When the Dark Lord of Evil Hearts had gone to great lengths to create an internet opinion to break the Shining DJ's faith in order to invade the Blue Planet, shadowing Seven ahead of time, banning Super Terra, and preparing so many monsters to fight separately, just did not expect to do so much preparation in the end or lose a mess. All because of Duanmu Xian, this variable. Sure enough, monster killing machines are scary as hell. At the thought, the Hippolyte fell straight to his knees. If you do not forsake me, my lord, I, the Hippolyte, will be at your service from now on, and I ask only that you save my life. Lord Zuda is definitely no match for the monster killing machine. I'm going to give up my life as well. Wu Min-yi, who had left the Super Galaxy Police Force, had planned to follow Duanmu Xian on the high-speed train to Longmu Mountain to investigate the abnormalities there. But because of the exhaustion of staying up for 3 consecutive days of scientific research, Wu Min-yi was a little bleary-eyed. Captain Duanmu, why don't we go in a fighter plane? I recently built a fighter plane in the capital as well. It's fast, it's worth a try. Duanmu Xian was really interested. After all, Wu Min-yi was known as an ace pilot. Sure, just in time for me to see how great of an airplane you've built. Wu Min-yi raised a confident smile and said, "Don't worry, Captain. With my piloting skills, I can fly straight to Dragon Mist Mountain in 30 minutes at most. That shitty place is a shithole. You can't go by high-speed train directly to your destination, you still have to drive 30 kilometers. I didn't have the slightest problem flying a fighter plane and landing directly in their village." Tuan Kaiken agreed, and the two made their way to the Super Galactic Police Hangar, where a blue fighter was parked. That cool shape and streamlined design directly made Duanmu Xian's eyes light up. After all, what man could resist such a big toy? Still good, Wu Min-yi. Not bad. What's the name of this airplane? Humph. The pterodactyl. Both the speed and balance are far superior to the previous Mujiki ship, and it even carries a powerful energy shot. But Captain, let me give you a friendly reminder before we get on the plane. I fly the plane rather hard, so be prepared. Duanmu Xian skimmed his mouth in disdain. Che, cut the crap. When I transformed into Galactic Ultraman 10 seconds to push Taranta to the Shanbing star does not feel fast. District a plane can fly faster than the Milky Way? Wu Mini saw that Duanmu Xian was so confident and did not persuade him anymore. And the two of them boarded the airplane together. Wu Mini quickly strapped in and activated the hex power system. Looking back, Duanmu Xian was already strapped in and grinning at him. Get on my plane. I'll give you 8 words. Life and death. Wealth and fortune. Take off. Duanmu Xian had no reason to panic in his heart. Was Wu Mini, the ace pilot, really reliable? With a loud rumble, the pterodactyl took off in a dry land style. And that stance was even more hardcore than Duanmu Xian's mountain air before he crossed over. Just at that moment a great number of dark clouds gathered in the sky. Thunder resounded through the sky, and lightning illuminated the earth. A torrential downpour fell as the bean-sized raindrops continued to crackle against the fuselage of the pterodactyl. It suddenly occurred to Duanmu Xian that the thing that airplanes fear most when taking off is encountering thunderstorms and rain, and most airplane accidents happen during thunderstorms and rain. Wu Min-yi, it's raining thunderstorms. Why don't we take the high-speed train to go? The airplane doesn't feel too safe inside the thunderclouds. But Wu Mini encountered this thunderstorm rain instead of landing. Even more excited, the corner of the mouth is unable to suppress the joy. Well, it's been a long time since I've had the freedom to travel through the clouds under a thunderstorm. Captain Duanmu, let me, Wu Mini, take you on a journey of speed and passion today. Charge! Duanmu Xian froze and hurriedly shouted. Hey, Wu Min-yi, are you listening to me or not? Wu Mini reached out and lifted his long, artistic hair to remove the headphones hidden in it. No wonder the bastard couldn't hear Duanmu Xian speak. Captain, what are you talking about? I was too sleepy when I went out. I was afraid of falling asleep while driving, so I brought headphones to listen to passionate music. I didn't hear what you just said. Duanmu Xian was speechless, but repeated it anyway. It's raining thunderstorms. Let's go back and fly the plane next time. A thunderstorm rolled through at that exact moment, and Wu Mini still didn't hear what Duanmu Xian said. I can't hear you very well. Captain, speak up. Duanmu Xian obeyed and yelled. Let's land quickly. The weather is too dangerous now. Wu Mini understood, and then showed a Jia-like smile. Mini a smile. Life and death. I see. I was looking for a way to get there in half an hour without flying too fast. Since it's a thunderstorm day, I'm going to have to bring out my best speed. 10 minutes to fly. Then we can land faster. Charge. Saying that, Wu Mini pulled the joystick to run the hex tech to its fullest at once. And the pterodactyl let out a roar that even drowned out the sound of the heavy rain hitting the fuselage. The pterodactyl turned into a blue light that cut through the sky toward the southwest. Thunder rolled and lightning flashed all around. The heavens seemed to sense a mole cricket soaring in the sky in the midst of this rolling heavenly might, mocking the impotence of death. Explosive thunder rang out from the dark clouds, and countless lightning bolts struck towards the pterodactyl. Duanmu Xian was so frightened that he hurriedly raised Galaxy Spark, and with a brilliant greenish-blue light flashing, Galaxy Ultraman appeared in the air. Reaching out, he blocked the lightning as much as he could, then turned into a greenish-blue light and returned to the pterodactyl. Exiting his transformed state, a beautiful summary language was emitted. Wu Min-yi, damn it, can't you be more stable? We almost got killed just now. Do you know that? You're like my gaming teammate. All you do is rush with your brain. Can't you play a little defense? Wu Mini couldn't hear the sounds around him clearly while he was flying the airplane at high speed and wearing headphones. But that one defense wave he heard. What? Let go of the fight. Captain, you know me. It just so happens that Hextech Systems has an extreme flight mode on the pterodactyl. I'll turn it on now. Guaranteed destination in 5 minutes. Wu Mini lifted the cover of the joystick, and underneath was a red button with a yellow exclamation mark symbol. With a light press, the hex system operated to the extreme at this moment, and the pterodactyl let out a terrifying roar, doubling its speed once again. The sky was slashed with a narrow mark. A flash of light. Duanmu Xian was deadened in his seat by the pushback from this terrifying flight speed. The beautiful summary words kept coming out of his mouth, but alas they were all left behind by the wind-like freedom of speed. At this point, the speed of the winged dragon had already surpassed the speed of sound by too much, and that sonic boom crackled in the middle of the clouds, and Duanmu Xian could no longer hear the sounds around him very clearly, but it had to be said that Wu Mini was worthy of being an ace pilot, and in no time, the pterodactyl arrived at its fog-covered destination, Dragon Mist Village, without any danger under such extreme speed. The pterodactyl slowed down a bit with it. Wu Mini took off his headphones and shouted out with a mesmerized look on his face. Cool, it's been a long time since I've flown an airplane. Captain Duanmu, how was the experience of riding in my plane? Duanmu Xian wanted to spew graceful summary words to come, but it did take 5 minutes to get there, and he retracted the graceful words. Next time you have to drive so fast, greet me in advance. I'll take your plane after I've transformed. I have to keep myself safe. Scared the shit out of me. If the crash is too fast for me to transform, I'm screwed. Wu Mini proudly raised his head and said, Captain Duanmu, you have to trust my skills. I'm an ace pilot. As soon as the words left his mouth, the plane had already flown into the area covered by the fog, which seemed to have the ability to jam signals within it. As soon as the pterodactyl entered it, all the levers failed. The plane also crashed with inertia toward a small hill off to the side. By the time Wu Mini reacted, it was too late. With a loud bang, the airplane crashed heavily on top of the hill, exploding a large string of sparks, and this pterodactyl followed suit and was completely scrapped. Luckily, in the nick of time, both of them pulled out their respective transformers and turned into equivalent Ultraman to save their lives. At the bottom of the hill where the plane crashed, Duanmu Xian and Wu Mini lifted their transformations and helped each other out of a bush. At this time, both of them had a bit of color hanging on their bodies. Duanmu Xian had a bit of injury on his left hand, and Wu Mini's right leg was bruised. Wu Mini, what just happened? It was about to land. Why did you make a crash? I don't know. The plane suddenly went out of control and got blown up like that, but I'm guessing it had something to do with this fog. No, let's find a place to rest first. The place we landed should be quite close to Dragon Mist Village. The two of them traveled through the mountains, trudging along the rugged trail that would have been a quick way to get through this forest. But the place where Wu Mini crashed is too overgrown with thorns, and the road is still slippery, so it's too hard for the two of them to walk. Duanmu Xian also had to hold Wu Mini up. Both of them tacitly did not transform. This kind of adventure is one of the rare pleasures in life, and to enhance the experience of wilderness exploration, transforming would be meaningless. The two of them managed to pass through the thorny jungle and arrived in the middle of a mountain path that the villagers often traveled. The trail was damp because of the fog, and the road was overgrown with weeds, with no sign of any biological activity. It was too clean, so clean that it was even a bit perverse. So Wu Mini noticed something was wrong right away. Captain Duanmu, something's not right. It's logical that this kind of mountain road that's close to a hidden village should be frequented by villagers, but the mountain paths here are full of weeds, not to mention human footprints, not even traces of animal activity. It's so counterintuitive on a mountain like this without any modern amenities. Duanmu Xian hummed. Yes, it's October, a crisp fall day, and the mountains should be full of critters by all rights, but we came out of that mountain forest. Not to mention the critters, not a single mosquito. It's so counterintuitive. The two of them made their way along the mountain road in the direction of Dragon Mist Village, observing all the way but not spotting any living creatures. It was as if there were no longer any animals inside this mountain forest, which was quite an anomaly in the humid mountains of October. Oil is known to harbor mold and water is known to harbor bacteria as a source of life. There must be a fair amount of wildlife surviving around it to be right. But this dead mountain forest was nothing but weeds and thorns, and not even a single longworm existed inside the weeds that could almost reach one's knees. Keep going for about a kilometer and finally you can see the outline of the village. Suddenly there was a violent vibrating sound coming from the mists behind them. That sounded as if some huge creature was walking around. Who? Duanmu Xian and Wu Mini instantly looked back with alertness. In the patch of mountains behind them, foggy and with near zero visibility, unfurled the odd intent to perceive. The strange thing was that nothing could be perceived, as if the violent vibration just now was a hallucination. Wu Mini was a bit strange, but he wasn't panicking. If there were monsters out there, they shouldn't be the ones who should be afraid, but the monsters. After all, this great god beside him was a monster killing machine, and the sense of security at Duanmu Xian's side was more reliable than the security brought by being in the capital city police force. Forget it, Captain. The fog is too thick to see anything. Let's just go to the house and take care of the wound. Duanmu Xian hummed, no longer bothering with the strange vibrations just now, and walked over to one of the houses. The village houses were still very primitive wooden huts, and the lights were still on in this one, so someone should be in there. Duanmu Xian went up and knocked on the door. Anyone? Open up. Unfortunately, there was no movement inside. Duanmu Xian unbelievingly continued to knock on the door and waited for 5 or 6 minutes. There wasn't even the slightest movement in the house. The two of them looked at each other, and Wu Mini directly removed the door lock of the wooden house, and the two of them broke in. The cabin's living room was simply furnished with a sofa, 4 chairs, an 8-sided table, and a very old-fashioned satellite TV. The two looked around the house and neither found a single person, having thought it was an unoccupied house. But then the two men found unsealed faucets in the kitchen and half-cut and already slightly rotting fruits and vegetables on the stovetop. Wu Mini picked up the rotting fruit and placed it in front of him for a closer look before scratching his head in confusion. Strange. What's the matter with this house? It's obviously empty, but there are signs of human habitation. The fruit is rotten like it was cut about 3 days ago. And where did the owner of this house leave the house 3 days ago to go? Duanmu Xian combined with the bizarre situation happening here, and instantly thought of a horrible episode of the previous life of Dija Ultraman. The fog came. But honestly, so much time has passed that many details have been forgotten. Just remember the line, quickly find out the weakness of the monster Magonia. Let's just say that Magonia has a bit of power, but not much, and it's easy pickings for Galactic Ultraman. Thinking of this, Duanmu Xian also put down the heart that was hanging in the air at the beginning and said to Wu Minyi, "Whatever, let's take care of the injuries first. There are about 100 houses in this village. Later we'll go through them door to door and see if there are any survivors." Wu Minyi hummed, and the two of them each went to this cabin and found a medical kit to start treating their wounds. In the forest in the middle of Panlong Mountain toward Longwu village, a young girl in a vigilante uniform with a gun in her hand walked down the hill in a panic, the fog behind her chasing her all the way. The young girl's body was athletic, like a spirit monkey bypassing obstacle after obstacle and navigating through the mountains and forests. The fog spread quickly but never caught up with her. Upon closer inspection, there were these other piles of unidentified creatures flying rapidly through the fog. Along the way, a green snake was possessed by one of these unidentified creatures just as it poked its head out of a tree branch, devouring it in less than a few seconds. The green snake's life energy was directly turned into nutrients for this pile of unknown creatures to absorb. This pile of unknown creatures didn't continue to go after the young girl after absorbing the green snake's life energy and turned its head towards the depths of the fog. The young girl ran ahead, and the unidentified creatures and the fog chased after her. She ran and it chased her, and she couldn't get away. The young girl fled all the way to the village, pushed open the door of one of the houses and scurried inside, then quickly closed the door and put her back against it. The young girl who had escaped for the moment gasped for air, and this room coincidentally was the room that Duanmu Xian and the others had chosen. At this time, Duanmu Xian had already taken off his own shirt and had a small basin filled with hot water one by one in front of him, using a towel to wipe his wounds. That toned only because the flesh was naked and exposed. They both looked up at each other at the same time, looking at each other in all directions. Duanmu Xian's eyes were filled with confusion. The young girl's eyes widened, and the next second seemed to be realizing what quickly covered her eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Just at that moment, the fog that had chased the young girl all the way through the house penetrated as well. Quite a few of Magonia's detached bodies scurried in through the cracks in the windows. Duanmu Xian quickly rushed forward to pull the young girl behind him. Then whirling galactic sparks, one little Magonia was smashed to pieces as the sword went down. Magnia's IQ is not as high as the sinister and cunning cosmonauts, but it's high among the monsters. Knowing that they would not be able to gain an advantage against the galaxy spark in Duanmu Xian's hands, so it was that these little Magonia stopped penetrating into the house, and even the fog faded away. Only after resolving little Magonia did Duanmu Xian turn around to look at the young girl who had barged in. "I didn't expect to see living people in this village. Where did you come from? What happened to this village?" The young girl somewhat shyly reached out and pointed at Duanmu Xian's naked upper body and said, "Brother, clothes." Duanmu Xian was speechless. This girl was quite shy, retrieving her own clothes from a side cabinet and casually putting them on her body. "Okay, tell us what's going on in this village." The young girl then explained. "I'm the daughter of the captain of the Panglong Mountain Observation Center, and a week ago, a meteorite fell in this area. Then that night a heavy fog covered the 10 miles, and all communication equipment within the 10 miles was paralyzed. Then there are tons of strange creatures that appear out of the fog and they possess all animals and humans to suck their life energy. That fog covered the entire observation center, and everyone in the entire observation center was possessed by that creature. I also escaped by chance when I realized that this creature is afraid of water. It took a lot of wasted effort to escape from the observation center." Duanmu Xian understood. "Okay, let's go straight to that meteorite. Fix it and get out right." The young girl froze. "Brother, you're still injured. Why don't we break out and move help first? This fog is too weird." Duanmu Xian looked at the young girl with an expression like she was looking at a fool. "Moving in for help? Haven't you seen the news? Beautiful? Do you think my face looks like that super galactic vigilante Captain Galactic Ultraman that's been making the rounds on the internet lately? If even I can't solve something, then it's useless to call for Super Terra." Only then did the young girl come back to her senses, carefully sizing up Duanmu Xian, her gaze going from puzzled to unbelievable, and finally covering her mouth in shock. "Wow, it's really you, hey. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. Hurry up and kill that monster. I want to avenge my father." Duanmu Xian hummed, then yelled at the room inside. "Wu Minyi, go away. I know where the culprit of this fog is. Let's get it done and then go home. Maybe even in time for lunch." "All right, Captain." Wu Minyi rushed out of the bathroom in a pair of chaps with his dress pants and froze when he saw that there was actually a girl in the room. Snapped quickly. Wu Minyi used the fastest speed in his life, 5 seconds to put on his pants and clothes, then complained. "Holy shit. Captain has a girl, why didn't you say so earlier? I just finished treating my wounds and damn near came out but naked. Duanmu Xian was speechless. Can't you hear anything out there? Wu Minnie pointed to the high-efficiency noise-canceling headphones he was wearing on his ears. I brought my headphones. Serves you right. Half an hour later, the trio left the village towards the mountain where the meteorite had landed, and along the way, the fog seemed to retreat in fear of the power of the galactic sparks. This is in stark contrast to the very beginning of the episode where the fog chases the young girl, where the meteorite landed. Magonia's own meteorite seemed to sense the threat edging closer and emitted an eerie glow. Countless little Magonia possessed the villagers and defense team members who fell near the meteorite and had their lives drained by him. Most of these villagers had been dead for days, and most of their bodies were stiff, their faces pale and bloodless. But after the little Magonia possessed them, they each reared up with their weapons in their hands, like zombies. But because their bodies were too stiff to walk properly, Magonia simply didn't bother controlling them to walk, but made them move in a different way. Only to see more than 1,000 stiff corpses jumping up and down, waving their hoes and flatbeds in their hands and heading down the mountain. That commotion on the mountain naturally attracted Duanmu Xian's attention. Under Galaxy's powerful perception, Duanmu Xian clearly saw more than 1,000 zombies on the mountain moving towards where he was. One by one. Crap, what the fuck is moving? How is this shit all straightened out? Wu Minyi's perception was not as good as Duanmu Xian's, so he naturally couldn't see what was going on inside through the thick fog, and asked with a curious look on his face. What? What did you sense? Duanmu Xian shook his head. Nothing, just monsters, he said, suddenly turning his gaze to the young girl in question. You just said you're the daughter of the captain of the Panglong Mountain Observation Center, right? The young girl hummed. Yeah, why? Duanmu Xian frowned as there were a large number of people wearing observation center uniforms within that batch of zombies, and that batch of zombies should include her father. This young girl has just experienced the pain of losing her father. If she again let her see her father's body turned into a zombie, probably cannot withstand the blow. And so it came to be that Duanmu Xian Dao. You guys don't want to go up the mountain. I'm going to go alone and take care of this monster and we'll go home. The young girl's mind was still delicate, and she seemed to hear some concealment in Duanmu Xian's tone, but she didn't object. Okay. Duanmu Xian hummed and raised Galaxy Spark, and in the next second, a greenish-blue light flashed. BGM up. Super Fusion, Galactic Ultraman. Sarah. Equilibrium Galaxy Ultraman figure instantly turned into a greenish-blue light, disappeared in place, appeared in front of these more than 1,000 zombies. Hidden above the mountaintop, Magonia's main body silently watched the scene. Magonia is actually still a bit intelligent, knowing that it can't beat Duanmu Xian, but it should have some use after using so many human corpses as a shield. The humans still have mercy on the bodies of their fellow humans, I guess. Unfortunately, while Magonia understood humans, she didn't understand Great General Duanmu. The moment he saw these zombies, the plasma sparks all over Galaxy Ultraman's body instantly erupted in an intense red light. A mass of monstrous flames hovered around Duanmu Xian. Since you are all dead, don't come alive to scare people. Sink into a deep sleep in peace. I won't charge you for the cremation. Consider me Duanmu Xian as a one-stop funeral service. Galactic Flame Sphere. With a big wave of Galaxy Ultraman's hand, countless balls of flame smashed into these zombies. Fire purifies all the defilements of the world. Under the terrifyingly high temperature, the bodies of these zombies were quickly set ablaze, and in less than 5 seconds they were burned to dust all over the sky. Even the whole mountain was burned out in a scorched earth. The divine fire burned up all the filth and that fog went up in smoke. Wu Minnie at the bottom of the mountain as well as the young girl were able to sense the situation on the mountain after the fog cleared. When they saw the 1,000 or so zombies that had been burned to death, anger instantly ignited within them. Magonia has turned all of these 1,000 people into zombies, and the bodies are still piled up on the mountain. The commotion on the mountain just now should have been caused by these zombies. Damn. No wonder Captain Duanmu won't let us follow him. Those villagers and the people in the observation center have turned into zombies. You're the daughter of the captain of the observation center, and he's afraid you won't be able to get off. The young girl was a sensible person and knew that her father was in fact long dead. The look was tinged with a bit of sadness, but it was more of anger at the alien life form. I understand. It's all because of this monster. It actually didn't even spare the corpses of these villagers, so that they can't even have peace after death. I wouldn't blame Captain Enwood for that, and Captain Enwood left them the last of his decency. In fact, since the invasion of the cosmonaut monster, the entire blue planet in all places and countries have been suffering from such pain all the time. If the Ultramarines hadn't stepped up to the plate, Blue Star would have been destroyed by the monsters. But despite this, doomsday scenarios are happening all over the world all the time, with the Gryza disaster years ago killing several cities and leveling thousands of miles around. In recent years, the Gatangio, the Mechanical Island, has led to over 10 million deaths and injuries in Tianhai City. And then there's the capital city. Not to mention Belial, the Dark Lord of Evil Hearts, the Giga Chimera, and King Obu Mangus, all of whom were killed and wounded despite having ultramarines. Then there are the various monsters from even earlier, with statistics counting hundreds of millions of deaths and injuries, all of which are the loss of a single living life. Without the Autobots, any random disaster faced by the humans of the Blue Planet would be tantamount to the outbreak of Armageddon. In such an environment, after so many times of life and death, the hearts of the humans of the Blue Planet had long been as solid as a rock, and they had long been accustomed to sadness and parting. This time, the death and injury of more than 1,000 people in Dragon Mist Mountain was not the first time since the outbreak of Armageddon, and it was definitely not the last time. But the people who survived always believed that as long as we stick together and work hard to become stronger, one day we human beings will be able to survive such brutal competition. Drive all the cosmonauts and monsters out of the Blue Planet and defend your home. At that exact moment, the mists cleared completely, and all the alien lifeforms gathered together to eventually form the giant monstrous Magonia. Possibly because Magonia had absorbed all the lifeforms in this 10-mile radius. This one Magonia was far stronger than the one in the Dija TV. The size is fully twice as big as the TV one, with a height of 77 meters and a weight of 120,000 tons. The rank was in the early 6th order. In order to protect her own body, Magonia let out a roar at Galactic Ultraman and brazenly rushed towards Galactic. But nowadays, the 6th order monsters were no longer enough to be feared in Galaxy's view, and in the face of this 120,000 ton big guy, Galaxy was not the least bit intimidated. Leaping into the air, a galactic flying kick went down, and the 120,000 ton Magonia was kicked to the ground. Riding up was a blast of output that beat Magonia senseless. Not far away, the young girl watched the scene of Galaxy versus Magonia and turned her head to look at the sea of fire. Instead of being devastated by the loss of his own father, a stronger sense of conviction rose within him. Along with this sense of conviction, the equivalent rank also directly broke through from the peak of the 2nd rank to the early 3rd rank. Raising his transformer, with a flash of golden light, Brigid Ottoman appeared in the Dragon Mist Mountain. On top of the battlefield, Galaxy Ultraman was fighting Magonia, and when he felt the energy fluctuation coming from behind him he also turned his head to look curiously. Yoo-hoo, Grizio, it looks like there's something new to discover on this visit to the Dragon Mist Mountain. Grizio, the Ultraman bar, is actually considered a fairly buggy one within the new generation. The amount of milk is quite impressive. Using Jerry George Healing Burst with a red light inside Galaxy Fighting 3, not only can it expel enemies, heal teammates, purify evil, and strengthen the power multiple effects, it can recharge her 2 brothers' energy instantly. The shield is more powerful than her 2 older brothers, and is arguably one of the strongest supporting abilities within all of Ultraman. Except, of course, the King of Otter. Simply put Griho, the Ottoman. You can say she's mixed up, but you can't say she's a dish. Grizio was a little surprised. You know me, Lord Galaxy? Duanmu Xian shook his head and asked instead of answering her question. Want to avenge your father with your own hands? Grizio nodded. Already badly injured by Galaxy, Magonia once again brazenly charged towards Galaxy Ultraman. Duanmu Xian glanced at him, and the plasma crystals all over his body bloomed with a dazzling light as he gathered his power, stepped forward and grabbed Magnum's head. Let me purify you of your sins. Oh, with a fierce and forceful fling, Galactic Ultraman's powerful force threw the 120,000 ton Magonia directly into space. Jerry Joe and Wu Mini both gave a dumbfounded look. What the hell? A 120,000 ton Magonia was thrown into space single-handedly by Duanmu Xian? What kind of outrageous value is that? After throwing Magonia into space, Duanmu Xian turned his head to Wu Mini and said, I'll leave that meteorite to you while Grizio and I take out Magonia. Wu Mini nodded and pulled out his transformer to change into Hikari Ultraman and flew towards the meteorite at the top of the mountain. Grizio asked as he walked over to Galaxy. Lord Duanmu, you threw it too far for me. Can't catch up. Galactic Ultraman didn't say anything, reached out and pressed his hand on Grizio's shoulder, and the 2 figures disappeared directly into a greenish-blue light. Appearing in the middle of the universe the next second, Magonia managed to stabilize herself in space. It saw that Galaxy and Grizio had appeared in front of it. At this moment Magonia felt extreme fear. Nemo, what kind of monster is this? Is this the power of Ultraman? With its unusual weight Ultraman had a hard time pushing it. Galaxy flung it out of outer space single-handedly. So it was that Magonia turned her head and fled deeper into the universe. Coincidentally, the direction of Magonia's escape happened to be in the direction of the planet Genghis Khan, which was not far from the blue star. It has to be said that Magonia has intelligence. It is known that Ultraman is afraid of the cold. and it thinks that it has a chance of surviving by running to the planet Genghis Khan. The two AO figures followed suit and turned into streams of light as they chased along. Don't think about escaping. Let me destroy you in space. Let's go, Griho. Good, let's go. The two O's looked at each other in the air and offered up their respective surefire techniques. The plasma crystals all over Galaxy's body blossomed with a greenish-blue light. Grizio's hands also condensed a large amount of golden light particle energy. Galaxy piercing ray. Griho rays. The six-colored ray of light and the golden ray of light particles hit Magonia's body at the same time. Magonia's body was pushed towards the Genghis Khan star by the two powerful rays of light that struck her. In the next second, only a loud rumble was heard, and the Xian ice star was once again blown out into a deep pit. Magonia, in the middle of the universe. Grizio looked at the deep crater that had been formed when Magonia was blown to pieces, inwardly saying goodbye to his departed father. Galaxy, on the other hand, was looking at the 1,000 holes of the Xianbing star and fell into a deep thought. How many times has this been the fight on the Xianbing star come? When I first came to the Xian ice star, it was cold, but from afar it had the unique charm of an icy blue color. However, after several battles, the present-day Xianbing star had long been messed up by the traces of the galactic battles. There was a large pothole, especially the one in the very center that looked like an abyssal rift, which was made by the ultimate galactic lightning strike that combined the power of shining. The two O's were silent in the universe for a while before Galaxy suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Hey Grizio, where are you going to go from here?" Grizio had her head down with confusion in her eyes. "I don't know. Hey, I lost my mother in a battle in the capital some years ago, and now I've lost my father in Dragon Mist Village, and now I have no relatives. My father dedicated his life to the Xia Kingdom, and I was wondering if I should follow in my father's footsteps and join the police force to serve our Xia Kingdom." Duanmu Xian skimmed his lips and smiled slightly. "Then how about joining my Super Galactic Guard? Although it's a new organization that's just recently been formed under the capital city police, but it's filled with youngsters about my age, so you won't dishonor your talent by being at my place." Grizio's eyes lit up, but then dimmed. Is it really possible? But even though I'm a 6th stage talent, my abilities are all supportive, so I might not be of much use in battle. Galaxy encouraged. "It's okay, you just haven't tapped into your true potential yet. If you are willing to work hard, you won't be any less accomplished than those lords, and although you may mix it up in battle, your role must be vital." This wave of poisonous chicken soup went down, directly making Jerry Chao's confidence pull full, looking at Duanmu Xian's eyes with endless admiration. "Okay, I'm willing to join the Super Galaxy Police. From now on, I won't call you Lord Duanmu, I'll call you Captain Duanmu as well." Super Galactic Guard Chief's office. Liu Ruyan, who had finished the day's lessons, sat boredly in front of Duanmu Xian's desk. In the early hours of yesterday morning, Duanmu Xian received a mission to go to Longmu village to solve the abnormal situation. Originally she wanted to go with her, but Duanmu Xian said that she should guard the capital a bit, so he didn't take her there, because before that the Yababs had brought the Hippolytes to defect, and the two of them had given out all the news that Zuda had been resurrected and was planning a major invasion of the Blue Planet. According to the Hippolyte, both of Zuda's men were ruthless. Yama and Mago is extremely perverted in strength and has a treasure sword and shield. The sword can cut through all matter in the world, and the shield possesses a defense that easily withstands the light of SARYM. The strongest of those adults in the capital police force is Terra Ultraman Lu Jingyang. Even in his heyday, if he touched in Mago alone he would have had his head cut off. And then there's that Baltanian, who, according to the Hippolytics, has the same ability to grow in size and split up as the Milky Way. Duanmu Xian also realized the seriousness of the problem, so he let Ruyan Lu stay in the capital, then go to the capital police and shake in the 6 Otter brothers and Monbiotics to open infinite dreams. When Duanmu Xian left, he said he'd be back the next morning, but as the time was approaching afternoon, the setting sun was already spilling over the office through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Liu Ruyan, this bitch is another sticky main. As long as an hour without seeing Duanmu Xian will be all over the place. Annoyed, she scrunched her torso down on the couch where Duanmu Xian often sat. "Hubby traveling without me? Hard. Miss Hubby Day." Just at that moment, the lock on the office door was twisted and pushed open. Other people have to knock on the door to get into this office. Who else but Duanmu Xian can open the door directly like this? Liu Ruyan raised her head in surprise after hearing that voice and stood up to welcome her. "Husband, you back?" Ruyan Lu choked on her words in mid-sentence, because Duanmu Xian had indeed returned, but behind him was a young girl with a pretty face and a hot body. Her smile instantly froze and that gentle face turned cold. First, he looked the young girl up and down. The face was okay, the body was good, and he wore the uniform of the police force, so he should be a member of the police force. "It's over. My husband won't get another girlfriend in the police force. I'm not the only one for him anymore." It's hard to believe that Duanmu Xian wanted to start a harem, So he chose to have a private meeting with this little vixen at the base and then left her at home. Has she fallen out of favor? Damn it! This little vixen wasn't a savior at first glance. In this one instant Liu Ruyan's mind had already brainstormed a palace fight drama. My invincible overbearing husband kept a vixen in the company. And since then the company and the home have gone both ways. And then was drained of his energy. And his body is not as good as it was every day. Actually, it's all Nana's Reese's fault. She's tired of watching Peppa Pig at home every day. Sometimes they will watch some palace fighting ancient language hegemonic dramas. And Liu Ruyan will also watch for a while when she is bored. She's been taken a little sideways now. Duanmu didn't realize that Liu Ruyan had thought so many things in her head in that instant. Just to see Liu Ruyan actually in his office waiting for him, Hart is very surprised. Hurrying to Jerry Joe behind her. Why don't you just sit in my office for a while? And the Flame Warriors will come by later to get you inducted. Okay, Captain Duanmu. Grizio Hundin walked into Duanmu Xian's office to find a chair to sit in. After dismissing Jelly Qiao, Duanmu Xian came to Liu Ruyan only to find her expression cold. Duanmu Xian was still smart enough to know that she might have misunderstood something, but in his heart, he wanted to tease her. Casually, he pinched her cheeks and laughed. Wife misses me after not seeing me for a day. Let's go, I'll take you out for dinner. Oh, come on. Liu Ruyan replied in a nonchalant manner. Her inner activities were rich as if her heart was dead at this moment. Duanmu Xian couldn't help but feel amused. He knew that Liu Ruyan had a lot of inner drama. This would not know where his brain had gone. Giving her a shoulder to walk out of the office. 10 or so minutes later, left the police base in his beloved Lamborghini supercar. Duanmu Xian drove the open top in pure electric mode, slowly enjoying the early fall breeze. Liu Ruyan sat on the passenger side without saying a word, letting the breeze blow her 3,000 green silk fluttering with the wind, attracting gusts of fragrant wind on her face. After an unknown amount of time, Ruyan Liu suddenly said, "Honey, do you not love me anymore? Duanmu Xian? What's wrong with you, wife?" Saying that all of a sudden, Liu Ruyan pointed to her white and delicate legs that were leaning against the left side of the seat in an aggrieved manner. "You texted me this afternoon that you were coming back to take me out to a barbecue, so I wore your favorite black silk today, and then you actually drove without even touching my leg. Say, did you let that little vixen seduce your soul? Crap." Duanmu Xian froze. Liu Ruyan's aggravated eyes were about to drop small pearls when she finished those words. Duanmu Xian gave a fright and hurriedly reached out to rub her head. Okay, I'll explain it to you. That girl isn't some vixen. She's the daughter of the captain of the Panlong Mountain Observation Center. That fog at Dragon Mist Mountain was a ghost created by the cosmic lifeform monster, Mygonia. All the villagers there and the staff of the observation center were killed, and she was the only survivor. I see her as quite pathetic. Plus her awakened Ultraman has great healing abilities and a strong shield. That's why I scooped her up for induction into our super galactic guard. After hearing these words, Liu Ruyan's eyes fog gradually dissipated and she sighed in relief. So, that scared me. I thought you had found a vixen out there. I was just thinking, if you really want to find a bad woman out there, you'll have to check in with me ahead of time, and then you can't affect my position as the rightful owner of the house. Say. Duanmu Xian was amused by her words. Don't be silly. We're in pure love. I'll be struck down by heaven if I green you. Such a nice bitch as you are. Ruyan Liu crooked her face and narrowed her eyes slightly. Is it? Why don't I believe it? The internet says, men's mouths lie to people's ghosts. Duanmu Xian was speechless. Where did she learn these things? No. Do you believe anything on the internet? Then why else have we been out of the base for so long without you touching your leg? Okay, I'll touch. Duanmu Xian was helpless and stretched out his right hand to cover her leg. Ruyan Liu muttered. Look at you. So reluctant. You've learned to perfume me. The internet was right. Duanmu Xian's patience gradually decreased. I'm telling you, Wan, don't be like this. Read less poisonous chicken soup on the internet. Ruyan Liu was unforgiving. Humph, that's the way it is. Hey man, love is done. Duanmu Xian couldn't bear it. Suddenly thought of that strange attribute of Liu Ruyan. It can't be that this niece just purely and simply wants to take a hit. Thinking of this, Duanmu Xian quickly struck out and hit her on the melon of her head with a hammer, crashing with a crisp sound. Be quiet. Liu Ruyan was this hammer down. Not only the eyes instantly become clear up, face also followed the rosy red, lowered his head and muttered in a small voice. Listen to you. This hammer went down. Her little temper instantly cleared, and she sat there quietly looking at Duanmu Xian's side face in a daze. Duanmu Xian seemed to understand the correct usage of this bitch at this moment. 2.5 hours later, Duanmu Xian, who had finished his dinner, drove with Liu Ruyan to a dark night tavern in the capital. This tavern wasn't much known in the capital, but the rating was quite high, reaching a staggering 10 out of 10 in one of the troops. Most of the messages here are left by brown people. Listening to these people say that the boss's wife inside the dark night tavern aged 27 or 18, was born with a convex front and a charming back. This owner's wife is hospitable and accommodating. It is said that it seems to be in a divorced state, and there have even been a number of messages from people wanting to go for another kiss. 27 or 88-year-old charming widow, running a tavern all by herself, and actually managed to stay safe and sound, with no one getting drunk and making trouble. Duanmu felt that this tavern was a little bit not right. It would not have any immodest ingredients in it. So Duanmu decided to go and find out tonight, and in the meantime, see what this legendary tolerant boss lady was really like. The two entered the Black Knight Tavern, which had very simple furnishings and a very dark environment. Rent was expensive in the capital city where land was at a premium, so this tavern had a small footprint. When you walk in, there is a long aisle in front of you, and on the right-hand side is a very Japanese-style long table, kind of similar to the Ichiraku ramen table in Naruto. A row of small round benches sat in front of the table, behind which was a dimly lit, crowded aisle, and a variety of famous wines were set out on the far right cabinet, flashing pale yellow ambient lights. On the left-hand side are very small, plain wooden tables and chairs that have a 1970s and 1980s feel to them. The tavern happened to be deserted at this hour, and the two sat down at a tavern table. There are also warm tips on the stickers in front of the tables. Shake the wind chimes above your head and call out to the owner's wife. Duanmu and Liu Ruyan looked up based on the cue and indeed saw a string of ancient wind chimes. Liu reached out and shook the wind chime, which shook with a crisp tinkling sound. The wooden door at the deepest part of the tavern then opened, and a graceful and beautiful young woman walked slowly. The sound of high heels on a wooden floor rang out in the secluded setting. Galaxy sparks emitted a faint greenish-blue glow the moment this boss lady stepped out, and Galaxy Ultraman's voice resounded in Duanmu mind. This boss lady, she's not human, she's cosmic, be careful. Duanmu frowned slightly. As expected, a high-stress city like the capital was a mixed bag of fish and dragons on the outskirts of the Eastern District. If it's true that a gorgeous 27 or 18-year-old widow runs a tavern all by herself, there will definitely be some people who see the light and get drunk. That's just the way it is in the service industry. The name of a street around this tavern is called Fengahua Street. This place has no other characteristics. That is, there are especially many social loafing punks. There are frequent fights and acts of molestation of women. Since the invasion of the monster cosmonauts, the law has actually become really less binding by the day. It was said that there was a lot of wrongdoing in front of a widow's door, but it so happened that this gorgeous widow had opened a tavern in this kind of land for such a long period of time with zero bad reviews, and no one had made any trouble. And with a surprising #1 rating for positive reviews, it would be a lie to say there are no catcalls. Yo, the two guests are new faces. First time in my Black Knight Tavern. Right, may I ask what the two guests need to order? The beautiful young woman twisted her enchanting body to come in front of the two men. The red lips exhaled like orchids, and the charming eyes seduced the heart. That fragrance drilled into Duanmu nostrils along the air. It directly aroused Duanmu desire. What a demonic spirit! Duanmu cursed in his heart. Now Duanmu was curious as to what this cosmic person had done to those customers by opening a tavern here. Just a couple of your specialties here. The gorgeous young woman nodded. Then let's give you two a taste of the house's signature. The Wallano's gaze. Ruyan Liu asked curiously. Hirano's? The beautiful young woman moved elegantly and calmly as she took a bottle of red wine from the counter and explained while mixing the wine. Hirano's is the name of the vampire that exists in myth and legend. In mythology, the graceful undead, the nobles of the night. In many different mythologies, vampires are not far from red wine, and our store's signature is a red wine named after Holanos. Duanmu directly frowned when he heard Huolano's name. Another monster within the Dija Ultraman, the vampire Huolanos. Then the identity of the gorgeous young woman in front of him was probably known to him. Looks like a vampire pretending to be one. The red wine tasted sweet, mixed with an imperceptible hint of blood. Duanmu suddenly put down his glass halfway through his drink as if he had asked without thinking. Boss lady, this tavern of yours is much darker than the usual tavern setting. If it weren't for the ambient lights you'd have to be reaching for the sky. Don't you feel depressed living in such darkness every day? The boss's wife seemed to have heard that Duanmu was pointing her out, but she still maintained a subdued smile as she replied. Just get used to it. Life happens. Seeing this, Duanmu pulled Liu Ruyan's divine light rod out of her arms and placed it on the table. The divine light rod emitted a faint gust of light after sensing the aura from the boss's wife. Is that so? I've heard that vampires are very light-fearing beings. Won't you feel uncomfortable being in close proximity to this bitch? The boss's wife showed a pained expression after being illuminated by the light of the divine light rod, but she forced herself to stay calm. What are you saying, guest? Why can't I understand? Can't understand it, can you? Duanmu said with a smirk, pulling the galactic spark out of his arms again and placing it in front of the table. The galactic spark emitted a dazzling greenish blue light when his mind moved. This time the boss's wife couldn't hold back any longer and quickly pulled a blackout cloth from the curtains next to her in an attempt to block out the glow of the galactic sparks. Don't be like this, guest. People are afraid of the light. Take it away. Snapping quickly Duanmu Xian stood up and illuminated the entire tavern with the glow of galactic sparks. Bold demon. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. I want you to show yourself. The boss's wife finally couldn't stand the bright light. Her skin turned green and fangs grew out of her mouth. Just like a vampire. Kid, you're bullying people too much. Suffer death. Stretching out his sharp claws towards Duanmu Xian, he stabbed. Seeing this, Liu Ruyan quickly reached out and held the boss lady's wrist down in a death grip. The vampire boss lady was still trying to resist when Ruyan Lu rolled right into the narrow aisle and pinned the vampire subdued against the wall. Tuan Kaikan also tumbled into the aisle to the vampire. Tell me about the customers who come to drink with you and what you do to them. The vampire could not see that he could not struggle, so he could only give in. I just sucked a little of their blood. It's not like they're going to die. I didn't break the law. What gives you the right to arrest me? Are you super galactic police just so overbearing? Haven't gotten anyone killed. Duanmu Xian lowered his head and pondered. If he hadn't gotten anyone killed, an unusual protagonist might hesitate not to arrest her. But he was a Duanmu great general. Humph. Isn't sucking blood harmful? What kind of robber baron logic is that? If the capital police force wasn't so tightly regulated now, put it in a time when we humans didn't have the light of otter, would you still be so polite and use the law to protect yourself? You're just afraid to be blatant because we've gotten stronger. But given that you didn't kill anyone, I won't put you on the spot, so you'll go to the police station later to reflect on your sins. Vampire I see Duanmu Xian this guy positive hair evil. Not give her half a chance to sophistry simply is also not pretend. With a red light emanating from his body, he violently exerted his strength to break free from Ruyan Lu's restraints, and escaped by leaping and crashing through the ceiling of the tavern. You're not getting away today. Duanmu Xian looked at the shattered ceiling and grunted coldly. Raising Galaxy Spark. The BGM plays. Super Fusion. Galactic Ultraman. Sarah. The bright greenish-blue light illuminated into an equivalent Galactic Ultraman chased after him. After the vampire escaped, the earth of this tavern followed and shattered, and a huge bat monster flew out of it. Noble in the night, the vampire bat Huolanos makes his appearance. People on Fenghua Street saw this huge monster and fled screaming in fear, and the originally bustling Fenghua Street followed the chaos and noise. Monsters have appeared. Run guys! Help! Why are monsters suddenly appearing from the streets? Run! Let's get to a nearby emergency shelter and call for the Super Galactic Guard to handle this. But in the next instant, a 7-colored haze lit up in the ruins, and Dija Ultraman appeared on Fenghua Street. These people then stopped being afraid and stopped. Dija Ultraman's strength in his shining state was more powerful than several of the adults in the capital police force. What are they afraid of with Dija Ultraman? Dija Ultraman is here. We don't have to run. Ha ha, how dare a little monster make trouble in the capital? Do you really not know that the Eastern District is the territory of the Super Galactic Police? Go Dija. Finish this monster. In the center of the battlefield, Liu Ruyan faced off against Huolanos without the slightest fear, even if she herself only had a 4th-ranked combat power. Although Huolanos was very powerful, at the level of peak 6th rank, plus it's dark again, and its power will follow the intensity of the night. But Ruyan Lu had the flashing daisy bracelet, plus there were so many people watching the battle, she could turn it on at any time. The battle was imminent. The two huge bodies collided together, and Dija Ultraman was knocked back several steps before he could barely stabilize himself. Seeing that his opponent was not as strong as he was, Hirano swung his wings up again and charged at Dija. And with Liu Ruyan in the spirit of the vampire's weakness of being afraid of sunlight, Dija Ultraman pressed on, not wanting to tangle with it much. Seeing that he couldn't put up a fight with his power, he directly leaped in the air with a beautiful flip to pull away from Huolanos, and then directly after that, his arms crossed and a golden light blossomed at the crystal on his forehead, gathering power in the colorful timer on his chest. In the next instant, a strong light blossomed all over Deja's body, and that light illuminated the entire Fenghua Street as bright as day. Timer Flash, the most powerful skill of Deja, once in his shining form had defeated Gitangio with this move. This move works even better against creatures of the dark. Huolanos instantly let out a wail of pain as he was hit by the blazing light, and his body was burned extensively. Huolanos hastily swung his huge wings, and in an instant a violent hurricane blew the containers and cars around him away. Those containers and cars slammed into Dija Ultraman, forcing an interruption to the timer flash's spell casting. The light disappeared, and Huolanos looked particularly miserable at that moment. His entire body's skin burned by that instant of light. Black blood bubbled out. An enraged Hirano slammed into Dija Ultraman. Ignoring his injuries, Dija Ultraman is knocked out of the way by an angry Hiranos. Although Liu Ruyan's fighting skills were exceptionally strong, she was completely unable to take a single advantage against Huolano's Dija Ultraman, whose speed and strength were higher than her own. It didn't take long for the red light to flash as he was being pummeled by Huolanos. If it wasn't for Liu Ruyan's quick reflexes, she would have almost been bitten by Huolanos in one bite. The hearts of the surrounding onlookers tensed up, seeing that he couldn't beat them in a hard fight. Dija Ultraman in the battlefield turned his gaze to the masses on Windward Street. Brothers and sisters, don't just watch. Get your flashlights out. Turn on your cell phones with flash. Give me light. I want to open up. Liu Ruyan followed Duanmu Xian for so long. More or less learned some hot words. This is not hanging the word are used. The audience was quick to react as well, pulling out their flashlights, and those merchants turned up the lights in their stores to the max. There are even a few fishing guys who directly pulled out their professional strong flashlights, which can be powerful enough to go straight to the clouds. Go Dija, use our light. Dija, get up. We're giving you all the light. Go Dija, defeat the monster. As the crowd chants, Dija Ultraman quickly goes into a flash daisy state and gives those onlookers an otter thumbs up. Thank you. The Shining Daisy morphological enhancement brought about by the faith of the audience and the Shining Daisy bracelet built by Wu Mini were not even on the same level. Dija's power skyrockets as he gains the faith of the audience. Huolanos, not realizing the severity of the problem at this point, opened his own fangs and bit down towards Dija Ultraman. However, Dija grabbed its fangs with one hand, and the powerful force pressed it down so hard that it could no longer take a half step forward. Huolanos was confused. It didn't understand why this Ultraman had suddenly gotten stronger, frantically struggling and flailing his wings in an attempt to break free of Dija Ultraman, but it meant nothing in the hands of Dija in his fledgling state. In the next instant, Dija's arm blossomed with blue light to gather strength, and with a fierce pull, Huolano's fangs were pulled down by one, and he fell to the ground in pain and wailed miserably. Without the slightest intention of letting it go, Liu Ruyan once again stepped forward and grabbed another one of Huolano's teeth and pulled it out with force. Both teeth were pulled out, completely losing their ability to resist. Hornbreaker, a tooth that long is considered a horn. Huolanos endured the pain and turned toward the universe. How could Ruyan Lu let it go with the mindset of getting rid of evil? With one hand, he unleashed a stasis beam to hold Huolanos in midair. Finally picking up a J-Pelio ray, the high heat rays hit Huolanos, igniting a ghostly blue flame that burned Huolanos to the ground. And on the other side, Galaxy Ultraman caught the escaping Vampire Boss Lady. Vampire Boss Lady in the hands of Galaxy Ultraman, pressure even dare not rise up the courage to resist, only to yield. In the end, Duanmu Xian made a phone call to call in members of the capital city police force to put her in jail. Today is another day when the light of righteousness is shed upon the earth. 8 o'clock the next morning. It was another weekend, and Duanmu Xian got up early today in an unprecedented manner, because yesterday did not play games all night. Today is not sore back, legs do not hurt, really playing games all night hurt. It wasn't that he didn't want to play the game all night, but it was because Fish Kettle Peach was too much of a rookie and always managed to pull off counterintuitive maneuvers. What had been a sky-high advantage was flipped directly to Duanmu Xian. Angry, shut down the computer, and then pressed her on the computer table, ruthlessly exchanged 2 hours of poker skills. Of course it could also be because of the evil fire aroused by that gorgeous vampire in the tavern earlier. I have to say, healthy living, early to bed and early to rise, is really good for you. Habitually, he reached down to his side, intending to give his beloved one a good morning kiss, only to find that Ruyan Lu had gotten up at an unknown time. Strange. Where is Wan Wan? Could it be that she went to prepare breakfast for me? After all, this bitch is super virtuous. Thinking of this, Duanmu Xian numbly put on his large robe and came to the living room, only to find out that Ruyan Lu wasn't there to prepare breakfast for him, but was sitting with Nanace Risa watching TV. These two women, one large and one small, were sitting in one piece nervously watching the scene on TV. For some reason these two women made Duanmu Xian feel like his own wife and daughter. The two women were so focused on watching the TV that she didn't react until Duanmu Xian sat down next to her and gave her an arm around her, then immediately leaned her head into his arms. Hubby, you woke up so early today. Are you hungry? I'll go make you breakfast. No, let's go downstairs and get some later. By the way, what are you guys looking at? You're so mesmerized. Duanmu Xian was a little curious as he turned his gaze to the TV, only to find that it was broadcasting Legend of Shenhuan. I rub. No wonder this bitch will say that kind of words last night when she is the main palace. It turns out to be Shenhuan biography micro-brainwashed. But Duanmu Xian is playing pure love, and her wife is enough for her. Those who want to start a harem can only say that they are too young and are truly unaware of how much a gorgeous wife can kill you. The amount of rations to be paid every day is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. It simply confirms the famous saying, if you have this wife, it's hard to cure goji berries. In the universe, Zuda has gathered enough energy to bring the Super Garanta King back to life. This Gurren king had absorbed the energy of half of the Dark Koan star, and its strength had reached the early 8th rank. The massive body, the powerful oppression. The steel body made both the Baltanians and the Imago feel fear. The Baltanian exclaimed, "Lord Zuida, with the Super Garanta King here, the ultramarine warriors of the Blue Planet are definitely no match for us. Magoto, let's invade Blue Star here. Once we defeat the obnoxious ultramarines, this beautiful planet will be ours." Zuda frowned. "Not yet. The Hippolytics are disconnected from me." It hadn't returned until now since it had gone to investigate Blue Star, and now there were only two possibilities for this situation. Either it was killed by the ultramarines again, or it betrayed me. The Baltanian replied without thinking. Then there's no need to guess. It must be that loser who was wiped out by the ultramarines again. Simply a liability and deserved to die. In the Baltan Star people's conception, Zuida is the real emperor of the universe. Lending the Hippolyte Star people 10 guts, he would never dare to betray Zuida. Lord Zuida's terrifying strength had been fought over many years of conquests, and the Hippolytes, as followers, did not know how many powerful enemies Lord Zuida had witnessed eliminating. Mago had the same idea. Yeah, that's all that punk Hippolyte is, with or without him. Although the two henchmen said this, Zuida always felt that something was wrong. If the Hippolyte died, he should have been able to feel it, but the fact is that the link was broken, but it didn't feel like it died. He couldn't quite believe it if he had to say that the Hippolytes who had followed him south for so many years had mutinied. Could it be that he was too focused to notice when he resurrected the Super Garanta King earlier? No way. The disappearance of the Hippolytes is too strange. There must be something fishy going on. Tell you what, in Mago, take a trip to Blue Star and look for signs of the Hippolytics. I remember him saying before he left that he was going to investigate the situation in the city where the capital police force is located. As you wish, Lord Zuida. My greatsword has long been hungry for more. Mago smiled widely in excitement. It was finally his turn to show off. He waved the long knife in his hand as if he had already used it to cut off the head of the ultramarine warrior. In Mago's eyes, the strongest fighting force in the entire Blue Planet was nothing more than the peak of the Sixth Order. And as for the Galactic Ultraman that had been blown up by the Hippolytes, however, it is just a small child at the peak of the Third Order. The strength of the realm is also placed there. The only thing to watch out for is the Super Terra Ensemble. But if he's a tiny striker, he forces the opponent's King Bomb out. It also only goes to show that the Blue Star Ultramarines are nothing more than that. It was obvious that it hadn't listened to half of what the Baltanians and Hippolytics had said. However, it wasn't that Mago was too arrogant. Knowing that Mago's strength was not inferior to the average fusion monster, plus the two divine weapons in his hands, once followed Zuida on an unknown number of planets. Inside Terra TV, the fusion monster Tyrant is no match for Terra. And Mago faces Terra in 3 or 2 moves and cuts off his opponent's head. In the end, if it wasn't for the land god plot kill, Terra would have been karma. Inside the capital city police force, Mombius is being trained in gravity at 500 times the force of gravity. Not only that, he was enduring gravity training while holding up his shield against Saban's cluster light. Faced with such harsh training, Mombius' stamina was bottoming out at light speed, and the color timer was quickly flashing red. Ever since the last time he was specifically reminded by Duanmu Xian of the huge potential of this boy, Monbiotis, Shafurin then arranged for Fish Dao Xian to give him special training. This boy, Monbiotis, although he was at the 6th stage of the 1st rank when he first awakened his talent, the light he emitted was far inferior to the several lords of the capital city police force. It's stronger than the average AO, but it's not even close to being top-notch. And the battle performance after awakening is generically not as bright as its predecessors. It's just like how he was in the TV, really pure and innocent, a white guy in the early days. It's hard to cultivate hard for a year to grow to the 5th rank, only to meet the crossover Jin. Galaxy. The light was directly covered down. Looking at the Monbiotics that had already flashed a red light, Fish Dogan shook his head with some disappointment. It really doesn't compare to the Milky Way. Mombius was a little upset when he heard this. He always felt that he was no worse than anyone else. Was Galaxy trained like this back in the day? Fish Dogan explained with a hum towards Monbiotics. At that time, it was Yu Tianma who trained him in Tianhai City, and at that time, he was only at the level of the 2nd rank of the district, able to withstand 500 times the gravity after transforming into Galaxy while resisting Utsuma's Specium Rays and my daughter's Japirio Rays. Finally consumed Yu Tianma are out of stamina. Even the color timer did not flash red. Compared to Galaxy, all the self-proclaimed geniuses look beyond ridiculous. Mombius was silent. So Galaxy had that kind of strength when he was only in the 2nd rank. As the saying goes, no comparison hurts. Compared to him, what's there to be complacent about in terms of one's own achievements at the 5th rank? Mentally battered, Monbiotics' conviction plummeted, and in the next instant, the shield was broken. The cluster of rays hit Mobius in the chest with an explosive sound. Mobius exited his transformed state and fell to the ground, covered in bruises. The 500 times gravity chamber also stopped releasing gravity. Fish Dogan didn't realize that his 2 words had actually dry-shattered Monbiotic's beliefs, and that the cluster rays had hit him solidly, although he had withdrawn his strength. But seeing that Monbiotis was not badly injured in this state, he hurriedly went up and helped him up. Mobius, it doesn't matter. Mobius looked up. Bruised and battered, he looked incredibly weak at the moment. Captain, I may not be up to your standards. I don't want to train. Fish Daoxian frowned when he heard this. What? A little setback and you're all bent out of shape? Mobius couldn't help but feel despair at the thought of the gap between himself and Galaxy, and his eyes had filled with tears. Captain, I really can't do what Galaxy did. It would be too hard. Anyway, Blue Star has Galaxy to guard. I'm just a patchwork. I don't want to keep training. Fish Daoxian was directly angry after hearing this and put him on the ground. Pointing at Mobius, he cursed. What's with that look on your face? And what's with the tears? Can you defeat monsters and cosmonauts with those tears? Can you protect Blue Star with those tears? You're still not a man. I don't know how many invasions of monsters and cosmonauts we've suffered from in all this time on Blue Star. Do you know how many lives we humans have lost in this disaster? We humans have persevered to this point by never giving up. How many times destroyed and rebuilt? How many times have we been knocked down and then stood up again? How many people who just lost their loved ones and comrades yesterday have to fight again the next day? Countless predecessors forged our current capital police force with their blood and lives. And you, as a squad leader of our capital city police force, fighting at the forefront of the battle, show this kind of womanly gesture. Do it for whoever. Asshole. Mobius was scolded silly and sat frozen in place, not daring to say a word. At that exact moment, the door to the training room was opened from outside. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan walked in hand in hand. Mobius hurriedly wiped away his tears and stood up with difficulty. He didn't want to be looked down upon by Duanmu Xian, whom he originally regarded as a junior. Yo, dang, training Monbiotics. Just finished? Duanmu Xian flirted as he scanned around the training room. Fish Daoxian snorted coldly. Although he had already accepted the title of Lao Dang, he still felt offended when he was shouted at. It's a rare weekend. Why don't you rest at home and come to our capital city police training base? Duanmu Xian said. Wan and I have been to car shows all over the capital city and we couldn't find an otter jeep that we could use for training. Didn't you drive 2 of them when you trained me before? Lao Dang. Lend them to me. I'm going to train. Fish Daoxian was confused. Not you, kid. The sun has struck the west today? You actually volunteered to train in a jeep? Duanmu Xian naturally understood that Lao Dang was mistakenly thinking that he wanted to train, and hurriedly explained. I think you're mistaken. It's not that I'm going to train. It's that I'm going to train my lovely brother-in-law in your otter jeep. He's been begging me to train him every day. So as a brother-in-law, I'm sure I'll have to fulfill his request. Fish Daoxian looked at Duanmu Xian with an incredulous expression. Have you got it wrong? Fish Luo's talent isn't as good as yours, and he's only at the early 2nd stage right now. You want to play him to death? I'm the only fucking son, and Ruyan Lu is the only brother. Are you going to run him over with the jeep? To Duanmu Xian this was part of revenge. How could he just let it go? So, you're not going to lend me the jeep? Fish Daoxian refused categorically. No, absolutely not. You need at least the kid's 3rd rank to train him with a jeep. Alright, then I'll ask Wu Minyi to build me a chariot, and I'll drive it directly to train him. Fish Dogan was in a hurry. Don't go too far, you kid. You won't give up until you play him to death, right? Why don't I apologize to you on my end and you let him off the hook? Duanmu Xian doesn't accept Fish Dogan's apology. I'm not a pilgrim, so why should I release my horse? Anyway, how you practiced me in the past, I'm going to practice back on him again. Hurry up and give me the jeep, or I'll let Wu Minyi build the chariot. Fish Daoxian looked at Liu Ruyan, and found that this niece put Duanmu Xian arm a hug with a mute like not saying a word. Doesn't that girl care about her brother at all? Looking back, Mobius was stifling a laugh. Perhaps he had just been trained a bit hard and then scolded himself, and would be gloating. It's really one thing led to another. Duanmu Xian saw that Yu Daoxian lowered his head and didn't say anything, so he directly turned around and left without dragging his feet at all. Fish Daoxian was anxious and hurriedly pulled out the jeep keys from his own pocket. 3 steps to Duanmu Xian's side to give him a pull. No, don't bother Wu Minyi. It's not easy for him to do scientific research every day. It's just a jeep. I'll lend it to you. You can just go straight to the B4 garage on base and drive it. But I'm warning you, training is training. That is, after all, your wife's own brother. Shouting your brother-in-law so diligently every day. Don't play him to death if you don't look at the monk. Fish Daoxian eventually compromised and gave Duanmu Xian the keys to his 2 jeeps. Duanmu Xian took the keys and the smile on his face gradually perverted before giving one of them to Liu Ruyan. Go call your brother and tell him to go to the Super Galactic Guard training base now and warm up and wait. We're going to play now. Train him. Just as the two were about to leave the training base, the manhwa behind them finally couldn't help but call out to the two. He had just been devilishly trained by Fish Dao Xian, and now he wanted to see how old Den's son was being trained as well. Wait, Duanmu Xian, can you bring me along during the special training? I want to go see how you usually special train Fish Swoluo. Duanmu Xian looked back at him suspiciously. This one had collapsed on the ground since he first came in and didn't know what had happened. He heard Olden there just before he entered the door. What's with that look on your face? What's with the tears? Is it hard to believe that Olden practiced him to break defense as well? Okay, you follow. 2.5 hours later, inside the training base of the Super Galaxy Police, Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan were driving an otter jeep alone. In front of the two jeeps, the Fish Swoluo, who was wearing a black special training suit and a gravity bracelet, stood in front of the car with a resolute gaze and looked at the two people in the car. At this time, the Fish Swoluo just had a round of physical training, and ran 10 laps with sandbags and weighted hand rings strapped on. Sweat from his forehead slid down his cheeks, and a few scattered strands of broken hair clung to his face, looking woefully out of place but energized and vibrant. Ruyan Liu asked with some concern. Brother, are you sure it's okay? The two of us coming together and the gravity bracelet you're wearing, can you really carry it? The corner of Fish Swoluo's mouth grinned, revealing a line of white teeth, and gave a thumbs up towards the two. No problem sis, trust me, you and your brother-in-law just come. Youth, it's all about burning. Duanmu Xian hemmed and hawed. Okay, such youth. I recognize you. Is Swoluo ready? I am not going to show any mercy. Fish Swoluo nodded with a resolute gaze and shouted. Let it rip. I have no limits. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan looked at each other. Both of them stepped on the brake and gear at the same time, and with a blast of the gas pedal, the two steel beasts let out a roar and rushed towards the Fish Swoluo. Fish Zoro roared, close crouched and jumped high over the two jeeps. Good boy. I can't believe you still have the strength to jump. Charge the jeep for me. Duanmu Xian also did not expect that the Fish Swoluo actually had the strength to jump after training for an afternoon. But this is not his purpose but see Duanmu Xian hands action fast brake shift in one breath. A beautiful tail drift turned the car again toward the Fish left Luo rushed. The manhwa watching from the side can't help but be a little worried about Fish Zoro's body. Can he really carry this kind of intense training? Under the siege of two jeeps. In less than 2.5 minutes Fish Swoluo was caught in the breach by the jeep, knocked out and fell to the ground. This scene directly brought Mobius's heart into his throat. But the knocked away fish left Luo did not give up. But in the air a beautiful turn to land on the ground, rolled twice to unload. Actually to that extent do not give up well. Fish Swoluo really only 17 years old? Such toughness, don't want to train like crazy. In Fish Zoro, Mobius saw the perseverance that the humans of the blue planet displayed in the face of an alien invasion. The tenacity to get up again no matter how many times he fell, despite his own talent already being considered top human. A genius of the 8th stage was training desperately like this. So what had he just done as a senior? As a junior captain of the capital city police? His faith wavered when he was confronted with the idea of giving up after just one training session beyond his limits. What's with that look on your face? What's with the tears? Can you guard Blue Star with these tears? Can you defeat monsters and cosmic beings with these tears? Fish Dogen's voice sounded in Mobius' head at the same time. Asshole, what kind of ultramarines are you when you're this bad? When I think of my own cowardice and retreat, and then compare the tough perseverance of the Fish Swoluo. Mobius was suddenly very disgusted at the moment with the self who had shed tears just by facing the special training, and he slapped himself hard in the face. The burning pain on his face did nothing to hide his remorse for his cowardice. Casually pulling a huazi out of his pocket, he took it in his mouth and lit it, letting the bitter odor spread in his mouth. Taking a deep breath and then letting it out slowly, he fell into a deep daze. He did not dare to look at the special training of the Fish Swoluo in the back, and the more resilient the Fish Swoluo showed, the more he felt that his face and heart were slapped hard. 2.5 hours had passed and the special training was over. This kind of special training is just stay cool and hot. I have no limits. Ending the 2.5 hours of hell, Fish Zoro let out a growl in the training center, then collapsed on the grass in exhaustion. This training directly stimulated his limits, allowing him to go straight from the middle of the 2nd stage to the peak of the 2nd stage. He felt that he had reached the climax of his life, felt that his life had reached its peak. It had to be said that Cyrus's talent was just high. Plus the special training potion managed to be enough. 2.5 hours to jump 2 small realms in a row wasn't an exaggeration. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan got out of the car and rushed over to help Fish Swoluo up. Oh Duzan, my best hold. You're okay. Fish Swoluo's fervor has also infected Duanmu Xian, and now Duanmu Xian speaks with more or less exuberance. This high decibel Dumusan sentence almost shocked Liu Ruyan next to her. But Fish Zoro seems to suffer from such decibels. Such a voice. Which is youth. With a grin at the corner of his mouth, he hemmed and hawed over Duanmu Xian's shoulder and said, "Brother, I'm fine. Can you take me to that KTV again tonight? I want to have fun again." Obviously. Before Duanmu Xian took him to have fun once he remembered that feeling, and wanted to go again today. "Yasi, my best bondage, I'll take you out for a good time tonight." Duanmu Xian waved his hand to indicate that there was no problem, but in the next second, the ear of the fish Swallow was grabbed and twisted by Liu Ruyan. "You're drifting, aren't you? Going once is enough, but you want to go every day. Doesn't your brother-in-law have to go home with me?" The fish Swallow, who was originally hot under the bloodline suppression, was directly subdued and begged for mercy. Agu, sis, I'm wrong, I'm not going no more, let go, it hurts." Duanmu Xian frowned and hit Liu Ruyan on the head with a hammer. "Stinky bitch, what to do? He is your own brother, you pull his ears like this. Pull him bad, what to do? Really? Don't be afraid. Brother, I'll stand up for you. Your brother-in-law." Fish Swallow's eyes were about to burst into stars. At this time, if Liu Ruyan was not still glaring at him, he would have shouted, "Brother, you are too good to me." Liu Ruyan was knocked on the head and ate the pain to release the hand that gripped the ear of the fish Swallow, and looked at Duanmu Xian with an aggrieved face. "But I want you to come home early to be with me," Duanmu Xian rightfully said. "Then why don't you just come with us tonight? It's not like I'm not taking you. Day after day. I've been looking to bully your brother. Who's the best thing that's ever happened to me? How will he get a wife if you break his ears?" Liu Ruyan was dumbfounded by the dislike and forced a small voice. "It's just going to bully me. He's obviously my brother. Since he's so close to you, then it would be better to let him change his last name to Duanmu and let the court sentence him to you." Fish Swallow's hearing was quite good. As soon as he heard this, he was directly excited. "Really? That's great, sis. Can you really sentence me to my brother-in-law?" With a loud bang, Liu Ruyan smashed his fist on his head. Painful Fish Swallow showed his teeth. This comical appearance made Duanmu Xian laugh. The three of them walked and chatting without realizing that they had already walked to the gate of the training base. Fish Zoro seemed to have thought of something and looked back at Mobius, who was sitting on the grass. Hesitating for a moment, he suddenly folded back and walked over to Mobius and patted the other on the shoulder. "I don't know why you don't look like you're in a good mood, but as an ultramarine youth should be used to burn, no matter what comes your way. But you won't feel lost if you just yell ahead like me." Mobius froze for a moment and was about to question it. He really wanted to know what Fish Zoro was training so hard for. But Duanmu Xian is afraid that Fish Swallow blindly enlighten people to enlighten depression, and hurriedly came to the Fish Swallow, pulled away. Okay, you also help others to enlighten up. People don't originally nothing you give people say depression. Hurry with me." The trio's silhouettes grew farther and farther away, and Manbiotis watched the three leave the training base. Watching the back of the three stayed for a long time, until sometime after the sun set, threw away the cigarette in his hand, stood up with a resolute gaze. In this moment he figured out what it meant to be a hero, and from then on he would never run away again. The fire in his chest that had been extinguished by his own cowardice rekindled. Just then, a terrifying aura came from the atmosphere of Blue Star. Yama King and Mago was flying towards Earth at breakneck speeds, the breath of a seventh-order powerhouse descending at breakneck speeds towards the Earth of the Blue Planet. Today's capital city has just experienced the devastation of Belial and cannot withstand the ravages of the seventh order once more. Flames burned in Mobius' chest as his sight looked through the sea of layered clouds at the Inmago that was approaching Blue Star at breakneck speed. Stretching out his left hand, the Mobius breath appeared at his wrist and gently touched the red crystal in the center, from which golden light blossomed. The BGM plays. Manbiotis' gaze was resolute as he looked toward Yama King and Mago, who was a full 2 ranks higher than himself. For the sake of guardianship, despite the enemy's strength and our weakness, to move forward as well, to turn the impossible into the possible, that's what an ultramarine warrior is. This world, I will protect it. Captain, please watch. My determination. Mobius. Along with Mobius's shout, a golden light flashed, and Mobius's figure soared towards Mago. Same time, Duanmu Xian was happily singing the hit song released by Sub Isakun, Just Because You're So Beautiful, inside some business KTV with Sailor. That dynamic music and perfect rap resonated throughout the box. Several rabbit girls danced the only cause dance at Duanmu Xian's request. Fish Swallow is now left and right. There is no longer the youthfulness of the first time he came, and now it is as if he is a regular visitor here. His face wasn't red anymore, and he moved without restraint, naturally enjoying the emotional value the bunny girl brought to him. It's being sung. Liu Ruyan's phone suddenly rang, and after connecting it, the roaring voice of Yu Daoxian came from the other end of the phone. "Where are you two little brats now? You can't get through to that bastard Duanmu Xian on the phone to death. Liu Ruyan was yelled at for no reason nor spoiled. Directly yelled back to a wave of father and daughter. Why are you yelling at me so loud? If you have something to say, say something. I'm on speakerphone. You tell that Duanmu Xian kid to go stop the monster from space now. That monster is in the early 7th stage. Lord Shafurin isn't in the capital right now. And Super Terra can't merge. Fish Dao Xian that voice. Duanmu Xian must have heard it all. His cell phone ran out of battery when he arrived and left it charging at the front desk of the KTV. It would be weird to get a call. Another early 7th stage monster? Duanmu Xian loosened his arm around Liu Ruyan and pulled out the galaxy spark from his arms. After thinking for a few seconds he said to Fish Zoro, who was hugging Fish Zoro left and right on one side. Oh Dudo-san. It's time to live. Don't mooch off me. Let's go. Fish Zoro sniffed and quickly jumped out from between the two bunny girls before pulling out sailor glasses from his arms. Good Liu brother. You really worthy of the monster radar. This has just finished the fight Hualanos and Magonia. Not even a day in the middle of another hard work. Follow you really right. Duanmu Xian sweated. But it was really right to hear Fish Zwaluo say this. Ever since he left Tianhai City, there were basically no powerful monsters infesting Tianhai City. At most, the Third Order topped the sky, and a random member of the Tianhai police force cleaned it up. The capital hadn't been so plagued before he arrived. Fuck you. Hurry up and transform to fight. Two bright rays of light rushed out of the KTV box transforming into the figures of Galaxy and Sailor as they flew into the universe. In the sky, Mago also sensed the three figures flying towards it from the capital. Originally, I thought that it was the strongest person from the capital who had come, but when I felt the three Ultraman's aura, the strongest was only at the peak of the Fifth Order. It was amused. Ha 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 ha. Does the capital city police force have no one left to actually send three little brats to stop this great master? Well, this great master will use you guys to sacrifice his sword. I'm going to kill all of you in the capital city police. Let's start with the strangest looking Ultraman covered in crystals. I'd like to see how powerful the monster killing machine blown out of the water by that punk of a Hippolyte is, said Mago as he turned his direction directly towards Galactic Ultraman. Galactic Ultraman was confused. Wasn't this monster so brave? He just came up and picked on him, thinking he was a soft touch. At this point, Tuan Kaiken wanted to play a BGM for him. Brave and courageous my friend. Galactic Ultraman. It is your honor to die by my Imago's blade. Suffer. Imago swung his greatsword at Galactic Ultraman at great speed, as if he wanted to separate Galactic Ultraman's body and head with a single slash. Duanmu Xian could only say, this dude is really brave. The plasma crystals all over his body also gave off a white glow as he sheathed his Galactic Lightblade sword. The greenish-blue streams of light and the black streams of light clashed together, erupting into intense sparks. When the fire cleared, Galactic Ultraman slowly retracted the Lightblade sword, while the great sword that had accompanied him in countless years of battle in Mago's hand split in two. Mago was confused. He couldn't figure out why Duanmu Xian, a peak of the 3rd rank, had nullified its early 7th ranked blade outright. My sword! No! Galactic Ultraman! I want you dead! The enraged Mago swung his own shield and charged towards Duanmu Xian. Duanmu Xian couldn't help but feel amused as he watched its exasperated appearance. Come on! You're the one who thinks I'm weak and then picks me first, okay? Mago, the knife is broken. You picked the well idol. Shut up, Galactic Ultraman. I want you to bury my sword with me. Infuriated, Mago swung his shield towards Galactic Ultraman. You asked for it. Duanmu Xian casually waved his hand, and Galaxy Spark appeared in his hand, slamming it towards its shield. A crisp crack rang out as Mago's shield was smashed with a deep crack by Galaxy Spark. Mago himself was sent flying backwards by the impact. Before it had time to react, Galaxy Ultraman had already appeared in front of it as a greenish-blue light, and slammed its fist hard on the crack of the shield from above. The shield shattered into countless fragments in response, and those fragments dissipated into countless dark energies in the air. No! My shield! My sword! Damn Galactic Ultraman! I want you dead! Mago went completely crazy, desperately lunging towards Duanmu Xian and spitting out a large amount of black gas from his mouth. Duanmu Xian frowned. It was this black chi. Tai Luo lost his resistance after he was hit by this black chi inside the TV, then his head was chopped off with a knife. That's disgusting Mago, but that's all you've got. Holding one hand in front of his body, the radiant galactic shield blocked and absorbed the black aura before coalescing it together, and then a fist slammed into Mago's face, and the massive blackness returned all of it. One punch lands and Magog's mouth is half broken. Mago covered his injured mouth, really scared at this point, and took several steps back. He found it unbelievable how easily he was cracked by Galactic Ultraman no matter what moves he used. He trembled and raised his own finger to point at Duanmu Xian with deep fear in his voice. Monster! You're a monster! How could Ultraman be as strong as you are? Where the hell did you come from? Duanmu Xian didn't like the term monster. I'm not some monster. I'm Galactic Ultraman. Mago shook his head in denial. No, you must be a monster. You're definitely not Ultraman. I'm not fighting you. I'm going back to the universe. How fucking dare you call me a monster? Seek death. Duanmu Xian got angry and swung his fist to fuck up. And Mago turned his head and ran in fear. At this moment he finally realized how far the gap between himself and Galaxy really was. Turns out the Hippolyte wasn't lying to him. This Galactic Ultraman is really ridiculously strong. At that exact moment, Mobius also flew to Galaxy's side and asked, Galaxy, has the monster been resolved? Galaxy shook his head, his eyes looking in the direction Mago had fled. No, he escaped. I was looking for a special training session with Cyrus, but since you're here too, we'll go together. Duanmu Xian glanced at the two AO behind him and gave them a handpull before chasing them towards the universe. In the universe, Mago was running away at full speed, and he sought out the fact that he was at least in the early 7th stage, and that Galactic Ultraman, no matter how powerful he was, shouldn't even be faster than him. Who knew that the next second, a positively evil voice would ring out from behind him. Mago, you are not going to run away today. I will purify you of your sins. Mago was so scared when he heard that hellish sound that he directly fled at top speed without looking at the direction towards the depths of the universe. Duanmu Xian wasn't in a hurry to get it killed. He still wanted to use it to train his lifelong bond. In addition, Duanmu Xian had a wicked sense of humor, slowly approaching the monster at a speed that wasn't too fast or too slow, so that the monster couldn't shake it off no matter what. It's like prey being chased by a hunter. That's how Mago felt at the moment, as he looked back at Galactic Ultraman, who was stepping forward. Suddenly there's a thought as to whether I'm the villain or you are. Galaxy Ultraman, why don't you let me off the hook? You see, I didn't destroy the blue star. I didn't commit any heinous crimes, so why should I be driven to the end? This gave Duanmu Xian a laugh. Joke, do we have to wait until you do something bad before we sanction you? Stop right there. Mago was confused. Are you still being reasonable? What kind of robber logic is that? Cut the crap. I've seen plenty of inherently evil monsters like you. It's just that I'm afraid to die when I meet someone stronger than you. If I can't beat you, I'll be the one begging for mercy. I won't let you go today. Mago was convinced when he saw that this Duanmu Xian brat was oil and salt. They chased after each other, and without realizing it, Mago actually flew to where the Xian Ice Star was. It's a familiar venue again. Duanmu Xian found it a bit unbelievable. Why did these monsters like to run in the direction of Xian Bing Star every time they escaped? Is there any magic here? Beside them, Sailor and Monbiotics seemed to feel like they were almost done chasing, and looked at each other releasing their respective rays of light. Emilium cut. Monbiotics rays. 2 rays of light, 1 gold and 1 green, struck Mago's back from behind, and the powerful impact pushed Mago towards the Genghis Khan. Mago's huge body slammed into the Xian Ice Star, setting off a sky full of ice shards and dust. In the next second, 3 figures surrounded it. Without his shield and long sword, Mago was like a viper with its teeth pulled out. Plus Galaxy had just punched him dry in the face, and now he couldn't even exhale black air. Only the strong body of the 7th rank remained, and the powerful skills were all blocked. Sailor, Monbiotics, I'll leave this guy to you. He's already beaten up by me. If that's all you guys can't clean up, then I think you might as well consider a career change. Sailor nodded with a determined gaze and took both of his headbands off in a fighting stance. Understood, brother. I'll definitely clean it up. Mobius also pulled out his own lightsaber. I see. The 2 O's riveted toward Mago. Damn Galaxy for using me as a training hitter for these brats. If I can't handle you, can't I handle these 2 little kids? You're not taking me seriously either. Mago was furious as he listened to the conversation between the 3, and losing his longsword and shield he swung his fist towards Sailor, who seemed to be the weakest. Inside the dark Kunst star, after feeling the terrifying aura coming from the atmosphere of the blue planet, Zuda released his senses to witness the Galactic Ultraman battle. He finally understood the gold content of the monster killing machine at this moment. The sword and shield in Mago's hand had been stained with no telling how much fury, and had followed him in battle for many years. It all shattered in 2 turns in the hands of Galactic Ultraman. After 3 rounds of engagement and having his mouth smashed by Galaxy, I'm afraid that Mago can't even spew out black mist now. It was hard to imagine that such a horrifying battle record was fought by Galaxy Ultraman, who was only at the peak of the 3rd rank. Such a strong enemy living in the world would make him the Emperor of the Universe? Sit up and take notice. No, I absolutely can't let Galactic Ultraman continue to grow. I must personally kill him. Baltan, how are those 3 Hikari sparks remodeling? The Baltanian pulled 3 dark, reinforced sparks from behind him and respectfully handed them to Zuda. Don't worry, Lord Zuda. After absorbing the dark Kunststar energy, The power of the reinforcement sparks has been drastically increased and can already be used for our purposes. It's just that the energy of the dark Kunstar has been used up by us, and it might not be long before the Kunstar becomes a dead star. Zuda hummed and took the 2 dark sparks. Used one for myself as well as one for the Super Garanta King next to me. The intensity of this dark spark was truly outrageous. The original early 8th Order Zuda had directly reached the peak of the 8th Order after absorbing the energy contained within. The Super Garanta King was a little less effective, but it had also reached the late 8th rank. With a lineup like that, Zuda is imperative to the plan to kill Galactic Ultraman. Zuda pondered for a moment. I'm afraid that the Galactic Ultraman's mighty 8th Order or less can't even touch the porcelain, and it wouldn't be much use for the Baltanians to go there. It would be better to split the army in 2 and have Baltan take out the capital police force as well. Baltan, you also use 1 dark spark to go straight to the capital police base. The energy contained within the dark spark can at least briefly raise your realm to the early 8th rank, combined with your own ability to split and giganticize. Super Terra must be no match for you. On the Xian ice planet, even though Enmago had been deprived of the vast majority of his attacks, he had beaten Sailor and Monbiotics to a pulp with only his 7th ranked physical strength. After 50 rounds of fighting, Mombius was the first to be knocked out and fall to the ground, setting off a trail of broken ice. Damn it, am I not even as good as a 2nd-ranked Sailor? LOL. At this point, Mombius was in deep remorse, and Sailor, who was treated like the weakest chicken by Enmago, has held out until now. This kid, Fish Swoluo, has been practicing the fighting taught to him by Fish Dogen since birth, as if he had started practicing fighting even after hitting his mother's womb. Even though Enmago's power was far stronger than his, Fish Swoluo hardened himself with clever moves to turn danger into danger again and again. The worst part was that the more Sailor fought, the more excited he got. It was like he couldn't feel tired and his power was rising. But because of the fall of Monbiotis, soon Sailor was lifted out of the air by a punch that Enmago found an opportunity to throw. This punch hit the chest. Ordinary 2nd Order AO was hit by a 7th Order monster like this not to die but also to be disabled. Even Sailor wasn't feeling well, his body's chi and blood were churning, and it was as if the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Duanmu Xian watched from the side and was also dryly anxious. Whether the special training prepared for them was a little too excessive. Enmago was still a solid 7th rank no matter what, and Sailor couldn't benefit from facing Enmago even if he was an 8th stage talent. Should I take a shot at it? Galactic Ultraman muttered in an aside. Suddenly, a thick flame rose from where Monbiotis had fallen. How can I fall down in a place like this? I still have partners to guard. I'm an Ultramarine. I absolutely cannot give up. Ah! With a heart-only roar from Monbiotics, flames burned out all over its body, and the pattern on its body changed, evolving directly from normal Mombius to burning brave Mombius. The realm also finally broke through the bottleneck into the early 6th stage at this moment. It's on, so it's okay. It looks like there's no need for backup. Duanmu Xian's hand, which had already been extended in preparation to help, was also withdrawn. Burning Brave Form's battle power boost was fierce, and it should be no problem to clean up an Enmago who had been deprived of most of his attacks. That's not all. Feel the conviction and metamorphosis of Monbiotics. Sailor, who had fallen aside, also felt the wildness in his body ignite. After struggling to get up, he began to build up his rage. I am also an Ultraman warrior who creates miracles. This is the first battle I face as an Ultraman. Even if the enemy is of the 7th Order, I absolutely cannot fall. Aha! A blood-red light erupted from Sailor's body, and his realm broke through from the peak of the 2nd rank to the early 3rd rank, and all the patterns on his body turned red. It's exactly the wild form inside Galaxy Fighting 3. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Xian was also a bit moved and took out the Galaxy Spark from his arms. That being said, the Plasma Spark is what helps Sailor fuse the 2 headbands together. The Galactic Spark's power is coterminous with the Plasma Spark, and this can be done. This is opening up one after another. It's really worthy of being the seedling I've been looking at. In that case, let me give you a hand as well. Sailor, take off your head tag and come before me. Okay brother, I'm coming. Fish Swoluo obediently took off his head tag and came in front of Duanmu Xian. Duanmu Xian gathered his energy to cause Galaxy Spark to release a pure blue light into Sailor's head tag. Guided by this energy, the 2 headstalks fused together to form a double-edged blade. Cyrus looked at the double-edged blade in his hand with a look of surprise. The power was unbelievable. Enmago had gotten up at some point and coalesced a huge ball of dark energy and threw it towards Sailor. No longer fearful this time, Cyrus faced the 7th Order ball of energy head-on and raised the double-bladed blade in his hand to slash down. With a loud boom, the energy ball was split in 2, exploding into 2 huge mushroom clouds on the surface of the Xian Ice Star. Enmago was shocked. He didn't understand how a mere 3rd rank could block his 7th rank strike. No, this is impossible. What makes you A mere 3rd rank, able to block my 7th rank's full force strike. Cyrus grunted. It's something you'll never understand. The power of bondage. Manhwa in his burning brave form was also standing beside Sailor at the moment. Cyrus, what's the point of wasting words with him? Let's finish him off together. I learned an otter bomb move from Terra earlier. I can use that move now. The legendary forbidden otter bomb? Mobius nodded. Duanmu Xian tapped Sailor on the shoulder from behind him. Go on. Let Inmago feel our bond. Sailor nodded heavily with great emotion, and then looked at Inmago with a cold look on his face, coalescing all the energy contained within the double-edged ice blade. The terrifying sword chi resounded through the heavens and earth, making a piercing sound. The countless icebergs around them were all split in two by this sword energy, terrifying as it was. At this moment, the double-edged ice blade was containing some of Galaxy Spark's energy inside. Causing this level of destruction was not an exaggeration in the slightest. I'm going to start a black hole storm. Sailor Ultraman picked up his double-bladed ice skates and quickly arrived in front of Enmago as if he was chasing the wind and shadows. With a single slash, Enmago's body was sliced through a huge crack. Feeling his own vitality rapidly draining away, Mago cried out in horror. No. Impossible. What makes you, a mere 3rd-ranked brat, able to kill me? Lord Zuida won't let you go. Without giving him time to catch his breath, the burning brave Monbiotics, which was covered in blazing fire, had already rushed to him to hold it in a death grip. Those words, tell that to your Lord Zuida in hell. In the next second, a violent explosion rang out, and with such a powerful blast, Enmago was blown into pieces all over the sky. Sleep in the embrace of darkness, Yama Enmago. Sailor whispered as he learned away from Tuan Kaiken's lines and struck a cool pose with his double-bladed ice blade on his back. The power of the Otter Bomb is second only to the Cosmic Miracle Ray, and can even compete with the Cosmic Fivefold Light. With such an explosion, not only was Enmago blown to pieces, but even Monbiotis suffered a number of injuries. But the good thing is that the Burning Valor form buff keeps him from blowing to pieces along with it. At this moment, Monbiotis was half kneeling on the ground and panting heavily. Duanmu Xian rushed to his side and asked with concern. It's okay, Monbiotics. Sailor patted him on the shoulder as well, and although he didn't say anything, his concern was already overflowing. Mobius laughed as he endured the pain coming from his body. I'm fine. Sailor, Galaxy, I'm happy now. I've finally done it, and I get to fight alongside you guys. I haven't disgraced the Capital Police Force. The trio enjoyed the joy brought by their victory when suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura came from behind the trio. Duanmu Xian smelled the scent of death in that instant, and his body almost instinctively turned to brace the Galaxy Shield. A terrifying dark energy was narrowly deflected. The power of this dark energy was at least at the level of the peak of the 8th rank, and even the Galactic Light Shield was slightly trembling from the blow. Looking upward through this dark energy, it was Zuida and the Super Garanta King who had sneaked up on him with a combined release of their moves. Damn Zuida, you're so damn unkind. An 8th rank sneaking up on a 3rd rank of mine. Seeing that the sneak attack didn't work, Zuida withdrew his dark energy and grunted coldly. Humph, Galactic Ultraman. Meanness is the passport of the mean, and nobility is the epitaph of the noble. Your body harbors the same infinite possibilities, and I will never allow an existence like yours to grow. Today this Xian Bing star is your burial place. Super Garanta King, give it to me. Super Garanta King's massive size was fully twice the size of Galactic Ultraman. The weight reached a terrifying 200,000 tons, far exceeding normal monsters. That size crashed down as if it were a Tarzan. Duanmu Xian knew that it was still a bit difficult for his current self to fight hard with the 8th rank. In fact, Duanmu Xian was very strange. Super Garanta King he remembered did not have a late 8th order of this degree. Could it be that something happened in the middle of this? What Duanmu Xian didn't know was that the current Zuodan King Durant had arrived at their current level by absorbing all the energy of the entire Kuan star plus the enhancement of the Dark Spark. But Sailor, the rash man, relying on the fact that he had just awakened his new form, swung his fist and was about to do it. Duanmu Xian hurriedly stopped him, pulling his and Monbiotic's hands together, and his figure disappeared into a greenish-blue light. The three of them hid in a huge iceberg in the Xianbing star. Duanmu Xian said very seriously to these two. This cosmonaut and that mechanical amalgamated monster are not something you guys can fight right now. Leave this place to me. You guys go back to Blue Star right now to find my daughter-in-law. Tell her to turn on the livestream and hurry up and find a way to get into Shining form to help me. The opponent this time is very strong, and the only way to fight it is if Shining DJ comes. Mobius was still sensible, not to mention that he was no longer in a position to fight having just used the Mombium bomb. I get it, Galaxy, but can you hold up on your own? Duanmu Xian comforted. Don't worry. I can even top the 9th-ranked Grises, 2 8th-ranked ones in the district. I still have no problem dragging them down. Cyrus, the rash, however, said, Brother, I want to stay and help you. I feel full of confidence now. Duanmu Xian unceremoniously hit him on the head with a hammer. Screw you. The little bit of energy I infused into your double-edged ice blade was used up by you just now. So help me with your head. Don't worry, there will be no shortage of monsters that can make you train. You should hurry up and go to your sister now and tell her to hurry up and start live into shining form to really help me. Race Bunny lowered his head a bit in aggravation, carefully sensing the double-edged ice blade. It was true that it didn't have that kind of power anymore. Okay, brother, I'll listen to you. You must hang in there until my sister comes to help you. Alright, get lost. Sailor and Monbiotics looked at each other and leapt in the direction of Blue Star. And in the silent Xianbing Star, Zuida and the Super Garanta King, who were looking around for the 3 AOs, spotted the location of the 3 AOs the instant the 2 AOs took off in one fell swoop. 2 little bugs will never try to escape. Super Garanta King, shoot them down. The Super Garanta King sniffed and quickly gathered a large amount of dark energy from the crystal in his chest to unleash rays of destruction toward Sailor. This ray of light was extremely fast and destructive. The suffocating sense of oppression as Sailor and Monbiotics faced this destructive deathlight head-on made them finally realize just how great the gap between the 8th and 6th ranks really was. The 2Os didn't even have time to put up their shields, but in the next second, a greenish-blue light blocked in front of them, and the Galactic shield held up to block the destructive deathlight as much as it could. Seeing this, Sailor and Monbiotics looked at each other and used their fastest speed to fly back to Blue Star. And after Galaxy blocked the energy of that destructive ray with the Galactic light shield, he reached out and pushed the ray back to the Super Garanta King. The Super Garanta King was struck in the body by his own light and exploded in a large shower of brilliant sparks. Dare to lay hands on my companion, Zuda, King Gurant, how dare you? Since you're so eager to find death, I'll fulfill you. Duanmu Xian looked down at Zuida and the Super Garanta King angrily. Galaxy Ultraman, cut the crap. It's either you or me today. I won't let you grow any further. Anyone can leave from this Xian Ice Star today. Only you can't. Zuida's scarlet pupils flashed as he drew his own sword, his figure instantly coming behind Galaxy Ultraman to slash away with his sword. Galactic Ultraman's form followed suit and disappeared in place, appearing behind Zuida, allowing his opponent to slash away. Smoothly, he slammed down a hard punch, and Zuida quickly reacted with a quick punch to spell it out with Galaxy. With a loud rumble, Galaxy's figure flew out towards the top. The power of the peak of the 8th rank really wasn't something to sneeze at. The reason he was able to spar for a while in the final stage of his previous fight against Greiser was because Greiser didn't have the intelligence to stand there and eat his galactic special light bullets the hard way, so he was able to spar for a while. And Zuida is intelligent. Knowing the power of the Galaxy special light bomb surely will not be stupid to stand there and eat it hard. Looks like it's going to be a bloody battle. I'll have to bring out my full strength. After stabilizing his stance in the air, Duanmu Xian decided to go all out, and the plasma crystals all over his body blossomed with a dazzling greenish blue light. Plasma crystals absorb energy in the universe and change internally to constantly supply themselves, facing a late 8th stage and a peak 8th stage. The slightest inattention might lead to hatred in the northwest. Zuida was also shocked when he felt Galaxy's sudden surge in aura, but then came a more intense killing intent. Bursting out of the whole body's aura, that purple-black dark energy is like a flame hovering over the body under the 9 ghosts. Good, very good. Truly worthy of a monster killing machine. I'll recognize you for such an aura. The peak of the 3rd order has reached such a level, and in terms of talent, I, Zuida, would like to call you the strongest. Since that's the case, then I, Cosmic Emperor Zuida, will also go all out. Sensing Zuida's killing intent, the Super Garanta King also released his entire body, the aura of the 3 top-tier powerhouses in full force. In the next instant, the silhouettes of the 3 turned into 3 different colored streams of light moving at high speed to collide together. A strong shockwave came from the Xian Ice Planet, and the Earth of Xian Ice Planet was once again blown out into a deep crater. Blue Star, the planetary detection center of the capital police force, had long since detected the great battle taking place on the Xianbing planet. Xia Fulin, who had just rushed back from the field, urgently summoned all the captains of the capital city police force to start a meeting on this. Gentlemen, another great battle has taken place on the planet Xianbing, between the legendary emperor of the universe, Zuida, who is resurrected once every 40,000 years, and the Super Garanta King. This time they are powerful to a new level. The peak of the 8th rank. The captains of the crowd, who were originally still confident, had a hard look on their faces after hearing the word peak 8th rank. On the Pegasus Road, with our current strength, the limit of what Super Terra can achieve is the peak of the 7th order. There are only 2 things we can do now, and one of them is to shine Dija. That's something, Fish Dogan. You should quickly go and contact your daughter to start a live broadcast. Fish Daoxian nodded solemnly, then went to call for Liu Ruyan. Shafran added, the second of which is the power of our otter brothers. As Tuan Kaikan said before, Manbiotics can unlock new forms by fusing the power of our otter brothers. The strength was only stronger than Super Terra, but the current Manbiotics were only 5th ranked and wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand that kind of power. We must step up his special training. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door was thrown open heavily and Mobius entered the conference room with a panting face. It's no good, my lords. Duanmu Xian was blocked by 2 8th ranked powerhouses in the Xian ice planet. He asked us to come back to bring help. Fish Zoro has already gone to find his sister. Let's fight together too. At this moment, Manbiotics was covered in wounds, and the corners of his mouth were even spilling blood out. Looking miserable, Lu Jingyang hurriedly went over to hold Manbiotics and asked, "What's going on, Manbiotics? How did you get hit like that? And also, when did you get to the 6th rank?" Mobius hastened to explain. "It wasn't hit. I used the otter bomb you taught me. Just now is not the 7th order of the monster invasion of the Blue Star Well. I and Duanmu Xuan use Waluo to stop it. Duanmu Xian is really a very dependable captain. He beat Nego to a pulp and then let Sailor and I use him as a chaperone. Under Captain Duanmu's tutelage, I also awakened new powers and my realm broke through to the 6th order. And I ended up using the Manbiot bomb to finish off Nego." Fish Dogan smiled in relief after hearing Manbiotic's explanation. Sure enough, training still has to be done according to that Duanmu Xian kid's standards in order for you juniors to grow up quickly. Manbiotics didn't dare to delay, knowing that the current Duanmu Xian was facing 2 late 8th stage or higher monsters by himself. It's just too dangerous. It's too late to explain now. Captain Duanmu is in critical condition facing 2 8th ranked powerhouses by himself. We must go and help him immediately. Brothers, please, let me become an infinite Manbiotics. Shafurin hesitated as he looked at the battered and bruised Manbiotics. Does it really not matter what state you're in? Mobius nodded with a firm gaze. There is no other way out of this situation. I can't rest now even if I'm seriously injured. I can't stand by and watch Captain Duanmu get killed by those 2 monsters in order to cover our retreat. We Ultramarines would never abandon our companions, would we? Shafurin looked somewhat worriedly at the heavily injured and still stubborn Manbiotics, although he was a bit uneasy about his current state. But it was true as he said. Now there is no other way. Shafurin stood out to make the final clap decision. Okay, Yu Tianma, Yu Daoxian, Duanmu Cheng, Li Murong, Lu Jingyang, let's all give all of Super Terra's power to Manbiotics, fusing the full strength of our capital police force to support Duanmu Xian. Then Xiao Zhenbua, Wan Shueting, and Ding Hongjie, the 3 of you stay in the capital to prevent any other cosmic beings from coming out to wreak havoc after we leave the blue planet. Roger that. After receiving the order, all the AOs looked at each other, nodded with firm gazes, and acted individually. Even if you die in battle, you have to guard your companions and protect Blue Star. And this is the mission of an ultramarine warrior. They didn't know how many times they had gone through life and death since the monster invasion, and the ones who stayed now were the elite of the elite. Definitely not indecisive when it matters. Shafran led the 6 men up to the rooftop and stood in a line, forming a world-famous painting. The crowd stood looking out into the distant universe where this needed their companions. Shafurin reached out and waved his hand, a dazzling blue-white light blooming from his palm. Yu Tianma raised his beta magic wand, and Yu Daoxian put on his Siwen glasses. Li Murong raised her arm. The otter bracelet on her wrist blossomed with light, and Duanmu Qing clashed the otter rings of her hands together. Lu Jingyang crossed his arms to remove the glowing Terra logo on his shoulder, and Manbiotics dragged his tired body to ignite the Manbiotics breath on his arm once again. Zophie, Ultraman, Crumbs, Jack, Otter Hopper, Tyrol, Mobius, with 7 dazzling rays of light appearing in the sky above the capital. The masses on the earth were abuzz with excitement, as if they were seeing a god. That's it, Otter Warrior, those adults have appeared. Could it be that some monstrous beast has appeared? It actually forced these adults to appear at the same time. It's possible, but as long as these lords strike at the same time, there's no monster that can't be defeated. How nostalgic. Sha Fulin, Yu Tianma, Yu Daoxian, Duanmu Cheng, Li Murong, Lu Jingyang. These several adults have arrived. It's been a long time since they've been together this much. Yeah, even the last Giga Chimera, Fish Dogan-sama, didn't come because of something. Mobius stood in front of his 6 brothers, ready to go. Behind them the 6 otter brothers looked at each other, pouring all their power into Manbiotics. Under the infusion of the power of the 6 ultramarines, Manbiotics' aura followed the rise, and the dazzling 7-colored light coalesced around it to form a brilliant rainbow of colors. Amidst the crowd's clamor, Mobius managed to enter his infinite form. The BGM plays. Sacred strings that are unique to the infinite Mobius resonate through the heavens. Infinite Manbiotics' realm belongs to the early 8th order. The fusion of Burning Brave's power and Super Terra becomes an ultimate O that surpasses Super Tai and even rivals the first appearance of Shining Dija. Thank you, my lords. Even though it's only the early stage of the 8th order, it's already possible to go and support Galaxy. We definitely won't let Galaxy Ultraman fight alone. At the same time, receive the Duanmu Xian in the Xianbing Star Battles Wada and Super Garanta King. Liu Ruyan did not dare to delay at all, directly transformed into Dija, instantaneous transfer to the Super Galaxy Police Laboratory. At this time, Wu Minnie was still doing experiments and was startled by the sudden intrusion of Dija Ultraman into the lab. Wu Minnie, turn on the live broadcast. I'm going to enter shining form to support Duanmu Xian. I can't let him stand by alone against a powerful enemy like that. Ruyan Lu anxiously came behind Wu Minnie and said. Wu Minnie didn't ask too many questions. He was a smart person. He knew that he was busy with scientific research every day, not paying attention to the outside world development. Naturally, it was easy to miss some exciting things. In this state now, one could think with their knees that some powerful monster or cosmic being must have appeared again. AI. It really can't be allowed to die down. And Captain Duanmu is really something. From the time he came to the capital, which was only a month or so ago, this is the 3rd time he has forced you to open the live broadcast into the shining form. I used to think that a form that powerful probably had to be seen at least once every few years. Speaking, Wu Minnie quickly opened the live broadcast, and the line access to all the summer country everyone's cell phone computer to open the national live broadcast. The whole thing only took a minute, and now he's familiar with it. Dija Ultraman stood in front of the camera. Wu Minnie casually took out a script from a drawer, which he had prepared long ago, speaking vocally in front of hundreds of millions of viewers. Everyone, I'm Wu Minnie, the chief scientist of the capital city police. Citizens, now that our blue planet is about to be attacked by a horrific alien monster, it's time once again for us to work together to face our powerful enemy. We need to use your power, so please raise your hands, citizens, and pop up and snap Dija to go for it. Let's all give light to Dija, our blue star, guarded by all of us together. Under such a speech, the citizens who had experienced the Dark Evil Heart King and the Griza incident that had once turned into light together to protect their homes were also skillful in buckling down on the public screen and cheering on Dija. This is the 4th time this year it's turned into light. Get used to it, get used to it. At the same time that infinite manhbiotics appeared, there was a loud bang in the sky. The dark clouds were torn through a huge crack, and a Baltanian that was a full 5,000 meters tall broke into the sky above the capital. This Baltanian had absorbed the dark energy of the Koan star, and its strength had already reached the terrifying early 8th stage. Coupled with the use of the ability to become larger, the buildings in the city looked incredibly small under that terrifying height of 5,000 meters. The Baltanian dropped down from his high perch intending to crush the base of the capital police force with a direct kick. The current him was incomparably swollen and confident. 1/5 of the entire Koan star's power was now within him, making it reach the early 8th stage. He now felt that no one was a match for him except for that dreaded Galactic Ultraman. Even Galactic Ultraman must have died 10 deaths under the siege of Lord Zuda and Super Garanta King. Seeing his feet getting closer and closer to the base of the capital city police force, as if the capital city police force was going to be turned into rubble by himself in the next second, the Baltanian had a burst of excitement. Ha 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 ha. The ants of the blue planet. I have been ordered by Lord Zuda to destroy all the Ultramen of the blue planet. Suffer. Infinite Manbiotics was just about to head out into the universe when he ended up seeing the giant Baltanian fall from the sky, and the two figures collided. Not far away, on top of a tall building, the Yabubs and Hippolytics stood together watching the sacred form of Infinite Mombius in the sky. The Yabo man couldn't help but feel emotional. Once the super beast he created, Saurus, had died at the hands of the Infinite Manbiotics. Hey, even Infinite Manbiotics has appeared now, plus Inquisitive Galaxy and Shining Dija. Blue Star's power now could be described as a level of cosmic dominance. Perhaps even my former masters, the Amphira aliens, are no match. The Hippolyte nodded in deep approval. Yeah, it's a good thing you're smart enough to give up the ghost early. Yabo man, the Yabubs asked suddenly. Say, Hippolyte, do you ever find this part of the universe strange? The Hippolyte hummed. I realized this a long time ago. That red ball in Lord Duanmu's hand has disappeared as far as I can remember. And so many other monsters that had once been wiped out have reappeared here. Yabub's humanity. I always feel as if our memories have been tampered with. Or we've forgotten something. The Hippolyte asked in a rush. What are we forgetting? The Yabo shook his head. I don't know, but I think it might have something to do with the galactic spark in Lord Duanmu's hand. Or maybe it has something to do with Galactic Ultraman. Regarding their question, Tuan Kaiken does know what's going on, having previously confessed to him about the origin of this universe by Galaxy Ultraman, the chaotic spacetime after the Spark Wars, where monsters and Ultraman from different points in time are rubbed together to form a new universe. It's rare for a Yabo to realize that something is wrong with his memory and guess that it has something to do with the galactic spark. As he spoke, Infinite Monbiotics had unleashed an infinite cutting blade of light to hit the Baltanian. There was a loud, intense explosion coming from the air. The Baltanian's gigantic body, which was a full 5,000 meters tall, was blown out hard, and it took several consecutive flips in the air to stabilize its backward trend. Who's coming? Infinite Monbiota's 50-meter height looked incomparably small in front of the 5,000-meter Baltanians, but the aura emitted was only stronger than the Baltanians. The Ultramarines who stopped you Cosmos from destroying the piece of the blue planet. Mombius, Infinite Mombius, on the planet Xian Ice, not far from the blue star. Galactic Ultraman's figure flickered rapidly through it, dodging the attacks of Zuda and Super Garanta King. Facing two intelligent 8th-ranked powerhouses at the same time was still too much of a stretch for the current Duanmu Xian. In the area where they fought, hundreds of miles in circumference were affected. The originally towering icebergs collapsed, and the originally smooth earth was covered with cracks. The prolonged and rapid blinking made even Duanmu Xian feel physically exhausted, and the colored timer in his chest began to light up red. On the contrary, Zuida and Super Garanta King's stamina was not depleted at all, and the energy reserves of the 8th rank were quite terrifying. Even though Duanmu Xian used the plasma crystals of his entire body to help quickly condense the energy, it was ultimately in short supply. Zuda raised his sword in excitement at the sight. Galaxy Ultraman, your energy reserves don't seem to be enough to sustain you fighting in this state for too long. I'd like to see how long your energy reserves of a peak third order can hold you up. Super Garanta King, speed up your attack frequency for me. The Super Garanta King sniffed and once again erupted with even more powerful dark energy, his body's mech turning red. In the next second, a large amount of dark energy missiles were released from the 5 red gems on the Super Garanta King's chest in an indiscriminate attack in all directions. Galactic Ultraman is just too fast for an attack from one direction to press him. That's why the Super Garanta King chose this wide-range carpet attack. This leaves Galaxy with less space to use for instantaneous dodging, and Zuda has been waiting for an opportunity to one-shot Galaxy Ultraman. Duanmu Xian saw the Super Garanta King's thoughts and naturally wouldn't allow him to block off his walking space. A battle at this level could be lost if the slightest crack was revealed. Damn it, why isn't the support here yet? If it doesn't come, I won't be able to hold out. Triple Galactic Flame Sphere. Galaxy's figure split into 3, and then all 3 galaxies crossed their arms at the same time, their plasma crystals blooming red. Countless balls of blazing galactic flames crashed towards the countless dark energy shot out by the Super Garanta King. After the densely packed explosions, the Earth of Xian Bing Star had been ravaged beyond recognition, and the dust in the sky obscured the outside world's sight. But such dust pressed couldn't affect Zuda's vision. Zuida came directly behind his opponent with an instantaneous body after Galaxy released the triple flame ball, and slashed his sword towards his opponent's neck. The plasma crystals all over Galaxy turned white again and turned into Galaxy's light-bladed sword to block the sword. But at this point, Galaxy, whose energy was overly depleted, was already somewhat reluctant to block Zuda's sword. Zuda's combat experience was extremely terrifying, and after noticing Galaxy's energy drop, he quickly used his left hand to gather a ball of dark energy to smash towards Galaxy's chest. Duanmu Xian hurriedly summoned Galaxy Sparks with his left hand to disperse this mass of dark energy with a single sword strike. But in the next second, Zuda kicked Galaxy directly in the chest, and the under-energized Galaxy Ultraman was sent flying several thousand meters away by the kick. Again, he smashed several small icebergs in a row and managed to stabilize his body. Zuda and Super Garanta King's sure kills had been unleashed towards him one after the other. The residual energy was no longer enough to support the next instantaneous movement, and the terrifying dark energy before and after was getting closer and closer to him, and the aura of death was gradually approaching. At this moment Duanmu Xian's senses became exceptionally clear, and everything around him seemed to slow down. This was not the first time Duanmu Xian had this feeling. Twice before, once when he was about to lose against Griza against Bo. There's also the fact that the first time you go through the Legacy of Light ordeal, being beaten out of materialization to face a megadegree fireball isn't far from a walk in the park. Damn it, how could I possibly fall in a place like this? Since reinforcements haven't come by now, I can only save myself. In the next second, Zuda and the Super Garanta King's mandatory kills hit Galaxy solidly. A sharp sensation of pain came, and all of Duanmu Xian's experiences in his life began to replay in his brain. Memories replayed in his mind frame by frame. Duanmu Xian thought quickly, attempting to find a way to break the game from these memories. Finally, Duanmu Xian found a glimmer of life in these memory fragments. He quickly pulled off the plain-looking white stone he had hanging from his chest and took out his Galaxy Spark and aimed it at the white stone. Super fusion, leaf rot, white light flashed, and Galaxy Ultraman's form disappeared in place, replaced by a huge white rock. However, this white stone couldn't even last half a second after being struck by these two terrifying dark energies before it was blown into a roiling powder. With that, Zuda and the Super Garanta King stopped their attacks in hand. Looking at the galaxy, Ultraman Zuda heart was blown into the sky. Powder is considered to have fallen a big stone. Ha 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 ha. From now on, there will be no more Galactic Ultraman in the world. I, Zuda, am the true emperor of this universe. At the same time, in the sky above the capital city police base on the blue planet, the battle between the infinite manhbiotics and the Baltanians has reached a fever pitch. Despite the huge difference in size between the two sides, infinite manhbiotics was not at all disadvantaged, and even beat the 5,000 meter tall Baltanian to a standstill. The crowd below was abuzz. They had never seen a battle of this magnitude. It was much more exciting than some 3D masterpiece. The oppressive feeling brought to them by the 5,000 meter tall cosmic man at first, they even thought that they were bound to die. But I didn't expect the infinite manhbiotics that was just over 50 meters tall to actually beat the 5,000 meter tall Baltanians into a series of defeats. Awesome! The Otter brothers are truly invincible. That's the idol of our generation. Nowadays those adults and that newcomer called manhbiotis are showing even more strength. With such giants guarding us, we ordinary people can live in peace. Guys, you're looking at the live cell phone feed, and Dija Altman is borrowing light from us. Together we can give light to Dija. And together we can join the fight and defend our home. The battle in the sky was also nearing its end at this moment, and after more than 50 rounds of collisions, infinite manhbiotics bloomed with a dazzling golden light. Unleashing the infinite form's strongest necessity rushed towards the Baltanian as a stream of light. Cosmic miracle impact. The Baltanians were run through their bodies by the impact of the infinite manhbiotics without exception. In the next second, a loud boom resounded through the sky as the giganticized Baltanian was blown to pieces. The infinite manhbiotics BGM also ends with the disappearance of the giganticized Baltanian. But then another BGM belonging to Shining DJ came on. The Earth is gradually awakening. The summer crowd responded enthusiastically at this point to the live streaming of Dija Altman. No matter how far apart they were, they didn't know what kind of crisis Blue Star had encountered, but they were willing to unconditionally believe in the Ultramarines guarding them. The audience under the stage had also turned into rays of light and flooded into the Super Galactic Guard base laboratory in the eastern district of the capital at this time. After tackling the giantized Baltanian, infinite manhbiotics intended to immediately go to support Duanmu Xian on the Xianbing planet. Shafurin, who was inside him, asked with some concern, "Mombius, is your body still holding up? The cosmic miracle impact just now was a big burden on your body, wasn't it?" Mombius did feel pain exploding all over his body, but he shook his head with a rising strength. "Captain Shafurin, I'm fine. Galaxy is in more danger than this injury of mine. I must go and support him." The thought that Duanmu Xian was facing the two super bosses, Zuida and Super Garanta King, on his own. Instead, he felt self-conscious about tangling with the District Dark Baltanians for so long at Blue Star, despite the fact that he was still severely injured himself, even though this one Baltanian was ridiculously powerful. That's the bond between Ultramarines. But in the next second, the voice of the Baltanian, who had been blown to pieces and should have died, once again rang out over the city. "You think this is the end, naive Ultramarines? I was carrying Lord Zuda's orders to destroy all of your Ultramarines, so how could I be destroyed by you so simply?" The voice was thick with unwillingness, as if it came from an unjust soul claiming its life under the 9 hells of purgatory. In the next second, each of those pieces of the Baltanian that had been blown into pieces began to wriggle, and eventually each piece became a Baltanian. These Baltanians were hovering in the sky above the capital, as dense as a river. The scene made infinite manhbiotics look a little numb. Originally, Manhbiotis had fused Super Terra's power forcibly to fight until now while being severely injured. Now faced with tens of thousands of Baltanians on all sides pressing in at all, these Baltanians surrounded Manhbiotics, constantly charging Manhbiotics' body, and Manhbiotics, who was already severely injured, soon couldn't support the onslaught. It's almost like you're going to get knocked out of infinity. After all, the first fusion wasn't perfect. It was hard to tear a hole through the encirclement and break out, but the next second he was surrounded by more Baltanians. Just as Manhbiotics was despairing, an eager citizen below shouted, "Otter warrior, cheer up, don't give up," with the first citizen taking the lead, followed by more and more people starting to show solidarity with infinite Manhbiotics. "Right, Otter warriors, fight until the end and never give up." Once Galactic Ultraman said that Ultramarines are not gods and that we humans can save ourselves. Irreplaceable friends, let us release the light in our hearts and turn this power into hope to break through all the gloom. Amidst the cries of the citizens, Shining Dija appeared in the sky above the capital. The figure of Manhbiotics, originally submerged in the Baltanians at this moment, felt the solidarity of the crowd's power once again strengthened by one level, rushed out from the encirclement. Shining Dija quickly divided a portion of his energy from the crystal at his forehead and gave it to infinite Manhbiotics. Shining Deja's energy was full of hope, and wrapped in this golden energy, Manbiotic's otherwise severely injured body gradually improved. The two AOs exchanged glances, both looking at the densely packed Baltanians in the sky with some headaches. Mobius asked, Dija, is there any way to wipe them all out in one fell swoop? We can't afford to waste any more time. Galaxy is still bitterly fighting on the planet Genghis Khan. Liu Ruyan shook her head with some distress. The tens of thousands of Baltan star people in the sky were densely packed like the sea waves, one wave overlapping another. There are no skills within Dija's skill list that have that much range to cover so many monsters. I can't help it. If only Duanmu Xian was here, he would have split the skill. All I had to do was lend him the power of the Shining, and he could split off more than these Baltan and clean up a lot easier. Wait, I seem to. Mobius asked hurriedly, what do you seem to be? Ruyan Lu scratched her head in some embarrassment. Duanmu Xian taught me the split technique before, but at that time, I didn't have quite enough energy to be able to split out many split bodies, and then the ones we used to go to military training. Only later did Duanmu Xian not use the doppelganger when he said he wanted to experience campus life. But now that I have Shining's power, now I should be able to split off quite a few doppelgangers as well. At this statement, Mobius was stunned because he was the military instructor at the Dog and Boys College. The fish Daoxian inside Manbiotics as well as Duanmu Ching, Li Morong and Yu Tianmo were all shocked. It was like a million horses were racing through their minds. Good lord, they seniors had lost all their jobs to Captain Shaffron to train this pair of dogs in the first place. He even gave up his vacation time to train these two, only to have the pair of dogs actually use their doppelgangers for military training. For a moment they wanted to spew expletives, but right now was not the time for a lecture. In that case, why don't you split up and hurry up and clean up these Baltanians to help Galaxy? I'll give it a try. Not necessarily as powerful as Galaxy, but it should be enough, Ruyan Lu said with some uncertainty. Immediately afterward, his arms crossed at the crystal on his forehead, and a greenish blue light shone. Shining Dija's form then turns into 2 in 1, 4 in 2, and 8 in 4. In less than 3 seconds of work, more than 10,000 Shining Dijas appeared over the capital, surrounding the Baltanians in turn. Infinite Manbiotics was confused. What the hell is this called should be enough? This Liu Ruyan has enough for Sai. The Baltanians were also confused. Who is this golden Ultraman? Who even knows top-level spells like Split? Originally, with the two tricks of Split and Huge, along with the dark energy of the Koan star, the Baltanians felt that it would not be difficult to take down a small blue star. Lord Zuda and the Hippolytes only said that the blue planet has two top-tier powerhouses in Super Terra and Galactic Ultraman. It's not like what they said, either. In the next second, these 10,000 Shining Digas acted at the same time to unleash different skills towards the 10,000 or so Baltanians. With the power of the Shining, these Dijas move one Baltanian at a time, and the sky is like fireworks. Crackling explosions followed, accompanied by the screams of the Baltanians. A Shining Dija unilateral extermination of the Baltanians begins. On the planet Xianbing, Zuda and Super Garanta King, who were originally ready to leave, stopped in their tracks, because a burst of energy fluctuation suddenly arose from the place where Duanmu Xian was blown into pieces, and those pieces quickly gathered together, eventually forming the final form of Leaf Rot. The Super Garanta King, who had little intelligence, spoke up with some confusion. What kind of monster is this? Didn't Duanmu Xian die during the fight with Galaxy? How did it come back to life? Zuda breathlessly patted the Super Garanta King on the head as he listened to his strange organization of language. You idiot, if you can't talk, don't talk. Galaxy and Duanmu Xian are one and the same, but what's with the beast and how did it appear? Just as Zuda and Super Garanta King were thinking, Ultimate Leaf Rot had already condensed a large amount of dark energy to attack towards the two. These dark energies were exactly the same as the energies that Zuda had attacked Duanmu Xian with earlier. Zuda was caught off guard and blown away by his own move. How could he not expect that a seemingly ordinary monster could actually unleash his sure kill? The Super Garanta King saw Zuda being blown away and hurriedly gathered his own surefire light to strike towards Yi Corruption. Then the next moment Yi Rot released 3 identical rays of dark energy. Not only did it cancel out its own must-have kill, but even more destructive rays hit him. The power of these rays was generally the same as those released by the Super Garanta King, hitting the Super Garanta King in agony. Zuda frowned. There was something strange about the beast. It could actually mimic his moves. Humph. Duanmu Xian, if this is your bottom card, then you have underestimated me. The Cosmic Emperor, Devil Flame sealed the end. At Zuda's summons, a terrifying black and red flame descended from the sky to trap Yi Corruption firmly. Duanmu Xian, who was enveloped by the demonic flames, instantly felt that his body was completely out of control, and his frantic struggles were to no avail. Sure enough, Leaf Rot's downfall is probation and sealing. Damn, what to do? Why haven't reinforcements come after I've dragged my feet for so long? Did something happen on the Blue Star side? Zuida looked at Duanmu Xian's miserable condition and laughed mercilessly and mocked. Yo, you're still waiting for reinforcements. Don't dream, Duanmu Xian. I'll tell you the truth. By now the blue planet you were guarding should have been destroyed by my men, the Dark Baltanians. My men, the Dark Baltanians, have stolen your latest scientific research from your super galactic guard base, and I have to say that your scientist, Hikari, is a genius. It doesn't feel good to be destroyed by your own science and technology, does it? I'll let you see for yourself now the miserable deaths of the people you love, the blue stars you guard. With that said, Zuida reached out and an image of where Blue Star's capital city police force was located was projected by him. Duanmu Xian's heart was also in his throat. He didn't expect that the 3 reinforced sparks that Hikari had lost were actually stolen by Zuida. The increase effect of that thing was simply horrifying as hell. The Baltanians were already powerful, and with the addition of the reinforcement spark, the capital was in danger. But the next second, Zuida was dumbfounded when the image was transmitted in, because at that moment inside the portrait were over 10,000 Baltanians being chased and blasted by over 10,000 shining Dijas, practically punching one crayfish at a time. There was also Infinite Monbiotics, who was guarding in front of the base of the capital police force, constantly releasing infinite cutting light blades to attack the Baltanians, with each infinite cutting light blade steadily taking away a large swath of Baltanians. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Baltanians are wiped out. The big stone hanging in Duanmu Xian's heart finally fell when he saw this scene. When I first taught Liu Ruyan the split technique I didn't think so much about it. I just thought that I could go out and have fun during military training. But I didn't realize that the mindlessness of that time would actually save the capital police force today. Duanmu Xian also scoffed mercilessly at Zuida. Ha 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 ha. Zuida, looks like you don't have many men. I really don't know what you're pretending. Zuida was really furious. Shut up, Duanmu Xian. Don't think I can't do anything about you just because this monster of yours can't be killed. Super Garanta King, just swallow this monster for me. The Super Garanta King sniffed and released black gas from his mouth to encircle the leaf rot, and then swallowed it into his stomach with a single bite, and his realm instantly skyrocketed to the peak of the 8th rank after devouring the leaf rot. Zuida was also relieved to see the obnoxious Duanmu Xian finally die. Turning his head and looking at the image with only a few hundred Baltanians left running around, he was furious. Damn Hippolytes brought in all the false information, causing me to almost lose one of my great generals. It seems that the invasion of Blue Star will have to be done by me personally. Let's go. King Supergurant. In the middle of an endless river of stars, the unconscious Duanmu Xian was gently awakened by Galaxy Ultraman cupped in his hand. Duanmu Xian, open your eyes. Blue Star still needs us to guard it. How can we fall in a place like this? Feeling Galaxy's shout, Duanmu Xian slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the familiar scene around him, he instantly remembered that the last time he was engulfed by Geyser after he opened up here as well. And it seemed that it was time for the final moments again. Galaxy, Zuida and the Super Garanta King are too strong. It looks like we can only use our last card. Galaxy nodded and reached out, the greenish-blue light transforming into a long river illuminating the darkness in this river of stars. Luigi Air, who had been sleeping soundly, was awakened to great anger by the light. Galaxy, are you sick? It's fun to wake me up in my sleep, isn't it? How many times? Duanmu Xian looked at the furious Luigi Air with a dumbfounded look on his face. It seemed like it wasn't the first time this guy had been woken up by the Milky Way. What the hell happened here in his absence? Galaxy explained patiently in the face of a furious Luigi L. I'm not the one looking for you this time, so see for yourself who's here. Only then did Luigi Air gather his temper to look at Duanmu Xian, who had come stepping on the long green-blue river. Duanmu Xian, tell me, what do you want from me this time? Duanmu Xian thought about the words for 3 seconds, then blurted them out. I had a bit of a situation out there, and it's time for us to fight together again, so it's time for you to pay your rent. Luigi L. Luigi L turned his head with a haughty look on his face. Why would I help you? I'm not a righteous Autobot. I'm a dark giant, don't you know? Besides, even if I don't help you, wouldn't it be easier for you to just use the spark ray to turn Zuida and the Super Garanta King into sparking dolls? With that much power you guys don't have to use it yourselves, who can you blame? Galaxy helpfully advised. Luigi L. Words can't be said like that, even though you're a dark giant now. But you were once one with us, which means you were once an ultramarine warrior of justice as well. You have to admit that, right? Luigi L grunted and outright ignored Galaxy. Duanmu Xian didn't bother to break reason with Luigi Air, directly reached out and waved his hand, and that darkness was banished as much as it could be. I've opened the seal for you. You have to pay this rent even if you pay it or not. Hurry up and come out to help, or else you'll have to go along with me if I karma. Luigi L grunted. Duanmu Xian, remember, the spark ray is our strongest power, but let's forget about it this time. But I promise to just help you one last time. There won't be a next time. And don't come back to me if anything happens again. In the endless darkness, Yi Corruption's body was gradually corroded by the dark energy. Just in the nick of time, a dazzling greenish-blue light rushed out from the broken and corroded body. The inquisitive galaxy, which was glowing with greenish-blue light, flew out from it. The corrosive forces in the darkness would corrupt even a leaf-rotted body. But these corrosive forces fell on the inquisitive galaxy without having the slightest effect. Inquisitive Galaxy raised his head slightly to look into the infinite darkness. This is the Super Garanta King's body well. These dark forces should be the power of the Kunstar. Then let's go. Galaxy, Luigi L. The silhouettes of Galaxy and Luigi Air appeared behind Duanmu Hyun. Sarah. Oh, the BGM plays. Aha. On the planet Xianbing, Zuda, who had already taken several steps out, seemed to have sensed something looking back at the Super Garanta King who stood motionless. At this time, the Super Garanta King was in a very wrong state, as if it was constipated, but because it was a machine that didn't know pain wouldn't express it. Hey, what's wrong with you dumbass? Go on, go to the blue planet and destroy the Ultramarines. The Super Garanta King remained in its original position and did not move at all. Only that electricity flickered on its body from time to time. Zuda walked up a bit strangely and tapped the Super Garanta King on the head. Is something wrong here? Strange. The Super Garanta King seemed to be sensing the changes within his body, and the amount of energy he could withstand had exceeded the upper limit. Zuda-sama, get away. It's going to explode. What is going to explode? You this fool swallowed the Kuan Xing half of the energy are alright. How to swallow a Duanmu Xian on this kind of damage? I still do not believe that a Duanmu Xian can still put you to the explosion. Before Zuada could finish his sentence, there was a loud boom, and the Super Garanta King at the peak of the 8th rank exploded in place. It set off a furious burst of flames spreading out in all directions. Zuada was blown out tens of thousands of meters away like a kite with broken strings by this impact. The original spot was also blown out into a large crater that was too deep to see the bottom. When the dust cleared, inquisitive Galaxy's form floated steadily in the air. The even more massive plasma crystals on his body emanated terrifying energy, and the silver-white wings sprouting from his back made the inquisitive Galaxy's appearance seem incredibly holy. Zuada looked at Duanmu Xian with an incredulous expression. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You should have already been swallowed by the Super Garanta King. I've never seen anyone in my life who could come out after being swallowed by it. You're definitely not Galactic Ultraman. What kind of monster are you? I am the light that breaks through your endless darkness. Galaxy, Ultimate Galactic Ultraman. Ultimate Galaxy Tone is not sad or happy as if indifferent to the giant god of life. Zuda directly struck out, gathering his entire body's dark energy to raise the sword in his hand and charge towards Galaxy. Damn, even if you come back to life, so what? If you can be killed by me once, you will be killed by me a second time. Die Galaxy. Facing the incoming Zuda, inquisitive Galaxy's plasma crystals blossomed with white light. Ultimate Galactic Lightsaber. The plasma crystal at Galaxy's arm stretched out a white holy sword and cut through the air. This sword directly ripped through space, and the sword in Zuada's hand clearly didn't touch the Galaxy sacred sword but it was disconnected from the center. A drop of cold sweat slid down Zuada's forehead. Mastering the power of space was not uncommon for top powerhouses like them. However, the instability of the power of space throughout the ages had not had any powerful person who dared to say that he had completely mastered it. Galaxy was actually able to utilize the power of space to such a subtle degree. This was definitely not something a peak 3rd rank could do. That sword just now seemed random, but it just happened to cut through his sword, and there wasn't any trace of excess energy spilled out. Such subtle spatial power. What kind of monster are you? I don't want to answer you the same question a second time. It's over Zuda. Galaxy raised his light-bladed sword high, and Zuda turned to run at the sight, knowing he was outmatched. The light-bladed sword sliced through the void, and in the next instant, Zuada's body split in two, as if it had suddenly cracked open. Zuada wanted to gather dark energy to repair his body again, but he realized that his vitality was also blocked by this sword chi to death and kept on passing away, and he looked towards this universe with a face of unwillingness. My life is over. Zuda's death was unlike the monsters and cosmonauts that had been blown to bits in the past. It died when its vitality died and it slept silently in the blackness of the universe. Inquisitive Galaxy directly retrieved the light blade sword after chopping out that sword, which was absolute confidence in its own strength. Sleep in the embrace of darkness. Cosmic Emperor Zuda. After taking care of Zuda and King Durant, the plasma crystals on Inquisitive Galaxy's body quickly shrunk, and the wings on his back disappeared with them. Duanmu Xian sank his consciousness into his body. Instead, he saw Luigi Air part with Galaxy with a disgusted look on his face. What would it be like to let me experience the feeling of being large for a few more seconds? Luigi Air. Is it that urgent to disintegrate? Luigi L grunted. The crisis is over. What am I staying here for? Don't disturb my sleep if there's nothing else. Reaching out to create a deep darkness in this starry river head in without looking back. Duanmu Xian and Galaxy looked at each other helplessly and shook their heads. By the way, Galaxy, what Luigi L said earlier, do you bother him often? Galaxy hummed, admitting that she did often disturb Luigi L's sleep. After all, we are one. It's not good to keep doing this. I tried to reconcile with him, but he wouldn't talk to me. Duanmu Xian sort of listened to the advice. Okay, leave him alone from now on, as long as he's willing to help when it matters. Galaxy asked with some confusion. But didn't he just say this was the last time he'd help you? Just listen to what he says. I don't believe he'll stand by the next time we meet some powerful opponent that we can't beat quick karma. But it's better to leave him alone if it's okay. After saying this, Duanmu Xian withdrew his consciousness from his body, only to find two figures flying towards the Xianbing star. It's the infinite manbiotics in Shining Dija that have solved the Baltanians. Only the two O's had just flown to the Xianbing star when they flashed a red light due to a lack of energy. Dija directly exited the Shining State. After all, more than 10,000 doppelgangers consumed too much energy, and it was normal to run out of energy. Mobius was forced to disintegrate straight away, the Otter brothers separating from him, both flashing red lights. Duanmu Xian was speechless. Old me almost died in the Xian Ice Star in order to fight Zuida and King Urant. You guys only came after all the fights were over. What a good teammate I have. All of the AOs scratched their heads in some embarrassment. They, the seniors, had fought the Baltanians for so long that it was indeed humiliating to have Duanmu Xian, a freshman, face two superbosses alone. It was night and the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. After resolving the invasion of the Zuida Legion, Tuan Kaikan once again returned to his life as a college student experiencing life. Inside the 618 dormitory, Duanmu Xian is hacking games with his two roommates, and next to his cell phone he's talking to Liu Ruyan on the phone every now and then to accompany his wife for a chat. That little life was just too good to be true. I heard from the girls' dormitory side that there is an open class at Shangqing University tomorrow, and it is said to be taught by the first beautiful professor of Shangqing University, Liu Ruyan herself. I heard that this Liu Ruyan came from a very unusual, was once also a high school scholar, Xia Fulian's niece, although the talent is only 5 paragraphs less than those adults, but she was like an encyclopedia, with all perfect scores in the arts. After graduation, he became a professor at Shangqing University. There was no complete learning model about the use and development of superpowers in the earlier years, and it was also the teaching materials she developed that are used today. Not only that, this Professor Liu Ruyan is also a big titan in the medical field. There is a class in the Department of Superpowers called as the Popularization and Application of Healing Arts that she developed. Both Jin Suer and Lu Qingjun learned a lot in this class. Professor Ruyan Lu indulged in the study of healing arts all year round, seldom had time to teach her students. By all rights her class should be packed with people going. But the opposite is true. But not many people actually go to her class. Even most of them were boys running for her beauty. And very few were actually running to find a way out of the healing arts. Because of the frequency of monster invasions, more people are more willing to take classes that will directly increase their combat power. For medical classes, while the Capital Police Force had them, they had never been very well received. Lu Qingjun was Liu Ruyan's younger sister, and she knew that her sister had a dream that the people of the Capital Police Force would pay more attention to the training of the medical class. Hopefully, it will give the ultras who have little or no fighting ability a new way out. Ruyan Lu was persuaded by Lu Qingjun and decided to accompany her to listen to Professor Ruyan Lu's class, then asked tentatively into the phone, "Hubby, do you want to accompany me to listen to Professor Liu Ruyan's class tomorrow?" The reason why he wanted to test it was because Liu Ruyan knew Duanmu Xian too well. This guy was lazy as hell. Chances are he'll find the healing arts class boring and might as well be at home playing video games. Duanmu Xian listened to the entire conversation over at the girls' dormitory for half an hour with Professor Liu Ruyan, and was also somewhat interested, asked while tapping the keyboard to play the game. "I'll think about it, but the professor you guys are talking about, Professor Ruyan Lu, is 28 years old? And then is it true that she is very good looking and has never had any scandals in her career?" The girls' dormitory collectively rolled their eyes after hearing Duanmu Xian's reply. "Good guy. You are talking to your girlfriend on the phone, brother. To not be so brave." Who knew that Ruyan Lu didn't seem to be angry? Definitely. Liu Ruyan is Lu Qingjuan's own sister. Can her news be false? Duanmu Xian had an idea in his heart all of a sudden. If it was really according to what they said, this Ruyan Lu might also be able to dig into the Super Galaxy Police to form a medical class. Anyway, didn't they just scoop up Grievous Joe to the Super Galactic Police at Dragon Mist Mountain a while back? Okay, I'll check it out tomorrow too. And I'll bring a friend along with me then. Noon the next day. The sun wasn't too dry and the breeze was just right. The crowd that had finished the morning's lessons arrived at the entrance of Shangqing University. As Professor Ruyan Lu's open class was held at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Duanmu Xian's friend was waiting at the entrance of Shangqing University because he couldn't get in without a student ID. Under a willow tree at the entrance of the school, the young girl Grizio just stood there peacefully waiting for the arrival of Captain Duanmu. It was actually quite nerve-wracking for Jerry Chiao, as Captain Duanmu suddenly invited her to come to Shangqing University to listen to a lecture, with the idea that you must make a good impression the first time you get up close and personal with a leader. So today's Jerry Joe had dressed up specially, putting on delicate primrose makeup and wearing a pretty little white dress with lace suspenders, the snow-white jade arm exposed in the air as if the blowing can be broken generally. Beautiful face. Slightly restless, do not know where to put the small hand. From time to time will also take out a mirror from the bag to check their own makeup. Hey, Grizio, over here. Duanmu Xian quickly stepped out after seeing her and pulled her into the school. The security guards didn't dare to stop once they saw it was this gentleman. Grizio came to the crowd and happily introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Griho, a reserve member of the Super Galactic Police. Nice to meet you all. That sweet smile, the crisp and pleasant voice came out. The crowd's expressions changed. Hello, my name is Sabashikone, Boss Tatsuki's roommate. Sabashikone was instantly attracted to that stunning beauty. Hello, my name is Wangang, you can call me Old 8, and I'm also Boss Duanmu's roommate. Old bastard's harumphs were almost flowing down. His gaze staring straight at Jerry Chiao's eyes couldn't move. Jean Linger and Lu Qingjun looked at Jelly Chiao with different expressions, and then looked at Liu Ruyan next to her, crossing their arms and saying nothing. This Jerry Chiao was too pretty. She didn't look more than in her 20s, and she was Duanmu Xian's subordinate. So this was Duanmu Xian's so-called friend? They have read a lot of novels of the hegemony type, and for a moment the thoughts in their minds can already write a small essay. And Liu Ruyan had met Jerry Chiao a long time ago, so she naturally knew what was going on. Being a smart person herself, Duanmu Xian had told her about Jerry Chiao's healing ability a long time ago. So this time, Duanmu Xian brought her to Shangqing to listen to Liu Ruyan's lecture. The purpose was already obvious. He wanted to dig Liu Ruyan into the Super Galaxy Police. So Liu Ruyan did not say anything, just silently walked to the side of Duanmu Xian to give him an arm hold. Grizio looked at the group of people with some strange faces. Why were those two girls looking at her with a guarded look on their faces? A few people went to the cafeteria of Shangqing University to have a casual meal together, getting to know each other and recognize each other on the way. When Lu Qingjun and Ji Linger found out where Grikwa came from, they also cleared up their misunderstandings, and they even both felt sympathy for what she had gone through. At first they really thought that Jerry Chiao was a mistress that Duanmu Xian had found outside, and then shoved her into a position on their police force, thinking that the deep-rooted Liu Ruyan had gone green. He had even brainstormed a sadistic novel. In fact, I don't blame them for thinking blindly, because with Duanmu Xian's identity status and ability to find another girlfriend, it's not difficult to play the ancient 3 wives and 4 concubines that set. 1:50 p.m. The people came to the classroom of the open class in company, and as expected, Lu Qingjun's classroom for the open class on healing arts was very cold. There were only so many scattered people, and the contrast with the other combat department professors' open lectures where the seats were filled 20 minutes in advance was too strong. A wavy curled beauty with a full 1.72 hot body was sitting in front of the podium tapping on her tablet, obviously wearing the most simple and competent black system workplace OL suit, but in her body but wore a different temperament, lazy and not lose majesty. Sexy black silk long legs let a person look at a glance cannot move their eyes. Is simply innate black silk saint body. I believe this is the famous Professor Ruyan Lu. The moment Duanmu Xian entered the classroom, his eyes were drawn to Liu Ruyan on the podium. Good guy. How can you say this kind of beauty is still charming? It is simply a special thing on earth. Okay. Before seeing Liu Ruyan, Duanmu Xian has always thought that the past life 3D animation inside the Medusa Queen, that body reality simply does not exist. Now he admitted that the reality is also really fucking there. Seeing this, Liu Ruyan did not move and pinched the soft flesh around Duanmu Xian's waist. Duanmu Xian came to his senses then. So close, almost hooked, worthy of being the sole judge of all time. Liu Ruyan, reaching out and rubbing Liu Ruyan's small head, Duanmu Xian walked straight to the podium next to Liu Ruyan. Hello Professor Liu Ruyan. My name is Duanmu Xian. I heard from your sister that you have high attainments in healing arts, wanting to make the capital police force realize the importance of the medical class and thus reduce the casualties caused by combat. That's why my side cordially invites you to join my Super Galactic Guard, where you can realize your dreams. Liu Ruyan put down the work in her hand at the words and looked at Duanmu Xian with some curiosity. You're Tuan Kaikan, the man the universe calls the monster killing machine. Duanmu Xian smiled confidently. It's me. How about joining my Super Galactic Police Force? Ruyan Lu pondered for a moment and said, you say I can realize my dreams there, but I don't believe in empty promises. I want to see something tangible. And if it's not there, I'm sorry I can't agree to your request. Duanmu Xian didn't understand. What do you mean? At that exact moment, the class bell rang. Ruyan smiled as she stood up and put away her laptop. Class is in session. So listen to the lecture first, and let's talk about your super galactic vigilantes later. Alone, Duanmu Xian had no choice but to return to his seat and sit down, with Jelly Qiao and Liu Ruyan sandwiching him between them on the left and right. Seeing this scene, Liu Ruyan frowned. From the very beginning he was on guard. Duanmu Xian, this person right. What she knows is that he is overwhelmingly talented. Just a freshman battle power to do the country's unique class. With such great strength, man's ambition will expand. This was because Ruyan Liu had already noticed them from the moment their wave came in. As soon as Duanmu Xian came in, that gaze stayed on her legs. It was hard not to let Liu Ruyan think more. She was afraid that Duanmu Xian was purely running after her beauty. Even though he had a girlfriend, she'd seen too many men over the years who were actually running after her body under the pretense of studying healing, and she'd been able to drive those men away in the past by virtue of her status. But this time, Duanmu Xian was different. With his strength and status, plus the fact that he had once even saved his uncle Sha Fulin's life, if he was running towards her, how could she refuse? In a sense, Liu Ruyan and Wu Mini are the same kind of people. One is dedicated to science, one is dedicated to the study of healing. In the eyes of this kind of people, love to the back of the queue. But this time it was Liu Ruyan who thought too much. Duanmu Xian is pure love. It's just that her hot body will be looked at a few more times by any man who comes. The course began, and at first Jerry Zhou was a little nonplussed. It wasn't until Ruyan Liu explained about the popularization and application of the healing arts that Jelly Qiao finally understood Duanmu Xian's intention of calling her over. So this is what Captain Duanmu meant when he called me here. I must listen carefully not to let down the captain's high hopes for me. Previously, Duanmu Xian had talked about wanting to establish a medical unit in the Super Galactic Guard, and a medical unit that could go to war. According to Duanmu Xian's thought process, when the Ultramarines were fighting, if the medical unit was right behind them with a healing ray thrown out every now and then it could definitely drastically increase the Ultramarines' endurance. Grizio began to listen carefully. Liu Ruyan spoke and gradually found that the most attentive listener in the room was the girl in the white dress beside Duanmu Xian. For some reason there was always an inexplicable affinity for looking at her. Took the time to ask a few questions during the class as well, and the girl was the first to raise her hand to answer them, and even managed to build on what she had told her. Liu Ruyan hadn't encountered such a diligent and studious child for a long time, and for a moment she was also interested in telling all of her research results on healing arts over the years. An open class is only 40 minutes of time. Liu Ruyan, hard to speak for an hour, still do not feel happy to see Jelly Qiao as if she met a soulmate. After the lesson was over, Ruyan Liu took the initiative to come to Grizio's table and asked, "Classmate, which class are you in? What's your name? And are you interested in being my disciple?" Grizio shook his head. "Professor Ruyan Liu, I'm not a student of Shangqing University. I'm a reserve member of the Super Galactic Police. A while back Captain Twanagi said he was going to put a medical class in place in the Super Galactic Guard. And now he's already recruiting Ultramen who specialize in healing. Captain Duanmu heard about your research on healing arts, so that's why he called me over to listen to the lecture." Liu Ruyan sniffed and turned her head to look at Duanmu Xian. So it turns out that this guy really wanted to form a medical class. It wasn't an excuse to get close to her. So that's how it is. Do you really want to form a medical class? You know, it's not like the capital city police force hasn't thought about emphasizing the medical class since the monster invasion until now. However, it has not been successful due to various reasons. And the Ultramarines themselves have a strong self-healing ability. So the role that the medical class can play is very small. So the medical class has also been a relatively transparent organization in the capital city police. Without waiting for Duanmu Xian to speak, Jerry Qiao explained, "Sister Liu Ruyan, the medical squad that Captain Duanmu wants to establish is not the traditional medical squad that hides in the logistics unit to treat the wounded. Rather, it's the kind of medical squad that can follow frontline troops into battle, ready to provide energy replenishment and healing to injured or energy-deficient Ultramarines." Liu Ruyan's eyes lit up at the words, but then she frowned. "You really dare to think? Most of the medical class are girls. Do you think they really dare to rush to the front line when the war starts? That's why I'm going to form a super medical class that can both fight and heal. This team doesn't require a large number of people. It only requires that they are all elites. Only then can it fulfill the role of a battlefield nurse." Duanmu Xian replied in a firm tone. Ruyan Liu froze. The teenager in front of her had performed miracles more than once, and she had already heard about his deeds more than she knew how many times in the past month or so. Maybe if he really wanted to do something, he could actually do it. "Interesting. I'll trust you for once. I'm willing to join your Super Galactic Guard, but I have to be the leader of this medical squad, and I'm going to be fully in charge of everything regarding this medical squad. No problem, just like when I poached Wu Minyi to be the chief scientist of my Super Galactic Guard. You'll be treated the same as Wu Minyi when you arrive at the Super Galactic Guard. You can use your talents to the fullest in my Super Galactic Police. At night, the bright moon shines high and the stars are bright. At the edge of the eastern part of the capital there is a beautiful lake named Starlight Lake. The scenery here is beautiful. The wind of early fall brushes through the lake and refreshes you, and the moonlight on the surface of the lake makes the ripples caused by the breeze emit a bit of silver-white light. It's not as bright and colorful as the downtown area, but there's not a shortage of people coming and going. There are a number of barbecue stalls forming a human landscape on the path alongside Star Lake. Liu Ruyan and Duanmu Xian both drove the crowd here separately. Listen to Liu Ruyan said that this is her often after work place. Here blowing the wind of the Star Luo Lake, eating barbecue, moody and then a little beer is a beautiful thing. The barbecue prices here are much cheaper than those in the city, so most of the regulars here are ordinary salarymen. As Duanmu Xian's Lamborghini supercar roared to life, it attracted everyone's attention. Crap, Lamborghini limited edition. This car has to be tens of millions of dollars. Whose big young master actually came here to eat barbecue? Brothers, why does this car look a bit familiar? And the license plate is from the Tianhai side. This fucking looks like the car of Captain Duanmu of the Super Galactic Police. Screw it, seems like this is Captain Tatsuki's car. That said, Captain Duanmu actually came here to have a barbecue as well? In a moment all the masses have stood up to look over there. I'm afraid that the situation of the first-line stars of the summer country to come also did not have this treatment. The door of the Lamborghini slowly opened, and Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan stepped out from it. The head of yellow hair and a head of pink hair looking incomparably eye-catching, despite the masks. But it was this distinguishing feature that made viewers instantly recognize the two. And for a moment the crowd took out their phones to take pictures. Duanmu Xian usually either stayed at home and did not go out to play games, or at school, although there are many fans in the school, but after all, seeing them every day has long been used to. Other than that it was only in the various nightclubs, where his yellow hair was hard to recognize straight away with a mask on, and where the privacy of the clients was very much protected. I came here today for a barbecue to experience the joy of being a star. Duanmu Xian saw that he could no longer hide his identity, simply took off his mask directly. The corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted up, reaching out to put Ruyan Lu in his arms, following her steps to a barbecue stand she frequented. The owner of the barbecue restaurant also greeted Liu Ruyan enthusiastically when he saw that she had actually brought so many friends today. Professor Liu, today this is our Super Galaxy Police Force Duanmu Captain brought I still see the real person for the first time really let the humble house fluffy a few people today to eat Ruyan Lu said. I'm the same as always, mostly depending on what they want to eat. Duanmu Xian directly threw the menu to the sub-Ashukun behind him and said, I also haven't eaten barbecue on the roadside for a long time. I don't even know what's good to eat these days. Quinn, you order the food. Okay boss, this kind of thing, just look at me. Sub-Ashukun took the menu and went off to work on the order with old 8. The owner even put 2 tables together because of the large number of people coming today. This familiar scene directly reminds Duanmu Xian of his previous life. Sometimes when he was off work he would go out with 3 or 5 friends to get together for a meal and jerk off. The owner also puts the tables together when there are a lot of people, so I really miss that. The people were sitting together blowing the wind from the lake, sniffing the smell of barbecue coming from the air, and the wind was mixed with the fragrance of the leaves and the lake water, which was so pleasant. Professor Liu Ruyan, you are still a person who knows how to enjoy life, Liu. This place is really nice. Ruyan Lu sniffed as her thoughts drifted to days long ago. My uncle, also known as Captain Shafran, used to bring me to this place for barbecue, and some years ago when he was turned into a bronze statue by the Hippolytics I thought he'd never come back. Just often come to this place to miss him, but a while ago you saved him back, but because of the long-term habit to realize that this place is really good. Speaking of which, I have to say thank you. If it wasn't for you my uncle would probably still be lying in the Yabab's interdimensional space by now. Duanmu Xian understood the pain of losing a loved one and could naturally empathize. So that's how it is. Don't worry. In the future, Blue Star has me, Duanmu Xian. I will definitely protect everyone. Train my super galactic police force so that all of Blue Star can live in peace on this beautiful Earth. That's why I supported Wu Minyi's research on new inventions and pulled you in to build a super medical class. I wanted to make my super galactic police force strong and powerful. Powerful enough to protect everyone. Duanmu Xian's wave of bravado went down, and the people eating barbecue around them were all hot to hear it. Not to mention the people sitting at the table with Duanmu Xian. Sub-Ashukun stood straight up and said, Boss, you're making it sound like I want to join the Super Galactic Guard. Can you take me? Duanmu Xian laughed. Sure, and I've already figured out what you do. You know how to sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. You're a prince of talent. and it just so happens that my wife needs to be on the air every time she transforms into Shining Dija. It's not good to borrow an official account every time, and I'm thinking about registering an account with Douyin specifically, and then usually just let you run it. Besides making videos promoting our super galactic vigilantes, you can post some videos of you dancing in yourself. When it really comes down to it, we'll just turn on the live stream and then go into Shining form. So what, do you have any interest in that? Sabashikon had never thought that these talents of his could be of any help to his boss's super galactic guard, but when Duanmu Xian said that, he instantly felt that he had found a direction in his life. Really, boss? I can help you with that too, Duanmu Xian said with a big wave of his hand. That's a must. You can register a Douyin number to operate it now. Think of a good copy, then we'll all cooperate with you to make videos. And in the future, once you encounter a strong enemy invading Blue Star, you can directly start a live broadcast. Sabashikon was so excited that he got right up and did a live only cause dance, and the crowd around him applauded at the sight of this exquisite dance. Old Hachi had seen Sabashikon join the super galactic vigilante, and he himself was somewhat pressed to join the vigilante. Boss, what about me? What about me? What can I do? Duanmu Xian looked at Old Eight's agitated appearance and pondered for a moment. Our super galactic guard has had problems with its security system since its inception, and the last time a Hikari spark was stolen by a cosmic was something that really annoyed me. I want to eliminate this aspect of the problem, so the security system must be strengthened. Your strength is actually good, and the work is serious and reliable. When the time comes, you will be the security captain of the Super Galaxy Police Force. When the time comes, you will control the security team and make sure that you protect Wu Minyi's lab for me 24 hours a day. Is that okay? Ha 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 ha. Here comes the barbecue. At that exact moment, the barbecue ordered by Sabashikon was ready, and the owner came to the table of the crowd with a big plate of barbecue. The crowd smelled the mouth-watering aroma and couldn't help but have their appetites whetted, picking up skewers and sending them to their mouths. Jean Linger and Lu Qingjun saw that Kuan and Lao Bao had both successfully joined the Super Galaxy Police Force. They were naturally not willing to lag behind. The two women looked at each other. Goldbell was the first to speak. Brother Duanmu, we also want to join the Super Galaxy Police. We are all ultramarines with healing abilities. We can definitely join the medical bomba. Lu Qingjun also said. Yeah, Brother Duanmu. We've been together for so long, you know. We're bold. We all refueled my sister-in-law on the battlefield before that time with King Obu Mangus. Duanmu Xian hummed and laughed. Don't worry. The plan from the beginning was to put you guys inside the medical class to shine. When the time comes, you'll train with Liu Ruyan Jerry Joe. And in the future, if you encounter a cosmic invasion of Blue Star, you'll go out with our combatants. The two girls sniffed happily. Now the bunch of them can stay together every day even after they graduate. The crowd chatted for over 2 hours over drinks and barbecue. In the course of the chat, Ruyan Lu developed great expectations for the Super Galactic Police Force conceived by Duanmu Xian. Several strategies for improvement are suggested in a row. It was while the people were talking to each other. A dimensional rift suddenly appeared in the sky, and a giant robot monster fell from the sky. The terrifying aura of the 7th rank swept across the entire Starfall Lake. The people in the neighborhood subconsciously prepared to run when they saw this scene. A monster has appeared. Run! The other dude just stopped the guy who was ready to run away and then sat back in his seat with a disinterested look on his face. The demeanor was not the least bit flustered, and he lit a cigarette in the process. Dude, you're in over your head. Don't even look at who's sitting next to you. What are you running for? The dude was also relieved when he reacted and just sat down on his ass and would sit in his seat and light a cigarette as well. Yes, our great General Duanmu is sitting here. It's the monsters that should run away. Let's just keep playing music and dancing. Liu Ruyan was speechless for a while. What the hell, General Duanmu? Duanmu Xian's new title after Monster Killing Machine? It's outrageous. The monsters aren't even that far away already, and there's not a single one running away. Does General Duanmu bring such a strong sense of security? A 7th-ranked monster that was a more powerful existence than those adults from the capital city police. Just because Duanmu Xian was sitting here, this crowd didn't even have fear anymore. And Duanmu Xian had already noticed the monsters inside the spatial rift the moment it appeared. He frowned when he got a good look at the monsters that had invaded this time. Impreza, the vanguard of the invasion of the blue planet built by the planet Ampera inside the Monbiotics TV. The strength is terrifying, and he possesses great self-healing and repairing abilities, and is a monster that can quickly recover his body even after taking a hard hit from Tyro's Otterbomb in the show. Seeing that her opponent's strength was terrifying and everyone here was expected to be difficult opponents, Ruyan Lu stood up and was going to fight. A monster has appeared. I'll deal with it. Duanmu Xian followed suit and stood out. The opponent this time is different. Very strong. You may not be able to handle it. Let's come together. Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan walked out of the crowd hand in hand. The crowd felt a sense of security in their hearts when they saw these two guardian gods standing out. The two looked at each other and pulled out Galaxy Spark and Divine Light Rod respectively, accompanied by two dazzling rays of light rushing into the sky. Galaxy Ultraman and Dija Ultraman appeared over Starfall Lake. Poor Impreza had just appeared over Blue Star when he was punched out of outer space by a greenish-blue light. Duanmu Xian knew how strong his current power was. He had actually been able to break through to the 4th rank in his realm long ago after those previous battles. However, Duanmu Xian had kept his realm suppressed at the peak of the 3rd rank. Or else I'm afraid that the damage caused by his transformation at the 4th rank would be even worse than the damage caused by the monster itself. The Xian Ice Star was the best proof of this, realizing that the Xian Ice Star was several times larger than the entire Blue Star. Moreover, the metaphysical ice of the metaphysical ice planet was exaggeratedly hard, or else it wouldn't have had the effect of suppressing the energy of the Ultramarines. But after a few battles from Duanmu Xian, it was now devastated. There's barely a few good spots left, especially that fight with the ultimate galactic lightning strike unleashed by Grizz's final form. That crack is so deep, it can't be seen. How much damage would be caused to Blue Star if they fought there? Duanmu Xian didn't even dare to think about it. Liu Ruyan beside her was shocked by the Galaxy Ultraman's strength for the first time in close proximity. Impreza is a 7th order monster. A punch that flies this far? Honey, I suddenly feel a little redundant for coming. It's fine. I'll take you to brush up on your leveling, and you should work hard to become stronger, so that in the future, we can fend off more powerful cosmic people together and protect our Blue Star. Saying that, Duanmu Xian reached out and pressed his hand on Liu Ruyan's shoulder, and the two AO's silhouettes instantly transformed into a greenish-blue light and disappeared in place. The crowd below, eating barbecue, watched the Galactic Ultraman battle in disbelief. In just one round, he sent the 7th-ranked Impreza flying that far. Ruyan Lu lamented. I finally understand why the papers are calling him a monster-killing machine. Sabashikon has been used to this situation for a long time. How about it, Professor Ryu? Understand why none of your friends here have escaped, but any time they take half a step outside is a distrust of my boss's strength. Seeing that his sister was shocked by Duanmu Xian's strength, Lu Qingjun hurriedly added, Sister, I'm telling you, feel free to jump ship to the Super Galactic Police. We can all call him boss from now on. If you follow Great General Duanmu, you'll have a great future. Liu Ruyan's eyes flickered as she sniffed, not knowing what she was thinking. Inside the lab of the Capital Police, O Mini arrived with a red watch-like prop. Sha Fulin, Yu Tianma, Yu Daoxian, Duanmu Cheng, Li Morong, and Lu Jingyang were all ready to stand inside the glass jar that Wu Mini had prepared in advance. Wu Min-yi, are you sure this otter fusion bracelet of yours is really reliable? Shafurin asked with some concern. Standing inside this glass jar always felt uneasy inside. Wu Min-yi laughed with great confidence. Don't worry, Captain Shafurin. When has anything ever gone wrong with my inventions? This time, this otter fusion bracelet was developed to fuse the power of all our otters at all times. When that time comes, give Tuan Kaiken not only the ability to use all of the Otter Brothers' abilities, but maybe open up a new form on that. Sha Fulin sniffing is indeed this reasoning. Wu Mini, this kid, although the brain hole is big, but research and development of things never let people disappointed. Alright, a few old buddies. Let's pour our power into Wu Min-yi's new invention together. The crowd nodded and each transformed. Seeing this, Wu Min-yi activated the device, and in the next second, a greenish-blue light emanated from within the glass jar, absorbing a portion of Zong Ao's energy into the AOD fusion bracelet. With a portion of the energy of all the AOs siphoned off, the AOD fusion bracelet glowed and the heads of the 6 AOs appeared at the bottom. Good job, the experiment worked. In the middle of the universe, the figures of Dija Ultraman and Impreza were constantly intersecting and colliding. Galactic Ultraman stood by and watched the battle with slight boredom. Impreza's strength is still very good to give Liu Ruyan practice, and with himself watching from the side, absolutely nothing will go wrong. As a mechanical monster, fighting in space is more or less limited in terms of combat power. This also allowed Ruyan Lu to get some good air combat practice with the Shining Daisy set of aerial types. After all, Dija Ultraman is a mage. Duanmu Xian had specifically ordered Liu Ruyan before, but this bitch just listened once, and then went back to play Daegu happy type behind her. Impreza fired countless missiles in space towards Dija. With the high agility of the aerial type, the figure of Dija Ultraman kept weaving to dodge the missiles as much as possible. Seeing the moment a rampart light bolt hits Impreza, with a loud boom, half of Impreza's body was blown up, but the guy was extremely capable of repairing himself. It didn't take more than a few seconds to get back to normal. Seeing that her opponent was difficult to deal with, Liu Ruyan's figure flickered and appeared behind Impreza, and the crystal on her forehead blossomed with white light and switched back to composite. Why did you cut back to composite? Didn't you say you'd let the bitch practice air combat? Duanmu Xian, who was watching the battle from a short distance away, held his forehead and shook his head somewhat helplessly. But it was good that he didn't cut into the happy type. Switching back to the composite type, Dija's power increased. And after grabbing Empresa's body, his entire body began to emit a terrifying heat. Dija blasted with high heat, similar to Terra's otter bomb. But Dija high heat blast transfers heat to the opponent to make their body explode. Used to use this move on Job Elliott and Ziggurat's roots in Dija TV. Under the heat, Empresa's body began to short-circuit, accompanied by a zing of electricity. Finally, at one point the machinery's tolerance reached its limit and there was a loud boom. Empresa was blown to bits all over the sky. Dija Ultraman's chest also flashed a red light. And Dija's high heat blast move was extremely energy intensive. Energy consumption is not less than that of the Japelio Ray. It should be over. Ruyan Lu muttered in the air. For this battle of her own she didn't feel like overdoing it, because Duanmu Xian had already crippled Empresa before giving her practice. But she always felt she could single-handedly brush it. But in the next second, the mechanical debris that filled the sky began to wriggle continuously and began to converge towards the center. Duanmu Xian thought to himself that this was indeed the case and hurriedly shouted at Dija. Dija, get over here. It seems to be coming back to life. Liu Ruyan naturally noticed the change in the fragments and quickly flew to Galaxy's side. It didn't take long for Empresa to recover. Galaxy, what should we do? This guy seems to be able to keep coming back to life. Just like leaf rot? Ruyan Lu asked with some anxiety. Duanmu Xian shook his head and explained. No, this thing is far worse than leaf rot, which not only recovers but also bounces attacks back multiple times. There's no way for this thing to recover from an attack once it's taken more than a critical mass. However, since Liu Ruyan was running out of energy at this point, Duanmu Xian also felt that the chaperone effect was here to stay, and was planning to take care of Empresa himself. Blue Star suddenly flew out a blue light to come in front of the two AO. The light dispersed and Wu Minyi's transformed Hikari Ultraman appeared. Reaching out, he sent a ball of light into Galaxy's colored timer, then spoke excitedly. Captain Galaxy, try my new invention. An ultra-fusion bracelet built from part of Galaxy Spark's properties. Duanmu Xian reached out and caught the fusion bracelet. Looking at the power of these three melons and two dates for a while, it's not like he's a little light without his Galaxy body to be reduced to a normal O. His Galaxy is a silver giant god. What does he need this for? However, out of respect for Wu Minyi's science and technology, Duanmu Xian still wore the otter fusion bracelet on his wrist. In the next second, the power that belonged uniquely to the Otter brothers entered Duanmu Xian's body. Tuan Kaiken reached up and turned the cool silver emblem of Terra's avatar on top of the Otter fusion bracelet, aiming the galactic spark at the bracelet. Now is the time to become one. Terra Ultraman, give the Galaxy power. Galactic Strem form. Brilliant golden light shone all over Duanmu Xian's body, and the Strem armor appeared on Duanmu Xian's body. Duanmu Xian carefully felt the power of the Otter six brothers within his body. Strength aside, at least the six Otter brothers' abilities work. This power, but ergo, there doesn't seem to be much difficulty in harnessing it, but the Cosmic Miracle Ray is still good, and it should be able to easily defeat a 7th order monster. Duanmu Xian inwardly gave the most reasonable assessment that this power was a great increase for Galaxy. However, it was a bit inadequate for the Silver Giant God, especially since Duanmu Xian had now also unlocked the Light and Darkness One Inquisitive Galaxy. Of course, this can certainly not be said in front of Wu Minyi. After all, people have worked hard to develop. Wu Minyi asked with an agitated expression. How about it, Captain Galaxy? How does this power feel? Duanmu Xian pressed down the curled-up corner of his mouth and said, Thank you for sending me this great power. Then let's use the power of the Otter bracelet to defeat this mechanical monster. Duanmu Xian hummed, then spun his Otter bracelet to find the primordial Otterman's avatar. The power of Ultraman. Energy transfer. Galactic Ultraman reaches out and grabs a large wave of golden energy from the color timer on his chest and sends it into Dija Ultraman's color timer. With the infusion of Galaxy's power, Dija Ultraman's energy was instantly restored and even enhanced. Liu Ruyan, who was filled with strength, lamented, so powerful. This is the power of Galaxy. Galaxy, let's destroy this monster together. Duanmu Xian nodded. Good, just in time for me to try out the power of the Otter fusion bracelet. The two AOs looked at each other, and Dija released the Japeri AO light. Duanmu Xian, on the other hand, flicked the Otter fusion bracelet to find the avatar of Terra Ultraman. Terra Ultraman's power. The Stellium Ray. Terra Ultraman's silhouette appeared beside Galaxy, driving Galaxy to make a striker ray. Two rays of light shot towards Empresa at the same time. Such a force was clearly beyond the threshold of what Empresa could withstand. With a loud boom, Empresa was blown into a sky full of dust that could never be recovered. Sleep in the embrace of darkness. Ruyan Lu posed in a handsome pose with her back to the explosion like Duanmu Xian usually did when he blew up monsters, and looking at the dust that filled the sky, Duanmu suddenly thought that the otter fusion bracelet seemed to be able to fuse more than just the power of the 6 otter brothers. The move in Otter 10 Warriors where Otter Fusion Bracelet defeats a target is the legendary Raise. This includes the power of Nexus. If more Ultraman powers were collected, it might actually really make a real difference to Galaxy's strength. Other than that, if you melt Nexus power, you might be able to play Cascading Storm to experience the joy of beating monsters into molecules later on. You can also borrow a bit of the meta field and put the monsters in a small dark room to fight, or even think high, and just borrow Noah's power to play with Noah. Lightning isn't impossible. Although Cookie's Galaxy couldn't take on Noah's power. What did that have to do with Tatsuki Gen's silver giant god? In the vastness of the universe flowed the brilliant Milky Way, and beyond this Milky Way, there was a bottomless darkness. All sorts of horrible monsters are bred here, and in the depths of this darkness, a figure slowly emerged from it, none other than the legendary Amphora Starman. He was born in the depths of this darkness, and there was another piece of metal beside the Amphora Starman that contained the power of extreme and terrifying darkness. In this universe created by the twisted creation of the Spark Wars, there were only a handful of people in the entire universe who could possess a companion Dharma treasure. It was enough to see how strong this emperor really was. Galactic sparks are Galaxy's companion spells, and this piece of metal is the companion spell of the Amphorasians. Where there is light there must be shadows, and if the strongest of that glorious galaxy are the Ultramarines, then the masters of this darkness are the Amphiarians. The Amphiarians were born emperors, ruling over all the monsters here in this darkness. The Amphiarian is upset today because Imperaza, the pioneer he sent to explore that radiant galaxy, has been taken out. Someone actually dares to defy my will and take out my vanguard. It seems that there is also a remarkable character in that galaxy, who simply doesn't put me in his eyes. Around the Amphora astronauts stood 3 other cosmic beings, each with extraordinary strength. From left to right are Tislam, Grozum, and the Mephilistines. All 3 of them were a bit terrified as they felt the Emperor's anger. The Mephilusian stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. In that Milky Way, it must have spawned quite powerful and strong people as well. I am willing to go ahead and find out the situation for your Majesty." The Amphiarians heard the Mephilusian's words which calmed their anger. "Mephilasian, since Impreza is dead, it's up to you to go in his place and scout that galaxy for me." The Mephilusian nodded. Turning around, he set off in his spaceship out of this darkness towards the glittering galaxy. After the Mephilistines left, the Amphilistines frowned. He thought it was amazing that the Impreza he had created could be killed when he clearly had such powerful self-healing abilities. It must have been caused by a lack of defense, and it would be nice to create a piece of armor to put over his generals so that his generals could be invincible. At least it won't be taken out. With that thought, the Amphora alien reached out and the mass of companion metal that had been in the depths of the darkness flew into his hand. Tislam asked with some curiosity, "What do you intend to do with this metal, Your Majesty?" Amphora alien said, "I want to build a pair of indestructible armor, so that if I wear it, my men won't die at the hands of the enemy." Grozum added, "Your Majesty, armor alone is not good enough. You must also have weapons so that you can attack and defend." "Okay, just do as you say." Once the Amphorasian heard this and thought it made sense, he parted with a portion of the armor he was making to craft a weapon in the meantime. Next afternoon, at the training base of the Super Galactic Guard, Duanmu with Sub Isakun and Lao Bachi were training Fish Zoro in 3 jeeps borrowed from his old man. This kind of day Fish Zwaluo has been living for a week in a row. A week ago, Tuan Kaiken said that he wanted to change the Super Galactic Police to make the organization stronger to defend against an alien invasion in the future. So it was that Fish Zoro was the first to be reformed, and the jeeps that trained him went from 2 at the beginning to 3 now. With such intense training, Fish Zoro's strength can almost be described as rocketing by leaps and bounds. The current Fish Zwaluo realm has come to the middle of the 3rd stage. To know how long the Fish Zwaluo has only been awakened, raising from the 1st rank to the middle of the 3rd rank in less than a month could be considered the first person in the ancient world. That's almost fast enough to catch up with his sister. His sister still had a fast realm advancement because she followed Duanmu to play high-end games every day. Fish Zoro was really purely based on training. 2.5 hours later, the training was over. Exhausted, Fish Zoro lay directly on the grass tiredly gasping for air. Duanmu got out of the jeep and spoke to Subashu-kun in Old 8. The usual, "Subashu-kun, go take care of Fish Zoro. And when he's done recovering you guys go shoot the doujinshi video." Having traffic support from the Capital Police side ensures that our account is highly active every day. Now ours has almost 2 billion or more likes on every video every day. This means that most of the people in the whole of Summerland and the whole of Blue Star watch our videos almost every day. In the future, once Blue Star encounters any scary monsters, it can always go on live. By then the billions of fellow Blue Stars on the air could all turn into light fighting together. Shining Dija is our top Blue Star fighter. and the consistency of its appearance depends on how active our Dojin account is. You mustn't slack off on your work. Sabashikon gave Duanmu Xian a salute with a hefty smile. Good look, Captain. Guarantee to complete the task. Sabashikon turned around and went to take care of Fish Zoro. A week ago, after Sabashu-kun made the account out, it was publicized by the Capital Police and the full support of foreign media and netizens. Almost all of Blue Star has downloaded Bean Tone. Sabashikon also set an all-time record. A doujinshi account that was the first to post a video with over 3 billion likes and 2,700,000,000 fans. Don't look at the outrageous stats, but most of these fans are actually people who have turned into light as the light of hope shines and drives them. They can be said to be a big fan of Dija Ultraman. After all, cut the actual into the light over well. Sabashu-kun could reap hundreds of millions of likes and comments just by taking a daily shot of the Super Galactic Guard routine and doing a couple of Just Cause dances along the way. Even now there is a passionate Just Cause frenzy both at home and abroad because of the Sabesekian dance. Now almost everyone in all of Blue Star has become a true fan. Instead, Old Hachi reprogrammed the Super Galactic Guard's security system, replacing some of the people who didn't take things seriously with people who were more wary. At first the Super Galactic Guard's security system was an 8-hour shift system, because it's really easy to slack off when you keep staring at the monitor watching the gate for 8 hours straight, which led to the last time Wu Minyi's new invention was stolen by aliens. At Duanmu Xian's request, another group of people were recruited in from the security office of the Super Galaxy Police. The original 8-hour shifts were changed directly to 2 5-hour shifts, with 8 shifts rotating in and out. 5 hours of high alert is certainly much better than 8 hours. These days every time old Buster went over to do his rounds you could see it. The security personnel were all in high spirits. It was thought that with such a security lineup, it would be impossible for the aliens to steal Wu Minyi's new invention silently again. Real-world simulation training room. Ruyan Lu was inside simulating a duel with a strong person who had fought before. This was a new technology that Wu Minyi had developed during this time. A machine that mimicked the plasma spark tower's examination of light. Fill in all the data on the monstrous cosmonauts that appeared on Blue Star earlier. Users only need to find the target of sparring in the light screen to carry out single-player simulation training. The screen outside displays various physical values of the current user in the training room, somewhat similar to the virtual battle room in the first Armored Warriors movie, but with more advanced technology. After all, when Wu Minyi produces, it's a masterpiece. When Duanmu Xian walked in from outside he saw the virtual projection of Dija fighting with Gatangio. Yo, this bitch is picking her own nightmares to train in again. Duanmu Xian raised an eyebrow and slowly walked to the viewing gallery. The virtual reflection shows Dija Ultraman in his shining daisy state and aerial type in the sky, constantly dodging the tentacles of Gatangio in pursuit. When he saw the right moment, it was a shot of palm cuts that merely sparked and didn't even break the defense. Gatanji was worthy of being a 7th rank monster with top-notch defense, even though its realm was only mid-7th rank. However, I'm afraid that in terms of defense alone, even the peak of the 7th rank would find it difficult to break its shell. After all, this guy was a monster that could eat shining Yapeli Ao rays hard and still not die. Essentially the embodiment of darkness. In the original Dija TV, that was also designed as a prototype for Cthulhu's eldest son, Katana Toya, from the Cthulhu mythos. The ability to turn a target into a stone statue, and the person being turned into a stone statue still retains consciousness and senses. It was reasonable to say that it was unreasonable for such a monster to be only mid-7th stage. Of course it's also possible that the Gatanjo summoned by Luigi Air during the Spark Wars were Gatanjos that hadn't been born very long ago. The timeline is before Gatangio's time in Dija TV, so it's not as strong as the one in the final words of Dija TV. In the virtual portrait, the figure of Dija Ultraman kept weaving in and out, and his movements were not much more agile than when he fought with Impreza a week ago. I can see the progress is fast. After all, she used Gatangia as a sparring partner every day, and Gatangia could miss countless times. She only once. As soon as you get entangled in the tentacles of a Gatangio you will be hit by a penetrating ray and turned into a stone statue. After another 10 minutes of fighting, Dija Ultraman's energy was gradually depleted. The hard shell of the Gatanju, however, did not move. All of Deja's attack means to face that hard shell or scratching like an itch. Finally, Gatangio found a chance to wrap around Deja's left leg dragging Deja into the East Sea. There was a loud boom, kicking up large waves. Ruyan Lu also reacted quickly clenching her hands into fists and crossing them at the crystal in front of her forehead. With a flash of red light, Deja switches to powerful. Reaching out, he grabbed the tentacle of Gatangia, and it took all his strength to rip the tentacle off. But in the next second Gatangio's petrification ray was already shooting towards Dija Ultraman. Seeing that it was too late to dodge so he didn't, Deja released a powerful ray of Jpelio and Gatangio against the wave. The ending was predictable. with mighty Japirio light unable to withstand the petrifying light of Gatangio being pushed back in minutes. Deja Altman turned into a stone statue. The battle simulation system also shut down its operation, and 4 large, cold words were displayed on the screen. Challenge failed. Duanmu Xian was not surprised by this ending. It would be unreasonable if the 4th-ranked Dija Ultraman could defeat the 7th-ranked mid-stage Gatangio without relying on his shining form. The door to the simulation training room slowly opened, and the sweaty Liu Ruyan walked out from it, facing head-on into Duanmu Xian's chest. She first took an alert step back, glancing at the visitor with an icy gaze. She sighed in relief when she realized that the other party was Duanmu Xian, and the coldness in her eyes instantly faded away to reveal a goofy smile. "Hubby, have you finished training my brother? Come to me so early today. I was looking to dry a bottle of special training potion to start another game." Duanmu Xian reached out and rubbed her skull with a gentle smile. "You don't have to fight that hard. Anyway, your big number has a sub-Eshkan livestream right now anytime you want to call out a fan to turn it on." Ruyan Lu stubbornly shook her head. "No, I can't rely on the strength of others. You're all desperately training to get stronger. I can't be left behind. Do you remember what your mom said about the Otter 5 Oath?" Of course Duanmu Xian remembers that his nagging mom would tell him the Otter 5 Oath almost every day when he was a kid. "Of course I know this one. Rolls off the tongue all right. 1. Don't go to school hungry. 2. Good weather to tan the quilt. 3. Cross the street and watch out for oncoming traffic. 4th, don't rely on other people's strength. 5. Don't play on the ground with bare feet. But I just told you once and you gave it to remember. Because your mom talks to me every day on text and every now and then she tells me something about when you were a kid." Ruyan Lu smiled as she took out her cell phone and flipped through the text chat page. You can tell from the chat logs that his mom chats with Ruyan Lu every day when she's not doing anything. Li Morong directly addressed Liu Ruyan as the good daughters, and Liu Ruyan also directly shouted Mom. Duanmu Xian finally understood why his mom didn't look for him to chat during this period of time. Originally it wasn't because she was busy with work, but because she had changed the person to chat with. But that's normal. When Li Morong had just resurrected from Tianhai City, almost every day she would look for Duanmu Xian to chat. Only that Duanmu Xian didn't reply much and sometimes even forgot to reply. But Liu Ruyan was different from Duanmu Xian. Everything was responded to and everything was settled. That's why mom doesn't talk to him anymore. Duanmu Xian momentarily cried and laughed a little. Liu Ruyan had become her own daughter. Well, so early to change your mind, huh? Ruyan Lu casually picked up the towel hanging next to the training room while wiping her sweat. Right, Lu. She also asked us when to get a license. Husband, how do you think, Lu? When to get a license? What's the rush? We're only 18. We're not even of legal age yet. And there's no difference between us being like this for 2 days and being married. Okay. Well, I so thought you'd just take me to get a license. Any plans for tonight? Duanmu Xian looked at the calendar. Tomorrow is Monday, but also early ate it. Then gave up the idea of going to the nightclub tonight to have fun. Road. No plans tonight. I'm going home to play games after watching the base. And I have class tomorrow. Ruyan Lu hummed and turned to get clean new clothes ready to head for the bathroom. It's not unusual to sweat after training in a training room. The regular members' training rooms are certainly not equipped with bathrooms, but this was Duanmu Xian's dedicated real-world combat simulation training room, so the thoughtful Wu Mini was also equipped with a bathroom. That's fine. Wait for me a bit. I'm going to take a shower. I'm all sweaty after training. Hey, do you want to take a shower together? When she said the last sentence, Liu Ruyan looked at Duanmu Xian with an expectant expression. Duanmu Xian didn't have a penchant for playing poker at the base and waved his hand in refusal. Fuck you. I'm too lazy to wash it. You fuck, hurry up and get back to your game. Okay, wait for me then. Liu Ruyan lowered her head with some disappointment, her gaze more or less tinged with a bit of resentment. Duanmu Xian was now scared at the sight of that look. Liu Ruyan finished walking into the bathroom next to her. This bitch looked at Duanmu Xian outside, looking at the pressure of not closing the door. Soon the sound of clattering water was coming from inside the bathroom. Duanmu Xian could see a patch of spring light when he turned his head to look. Breathlessly, he walked up and slammed the bathroom door shut as soon as he could. The stinking bitch thinks of seducing me every day. And you're not afraid of people suddenly coming in. It's okay. This virtual training room is for your exclusive use. No one else can get in. What do we care about that when we're an old married couple? Ruyan Lu said with a disinterested look on her face, even trying to reopen the bathroom door. It was only locked by Duanmu Xian directly from the outside. It was a shame to say that Duanmu Xian was confident when he started playing poker. Later on, after the first experience, then Duanmu Xian started to be a bit overwhelmed playing poker. This bitch plays poker with him almost every day for 2.5 hours. Who can stand that? Now Ruyan Lu looked at him with an expression like a hungry wolf looking at a lamb. The worst part is that sometimes he's even playing a game. And this bitch isn't even honest. Often, a flash of insight leads to the person ducking under the table. It's caused his segment to drop from diamond to platinum. Waiting for a girl to take a shower was a long process. So Duanmu Xian casually sat down on the couch on one side while waiting for her to take a shower and started checking in with her cell phone. The bitch doesn't seem to use her cell phone much in general, and the chat logs don't talk to anyone other than his mom. The doujinshi is all about sand sculpture animation, and I have to say that it's true that his daughter-in-law's hobbies come with him. Flipping to Ruyan Lu's photo album again and opening it, Duanmu Xian was shocked. This bitch's phone is full of weird and ugly pictures of herself asleep. There are even some photos that she will paint with piggyback graffiti. Well, this bitch takes ugly pictures of me every day, doesn't she? Inside Wu Mini's lab. Because of this period of continuous overtime made Wu Mini a little exhausted. Today he did not tinker with new inventions, just sitting in the office geeking out and playing games. He needs some relaxation time once in a while. The guards outside the lab changed every 2.5 hours, and Wu Mini was speechless at this, making it sound like his lab security was poor. Captain Duanmu was really careful too. He had only invented being stolen once, and with the first lesson he made sure there would be no second. At that exact moment, the door to the lab was opened and Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan walked in. Wu Min-yi, there aren't any suspicious people in the lab today. Are there any of your inventions missing? Duanmu Xian came in and let Wu Mini live a whole speechless life with his first words. Wu Mini couldn't help but spit. Captain, look at the security team you've assigned me. You've assigned me 108 security guards to my little lab. Not only is every one of these security guards at the 3rd level of strength, they all do their duty, and they change shifts every 2-5 hours, so even a fly can't come in now. This lineup could be considered the strongest security system in the world. Are you that unsure? Duanmu Xian walked to Wu Mini's side to give him an arm around his shoulders and said in a serious manner, Hey, Wu not brother, do not rest assured that you really you come up with inventions really a little strong invincible. After the last time that enhanced spark was stolen and Zuda was busted by me, I researched the dark spark. It was discovered that they had infused an entire kunai star full of energy on top of their original ability. Originally, Zuda should only have been at the beginning of the 8th order of strength, and this instantly directly fucked him to the peak of the 8th order. What if you research an even more unorthodox equipment in the future? Brother has to take precautions as well. Wu Mini spat. Then the captain, you do not also have to give me funding, right? The last time that 100 million I was the bottom of the high energy to develop a strengthened spark, and then also gave the base to upgrade the equipment. I developed all the equipment for the base's medical classes now, as well as the actual combat simulation training room, plus the Otter Fusion bracelet and the Shining Daisy bracelet from before. All of this is money. Now that I'm broke, I recognize that science is my life's work, but I think I should still need some funding. Wu Mini said a lot at once. He was not a person who liked to talk, and usually spoke very little when he was doing experiments alone. He never gave a crap about a word except when it had to do with his science experiments or other than that. I can tell you're aggravated by all this talk today. Just tell me how much funding you want and be done with it. Even though I asked for $12 billion in funds from the Capital Police Force before, I'm not going to use public funds for private purposes. The money is all inside my blue payments. Wu Mini searched for new inventions and ideas that he wanted to do in the future, pinching his fingers and counting half a day and finally stretching out a finger. $1 billion. I promise that for this billion I will make you a super unbeatable cool and dopey contraption. It will take about 2 months to see results. Duanmu Xian asked with some curiosity. What kind of baby are you building? Wu Mini smiled mysteriously. Captain, I'll keep it a secret. Let the bullets fly for a while, and surprise you then. Duanmu Xian still believed in Wu Mini's science and technology, took out his cell phone and directly clicked on the blue payment to Wu Mini, transferred 10 billion in the past and then patted his shoulder and laughed. Okay, I trust you, and I'll have to upgrade your lab security when the time comes. I was genuinely afraid your little invention would be stolen by some cosmic person again. Wu Mini was beaming with joy after receiving the transfer of $1 billion and packed his bags to Duanmu Xian. Don't worry, Captain. My lab is now protected by you like this. It's already the strongest security in all of Blue Star. So how could the invention be stolen by aliens? Don't worry. It only takes 2 months. I will definitely develop a thing that will shock the world. Duanmu Xian listened to how Wu Minyi's assurances sounded unconvincing. It's important to realize that Hikari Ultraman's lab was the source of the cosmic war. It stands to reason that as the chief scientist of the Land of Light his lab should be protected to the highest standard. But the truth is that he keeps losing things, and the strongest security in the Land of Light plays like a game. But Wu Minyi had assured him like this, and Duanmu Xian couldn't afford to throw cold water on him. Fine. Toss yourself in. I'll check on the medical class and head back. I'll be in class tomorrow, and by the time I'm done, it'll be after 4 p.m. If you're not doing anything in the afternoon, you can go and see that kid Fish Zoro. No one dares to train him while I'm gone. Then the keys to the Jeep are yours. His training is easy. You call out 2 guys to get together and drive 3 cars into him and be done with it. Alright, Captain. This mission is too good for me. Just so I can relax in my spare time. Woo-Minnie took the car keys as if they were a treasure. He's an ace pilot. And he has a great love for the skill of driving. It's not a professional match. The medical class was established next to the Super Galactic Guard Lab. Since discussing the outline for the establishment of the medical class with Ruyan Lu a week ago, Ruyan Lu lived at the base almost every day of the week without sleep or food. She had once led several classes of students in Shangqing, and there were many girls who were good at healing arts. This week, almost every student she'd ever taken had been scooped up into her medical class. Duanmu Xian was also generous, directly giving the medical class $100 million in startup funds, and also had Woo-Minnie develop some training equipment about what the medical class could use. Jin Suer and Lu Qingjun both joined the medical class as reserve members, and as soon as they graduated they would be able to transfer to the regular team. As for Grizzly Joe, he became a direct co-captain of the medical squad. At this time the medical class was doing the woodman evasion training that was only available to the combat class. A dozen or so girls with hot bodies and outstanding facial features wore training suits and weaved in and out of the wooden men who collided back and forth. This was the training method that Ruyan Lu thought of. Medical classes must need extreme speed and reflexes if they want to be useful in combat. Dodge the obstacles to get to the wounded to heal their wounds and replenish their energy. So she built a 200 square foot size training ground in her medical class and filled it with wooden people. Passing through these wooden men leads to the designated spot where the virtual wounded are placed. Once the mechanism is activated, these wooden figures will begin to rotate and move in an irregular motion. Inside the person must constantly dodge the attacks of the wooden man. Once hit on the body can be a piece of blue and purple. When Duanmu Xian and Liu Ruyan came in they were in the middle of their wooden man training, and the dozen or so beautiful figures looked genuinely eye-catching. They nimbly dodged the woodman's blows, and every now and then they found an opportunity to knock him down, and can reach the place where the wounded are in a specified time to release healing rays to heal and replenish their energy. Duanmu Xian didn't bother them, but moved a small bench with Liu Ruyan to sit there and watch while getting high on melon seeds and chatting. Liu Ruyan looked at the well-trained female members of the medical class in the field with a proud face and invited credit towards Duanmu Xian. How's it going, Captain Duanmu? Are you still satisfied with this medical squad of mine? Duanmu Xian said after looking at it for a while. That will have to wait until the next time we face an alien monster to see. But I have to say you have a knack for training. I remember when I first came here these girls were all bruised and battered by the woodman and each one of them was screaming in agony. It seems to be a big improvement now. So keep it up. Ruyan Lu swore her assurances. Okay, Le Captain. Guarantee not to let you down. Liu Ruyan was full of thoughts of hurrying home to play poker with Duanmu Xian. A day of training was all she thought about. It's what drives her to train hard every day. After seeing the training progress of the medical class, he felt that there was nothing to worry about, hurriedly pulling Duanmu Xian's arm and said, "Honey, it's almost time. Let's go back." Duanmu Xian could see this niece's mind and gave her a small hand to lead her to stand up. Okay, but you're in a hurry. Come on, let's go home. In the middle of the universe on the outskirts of the blue planet, a huge spaceship descended upon the area. Inside the capsule, all of them were ravens from the P-43 nebula. The last time their home planet sent over 3,000 spaceships and 300,000 ravens ended up being wiped out here. When such news reached the home planet, their leader, King Erpi, was furious. So it was that this time, their Ravenian general, Falu, was sent with the most elite alpha squad of Raven Star to Blue Star, intending to destroy the planet in one fell swoop with the annihilation cannon. General Falu is the most powerful warrior of the P-43 Nebula Raven Star, wearing golden armor and a reddish hair on top of his head. Fa Lu's realm had clearly reached the early 7th stage. Beside Falu stood 3 other Raven men, which also wore armor, purple, red, and yellow. All 3 of these Raven men had reached the peak level of the 6th rank in terms of strength. Just beyond the screen on the spaceship was the beautiful blue planet, and General Falu couldn't help but freeze as he looked at the beautiful planet that bore a 90% resemblance to his own mother. This is the blue planet, much like our home planet, with fresh air and dirt, hills and plains and rivers and seas. No wonder the slaver hadn't bothered to send the coordinates to the home planet when he came here. It's just a shame that by offending the honorable King Erpi, the ultimate fate of this planet will be its destruction. The purple Raven man said with some regret. General, do you really want to destroy such a beautiful planet? There are billions of humans living here, and these can be quality slaves. Falu shook his head, his hands moving quickly to activate the annihilation cannon. You mustn't forget that not only do humans live here, but also obnoxious ultramarines. Life detection system detects that there are a dozen or so strong people here at the same level as you. The planet had to be destroyed quickly before they could react. Otherwise, once we let them react and start resisting, we don't know how many of our Alpha Squad's elites will be killed or injured. The Purple Raven Man nodded. Alright, the general taught me the right lesson. I understand. Falu hummed and activated the Annihilation Cannon, which began to collect nearby cosmic energy. Meanwhile, Duanmu Xian, who was still playing poker at home, instantly felt a threat from space. Hastily, he drew on his clothes and pulled out galaxy sparks. Hey, wake up Galaxy, don't block perception this time. Galaxy sparks instantly emitted a greenish-blue glow, and Galaxy said with some confusion, it hasn't even been 2.5 hours, and it's already over? Duanmu Xian was speechless. Stop thinking about poker all the time. Feel that thing in outer space for yourself. We're going to explode Blue Star if we dawdle any longer. It was then that Galaxy noticed the terrifying cannons from outer space. Hey, that looks bad. That thing's going to be tough if he gets it down. The power of this cannon was at least at the peak of the 8th rank, although it wasn't so powerful that it would explode Blue Star with a single shot. But destroying human civilization is no problem. Duanmu Xian had already gotten dressed by now, and Galaxy Spark emitted a dazzling light as the Galaxy Spark figure popped out of it. Ruyan Lu also felt a threat from the universe at this time, an inexplicable palpitation coming from her heart. She asked with some concern, husband's okay with it? Duanmu Xian smiled back at her while transforming. It's fine. Your husband, I've done all the 9th order grises. I'm not vain of him. In the next second, a dazzling greenish-blue light flashed, and Galaxy Ultraman's figure appeared in the air, and that annihilation cannon was already hitting from the universe towards Blue Star. For a moment, the originally dim night sky was tinted with the color of destruction. The stance was comparable to Tartarus unleashing extreme absolute destruction on Planet Storm. It's no wonder that the inquisitive Cookie Sailor was helpless at the time. The power of this annihilation cannon barely reached the 9th rank and could easily destroy a civilization. Facing the annihilation cannon that was comparable to the full force of an early 9th ranked powerhouse, Duanmu Xian no longer suppressed his cultivation that had long since reached its bottleneck. The cultivation level smoothly broke through to the early 4th stage. The greenish-blue glow of Galaxy Ultraman's body became even more dazzling. Realizing that a 3rd-ranked silver giant god would be able to go through with 2 peak 8th-ranked powerhouses, now that he had reached the 4th rank, his strength had once again skyrocketed, and that aura directly made the entire capital city feel a great sense of oppression. At this point, people in the capital are wondering how desperate Galaxy would be if he were the villain. Luckily, though, Galaxy was on their side, and so it was that people worshipped the sacred form of the Milky Way in the air. The BGM plays. Galaxy's body's plasma sparks erupted into a galaxy-like color, and his fists collided together as a brilliant miniature galaxy shadow appeared in front of him. As Galaxy's right hand waved, this radiant galaxy began to rotate, and that terrifying power set off a wild wind. Seeing this, the strongest members of the Super Galactic Police Force showed up to defend the people of the capital from the storm created by the aftermath of the Galactic Special Light Bullet. The annihilation cannons were getting closer and closer to the ground of Blue Star. The galactic shadow in front of Duanmu Xian also became more and more solid, and as Duanmu Xian unfolded his arms, this galactic shadow shot countless star-like light bullets in the direction of the annihilation cannon. In the next second, the Galaxy Special Light Bomb and the annihilation cannon collided together. There was a loud boom. Space shattered, the ground shook, and the earth and sky seemed to be shaken. The annihilation cannon's attack was hardened by the Galaxy Special Light Bullet. General Falu on the spaceship was stunned, and a thick color of fear rose in his heart as he shouted in panic. What's going on? Someone was actually able to fight the annihilation cannons head-on with the light released from their flesh. What kind of monster is this? Give me more firepower and wipe out this monster in one fell swoop. The Red Raven Man sniffed and quickly stepped forward to pull the pusher to increase the power of the annihilation cannon to its peak. With the spacecraft gathering energy at full strength, the annihilation cannon's energy only gradually equalized with the Galaxy Special Light Bullet. But a spaceship can constantly absorb energy from the universe and supply it to the annihilation cannon. And that monster, no matter what, is a human being. Humph. Flesh against cannons. I admit that this planet does have some strength, but the annihilation cannon is the crystallization of our Crow planet's highest technology. Blue Star has angered the great King Erpi and is doomed to destruction. I'd like to see how long your energy alone will last you. Duanmu Xian in the sky above the capital was also a bit annoyed at this time. I didn't expect this annihilation cannon to actually be able to fight the Galaxy Special Light Bullet 50-50. If we were to fight for energy reserves, Duanmu Xian would naturally not be weak, because the plasma crystals all over Duanmu Xian's body could absorb the surrounding energy at any time to change the source of energy inside to replenish it. But all this energy can be the energy of the Blue Star as well as the galaxy, and if it is depleted like this it will definitely lower the energy limit of the galaxy. It's probably only going to be reduced by a fraction of a percent one. But it's the galaxy's own energy. So why should aliens beat ourselves with our own energy? And the damage caused shattered space that we still have to repair ourselves. This was the root cause of Duanmu Xian's annoyance. Ever since he had crossed over, he had not been able to rest in peace almost every day, and had to face all sorts of evil monsters and alien invasions every day. So why is the battlefield always at Blue Star, when it's going to be fought anyway? Why can't he go invade another planet? Thinking of this, Duanmu Xian's thoughts cleared up. Yeah, going the way of the aliens? Leaving the aliens with no way out. Blue Star has been peaceful, that's why so many aliens think they're being bullied on Blue Star. Then the only solution is, let all the aliens in the entire universe know about their Blue Star's military strength so that they can be emboldened. The Duanmu Xian of his previous life profoundly understood the truth that barbarians feared might but not virtue, and it was unrealistic to expect these inherently evil aliens to live in harmony with them. In that case, from today onwards, I, Duanmu Xian, will let all the aliens know that offense and defense are now changed. The enemy can go. I can go too. I don't care which universe you came from this time. Aliens, actually dare to disrupt the balance of our galaxy, then I'll let you know how powerful we are. Thinking of this, Duanmu Xian searched for a moment. Hitting an annihilation cannon wasn't so bad that he would call on Luigi L to help. Might as well try the cosmic miracle ray. Saying so, Duanmu Xian raised his left arm to look at the otter fusion bracelet, flicked it, and aimed a galactic spark at the Terra emblem. Dazzling light emanated. The silhouette of Terra Ultraman appeared next to Galaxy and became one with him. Now is the time to become one. Terra Ultraman, give the galaxy power. Galactic Strem form. Having gotten the power of Terra Ultraman, the Galaxy Special Light Bomb's power increased a bit, started pushing the Annihilator cannon back. Not to mention, it's really quite a good power to add to the Galaxy Special Light Bullet. Feeling the power that had skyrocketed within his body, Duanmu Xian couldn't help but give Wu Mini a nod of approval. It was worthy of being the plugin developed by Superman of Ogwang. Turning his attention to the Otter Fusion bracelet again, he toggled it to the position of the Otter Fusion light. The avatars of the 6 Otter brothers flashed on the Otter Fusion bracelet, and their war cries rang out with them. In the next second, the silhouettes of the 6 Otter brothers appeared around Galaxy, who was releasing Galaxy's special light bullets, and each of them made their own surefire moves. Cosmic Miracle Ray and Galaxy Special Light Bullet fused together. Cosmic Miracle Supreme Impact. The dazzling greenish-blue shockwave instantly suppressed the Annihilation Cannon and kept hitting towards the universe. Inside the spaceship, seeing that the Annihilation Cannon was hardened by that monster with the power of a single person, General Falu was completely nonplussed. Hurriedly, he greeted the crowd and fled to the Raven inside the spaceship. In the next second the Raven escapes the spaceship. The Cosmic Marvel Supreme Impact had hit the spaceship. With a loud boom, the ship carrying the P-43 Nebula's highest-tech core Annihilation Cannon was blown up without even a crumb left. General Falu slapped his chest in fear and looked back at the dusty spaceship with a stunned expression as he rushed back at the 3 ravenous captains. Fortunately, I've come back from the dead, thanks to the fact that the ship still has a small battleship in it. This Galactic Ultraman is so scary that the previous Vanguard not only didn't alarm him, but even made him out to be weak. Intelligence is misguided. Little purple, little red, little yellow. Let's retreat back to the P-43 Nebula. This hellhole of the Milky Way should never come back. I'll have to go back and talk King Erpy out of thinking about Blue Star in the future. This galaxy is simply a monster. For the 4th rank to be able to exert this kind of combat power is simply the beast of beasts. It's too terrifying. But after saying this, little red, little violet, and little yellow didn't make a move, and even looked at General Falu with a horrified expression. General Falu asked with a suspicious look on his face, "What are you 3 standing around for? Scared silly?" Red, the boldest, reached out and pointed behind General Falu. "General, stop. Behind you." General Falu turned his head back just in time to come face to face with Duanmu Xian. Duanmu Xian wore a smile and put his right hand on Falu's shoulder looking harmless and said, "I just heard you seem to be calling me the beast of beasts.